Chapter 1. A year. In July of the 48th year of Konoha, the Third Shinobi World War drew to a close. This chaotic conflict, ignited by the disappearance of the Third Hokage, bore no victors, leaving all 5 great ninja villages with devastating losses. During the Battle of the Kanabi Bridge, Kakashi lost his dearest friend. In the subsequent battle at Kaiki Mountain, the Third Hokage, renowned as the strongest spear and strongest shield, was surrounded by 10,000 IWA shinobi and ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and death. Yet, the demise of the older generation often heralds the emergence of new sprouts. The illustrious Minato, with his remarkable achievements, ascended to the position of the Fourth Hokage. The title of Shunshin no Jutsu began to resound throughout the ninja world. While the exploits of these heroes evoke a profound sense of admiration and longing, the lives of ordinary individuals must continue with grounded tenacity. One must tread steadily, for there is no shortcut to success. On this day, a caravan arrived at the southern gate of Konoha. It was a grand procession consisting of 13 horse-drawn carts, accompanied by over 30 sturdy warriors, each with a robust physique. As they reached the village entrance, the curtain of the leading cart was lifted to reveal the figure of a boy, aged around 13 or 14. "Aya, we're home." Lin Xianyu's dust-kissed face radiated with joy. A 14 or 15-year-old girl's figure emerged from within the cart, responding softly. What was particularly striking about her was her eyes, which were a brilliant white. Additionally, she wore a forehead protector emblazoned with a spiral pattern resembling a bird's beak. The caravan slowly began to enter the village, and the 2 Konoha ninjas guarding the gate merely glanced at the merchants before resuming their duties. The southern gate bustled with the comings and goings of vehicles and horses, a scene of vibrant prosperity. Though the 13 carts were substantial in size, they did not stand out amidst the throngs of carts and pedestrians. The caravan proceeded along the central avenue and soon halted in front of a rice shop. Dozens of young men rushed out from the store, joining the warriors in unloading and transporting goods inside. "Ling, I'll head back first," the girl said, standing prettily before the boy, her long hair cascading like a golden aureole. "All right, hey, raise your payment of 100,000 Ryo, take it." Lin Xianyu handed over the prepared banknote. "Thank you." Hinata Aya accepted it and bowed politely. In the next moment, she leapt onto the rooftop, vanishing in a flurry of movements towards the northeast. Hey, be gentle with those jars. Take care." Lin Xianyu continued directing the 30-odd warriors and several laborers to unload the goods. "Boss, please have a seat." A perceptive young man from the shop brought over a reclining chair. Lin Xianyu expressed his satisfaction with an encouraging glance. Instantly, the young man became invigorated and hurried off to brew tea. Sitting at the entrance of the rice shop, Lin Xianyu looked up to see a pharmacy directly opposite, which was also part of his holdings. Having spent a year in this world, he was quite pleased to have acquired such assets. If he were unaware of the unfolding narrative, he would be more than content to live this life. Alas, reality had other plans. This Boda's original name was Uchiha Ling. He was Shisui's cousin and the grandson of Uchiha Kagami. In stark contrast to Shisui, who had lost his parents yet gained renown in the ninja world, Uchiha Ling still had his parents alive and a lovely younger sister. At 13, he had yet to awaken his eyes, his combat prowess akin to that of a mere genin. How am I to survive the night of the 9 tails? How am I to endure the night of the massacre? After numerous attempts to summon the system yielded no response, Uchiha Ling resigned himself to reality. Over the course of the year, he thoroughly grasped and absorbed the fundamental knowledge of ninjutsu from the memories of his original self, making it his own. On this foundation, he expanded his repertoire, mastering not only fire release techniques, such as Senka no Jutsu and Geiki no Jutsu, but also newly developed wind and water release transformations, along with a budding understanding of earth release. He learned a dozen corresponding ninjutsu along the way. In this process, Uchiha Ling soon discovered that reality was far removed from the anime he had watched. Could diligence alone lead to strength? The answer was only partially affirmative. The true path of a ninja necessitated wealth, companionship, skill, and opportunity. Foolishly following the path of training one's physical abilities like Rock Lee would only lead to bodily ruin. He needed practical combat experience, abundant medicinal supplies, and substantial nutritional intake to recover from intense training. Born into the Uchiha clan, with a Jonin father, he lacked for skill but was desperate for wealth and opportunity. Wealth was easily understood without it. One could not sustain their path. Opportunity referred to places for training and honing one's skills. In this regard, his father had made his stance clear. If he wished to earn something financially, he would have to work for it himself. He would not provide much assistance. However, He was always available to help with learning ninjutsu. At that time, the war raged, fiercely fearing for his life. Uchiha Ling decisively abandoned the thought of joining Konoha's ranks. Given his current capabilities, being assigned to a battlefield would be tantamount to a death sentence. Let's not forget, he was the infamous Uchiha. Yet if he did not join the ranks, where could he gain combat experience and earn money? After extensive inquiries, Uchiha Ling was pleasantly surprised to discover that he could accept well-paying missions from the Nico clan. Thus, he cautiously began to take on drank missions, ensuring they were as close as possible and unlikely to involve direct combat for about half a year. During this time, he helped local farmers plant rice and harvest crops, aided nearby villages in fending off wild beast attacks, and eradicated a few bands of mountain bandits. It was during one such rice harvesting mission that he met Hinata Aya, who was also participating in the harvest. This girl was a pitiful branch family member, orphaned and lacking guidance, struggling to survive on the brink of poverty. Once an unnoticed branch family girl, she unexpectedly awakened her eyes at the age of 12 and possessed chakra at the level of a genin. Having been neglected by neighbors and praised by villagers alike, she nearly found herself deceived into joining the battlefield upon first donning her Konoha forehead protector. Had it not been for a twist of fate preventing her from going, Uchiha Ling might never have crossed paths with her. Uchiha Ling became a talent scout of sorts. At least she was a Byakugan user who could provide him with daily eye rolls. Thus, the lone wolf transformed into a duo of black and white. As they began to work together, they developed a mutual understanding and started accepting crank missions. With newfound wealth, Uchiha Ling established a shop in the most prosperous area of Konoha. Recently, Hinata Aya's chakra had surpassed the level of 1 Mizuki, and under Uchiha Ling's guidance, she had mastered both wind release and water release techniques. This significantly enhanced the overall strength of their partnership. It is worth noting that the combination of wind release and fire release created simple yet effective ninjutsu. Under the immense pressure of the impending Nine-Tails Night, as the saying goes, desperate times call for desperate measures. Uchiha Ling resolutely revived his business acumen from his past life and embarked on a merchandising journey. During the war, prices fluctuated dramatically. The commonly priced medicinal herbs in Konoha, such as white ash, angelica, and Hisho Wu, which sold for under 100 ryo locally, could fetch around 120 ryo when transported to fortresses near the capital. With a profit margin of 20 to 30 ryo per pound, a single trip could yield over 300,000 ryo in pure profit. This was more lucrative than completing a brank mission. Each time, Uchiha Ling would discreetly include a cartload of more precious items such as blood ginseng, deer antler, and musk, camouflaged by 12 carts of ordinary herbs. As for the supply, it naturally came from the Nara clan. After all, the Nine-Tails incident had yet to occur, and the Uchiha clan's territory still lay within the village's core area. Moreover, the Nara clan, understanding the value of wealth, was quite accommodating. The profits soared accordingly. Locally priced at 800 ryo, transporting it to the capital could yield 2,000 ryo. This was where the real money was. A direct net profit of over 1 million ryo. Even Jonin would struggle to match the speed of wealth accumulation that Uchiha Ling achieved through trade. And of course, Uchiha Ling wouldn't return empty-handed after a trip. On the return journey, he would take a slight detour of several miles to a nameless small town known for producing a type of sake called kiku no ka. Selling for 500 ryo a small jar, in this era of scarcity, it was akin to the mautai of liquors, a delicacy only ninjas could afford in Konoha. He planned to take a cartload of it. Uchiha Ling wished to procure several loads, but the town lacked sufficient stock, and he feared that transporting too much would attract unwanted attention from formidable enemies. The remaining 12 carts were filled with premium rice in Kyoto. Each bag weighed 100 pounds and cost 580 ryo. A cart could carry 10 bags of rice. Returning to his rice shop, he would sell it for 6 ryo per pound. With a net profit of 20 ryo per 100 pounds, 12 carts could yield over 2,000 ryo. This was the brilliance of Uchiha Ling. Why? Because the total value of the rice was only around 70,000 ryo, and anyone eyeing such wealth would probably not be able to handle it. Not even the warriors under his command. The grain transport team provided an additional layer of cover for this trade route. As for kiku no ka's sake, it would only yield a modest profit of tens of thousands of ryo. Thus, the return journey was far less nerve-wracking. A round trip took nearly half a month, and after deducting Hinata Aya's commission of 100,000 ryo, as well as the expenses for feeding the people and horses along the way, he still netted over 130,000 ryo. In a world where the annual income of a typical chunin ranged from 20 to 40,000 ryo, A monthly net profit exceeding $1 million was an elevation of Uchiha Ling's wealth and status in an intangible yet significant manner. Master, the buy-in has been completed. Without making Uchiha Rong wait too long, 32 warriors coordinated with 17 shop assistants to move all the goods into the backyard. Ah, thank you for your hard work. Only then did Uchiha Rong rise to his feet, paying the dozen or so porters 30,000 ryo in transportation fees. Indeed, labor in this world is astonishingly inexpensive. After deducting the substantial portion taken by the transportation company, what truly landed in the pockets of these porters amounts to merely around 1,000 ryo, approximately equal to 600 soft currency. Even so, the porters expressed their profound gratitude. In truth, for an ordinary person in this world, earning 1,000 ryo in half a month is already quite considerable. However, when it comes to food, Naruto in the original story could feast upon an entire street of snacks for merely 300 ryo. This included delicacies such as takoyaki, creamy potatoes, chocolate, candy, large servings of fried noodles, and okonomiyaki. Furthermore, he indulged in a ball-tossing game, purchased a mask, and attempted to catch goldfish, ultimately retaining a bit of change. All right, if there's nothing else, you may rest in the backyard. Once the porters had expressed their thanks and departed, Uchiha Rong addressed his band of warriors. Yes, master. He does not need to provide additional rewards for these warriors. They receive a fixed monthly stipend drawn from the shop's accounts. These warriors are former Ronin that Uchiha Rong had fortuitously rescued during his travels over the past year, now serving as his retainers. They accompany him during trade runs, while also guarding the rice and medicine shops in his absence. After reconciling accounts with both shops and reviewing the inventory records, Uchiha Rong turned into the alley beside the store. The location of the rice and medicine shops is a mixed residential area for commoners and civilian ninjas. Due to the convenience of the southern gate of Konoha leading directly to the main thoroughfare of the commercial street, this area has flourished. Upon navigating the winding alleyways, Uchiha Rong encountered a dead end and leaped onto the rooftops. At this moment, he could already see two tall watchtowers 100 meters away in the northwest direction. Beyond those watchtowers lies the territory of the Uchiha clan. Even from the architectural style, the distinction is clear. To the south are large modern brick houses, while to the north, the area surrounded by watchtowers consists of wooden townhouses and courtyards. Uchiha Rong proceeded without hindrance, as the Uchiha ninjas on the watchtowers did not impede him. With the keen eyesight of the Uchiha, they had already identified Uchiha Rong as one of their own. Though the wooden leaf ninjas at the village gate may not recognize everyone, when the range narrows down to a clan, even unfamiliar guards would not be entirely estranged. Hee, Onaiken, I'm back. Upon entering his own courtyard, a little girl with shoulder-length black hair, around 7 or 8 years old, dashed into his arms. Clinging to Uchiha Rong's torso like a sloth, she exclaimed, "You're back." Uchiha Rong corrected her, rubbing his temples. Uchiha Yeji blinked her big eyes adorably and tilted her head in thought. That's right, I'm back. Uchiha Rong, where did that cat come from? Not wishing to dwell on this little scatterbrain, Uchiha Rong inquired about the large black cat curled up at the edge of the platform. Oh, Xiaobai is Yezi's summoning beast. Uchiha Rong. He felt somewhat disheartened. It turned out to be a summoning cat. Although the Uchiha clan shares a good relationship with the cat lady near Kyoto, the proud and aloof cat summoning clan is not something just anyone can contract with. Not to mention outsiders, even among Uchiha ninjas, finding one capable of summoning a cat is rare. After all, as sentient beings who would willingly serve humans like dogs. Among them, the summoning cats are notoriously arrogant. Rong has returned. Quickly wash your hands. I've prepared afternoon tea and dango for you. A gentle and serene voice emanated from within the house. The cicadas sang in the afternoon heat of July, resembling a symphony of nature. Beneath the large banyan tree in the courtyard, a few dishes and teapots were already set out. At this hour, father should still be on duty at the guard department, leaving mother and little sister at home. Speaking of which, little sister is also 7 years old this year. The age for enrollment in the Ninja Academy ranges from 6 to 8, and after the Second Great Ninja War, the Third Hokage changed the 3-year program to a 6-year one. As a member of the Uchiha clan, there isn't much to learn at the Ninja Academy anymore. However, at this age, attending school allows one to meet more peers. Due to the impacts of the Third Great Ninja War, this has inevitably rendered little sister's childhood incomplete. The dango is delicious. After sipping the rich milk tea, Uchiha Rong gazed at the little girl with her cheeks puffed up, lost in thought. Though life appears tranquil on the surface, the pressure in his heart is undeniably immense. Since his arrival in this world last year, Uchiha Rong has already set several goals. Among them, The most commendable one is to find a way to ensure that Minato and Kushina survive the impending Night of the Nine Tails. This newly appointed Fourth Hokage is a rare leader who is amicable towards the Uchiha clan. To be precise, Minato Namikaze, as a civilian Hokage, is generally friendly towards most ninja clans. Upon taking office, he visited many clans, including the Uchiha and Hyuga, proposing numerous policies beneficial for the ninja clan's development. Whether he is deliberately courting favor among the clans to solidify his position as Hokage, or genuinely wishes for collaboration among the various clans to build a better Konoha, at least in comparison to the old politician, the Third Hokage, and the ever-watchful Danzo, Minato's rule undoubtedly benefits the Uchiha. I wonder if there's still time. Uchiha Rong sighed inwardly. Currently, the most frustrating aspect is that he cannot ascertain the precise due date of Kushina's pregnancy. As the host for the Nine Tails, and with her pregnancy, her condition is naturally classified as a core secret. She is undoubtedly surrounded by Umbu, with no room for escape. I can only do my best and leave the rest to fate. Finishing the milk tea in his cup, Uchiha Rong rose. I'm done eating and going out for a stroll. MMM. Yeji babbled incomprehensibly, but her expression seemed to convey a request for him to return early. Uchiha Rong headed westward, leaving the boundaries of the Uchiha clan and entering the western residential area of the village. To the north of this location, crossing a residential area, lies the territory of the Yamanaka clan. Uchiha Rong continued westward. Soon, the population around him dwindled significantly as he entered a dense forest. This forest has been cleared of many open spaces, populated with wooden figures, stakes, and other training equipment. It is evidently a training ground. This is training ground number 7, a large public training area within the village. Due to its proximity to the clan's territory, many Uchiha members come here to practice ninjutsu, taijutsu, and throwing techniques. As Uchiha Rong advanced, traversing one training area after another, he soon began to hear the sounds of flames bursting ahead. Upon getting closer, he witnessed several small fireballs striking a wooden figure in succession, scorching its surface to a charred black. In the training ground, this wooden dummy is crafted from ironwood, making it quite resilient against even fire techniques. Indeed, hard work is evident. Observing the small figure diligently practicing and sweating profusely, Uchiha Rong could not help but smile slightly. The 5-year-old Uchiha Itachi is not expected to enroll in the Ninja Academy until next year. Yet, he has already mastered the 3-body technique and is proficient in throwing ninja tools. Furthermore, he has begun practicing the C-rank technique, Phoenix Fire. C-rank ninjutsu falls within the daily curriculum for CH-Ni. It seems he has sensed a watchful gaze, and Uchiha Itachi suddenly turned around. Ah, what a coincidence. I've run into you again, Senior Rong. I feel there is some hindrance in the flow of my chakra for the Phoenix Fire technique. Could you please assist me in examining it? The familiarity in Uchiha Itachi's demeanor clearly indicates that this is not the first chance encounter with Uchiha Rong. Chapter 2. The Will of Fire No Problem. Uchiha Rong wore a gentle smile. However, Shisui was far too extraordinary, a presence beyond her control. Otherwise, Uchiha Rong would not hesitate to offer some guidance to Shisui. Release the Phoenix Fire technique once more, and let me observe. Certainly, Senior Rong. Itachi's spirit soared as he eagerly began forming hand seals directed at the training dummy. Z, In, Su, Cho, In, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. A dozen fireballs, each the size of a fist, surged forth under Itachi's command, striking the training dummy with precision. You are overly focused on the speed of your hand seals. The In seal has slightly deviated. Without waiting for Itachi to speak, Uchiha Rong directly offered a reminder. Such a situation is, in fact, quite commonplace. When beginners repeatedly practice the hand seals for ninjutsu thousands of times, they transform it into a habit akin to muscle memory. It is colloquially referred to as performing hand seals instinctively without much thought. During this process, slight deviations may occur, but if they are not severe, they do not affect the proper execution of the ninjutsu. However, this issue is indeed rather serious. Once a habit forms without early detection, rectifying it requires an effort that is exponentially greater. It seems that this is indeed the case. As soon as Uchiha Rong's words fell, Itachi had already formed another set of hand seals and quickly discerned the underlying issue. The pinky finger of the rabbit seal exhibited a subtle bend, resulting in a slight obstruction in the flow of chakra. Prolonged neglect of this detail would render mastery of this particular ninjutsu exceedingly challenging. I am truly grateful to you, Itachi expressed sincerely, bowing in thanks. Although his father, Uchiha Fugaku, was a formidable Uchiha Jonin, The newly appointed clan leader was undoubtedly preoccupied with clan affairs and could not constantly oversee his son's development. With the problem identified, there was no need for Uchiha Rong to elaborate further. Itachi could rectify it on his own over time. By the way, Itachi, do you have someone you wish to protect? Upon hearing this, Itachi visibly paused, his eyes brightening as if a thought had struck him. He then earnestly replied, yes. There is someone worthy of my life to protect. Observing his demeanor, Uchiha Rong felt a quiet astonishment within. So it begins at such an early age, does it? In contrast to the uncertainty surrounding Kushina's delivery, Mikoto's pregnancy was no secret within the clan. It had been over 8 months already. By this calculation, little Sasuke would likely be born in October of this year, just over a month after Naruto. It seems that Itachi had already fallen in love even before Sasuke took his first breath. How wonderful! Then you must strive even harder. You must continue to grow stronger to safeguard those whom you cherish. Uchiha Rong wore a warm smile, exuding a remarkable charm. Itachi nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, he was no longer in a hurry to practice, as it was evident that he had been training for an extended period. Thus, he settled down beside a wooden post to rest, and the two began to engage in a casual conversation. During my recent outing, I encountered several villages that had been ravaged. Uchiha Rong began to narrate his experiences during the commercial journey to Itachi. Among the many tales, he recounted a village where his caravan encountered bandits setting fire to the place. Alas, despite our frantic efforts, we could only save a single child. The rest perished in the flames. Upon hearing this, Itachi's expression remained stoic, revealing little emotion. This reaction was understandable, for children of the shinobi clans typically mature at an astonishing pace, and as the eldest son of the clan leader, Itachi had undoubtedly witnessed similar tragedies before. The child appeared to be scarcely more than an infant, and ultimately, one of my attendants struck him down. Why? At this, Itachi's demeanor flickered with a moment of intrigue. Though he quickly masked it, inquiring in a calm tone, indeed, why? I had posed the same question to my attendant at that moment. Can you guess how he responded? How so? Itachi, though maintaining a neutral facade, clearly exhibited a hint of curiosity, engaging in the conversation with a subtle eagerness. Uchiha Rong did not respond immediately. Instead, he exhaled deeply before speaking. He remarked that the child's family had perished, and henceforth, he would bear the identity of an orphan. In such a world, living under this designation would only lead to unending suffering. Itachi, lost in thought, remained silent for a considerable time before expressing his reluctance, stating, "Yet living still holds infinite possibilities. Perhaps suffering could render him even stronger?" Uchiha Rong cast a surprised glance at him and murmured, "And then? What?" Itachi seemed not to have caught the words clearly. He became stronger, and then? Itachi fell silent once more. Although their conversation appeared somewhat disjointed, he seemed to grasp the underlying meaning. Indeed, and then? Parents and loved ones have perished, leaving only solitude. There is no past, nor future. Even if one survives through hardship and grows stronger, what comes next? It seems there is no longer a goal worth striving for. Having utterly lost those one would vow to protect. In that fleeting moment, they exchanged glances, as if they had suddenly tuned into the same frequency. Itachi refrained from uttering further words about the possibility of encountering someone worthy of sacrificing his life for in the future. At such a tender age, he had already comprehended much. Aside from blood relatives, every individual he might meet in the days to come could harbor ulterior motives, be they selfish, exploitative, or opportunistic. The truly significant blood ties had been severed. In the days ahead, joy would go unshared, pain would go uncried for, achievements would remain uncelebrated. With no support behind him and no path ahead, the mere thought evokes a profound sense of despair. Senior Rong, your attendant is indeed correct. After a long pause, Itachi spoke once more. Uchiha Rong felt a surge of joy, yet his expression remained one of profound compassion. Itachi, do you acknowledge me now? After allowing his elation to settle and calming his emotions, Uchiha Rong spoke again. Thus, Itachi, to protect an individual necessitates safeguarding all that they hold dear, family, comrades, or even their clan, village, and nation. Itachi furrowed his brow slightly. This reaction stirred a wave of anxiety within Uchiha Rong. What is amiss? Does he not accept this? Yet, what if a conflict arises? Such a clever child, he seems to have truly immersed himself in the role, managing to deduce potential dilemmas in such a brief span. At this moment, the two had attuned to the same frequency, and Uchiha Rong naturally refrained from asking, what if conflicts arise? He understood that Itachi was referring to the dilemma of how to reconcile the cherished values of the one being protected when they stand in opposition to one another. Haha. Uchiha Rong rose with a hearty laugh, brushing off the dust with a simple determination. It is all too straightforward. Thus, one must seek to resolve every issue. Only the timid opt for the easiest path, which may appear to solve problems, but is, in truth, merely innovation. A true warrior, regardless of the myriad challenges faced, possesses an unwavering resolve akin to fire, clearing away all sorrow and ensuring the safety and joy of those they protect. Itachi's eyes gradually sparkled with enlightenment. Is it faith? He murmured. Indeed, how could one falter before encountering adversity? After all, it is those whom I have vowed to safeguard with my very life. I shall undoubtedly rise to the occasion, without fail. Pausing, Itachi suddenly found himself taken aback by the sight of Rong Senpai departing. It was as if he had just come to a profound realization. The notion of a fiery resolve? Such words hold a particularly sensitive resonance for the ninjas of Konoha. Could this belief in protection truly embody the will of fire? Itachi plunged into contemplation. Chapter 3. The significant peace in the quaint little garden, with diligent effort. One plants tiny seeds to bloom into delicate flowers. Too slow, far too slow. Uchiha Rong deftly knocked the kunai from the girl's grasp. Her words flowing with fervor. In the realm of blade techniques, speed reigns supreme. One must strike with a mind devoid of distractions. Their conviction sharp as the edge of a sword. Having just departed from Itachi, the master of cultivation, Uchiha Rong fortuitously encountered another target. Thus, she enthusiastically set about imparting her knowledge of swordsmanship. Rong Senpai is truly remarkable. Yuzuki Yukaina gasped, clearly fatigued from the exertion. Yet, she remained unaware that Uchiha Rong's right hand, gripping the blade, trembled ever so slightly behind her. Ah, this little girl is no ordinary talent, at merely 9 years old. Her swordsmanship is already so formidable? I nearly stumbled. Rong Senpai. Yuzuki Yukaina hesitated, her expression betraying a struggle to voice her thoughts. If you could teach me the fire release technique, the one you used last time, the Great Fire Dragon, she ventured, her shyness evident. Deep down, she recognized that the unique fire release of the Uchiha clan could never be easily imparted to others. Yet, witnessing that technique firsthand had left an indelible impact on her young heart. It was simply too compelling a desire to improve. Hence, she dared to voice such an audacious request. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rong furrowed his brow. Yuzuki Yuin immediately lowered her head, feeling somewhat reluctant to meet his gaze. Yuin, you must understand that higher-level ninjutsu is not necessarily superior. The best is that which is most suited to you. Uchiha Rong's expression was profoundly serious. Just watch, he proclaimed, as he began to form hand seals directed at the training wooden figure not far away. In less than 2 seconds, he completed the intricate sequence of 6 seals: snake, horse, monkey, pig, horse, and tiger. Fire release, great fireball technique. Zuki Yuin stared in astonishment as Uchiha Rong unleashed a torrent of flames. A fiery beam connecting with the training wooden figure. Boom. A colossal fireball enveloped the wooden figure and the surrounding terrain in a vast radius of 10 meters. How formidable. Zuki Yuin's small face was filled with shock. How could a C-rank Great Fireball surpass the previous B-rank Great Dragonfire? This incomprehensible and irrational phenomenon clearly left her in a state of bewilderment. Uchiha Rong promptly clarified her confusion. The potency of ninjutsu, aside from proficiency in chakra intensity, is significantly influenced by the volume of chakra mobilized during its execution. I refer to this quantity of chakra output as output power. The last time you witnessed my Great Dragonfire, my output power was 1. 2 Mizuki. This fireball was produced with the same output power. Which do you believe possesses greater strength? Without a moment's hesitation, Yuzuki Shiin replied, the fireball is evidently far more powerful than the previous Great Dragonfire. However, why is that? Her little mind was still burdened with considerable doubt. Uchiha Rong would not disclose to her that the reason he output 1. 2 units of water with chakra during his last execution of the B-rank Great Dragonfire technique was that he possessed only 25 units of water with chakra at the time. This time, his C-rank Great Fireball technique also output 2 units of water with chakra, as that was the maximum power he could achieve with his current mastery of the C-rank technique. In essence, the fireball he just unleashed represented the pinnacle of his capabilities with this technique. In reality, the B-rank Great Dragonfire technique, which he had merely begun to learn, could output up to 5 units of waterwood chakra at its highest power. Naturally, its potency would surpass that of the recently executed fireball by at least 30%. As I previously mentioned, the most suitable technique is indeed the best. Each individual interprets the same ninjutsu differently. and the mastery of elemental transformations varies significantly due to innate talent. My current understanding of the Great Fireball is more profound, and my grasp of elemental transformations is far more comprehensive. Thus, under equivalent output power, even a C-rank technique can exhibit considerably greater strength than a B-rank one. This is the essence of proficiency. At this point, Uchiha Rong felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. He was running out of things to say. Ahem, it was not entirely fabricated. What he spoke contained a measure of truth, even if it seemed to echo the saying that one who listens to the words of a wise person benefits greatly. Joking aside, the Great Fireball and its upgraded counterpart, the Great Dragonfire, are closely guarded secrets of the Uchiha clan, and he would not dare to divulge them carelessly. More proficient, murmured Yuzuki Shiyin, seemingly enlightened. Did you not realize? You are more adept at the Leaf Village sword technique. In truth, in this world, swords and blades are indistinguishable. Swordsmanship is akin to blade techniques. Seeing that the girl appeared to grasp this concept, Uchiha Rong's anxious heart finally began to ease. There was indeed a valid point in what he had just said. One should not be overly ambitious in pursuing high-ranking ninjutsu. For instance, a typical newly promoted chunin possesses only 1 unit of water-wood chakra. Utilizing B-rank ninjutsu with such a meager amount of chakra is evidently inefficient. Comparatively, C-rank ninjutsu is easier to master and less demanding. Its potency may not necessarily be inferior to that of B-rank techniques. Even when not reaching the maximum output of C-rank ninjutsu, the optimal time to practice higher-ranking ninjutsu is when one has already attained the maximum output of their current technique. With chakra still in surplus, only then can one truly enhance their strength. Thank you. After a considerable pause, it seemed that Yuzuki Shiyin had come to a realization and bowed deeply. Uchiha Rong, how is it that a mere 9-year-old girl possesses such a profound cleavage? After hastily uttering a few words, he fled as if pursued. Presently, the seedlings recorded in Uchiha Rong's little notebook number over a dozen. Yet the ones he has genuinely engaged with are barely half. Nonetheless, this has somewhat met his expectations. Each time, Uchiha Rong employs the guise of guidance to forge initial connections, subsequently cloaking his own ideologies in the guise of the will of fire, planting his seeds within the tender hearts of these fledgling souls. One must not underestimate the propagation of ideas within the still maturing personalities of youth. A mere few words of enlightenment can elevate Uchiha Rong to the status of a life mentor in their eyes. Gradually, he transforms into a figure of trust. These outcomes are almost inevitable, emerging subtly yet profoundly. In this world, children grow swiftly. It is certain that before long, the first fruits will ripen. As he continues to disseminate ideas, and with the seeds beginning to sprout, Uchiha Rong's influence will imperceptibly permeate every corner. This, indeed, serves as the foundation for his future connections and power. Should the Knight of the Nine Tails fail to safeguard Minato Namikaze, this becomes Uchiha Rong's contingency plan. As dusk descends, the evening approaches. Uchiha Rong once again arrived at the apothecary situated on the central avenue of Konoha. Good day, greeted the proprietor as he entered the shop, to which the accountant and attendants also offered their salutations. A slight nod sufficed as Uchiha Rong continued deeper into the establishment. This apothecary harbored an exceedingly significant piece, a pivotal element in the grand scheme of the future. Upon reaching the inner courtyard, Uchiha Rong observed an 8-year-old boy, adorned with spectacles, meticulously tending to the cultivation of medicinal herbs. Chapter 4. The Transformation of Nature, Part 1. How are you? Are you adjusting well? Uchiha Rong inquired with a smile. Yukushi Kabuto remained silent, continuing his task until he finally revealed a congenial yet faint grin, remarking, quite well. Has anyone ever informed you that your smile can be rather unsettling? Yukushi Kabuto was momentarily taken aback. Haha, I was merely jesting with you. Here, these are the candies I purchased for the children. Do remember to take them with you when you return. Uchiha Rong did not linger, dropping a large bag of candy before making his exit. He was well aware that Do was currently a spy sent to Konoha by Sasori of the Red Sand, destined to be gradually transformed by the medicinal practitioner Nanoyu. While he could afford to be carefree in the presence of Yuzuki Yukino, he could not afford to act hastily around Do. Since the beginning of the year, Uchiha Rong had been observing the orphanage in Konoha where Nanoyu worked, and only last month did he learn of a newly admitted child named Do. Thus, he personally made a visit, proposing to employ several laborers and offering a compensation that the orphanage could not refuse. No matter how profound his schemes, he was still merely an 8-year-old child. The gradual warmth of the water would eventually transform him into the shape of Uchiha Rong. As he departed from the apothecary, Uchiha Rong mused to himself. This was not mere arrogance on his part. Do would reside in Konoha for an extended period, and now that he had become a laborer at his apothecary, the opportunities for interaction would increase. If even Nanoyu could influence him, what reason did Uchiha Rong lack to be the guiding mentor for this wayward lamb? Lost in thought, Uchiha Rong slipped into the rice shop across the street. In contrast to the medicinal garden behind the apothecary, the backyard of the rice shop was a training ground, complete with several weapon racks nearby. When Uchiha Rong entered, several warriors were engaged in physical training, while others practiced their swordsmanship against wooden dummies. Upon his arrival, the warriors respectfully placed their hands on their hearts and bowed in greeting. Xiaji, your progress in swordsmanship is commendable. Uchiha Rong's eyes brightened as he noticed a 15 or 16-year-old boy practicing swordsmanship. To his astonishment, a faint blade of wind enveloped the boy's sword. This indicated that the young warrior had fundamentally mastered the nature transformation of wind chakra. All thanks to my master, Yamazaki Natsuki said humbly, even with a hint of flattery, her eyes reflecting profound gratitude. Haha, you are remarkable. Keep up the good work. Uchiha Rong felt elated. After all, one should never underestimate the prowess of samurai. Despite the predominant focus on ninjas in the realm of shinobi, in essence, Hatake Tsukumo was merely a samurai who had learned to utilize chakra. Who could claim he was not formidable? It was only in Kakashi's generation, owing to the Sharingan gifted by Abido, that he earned the moniker of a copy ninja, ultimately relegating himself to a mere technician of Konoha. Besides Hatake Tsukumo, there existed a formidable nation comprised of powerful samurai, the Land of Iron. The ability to establish a country based on the strength of samurai, while maintaining a neutral stance amidst the rivalries of the 5 great ninja villages, speaks volumes of their might. The inconsistency in the strength of samurai primarily stems from issues of inheritance. Samurai devoid of chakra are simply ordinary individuals skilled in martial arts. Even those who have learned chakra extraction techniques possess combat abilities inferior to those of low-ranking ninjas. Ultimately, without systematic training, their control over chakra remains rudimentary, making it difficult for them to grasp more profound nature transformations and form alterations. Moreover, the martial path of the samurai renders them ill-suited for the practice of ninjutsu, limiting their application of chakra to mere rudimentary uses in swordsmanship and physical prowess. In summary, the chakra samurai system remains imperfect within the world of ninjas, with only rare prodigies like Hatake Tsukumo and Mifune forging their unique paths. The rest lack a cohesive framework, varying greatly in quality. Master. Yamazaki Natsuki's voice interrupted as Uchiha Rong was about to depart. Is there something else? Uchiha Rong, in good spirits, turned around cheerfully. Koyuki has successfully extracted chakra as well. She is currently studying nature transformation. My skills are rather limited. May I trouble you? As Yamazaki Natsuki spoke, she kept a watchful eye on her master's expression. Noticing no sign of impatience, she silently breathed a sigh of relief. This is a positive development. Where is she now? Why did Uchiha Rong take in so many warriors? It was because he inadvertently discovered that the warriors of this world possessed an undeniable charm. They held the samurai spirit and the code of honor in the highest regard, to the extent that they were willing to sacrifice their lives for it, as if their minds had been thoroughly indoctrinated by the way of the samurai. While it cannot be said that all warriors are thus, at the very least, those he selected have been discreetly observed and embody the true essence of martial spirit and contract. Consequently, Uchiha Rong harbored no trepidation regarding the growing strength of these warriors under his command. Rather, he eagerly welcomed their enhancement. Their increasing prowess equated to his own fortification. Please. This way. The girls, including Xiaoxiwei, reside in the adjacent courtyard. Guided by Yamazaki Natsuki, Uchiha Rong soon encountered Yamazaki Natsuki's younger sister. Indeed, this was Yamazaki Natsuki's sibling. Ah. Splendid. It appears that the Yamazaki lineage is remarkably commendable, with both siblings displaying considerable talent. Uchiha Rong's excitement was understandable, after all. A warrior who had mastered the transformation of chakra nature, though still lacking in ninjutsu, possessed combat capabilities that were hardly inferior to those of a nin. One could argue that while ninjas wield more unpredictable and intricate combat techniques, in terms of fundamental strength, they were now on par with each other. Previously, the disparity was akin to that between man and ant. Now it was more like that between an adult and a child. In a world still suffocated by the weight of the Nine-Tails Night and the Night of Annihilation, Uchiha Rong paid no heed to Yamazaki Natsuki's beauty and graceful figure. Instead, after offering a few words of encouragement, He immediately commenced instructing her on the training of chakra nature transformation. Presently, among his band of warriors, including the young girl before him, 5 had successfully refined their chakra. Out of 32 warriors, nearly half had been confirmed to lack the requisite talent. Much like the original character, Li, who had undergone the chakra attribute test with results showing none of the 5 chakra types meeting the minimum standard. He was consequently deemed to possess chakra devoid of attribute. Such individuals, if provided with ample resources and materials, could indeed cultivate chakra. However, the weakness in all 5 attributes signified an almost insurmountable challenge in grasping chakra nature transformation. This was the gravest predicament, an unequivocal declaration of a blocked path. Much like those wandering warriors who clumsily extracted chakra, caught in a limbo of inadequacy, this sense of dissonance was the most disheartening, leading to a fragile state of mind. It was painfully evident that extraordinary powers existed in this world, yet one found themselves unable to cultivate them. Thus, Li's opportunity to receive the 8 gates technique from Might Guy was truly remarkable. He had no choice but to practice the 8 gates. Though Might Guy and Might Dai also lacked exceptional ninjutsu talent, they could at least execute a few simpler techniques. Uchiha Rong promptly produced a chakra paper for Yamazaki Natsuki to assess her chakra attributes. As Yamazaki Natsuki infused her chakra into the paper, it gradually became saturated, exceeding 60% with evident fragmentation. You possess both water and earth attributes. The intensity of your water attribute reaches 6, while the earth attribute stands at 4. Quite commendable. Now, extend your hand and mimic my actions. Attempt to concentrate your chakra into the palm of your hand. It was indeed fascinating. Yamazaki Natsuki's brother, Yamazaki Natsuki, possessed the attributes of wind, fire, and lightning, while his sister happened to embody both water and earth. Notably, Uchiha Rong himself possessed 4 attributes: water, fire, wind, and earth, with his fire attribute boasting an impressive intensity of 8. Chapter 5, Nature Transformation, Part 2. I shall first teach you the nature transformation of water attribute chakra. Observing the identical sphere of attribute-less chakra in both their palms, Uchiha Rong began to elucidate. Yamazaki Natsuki nodded obediently, closing her eyes and envisioning a sphere of water cradled within her palm. Following his guidance, she complied. Oh, the little girl is quite charming. However, this fleeting thought quickly dissipated as he moved on. In the next moment, the attribute-less chakra in Uchiha Rong's outstretched palm began to transform rapidly, morphing into a small orb of water. Meanwhile, the chakra sphere in Yamazaki Natsuki's open right palm gradually manifested droplets of liquid. Indeed, as expected of a water attribute with an intensity of 6, you grasp it remarkably swiftly. This exemplifies the advantage of chakra attribute intensity, with a maximum of 10 and a minimum of 1. A basic intensity of 3 is considered standard, 5 is deemed excellent, and 6, if one is aware of the meditation techniques, holds the potential for self-exploration and development of nature transformation through considerable effort. Uchiha Rong possesses the most formidable fire attribute, rated at 8 degrees, while both Shisui and Itachi boast the highest rating of 10 degrees. He gently brings the water orb in his palm closer to the chakra sphere of Yamazaki Natsuki. As Uchiha Rong's chakra water orb approaches, the chakra sphere in Yamazaki Natsuki's palm appears to be stimulated in some manner, causing the transformation into water to accelerate noticeably. This is the advantage of having a mentor guiding one through the intricacies of the craft. After approximately the duration of a tea ceremony, the chakra sphere in Yamazaki Natsuki's palm has completely transformed into a small, irregular mass of water, continuously morphing and flowing as if it were a living entity. However, at this moment, the young girl is already sweating profusely, indicating a significant depletion of her chakra. Very well, let us take a moment to rest. Uchiha Rong promptly called for a halt. Yamazaki Natsuki opened her eyes and, upon seeing the orb of water in her palm, her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. However, this moment of joy caused the orb to disperse and spill onto the ground. Remember this sensation. Practice diligently in your spare time, she advised. With that, Uchiha Rong took her leave. The cultivation of chakra is a gradual endeavor, not to be accomplished in a single day. After initially gathering the corresponding attribute of water through meditation, one must engage in persistent practice to transform this sensation into a memory. Gradually, it may become instinctive. Only then can one proceed to the next stage of enhancing the transformation of nature. Once the corresponding transformation is fully mastered, one can devise numerous ingenious applications, even without ninjutsu. This includes the sharp cutting of wind release, the searing heat of fire release, the fluid resilience of water release, and the solid strength of earth release, among others. The most common application for a warrior is to enhance the power of their weapons through these elemental attributes. Advanced training can further lead to the development of various mid-range attacks, such as wind blades, slicing gusts, aerial strikes, fiery assaults, water waves, and thunder strikes. Additionally, earth and water releases can yield formidable defensive techniques. This can be seen as a diluted form of extraordinary power. While it may not possess the unpredictable versatility and might of ninjutsu, its advantage lies in the absence of hand seals, focusing instead on straightforward confrontation. If ninjas embody the essence of strangeness, then warriors, upon reaching the profound depths of chakra cultivation, epitomize righteousness. It is a commendable and upright righteousness. As is well known, fire release counters wind release, wind counters lightning, lightning counters earth, earth counters water, and water counters fire. An exceptional nin, upon mastering one nature transformation, subsequently aims to master a second. Herein lies the issue of aptitude. Generally, ninjas possessing two chakra attributes, through diligent practice akin to water dripping on stone, are usually able to master the transformation of the second attribute at this stage. This is due, in part, to their foundational knowledge of one transformation, as understanding one principle often leads to understanding others, and partly due to innate talent. Those with only one attribute must exert significantly greater effort at this juncture. Upon mastering two nature transformations, the enhancement of one's strength is notably different. If the two attributes align as wind and fire, fire and earth, earth and water, water and lightning, or lightning and wind, they can complement each other, resulting in a substantial increase in combat prowess. Furthermore, ninjas with two attribute transformations are less susceptible to being countered by foes, which is what constitutes strangeness. In contrast to the variability of ninjas, warriors emphasized not techniques, but rather the amplification of their own abilities through various elemental chakra and the deeper exploration of their physical potential. Fire release augments attack power, water release accelerates healing. Wind release enhances speed and sharpness, lightning release aids in potential development, and earth release provides impenetrable defense. This embodies what is deemed righteousness, the orthodox form of physical prowess. While the physical techniques of a typical Jainin are also formidable, their focal points differ significantly. The distinction is akin to the fervent weightlifter and the scholarly archer practicing the six arts. Upon Uchiha Rong's leisurely return to her home, her mother had already prepared dinner: meatballs, grilled fish, sushi, lightly stewed vegetables, and a large pot of wild boar soup. It must have been arduous for her during this time spent in the wilderness. Uchiha Mihei gazed affectionately at her son. The saying, "a mother worries as her child travels afar," rings true in this instance. Next time her brother ventures out, he should take Shiro along. Uchiha Yeji gently wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered softly in his ear. Uchiha Rong's expression remained unchanged, yet he felt a wave of warmth within. It is worth mentioning that having a ninja cat accompany him on missions would indeed be quite convenient. Moreover, the ninja cats from Granny Cat's lineage generally possess wind release abilities, making them the perfect companions for the fire release adept, Uchiha. In the past, whenever he sought to contact the ninja cat clan through summoning techniques, he often had to navigate their moods. He would need to cater to their taste with lavish treats to cultivate a favorable relationship, enabling him to secure entrusted tasks and acquire spoils from various missions. Now, with his own contracted ninja cat, boasting a physique akin to that of a cheetah, he appeared formidable. This development would certainly save him considerable effort in terms of offerings. Much like Orochimaru in the original narrative, who would summon a myriad of snakes for battle, the serpents would often arrive before their master's voice, Orochimaru. This time I demand 100 living souls as sacrifices. In this regard, Jiraiya and Tsunade, who had gained the recognition of Mount Myaboku and the Wet-Bone Forest, were free from such burdens. I have returned. As the three sat in a kneeling position conversing, a tall figure stepped into the courtyard, clad in the distinctive Uchiha clan attire, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches. With a stern square face and an aura of formidable chakra emanating from him, the sense of authority surrounding him felt almost palpable. The newcomer was none other than the head of the household, Uchiha Kin, the eldest son of Uchiha Kagami and the paternal uncle of Shisui. Upon settling down, Uchiha Kin immediately inquired about his eldest son's dedication to training during the past half-month. Uchiha Rong felt a tightening in his heart. Indeed, this year he had been thoroughly intimidated by me. Uchiha Meihui furrowed her brows. Is reprimanding the child upon your return truly a display of your prowess? Uchiha Jin instantly lowered his head, engrossed in his meal. The imposing aura he once possessed had vanished entirely, leaving him resembling a man under the strict rule of his wife. Uchiha Yeji quietly stifled a laugh to the side, turning her small head away, her shoulders gently shrugging. She had already mastered the nature transformation of Earth Release. Uchiha Rong took a sip of the meat soup and skillfully created an opportunity for his elderly father. Quite delightful. After dinner, I shall teach you the Earth-style wall technique. Uchiha Rong was taken aback. Should he really increase the difficulty from the outset? Having only recently begun to grasp the nature transformation of Earth Release, wouldn't it be wiser to first familiarize himself with a couple of C-rank Earth jutsus? Sensing his apprehension, Uchiha Jin cautiously glanced at Uchiha Meiwi before softly explaining, "You have already proficiently mastered Fire Release, Wind Release, and Water Release. There is no need to squander time establishing a foundation for the fourth type of release." Chapter 6. Advanced Knowledge of Ninjutsu After Their Meal. The father and son ventured into the backyard, in stark contrast to the melodious chirping of birds and fragrant blossoms in the front yard. The backyard offered a significantly larger expanse. One could faintly discern the presence of a barrier enveloping the area. This was a fixed isolation barrier designed to prevent disturbances to the neighbors during ninjutsu practice. It was one of the many benefits bestowed by wealth and resources. It is important to note that the establishment of such a fixed isolation barrier could easily cost hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of ryo. The subsequent maintenance and energy consumption were not burdens that an ordinary household could bear. However, the advantages were equally apparent. It provided greater privacy, eliminating the worry of outsiders prying into one's secrets. It also offered convenience, allowing for at-home research, development, and practice of ninjutsu at any time. If a ninja's information were to fall into the hands of an enemy, what jutsus they excelled in, what they struggled with, the extent of their nature transformations, and the level of their shape transformations, then that ninja would be perilously close to their demise. Just like Kakuzu, who could strike from 800 miles away with his shurikens. Without prior intelligence, even a typical Kaga-level shinobi might find themselves at a disadvantage, with the potential for failure looming large. However, once the specific intelligence regarding the Earth Grudge fear was known, even an elite jonin leading a team would stand a chance to eliminate him. Pay attention. Uchiha Jin arrived at the center of the clearing and came to a halt. Earth-style, earth flow wall. A flowing earthen wall materialized almost out of thin air before Uchiha Jin. In less than a second, the hand seals were completed. Uchiha Ron was once again taken aback. Why are the hand seals different from those in the original story where Kakashi performed them twice? It seemed that Uchiha Jin, noticing his son's confusion, nodded subtly. It appears you have some understanding of this technique. Today, I shall impart some new knowledge to you. Uchiha Madara stands with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of indomitable strength. Uchiha Ron eagerly awaits the continuation of the narrative. First and foremost, one must understand, why is it necessary to perform hand seals in ninjutsu? Is it to precisely manipulate the chakra within one's body through specific gestures and sequences? It seems the fundamentals have been grasped quite solidly. Uchiha Jin nodded with satisfaction, affirming his son's immediate response without hesitation. Thus, what I wish to convey to you today is that hand seals are not immutable and fixed. Uchiha Ron found himself utterly bewildered. This contradicted everything he had learned from his original memories and the insights he had gleaned from the original work. The manipulation of chakra within one's body required precise gestures and a specific sequence. Uchiha Jin reiterated what he had just expressed. Uchiha Ron appeared contemplative. Take, for instance, the technique of earth flow wall. The nature of earth release varies in understanding and perception among individuals. Much like the durian, some find its scent repulsive, while others are irresistibly tempted to savor it. The formation of hand seals follows a similar principle. Generally, the execution of the same hand sign directs the flow of chakra within the body in a roughly uniform manner. This establishes a certain pattern. Consequently, for novice ninjas, the hand seals for various fundamental D, C, and numerous B-rank jutsu are fixed. Yet, is this truly an unyielding law? At this juncture, Uchiha Jin paused, allowing Uchiha Ron a moment for reflection. It is imperative to comprehend the fundamental purpose of hand seals. They are intended to coordinate gestures that mobilize chakra within the body along a specified trajectory, thereby manifesting a multitude of techniques. The essence of ninjutsu lies in memorizing the sequence of various techniques, committing them to memory through countless repetitions until they become ingrained. However, the advancement in ninjutsu necessitates the abandonment of previous constraints, integrating past knowledge into a cohesive understanding, and truly making it one's own. Building upon this foundation, one must innovate and develop techniques that reflect their unique comprehension. Upon concluding this lesson, Uchiha Jin did not grant Uchiha Rong much time for further contemplation. Watch closely. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rong hastily focused intently on his counterpart. Uchiha Jin's hands moved at an exceedingly deliberate pace as he formed 8 seals: snake, ox, boar, tiger, dragon, dog, snake, and goat. Yet this time, he refrained from channeling chakra. Have you committed the hand seals to memory? Uchiha Rong nodded. The 12 hand seals were deeply etched in his mind, having become a form of muscle memory, remarkably sensitive, although his father executed a total of 8 hand seals. The process was exceedingly slow, allowing him to memorize them all in a single instance. This represented the complete formation of the earth flow wall. Uchiha Jin spoke slowly. Uchiha Rong was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, enlightenment struck him with clarity. He realized that what he was currently learning was indeed the simplification of hand seals. Suddenly, every word spoken by his father replayed vividly in his mind. What once seemed perplexing and incomprehensible now became crystal clear. This was the undeniable advantage of having someone guide him meticulously and watch over him. It was akin to how Uchiha Rong had instructed Yamazaki Natsuki before. Yamazaki Natsuki had already grasped the nature transformation of wind release, as he had once instructed her to hold her palm upwards, gathering a sphere of chakra and envisioning a gust of wind in her hand. Could it be that such a straightforward concept could not be effortlessly conveyed to his sister for her to imagine water? In reality, it was not so simple. What appeared to be easily comprehensible could indeed become perilous without a teacher's direct guidance and vigilant supervision. The consequences could range from severe injury to the hands to bodily harm due to excessive chakra consumption if one failed to cease in time. Just as Yamazaki Natsuki had learned to form droplets of water within her chakra sphere through correct meditation, without Uchiha Rong's assistance using his water attribute chakra to help her feel and guide her in the right manner, she would not have achieved the preliminary transformation of water attribute chakra so swiftly. Traditional inertia in thinking, coupled with the absence of guidance from predecessors, often renders many seemingly straightforward concepts insurmountable, requiring an inordinate amount of time to penetrate that thin veil of understanding. Uchiha Jin formed the hand seals once more, this time taking a full 2 seconds to complete the intricate sequence. Earth style, earth flow wall. In the next moment, the soil before him began to shift, rapidly coalescing from the ground up into a flowing earthen barrier. Oh, has the manifestation of ninjutsu changed? Uchiha Rong was taken aback. He recalled the 3 seals of his esteemed father, from which the earth-style wall had seemingly materialized from thin air. It neither emerged from above nor below. It coalesced out of nothingness. However, this time, the earth-style wall actually formed by gathering soil from the ground before flowing upwards to create the barrier. Upon grasping this concept, Uchiha Rong's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. This revelation was of utmost significance. Imagine facing a sudden assault, where the earth-style wall you conjure rises from below. Even if it coalesces rapidly, it cannot compare to the speed of one that materializes directly from the void. Nevertheless, he discerned that utilizing the pre-existing soil in the environment altered both the chakra consumption and the wall's solidity. It conserved chakra and, paradoxically, rendered the barrier even more robust. This was akin to employing water-style techniques over the vastness of the ocean. Herein lies the wisdom of perspective, at times. A wall conjured from thin air could indeed be a lifesaver. Chapter 7. Nightmares. As the saying goes, mastery of one technique leads to mastery of all. When one's mind is clear and understanding dawns, learning becomes second nature, yielding greater results with less effort. Until the night sky was completely darkened, Uchiha Rong finally succeeded in executing the B-rank earth-style technique, earth-style wall, after forming 8 seals. It was indeed B-rank. While there was some debate in the original narrative regarding its classification, some deemed it C-rank while others insisted on B-rank. Uchiha Rong, having traversed and truly understood the profundities of ninjutsu, was now certain that the earth-style wall was unequivocally a B-rank technique. In truth, distinguishing the ranks of ninjutsu is quite straightforward. One should disregard fallacies regarding training difficulty or risk. Higher risks correspond to higher technique ratings. Such notions are merely misleading, half-true answers. Any ninjutsu that does not require a change in chakra properties and whose chakra manipulation is not overly complex, those usable multiple times with D-rank chakra below the water and wood element, are classified as D-rank techniques. All foundational techniques for aspiring ninjas, such as the body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, and transformation technique, fall under E-rank. Conversely, techniques involving changes in chakra properties, such as the intense heat of fire, the unpredictability of water, the slicing nature of wind, the ferocity of lightning, and the weightiness of earth are at least C rank. Following that, techniques involving form transformation, like B rank fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique, which clearly shapes flames into a dragon form, are classified as B rank. The weaker variant, the Great Fireball technique, which lacks a distinct flame shape, is categorized as C rank. Techniques like the Rasengan, with its unmistakable spherical form, are evidently B rank or higher. Although the shadow clone technique does not involve elemental properties, the human-shaped shadow clones undoubtedly require a significant level of form transformation. Such transformative complexity surpasses that of property changes and is at least B rank. As for A rank ninjutsu, it delves into the intricate mysteries of chakra. Well then, let us conclude for today. Uchiha Jin, who had been silently accompanying him, suddenly spoke up. Uchiha Rong suddenly realized that it was already late into the night. The simplification of the hand seals, which shattered his preconceived notions, seemed to open a door to a new world before him. He had become so engrossed that he lost track of time. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of gratitude. Uchiha Jin had silently accompanied him throughout this long journey, never leaving his side. Surely, he was concerned that Rong might encounter difficulties as he embarked on this new path of advanced training. After all, the practice and development of ninjutsu are not without their inherent risks. It is essential to master the transformation of forms promptly, so that he may eventually impart to you the technique of shadow clones. Uchiha Jin left behind these words, his figure vanishing amidst a swirl of smoke. Uchiha Rong. It turns out to be but a shadow clone. However, upon dispelling the shadow clone, the memories of the clone will return to the original body. The profound love of my father shall not diminish in the slightest. After a quick wash and a medicinal bath, gazing at the remnants of the discarded herbal concoction, Uchiha Rong seemed to envision 1,000 tails of silver waving farewell to him. In contrast, the cells of his body, which had slightly over-extracted chakra, now appeared to regain a semblance of vitality. The interplay of gain and loss inevitably evokes a sense of wistfulness. Historically, the learned were impoverished while the martial were affluent. The cultivation of a shinobi's extraordinary powers is no exception. The power of wealth, combined with relentless self-discipline, has transformed Uchiha Rong from a mere 1 suemu to an astonishing 5, 6 suemu in chakra capacity within a year. Alongside the comprehensive enhancement of ninjutsu, swordsmanship, taijutsu, and throwing techniques, his combat prowess has transcended that of a single suemu. He estimates that in practical combat he may still fall short of the members of the Konoha Umbu, yet in terms of versatility, most Umbu do not compare to him. Upon returning to his room, he was greeted by a surprising sight. Ah, that girl. Sigh. As he slid open the wooden door, he found Uchiha Yezi nestled in his bed, sound asleep with the large black cat. She had already succumbed to slumber. Upon seeing his sister in a deep sleep, Uchiha Rong rolled his eyes and stealthily slipped beneath the covers. Notably, during this process, the proud black cat cast a fleeting glance at him with its half-open eyes. The bright moon hung high, the night deepened, and all was enveloped in silence. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Uchiha Rong groggily rose from the tatami mat. Ah! The call of nature cannot be ignored. Perhaps due to the excessive consumption of chakra from his training that evening, he still felt somewhat dazed. The soft moonlight filtered through the shoji, casting a faint glow within the room. With a soft whoosh, he slid open the door and padded barefoot across the precious wooden floor, making his way down the stairs to the courtyard. To speak of his home, everything was commendable, except for the utter inconvenience of lacking an indoor toilet. It was not that the ninja world was devoid of flush toilets, rather, the antiquity of his family's residence did not accommodate such modern facilities. Standing at the edge of the wooden platform, he addressed his immediate needs beneath the small tree below, completing his business. He conjured a sphere of water to cleanse the area. Uchiha Rong, in a dreamy state, retraced her steps along the familiar path. The sliding door closed with a soft whoosh. HM? Instinctively, she reached out to explore, her fingers brushing against a handful of cat fur. She continued to feel around. Uchiha Rong jolted awake, a sudden clarity washing over him. What in the world? Where is my dear sister? He promptly sprang from his bed and flicked on the light. The large black cat on the tatami mat was momentarily disturbed by the brightness, emitting a disgruntled meow, before resuming its slumber. In truth, as a ninja beast, it possessed the ability to speak, though it merely chose to act with indifference. Where on earth is my sister? He exclaimed, hastily opening the door and rushing to peek into his sister's adjoining room. It was empty. Yeezy? Uchiha Rong tentatively called out softly, but there was no response. A faint, peculiar sound emanated from downstairs, reminiscent of a sphere rolling across wooden planks. Fully awakened, Uchiha Rong executed a body flicker technique, arriving at the source of the sound in an instant. The next moment, he was stunned, overwhelmed with shock and disbelief. An inexplicable sorrow surged within him. The living room had unknowingly been adorned in white, transformed into a mourning hall. At its center lay two rolled mats, each enveloping his father and mother. His father's head had rolled aside. Rong has returned. Quickly wash your hands. I have prepared afternoon tea and dango for you. You must have endured great hardship while out in the world. Take for instance the technique of earth wall. The nature of earth release varies. Each individual's understanding and comprehension differ significantly. Much like durian, some are repulsed by its scent, while others find their appetites awakened. The memories of their time together seemed to resonate as if it were just moments ago, though technically they were his original parents, not his biological ones. Their care for him lingered vividly, their voices echoing in his ears. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Rong's eyes began to show signs of reddening. No, wait. In the next moment, realization struck him. Had he fallen under a genjutsu? But who could silently infiltrate the Uchiha clan grounds and cast an illusion upon him right under the nose of his father, a three-tomo Sharingan master? Could it be his father? Chapter 8. A tomo so strikingly real. Uchiha Rong gently caressed his mother's rigid, pallid cheek with his fingertips. The sensation, nay, it should be termed as the entirety of his senses, was astonishingly vivid. It is well understood that even illusions find it nearly impossible to fully replicate the authenticity of the five senses. Such a level of illusion is exceedingly rare throughout the entire shinobi world, with only a scant few examples in the original narrative. The Moon Reader of Uchiha Itachi. The manipulation of the five senses by Akatsuki Yakumo and Madara's Infinite Moon Reader. That's all. At least, within the repository of Uchiha Rong, the fourth has become elusive. Silently, a faint scratch was left on the nearby pillar. Uchiha Rong furrowed his brows as he began to search the entire house. The reason had prevailed. The more than a year of his life as a ninja had rendered him exceedingly rational at this moment. Yet, the sharp pain in his heart was impossible to suppress. It was a peculiar state. His mind was lucid, but the sorrow within his body surged like a relentless river. Tears fell unbidden onto the floor. He searched relentlessly, his expression devoid of emotion. Where was Yi? Where could she possibly be? The inability to locate her gave rise to an absurd thought in his mind. Surely, his sister Yi could not have emulated Uchiha Itachi and committed patricide and matricide? The instant this notion crossed his mind, Uchiha Rong was overtaken by uncontrollable panic. He remained utterly unaware of his sister's capabilities. What he could ascertain was that she had likely awakened her Sharingan, her strength surely rivaling his own. Otherwise, how could the typically proud Nico clan possibly forge a contract with Yi? Merely the majestic black cat and the small white one. Through several subtle tests, Uchiha Rong had discerned that the immense chakra within them was no less formidable than his own. No, it was impossible. She had no reason to do such a thing. Uchiha Rong spoke those words, yet the more he uttered them, the more he seemed to believe in that possibility. Time slipped away, and he had thoroughly searched both the front and back courtyards. Upon returning to the morning hall and gazing upon the two lifeless bodies on the meager straw mat, Uchiha Rong could no longer contain his anguish and burst into tears. Brother? It felt as if an instant had passed, yet it also seemed like an eternity had elapsed. As he wept until his vision blurred and his mind became a haze, Uchiha Rong felt as though he had fallen into an abyss of darkness. Brother? That familiar voice echoed once more. In that moment, Uchiha Rong found himself enveloped in an inky blackness, a space devoid of sky or ground. He curled up in a corner of this void, illuminated by a solitary beam of light. Beyond that light lay an endless expanse of darkness. Brother? The familiar voice grew clearer, seemingly emanating from the heavens above. Uchiha Rong curled up with his head resting on his knees, suddenly tilting his gaze towards the heavens. The blinding light. It was disorienting. Upon reopening his eyes, the surroundings swiftly transformed. A familiar ceiling came into view, and on one side, his sister looked on with a concerned and somewhat flustered expression. HM? Uchiha Rong jolted upright from the tatami mat, startled by the sudden brightness of the day. What on earth is happening? A sudden thought struck him, and in a frenzy, he pushed aside his sister who was pressing down on him, forcefully pulling open the sliding door with a resounding thud. He dashed through the corridor and leaped down from the loft. Rong, what troubles you? Why does your countenance appear so pale? In what should have been a morning hall, Uchiha Mihue was kneeling at a low table, diligently knitting a sweater. Why are you still crying? Did you have a nightmare? Uchiha Miho set aside the half-finished fabric and stepped forward, enveloping him in her embrace. No matter how unpleasant the dreams might have been, all would be forgotten upon waking. If one were to encounter something terrifying, they could simply grasp their mother's hand. Her voice was gentle and soothing, carrying a melodic lilt, akin to comforting a child or singing a lullaby. Uchiha Ron gradually relaxed her tense body. Has father gone to the guard department? After a while, Uchiha Ron, feeling a bit embarrassed, pushed Uchiha Mihue away and inquired, "Are you feeling better?" "Yes. I had a nightmare." "Thank you. Silly child." Uchiha gently extended her finger and tapped his forehead. "Where is father?" Uchiha Ron inquired again. "Did you head to the security department early this morning?" Uchiha Mei's gaze was filled with concern as she looked at him, her eyes brimming with worry. What sort of dream could have frightened the child so deeply? At that moment, Uchiha Ron caught a glimpse of the column out of the corner of his eye. Its surface was smooth and devoid of any markings. Could it truly be a nightmare? Doubt lingered in his mind. After all, how could a dream feel so tangible? With measured footsteps, he ascended the stairs once more, only to find Uchiha Yezi seated on the tatami. Her expression one of palpable anticipation as she fixed her gaze upon the entrance where he stood. Uchiha Ron, with a grave expression, gently closed the sliding door. "Speak frankly. Did you engage in any unspeakable acts with your brother last night?" He had ample reason to suspect that this girl was behind it. Firstly, the sister's abilities were shrouded in mystery. Secondly, it was precisely with her that he had shared a bed, leading to that nightmarish dream from which he could not awaken. How infuriating. Oni-chan, what a nuisance. Uchiha Obito's cheeks puffed out significantly, resembling a toad in its appearance. Is it truly not you? Uchiha Ron scrutinized the situation with suspicion. Upon reflection, it seemed implausible that a girl of her age could possess such formidable sensory illusion techniques. Surely, even if she had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, it would be highly unlikely for her abilities to mirror those of Tsukuyami. What an annoyance! Yeji loathed her older brother. In a sudden outburst, the little girl flung her pillow, her stuffed bear, and even the hefty black cat in frustration. Thud. Caught off guard. Uchiha Ron stumbled backward as the large feline crashed into him, nearly sending him a meter away before he managed to regain his balance. "Oh dear, you are rather heavy. Perhaps you should consider shedding a few pounds." He estimated the cat's weight to be no less than 200 pounds. Shiro, having landed gracefully, cast a disdainful glance at him. That fleeting gaze sparked a sudden epiphany for Uchiha Ron. He recalled the dream from the previous night, where his sister had vanished. Yet the black cat had remained, even expressing its discontent with a meow and rolling its eyes at him. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Ron hastily produced a piece of dried fish and approached the feline, hoping to curry favor. "Dear Shiro, could you enlighten me about the events of last night?" The black cat unceremoniously snatched the dried fish from his hand. "Dear Shiro, are you out of your mind? I am your esteemed aunt." The black cat suddenly spoke in a melodious female voice. "Uchiha Ron, I have made a blunder. Hiki, by Goo, could you kindly enlighten me?" The ebony feline cast him a disdainful glance. "Keep your distance, you lunatic. It's late at night. Why are you up with the lights on, playing around? I called for you, yet you remained oblivious." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ron's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, it seems this ninja cat must have uncovered something last night. And then? What happened afterward? What did I do? The black cat suddenly took 2 cautious steps back. A more disdainful voice rang out. "You inquire of me what you have done? Truly, you are unwell. You nearly frightened me to death." Uchiha Ron bore a dark line upon his forehead. The inquiry posed seemed to reveal his own lack of competence. After much coaxing and persuasion, and the offering of numerous small fish treats, Xiaobai finally relented. "Subsequently, you nestled into your bedding and drifted into slumber, never to depart again?" "Not quite, meow. In the morning, I noticed you with your eyes closed, weeping softly, meow. Out of kindness, I attempted to rouse you, only to be met with a forceful shove that sent me tumbling, meow." Uchiha Ron's brow furrowed even deeper. Subsequently, he approached the dressing room, filled with a profound sense of confusion, standing before the full-length mirror. As he fully unleashed the peculiar sensation in his eyes, a pair of crimson orbs emerged in the reflection. The sight of a single tomo within his eye was strikingly vivid. Chapter 9. A surge in power. No wonder it is whimsically referred to as the legendary eye. In the dressing room, Uchiha Ron gazed intently at his reflection, his palm gently brushing over his eye socket. At the moment he activated his single tomo Sharingan, his mind became exceptionally clear. It should not be his younger sister. He had wrongly suspected her. Muttering to himself, he eliminated the possibility of his sister, Uchiha Yezi, being involved. It was implausible for his 7-year-old sister to have awakened the Manjiki, let alone possess a power akin to Tsukuyami. Rather than suspecting his sister, it seemed more reasonable to doubt Uchiha Jin, who had long departed from home. However, with his mind now lucid, he began to formulate a new hypothesis. Perhaps the nightmare he experienced last night was neither an illusion nor a result of human interference. It could have been triggered by the coincidental awakening of his Sharingan. The Eye of the Mind's reflection has the capacity to reveal the deepest fears within one's soul. This notion did not seem far-fetched. Moreover, considering the account of the large black cat, he realized that after turning on the light last night, he had not left the room again. It was possible that in a state between dreams and wakefulness, his disturbed mind inadvertently activated the conditions for awakening the Sharingan, subsequently plunging him into the nightmare woven by its emergence. The vanished sister, the deceased parents. Could this truly be the authentic manifestation of the most fearful aspects of my inner self? Uchiha gazed thoughtfully into the mirror. It was the very thing he feared most. In other words, the obsession of his eyes was to protect. Protection, perhaps, is the pathway to the evolution of my Sharingan. With this realization, Uchiha's mindset swiftly returned to equilibrium. Many assert that the Uchiha clan is cursed, awakening the power of their eyes only upon witnessing the tragic demise of their dearest ones. However, Uchiha harbored his own perspective, having personally experienced the awakening process. He was unencumbered by the mental shackles of the world's natives. Uchiha faintly sensed that he had discovered the true secret of the Sharingan. He realized that his awakening was not born from pain and despair. Upon reflection, the moment of his ocular power's most intense fluctuation was not one of sorrow, but rather one of yearning. It is often said that one only learns to cherish what they have after experiencing loss. In that moment, beyond the superficial grief, what resided within him most profoundly was a desire, a loathing for his own weakness, and a longing for greater strength. Though most members of the Uchiha clan harbor such desires at all times, the usual yearning, no matter how frantic, is simply insufficient. It is only under the intense stimulus of profound loss that such longing can truly reach the level necessary for the evolution of the Sharingan. In other words, it is essential to evoke that intense desire once more. It is not necessarily required for a beloved to perish tragically. It seems that more experiences in the world are needed. With the vast knowledge from his previous life, Uchiha had already found the path to the evolution of his Sharingan. Must one experience the tragic death of a loved one to evolve? That is merely a superficial understanding held by the uninitiated. Reflecting on his past life, where he toiled in distant lands, hitting rock bottom while sleeping at bus stations, he recalls a night pierced by the bitter cold. The yearning for strength he felt then was no less intense than the experiences he endured in his nightmares last night. From there, step by step, he gradually built up to his first store, having started from humble beginnings. From rags to riches, he eventually established a multi-million enterprise. His chakra had surged dramatically as well. Once his thoughts settled, Uchiha finally noticed the anomaly within himself. The chakra coursing through him felt boundless. Of course, the notion of infinity was merely an illusion born from a sudden surge of power. 10. 5 Suemu. 1 Ka. The reflection of Uchiha in the mirror revealed a look of astonishment. It is worth noting that when he first traversed into this world, his original self possessed only 1 Suemu of chakra. After a year of accumulation, coupled with the use of countless precious medicinal herbs and extreme training, he had managed to reach 5. 6 Suemu. To find that it had nearly doubled overnight was astonishing. This was already sufficient to barely meet the lower threshold for a J-Nin's chakra. No, it was not just the chakra. Surprises kept unfolding. As he delved deeper into self-awareness, he discovered a significant enhancement in his physical strength. His chakra had also become more refined. This comprehensive elevation in capabilities brought forth an unimaginable surge in power. He could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed downstairs to the training grounds in the backyard. Earth release, earth flow wall. In a mere second, he completed the hand seals, and a flowing earthen wall materialized out of thin air. Could it be that even the control over chakra had become so much more nuanced with just a single tomo? Uchiha was immensely excited. Just last night, he had been greatly troubled by the complexities of simplified hand seals and chakra control. He had believed that mastering the earth-style, earth flow wall technique would be impossible without at least a month or two of rigorous practice. Subsequently, he unleashed the full power of the great fireball technique upon the training wooden figure. Boom. The ironwood training dummy was immediately scorched, its form visibly diminished by the flames. Could it be that he was capable of generating 5 water levels of power with the great fireball? Such might surely reach the conventional attack strength of an elite shunning. Reflecting upon this, Uchiha formed the seals once more. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. The flames he exhaled coalesced under his command into a magnificent dragon of fire. Though the body and tail of the dragon lacked distinct shape, its fiery head was vividly lifelike. Roar. A sound akin to a dragon's roar echoed, though it seemed merely an illusion conjured by the flames and heat waves. The fiery dragon surged forth, crashing into the training wooden figure. Crash. The upper surface of the ironwood dummy began to crack and splinter. But that was not the end. The flame-laden dragon, having passed through the wooden figure, did not lose its potency. It ascended suddenly, executing a sweeping descent from above to strike the training dummy. Boom. The entire courtyard was engulfed in flames. The semicircular barrier quivered ominously. This was escalating beyond control. Uchiha Rong swiftly retreated to the platform with a body flicker technique. A wave of scorching heat followed closely behind. It was excruciatingly hot. The half of the courtyard, with its wooden stakes, targets, and various training apparatuses, had been devastated by the inferno, suffering damage to the extent of 70 to 80%. Water release, water clone technique. Uchiha Rong hastily formed hand seals to summon a water clone to shield himself. At last, it was no longer so scorching. Alas, his father, a master of B-rank water release, could not perform the water barrier technique. Surely, he could not encase himself in a water prison. Hiss. Had the power of a 3-water chakra great fire dragon already become so formidable? It could alter the very landscape. Just as he contemplated the water barrier, Uchiha Rong was suddenly startled by the inferno before him. He slapped his forehead. Dragon, ox, rabbit, water release, water chaos wave. Though he could not execute the water barrier, the C-rank water chaos wave was the perfect technique to extinguish flames. Indeed, his control over chakra had significantly improved. The water clone, which he had yet to fully master, and the water chaos wave, which he had only just begun to grasp, now came effortlessly to him. These water releases had been replicated from enemies by Uchiha clan members wielding the Tutomo Sharingan on the battlefield. Even Kakashi, an outsider, had managed to replicate numerous enemy jutsu. How much more could the Uchiha clan achieve? During this period, the Uchiha were still quite formidable, boasting a vast repertoire of jutsu that was arguably the richest in Konoha. After extinguishing the flames, Uchiha Rong continued to test several commonly used jutsu along with enhancements in swordsmanship and taijutsu. It seemed many elite genin could not match my versatility. His current overall combat strength likely lay between that of an elite chunin and a special genin, sufficient to overcome ordinary Umbu members. Thus, many plans could indeed be advanced. Chapter 10, Journey to the Land of Iron 10 days later. Outside the west gate of Konoha, 2 individuals and a cat awaited something by the roadside. You've made considerable progress again, Aya. Uchiha Rong gazed at Hyuga Aya with a hint of surprise. Hyuga Aya responded with a bashful smile. Fortunately, after 10 days of acclimatization and training, Uchiha Rong had nearly mastered the surging power within him. However, upon reuniting with Hyuga Aya, he noticed that not only had her chakra significantly increased, but she had also gained some weight. Of course, there was nothing wrong with this. The original Aya had appeared somewhat slender, but in her current form, she appeared even more beautiful. I apologize for the wait, came a somewhat languid voice as a boy with a ponytail emerged from the west gate. Kasen, your movements are rather slow. I was nearly withering away under the sun. Uchiha Rong approached with a familiar demeanor, gently patting the shoulder of his companion. This individual, Narashika, was indeed his supplier of medicinal herbs. Their business dealings over the past 6 months had fostered a sense of familiarity and mutual trust between them. Haha. You cannot blame me. It is all the fault of that troublesome woman. As soon as the words left his lips, Narashika cautiously glanced at Hinata Aya. Noticing her lack of reaction, he let out a silent sigh of relief. All right, time is of the essence, and we have much to discuss as we walk. Very well, came the reply. In the next moment, the 3 figures leapt into the nearby forest, gradually disappearing from view towards the northwest. In truth, Uchiha Rong had waited a full 10 days for Narashika and Hinata Aya. Both were active ninjas from Konoha and were required to complete a certain number of missions regularly. This time, the trio was traveling light to the Land of Iron. Their purpose was straightforward. Uchiha Rong sought to procure chakra metal and find someone to forge it on site. However, none of this could be accomplished without Narashika. Chakra metal was the most precious metal in the ninja world, unmatched in value. Despite its exorbitant cost, demand always exceeded supply. Fortunately, the Nara clan had the necessary connections. Even the search for a suitable craftsman to create chakra weapons relied on Narashika's network. As for Hinata Aya, she had been hired by Uchiha Rong to lend her strength. After all, this young lady was quite affordable. Ahem, to be precise. Due to her status as a low-ranking ninja in Konoha, her usual mission rewards were far less than what Uchiha Rong offered. Similarly, if Uchiha Rong wished to hire a mid-level ninja from the Hyuga clan, especially during these turbulent times, he would need to part with at least 300,000 to 400,000 ryo. Hiring Aya only required 100,000 ryo. Moreover, The two had developed a tacit understanding. Their combined strength was far greater than a mere sum of their parts. Naruto, on this occasion, displayed remarkable loyalty. The young special jonin, merely 15 years of age, not only facilitated the arrangements but also agreed to accompany them personally, charging Uchiha Rong a mere 300,000 ryo. Thus, after spending 500,000 ryo, Uchiha Rong's modest treasury was left with just over 800,000 ryo. This amount was the culmination of a year's earnings from his apothecary, mission rewards, and trading profits. Even so, this sum was still somewhat inadequate for acquiring chakra metal, let alone the considerable expenses associated with hiring a master craftsman capable of forging chakra short blades. Consequently, Uchiha Rong made a bold decision, pledging his rice shop and apothecary to his clan as collateral and borrowing 400,000 ryo from them. This was only possible because the clan elder, Uchiha Kong, held Uchiha Rong's business acumen in high regard and was willing to allocate such funds. With a total of 2 million ryo prepared, Uchiha Rong finally felt confident enough to purchase the chakra metal. Rong, you truly possess remarkable resolve. To forge a chakra ninja blade, you are willing to invest so much. Naruto remarked as they journeyed. Shika, you have ensured there is enough metal for me, correct? Rest assured, I have made prior arrangements. Master Chikyu has an entire block of starfall iron weighing 18 pounds. When the time comes, you can instruct him on the exact type of ninja blade you desire, and he will forge it for you on the spot. Wow! Even Hinata eyed aghast in astonishment. Uchiha Rong was utterly astonished. Chakra metal is merely a collective term for a variety of metals. In truth, it encompasses dozens of rare mineral metals capable of conducting chakra and enhancing its effects. The 18-gene starfall iron mentioned by Lucin is one such chakra metal. This revelation is truly astounding. According to Uchiha Rong's investigations, the current market price for chakra metal generally hovers around 12 million taels per gene. In reality, only 30 to 50% of chakra metal is required to be blended into weapons. Thus, for forging a short blade weighing 2 gene, akin to that of White Fang, a mere 7 to 10 taels of chakra metal would suffice. The blueprints provided by Uchiha Rong depict a standard Japanese ninja short blade, measuring a total length of 65 centimeters, with the hilt spanning 15 centimeters and weighing approximately 2 gene. It is anticipated that 35 portions of chakra metal will be incorporated, equating to 7 liang. The chakra metal alone is valued at 8 per million, while the cost of other rare metals is estimated to be around 1.5 million, bringing the total material expenses to nearly 10 million. Furthermore, the refinement of chakra metal is exceedingly challenging, necessitating the expertise of a master craftsman for forging. The labor fees for Master Qianshu alone are expected to range from 700,000 to 1 million. Altogether, the estimated expenditure amounts to 1 million liang. According to the original narrative, it is rumored that a noble once offered 100 million yuan to procure the White Fang. Here, the figure of 100 million is in yuan, which converts to 10 million liang. In reality, the White Fang measures 25 centimeters in length, with the hilt comprising at least 7 to 8 centimeters. Thus, it is more accurately described as a dagger rather than a short blade, based on its value and dagger length. One can surmise that the White Fang is a chakra-infused dagger containing at least 40 to 50 portions of chakra metal. While chakra possesses remarkable conductive amplification properties, it also implies a degree of fragility for the White Fang. As for Asuma's knuckle knives, their combined valuation is approximately 6 million, with a chakra metal content inferior to that of the White Fang. Had the chakra metal content surpassed that of the White Fang, Asuma would have chosen to craft a short blade instead of knuckle knives, as a longer blade would undoubtedly be more appealing. It is essential to understand that in this realm, the principle of an inch in length, an inch in strength holds true. Before setting off, Uchiha Long had naturally organized this information. What is Lucin saying now? 18 pounds? Suddenly, Uchiha Long feels a bit reluctant to journey to the Land of Iron. Lucin, why didn't you mention this earlier? Is the Land of Iron not in chaos now? Uchiha Rong's countenance appeared somewhat grim. The allure of wealth is indeed captivating. 18 pounds of chakra-infused metal. What a jest. That amount equates to nearly 200 million in riches, sufficient to ignite a new wave of conflict across the ninja world. Haha, fret not. Nara Shikamaru, however, remained unfazed as he remarked, if it were that troublesome, would I accompany you? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rong felt a measure of relief. It was, after all, a candid observation. Thus, he patiently awaited further discourse. You must have heard the news, right? The third Kazakage has gone missing, and soon after, Kumogakure launched an assault on Sunagakure, triggering the Third Great Ninja War. At this, Uchiha Rong's heart stirred with intrigue. Indeed, the true motive behind Kumogakir's attack on Sunagakure stemmed from an incident where a certain ninja from Sunagakure inadvertently stumbled upon a meteorite while panning for gold. At this revelation, both Uchiha Rong and Hyuga Iing gazed incredulously at Nara Shikamaru. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rong finally grasped the situation. Nara Shikamaru chose to curtail the topic, opting instead to redirect the conversation. In any case, the Fire Nation will be apportioned 4 pounds of Starfall iron to bring back, and with that, the war shall soon reach its conclusion. Peace is finally on the horizon. Nara Shikamaru emphasized the term 4 pounds heavily and winked at Uchiha Rong. Chapter 11. Just entering the wolf's den only to step into the tiger's lair. Having traversed the tumultuous seas of commerce for over a decade prior to his crossing, Uchiha Rong was far from oblivious to Nara Shikamaru's underlying implications. This insinuated that the Fire Nation was allocated more than merely 4 pounds of Starfall iron, and that Nara Shikamaru had already negotiated a portion sufficient for him to forge a ninja blade. Thus, it could be surmised that the original allocation was likely 5 pounds. Is this arrangement suitable? Uchiha Rong inquired with a hint of concern as they journeyed onward. He was somewhat reluctant to entangle himself in the intricate web of the various great powers so soon. However, with the birth of Naruto drawing ever closer, he found himself in dire need of a chakra weapon. Once equipped with such a chakra-infused blade, Uchiha Rong felt confident in facing any conventional J-nin. Even in confrontations with elite J-nin, such as the 7 ninja swordsmen, he would at least possess the means to retreat if necessary. How many chakra weapons exist within the ninja realm? Nara Shikamaru's response was tangential. Not many. Uchiha Rong responded rather conservatively. He was certainly aware of a few notable items, such as the Kusanagi sword series, including the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the Tachi, and the Shakyo. He recalled the Flying Thunder God sword once wielded by the second Hokage, the Raijin blade among the 7 ninja swords, Kakashi's White Fang, and Asuma's Tanto. In total, he could scarcely name more than 10. However, to enumerate them as if he were intimately familiar would starkly contradict his current persona. After all, a prophet must endure scrutiny. Fortunately, it seemed that Nara Shikamaru did not expect him to answer that question. 11 items. He chuckled softly, realizing it would soon become 12. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rong was taken aback. He was uncertain why Nara Shikamaru could assert such an accurate figure with such conviction, but he comprehended the implication of the latter statement. While chakra metal was indeed quite rare, history had seen its fair share of occurrences. So, why were chakra weapons so scarce? Nara Shikamaru posed yet another question. Uchiha Rong suddenly gained enlightenment, forming some conjectures. Given that you are willing to lavish millions of Ryo to forge a chakra blade, you should comprehend that the 5 great nations would never allow such strategic materials to flow out in large quantities. The phrase large quantities was heavily emphasized. Nara Shikamaru ceased to speak, and the trio, along with the cat, continued their journey. At this juncture, Uchiha Rong subtly grasped the underlying intricacies. It was quite simple. It implied that only a limited quantity could be released. According to Nara Shikamaru, the stock of chakra metal within the feudal lord's domains should be substantial. This understanding clarified matters. Regardless of how precious chakra metal might be, it would generate no value languishing in a treasury. However, the 5 great nations could not permit vast amounts of chakra metal to circulate freely. For an inundation of chakra weapons could fall into the hands of rogue samurai or wandering ninjas, granting them power rivaling high-ranking ninjas. Consequently, the very existence of the 12 guardians would lose its significance. Such a scenario would render the nobility and the feudal lords exceedingly insecure. Therefore, limited internal circulation could bolster their own forces while amassing considerable wealth. Why would they not embrace such an opportunity? It is likely that Kakashi Hitaki, Asuma Saratobi, and the second Hokage initially acquired their chakra metal through this method of internal distribution. Yet, such an approach, Uchiha Rong found himself in a state of inner conflict. His previously unremarkable existence now seemed glaringly conspicuous. It can be said that there are gains and losses. He sighed, ultimately resigning himself to this outcome. Undoubtedly, following this transaction, he, the extraordinarily astute Uchiha, would inevitably attract the attention of the feudal lords and the higher echelons of Konoha. While he may not be excessively prioritized, his days of obscurity were undeniably over. In comparison, possessing the strength of a J-nin significantly expanded his operational scope in the impending turmoil of the Nine-Tails incident. Although it would be laughable to think he could confront Obito Uchiha with mere J-nin capabilities, he had no intention of facing Obito and Kagaya directly. In Uchiha Rong's grand design, acquiring J-nin level prowess would not only enable him to amass greater wealth through commerce, thus facilitating an increase in his influence. But it would also allow him to join the Uchiha Guard. Through a combination of strength and financial resources, he could secure a measure of authority within his clan. In this way, he could genuinely set in motion the butterfly effect in the predetermined events of the future. 7 days later, the weary temporary team finally arrived at the northern border of the Land of Fire. Damn those reckless cloud ninjas. Nara Shikamaru had long since lost his initial composure, his right arm now wrapped in bandages. As they drew closer to the border over the past 2 days, Uchiha Rong and his companions encountered numerous reconnaissance squads from the Cloud and Rock villages. Fortunately, these were merely mid-ranking ninjas leading lower-ranking teams. Some were obliterated by Uchiha Rong's swift actions, while others managed to retreat under sudden ambushes. Thus, by the afternoon of yesterday, they had finally encountered a Cloud J-Nin. It was quite audacious for them to venture so close to the Fire Nation's border. Uchiha Rong's expression was far from pleasant. Do they not fear provoking another war? The trade route along the Fire Iron border involves a multitude of interests. Nara Shikamaru inadvertently seemed to reveal some intelligence once again. A flicker of astonishment passed through Uchiha Rong's eyes. He had just spoken of the chaos at the Fire and Iron border, believing it would merely disturb the Iron Country and provoke the ire of this neutral nation. Yet, to his surprise, this place turned out to be a significant trade route. They were being pursued. At that moment, Hinata Aya spoke up. We must hurry. The three companions, along with their feline friend, resumed their frantic escape northward. Their recent evasion from the Cloud Village's elite had taken considerable effort from all of them. Nara Shikamaru had faced the enemy directly, although he was outmatched. He managed to withstand the pressure. With Uchiha Rong, Hinata Aya, and the assistance of their feline companion, they slowly began to suppress the Cloud Village ninja. However, Hinata Aya promptly alerted them to the imminent arrival of reinforcements. With no other option, Nara Shikamaru seized the moment, despite his injuries, utilizing the shadow binding technique to temporarily restrain their pursuers. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Rong executed a combination of fire and wind ninjutsu alongside the feline. With the aid of the wind release, Great Breakthrough, Uchiha Rong's fire release, Great Fireball technique conjured a vast inferno, severing the enemy's pursuit. Subsequently, guided by Hinata Aya, they evaded 2 oncoming teams of ninjas, finally breaking free. Beyond the valley lay the borders of the Iron Country. They hurried through, and soon, a valley appeared before them. Nara Shikamaru felt a surge of hope. The relentless chase had been stifling. The skirmishes between Cloud and Rock ninjas had escalated following the death of the Third Hokage, spreading conflict across the northern borders of the Fire Country and into the territories of the Earth and Lightning countries. This was the primary reason that whenever 2 villages clashed, Konoha was inevitably dragged into the fray. The geographical position of the Fire Country was indeed precarious. It was bordered by the Earth Country to the northwest, the Wind Country to the southwest, the Lightning Country to the northeast, and the Water Country across the southeastern sea. Essentially, any conflict between 2 nations, excluding those between wind and earth or lightning and water, necessitated a passage through the Fire Country. Strategically speaking, whenever 2 factions engaged in battle, they would seize the opportunity to invade the Fire Country. Suddenly, as the trio and their feline companion traversed the valley, Hinata Aya's voice broke through the tension. We are surrounded by 3 teams of rock ninjas. At her words, Uchiha Rong felt a surge of frustration. Just as they had escaped the den of the Cloud ninjas, they found themselves ensnared in the lair of the Rock ninjas. Chapter 12. The Eye of Insight Behind Them. 960 meters away, 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin were closing in. To the northwest, 500 meters within the forest, 2 Chunin and 2 Jinin were stealthily advancing towards them. Ahead, 650 meters around a bend, 1 Chunin and 3 Jinin awaited. As Hinata Aya finished reporting the positions of the Rock ninjas, Nara Shikamaru's expression darkened. We cannot be delayed, he exclaimed with urgency. Do you 2 feel confident about slipping past that group in the forest? His words were rapid and filled with determination. Hinata Aya turned to Uchiha Rong. We can. At this moment, Uchiha Rong comprehended Nara Shikasen's intent. If the 3 of them continued onward, they would inevitably encounter 2 squads ahead simultaneously. Even with the addition of Uchiha Rong, Hyuga Aya, and Shiro, the injured Nara Shikasen, whose right hand had been compromised, would certainly be unable to neutralize the 2 Iwagakure teams, each comprising 3 Chunin, before the arrival of the pursuing Iwagakure Jonin squad. His inquiry indicated that the special Jonin Nara Shikasen was confident in overcoming or evading the squad with 1 Chunin in front of them, yet lacked assurance in confronting the team with 2 Chunin while hindered by his injury. Instantaneously grasping the current predicament, Uchiha Rong resolved not to hesitate any longer. Very well. Take care. We shall rendezvous at the lava town on the border of the Land of Iron. Narashikasen swiftly established the meeting point, drawing forth a large kunai with his left hand and diving into the forest on the right. Observing this, Uchiha Rong and Hyuga Aya also entered the thicket on the left, with Shiro trailing closely behind. They were now 150 meters away from the impending encounter, and the adversaries were advancing at a velocity of 10 meters per second. Following Hyuga Aya's alert, Uchiha Rong signaled and concealed himself behind a tree. Aya ascended to the midsection of an adjacent large tree, utilizing the dense foliage to obscure her presence. Shiro climbed the tree with utmost silence. Before long, Hyuga Aya atop the tree extended 5 fingers toward Uchiha Rong, subsequently folding them down one by one. Uchiha Rong suddenly understood. The reason for not setting up explosive tags in advance was the fear that excessive noise would attract the elite shinobi squad behind them. Just as Hinata Aya's 5 fingers were about to close completely, Uchiha Rong had already discerned the faint rustling sounds emanating from the forest ahead. It was the unmistakable noise of branches and leaves brushing against a body in rapid motion, a sound he was all too familiar with. Listening intently, he sprang out from behind a tree. With a swift motion, he hurled 8 shurikens in rapid succession. However, Xiao Bai's actions were even swifter. Almost at the very moment Uchiha Rong made his move, 2 faint, hoarse gasps of ugh echoed through the woods. These were the last gasps of a throat severed, uttered before death. The ensuing cacophony of metal clashing, thunk, thunk, clang, 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 clang signified that only 2 of the enemy's nin remained alive. One of them had shurikens embedded in both his shoulder and heart. The sharp sounds of slicing air continued, as Hinata Aya persistently launched shuriken, providing long-range fire support. Under Uchiha Rong's guidance, she had cast aside the High GA clan's impulsive tendencies and diligently practiced shuriken throwing, mastering several ninjutsu techniques for range support. Before long, Uchiha Rong had charged forward, locking eyes with the wounded nin who was on the brink of death, the shuriken still lodged in his heart. While standing with his back to Hinata Aya, the adversary's movements faltered in shock, his face betraying terror. In the next instant, he was riddled with shuriken, utterly lifeless. Although the single tomo could not directly invoke genjutsu, Uchiha Rong's Nair's gaze technique utilized eye contact as a medium, and leveraging the Sharingan enhanced its effectiveness remarkably. At this moment, Xiaobai, with wind blades attached to her claws, engaged in close combat with the last surviving nin. Hinata Aya ceased her shuriken throwing and moved forward, continuously using her gentle fist to disrupt the opponent's chakra flow within. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, within just 2 breaths. The Iwagakure nin began to falter in his defense, his rhythm of battle thrown into disarray. Uchiha Rong gazed in astonishment at the flowing chakra manifested upon the bodies of the 2 individuals and the cat. Is this the Eye of Insight? As he observed the chakra wildly converging into the right palm of the opponent, Uchiha Rong attempted to hurl a kunai. With a soft thud, the kunai pierced through the palm, embedding itself within the adversary's right hand. In the next moment, the immense chakra that had coalesced in the nin's palm spiraled out of control, resulting in a violent explosion. A brief, anguished cry escaped, only to be swiftly silenced by the razor winds of Xiaobai. Uchiha Rong swiftly retracted his Sharingan. 10 seconds to clear the battlefield. Hinata Aya nodded and promptly sprang into action, from the ambush to the execution of the surprise attack, and finally to the conclusion of the battle. The entire sequence unfolded in less than a minute. This was despite the fact that they had waited for over 10 seconds during the ambush. The remarkable outcome was largely attributed to Uchiha Rong's formidable throwing technique. Although the kunai that pierced the heart did not claim his opponent's life immediately, it left them gravely injured and on the brink of death. Many abilities went unutilized. Otherwise, the combined efforts of the 2 nin would have eventually led to their defeat, but the battle would not have concluded so swiftly. Moreover, Shiro exhibited astonishing combat prowess in this encounter. It was only just now that Uchiha Rong realized this ninja cat had been concealing its true capabilities in the previous skirmishes. With the close-quarter fighting skills displayed by Shiro this time, its individual combat strength was comparable to that of a seasoned nin, often referred to as an elite nin or a standard member of the Umbu. Compared to Uchiha Rong, now that he had activated his eyes, Shiro was perhaps only slightly inferior. In a life and death struggle, it was truly uncertain who would emerge victorious. A J-nin and a nin are 860 meters behind us. The bodies of the 2 buried nin have already been unearthed. Hinata Aya suddenly remarked while sprinting through the canyon. It was time to accelerate their departure from the valley. Uchiha Rong uttered a phrase, and his already swift pace surged even further. Although the opposing team lacked the Byakugan, they nonetheless managed to reach the location of their previous skirmish with remarkable speed, led by that very J-Nin. It is uncertain whether to feel relieved or to be filled with trepidation, had it not been for the extraordinary prowess exhibited by Xiaobai. Or had their battle lingered for just another minute, they might have been forever entombed within that forested expanse, facing a J-Nin accompanied by a CH-Nin. The distinction between a seasoned CH-Nin and a J-Nin seems but a thin veil. A special J-Nin merely excels in certain aspects while bearing similarities to a seasoned CH-Nin in others. Yet, when they previously encountered the J-Nin from the hidden cloud, witnessing the exchange between him and Narashikamaru was profoundly enlightening. Uchiha Ron truly comprehended the vast chasm that existed between himself and them. When confronted by a special jonin such as Narashikamo, Uchiha Ron would likely have to activate his single Tomo Sharingan merely to escape. When facing a jonin alone, he possessed no hope of survival, at least not at this moment. In the Land of Iron, the horizon ahead revealed the impending exit of the canyon. Uchiha Ron gazed towards the direction of the Land of Iron, his anticipation for the soon-to-be-acquired chakra ninja blade intensifying. Once he wielded that blade, even facing the rock-hidden jonin behind him would not leave him feeling so powerless. Chapter 13. Pursued in the Snow Rong. Congratulations, Hinata Aya expressed with a sincere smile, as they officially entered the territory of the Land of Iron. Completely shaking off the pursuing rock ninja, Uchiha Ron was well aware of her words. It is worth noting that the Byakugan possesses a panoramic view of 360 degrees. Even though the branch family has certain blind spots due to their confinement, Hinata Aya had evidently witnessed the moment he activated his Sharingan. Keep it a secret. This is a matter between us. Hinata Aya nodded earnestly. She cherished and appreciated the companionship of Uchiha, who was a year younger yet served as both a mentor and a friend. What a wondrous realm this is. A day and a night had elapsed since their last battle, and the two had traversed the desolate borderlands, finally stepping into the territory of the Iron Country. Along the way, they encountered numerous warriors adorned with katana at their waists. This was a white nation, encircled by the Three Wolf Mountains, perpetually blanketed in snow, resembling an eternal winter. Indeed, I have never seen anything like this, Hinata Aya concurred, her curious white eyes surveying the travelers they occasionally met. Put on your goggles. It appears there is a village ahead. After a relentless journey of one day and night, they finally came across their first populated area. The black and white duo, oh no. They should now be referred to as the red and white duo, each donned a pair of black goggles. In this snowy land, such attire was not conspicuous. They had previously encountered many travelers wrapped in headscarves, wearing furry caps to conceal their faces and donning goggles. Thus, Hinata Aya's white eyes were less noticeable. In a tea house in Longxi village, the two reconvened after splitting up to gather information. Little Bai was left in a snowy forest outside the village. What fortune! Longxi village is situated 30 miles northwest of Lava Town. It seems our route has not strayed too far. I have learned that a team of furry ox carts will be transporting fruits and vegetables to Lava Town tomorrow morning. Excellent, we can arrange to travel together. Sipping hot tea, they exchanged information and quickly finalized their subsequent plans. Hinata Aya was tasked with securing lodgings for the night, while Uchiha Ron sought out the cart team to propose traveling with them. Fortunately, as a border village, Longxi often hosted travelers and merchants from the Land of Fire and the Land of Rice. After paying 300 ryo for lodging and 800 ryo for the cart fare, they settled into an inn at the village entrance and had Little Bai brought over. In the afternoon, a series of knocks echoed at the door, followed by a somewhat rough male voice from outside. Esteemed guests, we have prepared some food. Shall we bring it in now? Uchiha Ron emitted a distinct, haughty sound from his nasal cavity, a pronounced humph. They had already stowed away their ninja tools and other belongings into their packs prior to entering the village. Uchiha Ron wore a standard-issue ninja blade at her waist, and after a slight disguise, she bore little difference from the samurai around her. Hinata Aya, having stowed away her ninja tool pouch and Leaf Village forehead protector, adorned her forehead with a silk scarf and donned protective goggles, presenting herself as a quintessential young lady. This was a quintessential scenario of a young mistress accompanied by her guards, alongside a pet black cat. Soon, the food arrived. The accommodation fees were exorbitant primarily due to the inclusive meals, and indeed, the cuisine was commendable. A generous bowl of tender beef soup, corn porridge, snow wheat long bread, and a refreshing vegetable salad graced the table. There was even a small jar of floral honey. It seems the tourism industry here is thriving quite well, she remarked. Uchiha Rong's heart was filled with contemplation, yet his expression remained remarkably austere as he emitted a cold snort and gestured for the man to leave. Yes, esteemed lord. The peasant replied, a flicker of trepidation flashing in his eyes as he respectfully exited and carefully closed the door behind him. With a wealth of experience from numerous missions and trading ventures, Uchiha Rong possessed an acute understanding of such common folk. While they appeared simple and honest on the surface, in reality, they tended to be cowardly bullies. One must not be deceived by the portrayal of rustic innocence in the original text. Indeed, there are straightforward mountain dwellers. But there is also a saying, poverty and harsh terrain breed cunning people. If a foreigner lacking any martial prowess were to enter their village, these seemingly guileless villagers would not hesitate to play the role of bandits, engaging in robbery and murder. No problem. Eat, he said, carefully examining all the food and soup with silver needles and various methods to ensure their safety before feeding it to the little white creature, which elicited a disdainful and resentful glance from Aunt Bai. Uchiha Rong smiled as he spoke to Hinata Aya. After 8 days of enduring the elements and subsisting on rations, they had not truly savored a proper meal. Beyond the well-known combat abilities of ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu, there was a compulsory subject taught from the onset at the Ninja Academy, toxicology, the study of poisons, their identification, and their creation. To be an expert in this field was no small feat. Attempting to poison a ninja through their food would undoubtedly be a preposterous notion. I am quite full, Hinata Aya remarked, her face reflecting a rare sense of contentment. This young woman, perhaps accustomed to hardship, exhibited a maturity beyond her years, often wearing a stoic expression that rarely revealed her emotions. Indeed, it is truly delicious, she added with a hint of appreciation. Uchiha Rong praised the scene before him, recognizing the village's earnest efforts to earn a livelihood from weary travelers. The freshness of the ingredients, the abundance of variety, and the chef's skill were all commendable. For 300 taels, approximately 180 renminbi, one could enjoy a full day and night of lodging, complete with 3 meals. Notably, it featured a sumptuous meal designed for 3, generously portioned for 2, and a cat. This naturally prompted Uchiha Rong to reminisce about the unscrupulous ins he had encountered before his journey. What does it mean to operate with integrity? What does it mean to provide a service that makes one feel at home? This was the epitome of such hospitality. The hour was still early. The snow-covered farmstead basked in the afternoon sun, resembling a tranquil and heartwarming painting. Sunlight filtered gently through the sparse clouds, casting a soft glow upon the snow-blanketed courtyard, bestowing a rare warmth upon the chilly village of Longxi. Uchiha Rong stood in the courtyard, wielding his ninja blade with unwavering precision, leaving no opportunity unseized as he honed his swordsmanship. The blade, kissed by the biting wind and snow, had unknowingly been imbued with a delicate layer of wind chakra. With each stroke against the gusts, it cleaved through the air, while in the gentle breeze, it danced gracefully. In this environment, the art of wind release seemed particularly vibrant. At that moment, the proprietor of the farm, the peasant who had previously delivered provisions, entered the courtyard bearing a bundle of firewood, and upon witnessing this spectacle, his expression of reverence deepened to the point of humility. Seemingly reluctant to intrude, he hastily unburdened himself of the wood and retreated indoors. Meanwhile, Hinata Aya sat at the threshold of the guest room, watching Uchiha Rong practice with a tinge of envy. This setting was certainly not conducive for her own training in the ways of the ninja. She even began to ponder whether she should acquire a ninja blade of her own to explore the art of swordsmanship. With Rong's guidance, she mused, she could surely grasp the fundamentals swiftly. If this notion were to reach the ears of her fellow Hyuga clan members, one could only imagine their reactions. Gradually, Uchiha Rong's swordplay accelerated, his movements becoming a blur. It was as if his feet had taken on the swiftness of a whirlwind, swirling and darting about the farmyard. His figure so swift that it seemed to leave behind afterimages. Sensing the confines of the courtyard, he soon took a decisive step, seemingly stepping upon the very wind itself as he vaulted over the low earthen wall, landing gracefully outside. This farmstead lay at the entrance of Rongxi village, mere meters away from an expanse of snow-laden woods. Uchiha Rong commenced his graceful dance upon the vacant expanse between the courtyard and the snow-laden woods, reminiscent of the ethereal lightness found in the pages of a martial arts novel. At times, he floated as delicately as willow leaves swaying in the breeze, while at others, he descended with the weight of a great mountain, each step sinking deeply into the snow. The snow beneath him erupted in a flurry as he leaped, swirling in the wind alongside him. His blade, akin to his own essence, oscillated between a feather-light touch and a thunderous cleave, seemingly capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Hinata Aya had pursued him, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon the mesmerizing figure of Uchiha Rong, who danced through the snow like a butterfly in flight. Her face betrayed an unmistakable shock. How could this be possible? When Uchiha Rong moved lightly, he left no trace upon the snow. His blade danced like willow leaves carried by the breeze, gliding effortlessly for dozens of meters, as if in pursuit of the wind. For a ninja, traversing snow without leaving a mark is a simple feat, achievable merely by enveloping the soles of their feet with chakra. This did not astonish Hinata Aya. What truly left her in disbelief was that, in her eyes, Rong's feet bore no chakra at all. This fact could not escape the gaze of Hinata Aya, whose Byakugan had quietly activated beneath her goggles. How was this possible? Could it be the wind release coalescing within the meridians of his legs? It was utterly astonishing. In that fleeting moment, the wind ceased. Uchiha Rong's blade has also come to a halt. Haha. Chasing the wind in the snow, how exhilarating. Now, I can perhaps rightfully claim the title of swordsman. The cultivation of physical strength is referred to as martial arts. Techniques that unleash 1,000 pounds of force with merely 4 ounces of strength are known as martial skills. This pure physical prowess is the essence of martial studies. In the realm of ninjas, the fusion of chakra, nature transformation, and form alteration with the body gives rise to what is termed as taijutsu. Taijutsu, what is taijutsu? Tai signifies the body, while jutsu denotes chakra. Just as Might Guy's 8 Gates technique, when unleashed, releases a torrent of wild chakra throughout the body. It is thus classified as taijutsu. If Might Guy could attain such power solely through the rigorous training of his body, it would simply be referred to as martial arts. Just moments ago, by a fortunate coincidence while practicing his swordplay in the snow, Uchiha Rong comprehended the deeper mysteries of wind-nature transformation, leading him to pursue the wind amidst the snowfall. In the midst of this pursuit, the external wind harmonized with the wind-release chakra within him, and he began to allow the wind-release chakra to emulate the natural winds of the outside world. Consequently, when this simulated natural wind chakra was concentrated in the meridians of his legs, it astonishingly began to resonate with the external winds. This resulted in a scene that left Hinata Aya utterly astounded. With a swift whoosh, Uchiha Rong, who had just moments ago been several dozen meters away, suddenly appeared beside Hinata Aya as if he had teleported. Such astounding speed and body flicker technique. Hinata Aya was once again taken aback. Rong, you are truly a genius. A genius? Compared to my cousin, I still fall short. Uchiha Rong let out a wry smile, suppressing the sudden desire for expression that had swelled within him. Indeed, compared to the technique of shunshin, body flicker, combined with still water, he still fell short. Nevertheless, in a windy environment, the wind shunpa he had just executed should not differ too greatly from still water, even if it was not quite at that level. Indeed, he had just employed what was known as wind shunpa, a high-speed movement technique categorized under wind release, which could also be regarded as a variant of the body flicker technique. In windy conditions, its velocity receives a significant enhancement, and even in calm areas, it surpasses the ordinary body flicker technique, representing a more advanced capability. The term body flicker encompasses a range of chakra manipulation techniques that create a visual effect akin to teleportation due to rapid movement, rather than referring to a single ninjutsu or taijutsu. Next, taking advantage of the lingering sensation of chasing the wind, Uchiha Rong continued to practice his swordsmanship, reinforcing the fruits of his training. At this moment, his blade moved with greater swiftness. His movements began to become elusive and unpredictable. Even the wind blades affixed to his sword seemed to have sharpened significantly. This breakthrough in wind release should have enhanced the power of several wind-based ninjutsu. I might inquire with my father later about any suitable A-rank wind release techniques that I could learn. As twilight descended, he noticed a farmer standing anxiously at the gate, peering in his direction. Uchiha Rong finally sheathed his blade and proceeded toward the agricultural compound, contemplating this moment. Indeed, at this juncture, his mastery of wind release techniques had progressed remarkably, surpassing even that of fire release. He had attained a level colloquially referred to as jonin. In terms of combat prowess, he could now rival Narashika's exceptional jonin abilities. Should he further develop his water and earth techniques to match his current proficiency in wind release, compensating for his defensive vulnerabilities and singular attribute weaknesses, he would truly embody the formidable strength of a jonin. Moreover, Possessing a chakra-infused sword would elevate his capabilities to an entirely new echelon. Even upon reaching Jonin-level power, he could distinguish himself among his peers through this weapon. As the saying goes, to act, to move, to ponder, through sudden enlightenment, one's strength surges. This was indeed the essence of his journey. Chapter 14. Convergence at long last. They arrived. Traveling in a bullock cart through the biting wind and snow was far from a delightful experience. The two weary souls, battered by the elements, were moved to tears upon sighting the towering city walls at the horizon. Once we enter the town, I must indulge in a hot bath. Even Hinata Aya, known for her resilience against hardship, voiced her desires. I want one too, exclaimed the cat. Shoo, cats cannot speak, retorted Shiro, the feline companion. What a remarkable land this is, Uchiha Roan couldn't help but reflect, despite the arduous journey. The land of iron, lacking the bountiful environment of the land of fire, possessed scarce arable land. Yet, this neutral territory, in contrast to other nations in the world, resembled the idyllic paradise described in Tao Yueming's Peach Blossom Spring. There was no warfare. Even without vast fertile fields, ordinary folk could rely on their labor for basic sustenance. Those who roamed the land, though armed with blades, created an illusion of a nation of warriors for newcomers to the land of iron. However, in reality, this land was surprisingly devoid of banditry. It seemed that with hard work, one could secure enough food, leaving little incentive for a life of crime. Wandering samurai were a common sight, wielding extraordinary martial prowess while adhering to the noble spirit of the samurai code. This was, indeed, the foundation of peace in this realm, martial yet orderly. To Uchiha Roan, this was an astonishing phenomenon that challenged his worldview from his previous life, yet it lay vividly before him. It was often said that heroes disrupt the established order through their martial prowess, yet in the land of iron, the reality was starkly different. A convoy of 7 or 8 bullock carts guided them into Lava Town, even assisting with the payment of a 200 re-head tax upon entry. Uchiha Roan couldn't help but exclaim that the 800 re-fare was well worth it. Throughout the journey, the coachman shared local customs and pertinent information, such as the fact that Lava Town and its surrounding 13 villages were the domain of the Gucci clan. Lord Gucci Esshin was a general under the command of the esteemed Sanshire, tasked with guarding the southern national gate. The vicinity of Lava Town served as the entrance to the Three Wolves Mountain. The land of iron, situated atop the Three Wolves Mountain, was thus isolated from the ninja world. Its interior was perpetually cloaked in snow, with a climate even colder than that of Lava Town, featuring expansive snowfields. It appeared that Lord Gucci Esshin was indeed a formidable figure. Upon entering Lava Town and parting ways with the caravan, Uchiha Roan pondered deeply. He was not the type to arrogantly dismiss all samurai. To defend the national gate of the land of iron was no small feat, and it could be said that such a lord must possess Jonin-level strength. After all, what authority would he have to maintain order and deter malefactors without such prowess? Even if one were to claim that Lord Gucci Esshin possessed the elite strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen, perhaps even surpassing them, Uchiha Roan would not be surprised. After all, it was estimated that Hanzo the Salamander, once a rival, was undeniably at the level of a Kage. Now, 11 years later, with Nagato having risen, Hanzo had fallen. As Uchiha Roan's former adversary, the general of the Iron Country, Sanshire, was likely of Kage caliber, comparable to Kakashi Hatake. Such individuals, selected and cultivated from a vast pool of samurai within a nation, were not to be regarded lightly, especially when they wielded chakra-infused weaponry. Uchiha Roan harbored a conjecture in his heart. Apart from the abundance of samurai, the land of iron is also renowned for its master craftsmen. In a nation that produces such exceptional artisans, Uchiha Roan had ample reason to suspect that the famed sword, Kurosawa, wielded by Mitsubian, was forged from chakra metal. It was entirely plausible that his generals possessed similar chakra-infused katana. The possession of such weapons would endow them with the prowess of shadow-level ninjas and elite genin, rendering the scenario all the more reasonable. Anyone who claimed that this land of warriors and artisans lacked even a few chakra weapons would find no credence in Uchiha Roan's eyes. Although the original narrative provided no evidence to substantiate this theory, a sign had been discovered. As the two meandered around several inns in the Lava Town, Hinata Aya suddenly displayed a look of delight. Then, under her guidance, they found themselves at a public restroom. Ugh, why choose such a repugnant location? Despite his disdain, Uchiha Roan noticed in an inconspicuous corner of the restroom a whirlpool resembling a bird's beak, akin to a child's doodle. This Konoha emblem was drawn in a hasty and abstract manner, had it not been for the subtle chakra fluctuations emanating from it. Uchiha Roan would have dismissed it as mere childish scribbling. Observing the direction of the bird's beak, it pointed southward. Such makeshift seals typically last no more than 3 to 5 days before gradually fading away until they vanish entirely. They were essentially created to relay information to the Byakugan users. Subsequently, Uchiha Roan, cradling Shiro, ventured southward. Aya, shrouded behind her dark goggles, continued to search with her Byakugan activated. This way. Thus, after following the guidance of 7 or 8 bird-beak doodles, the pair arrived at an establishment of ill repute. Uchiha Roan, Hinata Aya. Shaobai, hee. Senior Lucen is truly full of vitality. Aya's lips curled slightly. She adjusted her clothing. As the two entered, they were immediately greeted by a beautiful lady clad in a kimono, warmly welcoming them. Seeking someone. Uchiha Roan's expression was cold and stern, causing the young lady's smile to falter. At this moment, Ling had already discerned Nara Shikamaru's location, situated in a private room upstairs. Without hesitation, she led the way upwards. As the sliding door of the room was pulled open with a resounding whoosh, 4 figures came into view, 2 with ponytails, 1 portly, and 1 rather unsavory. Contrary to the anticipated opulence, the atmosphere within the room was surprisingly serious. Ahem. Greetings, esteemed seniors. It is an honor to meet you all. Uchiha Roan and Hyuga Aya gracefully approached the sliding door, bowing in greeting. Although he realized the matter involved a considerable amount of chakra metal, it was evident that Konoha would not dispatch merely Nara Shikamaru. There were surely reinforcements. Yet, he was genuinely surprised to find that the 3 heads of the Ino-Shikacho trio had all arrived. Ah, you must be the astute Uchiha known for your business acumen? Nara Shikaku observed Uchiha Roan with keen interest. Yumeka Inoichi seemed absorbed in his drink, appearing indifferent to the proceedings. However, Uchiha Roan sensed that Inoichi's gaze was subtly scrutinizing him. Meanwhile, Akimichi Choza, with his mouth full of food, jovially beckoned, "Don't be so reserved, come and eat." These 3, all in their mid-20s, possessed distinctly different temperaments. I was just worried you wouldn't make it. It's truly a relief to see you all here. Nara Shikamaru, whose hands were still bandaged, wore a smile that seemed genuinely sincere. By the way, that Rockneen Janine didn't pursue me later. Did you encounter him? Hyuga Aya remained stoic, saying nothing. Uchiha Roan, familiar with her demeanor, understood that she was likely quite anxious, confronted by so many esteemed elders from various clans. In response to Nara Shikamaru's inquiry, Uchiha Roan attempted a wry smile. Shikamaru, you jest. Had we encountered him, we certainly wouldn't be here now. Chapter 15. The inquiry. Uchiha Roan, is it? No need for such formality. Fugaku has spoken highly of you and has entrusted me with your care, Akimichi Choza said. Swallowing his food, his tone reminiscent of a paternal figure. Oh, I am deeply grateful, Senior Choza. Uchiha Roan felt a flicker of warmth at this acknowledgement. It appeared that Elder K had indeed taken a keen interest in him. Within the Uchiha clan, aside from the former acting clan leader Uchiha Shana, there were 2 remaining elders, Uchiha In and Uchiha K. His connection to clan leader Fugaku was tenuous at best, and the only upper echelon member he had regular interaction with was Elder K. Thus, he could ascertain that Fugaku's request for assistance stemmed from Elder K's guidance. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Roan felt a slight warmth in his heart. It was said that within the clan, relationships had extended beyond 5 degrees of separation. Rumor had it that his grandfather, Uchiha Kai, maintained a bond with Elder K's generation, suggesting some camaraderie. It seemed that this was likely true. What prompted you to invest significantly in crafting chakra metal ninja blades? Akimichi Choza waved his plump hand dismissively, signaling that formalities were unnecessary, as if casually inquiring. Nara Shikaku and Yumeka Inoichi perked up their ears, evidently intrigued. Uchiha Roan let out a bittersweet smile once more. The younger generation fears death, he lamented. Oh, in these tumultuous times, where chaos reigns and battles are fought in every corner, I nearly lost my life on the journey to the land of iron. As he spoke, Uchiha Roan cast a glance at Nara Shikaku, who nodded in agreement with a profound understanding. All esteemed seniors have endured life and death, exhibiting immense strength. Yet, I am different. My talents are lacking, and my abilities are meager. Alas, I must toil outside to provide for my family. Thus, I contemplated forging a chakra blade to enhance my strength and safeguard my life. With that, Uchiha Roan let out a deep sigh, expressing his regret. Had I known of such peril, I truly should not have come. His face was etched with remorse. Have you ever considered joining a ninja squad within the village to contribute to its welfare? At that moment, Nara Shikaku interjected unexpectedly. Uchiha Roan's expression momentarily froze. But he quickly regained his composure. With a hint of perplexity, he remarked, "As a junior, I am also contributing to the village. My establishment has employed over 20 villagers, addressing the employment and sustenance issues for so many. The continuous flow of goods every month has significantly bolstered the village's economic development. Individuals with diverse talents shine in their respective roles, each contributing their share to the prosperity of Konoha." At this point, Uchiha paused, casting another bewildered glance at Naruto. Did Shikaka-senpai truly believe that only ninjas within the village were making contributions? Naruto was momentarily taken aback. How could this young man articulate so well? He certainly could not counter with the assertion that only serving Konoha constituted true contribution. After all, while Konoha is predominantly composed of ninjas, the number of ordinary citizens far exceeds that of ninjas. It is indeed the vast populace of common villagers that continually injects fresh blood into the ninja system and drives productivity. Ah, what a sharp-tongued lad. Yamanaka and Noichi snickered coldly. You certainly do not resemble a typical Uchiha. Coughing lightly, he added, I meant no offense. If I have misspoken, I humbly ask for your forgiveness, senpai. Uchiha Rong humbly bowed and offered his apologies. He then sighed and lamented, regrettably, my talent is lacking. I have yet to awaken my eyes. If only I possessed even half the potential of my esteemed predecessors, I would wholeheartedly dedicate myself to Konoha, ready to sacrifice my life without hesitation. At that moment, Akimichi Dingzai waved his hand, saying, All right, let us not make this so serious. I believe Rong has a point. Individuals with varying abilities shine brightly in different roles for the village. Yes, shine brightly, that is a splendid expression. The atmosphere subsequently lightened considerably. Uchiha Rong, accompanied by Hinata Aya, indulged without reservation in the feast before them. During this time, Hinata Aya took the opportunity to take a soothing hot bath with Shiro. Master Chikyu's forge is located on the eastern outskirts of the town. We shall convene at the east gate tomorrow morning. As dusk approached, Narashikahisa outlined the action plan for the following day. Sensing the urgency in the air, Uchiha Rong promptly departed the pleasure house with Hinata Aya, seeking refuge in a nearby inn. Rong, what do the seniors mean by their actions today? Aya inquired, her hesitation evident as they prepared to part ways for the night. Uchiha Rong chuckled softly, urging not to dwell on trivial matters and to retire early. Once the door was closed, a faint, cold smile graced his lips. After years of navigating the tumultuous waters of commerce, he was keenly aware that even Hinata Aya could sense something amiss. How could he be oblivious? The seemingly casual inquiries from the trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi were, in essence, a probing of his political stance or, perhaps, his aspirations in life. By deliberately crafting an image of a slick-tongued opportunist, cowardly, sophisticating, and avaricious, he aimed to lower their guard. After all, in the eyes of these natives, one could not ascend to become a formidable ninja without adhering to the principles of the ninja way. A Uchiha who squandered precious time chasing wealth held little allure or concern. He surmised that the inquiries were likely mere casual probes instigated by the Third Hokage and the Elder Council, not indicative of any genuine interest in his inconsequential existence. With a clearer understanding, Uchiha Rong dismissed further contemplation and resolutely began to gather today's chakra. In a world rife with political intrigue and scheming, there lay no viable path. What could have been a spirited narrative had been warped into a tale of power plays by the aging Third Hokage. Ultimately, it would lead to a fate of utter desolation. The night passed in silence. At dawn the next day, at the eastern gate of Lava Town, he noted that everyone had assembled. Let us depart, he declared. The ninja possessed a strong sense of time, avoiding the tardiness often exhibited by Kakashi. The six-member team arrived almost in unison, and at Narashikaka's command, they began to sprint towards the northeast. Master Kyankyu's forge was not far from Lava Town. Within mere minutes, they reached a complex nestled against the mountainside. Such a multitude of warriors? They mused. This was a contiguous courtyard, featuring an expansive central area surrounded by several smaller courtyards. At that moment, 100 warriors were stationed in the front yard, each radiating a formidable chakra presence. Surprised? Are we? Akimichi Choza laughed. The land of iron has maintained its neutrality for a reason. It possesses considerable depth and should not be underestimated. Uchiha Rong nodded. It is not merely a matter of underestimating them. Judging from the chakra fluctuations emanating from these warriors, it is evident that each possesses at least one water and wood affinity, although their individual combat prowess may equate to that of seasoned lower ninjas. The sheer presence of this 100-strong warrior battalion is indeed formidable. Should they be encircled and attacked head-on, even the trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi would struggle to escape unscathed. While the individual strength of the warriors may be lacking, once organized into a military unit, even ninjas of comparable quality and quantity might find themselves outmatched. After all, one group comprises assassins, while the other consists of valiant warriors charging into battle. No wonder the Land of Iron has managed to maintain a strong stance of neutrality, and this time, during the distribution of the fallen stars in iron. They were appointed as the arbitrators. In that moment, Uchiha Rong seemed to grasp the underlying reasons. Chapter 16. The Stars 7 Days Later. Within a cavern at the border of the Land of Rice, Uchiha Rong, Hinata Aya, and the Great Black Cat slowly emerged. In fact, Inuzuka Cho and Nara Shikamaru had departed from the Land of Iron 7 days prior, having already escorted Master Chikyu, who had spent 3 months refining 4 pounds and 3 ounces of starfall iron. However, Uchiha Rong, after dispersing 7 million ryo, had to wait an additional 7 days to finally obtain the coveted chakra ninja sword. Bah, what a farce! Uchiha Rong, muttering as he walked, elicited quiet chuckles from Aya beside him. However, it would be unjust to hold Akimichi Dingzhua entirely accountable for his broken promise. Unforeseen circumstances played a significant role. The 18-pound celestial iron had originally been a single entity, and this particular chakra metal exhibited remarkable elemental resistance, making it exceedingly difficult to melt using conventional methods. Direct cutting would inevitably lead to damage and loss. Thus, 3 months prior, it had been entrusted to Master Qianxiu of the Land of Iron for refinement. To prevent the recipient from being ambushed en route, which could spark new disputes, and to avoid potential skirmishes between ninjas from the 5 great villages, a solution was devised. After Master Qianxiu had refined the chakra metal, each country would choose its own time to collect the goods, thereby staggering the retrievals. Additionally, they would utilize the natural, labyrinthine caverns beneath Master Qianxiu's forge for their departure. In truth, the chakra metal could only gather dust in the treasury, as it was not feasible for large-scale sale. And even if it were, finding suitable buyers proved challenging. It held little actual value and was accumulating in the vaults of various daimyos. The matter was more about pride, with no one willing to concede defeat. Thus, this division of spoils was not as significant as Uchiha Rong had initially anticipated. However, by a stroke of unfortunate coincidence, when Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi went to collect their share, they encountered the Sand Village's team, led by the celebrated Pakura, also known as the Blazing Release user, Yakura. Consequently, the trio made a hasty retreat. They had no choice. Yakura was a peer of their generation and a formidable warrior, surpassing his contemporaries. Were it not for Arsuna's talent for gold mining, Yakura might very well have occupied the position of the Fourth Hokage. Yakura's strength and reputation instilled a sense of unease in Arsuna, who often felt precarious in his own position. Heaven forbid, he thought, I must avoid any encounters with that short-lived specter. Upon exiting the cavern, Uchiha Rong swiftly urged Hinata Aya onward with all haste. If memory served correctly, Yakura was fated to be betrayed by his own kin either this year or the next. Should they cross paths with that ill-fated individual now, and she were to eliminate him, it would be a tragedy beyond compare. Uchiha Rong gently caressed the sword at his waist, yet it offered him no sense of security. Rong, where are we headed? Hinata Aya remained blissfully unaware of the peril surrounding them. In her eyes, a mere individual like herself was hardly worthy of a shadow-level powerhouse, such as Yakura waiting for 7 days. Let us take a detour to the land of hot water. I invite you to a hot spring. A hot spring? But doesn't that mean we have to traverse the entire land of rice? Hinata Aya felt increasingly bewildered. You don't understand. Safety comes first. Oh. At that moment, Uchiha Rong was engulfed by a profound sense of insecurity. He recalled that just a week ago, he had been fleeing for his life, contemplating that once he acquired the chakra ninja blade, he would no longer have to run so desperately. Now that he possessed the blade, his life was still at stake. He was well aware that Yakura, who had departed 7 days prior, was unlikely to specifically seek out someone as inconsequential as himself. However, one could not be too cautious. What if Yakura intended to ambush another, only to coincidentally cross paths with him? Surely, it would be all too simple for Yakura to unleash a scorching attack in such a scenario. In the throes of panic ignited by the thought of being scorched, Uchiha Rong overlooked a critical fact. The land of rice was hardly a sanctuary akin to the Iron Country. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of shurikens suddenly surged towards Uchiha Rong and his companion, who were sprinting across the desolate terrain. By the heavens, my life is forfeit. The first thought that crossed Uchiha Rong's mind was that he was truly cornered. Instinctively, he drew his blade to retaliate. With a swift slash of his wind-infused ninja sword, several wind blades, each half a meter long, instantly shattered the incoming barrage of shurikens, scattering them across the ground. HM? How feeble. At this moment, Uchiha Rong realized that his assailants were not from Yakura's team. He spotted a squad of ninjas charging towards him from the left and right, each adorned with headbands bearing the emblem of 3 drifting clouds. Rong, be cautious, warned Hyuga Aya. Her Byakugan activated beneath her protective goggles as she swiftly assessed the chakra levels of the approaching foes, relaying their approximate strength. Just as she finished speaking, the enemies on the right slope had closed in within 50 meters and were already beginning to form hand seals. Uchiha Rong's gaze sharpened, a flicker of anger flashing across his face. Did he truly believe he was still the naive fool from years past? In an instant, the wind attribute chakra coalesced around his legs, propelling him forward with a burst of speed to a position 10 meters to the right of the 2 cloud ninjas. With a swift horizontal slash, the wind-infused kunai released a crescent-shaped blade of wind that vanished in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the movements of the Nin and his companion were suddenly halted. From their waists, their upper bodies slid down like tofu. Blood, both red and white, pooled around them. In another flash, the remaining lower-ranked ninja could only register a look of terror before being decapitated. The last of the lower ninjas was swiftly torn to shreds by Shisui, leaving a scene of utter carnage. This is bad. The enemy possesses an unknown elite ninja. Retreat. At that moment, the 2 Nin who had just descended from the slope to the left wore expressions of horror. They scattered like frightened birds, each fleeing in a different direction, hoping to escape. However, in exposing their backs to the enemy, one of them was struck in the back of the head by Hinata Aya's 1,000 needles, resulting in immediate death. Xiaobai remained on the right slope, unable to pursue. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rong had already caught up to the last remaining Nin without the use of ninjutsu, closing in with another body flicker. With a swift motion, he unleashed a crescent wind blade. The wind blade passed through him, and the cloud ninja disintegrated into a puddle of water. There. Hinata Aya pointed to the top of the slope. Hiss, when did he use a water clone? He nearly deceived even me. Uchiha Rong deftly traversed nearly 100 meters with the body flicker technique, arriving behind his opponent. He raised his hand for another strike. Boom. Amidst the smoke, a half-severed wooden stake emerged. Uchiha Rong. Is this truly so difficult to eliminate? An old coin indeed. Once more, I utilized the body flicker technique. Appearing 30 meters away behind the hidden mist ninja, with a swift motion, I unleashed another crescent moon wind blade. The blade pierced through the air, cleaving the earth and carving a half-meter deep trench into the yellowed slope. The fleeing form of the Nin faltered. In the next instant, it was severed in twain. Uchiha Rong approached the spoils of battle with an impassive expression, casting a glance at the remains of his adversary. The individual in question appeared to be an elderly man, roughly in his 50s. It is no wonder that it is said the elderly possess cunning. While he may lack other abilities, his skill in evasion is remarkable. Had he not possessed the starry blade today, it is quite possible that this old fellow would have escaped. Indeed, this chakra-infused metallic ninja blade was aptly named Star, symbolizing the grip of destiny. Chapter 17. A narrow path for rivals. Upon Uchiha Rong's return, the remaining 2 genin had already been dealt with by Shiro and Hinata Aya, each dispatching one foe. In such encounters, leaving no witnesses is paramount. One cannot afford to let even a single adversary escape, lest they find themselves pursued by higher-ranking shinobi. These individuals were rather impoverished, as their combined silver notes did not amount to more than 30,000 ryo. Uchiha Rong exhibited a hint of disdain, while Hinata Aya responded with a smile. One cannot possibly carry a substantial amount of money when heading to the battlefield. In truth, their findings were quite commendable. The 2 ninja blades and 37 explosive tags held considerable value. At that moment, the 2 had finished scouring the battlefield, gathering the valuable items into a single bundle, and burying the remains. All in all, it appeared satisfactory. The explosive tags were worth 300 taels each, and the 2 ninja blades, being standard issue, could fetch a meager price of around 10,000 taels in the second-hand market. In the end, after tallying the spoils, the scattered treasures amounted to over 50,000 taels. This sum included the spoils from their earlier skirmish on the way and the 2 Nin squads they had eliminated in the canyon thicket. Uchiha Rong earned over 70,000, while Hyuga Aya garnered more than 30,000. Shiro, having returned from a journey to the Ninja Cat clan, brought back all the spoils of war for both of them. At this moment, Uchiha Ron could scarcely be bothered to take a detour. Thus, the team commenced their journey southward. After a day and a night of travel, they finally arrived at the border of the Land of Fire, having traversed the desolate terrain of the Land of Rice. In stark contrast to the barren landscapes of the Land of Rice, the moment they entered the Land of Fire, they were greeted by lush, dense forests. Uchiha Ron and the cat continued their journey southward. Let us find a suitable place to rest for the night, Uchiha Ron suggested as twilight descended. Hinata Aya had no objections. Unlike the frigid Land of Iron, the climate within the Land of Fire was exceptionally pleasant. The late July days even felt somewhat warm. Just before the night fully enveloped the surroundings, Hinata Aya discovered a natural tree hollow. After clearing it out a bit, they prepared to spend the night inside. It must be said that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan was incredibly useful when venturing outside. That extraordinary ability to see through obstacles provided a significant advantage, whether in detecting threats, escaping, or pursuing enemies. That night, Uchiha Ron and Hinata Aya nestled at opposite ends of the tree hollow, while the cat, somewhat disdainful, distanced itself from Uchiha Ron and curled up beside Aya. The forest at night was illuminated by the silvery moonlight, with the sounds of insects and birds occasionally interrupted by the distant roars of wild beasts. Suddenly, Uchiha Ron was jolted awake by a faint ripple of chakra. Hastily, he nudged Aya, who, in perfect synchrony, activated her Byakugan almost instantaneously. The next moment, her expression turned peculiar. "What is it?" Uchiha Ron lowered his voice to inquire. Approximately 200 meters to the northwest lies the teams of the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Rock. These lunatics. Uchiha Ron silently cursed under his breath. It was already late at night, yet they were still engaged in nocturnal battles. The Third War was nearing its conclusion, yet neither side showed any sign of respite. Hyuga Aya discreetly glanced at him, her expression betraying her hesitation to speak further. What could possibly be the situation? Uchiha Ron's heart suddenly raced. No, the combatants seemed to be the very Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi who had previously pursued us. How many are there? Ling wore an expression of resigned realization. She sighed. The Rock Shinobi has 5 Nin by his side, and they appear to be chasing that Cloud Shinobi. He seems to be quite severely injured. 5 Nin. Uchiha Ron's expression wavered. Despite having previously dispatched Nin in the Land of Rice with the ease of slicing through vegetables, that was merely due to their scattered formation, which rendered them incapable of mounting an effective resistance. Now, with elite Jonin leading the charge, should 5 Nin unite their efforts, the threat they pose would far exceed that of the Jonin themselves. After all, given sufficient time to perform their techniques, most Nin can barely unleash B-rank jutsu. If each of the 5 Nin were to employ a B-rank technique, even with his ability to defend using the stars and body flicker technique, neither Xiaobai nor Ling could withstand such an onslaught. Never mind, I shall rest. Uchiha Ron murmured softly before closing his eyes once more. Reinforcements from Kumogakure have arrived. A new Jonin accompanied by 3 Nin, likely a Jonin squad. Are they still at their previous location? They are approximately 100 meters away and advancing towards us. Quick, we must retreat. At this moment, Uchiha Ron could no longer remain still. He hastily scooped up the still feigning sleep Xiaobai and, alongside Ling, retreated towards the southwest. After all, their adversaries were moving from the northwest towards their direction, taking an eastern-southeastern route. If they continued to head southeast, it would become a game of cat and mouse. What is the situation? A few minutes later, having stealthily advanced at least 500 meters to the southwest, Uchiha Ron inquired. They are now positioned over 960 meters to our northeast, nearing the limits of my Byakugan's range. Let us find another place to continue our slumber. Uchiha Ron, feeling utterly depleted, had momentarily relinquished his desire for vengeance. In the perilous northern borders, where encounters with the Cloud and Rock villages were a constant threat, preserving his own life took precedence. He resolved to avoid risks whenever possible. With the assistance of Hinata Aya's Byakugan, the two swiftly discovered a cave and took refuge within. At last, tranquility enveloped them as they succumbed to slumber until dawn's light illuminated the surroundings. Upon awakening, they utilized water-style techniques for their morning rituals and replenished their supplies with some rations and water. Soon after, they continued their journey southward. A day later, August had arrived. The afternoon sun was no longer as oppressive, and Uchiha Ron, accompanied by his feline companion, gracefully leaped among the branches of the forest. This method, requiring merely a slight application of chakra to prevent slipping, proved to be remarkably efficient, minimizing the expenditure of both stamina and chakra. It gradually became the predominant approach for ninjas on the move, with even lower-ranking ninjas able to maintain this state for extended periods. Suddenly, a faint metallic clanging resonated ahead. Uchiha Rong swiftly raised her right palm to signal a halt. Ain's Byakugan could not remain activated for 24 hours. It was only upon noticing the anomaly at this moment that she reactivated her ocular prowess. What transpired ahead? Well, the situation is rather intricate. Ain cast him a peculiar glance, one that seemed to regard him as a harbinger of misfortune. How exactly is it complex? Do enlighten me. Is it still concerning that previous group? Uchiha Rong. It seems the specter of our past refuses to fade, doesn't it? Come, let us confront him. Yet. Despite his words, Uchiha Rong's gaze drifted toward Ain, silently inquiring, how many adversaries do we face? Are we capable of overcoming them? Hinata Ain pressed her lips together. At this very moment, a Jonin has just perished. No, Ain, you were not like this before. Please, continue speaking. Time is of the essence. Finally, Ain's expression grew peculiar as she stated, the current situation reveals 3 corpses of former Awagakure Chunin lying on the ground, alongside the lifeless body of a Kumogakure Jonin. One Awagakure Jonin remains, seemingly gravely injured, engaged in battle with the earlier wounded Kumogakure Jonin. Should we advance? Ain's eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Uchiha Rong, however, maintained a sense of calm. How far away are they? Approximately 300 meters ahead. Are there any other signs of enemies in the vicinity? None have been spotted for now. Shall we proceed? Let us wait a little longer. Inform me when one of them has perished. Ling, such sound reasoning. Truly. You are remarkable, Rong. 5 minutes later. Still alive? They fled. Uchiha Rong? No, the way Uchiha Rong gazes at Ling seems somewhat off. What is happening? You didn't mention that someone had fled? However, in the next moment, Ling added a clarification. They are currently making their way towards us. Uchiha Rong struggled to catch his breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of disbelief. You have changed. A minute later, hiding among the trees. Uchiha Rong found himself astonished. Below him, a young man, drenched in blood, limped past the 5 trees adjacent to his hiding spot. No wonder it took you an entire minute to appear. Body flicker technique, a swift strike with the blade. Unsurprisingly, the head was secured with ease, leaving Uchiha Rong questioning if he had fallen victim to an illusion. As he turned, he caught sight of an elderly woman, missing her right arm, who had just darted out from the thicket, locking eyes with him for a fleeting moment. In the next instant, the old woman turned and fled. Body flicker technique, a swift strike. Clang. The crescent slash collided with her kunai, producing a sharp sound. He pressed on with his assault, only to be met with another block. The elderly woman resumed her desperate escape. Uchiha Rong executed a body flicker technique to pursue further. As the water release, hidden mist technique summoned a dense fog that swiftly enveloped the forest, obscuring visibility. Remarkably, despite the fierce battle, they still possessed enough chakra to unleash ninjutsu. Uchiha Rong decisively activated his Sharingan. In the fleeting moment before the mist technique fully obscured his vision, he sheathed his blade. With a swift formation of seals, Si, Wei, Shun, Hai, Wu, In, completed in merely a second, he unleashed the fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. Flames erupted from his mouth, swiftly coalescing into a dragon's head that soared towards the last known position of the hidden clouds Jonin, roaring fiercely. The surrounding mist evaporated instantaneously under the searing heat. His vision gradually regained clarity ahead. Rong, be careful. At that moment, Hinata Aya's voice rang out. The old woman's figure, having appeared amidst the lingering mist behind Uchiha Rong's, thrust a kunai fiercely into his back. With a resounding bang, Uchiha Rong's form dissipated within the smoke. It was merely a shadow clone. Indeed. During the 10 days of waiting for Nara Shikamaru after activating his eyes, Uchiha Rong had mastered the shadow clone technique. A man so averse to danger, how could he risk himself even against a half-damaged Jonin? The elderly woman from the hidden cloud, having recklessly exposed her position, lost her chance. Another Uchiha Rong silently emerged behind her, his hand wielding a star as he made a subtle slash 3 meters to her right, where no one stood. The crescent wind blade flashed and vanished, and suddenly, a torrent of blood sprayed forth from the vacant air. Humph. Still attempting to use the substitution technique, Uchiha Rong formed a seal, and his figure completely vanished amidst a swirl of smoke. It was yet another shadow clone. Aika. Remain vigilant. Shiro, assist in collecting the spoils and burying the bodies. As Uchiha Rong's true self emerged from behind a tree 30 meters away, his voice gradually reached them. Within mere minutes, the group had tidied up the battlefield and swiftly departed from the scene. "Wrong, my acting was rather impressive, wasn't it?" Ayaka exclaimed with a hint of excitement on their journey home. "Indeed, I would give you a score of 9 out of 10. Uchiha Rong understood that the performance she referred to was that singular warning. With her Byakugan activated, Ayin could discern that he was using a shadow clone at that moment. Her deliberate vocal cue was intended to provoke an attack from her opponent. It was time to return home. Gazing towards the direction of Konoha, Uchiha Rong felt a deep sense of melancholy. After half a month away, her strength had undergone a complete transformation. To her astonishment, after acquiring the celestial energy, many adversaries she once struggled against could now be easily dispatched. Each strike of her crescent wind blade rivaled C-rank wind ninjutsu, capable of instantaneous release without hand seals, with an attack range comparable to B-rank techniques. Most notably, the energy consumption was nearly negligible. This represented a monumental enhancement to her abilities. Furthermore, the shadow clone technique could inherit such prowess. Chapter 18. The Return Hokage Building. On the desk of Namikaze Minato lay several documents. The 3 kilograms of chakra metal had been delivered to the daimyo's residence, and the 4 million ryo had been returned in full. To his surprise, he had even encountered Yezong? A flicker of gravitas crossed his eyes as he shifted his gaze to the final document. Uchiha Rong, age 13. Estimated combat strength, C-. Summoning Beast, the Nico clan, Yilwan. Combat strength assessment, B. Affiliated with the Lin family rice business, Lin family medicinal shops proprietor. Initiated her career in the Nico clan by undertaking commissioned tasks. Specific task completion remains unknown. Exhibits a certain business acumen, proficient in buying low and selling high. Within 6 months, amassed over 10 million ryo to procure chakra metal for forging ninja blades. Family members, father Uchiha Jien, mother Uchiha Mihue. Both perished in the Battle of Shino No by bridge, leaving only their eldest son, Uchiha Rong. Interpersonal relationships, Hyuga Ayin. Gently setting down the folder, Namikaze Minato wore a peculiar expression. The Nico king, Yilwan, had actually recognized her as its master? Even more puzzling was when the Uchiha clan had become so reasonable, allowing their kin to roam freely and engage in commerce? Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan grounds, within the elder's courtyard, has she not returned yet? Uchiha Kong, over 60 years of age, appeared anxious. Beside him, Uchiha Yen scoffed. You released her, yet you are the one fretting. If you ask me, this madwoman should be confined as before. If she were captured by another village, our Uchiha bloodline would be at risk of dilution. At these words, Uchiha Kong slammed his fist on the table, erupting in fury. Then why don't you go and capture her? As long as you have the capability, do as you wish. Uchiha In fell silent, casting a furtive glance at the first blind former clan leader, Uchiha Shana. Enough. The elder's voice, calm and unyielding, resonated through the atmosphere. All information concerning this child must be entirely obliterated. The events that transpired shall remain buried within us. The lineage of Hokage must never be privy to this knowledge. As for Fugaka, before we old fellows depart from this world, he need not be informed. In the year 48 of Konoha, on the 5th of August, Rome, we have returned. Indeed, we have finally returned alive. Standing outside the southern gate of Konoha, Uchiha Rong gazed at the bustling scene, feeling as though he had emerged from a different era. The reason for their delayed return to Konoha traced back to the 3 genin whose heads had been collected. After securing their spoils, they did not neglect to seize the heads of those genin. It is worth noting that the genin of the 5 great ninja villages are renowned and listed at the exchange. Consequently, Uchiha Rong navigated towards the exchange based on his recollections. Fortune favored the diligent. After a 2-day delay, he finally located it, acquiring additional spoils along the way. The 3 genin heads were surprisingly valuable, fetching a minimum of 800,000 ryo, with the highest, that of an old woman, commanding 5 million. The 2 of them joyfully collected a total bounty of 5 million. Yet, upon exiting, they unexpectedly encountered Hachihiro. Kakazu. Thus began a frantic chase, nearly leaving them with no escape route. Wrong. The ninja world is perilous. Konoha is indeed preferable. Agreed. Uchiha Rong expressed wholehearted agreement. Following the throng of people, the 2 swiftly arrived at the rice shop on the main avenue of Konoha. Rong, may I treat you to some barbecue? Hyuga Aya inquired. Her excitement mingled with a hint of trepidation. Let us do it tomorrow. For now, let us head home and regroup, she replied. Indeed, it was understandable that Hyuga Aya felt this way. Although she had faced death on several occasions during this expedition, she had never experienced such wealth. with a bounty of 5 million. The cash alone from the spoils of 3 jonin and 3 chunin exceeded 1 million. And the remaining treasures were appraised at an astonishing 7 million. A significant portion of this wealth came from the ninja blade owned by the old woman from the Cloud Village, which could withstand Uchiha Rong's crescent wind blade, fetching a remarkable 5 million through the channels of the Nico clan. Following that, there were the weapons of the other 2 jonin, along with various spoils scavenged from the battlefield, all sealed within scrolls. This windfall was entirely shared between the 2. In total, they amassed over 12 million. And Uchiha Rong was quite generous, allocating 2 million to Aya, recognizing her contributions and the bond forged through shared peril. He also promptly paid her a commission of 100,000, thus holding 1 million in her hands. Hyuga Aya experienced the joy of wealth for the very first time. She felt no envy towards Rong for his larger share, as she understood that even if she encountered a severely weakened jonin, the chances of her finding anything would be non-existent, and it would instead lead to her demise. Jonin were indeed wealthy. One could only wonder how much one might gain by vanquishing Kakuzu. Uchiha Rong shook his head, swiftly dispelling the reckless thought. Upon entering the courtyard of the rice shop, he beheld the Yamazaki siblings practicing their swordplay, one wielding the blade with a fierce wind, while the other flowed with the grace of water. "My lord." A group of samurai bowed respectfully. Just then, before Uchiha Rong could utter a word to the Yamazaki siblings, a middle-aged samurai in his 50s hurriedly entered. "Tachibana. Is there something amiss?" Tachibana, also a member of Uchiha Rong's warrior group, was appointed as the accountant of the rice shop due to his considerable age and prior experience as a steward. The deeply lined face of Tachibana broke into a smile as he spoke. "My lord, here are the recent earnings and accounts. The sums are substantial, and I have guarded them with great trepidation." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rong's curiosity deepened. The real profit came from the apothecary, although Tachibana assisted in auditing its accounts. He had no jurisdiction over its finances. Taking the documents, Uchiha Rong was astounded. Over 130,000. That figure seemed eerily familiar. Glancing at the account book, Yamazaki Natsuki suddenly knelt down. "My lord, it was my unilateral decision." At this moment, Uchiha Rong comprehended everything upon examining the ledger. The expense for hiring a team of leaf ninjas amounted to 100,000 ryo. "Rise, there is no reproach here. You have done well. I entrust you with this trade route henceforth." It must be noted that Yamazaki Natsuki was indeed a talent. In the half-month that Uchiha Rong had been absent, he had cleverly led a commercial venture that netted an impressive 130,000 ryo. As for the potential losses in case of failure, his subordinates had risked their lives. In failure, they would merely incur financial loss, while Natsuki's life would have been at stake. To reprimand such a loyal subordinate would be a grave injustice. What of other subordinates attempting to imitate this? Should it lead to losses? It was evident that Natsuki had taken significant risks, indicating his confidence. If there were foolish subordinates who blindly followed suit, Uchiha Rong would gladly accept minor losses to rid himself of such incompetence, preventing future calamities within his ranks. "I am grateful for your leniency, my lord," Yamazaki Natsuki exclaimed, bowing fervently, embodying the essence of a warrior willing to sacrifice for his benefactor. "Punish you? Why would I penalize you for risking your life to earn for me?" Uchiha Rong made no effort to stop him from bowing, and with an air of indifference, addressed Tianxia, saying, "Later, take 1,000 taels from the account to reward Xiaji. Consider it a token of appreciation." He scanned the courtyard, observing the gathered individuals, and added, "I have always been clear in my rewards and punishments. Those with true capabilities will not be overlooked. 1,000 taels is not excessive. Not enough to drive others into a frenzy of desperation for favor. Yet, for them, it is a considerable sum, sufficient to grant them a sense of financial ease." Chapter 19. Hyuga at that moment, as Hinata Aya approached the Eastern Clan grounds with a light-hearted skip. She was taken aback to find the once bustling pedestrian street of her clan eerily deserted, with all the shops shuttered. This sudden change prompted her to instinctively activate her Byakugan. Through the enhanced vision, the landscape within a kilometer began to manifest, encompassing nearly the entirety of the Hyuga territory. Although numerous barriers obstructed her Byakugan from revealing everything, she promptly located the traces of her clansmen. What were they gathered at the shrine for? Tilting her head in contemplation, Hinata Aya could not fathom the reason. It was neither a festival nor a significant holiday, and the time for rituals had not yet arrived. However, as she continued her scrutiny, she quickly pinpointed 2 figures on the platform in front of the shrine. Head of the clan, Tank? Lord Hizashi? gradually grasping the situation. She immediately executed the body flicker technique and dashed over. By the will of heaven, today I shall pass the mantle to you. The square was filled with a dense throng of people, all possessing Byakugan, their gazes fixed intently on the ceremonial platform, each face solemn as if on a pilgrimage. As Hinata Tank uttered the final phrase of the ritual, he presented a tray to the kneeling Hinata Hisashi. Upon the tray lay a blood-red magatama. Hisashi raised it before his brow, cradling the tray, his eyes gazing up at the current clan leader, Hinata Tank. He then slowly rose to his feet. As Hisashi stood tall, holding the tray and the magatama aloft, his gaze swept over the crowd below. Throughout this process, Tank gradually knelt down before him. Clan leader Hisashi. A voice called out, and soon after, a thunderous wave of cheers erupted from the square. Clan leader Hisashi. Clan leader Hisashi. The initially chaotic shouts began to align in rhythm, ultimately coalescing into a singular voice of thousands. Clan leader Hisashi. The new leader stood while the old leader sat, marking a poignant transition of power that resonated visually. This spectacle stirred deep emotions within Hinata Aya. Meanwhile, on the Uchiha grounds, a historical townhome stood, with a grand banyan tree, symbolizing longevity, auspiciousness, prosperity, and wealth, occupying the center of the front yard. 5 life-sized wooden figures were positioned beside one wall, while the other side flourished with an array of precious flowers and plants. Passing through the main hall into the backyard, one would find an assortment of training equipment, wooden dummies, posts, targets, and a small pond. Further inside, the room was illuminated by perpetual lamps, honoring several ancestral tablets. At this moment, the courtyard was silent and profound, devoid of life. Despite being meticulously cleaned, an air of desolation lingered. With a creak, the front gate opened, and the once quiet courtyard seemed to spring back to life. Laughter from a little girl echoed from the main hall, and the kitchen flames flickered to life. Oni-chan, I'm back. The newly arrived Uchiha Rong sighed, face-palming, and playfully flicked the forehead of the girl in her arms. Ouch, that hurts. I'll become foolish. So, you've returned. Uchiha Rong patiently corrected. Uchiha Yeji tilted her head thoughtfully, and suddenly a smile broke across her face. Indeed, it is I who have returned. Uchiha Rong, why is there yet another large orange cat? Oh, the situation also involves Yi Zi's summoning beast. Uchiha Rong cast a reluctant glance at the portly orange cat, which had grown threefold in girth compared to the little white cat, and found himself at a loss for words. So, are you the lord of the house or the lady? Having learned from past experiences, Uchiha Rong took the initiative to greet the rotund feline. However, the orange cat, sporting a faint king mark on its forehead, regarded him with an air of haughty disdain before returning to its slumber. You may call him Big Brother Jew, declared the imposing black cat, Xiaobai, as it entered the scene, adopting a demeanor befitting an elder. With that, it leapt onto the pedestal over a meter high, unceremoniously displacing Big Brother Jew to the side. Move aside, this spot belongs to me. Very well, Auntie, replied Big Brother Jew, shedding his earlier arrogance and obediently shifting to the corner of the platform. Observing this, Uchiha Rong's eyes sparkled with realization. So, you are of the same generation as I. He then retrieved a small dried fish and approached once more, asking, Big Brother Jew, would you care for a piece of dried fish? To his astonishment, the corpulent orange cat erupted into a blur of motion, and the morsel he offered vanished into thin air. When he looked again, the orange cat was back in its original position, yawning as if it had never moved at all. Uchiha Rong remained unperturbed, allowing his sister to cling to him like a sloth. As he strode directly into the main hall. Is that you, Rong? Please wait a moment. Lunch will be ready shortly. Yes, understood, mother. Oni-chan, what interesting things did you encounter during your outing? In his embrace, Yizi suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear. Indeed, there were quite a few. Let me share them with you. In a secluded courtyard near the outskirts of the Hyuga clan's territory, Hyuga Aya was seated at a stone table, slurping down instant noodles. The sausage is delicious. From now on, I shall add 3 pieces to my noodles. As she savored her meal, she patted the bulging pouch at her waist. The sensation of the pouch brought her a taste of happiness. Although it contained merely 30,000 ryo, the remaining 207,000 had been hidden away in a secret chamber. She couldn't help but reminisce about the past. Had she ever felt so affluent before? How delightful it was. Even now, the excitement was hard to suppress. Fond memories surged like a tide. Her parents, Both branch family ninjas had answered the clan's call and departed for the battlefield over a decade ago, never to return. She was merely 3 years old at the time. Although the clan provided a monthly stipend of 5,000 ryo to the orphans of fallen clan members until they turned 14 and became self-sufficient. Living alone was a struggle for such a young child. 5,000 ryo was sufficient for basic sustenance, yet, for a child, life without adult supervision was inevitably chaotic. Meals were often burnt or undercooked, and anything more complex was beyond her culinary capabilities. Perhaps Aya simply lacked talent in that regard. Despite her earnest attempts to master cooking, she had nearly poisoned herself several times. Consequently, she developed a fondness for instant noodles, milk, and bread, quick meals. Yet, how could a child comprehend the intricacies of life planning? At that time, Aya devoted all her time and energy to training, driven by her dream of becoming a ninja, not a particularly grand one, just one capable of earning a living. Although 5,000 ryo was a considerable sum, it was negligible when spent on kunai, shuriken, and training equipment. Without a clear plan for her life, she soon found herself trapped in a cycle of feast and famine. The milk and bread in her refrigerator often expired, yet she hesitated to discard them. Consuming expired fast food left her looking particularly frail, and weakness was a sin that invited bullying. After she succumbed to the demands of neighborhood bullies for the first time, her life became increasingly difficult. Such a wretched existence seemed endless, and she often felt despondent yet lacked the courage to act. Until, at the age of 12, she unexpectedly awakened her bloodline power, manifesting the ability of the Byakugan for the first time. Chapter 20. Joining the Guard Corps. Sigh. It's all in the past. A bowl of instant noodles had brought her to tears without her realizing it. Aya shook off her thoughts and smiled brightly. As a member of the Hyuga branch family, she was unfortunate, yet being a branch member also granted her a measure of fortune. To prevent the dilution of their bloodline, the two great ocular clans of the ninja world employed various measures, one of which was the restriction of ordinary clan members from leaving the clan territory. Those without the Byakugan, the ordinary members, were akin to prisoners. They were confined within the clan grounds, forbidden to venture outside without permission. From a young age, they were told of their noble lineage and their esteemed status as members of the illustrious Hyuga clan. Yet, they were simultaneously warned of the many nefarious ninjas lurking in the outside world, ever coveting their bloodline. Thus, aside from a few designated days when they were allowed to move freely within the village of Konoha, ordinary members had to submit requests to leave the clan territory. Not only ordinary members, but even the main family members were, in a sense, prisoners who had drawn their own confines. While they did not engage in battle, they similarly refrained from leaving the clan territory. Even when they occasionally ventured outside, they were accompanied by numerous branch family guards and were permitted to operate solely within Konoha. Ironically, it was the branch family members bearing the caged bird seal who appeared more like free birds, except for those who became guards for the main family. Other branch members could enroll in ninja school and become Konoha ninjas to undertake missions. The fact that the caged bird members enjoyed greater freedom was undeniably ironic. Only a genius like Niji, with ambitions to rise to greater heights, would resent the existence of the caged bird seal. At least, Aya did not harbor such disdain. The reason she habitually concealed her forehead protector was merely that she felt it detracted from her appearance. However, Takumi had once advised her that during missions, if she found herself pursued by enemy ninjas due to her Byakugan, she might consider revealing her caged bird seal. Perhaps this would deter them from relentlessly pursuing her. Aya found this notion quite sensible. In the heart of the Uchiha clan's ancestral courtyard, Elder, the junior Rongi requests an audience. Please, enter. Uchiha Rongi stepped into the courtyard. Although the yard was not expansive, its decor was remarkably exquisite. Within the garden, the melodious chirping of birds mingled with the fragrant blossoms, complemented by pavilions and flowing waters. Strangely, there was not a single ninja training apparatus in sight. Did you encounter any dangers on your way back? Uchiha Sara sat upon a stone bench, gesturing with his hand as a masked ninja approached, bearing tea and delicacies. Uchiha Rongi had long since grown accustomed to this. Each elder of the clan typically commanded a retinue of loyal vassals. In this world, those with status and strength have never fought alone. Just as Uchiha Rongi was able to return with a formidable band of warriors, forming a 30-member brigade, members of noble families often attract followers during their journeys, owing to their prowess and charisma. As long as one can afford to maintain them, no one will question how many retainers one possesses. Indeed, with a stroke of fortune, they had encountered no peril. It is inconceivable for Uchiha Rong to disclose that he not only encountered the Jonin of Kumogakure and Iwagakure, but also crossed paths with the S-rank rogue ninja, Kakuzu. Had it not been for his exceptional prowess, which distinguished him among his peers, in the presence of a Hyuga with Byakugan by his side, he might have found himself in dire straits. With a thunderous assault, he caught Kakuzu utterly off guard. Furthermore, at a critical moment, the emergence of Xiaobai's formidable strength, which even drew his attention, could have sealed their fate. This time, I have come to repay a debt. Uchiha Rong, disliking circumlocution, directly retrieved a substantial stack of 100,000 Ri banknotes from his bosom. In total, there were 40 notes issued by the Land of Fire, amounting to a grand total of 4 million Ryo. Oh, it seems he is quite the little god of wealth, Uchiha Sara jestingly remarked, as the masked ninja beside him stepped forward to take the silver note. Uchiha Rong harbored no desire for this old man to scrutinize the origins of his wealth. He promptly added, "There is another matter. I wish to join the Konoha Guard." Indeed, upon hearing these words, Uchiha Kong raised an eyebrow, his attention swiftly shifting from the stack of banknotes. Why the sudden inclination to join the guard? He chuckled inwardly. Was it not due to his previous inadequacy? Now, with this shinobi blade in his possession, things had changed. Uchiha Rong spoke as he gently caressed the blade at his waist, named Stardust. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kong, overcome by an inexplicable impulse, nodded decisively. "I shall inform Fugaku of this matter. When do you intend to report to the Public Security Department? Tomorrow? Such urgency. Well, it is better to be early than late, I suppose. Very well then, I shall not disturb you further. Off you go." As Uchiha Rong departed from the courtyard, he remained oblivious to the grave expression that had suddenly appeared on Uchiha Kong's face. "Master, this." The masked ninja beside him hesitated to speak. Uchiha Sara merely waved his hand. "Do you still not comprehend?" In an instant, that old man sacrificed a pair of eyes and yet could not contend with him. On the bright side, his condition remains at least manageable. Uchiha Sara appeared to be addressing his subordinates, yet his words carried the weight of a solitary reflection. "Kagami, you have certainly presented me with a perplexing dilemma. I wonder whether this child will ultimately be a blessing or a curse for our Uchiha clan." After a brief pause, Uchiha Sara seemed to have a sudden realization. "By the way, how is Shisui faring? He has successfully infiltrated the Umbu, but it seems the masked ninja remains somewhat uncertain. It appears he has been reassigned to Danzo's route." The following morning, before dawn broke, Uchiha Rong rose early and commenced today's training in the backyard. With the infusion of 35 chakra metal, the enhancement of the stars is indeed remarkable. One can only imagine the extraordinary might of that legendary white fang. In Kakashi's hands, it truly becomes a gem shrouded in dust. Uchiha Rong was filled with a profound sense of lamentation. The potency of chakra weapons is indeed contingent upon the wielder. In the hands of a warrior or ninja with a chakra level of 1, they could easily overpower the majority of chunin. Such weapons have the capacity to obliterate the disparity in chakra levels between warriors and ninjas of the same rank, allowing for swift assaults that require no hand seals. This augmentation cannot be deemed anything less than formidable. For those with 1 card of chakra, their combat prowess can rival that of Jonin, in the possession of Uchiha Rong, who benefits from the bloodline of the Sharingan. The potential to unlock the 3-tomo Sharingan in the future could indeed pave the way for a resurgence of a legendary figure akin to Hatake Tsukumo. Yet, it falls into the hands of Kakashi, who suffers from a severe chakra deficiency. One might argue it is of little use, but it undeniably enhances Kakashi's close-quarters combat capabilities. Conversely, one might assert its utility. However, even without the White Fang's prowess, Kakashi's overall strength would likely remain unscathed, if not slightly bolstered. It is a true paradox, bland in consumption yet regrettable to discard. Nevertheless, the star is distinct from the White Fang. Uchiha Rong incessantly struck the wooden figure before him with his blade. The tools previously ravaged by the fierce dragon fire had long been replaced with a new batch. The star iron, renowned for its resilience, combined with the core of star steel exceeding a hardness of 55, melded harmoniously with several other rare materials. Whoosh! The wooden figure, as sturdy as iron and impervious to most B-rank ninjutsu, was cleaved effortlessly in two. The upper half gradually descended to the ground. Its cut as smooth as a polished mirror. Uchiha Rong exhaled deeply and continued. Thus, although the stars are a chakra blade, they fear not the clash with any renowned sword. Sheet or weapon, Uchiha Rong stepped gracefully out of the courtyard. It was time to visit the Konoha Security Department. Chapter 21, The New Squad Leader, Part 1. Konoha Village, nestled among the mountains, faces southward. The rocky cliffs are adorned with the stone statues of generations of Hokage, collectively referred to as Hokage Rock. The Hokage building rests beneath this monumental site. Flanking the Hokage rock to the northeast and northwest are the Nara clan's reindeer pasture, known as the Forest of Deer, and the Akimichi clan's grazing plains. To the east and west lie the Oil Girl clan's insect chirping swamp and the Inuzuka clan's Dog Mound Valley. These four peripheral regions are guarded by ninjas from the Nara and Akimichi clans, alongside natural hazards formed by swarming insects and the vigilant presence of ninja dogs stationed in the valleys. Thus, a formidable semicircular defense is established, securely protecting the Hokage building at its core. To the east of the village's heart lies the Hyuga clan's territory, while the Uchiha clan's domain occupies the west. These two prominent clans, renowned for their ocular jutsu, have outposts along the periphery of their territories, effectively fortifying this defensive circle into a veritable wall. At the center of the vacant space between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans lies the main thoroughfare of Konoha, which extends directly from the southern gate to the Hokage building. It is said that to prosper, one must first build roads. Such convenient transportation is exceedingly beneficial for the economy, logistics, and troop deployments. However, despite this convenience, it is unthinkable to leave this passage open for unknown individuals to wander freely. Thus, on either side of this central avenue, between the Hyuga and Uchiha, lies the territory of the mountain clans of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, alongside numerous smaller clans closely aligned with the Hokage lineage, such as the Haya, Haruno, and Taka clans. They serve as vigilant gatekeepers, each establishing checkpoints to prevent unauthorized access. Consequently, this robust defensive circle forms a complete enclosure. Beyond this enclosure, the central avenue of Konoha serves as the nucleus, flanked by shops and residential buildings, creating a mixed area populated by civilians and common ninjas. As for the Uenfei and Shimura clans, among others, they were located near the Hokage building after the Senju clan's departure, with the Akimichi and Nara clans forming a supportive flank. This left Tsunade with only the old residents once inhabited by Hashirama and Mito. Surrounding this layer are several ninja clans, including the Inuzuka, subtly separating the Hyuga and Uchiha territories. This layout, characterized by external openness yet internal security, fosters the prosperity of the civilian ninja mixed community, contributing to Konoha's population and economy, while simultaneously making it challenging for spies to infiltrate the closed circle of ninja clans disguised as villagers. Of course, to prevent the class discrepancies between ninjas and civilians from becoming overt, descendants of the Senju clan who intermarried with civilians, along with the first generation of old villagers who underwent rigorous background checks and descendants of those who made substantial contributions to the village, were also dispersed within the enclosed circle. This creates an illusion for the public that civilians are not excluded from the core of the village. The Konoha Security Department, in reality, governs the area outside this closed circle, which is the most diverse mixed civilian area. The ninja clans within the enclosure operate independently, rendering it impossible for the Uchiha to intervene in their affairs. The civilians within the enclosure are deemed the true, law-abiding citizens of Konoha, with a remarkably low crime rate. Given this context, to facilitate personnel management, the Konoha Security Department is strategically established at the heart of the civilian ninja mixed area, adjacent to the central avenue of Konoha. Numerous watchtowers and guards are distributed throughout the village's various districts. It is quite an impressive sight. Standing on the central avenue and gazing at the somewhat modern structure of the security department, Uchiha Rong felt a fleeting sense of nostalgia, as if she had returned to the Blue Planet, standing before a police station. This 5-story interconnected building is encircled by a 3-meter-high wall, adorned with barbed wire. At the entrance, 2 guards clad in Konoha ninja attire and wearing the village headband stand at attention. "Excuse me. Could you please direct me to the office of the security department?" Uchiha Rong stepped inside, took a few strides, and then turned back to inquire. "This building? The 2nd floor?" A Uchiha guard replied with an impassive expression. "Thank you." Uchiha Rong expressed his gratitude politely before stepping inside. Within the grand entrance lay a small open square, where a wooden sign hung prominently on one side of the gateway, inscribed with the words, "Emergency Call Center." Uchiha Rong bypassed the reception area and ascended the staircase from the adjacent corridor. "Who are you looking for?" "The reception is downstairs," he inquired. "Oh, you seem somewhat familiar. Are you a child of the clan?" Just as he entered the 2nd-floor corridor, he encountered a middle-aged man clad in a ninja outfit adorned with a fan emblem. Uchiha Rong immediately smiled and said, "I am Uchiha Rong, and I have just joined the guard department today. Sir, where is the registration office for newcomers?" The middle-aged man, initially wearing a serious expression, visibly softened upon hearing his name. "Oh, so you are Rong. It's quite impressive to join the guard department at such a young age. Just walk to the left, and at the end, that office is it. Thank you, sir. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. After bidding farewell to the warm-hearted gentleman, Uchiha Rong made his way to the newcomer registration office. Noticing the door ajar, he confidently entered. In the world of ninjas, there was no need for excessive formalities or rituals such as knocking before entering. Being overly cautious would only portray one as weak and timid. Hello, I am Uchiha Rong. Here to report for duty. A middle-aged woman, who was reviewing some documents at her desk, looked up upon hearing his voice. In the next moment, her face blossomed with a smile. Rong, hello. Our team leader just briefed me about you. I will handle your employment paperwork right away. By the way, I am Uchiha Yuan, a member of the logistics team. This logistics member exhibited no fluctuations of chakra, revealing that she was an ordinary person. Uchiha Rong was slightly taken aback, but soon grasped the underlying reason. Logistical and clerical tasks are tedious and time-consuming, rendering the employment of ninjas in such roles tantamount to squandering their precious training time. After all, the security department is essentially a domain governed by the Uchiha clan, and appointing some ordinary clan members to these positions could alleviate the livelihood issues faced by many within the community. On this note, I would appreciate your cooperation in completing a brief registration. Though Uchiha Wen is merely an ordinary individual, his professional skills are remarkably adept. With a few succinct words, he elucidated the general structure of the security department to Uchiha Rong before commencing the registration process. The security department currently comprises 3 main squads, overseen by the clan leader who serves as the head. The first squad is responsible for public safety patrols, with rotating members assigned to fixed positions for surveillance. The second squad focuses on criminal apprehension and investigation, responding to reported incidents to track down offenders. The third squad provides logistical support, composed of ninjas skilled in operational assistance alongside some of us ordinary individuals. As for the registration information, this document is for internal clan records, so please provide as much detail as possible. The other form is to be submitted to the Hokage Tower, where you may fill it out more succinctly. Uchiha Rong received the form and nodded, indicating his understanding. He then commenced filling out the internal personal information registration. Name, Uchiha Rong. Gender, male. Age, 13. Chakra nature, wind. Fire, water, earth. Proficient ninjutsu. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire. Wind style, Wind Blade. Sharingan activated. No. Registered ninja status. No. Estimated comprehensive combat ability. At this point, Uchiha Rong paused. Uchiha Yuan promptly clarified. Here, you are to fill in A, B, C, or D. Each level also includes plus and minus distinctions, which can be likened to the ranks of village Chunin, Chunin, Jounin, and elite Jounin. For instance, C denotes a novice Chunin, while C signifies a seasoned Chunin. B represents a special Jounin. You are to provide an estimation of your own abilities, after which designated personnel will assess your capabilities. Subsequently, based on your strengths, you will be assigned to a specific squad and position. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rong nodded in understanding and continued to fill out the form. He estimated his overall combat proficiency as B, with a particular expertise in business management and leadership. As he completed the internal section, Uchiha Rong was about to pick up another form when Uchiha Yuan interjected. Wrong, as I mentioned earlier. The combat ability estimation you provided will be verified by designated personnel from our clan. It was evident that she had initially only mentioned C, and after a moment's hesitation, she had added B-. To think that he directly claimed a B rating, at the tender age of 13, to possess Jounin-level combat prowess? This notion was utterly preposterous to Uchiha Yuan. Unable to restrain herself, she felt compelled to remind him. Suspecting that he might have accidentally filled it out incorrectly or that her explanation had lacked clarity, Uchiha Rong merely smiled and continued to fill out another form. Witnessing this, Uchiha Yuan felt a slight shock within. He chose not to speak further. All right. Well, now you can. Wait. Rong. Did you perhaps make an error in your filling? Uchiha Yuan presented 2 identical forms, devoid of any punctuation, to Uchiha Rong and said, You may simply submit these as they are. What shall I do next? Uchiha Rong waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unperturbed. While possessing the combat prowess of a Nin through his ninja tools would undoubtedly attract the village's attention once more, he found it rather inconsequential. However, should the personal information submitted to the Hokage's office reveal a stark disparity, and should his own strength as a Nin become apparent during his duties, the implications would be entirely different. Such a revelation would likely incite greater curiosity among the village's higher-ups and could even lead to inquiries from the Umbu. As long as his Sharingan remained concealed, a 13-year-old who had yet to awaken it. Relying solely on an expensive chakra-infused ninja blade to barely attain J-Nin level strength would indeed draw attention, yet not excessive scrutiny. You may now take a rest in the adjacent training room. Just as Uchiha Rong was about to depart, a voice called out from behind him, as the squad leader. You need not engage in field duties. During your shift, as long as you manage the assignments of your team members, you may remain on standby in the training room. Very well, thank you. Chapter 22, The New Squad Leader, Part 2. Indeed, being a squad leader has its advantages. Uchiha Rong's eyes gleamed with excitement as he surveyed the training room. The floor, walls, and ceiling were all reinforced with protective barriers. And the array of equipment surpassed even that of his own backyard. Remembering the final admonition from Uchiha Yuan, a knowing smile spread across Uchiha Rong's face. With the security personnel occupied with external duties, the squad leader had ample time to hone his skills. After refining his chakra for a while, he took out his ninja blade and commenced practicing his swordsmanship. This form of swordsmanship was not merely about techniques or styles. It involved the application of chakra techniques to the blade, endowing it with extraordinary powers such as wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning. Thus, not every blade could be classified as a ninja sword. Common katanas, crafted from mundane iron, could not withstand the elemental chakra attributes of wind, fire, and lightning. Under the forces of flames, cutting winds, and lightning, such blades would quickly melt, break, or shatter. A true ninja sword transcended mere appearance. It possessed inherent elemental resistance, enabling it to harness extraordinary powers effectively. Such ninja swords were categorized into various grades. For instance, the ninja sword that Uchiha Rong acquired after defeating a cloud-hidden Nin in the Land of Rice had a recovery value of 10,000 ryo from the Nico clan. This quality of ninja sword, forged with water source stones, could endure the elemental transformations induced by Nin level water attribute chakra. With a typical price of around 20,000 ryo in pristine condition, ninja swords capable of withstanding Nin level changes in a single chakra attribute commanded prices exceeding 100,000 ryo, reflecting the separate costs of materials like water source crystals, fire crystals, and lightning crystals. The forging process was not particularly demanding, resulting in low labor costs. When it came to dual attribute Nin ninja swords, prices soared above 500,000 ryo, with material cost around 200,000, necessitating high standards in crafting. 3 attribute Nin ninja swords required the expertise of a master blacksmith, valuing over 1 million ryo. 4 attribute swords, such as the one Uchiha Rong sold to the elderly woman, had a recovery price reaching 250,000 ryo. Legendary 5 attribute swords were exceedingly rare in the ninja world, each bearing a name and an incalculable worth, sometimes surpassing the value of chakra-infused metal weapons. This is because, typically, the more attributes a craftsman successfully fused into a sword, the higher the quality of the resulting ninja sword, not only enhancing elemental resistance but also significantly improving the blade's hardness and resilience. For instance, the 4 attribute Nin sword owned by the elderly woman from the Land of Clouds could withstand Uchiha Rong's Crescent Moon Wind blade due to its material composition. It is believed that a 5 attribute legendary sword could endure even the Tailed Beast Bomb, a notion Uchiha Rong firmly believed. However, despite their impressive capabilities, such ninja swords ultimately consumed chakra at a high rate and lacked the potency of equivalent chakra-releasing ninjutsu. Their advantage lay in their ability to eliminate the need for hand seals, allowing for a rapid combat tempo. The Star Blade, on the other hand, boasted remarkable durability, second only to legendary swords, while consuming far less chakra and delivering Crescent Moon Wind blades that exceeded the power of equivalent chakra-releasing ninjutsu by 30%. All without the need for hand seals. Upon returning to the village, Uchiha Rong diligently perused a considerable amount of literature on the subject. With a swift motion, the stars were unsheathed. As Uchiha Rong infused the blade with fire-based chakra, its surface began to blaze a vivid crimson. Flames erupted from the sword, soaring high. Uchiha Rong gently closed his eyes, beginning to embrace the searing intensity of the flames. Gradually, the fire upon the blade diminished significantly, seemingly retracting its fervor. The surrounding temperature also began to lose its intensity. The once scattered flames rapidly coalesced into an abstract serpent of fire, entwining around the blade of the Star Sword. This was the pinnacle of Uchiha Rong's mastery over the transformation of fire-type chakra, a fusion of nature and form. Go! Uchiha Rong fiercely thrust his blade towards the wooden figure before him. Despite the 65 centimeters length of the starry blade, augmented by Uchiha Rong's arm reach. It fell short by half a meter. At that moment, the fiery serpent entwined around the blade lunged forward with remarkable swiftness. In an instant, the abstract flames dissipated, leaving behind a fist-sized transparent hole in the wooden figure, from which faint wisps of steam emerged. This won't do, although this form of attack is enigmatic and unpredictable. Its consumption and destructive power are far from economical. Uchiha Rong sheathed his blade, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, he unsheathed it once more. Realizing that the essence of flames lay in their searing heat, he summoned forth the fire anew, which once again enveloped the blade. In the next instant, the flames contracted, revealing a blade of fire that extended merely an inch along the edge. With a swift stroke, he aimed at the wooden figure. A crisp sizzle resonated as the fiery blade penetrated the wooden construct by a mere inch. Resheathing his sword, Uchiha Rong frowned. It appeared that his comprehension of the transformative nature of fire was still woefully inadequate, in stark contrast to his mastery of wind techniques. His current prowess in fire techniques was undeniably lacking. If that is the case. The eyes of Uchiha Rong gleamed with intensity. Once more, the blade was drawn, flames erupting forth. In the next instant, a blade of wind emerged from within the flames. With a whoosh, the fire extinguished, leaving only the wind blade upon the sword. No, this wind blade was too powerful. It was essential that the wind bolster the flames, necessitating a balance of fierce fire and gentle breeze. Thus, time flowed on. After countless attempts, as Uchiha Rong's chakra neared depletion, it finally succeeded. At this moment, the blade of the starry sword crackled with flames, the fire sculpted by the wind blade, becoming remarkably condensed. The original form of the flames, which once flickered upwards, had been transformed. Even the focal point of the temperature had shifted. Uchiha Rong once again struck at the wooden figure. A crescent-shaped flame erupted instantaneously from the blade, colliding with the wooden target. The sound of sizzling and a sharp crack echoed as the wooden figure was cleaved in two, its power surpassing that of the crescent moon wind blade by a factor of 2. Alas, it appeared that the attack's range could only extend half a meter from the blade. Let us name this technique the fiery slash. Sheathing the blade, Uchiha Rong seated herself to recuperate and restore her chakra. Thus, she practiced repeatedly throughout the morning, until her stomach voiced its protest. It seemed that controlling fire-type chakra was slightly more effortless. She sensed a subtle enhancement in her abilities, a sensation that was truly exquisite. Perhaps it was time to indulge in a meal. Uchiha Rong returned home for a meal and soon found himself back in the training room. The security department lacked a communal dining hall, which was quite disappointing. In the afternoon, while Uchiha Rong was engaged in chakra refinement, the door to the training room swung open. Uncle. Haha. I received a directive to assess the combat abilities of the newcomers. I had a feeling it would be you. The visitor turned out to be the same uncle who had given him directions that morning. After sharing a hearty laugh, the middle-aged man's expression abruptly shifted to one of seriousness. He solemnly inquired, Rong, is it? Are you certain you possess B-level comprehensive combat capabilities? After all, if you were lying, the consequences could be dire. Uchiha Rong remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. Very well. Are you prepared? As Uchiha Rong was about to proclaim his readiness, the figure of the elder suddenly began to fade. This is not good. With a swift motion, the stars unsheathed, and in a single stroke of the blade, he deflected the shuriken that was hurtling towards him. With a swift motion, Uchiha Rong found himself enveloped in a blazing inferno. It was the great fireball technique. How astonishingly rapid. What astounding speed of hand seals is this? Not even 0.6 of a second, I wager. As Uchiha Rong narrowly evaded the searing fireball, he reappeared near the wall, only to be confronted by a fearsome dragon head of flames. Birank. The great dragon fire technique. Goodness. Is this the prowess of a Jonin-level ninjutsu? The confines of the training room offered no refuge. Escape was impossible. Uchiha Rong could not leverage the advantage of his wind shunshin technique. Thus, he grasped his blade tightly, raising it high. In this moment, there was no time to form hand seals for any defensive ninjutsu. Earth-release chakra and water-release chakra surged into his blade. The fiery dragon head was nearly upon him, the searing heat rendering Uchiha Rong's eyes nearly shut. Yet, as he swung his blade, a wave of water emanated forth, dispersing much of the oppressive heat. With a thunderous roar, the entire training room was engulfed in flames. Coughing, Uchiha Rong's voice, resembling that of a charred figure, echoed through the inferno. Was such ferocity truly necessary? It was utterly unfair to unleash the great dragon fire in such a confined space. This marked Uchiha Rong's first experience wielding a ninja blade against B-rank fire ninjutsu, the extraordinary great dragon fire. The exhilaration was beyond words. Were it not for the timely protection offered by the star, which cleaved through the dragon's head and mitigated the fire's destructive force, he would have surely faced devastating consequences from such a formidable ninjutsu. Astonishingly, he remained unscathed. It seems you possess some skill after all. Upon hearing the voice, Uchiha Long swiftly directed his blade toward its source. A crescent-shaped wind blade flashed through the air. The barrier within the training room trembled violently once more. At this moment, save for the corner where Uchiha Long stood, everything else lay engulfed in flames. The Inferno's barrier made locating his opponent a daunting task. Suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes emerged from the flames. Two Tomo glistened ominously. Could it be the Sharingan? This is dire. The double Tomo Jinjutsu Eye. Uchiha Rong instinctively sought to evade the gaze upon him, but it was too late. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. A magnificent water dragon emerged, extinguishing the inferno of the training room while charging towards the motionless Uchiha Rong. Haha, kid, you're still lacking a bit. It seems I can only grant you AB, at most. The water dragon abruptly shattered before Uchiha Rong, clearly a sign that the middle-aged man had held back. Yet, in the next moment, Uchiha Rong's figure dissipated with a bang into a puddle of water. When did this happen? It was actually a water clone. The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically. Don't move, old man. It could be fatal. The man, who had been in the midst of forming hand seals, resigned himself to surrender, for there were 3 Rongs, each wielding a blazing sword poised at his neck. The intense heat emanating from them caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Kid, your control over fire style isn't quite proficient, is it? Put down the ninja blade before you burn me. Being threatened by a weapon is one thing, but being held at gunpoint by an innocent 3-year-old with the safety off is truly terrifying. This was the sensation that Uchiha was experiencing at that moment. I can put it down. But let us discuss the rating first, shall we? B. Is B acceptable? Upon hearing this, 2 of the Rongs dissipated in a puff of smoke, leaving only the original, who also sheathed his sword. B. A seasoned jonin? No, old man. Just give me a B rating. After sheathing his sword, he gasped for breath, his face covered in dirt and appearing utterly disheveled. His chakra was also slightly overtaxed due to the creation of 2 shadow clones. Uchiha Y's expression suddenly stiffened. I, a Jainin wielding a double Tomo Sharingan, have been subdued by you, and yet you still desire a mere B instead of a B? Sensing his discomfort, the emotionally astute Uchiha Rong sincerely remarked, Uncle, you have already held back numerous times. Had this been a battle to the death, that earlier fire dragon technique would have spelled my demise, leaving me no opportunity to counter you. A B rating is truly inflated. I would rather not be assigned to confront adversaries I am utterly incapable of handling. Uchiha Xiong's expression had noticeably improved. Upon reflection, it was indeed the case. In a life-and-death battle, this young man still lacked much. Well, you do make a valid point. Therefore, let us proceed with B. As he reached the doorway, Uchiha Xiong's voice resonated once more. I am Uchiha Xiong, the captain of the 1st Squad of the 2nd Brigade of the Security Department. That very afternoon, the appointment of Uchiha Rong was announced captain of the 7th Squad for Public Security Patrols. Chapter 23. Yet, some remain unconvinced. Days swiftly passed. On August 12th, 48th year of Konoha, the ingredients were as follows: 15 grams of honeysuckle, 6 grams of mint, 5 grams of licorice, and an appropriate amount of rock candy. Remarkable. I never anticipated that you, Senior Rong, possessed such profound knowledge of pharmacology. In the backyard of the Lin family's apothecary on Central Avenue, a hint of admiration flickered across the youthful face of Do. Haha, those skilled in poison are also adept in healing, aren't they? Uchiha Rong exuded an air of superiority. Although he had recently accepted an appointment from the security department, becoming the captain of the 7th Patrol Division, he was currently operating as a solitary commander, awaiting the allocation of personnel from his superiors. This situation left him with an abundance of idle time. Through a period of interaction, Do's attitude towards him had also undergone a slight transformation. As he passed by the apothecary to check the accounts, he noticed Do engrossed in the study of medicinal formulas. Casual inquiry led him to discover that, due to the recent sweltering heat, many civilians in Konoha had been seeking remedies for heat-related ailments. It was rather surprising that Do was delving into the research of effective treatments for such conditions. Coincidentally, Uchiha Rong had developed a certain expertise in toxin creation and owned an apothecary, thus possessing a decent understanding of pharmacology. Drawing from some ideas regarding cooling herbal teas from his past life, he pondered briefly and then provided a formula to alleviate the heat. This package of dried fruits was designed to stimulate the appetite and delight children. Remember to take it back with you. Uchiha Rong, as per his usual demeanor, did not linger and swiftly departed. As he left, Do, peering from beneath his spectacles, fell into a contemplative state, gazing in the direction of his retreat. He is indeed a person of benevolence. One can only hope that kindness is duly rewarded. The adage of judging actions rather than intentions resonates deeply, unbeknownst to him. Do has been employed at this apothecary for nearly 2 months. During this time, the proprietor of the shop has hurriedly visited, leaving behind small treats for him to take back to the children, before hastily departing once more. Throughout this period, the orphanage has experienced considerable improvements, thanks to this individual. Although Do is a spy, he is still human, and prolonged exposure to those unfortunate children has unwittingly burdened him with additional responsibilities. After all, he is merely 8 years old. Meanwhile, after leaving the apothecary, Uchiha Rong proceeded, as is customary, to the rice shop courtyard. Master. A cohort of warriors greeted him with respectful bows. Recently, their training has shown notable progress. Uchiha Rong cast a brief glance at their training, offering an approving nod. During this period, among the 32 warriors, 2 young samurai had successfully harnessed chakra. The initial 5 who first extracted chakra had also gained a solid grasp of their respective chakra nature transformations, marking the beginning of their journey into the art of swordsmanship. Notably, Yamazaki Natsuki had achieved the remarkable feat of releasing a wind blade a meter away from his sword, while Yamazaki Natsuki could now infuse his blade with water. Although Uchiha Rong perceived their power as still somewhat juvenile, it nonetheless represented a significant extraordinary strength. The quintet, when united, could certainly hold their own against some nin. Not lingering for long, Uchiha Rong returned to his backyard to commence his daily practice. The Starry Night ninja sword was drawn, flames roaring atop it. And with the infusion of a small amount of wind release, it transformed into a blade of blazing fire. With a single stroke, the fiery blade cleaved through a meter, effortlessly severing 3 wooden stakes that stood nearby. Remarkably, these stakes were the newly replaced ironwood ones, resistant to ordinary C-rank ninjutsu. Ah! It is indeed worthy of its 8-fold fire attribute. Clearly, I possess a natural aptitude for the cultivation of fire attribute chakra. As the saying goes, mastery in one aspect leads to mastery in others. Progress in the transformation of one chakra nature not only enhances the potency of my swordsmanship, but also amplifies the strength of my released ninjutsu. Through diligent practice during this time, I have even seen a slight increase in my chakra reserves, now reaching approximately 1.3 cards. That little guy Itachi has also been quite diligent lately, adeptly executing both the Great Fireball and Phoenix Fire techniques. In the afternoon, Uchiha Rong was leisurely enjoying the coolness of the front yard, while beside her, Yeezy nibbled on snacks with her cheeks puffed out. Xiaobai and Deju lay curled up in a ball, napping in the shade. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Rong, are you home? Uchiha Rong stepped forward to open the door and was greeted by the familiar figure of Uchiha Yu. Ah, it's Senior Yu. Indeed. I have come to inform you that your 7th squad has been fully assembled. Uchiha Yu's words were succinct. That's splendid. I have waited so long that the flowers have wilted. Immediately, Uchiha Ro tidied himself up, donning a loose-fitting black yukata adorned with fan motifs, with a ninja blade slung at his waist, before stepping out. Upon his arrival at the security department alongside Uchiha Yu, they found a shaded area beside the spacious plaza, where 10 clan members clad in standard Konoha ninja attire had already gathered. Each bore the fan emblem embroidered on their biceps. Some squatted on the steps. Others leaned against the walls in the corners, and there were even 2 perched atop a grand tree in the courtyard. Uchiha Wai raised his hands in surrender, stating, "It's up to you now." With that, he ascended the stairs on his own. Uchiha Rong remained composed as he leisurely approached the square, taking a moment to scrutinize the individuals gathered there. Few faces appeared familiar. However, one young man, likely in his 20s, stood out with a distinctive flair, proudly displaying his Konoha forehead protector on his arm. In an instant, Uchiha Rong reached the center of the square and called out with authority, "First Brigade of the Guard Division, 7th Team, assemble." His words were articulated with precision, and despite not introducing himself beforehand, 10 team members promptly formed a line before him, even though a few displayed a hint of reluctance. Uchiha Rong smiled softly. He was not taken aback by this. The Uchiha clan has always been characterized by its aloofness, and those selected for the security division are predominantly seasoned nin, embodying the elite of their lineage. Now, commencing from the left, he began to introduce himself. However, under the scrutiny of 10 pairs of eyes, his words fell on deaf ears. Moments ago, he had articulated with precision, summoning the entire Team 7 for assembly, prompting the formation of a line. Yet, Without revealing his identity this time, dissent arose among the ranks. Although they were acutely aware that this individual was likely to be their captain, one audacious youth, stationed at the forefront of the left flank, scoffed and remarked, "Who are you? Even if you are the captain, shouldn't we first know who you are?" Uchiha Rong's lips curled into a smile. "Youngster, you possess quite the courage. As the saying goes, a new official often displays fervor." Uchiha Ron could not afford to diminish his imposing presence. He cast a disdainful glance at his opponent. "Are you dissatisfied?" The youth's eyes narrowed, and he seemed to realize that he was about to be subjected to a display of authority. Despite his reluctance, he did not wish to offend his new superior for no reason. Thus, he maintained a stoic demeanor, observing the ground with a quiet resolve. After all, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he possessed pride, yet he was not foolish. He was acutely aware that he was unlikely to prevail against the captain. Why would he willingly seek trouble? This reaction elicited a slight surprise from Uchiha Ron. He then surveyed the 10 Uchiha present. "Is there anyone among you who dares to dissent?" The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Uchiha Rong's smile grew even brighter as he spoke once more. "Anyone who disagrees may step forward, if you can withstand my prowess for just 1 minute. I shall appoint you as the vice-captain of the division." The moment these words were uttered, the 10 individuals erupted in disbelief. "What a jest! This is an outrageous affront. I refuse to accept this." Instantly, someone boldly stepped forward as the first challenger. Uchiha Rong couldn't help but smile upon seeing him. He was indeed the only youth who wore his forehead protector on his arm, a testament to his unique personality. Even if you possess the 3-tomo Sharingan, it was unwise to underestimate others. The young man's gaze was defiant. Clearly, Uchiha Rong, despite his tender years, exuded a formidable presence that led to misunderstandings on the part of his opponent. Chapter 24. Establishing authority. Well, then, are you prepared? With Uchiha Rong's words echoing in the air, the other 9 immediately became vigilant, their figures flashing as they utilized the body flicker technique to retreat a considerable distance. Uchiha Shisui swiftly drew 2 shuriken, nodding in acknowledgement. Uchiha Rong refrained from seizing the opportunity to launch a preemptive strike. If one seeks to establish authority, it must be done with elegance. Thus, let the proceedings commence. Almost simultaneously with the utterance of his thoughts, the figure of Uchiha Je became a blur. In the next moment, a crimson Sharingan manifested on Uchiha Rong's left side. A kunai thrust forth, accompanied by a resounding whoosh. Uchiha Rong, with a swift draw of his sword, effortlessly severed his opponent's kunai. He would never be so reckless as to fight without his ninja blade. To do so would invite calamity. His audacity was commendable, daring to initiate the attack. However, having disarmed his adversary, Uchiha Rong did not press the advantage but instead spoke leisurely. The countenance of Uchiha Je had already grown exceedingly grim. After discarding his kunai, he executed another body flicker, creating a distance of several dozen meters. In the next instant, a fiery beam surged forth from behind Uchiha Rong. Uchiha Rong suddenly pivoted, wielding his ninja blade in a swift upward arc. A fierce flame slash surged forth, seizing the moment before the full force of the fireball technique erupted. As it spiraled back towards Uchiha Se with a torrent of blazing energy, the crimson pupils of Uchiha Je abruptly constricted, instantly halting the release of the great fireball technique. He narrowly evaded the oncoming waves of flames using the body flicker technique. Unbeknownst to him, the battle had already lingered for half a minute. Just as several charred marks began to manifest on Uchiha Je's figure, a scene of utter disarray emerged once more. The calm voice of Uchiha re-echoed suddenly. "It has been quite some time. It is time to bring this to a close." Uchiha Je had sensed an impending danger. Before he could make any move, a sharp ninja blade was already pressed against his neck. The searing heat emanating from the weapon caused him to swallow hard. I concede, Captain." Uchiha Rong smiled as he sheathed his blade. In truth, this young man possessed considerable strength, likely positioned between the elite CH Nin and the special J Nin ranks. Around AC level. The primary reason he appeared utterly defenseless against Uchiha Rong lay in the latter's unparalleled swordsmanship, which countered him effectively. The speed of the star blade was astonishing, coupled with formidable power, creating a combat rhythm that was extraordinarily swift. Uchiha Rong's wind Shuinpa was almost second only to the instantaneous water stance. Even the fastest ninjas require a moment to form hand seals. And when the Shuinpa technique does not hold an advantage, the outcome is dire. Had Uchiha Rong wished it, his opponent would not have lasted even a second, let alone a minute. A chorus of swallowed breaths echoed around them. The onlooking teammates now regarded Uchiha Rong with a newfound reverence. The captain, in the next instant. Without a word from him, 9 team members stood in a perfect line, their voices rising in unison. "Now, let us commence with a brief self-introduction. Starting from the left, Uchiha Setsu hurriedly returned to the team, a trace of black and gray still smudging his face, remnants of the flames that had recently scorched him. Reporting to the captain, "I am Uchiha Setsu. Proficient in fire release," he declared, his voice somewhat diminished, as his prowess in fire release had not been demonstrated adequately moments ago. "Next," the captain prompted. Reporting to the captain, "I am Uchiha Shinai. Skilled in swordsmanship." Uchiha Rong cast a glance at her. She was a girl of 17 or 18 with short hair. "Report, Captain. I am Uchiha Kwai. I excel in illusion techniques and fire release." As the 10 members completed their introductions, Uchiha Rong slightly nodded. "I'm the captain of Team 7, Uchiha Takumi. As a newcomer, I humbly request your guidance moving forward." "Captain, you are too modest. It is you who should be guiding us." The atmosphere instantly became amicable. Clearly, Uchiha Rong's initial sternness had softened, earning her some goodwill from the team members. 3 days later, it was our Team 7's turn to take the lead in Kazami Sakura Town. Kazami Sakura Town, located on the southeast street of Konoha Village, is renowned as the Street of Cherry Blossoms, a popular tourist destination. We will assemble at the entrance of Training Ground No. 7 at 5 in the morning. "Understood, Captain." After announcing the time and location for the upcoming duty, Uchiha Rong continued, "Now, everyone, follow me." With that, Uchiha Rong led the team out of the security department, leaping onto the rooftops and heading northwest. The 10 team members instinctively formed a defensive formation, following closely behind. Before long, Uchiha Rong halted in a clearing at Training Ground No. 7. "From now on, this will be our temporary assembly point for Team 7. You may also come here to train during your spare time. I will make time to offer guidance." The information regarding our duties and the selection of the assembly point had already been conveyed to Uchiha Rong by Uchiha Yu on the way. Upon hearing this, more than half of the team members displayed signs of joy. It seemed they had encountered a responsible captain. They were aware that many other team leaders were rather aloof and solitary. The group promptly responded with enthusiasm. "All right, you may disperse now." Instantly, the previously rigid formation relaxed considerably, yet no one made an immediate move to leave. "Captain, would you like to join us for some barbecue? I know a fantastic barbecue restaurant on the East Street. The 3-color dumplings on South Street are delicious as well." A chorus of voices erupted. The older members called her captain, while the 2 younger ones, even younger than Uchiha Rong, referred to her as senior. Uchiha Rong raised his palm, signaling for silence. "The gathering will take place tomorrow at noon. All who wish to attend are welcome. I shall be the host. Those encountering difficulties in their training may practice here independently, one at a time." With that, 4 individuals bid their farewells and departed. The remaining 6 sought nearby spots to commence their own training. Observing this, Uchiha Rong nodded to himself. If his assumptions were correct, it seemed that these 6 individuals likely had no elders remaining in their families. The Uchiha clan suffered numerous casualties during the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, a toll that can only be described as tragic. It was precisely due to the successive weakening of the clan's core strength that led to their eventual annihilation. Consequently, the signs of a generational gap within the clan had already begun to manifest at this juncture. After observing for a brief moment, Uchiha Rong took the initiative to approach a girl who stood half a head taller than herself. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Chino sheathed his blade. "If you wish to enhance your water blade, you can emulate the form of a wind blade." As he spoke, Uchiha Long drew his sword with a swift motion. Instantly, a layer of rippling water enveloped the pristine blade, swiftly transforming into a water blade that surged forth with the speed and shape reminiscent of a wind blade. This spectacle ignited a spark of admiration in Uchiha Chino's eyes. The ninja sword, imbued with chakra, underwent a change in nature, paving the way for the development of multiple forms based on this transformation. With that, Uchiha Long swung his sword from a distance. The water blade detached from the blade and struck a wooden post 2 meters away, leaving behind a profound gash that nearly severed it. "Thank you, Captain." Uchiha Chino gazed at him with increasing reverence. Truly, as the captain, he effortlessly illuminated the path for someone like me, whose strength had long been stagnant. "Well, do make sure to practice diligently on your own." Seeing that the other party comprehended, Uchiha Ryo nodded and proceeded to the next team member. Chapter 25, The Clan Meeting Invitation. In truth, guiding others is also a process of revisiting and gaining new insights. A delightful day once again welcomed the setting sun. After dinner, Uchiha Rong returned home and once again began to challenge new heights. That night, 2 shadowy figures stealthily departed from Konoha, swiftly heading west for over 20 miles. They arrived at a rocky area adjacent to a neighboring district. Behold, Zichosu Ushinhai. With the completion of the hand seals, Uchiha Jian unleashed a torrent of searing flames from his mouth, instantly creating a vast sea of fire ahead. The area covered was nearly 100 meters in diameter, presenting a breathtaking visual effect reminiscent of an overwhelming inferno. The eyes of Uchiha Rong gleamed with a mesmerizing light. Although this was not the first occasion witnessing the terrifying effects of this technique, he found it difficult to suppress the excitement within his heart. This truly represented a cataclysmic power akin to a natural disaster. It is no wonder that it is classified as an A-rank fire release. Recently, he has been diligently studying A-rank fire release ninjutsu under the guidance of his esteemed father. This knowledge transcends the mere mechanics of technique. It embodies the essence of advanced ninjutsu. As there were no combustible materials in this rocky terrain, the sea of flames gradually extinguished after a few minutes. However, the entire rocky area still retained an intense residual heat. Uchiha Jin once again formed the same hand seal. This time, the flames he exhaled rapidly coalesced into a spear that was nearly corporeal. Fire style, great fire annihilation. In the next moment, the fiery spear shot forth with a speed akin to a flash, piercing a rocky cliff face. It produced barely a sound as it punctured the solid rock, creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl, unfathomably deep. Lava even dripped from the edges of the newly formed cavity. At that moment, Uchiha Jin spoke slowly. This is an A-rank fire technique, unconstrained by the form of its release. Scattered, it can create a sea of flames. Concentrated, it can incinerate all. Uchiha Rongxin gazed longingly at the formidable power before him. It seemed to rival the might of the Kekkei Genkai's lava release. Subsequently, Uchiha Rong began to practice forming hand seals. With a mere 7 seals, Zi, Chou, Su, Wu, Shin, Hai, Yin, it took nearly 4 seconds to complete the sequence. This was not due to a decline in his speed, but rather because the technique, though seemingly simple, entailed a complex trajectory of chakra manipulation. The hand seals were designed to facilitate the coordination of chakra, transcending mere swiftness of hands. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Uchiha Rong concentrated the fire release chakra in his throat, causing his entire face to turn a deep shade of crimson. As the flames erupted forth, a sea of fire instantaneously engulfed a 10-meter radius before him. Uchiha Rong, the temperature is indeed somewhat elevated. Yet the actual potency appears to be inferior to that of the Great Dragon Fire. The range of the attack is scarcely greater than that of the Fireball Jutsu. This is entirely understandable. Firstly, he has not yet truly mastered this technique. He has merely scratched the surface. Secondly, his current chakra reserves are insufficient. Should he exert himself fully, he would be completely drained after a single use. To practice more frequently, he must resort to utilizing chakra at its most minimal capacity. Indeed, there has been progress since yesterday. Uchiha Jin offered a calm word of encouragement. Subsequently, Uchiha Long endeavored once more to master the Great Fire Annihilation technique. However, this attempt ended in failure. The fire spear he conjured was rather abstract, resembling more a mere stick for kindling than a formidable weapon. It extinguished itself after soaring just a meter or 2 into the air. Clearly, his mastery of the transformation of fire release still required further refinement. Uchiha Rong let out a quiet sigh. However, he did not feel overly disheartened, compared to many ninjas who lacked a clear direction for further training and found themselves stagnating. His daily progress, albeit slight, was commendable. After a few minutes, with his chakra nearly depleted, Uchiha Rong ceased his activities. After taking a brief respite, the two tidied up the scene before beginning their return journey. The following day, in a barbecue restaurant named Grill Con East Street of Konoha, the atmosphere was lively. "Thank you for the treat, Captain. It was quite generous of you. Now, let us feast." All 10 members of the squad were present, and after expressing their gratitude, they took their seats to engage in a spirited battle with the food laid before them. This was the first team gathering for the 7th Division of the Security Department, and the team members appeared to be in high spirits. This is Kakunoka, and the flavor is indeed exceptional. Plasmouse, I noticed your body flicker technique was impressively swift during yesterday's training. Haha, Chizuna, your swordsmanship is quite remarkable as well. Shall we spar sometime? Certainly. After a hearty meal, the group, now comfortably full, began to engage in light conversation, forming small clusters as they chatted. Uchiha Rong gazed at the spirited team members, feeling an immense sense of contentment. This is the very essence of team building. A gathering over a meal has fostered a noticeable camaraderie among the members, and through casual conversations, they have gradually gained a preliminary understanding of each other's strengths and capabilities. Uchiha Rong firmly believes that, with a period of mutual adjustment, these team members will gradually develop a formidable combat prowess through their cooperation. Once the gathering concluded, the afternoon had quietly arrived. After the 11 individuals exited the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant, they prepared to disperse and engage in their own activities. It is noteworthy that, during the settlement, Uchiha Rong ultimately paid 1280 ryo. This price is remarkably reasonable and commendably fair. It is worth mentioning that they ordered a pot of kakunoi worth 500 ryo. And each of the 11 members possessed an insatiable appetite. In terms of currency, this amounts to merely 720 yuan. Drip, drop, la la la. Having indulged in some sake, a slightly tipsy Uchiha Rong hummed an unknown tune as he made his way toward the Uchiha clan's territory. However, shortly after entering the clan's grounds, he unexpectedly encountered Uchiha Yu. "You senpai, what a coincidence." Uchiha Rong greeted with a smile. "Coincidentally, I have come specifically to seek you out." Uchiha Yu maintains his signature simplicity as he hands over a Leaf Village forehead protector. "This is yours. Please take good care of it. I would appreciate it if you could make a personal trip." Uchiha Rong appeared somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, from the moment he joined the security department, he had effectively entered the Konoha ninja system. His personal dossier would be archived in the Hokage office's records room, and he would be issued a Konoha forehead protector. Uchiha Yu waved his hand dismissively, signaling that there was no need to concern oneself with formalities. "Ling, I must inform you that there is a clan meeting tonight. And as the captain of your division, your attendance is required." "Very well, I shall be there," Uchiha Ling replied, displaying no signs of surprise. His intention in joining the guard and striving for the captaincy was to lead others and gain influence within the clan. Thus, attending the clan meeting was well within his expectations. As he understood, it was not only the high-ranking ninjas who would be present. Many outstanding young members of the clan would also be invited, including some from the guard. However, the ordinary members typically held little sway in such gatherings. After parting ways with Uchiha Yu, Uchiha Ling returned home directly. "Onaikin, why are you dressed so formally today?" "Ah, I am to attend the clan meeting," he replied. After dinner, Uchiha Ling donned the official attire of the Uchiha clan, consisting of a deep blue robe that flowed like a skirt, adorned with a large fan emblem on the back and intricate jade patterns embroidered at the cuffs. It was worth noting that aside from ceremonial occasions, he seldom wore this outfit. "All right, come back early." Chapter 26, The Uchiha Clan Meeting, Part 1. Upon arriving at the central courtyard of the clan grounds, Uchiha Ling found several clan members dressed in similar garb gathering in small groups. The venue for the clan meeting was the ancestral shrine of the Uchiha, known as the Nain Shrine. However, it is important to note that this Nain Shrine is not the same as the original. The true ancestral site is located near the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools. The one in Konoha is merely a replica designed for ceremonial purposes. "Captain, you've arrived." Just as Uchiha Ling crossed the torii gate and entered the shrine's plaza, a familiar voice called from behind. It was Uchiha Sei, accompanied by Uchiha Jin. The two appeared to have come together, suggesting that today's team-building efforts had borne fruit, as they had already begun to establish personal connections and form small groups. Indeed, Uchiha Rong came to a halt, waiting for the two to approach, and then the three continued their journey together. Beside the shrine plaza, there was a staircase leading underground. And at that moment, some clan members were making their way down the steps. Uchiha Rong, accompanied by two team members, followed the crowd as they proceeded onward. Soon, they descended the staircase and arrived at a spacious underground plaza. It was evident that this subterranean realm was enveloped by various formidable barriers. Observing this, a faint smile graced Uchiha Rong's lips. It appeared that the Third Hokage's telescope technique was not as obscure as one might have thought. Indeed, it had prompted such stringent security measures that even a mere meeting required meticulous precautions. At the forefront of the underground plaza lay another staircase, leading directly to an elevated platform adorned with a grand chair flanked by 8 smaller seats. Uchiha Rong observed that the arrangement of the seats was quite intriguing. At the center stood a stone chair, ample enough for 2, adorned with ancient carvings and inlaid with jade. The central backrest featured an embellishment resembling a magatama. To the left, there were 3 smaller stone chairs, polished to a lustrous finish akin to jade. To the right, a row of 5 stone chairs, subtly smaller than those on the left, was arranged. It seemed that he had arrived a tad too early. Uchiha Jia languidly observed the scene. At this moment, nearly 100 individuals had gathered in the square. Some huddled in small groups, whispering among themselves, while others lingered at the edges, silently leaning against the stone walls. There were even a few who had leaped atop the towering statues positioned within the square, adopting a crouched stance. These statues, standing at over 10 meters tall, held aloft fire basins reminiscent of eternal lamps, illuminating the entire subterranean environment. Uchiha Rong also noticed that the walls and ceiling appeared to be adorned with crystals reminiscent of moonstones, even in the shadows of the square's periphery. Where the flickering light of stone braziers failed to reach, darkness did not prevail. It was merely less illuminated than the bustling square. After surveying the surroundings, Uchiha Rong made her way to a corner, leaning against the rocky wall with her arms crossed, observing with keen interest. Hiki, it seems that even you, Captain, prefer not to be in overly crowded spaces. Uchiha Izumi followed closely behind, as if she had discovered a kindred spirit. Uchiha Rong smiled, on the verge of speaking. Oh, Captain, Janai, what brings you here? I have searched high and low for you. Suddenly, a woman in her 20s appeared beside her. This is Uchiha Yanshang, the only special jonin in the 7th squad, of a similar age to Jie. Do you know why the clan meeting is being held today? Uchiha Rong fell into a brief silence before softly inquiring. In the next moment, 3 pairs of astonished eyes turned towards him, leaving Uchiha Rong feeling quite uncomfortable. It occurred to him that he had not previously encountered the captain, who seemed to have materialized out of thin air. After a considerable pause, Uchiha Jie was the first to shatter the silence. Could it be that the captain had unexpectedly awakened as a member of the clan with the Sharingan? Indeed. I believe so. It was evident that although the team members were not intimately acquainted, they had likely crossed paths before. Now, seeing Uchiha Rong's reticence only seemed to bolster their assumptions. A palpable air of gossip began to circulate, reminiscent of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura's discussions regarding Kakashi's appearance beneath his mask. Ahem. Observing that these individuals were veering further into absurdity, Uchiha Rong cleared his throat twice to redirect the conversation. I was unexpectedly promoted recently, and no one informed me about the agenda for today's clan meeting, he clarified. As for the matter of the Sharingan, Uchiha Rong neither confirmed nor denied it. Oh, the trio exclaimed in unison, their expressions conveying a sense of vindication. Uchiha Yunshang's voice was deliberately subdued as he began to elucidate to Uchiha Long. Today marks our monthly clan meeting, which convenes on the 13th of each month without fail. As for the agenda, it primarily comprises a report on the various revenue streams within the clan. We will also review a summary of the security department's activities over the past month. Occasionally, discussions may even touch upon our trade relations with the Nico clan. With the 3 of them engaging in a lively exchange, Uchiha Long swiftly grasped the general situation. But what of any discussions regarding a coup? Uchiha Rong exhibited a peculiar expression, murmuring to himself in a contemplative manner. The senses of a ninja are remarkably acute. Uchiha Jie lowered his voice further and responded. Since the Fourth Hokage assumed office last year, discussions about that matter have become quite scarce. Uchiha Rong suddenly understood. This is how it should be. To speak candidly, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan in the original narrative is indeed rather unjust. Although the members of the clan who awakened their eyes often exhibited various character flaws and their emotions tended to be rather unstable, it was not solely their nature but rather the policies bequeathed by the second Hokage that compelled them to such a state. Imagine if they were truly like the warlike lunatics of the Cloud Village, a coup would have occurred long ago. Rather than maintaining the facade of peace for so many years, the Sharingan, in essence, reflects a group of individuals who are highly sentimental and emotionally volatile, especially after enduring the loss of numerous kin. Even seasoned veterans returning from the battlefield are susceptible to post-traumatic stress disorder. What more for the Uchihas? Silence. Amidst the casual conversation of a few, an authoritative voice resonated throughout the venue. On the high platform, the 9 stone seats had, unbeknownst to anyone, welcomed their master. Uchiha Rong turned his gaze upon hearing the sound. Uchiha Fugaku sat majestically at the center. To his left were 3 esteemed clan elders, Uchiha Shana, Uchiha In, and Uchiha Kei. To his right, 5 middle-aged Uchiha occupied their seats, 4 men and 1 woman. The voice that had just spoken belonged to one of the middle-aged gentlemen. Aware that Uchiha Rong was attending the clan meeting for the first time, the companion beside him, Yunshang, leaned in closer and whispered, "That is Captain Kazama, the leader of our 1st Division." Uchiha Rong gave a slight nod. "Let us first report on the state of our clan's business operations. Who shall begin?" The newly appointed clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, spoke up. A middle-aged woman seated among the 5 stood up. "Recently, our sales of explosive tags have faced significant setbacks. The Sarutobi clan and the Nara clan have drastically reduced their prices from the original 300 ryo to 280 ryo. Other ninja clans and civilian shops are also beginning to follow suit." Upon hearing this, the square erupted in an uproar, a wave of agitation sweeping through the crowd. It is essential to note that the Uchiha clan excels in fire techniques, and explosive tags are one of the primary pillars of our economy. Goodness! Is this the shocking news we are met with right at the outset? Uchiha Roan gazed in astonishment. Chapter 27. The Uchiha Clan Meeting Part 2. As pairs of crimson Sharingan illuminated the square, Fugaku rose from his seat and declared, "Silence." He first cast a penetrating glance at the middle-aged female Uchiha before his voice resonated once more. Our explosive tags are of superior quality. Generally, one can withstand 2 of their inferior products, yet the price is merely 500 ryo. Uchiha Fugaku declared with conviction, "Do not be overly concerned with transient gains and losses. Ninjas are not fools, and their integrity will guide them to make the right choices." Gradually, the pairs of crimson eyes below him began to calm. The words of the clan leader resonated. After all, it was rumored that the Shimura clan had a fair number of defective explosive tags for sale. Is that true? Isn't that a form of deceit? True gold fears no fire. As long as our explosive tags maintain their quality, the losses we incur now will eventually be reclaimed. In an instant, the tide turned. As the discussions among the clansmen began to quiet, Fugaku's expression remained stoic. "Next, I do not wish to hear any more thoughtless remarks." With that, he cast a glance at a middle-aged man among them. At this moment, the commentator beside Uchiha Roan, Yusang, interjected, "The elderly woman is Hochin, the head of the logistics department within our clan. The individual rising now is fucking, the deputy head of logistics." On the platform, Uchiha fucking stood up. "Granny Cat has increased our order for medicinal herbs." Upon hearing this, the mood of the hundreds of Uchiha members visibly brightened. An increase in orders from clients is indeed promising news. However, our medicinal fields are not our primary focus, so we might struggle to meet the demand. "Have we contacted the Nara clan?" Fugaku inquired. "We have reached out, and they responded that they can supply some common medicinal herbs. However, we still have shortages in deer antler and musk." "Do the other ninja clans have no stock?" questioned Uchiha Shana, whose eyes were covered by a black cloth. "Indeed. After negotiations, we were unable to arrange alternatives. Inazuka clan has indicated that if we are willing to pay a premium of 30%, they might be able to assist us." What an outrageous proposition. At that moment, Uchiha Roan suddenly felt a gaze upon her. It was Uchiha Sara, and she felt an unsettling sensation. Sure enough, the next moment, Uchiha Sara spoke. "How much are we short in deer antler and musk? Provide me with a written report after the meeting. I will find a solution." "Very well, let us move on to the next topic." Uchiha Fugaku made a direct announcement. Subsequently, the captain of the second squad of the security department, Uchiha Senyu, stood up. The reception office received reports indicating that a considerable number of suspicious individuals had infiltrated the village recently. Our second squad is short-staffed, as various topics were raised. Some were resolved on the spot, while others were postponed for further discussion. Remarkably, the progress of the clan meeting was surprisingly efficient. At first, Uchiha Roan listened below. Somewhat perplexed. Was it truly necessary to convene such a large gathering to address issues that could often be resolved without such formality? However, as he observed more closely, he began to grasp the significance of the clan meeting. Firstly, it served to inform the pillars of the clan about the current state of their community and the challenges they faced. This would ensure that the new generation, when promoted, would not be utterly ignorant of clan affairs, merely adept at combat. Secondly, aside from engaging in battles and designated missions, the Uchiha clan members spent the majority of the year sequestered within their clan grounds in Konoha, akin to imprisonment. Gathering together to share various information could provide a semblance of entertainment. Furthermore, Uchiha Roan sensed that the higher-ups were subtly guiding the emotions of the clan members. Perhaps it was to allow them to express their myriad feelings, or to instill a constant sense of crisis, reminding them of the Uchiha's precarious position under the village's elite. There might be other considerations at play, but as this was Roan's first attendance at a clan meeting, he could not discern too much. However, upon entering the security department, he came to understand one critical truth. Upholding justice in the security department could easily offend others. Did the Uchiha leadership truly remain oblivious to this? Even if they were initially unaware, surely, after all these years, they must have come to realize it. Yet, why did the Uchiha clan refuse to relinquish their authority over the security department? This was indeed the grand design of Senjutobarama. It is important to recognize that as Konoha developed, even the inner sanctum of the Hokage building gradually welcomed a multitude of commoners. The external expansions were numerous. Whether it was the Inazuka, Nara, Yamanaka, or any other ninja clans, while they retained their communal living arrangements, their territories had essentially become open. This not only brought more customers to the clan-owned shops, stimulating economic growth, but also fostered marriages with exceptional commoner ninjas, indirectly cultivating a new model for the family's continuation and prosperity. More crucially, engaging with commoners garnered widespread acceptance from them. From this perspective, Senja Hashirama's policies could be deemed successful. Yet, these ninja clans did not integrate as thoroughly as the Senja clan had. To this day, as Uchiha Rong understood, only the Hyuga and Uchiha clans in Konoha retained the original feudal system. This was unavoidable. After all, without the Sharingan, could one still be considered an Uchiha? Thus, intermarriage was an absolute prohibition. To eliminate this possibility, the clan limited ordinary members to their grounds, restricting contact with the outside world. In contrast, the Hyuga model allowed ordinary individuals the opportunity to gain freedom by striving to become ninjas. As long as one could join the ranks of ninjas, they were free to enter and exit the clan territory. After all, the existence of caged birds served, to some extent, a protective role for the branch family members. It is important to note that regardless of being a ninja or not, all branch family members had to accept the caged bird curse seal. Should a ninja go missing, a thorough investigation would ensue. However, monitoring the large number of ordinary individuals was far more challenging. If one were to be abducted, their descendants would not inherently possess the caged bird curse seal. Regarding the Uchiha clan, the policies adopted are largely similar. However, the Uchiha do not possess the luxury of being caged birds. They can only rely on force to instill fear. Upon discovering any remnants of their bloodline in the outside world, they will assertively retrieve them. Yet, despite these measures, it remains a challenge to completely eliminate external covetousness towards their lineage. Hence, the existence of the guard division is deemed essential, a power that the Uchiha cannot reject. Even though they are acutely aware that such actions may lead to disdain from the common folk, they allocate numerous clan ninjas to the guard division, providing them with both responsibilities and opportunities for growth. In this manner, even if some clan members are dispatched to carry out missions, they are still accounted for. Should any clan member perish, the internal enforcement team will be mobilized for recovery. Thus, the guard division is an indispensable path for the Uchiha as training, akin to the foundational element in the realm of finance and law. As Uchiha Rong's thoughts drifted, the square suddenly erupted with enthusiastic cheers. It turned out that Fugaku, who had just been on stage, announced an exhilarating piece of news. The Fourth Hokage intends to recruit some clan members into the Umbu, although the slots are limited. The announcement still ignited excitement among everyone. Unlike ordinary ninja squads, Umbu members operate directly under the Hokage, which signifies that the Uchiha finally have a chance to enter the true center of power in Konoha. They yearn for power so desperately. It is precisely due to their insufficient power that they have been subjected to unfair treatment. Each Uchiha has been suppressed for far too long. Alas, Uchiha Rong, however, did not share their optimism, quietly lamenting, once the Ninetales Knight claims the life of Namikaze Minato, everything will revert to its original course. Finally, the clan meeting concluded. Over 300 elite clan members, clad in their traditional garb, swiftly departed. Just as Uchiha Rong, accompanied by Jie, Jina, and Yunshang, stepped beyond the shrine's archway, they were confronted by a masked ninja blocking their path. Uchiha Rong, you were summoned by the clan elders. Chapter 28, Capturing Rogues Konoha. August 15th, 48th year, entrance to training ground number 7. Gazing upon the 40 ninjas assembled before him, Uchiha Rong felt a surge of commanding spirit, akin to leading a vast army. Why were there precisely 40 ninjas? Each member of the official guard squad was accompanied by 3 reserve members. Thus, the framework of Uchiha Rong's 7th squad comprised 10 nin and 30 genin. Let us depart. With Uchiha Rong's command, the grand procession maintained its orderly formation and advanced swiftly, heading southeast. Before long, they traversed rooftops to arrive at the bustling Sakuramachi district. This area was adorned with cherry blossom trees, and due to the early hour, the sky still dimly lit, there were few pedestrians to be seen. Take your positions in your designated areas. Uchiha Rong had previously crafted a security patrol route and assigned each squad member their respective zones of responsibility. It is worth noting that the position of squad leader within the guard division carries significant autonomy. The chief's distribution of areas and evaluation standards are based on the number of alerts received and the severity of incidents. Essentially, as long as one can ensure that no alert arises within their assigned area for a month, the entire squad could slumber at home without concern. Even the gathering points for the team are determined by the squad leader. This flexibility is necessitated by the small size of the guard division. If every team were to assemble early at the guard headquarters, the small courtyard would soon resemble a can of sardines. With nearly 300 personnel from the first squad alone, and close to 100 from the second squad, not to mention the support ninjas from the third squad. Shifting focus to Yunshang, she was tasked with overseeing the entirety of Sakuramachi. Xianwan, You take Route A, Ajian. You are responsible for Route B, Uncle Gio. Just secure the exit. Remember to patrol routes A and B at least once every half hour. Understood? Received. In the next moment, the three reserve members vanished in a flash. Yunxiang continued to stand at the center beneath a cherry blossom tree, eyes closed, adopting a crouched position. She was, in fact, catching up on sleep. Meanwhile, the other squad members dispersed, accompanied by their reserves, spreading throughout the southeastern district of Konoha, with Sakuramachi at its heart. Time passed gradually, and the sky brightened. Vendors began to push various stalls into the vibrant cherry blossom-laden market. At 7 in the morning, Sakuramachi welcomed its first wave of early risers. The calls of the vendors and the chatter of tourists gradually breathed life into the entire street. Uchiha Yunxiang remained motionless, concealed within the branches of a tree, undetectable even to those who passed beneath her. As the clock struck 9 in the morning, the streets teemed with a throng of people. Yunxiang slowly opened her eyes, contemplating that it was time to survey her designated route, Route C. She leaped down, seamlessly blending into the crowd. Yet, those around her instinctively created a bit of space, for the fan motif emblazoned on her black ninja attire was exceedingly conspicuous. What are you doing? Suddenly, a couple nearby was interrupted as the male companion gently pulled his girlfriend aside. She expressed her discontent with a soft complaint. It's Uchiha from the security department. We're in their way. Upon turning to look, the girlfriend immediately fell silent, obediently allowing her boyfriend to guide her aside to clear the path. Uchiha Yunxiang wore an expressionless visage, emanating an aura that discouraged any approach. She walked directly through the path cleared by the crowd, her gaze occasionally drifting towards various corners of the throng. Those who felt her scrutinizing glance subtly withdrew from the street. Humph! Uchiha Yunxiang let out a cold snort, discerning from her experience that the individuals nearby were likely pickpockets. However, as the perpetrators had yet to commit their misdeeds, she found herself at a loss for action. The bewildered onlookers, upon hearing her disdainful sound, instinctively created a wider berth around her. Simultaneously, similar occurrences unfolded in other areas. Nevertheless, the situation for the other members of Team 7 was significantly more favorable than that of Yunxiang. After all, the bustling city center was rife with activity, resulting in a plethora of incidents. It seemed that her comrades were indeed quite dependable, Uchiha Long thought to himself while observing from the shadows. After all, it was the first day of their duty, and it would be rather amusing if something were to transpire on his inaugural shift. While observing, Uchiha Long was also discreetly learning. His fellow team members chose not to lurk in obscurity. Instead, they patrolled openly along their designated routes, intermittently. Their primary responsibility as a team was to maintain public order, by periodically appearing in plain sight. They ensured that any would-be wrongdoers were well aware of the presence of the security forces in the area, thus deterring them from any ill intentions. This was the fundamental duty of the first team. As for apprehending criminals, that fell under the purview of the second team. The morning swiftly passed without incident. Approaching noon, the team members began to mobilize according to the patrol guidelines established by Uchiha Long. Uchiha Yunxiang first embarked on another patrol of Route C. Only a mere 10 minutes had elapsed since her previous surveillance of this path. This was a critical point emphasized by Uchiha Long. One must never allow the nefarious individuals lurking in the shadows to discern the patrol patterns of the team members. Thus, a minimum of one patrol every half hour was mandated, resulting in a seemingly erratic and unpredictable schedule. After traversing Route C, Uchiha Yunxiang's figure quietly vanished. Approximately 5 minutes later, she unexpectedly reappeared briefly in the middle of the route, only to completely disappear thereafter. At the main entrance of Kazami Sakuramachi, which belongs to Segment A, Yunxiang spotted a distinctive folding fan among the crowd. Shanwan, it is your turn to go. Uchiha Warm nodded slightly, leaping onto a nearby rooftop and vanishing in an instant. In less than 5 minutes, she returned. Sister Yunxiang, here is the Ichiraka ramen you requested. Uchiha Yunxiang took the bento box and departed immediately. The lower ninja and reserve member, Uchiha Wanwan, carried the other 2 bento boxes, swiftly disappearing along Route A. Soon, Uchiha Yujin from Route B and Uncle Gio at the district exit received the delivery from Wanwan. After completing the delivery, Uchiha Wanwan did not return to area right away. Instead, he proceeded directly to the C district segment overseen by Yunxiang, where he began to appear among the crowd, vigilantly scanning for any potential threats, memorizing each one. It was only after Yunxiang finished his lunch that they returned to their respective posts. Overall, the individuals were engaged in a fluid exchange of positions, with time and routes remaining unpredictable. Just as Wanwan returned to Area A, Yunxiang was leisurely digesting on a tree when a sudden, Piercing scream echoed along Route C. Help! There's a pervert! Reacting instinctively, Yunxiang vanished from his spot. Meanwhile, Uchiha Long, who was also nearby enjoying his meal, was startled by the abrupt scream. Upon arriving at the scene, he found a disheveled man lying on the ground, wailing. It's broken. It's broken. My bones are broken. It hurts. It hurts. The guards are killing. TCH. Is it really necessary to howl like that over a broken bone? Uchiha Long stepped forward with a look of disdain, only to be momentarily taken aback. The position of this bone appeared to be rather serious. Chapter 29. A setup. Captain, he is resisting. Although Uchiha Yunxiang maintained a calm exterior, her eyes betrayed a hint of panic. Uchiha Rong noticed a small cut on her forearm, and scattered on the ground was a shuriken. At that moment, he became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The ability to injure Yunxiang, a distinguished special jonin, clearly indicated that this lewd old man rolling on the ground was far from an ordinary ruffian. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and delivered a forceful kick. The lewd old man, who was still shouting about the guard department committing murder, instantly doubled over in pain, clutching his abdomen and rendered speechless. What was he shouting about? The voice of Uchiha Rong resonated loudly, ensuring that all those gathered could hear him. He cast a sweeping glance over the crowd surrounding him, engaging in lewd behavior, resisting arrest, and assaulting an officer. Pray tell, should we take action? As the adage goes, those who revel in the spectacle are often indifferent to the chaos it brings. Just moments before, some onlookers had expressed sympathy for the individual in question. However, upon hearing his words, many began to chant fervently. They ought to be punished. Such depravity must be eradicated to prevent future occurrences. Indeed, this female comrade from the security department is in the right. Yes, I witnessed it. That man seemed poised to attack her. Indeed, how terrifying. This individual must certainly be a formidable ninja. Such criminal ninjas must not be spared. It is often said that the masses are blind. Uchiha Rong seems to have been convinced. A few casual remarks led to the point where some individuals even sought to drag this rogue to the stake. Uchiha Rong hastily intervened to quell the agitated crowd. Calm down. Everyone, please remain calm. There are laws of the nation and rules within families. Trust in our security department. We will handle this matter impartially. After managing to pacify the onlookers, Uchiha Rong approached the lecherous man. To his surprise, the man menacingly threatened. I am Shimizu Clan Shimizu Lu Fang. The individual was astute, lowering his voice so that only Uchiha Rong and Uchiha Yunxiang could hear. Before Uchiha Rong could finish his sentence, a powerful slap was delivered. He then loudly proclaimed, this fellow just claimed to be a member of the Shimura clan, asserting that their leader, Shimura Danzo, possesses a clandestine organization known as Root. He threatened that should anyone dare to capture him, there would be retaliation against us. Uchiha Rong's expression was filled with hesitation and looked rather grim. Young man, do not be afraid. We shall bear witness for you, exclaimed the crowd in unison. Indeed, how can such a nefarious criminal be allowed to roam free? As the fervor among the onlookers escalated, what began as mere curiosity transformed into a palpable animosity towards the affluent. Most of the bystanders were common folk, and upon hearing of this individual with connections committing heinous acts, their sense of justice surged, compelling them to yearn to become champions of righteousness at once. Uchiha Rong quickly interjected, striving to prevent the crowd from becoming too agitated and potentially causing harm. Very well. Let all present bear witness for our security department today. Should any misfortune befall us afterward, it is undoubtedly the doing of Shimura Danzo and his Root organization. At these words, a palpable fear flickered across the faces of many. After all, such a declaration carried a terrifying weight. Nevertheless, a greater number of righteous individuals stepped forward, declaring, rest assured, esteemed members of the security department, we shall remember this. If anything happens to you, we will inform Lord Hokage at the Hokage Tower. Indeed, Lord Hokage would never permit such nefarious forces to exist within our village. With that, Uchiha Rong took hold of his adversary and began to march towards the security department, followed closely by a throng of onlookers. By the time they reached the main thoroughfare of Konoha, the news had already spread like wildfire. Observing this, Uchiha Rong utilized a body flicker technique to vanish from sight with his captive. As they journeyed onward, Uchiha Rong wore a grave expression. In truth, he harbored no desire to confront the shadows of the ninja world so soon. However, given that Shimura Danzo possessed the skill to injure Yunxiang, it was evident that he was no mere novice within the Shimura clan. The security department, tasked with maintaining public order, detested encountering rogue ninja from clans such as these. In light of the current situation, they had already captured the individual. rather than waiting passively for Danzo to create trouble or worse. Manipulating public opinion to suggest that Uchiha had acted too harshly while deepening the rift between the Uchiha security department and the civilians. It was far wiser to take decisive action, to bring Danzo and Root into the light. After all, the elder of the Shimura clan had brazenly displayed misconduct in public, attacking officers and making threats, all while having powerful backing that implicated the Umbu and Root. Such actions resonated perfectly with the public's perception of a villain who bullies the weak and commits heinous acts without remorse. It was better to strike first and tarnish Danzo's reputation. Lost in thought, the security department building soon came into view. Halt. Suddenly, a masked figure obstructed their path. Umbu? Uchiha Rong's pupils constricted. No, this is not the Umbu, it is from the Root. As she scrutinized the grotesque mask of her opponent, a chill ran through Uchiha Rong's heart. The Umbu typically donned animal masks, making such a monstrous visage a rarity. Upon realizing this, and sensing the frigid, menacing aura emanating from her adversary, her conviction regarding the person's affiliation with the Root grew stronger. Hand over the person in your possession. Accompany me to the Root to atone before Lord Danzo. Uchiha Rong was amused to the point of laughter. However, from the perspective of the Root organization, it seems that this is indeed how matters should unfold. Perhaps Lord Danzo, in a rare display of mercy, might allow you to retain your complete remains? Uchiha Rong shifted the person he was holding from his right hand to his left. It seemed that this action revealed something, causing the opponent's gaze to grow increasingly sinister. Seeking death. In the next moment, several shurikens were launched with great speed. The target was not Uchiha Rong. Instead, it was the person in his grasp. Shimizu Ryamu. What the hell? How ruthless, are they really going to silence him? This is pure annihilation. Truly worthy of the Root. Uchiha Rong would certainly not allow him to succeed. In a flash, the gleam of the blade severed the incoming kunai into two, which then fell to the ground. The blade flashed once more, and with a resounding clang, the Root member approaching from behind was propelled away by an immense force, soaring through the air and landing several meters distant. Subsequently, Uchiha Rong sheathed his blade and retrieved a kunai, shuriken, and several sabon from his ninja tool pouch. Witnessing this, the Root member instantly became alert. With a bewildered expression, he watched as Uchiha Rong, moving with the speed of an afterimage, embedded two kunai into his thigh and several shurikens into his arm, while also adorning his chest with 7 or 8 sabon. What madness is this? The Root member's voice finally carried an emotional weight. Uchiha Rong completely disregarded his opponent. In the moment of confusion, he leapt down from the rooftop and arrived at the central avenue of Konoha. Alas, this sudden action seemed to awaken the Root members from their stupor. Help! There's a murder. The Root is attacking the law enforcement personnel. They intend to silence him. The brief skirmish on the rooftop had already drawn the attention of some bystanders, and now, within mere moments, the bustling main street was thronged with onlookers. Gradually, even some previous bystanders began to gather. How the world has fallen. Just moments ago, this law enforcement officer was claiming to be threatened. And now he is truly facing an assassination attempt? Who exactly is Shimura Danzo? How could such a terrifying puppet master exist within Konoha? My heavens, this is so frightening. Konoha is perilous. Where are the Umbu? Where's the guard corps? Why has no one come to assist this young man? Perhaps Shimura Danzo is simply too formidable, and they do not dare to intervene? No, we must seek out the Hokage to demand justice. Let us go together. Let us go. Thus, the gravely injured Uchiha Rong and the barely breathing Shimura Kayamaru were carried by villagers to the Konoha hospital. Subsequently, some of these well-meaning villagers remained at the hospital, while the others surged towards the Hokage Tower. Chapter 30. A pot falls from the sky. The Shimura clan. Monkeys, we cannot allow that Watergate brat to run rampant any longer. At this moment, Shimura Danzo had not yet bound his wounds. In middle age, having held power for long, he possessed a peculiar charm. Upon closer inspection, he was rather handsome. The Third Hokage cast a weary glance in his direction but said nothing. Although the Third Hokage had begun to show his age, his wrinkles were not deep. Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo said, somewhat impatiently. Ever since the Fourth Hokage took office, his own days had been quite challenging. Any movement from Root was met with warnings. Recently, Namikaze Minato had even proposed the idea of disbanding Root multiple times. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. He was now the Hokage. Hiruzen, you are the Hokage. You are the sunlit leaf, while I am the darkness buried in the soil. Did we not agree on this? Have you forgotten the oath we made back then? Shimura Danzo's expression was one of painful sorrow, akin to one abandoned by a lover. Seeing this, Hiruzen's heart softened involuntarily. I will suggest to the Fourth Hokage that we temporarily retain Root. Although he did not receive the answer he desired, Shimura Danzo begrudgingly accepted this outcome. Just then, a member of Root suddenly appeared beside Danzo, kneeling on one knee. Shimura Danzo's face darkened. Do you possess no insight at all? Is the third Hokage invisible to you? What of your emotional intelligence? Oh, never mind. Root has no emotions, as I always say. He cautiously glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing that he seemed unresponsive. With a cold snort, he asked, What is it? The Root ninja, though masked, displayed evident hesitation in his eyes, glancing at the third Hokage ahead. Danzo felt like crying. How could he be made to suffer such folly from his subordinate? He grew increasingly annoyed and said, Root is also part of the Umbu. The Hokage is your leader. Speak quickly. Regardless of how he taught his subordinates in private, he had to assert his position now. In this tense atmosphere, the Root ninja finally spoke. A member of the Shimura clan has been harassing women in Kazami Sakura town and has been apprehended by the guard corps. Shimura Danzo's complexion turned completely dark. Such a trivial and disgraceful matter, and you had to bring it up while Sarutobi Hiruzen is present, didn't you? But the Root ninja had not finished his report. The voice continued, Our men went to intervene, and it seems. The sentence abruptly cut off. Just the first half of that statement made Danzo's vision blur. Indeed, his face was no longer merely dark. He felt as though he could faint on the spot. Wishing to distance himself from this affair. What do you mean by seems? Speak clearly. If you cannot clarify this, you shall face punishment. Upon hearing the term punishment, the previously indifferent Root ninja visibly trembled. Finally, like a bamboo tube spilling beans. He began to recount. It seems they inflicted severe injuries on the Uchiha from the guard corps. Because the incident occurred on the Central Avenue, there were many witnesses. Currently, over 10,000 villagers are rushing towards the Hokage Tower demanding answers. Furthermore, the apprehended Shimura clan member stated. At this point, he could not help but swallow hard. Not daring to pause as he hurriedly continued, he threatened the guard corps, saying that if they dared to arrest him, clan leader Shimura Danzo would not let them off. He also said that Lord Danzo's subordinates included the Umbu of Root and that he would kill his entire family. Danzo nearly collapsed onto the ground. I beg you, do not say any more. He had already resolved to bury this clueless fool when the time came. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was equally grim. Danzo, what is going on? You ask me? Who should I ask? It seemed that Root was still ill-suited to exist. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. The two former friends were once again at odds. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not linger any longer and hastily departed. He was anxious to reach the Hokage Tower. If Namikaze Minato could not pacify the crowd, it would fall to him. As the third Hokage moved further away, Shimura Danzo's expression darkened ominously. He kicked the kneeling Root ninja away with force. The Root ninja crashed against the courtyard wall, violently spitting blood. Yet he dared not utter a word. Go investigate. Who is that clan member? Who is the Uchiha from the guard corps? Come back to me only after you have clarified everything. Yes. The Root ninja seemed to be granted amnesty, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, at Konoha Hospital. Why is he still unconscious? Is he gravely injured? The wounds were not deep, but the patient had been afflicted by a potent poison, rendering him in a state of coma. Incredible! That masked ninja truly intended to kill him. The inquiry came from a concerned villager. At this moment, Uchiha Rong, disguised as a doctor, felt utterly exasperated. Must he be so fervent? He had remained by the bedside without leaving an inch. The patient requires rest. I kindly ask you to wait outside. No, we will not leave. Sir, you do not understand. Someone is attempting to assassinate him. If we leave, there may be those who will come to kill him and silence him. Uchiha Rong exclaimed, Oh no. The flower thief has met his demise. He has been silenced. Just then, a gasp echoed from the adjoining hospital room. In an instant, every occupant of Uchiha Rong's room surged out, leaving not a single soul behind. Uchiha Rong curled his lips, a twinge of pain in his teeth. Just a moment ago, he had proclaimed his intent to remain vigilant. However, his departure was undoubtedly for the better, and he hastily shut the door to the hospital room. He then dragged the unconscious Dr. Bin from beneath the bed. Dispelling his shadow clone, he roused the physician and reclined back into the hospital bed. Phew, this should ensure there are no witnesses left. The shadow clone that had just been brought to the hospital by the villagers was his own. He had employed the technique of shadow clone during the fleeting moment of exchanging his left and right hands when the Root ninja had appeared. Now, both the Root ninja and Shimizu Ryumo had been silenced effectively. This meant that the burden of this unexpected predicament would fall upon Danzo, whether he liked it or not. As for any potential repercussions, with the fourth Hokage in power, there was nothing to fear. Uchiha Rong surmised that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had long harbored disdain for Danzo. It was akin to how Uchiha Ron, upon assuming the role of logistics supervisor, promptly dismissed the former assistant. A new ruler inevitably brings new subjects. This immutable truth remains unchanged through the ages. The scene shifts to the young, handsome, and formidable Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, who found himself bewildered by the throngs of Umbu blocking the entrance to the Hokage building. However, as the crowd began to voice their concerns, he gradually grasped the gravity of the situation. Danzo, the Hokage's advisor, had been complicit in the suffering of over 100 young women and had silenced the members of the security division who attempted to intervene. Now, the victims had come seeking justice. Minato's expression turned grave. The implications were indeed dire. If only he knew that the version of events he was hearing had likely been distorted through many retellings, he might find the situation both tragic and comical. Silence. Allow me to speak. Minato commanded, channeling his chakra to project his voice across the gathered masses, which gradually quieted. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Our village shall not tolerate such a malignant presence. I implore you to trust me. At that moment, the crowd fell silent, and an elderly man approached with deliberate slowness, urging the people to disperse, assuring them that the fourth Hokage would clarify the situation. Yes, we trust Lord Hokage. The crowd began to disperse, clearing the path. As the throngs receded, Minato cast a complex gaze upon the elderly figure. Despite being the fourth Hokage, his reputation paled in comparison to that of the third Hokage. Let us discuss this matter inside, he suggested. Chapter 31. Reactions from three parties. What is your perspective on this matter, Minato? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, initiated the conversation as the two Hokages faced each other in the office. On the surface, one was the third Hokage, and the other the current fourth. Privately, Minato remained Jiraiya's disciple and the third's grandson. In response to Hiruzen's inquiry, Minato did not answer immediately. In the less than a year since his appointment, he had matured, shedding the naivety of his youth. He recognized that every seemingly casual inquiry from the third contained profound implications. Previously, he had expressed his desire to disband the Root Division multiple times. Though the third had not explicitly opposed him, he had also refrained from showing support. Let us await the results of the Umbu's investigation, Minato finally replied after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, Hiruzen nodded in silence, enveloping the office in a heavy stillness. Minato regarded his mentor with a tumultuous heart. Having achieved his long-desired position, he yearned to realize his ambitions, yet discovered that the path was fraught with complexity. Although most of the Umbu originally under the third had transferred to his command, he found himself unable to wield them effectively. Particularly when the third did not endorse his decisions, many of Minato's directives as the fourth Hokage could not be implemented. What left him feeling most powerless were the Hokage's advisors, Danzo, who controlled the Root Division, another who managed the funding, and a third who oversaw logistical supplies. Their influence seemed to eclipse even that of the fourth Hokage. Without their approval, he was rendered impotent. Was he merely a figurehead, a facade of Hokage? Shaking his head, Minato dispelled the thought, seeking to reassure himself of his inexperience and the necessity for patience. After a while, an Umbu appeared silently before him. Third Hokage. Upon recognizing the two figures present, the Umbu's demeanor shifted to one of reverence towards Hiruzen, before quickly adding, Fourth Hokage. Minato, not pausing to ponder the Umbu's words, inquired directly, what is the status of the investigation? It has been clarified, the Umbu reported. Shinjurumo harassed female visitors in public and was confronted by Uchiha Yunshang from the security division. Rumo resisted and injured Yunshang, ultimately being subdued by. The Umbu detailed the investigation meticulously, even mimicking Uchiha Rong's expressions and words during the incident. Ah, an unusual Uchiha, Minato chuckled lightly. Hiruzen remained silent, exhibiting no reaction. Indeed. The other Uchiha in the security division seldom speak during enforcement, the Umbu remarked. The narrative continued, as Uchiha Rong escorted Rumo to the security division. He was confronted by a member of the Root. A nearby Umbu witnessed the entire encounter. The Root member initiated the attack without provocation, leading to Uchiha Rong's escape onto the main thoroughfare. The account unfolded seamlessly, but both Minato and Hiruzen furrowed their brows in contemplation. The Umbu's feedback indicated that the Root member was merely a seasoned shunin. How could he have inflicted significant injury upon the leader of the security division? There is something amiss with this Uchiha Rong, Minato murmured, his brow knitted in concern. The ever-quiet Hiruzen suddenly interjected, Uchiha Rong? That name sounds familiar. This remark sparked a realization in Minato's mind. A document he had previously encountered resurfaced in his memory. Ah, Third Hokage. This Uchiha Rong appears to be the one who recently acquired chakra metal for forging a ninjat, he exclaimed, the pieces falling into place. Hiruzen's furrowed brow began to ease. A merchant overly fixated on profit, an odd Uchiha indeed. Subsequently, the Umbu retrieved Uchiha Rong's personal file for review. Upon examining the evaluation submitted by the security division, Minato's expression shifted to one of incredulity. An overall combat assessment of B? Actual combat capability rated at B? Had the Uchiha division truly decayed to such an extent? Him. Hiruzen coughed twice, prompting the Umbu to avert his gaze, feigning ignorance. Very well. This individual should pose no threat. His injury at the hands of the root is understandable. It was evident that Hiruzen regarded the division leader's injury as somewhat exaggerated, attributing it to the nature of the encounter with the seasoned Chunin. What is the current status of the individuals involved? Minato pressed. Shinjurumo has succumbed to injuries sustained from a poisoned Saban, and Uchiha Rong is gravely poisoned but has just been stabilized. Such audacity. This is utterly outrageous. Minato's countenance shifted dramatically. No wonder so many villagers are besieging the Hokage building, demanding an explanation. Although the exaggerated rumors initially spread like wildfire, they were soon proven to be entirely unfounded. The so-called divine intervention claimed over 100 maidens. The so-called roots slaughtered a squad of law enforcement officers. Yet, the brazen act of silencing witnesses is serious enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. The root? Danzo? Surely, they could not be foolish enough to commit such an act. Yet, for the moment, all evidence pointed towards the root, leaving him with little to say. Meanwhile, similar intelligence had reached Danzo's hands from the root's ninja. The Uchiha clan. How dare they insult me? Danzo furiously hurled the document to the ground, where the name Uchiha Obito was glaringly inscribed. Others, unaware of the underlying circumstances, naturally directed their ire at him. However, Danzo knew well that the members of the root would never act on their own accord to carry out such a silencing act without his explicit orders. And what of Anko Mitarashi? She was nowhere to be found, suspected of defection. Danzo erupted in rage once more, delivering a brutal kick to the root, leaving devastation in his wake. The Uchiha clan's territory. Indeed, trouble has arisen on the very first day of duty. Uchiha Sara forced a bitter smile as the masked ninja beside him continued to report on the findings of his investigation, which bore little difference from the results of the Umbu's inquiries. Yet, Uchiha Sara understood all too well that not even a member of the root, let alone its captain, could possibly possess the capability to injure Uchiha Rong. The memory of Uchiha Shana's Manjiki. Alas, keep a close watch on the movements of the Umbu, and maintain vigilance over Root and Danzo. Yes, Master. Chapter 32, Assignment of Tasks. A week later, the severely injured Uchiha Rong was discharged from the hospital. During this week, to avoid any unnecessary complications, he had scarcely left the confines of Konoha Hospital, dedicating himself entirely to the refinement of his chakra. Diligence bears fruit. And now his chakra reserves had quietly reached 5 cards. While he was hospitalized, the members of Team 7 had visited him in groups after their evening patrols. After being reminded to uphold their posts, they ceased their visits. Post-discharge, Uchiha Rong maintained a low profile, retreating to the Uchiha clan's residence under the guise of continuing his recuperation, seldom venturing outside. Meanwhile, the members of Team 7 would report to him in the evenings after their shifts about the patrol situation on Southeast Street. During this time, they had apprehended petty thieves and thwarted various criminal activities, though nothing of great significance had transpired. Even so, the Southeast Street area had received reports of an incident this month, a missing persons case involving a young, unregistered ninja, reported by the boy's parents. However, this matter bore little relevance to Uchiha Rong and was soon handed over to the 2nd Division. The progress of my fire attribute nature transformation and form alteration is still far too slow. After nearly a month of seclusion at home, Uchiha Rong felt a sense of melancholy. The reason for his self-imposed isolation was clear. During his hospitalization, he had sensed that he was being watched, seemingly by more than one group. It was only when he retreated into the confines of the Uchiha clan that the feeling of being surveilled finally dissipated. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Uchiha Rong, who had been practicing the advanced techniques of fire attribute nature transformation in the backyard, hastily tidied himself and went to open the door. Standing outside was a young boy with short black hair, adorned with the Konoha forehead protector. What an unexpected guest. It is my cousin Shisui. Uchiha Rong was somewhat taken aback. This esteemed Shunshin no Jutsu practitioner was indeed an individual of considerable importance. He had only encountered him once since his arrival, and that was at his uncle's funeral last year. Uchiha Taki, the Hokage has assigned a mission to you. Uchiha Shisui's countenance was austere, resembling that of an emotionless automaton. Observing this, Uchiha Rong curled his lip in disdain. He had learned from Itachi that his cousin Shisui had recently developed a rapport with him. Thus, this fade of being indoctrinated by the root was undoubtedly a pretense. With a smirk that was almost a smile, he remarked, "What's this? Even my dear cousin Shisui has taken to aiding the root and scheming against his own blood relative?" The sardonic tone and content elicited a hint of exasperation from Shisui's otherwise frigid visage. It was the Fourth Hokage calling, not Lord Danzo. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a dignified woman entered the room. "Ah, Shisui has arrived? Rong, why don't you invite him in for a seat? I shall fetch some refreshments for you both." Uchiha Shisui furrowed his brow and turned toward the sound, only to be met with the sight of Uchiha Mei. His expression instantly transformed into one of disbelief. "Shisui, what troubles you? Hurry and come inside," she urged. "Your aunt used to cradle you in her arms when you were a child." Instinctively, Shisui took 2 steps back, casting a glance at Uchiha Rong. Uchiha Rong chuckled softly. "What do you expect me to do? It has been quite a while since your last visit. Since my mother has extended an invitation, do come in." No. I have a mission to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Uchiha Shisui vanished in an instant. Hiss. Truly, the mastery of Shunshin is remarkable. It surpasses my Wind Shuinpa by a considerable margin. Uchiha Rong, having just expressed his thoughts, suddenly jolted in surprise and exclaimed, "Was it not said that the Hokage summoned me? Why am I not being guided?" Yet, the individual had already vanished without a trace. Observing this, Uchiha Rong furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment, muttering, "Could it be that Danzo intends to deceive me into going to the root?" The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. To his knowledge, Shisui appeared to be a member of the root, and subsequently, after revealing his Manjiki Sharingan, he was robbed of his eyes by Danzo. It seemed that Itachi was dispatched to the Umbu by Fugaku in the original narrative, only to be brainwashed by the Third Hokage's will and turned into a spy for the Third within the Uchiha clan. Days passed in silence as Uchiha Rong diligently practiced at home. In the afternoon, he visited Training Ground 7 to mentor the members of Team 7, who had been on break. The following day, early in the morning, Uchiha Sasuke arrived. "Rong, the Fourth Hokage has assigned you a mission." On the sunny afternoon of September 16th, a small team of 4-leaf ninjas gathered quietly outside the western small gate of Konoha. Leading the group was an individual with a ponytail, followed by a white-haired youth, a member of the Yamanaka clan, and Uchiha Rong. Nara Sasaka briefly outlined their mission, to eliminate the ninja from Iwagakure and Kumogakure who had invaded the northern border of the Land of Fire. "Let us depart." The 4-man team immediately formed a defensive formation and set off with haste. Uchiha Rong, reluctantly wearing a cat-faced mask, bore an unsightly expression. A cursory assessment revealed that the entire team consisted of elite jonin. This arrangement was exceedingly perilous. Furthermore, on the 5th of this month, Uchiha Mikoto had successfully given birth, and Sasuke had already made his grand entrance into the world. During this critical period, he truly wished to remain in Konoha unless absolutely necessary. However, this was a directive from the Hokage, and having been incorporated into the mission structure, he had no choice but to comply. "It seems I must conceal my true abilities as much as possible." From the mission details, Uchiha Rong grasped the primary objective of their undertaking. Leaving aside Narasazaku, the white-haired individual of this age, it was likely Kakashi. And then there was the oil-wrapped Yamanaka, though unfamiliar. There was an eerily familiar chill emanating from her. A member of the root? Could it be Yamanaka Ryoma? Uchiha Rong silently lamented his predicament. This mission was evidently designed to test his capabilities. In his mind, he had already assigned the labels Danzo, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Minato Namikaze to the 3 individuals accompanying him. It was akin to having one representative from each faction observing his true combat prowess. It seemed that the previous incident had indeed borne its bitter fruits. The 4J Nin moved with remarkable speed, reaching the northern region in merely 2 days, where they encountered the initial wave of invaders amidst the forest. Uchiha Rong swiftly beheaded a CH Nin from the rock village with a single stroke, his figure flickering as a crescent-shaped wind blade shot forth, cleaving through 2 more genin. In a sudden advance, he pierced the heart of yet another lower-ranked ninja, transforming into a veritable machine of slaughter. Before long, the 4 squads of rock ninjas he encountered were entirely annihilated, with 7 of them falling to Uchiha Rong's hand alone, while the others managed to eliminate an average of merely 3. Alas, Uchiha Rong meticulously collected his spoils, feeling a deep sense of helplessness within. In truth, the prowess he exhibited was already remarkably restrained. He did not employ the wind instant step even once, nor did he unleash the flame slash or the fire strike. Even the wind release attached to his ninja blade was merely in its most elementary form of nature transformation. The reason his tally of defeated foes still far surpassed that of other elite J-Nin lay solely in his unparalleled swordsmanship, akin to a master mowing down the weak. While his enemies were still forming hand seals, he had already unleashed 3 strikes. How can one possibly contend with that? Truly, in the world of martial arts, speed reigns supreme. Well done, Naruto praised, a rare glimmer of admiration flickering in his gaze. He discerned that this Uchiha, based solely on his recent performance, possessed abilities that spanned the spectrum from a seasoned chunin to a distinguished J-Nin. Yet, paired with that ninja blade, the lethality he exhibited was such that even this seasoned J-Nin felt a pang of inadequacy. Uchiha Rongli is undoubtedly suited for the battlefield. I must surely mention him to Lord Third. Chapter 33, Fierce Battle at Cloud Hidden. Uchiha Rong was acutely aware of his situation. In terms of raw power, he endeavored to conceal his true capabilities while maximizing the effectiveness of his chakra metal ninja blade. After all, the attention from the higher-ups was an unavoidable reality. Merely feigning ignorance could very well lead him to become the prey instead of the predator. Therefore, while shrouding some of his abilities, he also needed to demonstrate his worth. Even if that worth was simply to be utilized by others, it remained value, did it not? The small 4-man squad advanced, with Uchiha Rong methodically dispatching foes along the way. He deliberately targeted lower-ranked ninjas, occasionally engaging with a few noticeably weaker Ch-Nin. On the 3rd day of their formal entry into the Northern Territory, they finally encountered a squad of elite Jonin from the hidden Cloud Village. Wind release, great breakthrough. Kakashi initiated the attack without hesitation. A tempest arose, for furious gusts sweeping toward the opposition. Boom. The tree beneath a Ch-Nin from the hidden cloud was uprooted and shattered by the force of the gale, compelling him to leap away. The other 2 Ch-Nin were similarly forced to cease their hand seals and hastily evade the encroaching winds. In contrast, the Jonin from the hidden cloud successfully completed his hand seals and pressed his palms to the ground. Lightning release, earth walk. Dozens of lightning serpents surged forth like living beings, targeting the 4 from Konoha. The air was filled with the buzzing sound of swarming insects, followed by a resounding explosion, the sound of detonation tags. A crimson 3-tomo Sharingan materialized beneath the cat-faced mask, locking onto the Jonin from the hidden cloud. One must commend Kakashi's acute battle instincts. He promptly employed a technique that effectively countered the hidden cloud's lightning release, disrupting their formation and diminishing the power and speed of the Jonin's earth walk. Consequently, Uchiha Rong and his companions effortlessly evaded the incoming lightning serpents. At that moment, Naruto and Yamanaka had already pursued a fleeing Ch-Nin from the hidden cloud. Uchiha Rong hesitated no longer, swiftly intercepting the cloud ninja who had just leaped from the tree. At the moment when blade met kunai, Uchiha Rong's eyes glimmered with intensity. Despite holding back 6 parts of his strength, he was unexpectedly forced back several meters by the kunai of the cloud ninja. Nevertheless, he quickly pressed forward, ensnaring his opponent's escape route with his ninja blade and engaging in a fierce battle. As both were Ch-Nin, their diverse skill sets rendered the outcome of their clash unpredictable. One could not solely rely on theoretical combat prowess for assessment. In contrast, when facing a rock ninja adept in ninjutsu, Uchiha Rong dispatched them with little more than a single strike, denying them any chance to form hand seals. However, while the chakra strength of this cloud ninja was comparable to that of the previously encountered rock ninja, his physical power and resilience were remarkably superior. Recognizing that his current display of strength would not suffice to swiftly subdue his opponent, Uchiha Rong decided to engage in a broader observation of the other skirmishes. Kakashi was locked in a fierce stalemate with the Cloud Jonin, neither side appearing to gain an advantage anytime soon. Naruto was evidently dominating her opponent, yet it seemed she required a bit more time to secure victory. Meanwhile, an unidentified member of the Oil Woman clan, suspected to be Ryoma, commanded a swarm of insects that swiftly encircled the enemy, their cries of despair echoing through the air, indicating a rapid resolution was imminent. This Cloud Jonin doesn't he seem particularly formidable, Uchiha Rong mused as he assessed the strengths of the combatants. The Cloud Jonin exhibited impressive taijutsu skills during his skirmish with Kakashi and appeared quite proficient in lightning release, a fact that Uchiha Rong found advantageous. Over the past year, he had invested nearly 10 million ryo in medicinal materials for physical training, ensuring his strength and resilience were on par with that of the Cloud Ninja. Furthermore, his advanced wind release was particularly effective against lightning release. Although Jonin typically possess mastery over multiple elemental techniques, there is often a disparity in their proficiency. For instance, Kakashi, engaged in his individual battle, had not employed wind release again, as it was evident that his skill in that area was not exceptional, even with elemental advantages. The actual strength of ninjutsu must be considered. Wind naturally overpowers lightning, particularly when a strong wind encounters a weaker lightning attack. Yet, should the disparity be too great, the elemental countering becomes ineffective. With a final, anguished cry marking the end of his opponent, the oil woman swiftly triumphed. Utilizing her secret technique, she unleashed a surge of chakra to hatch a multitude of insect eggs, resulting in an exponential increase in the swarm's size. In the next moment, the swarm divided with remarkable precision, one half rushing towards Narasazaka's adversary while the other surged toward the Cloud Jonin. "Ah, what a splendid display of AC," Uchiha Rong remarked, taken aback by the unfolding events. Uchiha Rong quietly marveled at the formidable output capabilities of his opponent. Although these insect-wielding individuals were rather repugnant, they proved to be exceptionally effective in combat, adept at both single-target and group engagements. They were capable of dealing damage, gathering intelligence, and absorbing hits, truly embodying the essence of a versatile ninja. In contrast, when it came to battles of equal standing, Uchiha Rong candidly acknowledged that Kakashi fell somewhat short, even displaying signs of exhaustion. While Kakashi possessed a modicum of proficiency in various ninjutsu, and his taijutsu and kinjutsu were merely adequate, Uchiha Rong harbored grave concerns that, should the battle on the Oil Maiden's side persist for a few more minutes, Kakashi might find himself at a disadvantage due to a depletion of chakra. After all, Uchiha Rong was acutely aware of the considerable burden that the three-tomo Sharingan imposed upon Kakashi. In short order, with the assistance of the insects, Narasazaka successfully dispatched his adversary. The demise of two consecutive teammates left the hidden Cloud Ninja on Uchiha Rong's side visibly unsettled. Uchiha Ryu seized the opportunity without hesitation, activating the body flicker technique. With wind blades coalescing around his weapon, he delivered a devastating slash. The distracted Cloud Ninja was startled by the sudden ferocious attack and instinctively turned to flee. Swoosh. His right arm was severed mid-air. Ack. The excruciating pain of losing a limb wrenched a blood-curdling scream from his throat. Uchiha Rong relentlessly pursued his adversaries, executing his instant body technique to deliver a decisive blow. The wind blades pierced through the opponent's heart, and the agonized screams abruptly ceased. Throughout the encounter, he refrained from revealing his more formidable abilities. As Uchiha Rong joined the fray, the Cloud Village Jonin displayed a visage of despair, his body marked by numerous wounds inflicted by insects. Yet, he continued to fight with desperate tenacity. Suddenly, a shocking turn of events unfolded. Dozens of shurikens hurtled towards the fore from Konoha. A squad from the Cloud Village unexpectedly infiltrated the battle. Uchiha Ryu decisively abandoned the notion of continuing the assault, swiftly retreating to a distance. Shadow Binding Technique. Narasazaka finally seized the opportunity, launching the Shadow Binding Technique as the Cloud Hidden Jonin grew complacent, with reinforcements looming. This marked the first instance in the battle where he displayed formidable control. The Cloud Hidden Jonin's face flushed with anger, his eyes filled with a fierce unwillingness, seemingly still attempting to resist Narasazaku's hold. The moment of opportunity was fleeting. Kakashi had already drawn his white fang and positioned himself behind the Cloud Hidden Jonin. Clang! A sharp sound resonated as the white fang was intercepted by a large blade. A robust figure stood before Kakashi, shielding the injured Cloud Hidden Jonin. Whoosh! Boom! Once again, an arrow shimmering with lightning shot through the forest, piercing the swarm of insects that had attempted a surprise attack, resulting in a dazzling explosion of electric light. The Oil Woman's swarm was utterly obliterated by the burst of lightning. Ugh! Almost simultaneously, a short cry of anguish emanated from the location where the lightning arrow had been launched. Uchiha Rong appeared there unexpectedly. Beside him lay the scattered remains of a Cloud Ninja. How delightful it is to encounter those adept in ranged combat, yet lacking in close-quarters proficiency. Chapter 34, Nocturnal Conversations. As the two Cloud Jonin once again confronted Kakashi and his companions, the battle reached a stalemate once more. The forest echoed with the anguished cries of the fallen Cloud Ninjas. Observing this, the robust Cloud Jonin lost his will to continue fighting. With a single surge of lightning release, he obliterated a multitude of insects, simultaneously wielding his massive blade to repel Kakashi. He then swiftly withdrew from the fray, retreating 100 meters with his severely injured comrade. "Do not pursue," Narasazaku called out, halting the Oil Woman who was poised to chase after them. He had discerned that their primary attacker, Kakashi, was exhibiting signs of fatigue after engaging two Cloud Jonin in succession while utilizing his Sharingan. This exemplifies the essence of Narasazaku's role as captain. Despite his lack of offensive strength, reconnaissance skills, and defensive capabilities to protect his teammates, even his shadow imitation and binding techniques require precise timing to be effective in battles of equal standing. Yet, his ever-alert mind renders him the most trustworthy candidate for leadership. My apologies, but it is only with my ninja that I can eliminate those who are deficient in close combat. The figure of Uchiha Rong emerged from the forest, wearing an expression of regret. Your performance has been truly remarkable, Rong. Had it been a year earlier, you would undoubtedly have made a name for yourself on the battlefield. Narasazaku affirmed. Uchiha Rong wore a bashful smile on the surface, yet within her heart, there was a sense of foreboding. Indeed, the Nara clan, with their ulterior motives, seemed eager to thrust her into the battlefield. A few minutes later, the quartet finished their task and departed. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the earth. The four companions pitched a tent beside a small stream and gathered within. This strategic operation had proven to be remarkably successful, and it was likely that the results of our endeavors over the past few days had already reached the ears of both the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages. They would probably soon retract their forces and withdraw from the Land of Fire. Narasazaku tended to Kakashi and Uchiha Rong's wounds while remarking, and the three others listened with expressions of delight. Uchiha Rong contemplated the urgency of completing their task and returning, for he could not afford to miss the Night of the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, the other two reveled in the imminent accolades. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Narasazaku, with a grave expression, remarked that one could not dismiss the possibility of IWA Shinobi and Kumogakure launching a final desperate attempt. Thus, it was imperative that everyone remain vigilant. In essence, this operation involved Konoha dispatching an elite team of jonin to assert dominance in the conflict between the two northern villages. At present, Narasazaku's squad was relentlessly decimating the ninja from Kumogakure and IWA Shinobi. If both factions possessed any sense of propriety, they ought to withdraw. Should they fail to do so, the consequences would be dire. Konoha could send reinforcements, and the already beleaguered Kumogakure and IWA Shinobi would be unable to endure further losses in their own territory. This was precisely why, over a month ago, they had chosen to remain uninvolved while the two sides clashed. At that time, both factions were in their prime, and Konoha found themselves genuinely powerless to intervene. Now, after such extensive bloodshed, both sides had suffered significant attrition. The timing of Konoha's ninja deployment served not only to provide an exit strategy for the warring parties but also to convey a commanding presence. Narasazaku's final words served as a reminder that one could not entirely rule out the possibility of Kumogakure and IWA Shinobi in their reluctance to concede, sending out their own jonin to stage an assault before retreating. In conclusion, the withdrawal of both parties seemed almost a foregone conclusion, and the mission was nearly fulfilled. The next step involved ensuring the safety of their own team while awaiting the departure of the two factions, after which they could return to report their success. That night, the team had arranged a rotating watch, and it was now Uchiha Rong's turn to stand guard. Uchiha Rong sat atop a grand tree near the tent, gazing at the starry sky. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps resonated beneath him. Uchiha Rong turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. It was a white-haired boy wearing a cat-faced mask, Kakashi. Without hesitation, he leapt down. Is there something you need? Uchiha Rong inquired. Kakashi stared at him in silence. Uchiha Arya remained unhurried, gazing at his opponent. After a considerable pause, he remarked, "Your swordsmanship is commendable." It is merely reliant on the power of the stars," came the reply. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, before quickly realizing, is it called star power? Indeed, a fitting name. Uchiha Rong was visibly exasperated. Why, on this late evening? Could he not simply rest and instead felt compelled to engage in this awkward conversation? Seemingly perceiving his impatience, Kakashi finally articulated his intention. Might we spar and refine our swordsmanship when time permits? Uchiha Rong cast a meaningful glance at the white thong strapped to Kakashi's back. Why the sudden desire to practice swordsmanship? Kakashi remained silent, observing his temporary comrade wreaking havoc on the battlefield today. He felt as though he were witnessing the shadow of his father. This stirred within him a sense of guilt regarding the family's inherited sword techniques. In truth, Kakashi's inner turmoil ran deeper. Even as he gradually came to comprehend his father's actions, the consensus among others was that his father had abandoned the mission, rendering him an inadequate ninja. The weight of public opinion is a formidable force. Despite his internal acceptance, he found himself unable to defend his father vocally. This was the true reason behind his abandonment of the family's swordsmanship in favor of ninjutsu. He sought to sever ties with his former self, or rather, with his father. Such conflicting emotions only deepened his guilt, revealing the baseness within his heart. It was akin to a son who has inherited a vast fortune from a criminal father, enjoying the spoils of his progenitor while desperately striving to distance himself from the criminal legacy, fearing that he too might be branded as a wrongdoer. Ironically, he did not believe his father was in the wrong, which fueled his self-loathing. Yet how could he articulate such sentiments? Let us return. I usually train at Training Ground 7. Uchiha Obito paid no heed to Kakashi's inner turmoil. Noticing that Kakashi had no intention of departing, he reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. Kakashi returned to the trio's tent. Uchiha Range continued to keep vigil atop the tree, gazing at the stars. It was you who killed Inu Nansen, wasn't he it? Suddenly, a voice emanated from below the tree. Goodness, aren't you all going to sleep? With such vigor, perhaps you should take the watch instead. Uchiha Range cast a glance at the oil woman, too indifferent to engage. You were the one who killed Shimizu Ryu, weren't you? The voice of the oil woman, Ryoma, echoed once more. Uchiha Range has already determined the identity of the individual. At this time, at this age, a member of the root, belonging to the Oil Girl clan. There is no one else. If you are not fatigued, would you take the night watch? Why accuse Lord Danzo? To my knowledge, you and Lord Danzo, as well as the root, should have no grievances, correct? If you take the night watch, I shall reveal the information to you. Very well. What if I divulge it, and you fail to keep watch? We, the Oil Girl clan, are people of our word. I do not believe that. What will you do then? You must first take the night watch. Very well. Inside the tent. Rome, is it not yet time? Longma stated that he was not tired and would assist me in keeping the watch. Oh. Narashizaki nodded and continued to rest with closed eyes. Eh? How do you know Longma's name? Suddenly feeling something amiss, as everyone is wearing masks. Moreover, Longma has been quite low-key, according to the records. Uchiha Range should not be acquainted with Longma. Narashizaka looked at Uchiha Range in confusion. You just told me. Chapter 35, The Power of Protection, Awaken. The following morning. Did you frame Lord Danzo? The oil girl Longma, sporting dark circles under his eyes, intercepted Uchiha Range. No. Upon hearing this response, oil girl Longma was taken aback. You lie. You are untrustworthy. Despicable Uchiha. It seemed that oil girl Longma realized he had been played, his anger flaring. However, his insults were limited to just a few phrases. Having experienced the fierce battles of the online war, Uchiha Range regarded him with disdain. Enough, the mission is paramount. Ultimately, it was Narashizaku who intervened to smooth over the situation. The team took a brief respite before continuing their wanderings along the northern border of the Land of Fire. As they neared the Land of Waterfalls, the insects of Oil Girl Longma detected the presence of a squad of Awagakure shinobi ahead of time. With a mixture of intention and happenstance, Narashizaka set up a trap in advance. Uchiha Range launched a surprise attack, swiftly eliminating a Nin. Kakashi headed straight for the Awagakure Nin. The swarm of insects unleashed by Aburame Ryoma effectively sealed off the retreat of the Awagakure Nin. Another Nin, while evading the insects, inadvertently triggered an explosive tag, meeting his demise on the spot. The last Awagakure Nin could not withstand even 3 moves against Uchiha Range. Subsequently, under the onslaught of 4 Konoha Nin, the Awagakure Nin was dispatched in less than 5 minutes. The group quickly gathered their spoils and made a hasty retreat. By afternoon, they unexpectedly encountered the injured Kumogakure Nin from the previous day near the borders of the Land of Grass. This time, as the nearby robust Nin arrived, the Kumogakure Nin was brutally slain. The muscular Nin was forced to abandon several Nin in his furious escape. The bounty of the day was indeed bountiful. Uchiha Range, who had been somewhat discontent during the mission, finally displayed a rare smile. Not to mention the Nin he had dispatched earlier, the recently slain Kumogakure Nin was also at his hands. Naturally, the opponent's ninja blade became part of Uchiha Range's spoils. Upon grasping the blade, Uchiha Range realized it was on par with the one belonging to the previous old woman. Another 5 million Ryo added to his ledger. How could he not be elated? This did not even account for the value of the opponent's bounty at the exchange. We cannot linger here. We must swiftly relocate. Nara Suzaku, however, wore a solemn expression. Nin are not as common as cabbages. They had already taken down 2 today. Both the Kumogakure and Awagakure must be in despair. Upon hearing this, the 3 others nodded in agreement. Without further ado, they hastily changed their position. That night, after an unrelenting sprint, the 4 had traversed directly from the borders of the Land of Grass to a location near the Land of Rice. Despite being Nin, They found themselves utterly exhausted. Aburame Ryoma's insects discovered a cave, and the four promptly prepared to rest for the night. Did you really kill him? During Uchiha Rong's watch, Aburame Ryoma was particularly insistent. No. Uchiha Rong leaned against the tree trunk, his expression devoid of emotion. Nearby, Oil Girl Ryoma also refrained from returning to the cave, choosing instead to rest against another tree, her gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Rong. It seemed she sought to uncover some evidence from his reactions. Before long, Kakashi arrived to take over the watch. Uchiha Rong decisively returned to the tent in the cave to catch up on sleep. Just as dawn was on the cusp of breaking, Narasazu, who was on the last watch, suddenly burst into the cave and whispered urgently, "There's a situation." The three who had been lightly slumbering were instantly roused. A contingent was advancing towards our direction. Soon, Yunvlongma closed his eyes and began to communicate with the insects. It was a team of cloud-hidden ninjas. In an instant, the sense of drowsiness evaporated from the group. Since they had been the first to detect the enemy, it was only natural to lay another ambush. The four shared a unanimous intent. Thus, they set about arranging traps as per their usual practice. What the? It turned out to be just a Nin leading the way. Upon finally laying eyes on the enemy, Uchiha Rong found himself at a loss for words. 1 Nin and 3 Genin. Perhaps others might require some time to face their opponents, but he could easily dispatch them one by one with his swordsmanship. Not to mention, even if the enemy managed to form hand seals, they wouldn't be able to hit him while he was moving at high speed. Wait. Just as Uchiha Rong prepared to strike, Yunvlongma furrowed his brow. "What's wrong?" Narasazaku inquired. Yunvlongma's expression darkened as he hesitated. The insects are conveying a sense of panic. Something exceedingly terrifying seems to be nearby. Should we retreat or engage? The trio's gazes converged on Narasazaku. Let us fall back. After a brief contemplation, Narasazaku opted for a conservative choice. Their current achievements were already substantial. 2 Nin, over 20 Nin, and 50 to 60 Genin. Such a bounty was enough to cause significant distress for both the cloud-hidden and rock-hidden factions. There was no need to take further risks. Hey, where are the little mice? There they are, over there. However, just as they intended to retreat, someone was unwilling to comply. With a rhythmic rap echoing through the air, Uchiha Rong's face turned ashen. When a muscular youth blocked their path, Narasazaku's complexion paled as well. Had the cloud-hidden gone mad? How could they have released him? Chosiwei. Kakashi had already begun forming hand seals in silence. Water release, hidden mist technique. A dense fog instantly enveloped the surroundings. Let us go. The four seamlessly vanished in 4 different directions. It was absurd. Even Narasazaku, the eldest among them at merely 22 years, was alarmed. Longma was 16, Kakashi 14. And Uchiha Rong just 13. Facing the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki at such a tender age was beyond their capacity. Besides, the mission objectives had essentially been accomplished. There was no reason to continue fighting to the death. Although the current Killer Bee was also just a 16-year-old youth, a Jinchuriki could not be regarded lightly. Furthermore, even if they managed to defeat Killer Bee, should the Eight-Tails be unleashed, none of them would escape. Damn it, why are they chasing me? Uchiha Rong's complexion turned pale. There was no choice but to abandon any pretense of concealment. The wind instant step erupted in full force. There was no time to flee south. The only option was to head northwest. Glancing back, he noticed that Karabi had been left behind at a considerable distance, yet he persistently pursued with unwavering determination. Uchiha Rong swiftly altered his course. His group lacked reinforcements. Although his speed was remarkable, the technique of Wind Shuanpa could not be sustained indefinitely. Fleeing south would inevitably lead to his capture, sealing his doom. The only viable option lay to the north, diverting the impending disaster. Should he encounter a team from Iwagakure, Killer Bee would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Only then would he have a genuine chance to escape. Damn it, why does he persistently pursue me? An hour later, dawn broke. Killer Bee remained steadfastly trailing behind, unwavering in his pursuit. Unlike the nearly limitless chakra possessed by the Jinchuriki, Uchiha Rong found himself on the brink of being overtaken multiple times, his chakra reserves dwindling from 1.5 to a mere 0.4. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth in determination. Little White, I am counting on you. At his call, a large black cat, resembling a leopard, darted forth from the thicket. He disregarded all else. And I apologize for this. And he mounted the creature without hesitation. In that delay, Killer Bee's figure loomed less than 100 meters behind. Clinging tightly to the feline, Little White seemed to comprehend the urgency of the situation. as it appeared to harness some form of wind release ability, doubling its speed. With the surge, they once again widened the distance from the pursuing killer bee by 100 meters. Phew. Uchiha Rong finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was aware that this outing was fraught with peril and had wisely arranged for Shiro to hide nearby, ready to provide assistance at a moment's notice. However, it seemed to resonate with the adage that misfortunes seldom come alone. Just as he had successfully shaken off Killer Bee, a large, muscular man with an exaggerated nose appeared ahead, blocking his path. Could it be true? Is fate conspiring against me? Turn back. Let us flee. Uchiha Rong's reaction stemmed purely from the unfortunate fact that he recognized the individual before him, the prominent figure from Awagakure, the son of Inoki, the future Fourth Hokage. Upon confirming their mutual recognition, it was evident that this was someone he could not afford to provoke. In a moment of urgency, Xiaobai came to a swift halt, carving deep gashes into the muddy earth. Yet it was too late. Two massive boulders, resembling small mountains, suddenly soared into the air, hurtling towards Uchiha Rong and Xiaobai. At that instant, Uchiha Rong's heart blazed with fury. Why was he being bullied simply for being weaker? Why was he the target of their relentless gazes? Just as Uchiha Rong, poised on Xiaobai's back, drew his ninja blade in preparation for a desperate fight, a faster figure appeared beside him, riding a formidable beast with the stature of a tiger. With a swift incantation, the flames of fire release, great fire annihilation coalesced into two fiery spears that shot forth. In the next moment, the colossal boulders exploded mid-air, dozens of meters away. Brother, you should go first. Uchiha Yezi, who had always been playful and clingy, now bore a serious expression, her gaze grave. This is the first time Uchiha Rong has seen her in such a manner. No, wait. But before Uchiha Rong could finish his words, Xiaobai darted away several dozen meters in an instant. No. Uchiha Rong abruptly leaped off Shiro. The sheer speed caused him to roll several paces across the ground, leaving him battered and bruised by the thorns of the surrounding bushes. Yet, as he struggled to rise once more, a pair of crimson eyes glinted ominously. A single tomo began to rotate slowly within his gaze. In the next instant, it transformed into two tomo. Ha! He gasped heavily. I am the elder brother. He screamed in madness. How could I allow my sister to protect me? The haunting memories of past nightmares resurfaced vividly in his mind. The missing sister, the deceased parents. No, such a fate must never come to pass. Uchiha Rong emanated a tempestuous chakra, leaping gracefully onto the towering trees. In his line of sight, a mere 70 to 80 meters away, Yizi had already engaged in fierce combat with Huang Tuesday. With each of Huang Tu's movements, colossal rocks coalesced and hurtled towards him. Yizi nimbly traversed the airborne boulders, darting and leaping with remarkable agility. A series of extraordinary phoenix fireballs relentlessly assailed Huang Tu, compelling him to evade with haste. Zicho Suwu Shinhain Yizi. Uchiha Rong suddenly cried out, and there stood Yizi upon a soaring boulder, casting a glance back. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the siblings seemed to comprehend each other's intentions. The next instant, a series of extraordinary phoenix fire techniques filled the sky, a spectacle that could eclipse the sun. Yet, amidst the chaos of fireballs, Yizi's figure quietly vanished, enveloped in the flames. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Uchiha Rong leaped fiercely from the treetops, and a torrent of raging flames instantly engulfed an area of nearly 100 meters. This cataclysmic inferno abruptly severed the path ahead, forcing him to retreat in disarray, his visage smeared with soot. Uchiha Rong felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, the familiar sensation of chakra depletion striking him. He plummeted from midair, only to be gracefully caught by Xiaobai. The large black cat and the big orange cat swiftly cradled him, stealthily retreating into the forest under the cover of the blazing inferno. Chapter 36. The Copying Eye and the Illusionary Eye within a secluded cave in the woods. Uchiha Rong awoke, his head heavy, to find that night had fallen. Where's Yizi? He immediately inquired of the large black cat beside him. Xiaobai drooped one eyelid, responding, she has already returned. Is she unharmed? No, she is fine. How long have I been unconscious? 13 hours, I believe. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rong felt a slight sense of reassurance. But in the next moment, his pupils widened in shock. His chakra had actually doubled. 1 cards. Feeling the weakness coursing through his body, he struggled to rise, noticing multiple areas on his body had been treated and bandaged. He hastily retrieved several pills from his ninja tool pouch and swallowed them. These were the life-saving medicines he had prepared in advance but had never needed to use until today. One was a specially made military food pill designed to rapidly replenish bodily energy. Another was a potent blood-replenishing pill, which not only restored certain blood elements but also enhanced hematopoiesis. The final one was an antibiotic tablet to prevent bacterial infection. Within just 5 minutes of ingesting the pills, a warm sensation began to rise in his abdomen, signaling the military food pill's efficacy. Soon after, the dizziness that had plagued him began to subside significantly. Uchiha, disregarding the need for rest, swiftly settled into a cross-legged position and commenced the process of refining his chakra, despite enduring over 10 hours of recuperation, during which some chakra had naturally restored itself. He remained in a perilous state. A fundamental principle for novice ninjas is to ensure that their chakra levels consistently remain above a critical threshold, no matter how diligent one's training may be. Exhausting all chakra is unequivocally forbidden. The underlying reason for this is that seasoned ninjas have honed their chakra extraction techniques to an instinctual level. The more formidable the ninja, the quicker their chakra replenishes, which in turn leads to a swifter depletion of cellular energy. When chakra levels plunge beneath a certain critical point, the body relentlessly demands energy from its cells to extract more chakra. This condition is exceedingly alarming, for an excessive draw on cellular energy can result in a ninja losing consciousness, or even succumbing to death while in a state of unconsciousness, effectively starving every cell in their body. Consequently, the more potent the ninja, the greater their chakra reserves, often correlating with a stronger physical constitution. If one's physical prowess cannot keep pace, it signifies a severely limited capacity for cellular energy. Thus, the threshold for chakra becomes increasingly elevated. Theoretically, should one's chakra extraction skills be exceptionally refined while their physical abilities are lacking, it is conceivable to be starved to death despite an unceasing intake of sustenance. This elucidates why, in the original narrative, Arima Yakumo, despite possessing formidable sensory abilities linked to a bloodline limit, remains physically frail and unable to become a ninja. Moreover, as one advances in chakra extraction techniques, their physical form may deteriorate further, leading to a swifter demise. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight graced the horizon. Uchiha slowly emerged from the cave, his palm gently shielding his eyes as they adjusted to the brightness. Truly, the clan's secret medicine is remarkably effective. Although he still felt a touch of weakness, it was no longer a significant hindrance. His chakra had also recovered to 80%. After briefly discerning the direction, he sprinted swiftly towards the west. Within the forest, the sound of whoosh, whoosh, whoosh echoed as several shuriken unexpectedly shot towards him. Uchiha wielded a medium-sized kunai, effortlessly parrying several strikes. The effect of the Sharingan has intensified. Having ascertained the enemy's position, his figure abruptly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was behind a hidden rock ninja. The edge of his kunai suddenly emanated a faint wind blade, gently grazing the opponent's neck. Simultaneously, 3 ninjas encircled him. The crimson Sharingan of Uchiha met the gaze of the 3 adversaries. A sense of foreboding washed over him. It was the Uchiha clan. The thought abruptly ceased. In an instant, a swift gust accompanied the flash of a kunai slicing through the air, and 2 lower-ranked shinobi fell lifeless, their heads tilted at unnatural angles. Uchiha stood before the remaining chunin, glaring at him. It turns out that being ensnared in a genjutsu causes such turmoil within one's chakra. Under the enhanced perception of his Sharingan, Uchiha observed that his opponent was straining to stabilize the chaotic chakra within him in an attempt to dispel the illusion. However, the disparity in their mental prowess was insurmountable, rendering the other utterly incapable of breaking free. Truly, the infamous genjutsu lives up to its fearsome reputation. A mere gaze can strip away one's capacity to resist. There exists a consensus in the ninja world: never meet the eyes of an Uchiha. While it is true that in battles of equal caliber, an adversary's years of rigorous mental training often yield formidable spiritual strength, even under heightened concentration, the genjutsu can only exploit moments of distraction to ensnare its target for a fleeting second or two. Yet, such an ability remains exceedingly formidable. A moment's lapse in focus can lead to dire consequences. In a duel between masters, even a second of dazedness can prove fatal. With a decisive crack, having observed enough, Uchiha swiftly twisted his opponent's neck. After collecting his spoils, he departed. An hour later, Cloud Nin were besieging a lone boy in a valley. One of the chunin, seizing the opportunity created by his comrades, hastily completed a series of hand seals. Earth Release, Earth Flow Spear. A trio of long spears erupted violently from beneath the boy's feet. The boy glanced up, revealing a pair of crimson double tomo Sharingan. Oh no. Do not gaze into his eyes. With ease, the boy evaded the onslaught of spears. Weapons are weapons, be they blades or poles, he muttered, his words enigmatic. The next instant, he executed a rapid series of hand seals. Earth release, earth flow spear. A barrage of 12 spears surged forth from the ground at an even swifter pace. Ugh. A series of 4 anguished cries echoed through the air. The 4 Rocknin were impaled, strung together like gourds, visibly beyond salvation. Yet, they lingered in their suffering, still wailing. Goodness, this technique is exceedingly cruel. Uchiha Rong, notorious for his mercilessness, found himself momentarily startled by the scene before him. With urgency, he drew his ninja blade and swiftly delivered the final blows, granting them an end to their suffering. Remarkably, the fallen Nin offered him a grateful glance before succumbing to his fate. After promptly collecting the spoils, Uchiha Rong hastened to depart. After another hour of travel, he arrived at a small grove and let out a whistle. Almost immediately, the air was filled with the chirps of insects, as several of them flitted before him. Uchiha Rong followed the insects along their path, arriving at a natural tree hollow. Where is Kakashi? A glance around revealed only Nara Shizaku and Aburame Ryoma. Nara Shizaku wore a peculiar expression and blurted out, "How did you know about Kakashi?" "Never mind, I'll tell you." Uchiha Rong stifled a laugh. He had stepped out to fetch some water. Uchiha Rong suddenly realized that ninja expeditions typically involve carrying military rations and provisions. However, they seldom burden themselves with an excess of drinking water, as it is cumbersome and hinders mobility. Of course, in circumstances of limited resources, one can temporarily employ water release techniques to generate water for hydration. Nevertheless, if conditions permit, they will always seek to utilize natural sources of drinking water. Although it is all water, the composition of water found in nature undoubtedly varies, offering greater benefits to human health. "You seem somewhat different," Oil Woman Ryoma remarked, fixing her gaze upon Uchiha Rong. Uchiha Rong was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly come to terms with it. Of course, things were different now. His chakra had reached an impressive 3.1 carats, and his Sharingan had evolved into the double tomo form. Beyond merely granting him the ability to replicate techniques and cast genjutsu, it provided a comprehensive enhancement. His physical constitution had strengthened, and chakra manipulation had become significantly easier. This was not merely an evolution of his eyes, but rather an evolution of the Uchiha bloodline. Consequently, he could now unleash a vast inferno spanning 100 meters with his great fire destruction technique without concern for chakra consumption. Simultaneously, his earth release and water release techniques had surpassed the commonly recognized threshold of a jonin. In essence, even without resorting to his ninja blade, the starry sky, he possessed the strength of a jonin. He exuded an air of confidence from within, though he would naturally refrain from revealing any of this. Uchiha Rong gazed at the bandages adorning his hands and feet, gesturing towards them as he remarked, "Are you referring to this? I encountered a cloud-hidden jonin adept in taijutsu who ambushed me. I nearly perished at his hands." Yamanaka Suzaku, however, held no doubts regarding this matter. Through his observations during the past few days of combat, it became evident that Uchiha Takumi relied heavily on the enhanced puissance of his ninja blade to swiftly eliminate jonin unskilled in close-quarters combat. Even those possessing formidable defensive ninjutsu found themselves dispatched before they could even form seals. Yet, when faced with elite jonin capable of withstanding the intensity of Takumi's assaults, Rong would find himself embroiled in arduous battles. "Are your injuries severe?" Yamanaka Suzaku inquired with genuine concern. "Fortunately, I brought some secret medicine from my clan. Otherwise, you would be visiting my memorial in the Martyrs' Cemetery next year," Rong replied. "You should rest well tonight. I will take the watch." Though Oil Woman Ryoma's voice remained frigid, the sentiment behind her words carried warmth. As the conversation unfolded, Kakashi returned. Upon seeing Uchiha Rong's safe return, he visibly exhaled in relief. "I saw the Eight Tails Jinchuriki pursuing you. I thought you." At this utterance, the gazes of Yamanaka Suzaku and Oil Woman Ryoma converged upon him instantaneously. Uchiha Rong helplessly spread his hands. At that moment, a figure concealed within the forest gradually emerged, arriving at the cave entrance. "Were it not for my family's ninja cat's swift escape, I might have truly met my demise yesterday." The pupils of the three narrowed in astonishment, taken aback by the ninja cat's ability to remain hidden. Among them, Ninja Rima was the most surprised. He had not detected the presence of this ninja cat despite the numerous insects he had scattered nearby. At this juncture, Kakashi handed 2 water pouches to the others and revealed a shocking piece of news. I just gathered some intel. Yesterday, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki clashed with the Tsuchikage. What? Nara Suzaku's eyes widened in disbelief, and Y Ninja Rima straightened in his seat. Uchiha Rong was equally astonished. They had indeed crossed paths. It was said that the terrain of their battleground had been altered, and the Jinchuriki had been overpowered, losing his tailed beast cloak. Ultimately, the Tsuchikage retreated under the threat of the tailed beast bomb. Were these 2 villages truly mad to go to such lengths? Y Ninja Rima's typically indifferent voice now carried a rare note of shock. It seemed the root members were not devoid of emotion, they merely concealed it. After the initial shock, Nara Suzaku smiled. It appeared that, barring any unforeseen events, they would be able to return in the next 2 days. The trio quickly grasped the implication. Indeed, since Kumogakure had deployed the Eight-Tails, the Tsuchikage would inevitably withdraw his forces. Thus, Kumogakure could not possibly leave Karabi here any longer. Consequently, the Konoha elite ninja team remained entirely hidden for the next 2 days, refraining from any appearances. 2 days later, they indeed received word of Kumogakure and Iwagakure's retreat. On the day the news arrived, the 4-member team began their withdrawal from the northern borders, preparing to return to their village. As they passed near the capital of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Rong said, "Wait for me a moment, I need to exchange my bounty at the bank." As the saying goes, familiarity breeds ease. This time, Uchiha Rong effortlessly found the restroom. Conversely, Y Ninja Rima, who had also claimed the head of an Iwagakure J-Nin, had no intention of exchanging his bounty. He would bring this trophy back to Root to earn merit. This privilege was reserved for the Umbu. They could exchange achievements for various resources, including but not limited to ninjutsu scrolls, secret techniques, rare medicines, and an array of ninja tools. Among these were treasures not easily attainable through monetary means. For instance, one could utilize their merits to request guidance from esteemed seniors or commission master craftsmen to forge specialized ninja blades and unique weapons. Root, being a faction within the Umbu, afforded Y Ninja Rima similar opportunities. This explains why so many clans aspire for their members to enter the Umbu. The resources available in Konoha are unparalleled by any single clan. Even the Uchiha are no exception. Uchiha Rong, having donned a subtle disguise, skillfully approached the 3rd man from the right, positioned between the 3rd and 4th water basins. With a single hand pressed against the wall, he channeled his chakra. In an instant, a portal opened within the wall. Immediately, a guide from the exchange office peered out, casting a scrutinizing glance in his direction. The bounty was to be redeemed, belonging to a jonin from the hidden cloud. Uchiha Rong raised the wooden box in his right hand as a gesture. The guide's demeanor shifted noticeably to one of respect, no longer daring to scrutinize him indiscriminately. "Sir, this way please." The corridors within the exchange were extensive and interconnected, with distinct pathways designated for the redemption of bounties of varying tiers, ensuring a reliable level of security. For other transactions, one would be directed to the service hall. Having visited once before, Uchiha Rong efficiently retrieved a bounty of 2.3 million without the inquisitive demeanor he had exhibited during his initial visit. He held in his hand the latest bounty list handed to him by the staff, meticulously verifying the identity and bounty amount of the Cloud Village's elite ninja. Uchiha Rong swiftly departed through another passage under the guidance of his guide. It was not far at all. After discerning his bearings, Uchiha Rong spotted a public restroom several dozen meters away, just as he was about to hasten to reunite with Nara Suzaku and the others. A masked man clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds emerged from a nearby passage. What a twist of fate! Uchiha Rong turned away, wishing to avoid trouble. Yet, he was still noticed by the other party. 2 figures, one robust and the other lean, donned in cloaks of black adorned with red clouds, abruptly appeared before him, blocking his path. "Kid, you seem somewhat familiar," the deep voice of Kakuzu resonated. Realizing he could not evade the situation, Uchiha Rong decisively chose to strike first. With a swift motion, his ninja blade was drawn, unleashing a fierce slash known as the Fiery Blade. At this moment, he could no longer afford to conceal his prowess. From their previous encounter, he was acutely aware that Kakuzu possessed strength nearing that of a Kage, proving to be as formidable as any elite shinobi. Furthermore, he had a member of the Akatsuki organization by his side, at the very least a J-Nin-level ninja. The sudden onslaught of the Fiery Blade, with its searing heat, startled both adversaries, who narrowly evaded the attack. Engaging in such a fierce strike without a word? What a breach of martial etiquette! Kakuzu's expression darkened instantly. Several tendrils of the earthbound Waima surged toward Uchiha Rong, while the ground beneath him cracked open, revealing more tendrils seeking to ensnare him. Wind release! Thousand Blades of Bone. Kakuzu's companion, a rogue ninja from the Rain Village, promptly initiated an assault with their ninjutsu. The figure of Uchiha Rong flickered as he advanced swiftly behind the slender, middle-aged Rain Nin who had just unleashed a wind-release technique. With a sudden, powerful swing of his ninja blade, he executed a flame slash. Compared to the formidable vertical cut of the fire slash, the horizontal flame slash boasted a wider range. A crescent-shaped inferno, intermingled with wind blades, encompassed nearly a 3-meter radius, compelling both adversaries to employ their own techniques for defense. Before Kakuzu, intertwined tendrils emerged, and from one of the masked monstrosities, a torrent of water surged forth, effortlessly countering the flame slash. Meanwhile, the Rain Nin retaliated with an augmented C-rank ninjutsu, Water Chaos Wave, which, despite the elemental disadvantage, barely mitigated the majority of the flame slash's potency, leaving him covered in grime and soot, a minor injury but a significant humiliation. In a swift turn of events, the skirmish lasted less than half a minute, when a tentacle suddenly erupted from the ground, piercing Uchiha Rong's heart. With a resounding bang, his figure dissipated into smoke. What a surprise! It was but a shadow clone. Pursue. Today, I shall certainly collect this boy's heart. Chapter 38, Konoha Team vs. Kakuzu's team on the main road from Kyoto to Konoha, Nara Suzuku, Aburame Ryoma, and Kakashi idly awaited. Why has Rong taken so long? Could something have happened? Nara Suzuku expressed his concern. It has indeed been a while. Perhaps I should go check? Kakashi furrowed his brow. Aburame Ryoma remained silent, yet showed no objection. Just as Kakashi prepared to take action, a figure suddenly appeared a few flashes down the road behind them. I encountered two S-rank rogue ninjas who are in pursuit of me. Uchiha Rong spoke concisely, his words flowing at a rapid pace. Nara Shizaku rubbed his temples, for he dreaded entanglements. Nevertheless, he declared, prepare for battle. As a ninja of Konoha, encountering rogue ninjas was an unfortunate reality. Yet, should such an encounter arise, retreat was not an option. Moreover, with only two adversaries, their contingent of 4 jonin would not be easily intimidated. A buzzing swarm began to stir, swiftly encircling them in an intricate web. Nara Shizaku's figure weaved deftly among the trees lining the path, swiftly crafting an explosive tag array connected by fine threads. Kakashi, too, remained industrious, his hands forming seals as pits emerged, only to be promptly filled once more. Uchiha Rong extracted a bundle of specially crafted Senbon needles from his ninja tool pouch. With a swift motion of his arm, he plunged them into the pit that Kakashi had created. These were his uniquely poisoned Senbon, requiring an arduous and costly process to concoct the venom. Just as the group had finished their preparations, 2 figures adorned in black cloaks with red clouds emerged from the direction from which Uchiha Rong had come. One was stout, while the other was tall and slender. One wore the forehead protector of the hidden waterfall village, marked by a deep gash, while the other bore the insignia of the Rain Village, also bearing a similar scar. This was the hallmark of rogue ninjas. Could this signify the emergence of a newly established rogue ninja organization? Nara Juchua's expression grew grave. If they were merely idle rogue ninjas, it would be manageable. However, if an organization were to take shape, the situation would become exceedingly complex. It was the bounty hunter Kakuzu. The other appeared to be a rogue from the Rain Village, the Poison Master Gangsha. Kakashi immediately recognized their identities. Clearly, during this period, they were unaware of the existence of the Akatsuki organization. At this moment, Uchiha Rong spoke in a rapid whisper. Kakuzu's earth grudge fear allows him to seize the hearts of others, possessing 5 hearts of different attributes. Each of these 5 masked monsters can unleash a distinct type of ninjutsu. His weakness lies in these hearts. If we fail to destroy each one, he can recover from even the gravest injuries, rendering him virtually immortal. Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged astonished glances with Uchiha Rong before immediately turning their vigilance towards the newcomer. This information was exceedingly vital. In battles between ninjas of equal rank, intelligence is paramount. Understanding one's opponent's strengths and weaknesses enables the swift formulation of countermeasures. Leave that poison master, Hyuka, to me. With that, Uchiha Rong took the initiative to select his opponent, employing the body flicker technique to charge forward. Instantly, 2 identical Uchiha Rongs appeared on either side of Hyuka, wielding their ninja blades imbued with wind chakra, striking simultaneously. Kakashi, having already gathered his Chidori, surged forth like a bolt of lightning towards Kaku, forcing him to leap back in haste to evade the impending attack. Suddenly, a swarm of insects manifested, swirling into a tempest, launching an assault on Kakuzu from behind. Just as the masked monster on Kakuzu's body prepared to unleash its technique against the approaching swarm, a shadow eerily wrapped around his form. Shadow binding technique. Though the binding was broken almost instantaneously, it afforded his teammates precious moments. Ugh! Ah! Kakuzu emitted two pained cries as the swarm gnawed at him. However, in the next instant, a fierce flame erupted from one of the masked monster's mouths, engulfing Kakuzu as well. The swarm was incinerated, scattering in all directions. Kakuzu suffered severe burns. The red cloud-patterned robe revealing several charred holes. You wretched brats! I shall tear you to shreds. Despite the grave injuries, Kakuzu, appearing somewhat disheveled, unleashed an astonishing amount of chakra. The battle was poised to erupt. Meanwhile, under the relentless assault of Uchiha Roan and his shadow clone, Hyuga sustained two deep, bone-visible cuts. The two Uchiha Roans bore several darkened wounds as well. How can you possess such a high resistance to poison? Who exactly are you? A mixture of astonishment and uncertainty was etched across Hyuga's weathered face. Uchiha Roan remained utterly silent, relentlessly striking with his blade. Although the wind blades he manifested to conceal his true strength were unlikely to inflict any fatal wounds at this level of combat. The escalating pace of battle gradually led Gong Sha into a state of exhausting defense. It was akin to being subjected to 1,000 cuts. Each strike was not lethal in itself, yet the cumulative effect proved to be quite perilous. This contrasted with the more traditional approach of ninjas exchanging ninjutsu, interspersed with the use of various ninja tools and physical combat. The lightning-fast combat style of Uchiha Roan, reminiscent of Hatake Kakashi, indeed leaves Gong Sha struggling to keep pace. Horizontal slashes, vertical cuts, sweeps, thrusts, jabs. Although referred to as a blade, this standardized ninja sword resembles a hybrid of sword and dagger. Uchiha Roan fully embodies the essence of various fundamental techniques in swordsmanship and blade arts. His strikes are swift, precise, and lethal, with the razor-sharp wind blades of his ninja sword effortlessly penetrating weaker defenses. As the battle progressed, Uchiha Roan's relentless assault rendered Gong Sha incapable of unleashing his formidable ninjutsu, leaving him no time to form seals. Were it not for his genuinely superior physical strength and formidable chakra, he would have likely met his demise long ago. It seems that the evolution of my double tomo has significantly enhanced my physical prowess. Although Uchiha Roan was holding back, he was continually validating the changes brought about by his recent awakening of the double tomo Sharingan during the battle. This is a primary reason why the Uchiha clan holds such a prominent reputation in the ninja world, often regarded as a noble lineage. In contrast, for other ninja clans, it would be nearly impossible for a 13-year-old to experience such rapid growth. Kakashi, who became a genin at the age of 13, was deemed a rare genius in decades. However, within the Uchiha, a 13-year-old genin, while commendable, is not uncommon. As long as one awakens their Sharingan, they can achieve a significant enhancement in overall strength. Ordinary genin are not merely limited to the few visible elite but are indeed numerous. Should one unlock the 3 tomo, with even a modicum of refinement, they could leap to the rank of an elite genin, truly embodying the genius of the Uchiha. Such prodigies typically possess near-Kage-level combat prowess by adulthood, and if they do not meet an untimely demise, they could reach the pinnacle of the ninja world in their 20s or 30s. Meanwhile, the scales of victory gradually tipped in favor of Uchiha Roan, while the battle involving the trio and Kakuzu remained intensely stalemated. Despite appearing severely wounded, Kakuzu exhibited remarkable resilience, maintaining peak combat effectiveness. Even with knowledge of each other's information and awareness of the heart's vulnerability, they only succeeded in destroying the heart located at Kakuzu's chest. The remaining 4 heart locations proved exceedingly elusive to locate. Kakashi, who had kept his Sharingan activated since the onset of combat, found his chakra reserves dwindling perilously close to a critical threshold. The situation began to evolve unfavorably for the Konoha team. Chapter 39, A Bountiful Harvest. Seeing the tide of battle shifting, Uchiha Roan, concealing his true capabilities, decisively unveiled his first card. No sooner had he spoken than a large black cat, resembling a leopard, sprang forth from the woods. Wind release, cat's punch. Nye Sha, who had been reduced to a defensive position by Uchiha Roan's rapid assault, was startled by the sudden surge of chakra from behind and swiftly dodged to the side. A fist-sized wind vortex gleamed as it flashed past the extended claws of the cat. Splat. Blood sprayed forth. Despite dodging swiftly, Nye Sha's left arm was still grazed by the minor tornado, leaving it shredded into pieces scattered on the ground. A slightly wrinkled hand fell to the earth. its index finger adorned with a conspicuous ring marked with the character 3 against a cream background. What a splendid execution! Seizing the moment of weakness, Uchiha Rong did not relent, rapidly advancing to strike with his blade. Having lost a hand, the considerably weakened Mie Sha was akin to meat on a chopping board. Not good. Xiaobai retreat. Just as Uchiha Rong was about to claim Mie Sha's head with a flurry of strikes, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. He shouted urgently as he vanished from his position. Xiaobai's speed seemed to surpass his, vanishing ahead of him. In the next instant, an extreme wave of heat surged forth. Fire release. Headfirst hardship. A sea of flames instantaneously engulfed the battle zone where the two had just clashed, rapidly spreading over a range of 70 to 80 meters. Now, not only Uchiha Rong and Xiaobai, but even Kakashi and his companions found themselves caught in the expanding inferno, hastily employing defensive measures while retreating from the fiery onslaught. Goodness! This was comparable to a great fire destruction. What a calamity! At the edge of the inferno, Uchiha Rong stood atop a tree, silently astonished. He had come to realize that ninjas of Kakuzu's caliber had long transcended mere ninjutsu levels. Even B-rank ninjutsu, supported by an immense chakra reserve, could unleash power and range comparable to A-rank ninjutsu. The distinction lay solely in the upper limits of A-rank ninjutsu's might. Moreover, in the hands of such ninjas, the near-instantaneous speed of B-rank ninjutsu became their standard combat technique. Therefore, B-rank ninjutsu was classified as J-nin-level ninjutsu. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? At this moment, Nara Suzaku approached Uchiha Rong, gazing at the vast expanse of flames with a sense of trepidation. Had they truly just engaged in battle with such a formidable adversary? Yamanaka Ryoma furrowed his brow and remarked, "He escaped. What a pity." Kakashi, panting heavily and nearing his limit, surprisingly displayed a hint of regret. They had just managed to destroy Kakuzu's second heart amidst multiple successful strikes, and yet he had managed to flee. This adversary appears rather peculiar indeed. Xiaobai, having appeared at an unknown time with a severed palm in its mouth, exclaimed, "White Andy, splendid work." Uchiha Rong's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm as he extracted several strips of dried fish from his small backpack to reward the little white creature. "K, take this ring back with you." Narash K received it, sensing its significance. It appeared to be a tool for communication within the ranks of this rogue ninja organization. With a serious expression, he accepted it. As the flames began to subside, the four of them joined forces to employ water release techniques to extinguish the fire. It is worth noting that the main road was surrounded by vast forests, allowing the flames to spread would yield catastrophic consequences. Ah, this must be what the original tale refers to, the one person who perished beneath the flames of fire release. Uchiha Rong reflected quietly as he stowed away the shinobi blade beside the charred corpse. This slender weapon, resembling a withered bamboo stalk, had withstood the fierce onslaught of wind blades against Uchiha Rong without showing even the slightest nick, and amidst the inferno, it remained merely scorched on the surface, devoid of any substantial damage. Such resilience attests to its considerable worth. Retrieving a sealing scroll to secure the blade, Uchiha Rong felt an overwhelming sense of elation. The spoils of this mission were indeed substantial. With such wealth, it seemed the possibilities were boundless. On September 25th, 48th year of Konoha, a team of returning ninjas was welcomed outside the West Gate. It was none other than Nara Suzaku and his quartet. Upon presenting the pass bearing the Hokage's seal, the two Konoha ninja sentinels promptly granted them passage. Unlike the bustling South Gate, frequented by merchants and visitors, the smaller gates designated for ninja transit allowed no unauthorized personnel to enter, as they led directly into the heart of the village. "Rong, see you at Training Ground 7 this afternoon," Kakashi called out before their parting. "Understood." Uchiha Rong acquiesced with remarkable alacrity. As a thought suddenly crossed his mind, perhaps he could explore a certain possibility through Kakashi. Unlike the protagonists of the fanfictions from my previous life, who often possessed the eternal kaleidoscope and wielded powers that surpassed even the shadow level, I am merely an Uchiha with a complete familial legacy, possessing a mindset that is, at best, somewhat clearer than that of the natives, alongside a general awareness of the subsequent developments that lie ahead. Uchiha Rong was acutely aware of his current inadequacy and strength, particularly in the face of the formidable Kamui wielded by Abido and the lurking threat of Kagaya. His power was, at present, negligible. Thus, it was impossible for him to turn the tide through sheer force. Moreover, alerting the third or fourth Hokage about the impending crisis would serve no purpose. It would only draw unwanted attention to himself and his family, plunging them into peril. Consequently, within the confines of his plan, the release of the Nine Tails was inescapable, and Kushina's fate was virtually sealed. The circumstances surrounding the childbirth of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki were classified, and he had no capacity or means to intervene, nor could he foresee where Minato would conceal Kushina at that critical juncture. His sole recourse lay in persuading Fugaku and the three clan elders to provide immediate support to Minato once the Nine-Tails was unleashed. Even if he failed to convince them, he would strive to muster all the strength he could gather to assist, maximizing Minato's chances of survival. Although Obito's Kamui was touted as invincible, it was not without its vulnerabilities. While physical attacks were unlikely to harm Obito, Genjutsu could directly affect his mental state, and even Kamui could not grant immunity against such psychic assaults. However, executing this plan was fraught with difficulty, as the Sharingan possessed formidable resistance in the ability to rebound Genjutsu, particularly Obito's Mangekyou Sharingan. Yet, if multiple Uchiha coordinated their efforts, even the Mangekyou Sharingan could be susceptible to Genjutsu, as long as they could contend with him in ocular prowess and impede his mental defenses. They could create an opportunity for Minato. In a scenario where the situation allowed for it, Minato would not sacrifice his life to seal the Nine-Tails. Especially with Kushina and their child at stake, he would surely choose survival if given the option. In the original narrative, he did not receive timely assistance and witnessed numerous ordinary ninjas perish, leading him to make a tragic decision. Even if he ultimately could not save Minato, it could diminish the suspicions of the various ninja clans towards the Uchiha, which would be beneficial for them. However, it seemed that I had conceived a potentially effective new strategy. Observing Kakashi's retreating figure, Uchiha Rong's gaze was intense. If memory served correctly, it was Kakashi in the original tale who incessantly murmured at the gravestone in the cemetery, inadvertently revealing the timing of Kushina's delivery. If I could prevent Kakashi from visiting the cemetery in the coming days or somehow instill vigilance in him, or even deliberately misinform him about a false delivery date, might it be possible to avert this catastrophe altogether? Uchiha Rong is acutely aware of the presence of Korezetsu and Obito. Even if one can evade the initial threat, it is impossible to escape the inevitable consequences that follow. However, even the mere ability to delay the passage of time is a boon. Chapter 40. Might Guy's 8 gates of bypass. The sharp, crisp sound of clashing blades rang out incessantly, a symphony of wind blades colliding. Each encounter between the stars and White Fang rivaled the ferocity of C-rank ninjutsu. The unleashed energy surged outward, and on occasion, a charged strike reached the magnitude of B-rank ninjutsu. Had it not been for the training ground surface composed of specially engineered, high-element resistant materials, it would have been riddled with craters and trenches. Remarkable. Truly, my lifelong rival. This is what youth embodies. The 14-year-old Might Guy watched from the sidelines, his blood surging with exhilaration. Having only recently attained the rank of Chunin, he had already set his sights on surpassing Kakashi as his ultimate goal. In the arena, the swordsmanship of the two combatants appeared evenly matched, with neither able to gain the upper hand after an extended struggle. Yet, as time progressed, Kakashi's chakra reserves began to wane under the strain. Let us conclude for today. Uchiha Rong seized an opportune moment to withdraw. In truth, given his current display of strength, Kakashi, if he were to employ his full array of advanced ninjutsu, might well prove insurmountable for him, unless he reveals his true abilities and activates his double Tomo Sharingan. Kakashi's foundation remains formidable. The vast array of ninjutsu he commands, both in quantity and proficiency, far exceeds that of Uchiha Rong's, who has only been training for a mere year. The only thing lacking is blue. Most notably, Kakashi has begun to develop his own technique, Chidori. Under the guidance of his father, Uchiha Rong has come to understand the path to becoming an elite genin. This path involves mastering a plethora of ninjutsu, synthesizing them to create a unique technique, and subsequently refining it to establish a distinct combat style. When one's self-created ninjutsu evolves to possess capabilities that transcend natural disasters, that is when one truly embodies the strength of an elite genin. Class A represents natural disasters, such as Chidori, which is a lightning-based technique. And level S denotes the extraordinary, including techniques like Raikiri and In Sealing, when a self-created extraordinary ability develops into a unique system. Akin to the combination of a single-handed technique with lightning armor, it earns the titles of the strongest spear and the strongest shield. This represents a distinctive combat system, similar to the synergy of In Sealing with the 100 Healings technique, achieving the rank of shadow level. The scene shifts back to Kakashi. He gasped for breath, feeling utterly drained, both his stamina and chakra nearing their limits. "Oh, Kakashi, you seem to be struggling," Might Guy exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he regarded Uchiha Rong. It was the first time he had witnessed Kakashi so thoroughly exhausted in battle. As the saying goes, the knowledgeable see the nuances, while the untrained observed the spectacle. To Might Guy, a mere nin, it was evident that Uchiha Rong was superior to Kakashi, one panting heavily, the other calm and composed, the victor apparent. Hey, Uchiha Rong, how about a youthful duel? In response to Guy's invitation, Uchiha Rong did not exhibit disdain, for he could not ascertain the depths of Might Guy's training at this moment. Very well. Thus, another close-quarters battle commenced. What? You refuse to draw your blade. Do you look down upon me? You may strive to compel me to unsheath it. Might Guy's previously playful demeanor shifted to seriousness. Then be cautious. With hands crossed and a slight crouch, he declared, the azure beast of Konoha is here. 8 gates released. First gate, open. In an instant, Might Guy surged forward, his speed dramatically increased as he leapt before Uchiha Rong. Uchiha Rong swiftly delivered a kick, sending his opponent flying. Alas, such a maneuver of leaping directly before the enemy is fraught with vulnerabilities, is it not? Uchiha Rong was rendered speechless. At this moment, despite Might Guy's significant increase in speed, it was merely comparable to that of an ordinary chunin. It was evidently insufficient for him. It seemed that Might Guy had also come to this realization. 8th gate of the lotus. 2nd gate, rest, open. At that instant, Uchiha Rong distinctly sensed the chakra within his opponent's body becoming increasingly vigorous. 8th gate of the lotus. 3rd gate, life, open. A noticeable surge of blue chakra began to overflow from his form. In the blink of an eye, Might Guy vanished from sight, only to reappear at Uchiha Rong's left side, launching a kick towards him. Uchiha Rong raised his hand to block. With a resounding bang, their limbs collided, causing Uchiha Rong to stumble back 3 steps. Has the power truly increased this much? Feeling the ache in his arm, Uchiha Rong's expression grew serious. The sounds of fists and feet clashing echoed continuously in the arena as both combatants moved at such speed that they left afterimages in their wake. As the stalemate persisted, Might Guy exerted himself once more. Li Lianhua, what the hell? Has the speed increased again? Uchiha Rong felt a tightening in his chest as he watched Might Guy whirl around him at high speed. He was all too familiar with this tactic. It was a strategy aimed at exploiting any openings to knock him away. He could not afford to grant him such an opportunity. In an instant, Uchiha Rong vanished, bursting forth with a speed that matched Might Guy's, escaping the encirclement. It was truly astonishing. A nin could temporarily reach the level of a nin through pure physical prowess. Such a leap was nothing short of extraordinary. Truly. The 8 gates technique was formidable. Although only his physical capabilities had reached the level of a nin, Uchiha Rong perceived that Might Guy, employing Li Lianhua, could now barely stand against Jisai. Indeed, he was a creature of Konoha not to be underestimated. It was foolish, as they say, to leap directly into the enemy's midst, suspended in the air with no means to exert force. As Might Guy once again attempted his previous tactic, leaping towards Uchiha Rong with a raised leg ready to strike, Uchiha Rong decisively retaliated with a kick. However, this time, Might Guy deftly stepped onto the air itself, instantaneously arriving behind him. What the hell? A sharp pain surged through Uchiha Rong's back as he was sent flying, sliding several meters upon landing. Quickly regaining his footing, Uchiha Rong was left in stunned disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Might Guy had executed a kick and was now charging towards him once more, seemingly gliding through the air. Was this some form of the Navy's moonwalk? Yet, at that moment, Uchiha Rong remembered that in the state of Li Lianhua, one could indeed momentarily tread upon the air, akin to the moonwalk. After enduring several more heavy blows, Uchiha Rong reluctantly discovered that without ninjutsu, sword techniques, or the Sharingan, he truly struggled to contend with his opponent. Zing! The stars drew forth from their sheath. A gusting blade of wind sliced through the air, forcing Might Guy to evade hastily. In a flash, another wind blade arced towards him, narrowly missed by Might Guy, yet tearing through his ninja garb. In an instant, the tides turned. Uchiha Rong, having unsheathed his blade, seemed to be in hot pursuit of Might Guy, who appeared unable to escape. Stop. Stop. I concede. Ultimately, as he watched his clothing teeter on the brink of being utterly shredded, a crimson-faced Might Guy was left with no choice but to raise his hands and surrender. As the saying goes, one loses half when they yield. You truly are worthy of defeating Kakashi. Rong, I acknowledge you. He spoke as if he had emerged victorious. Upon hearing these words, Kakashi, standing nearby, appeared to be slightly out of breath once more. However, Uchiha Rong remained serious, sheathing his sword and approaching Might Guy. He bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Guy, your 8 gates technique is remarkable. May I request to become your disciple? Chapter 41. A lavish group training session, Part 1. This Might Guy was left dumbfounded. A nin wished to take him, a newly promoted nin, as a master? Moreover, this individual hailed from the proud Uchiha clan. Observing Might Guy's silence, Uchiha Rong presented his trump card. He unfastened a bulging pouch from his waist and extended it forward. Teacher Guy, I left in haste and carry little on me. Please accept this modest sum as my token of apprenticeship. Might Guy was still in a daze, instinctively accepting the pouch. Through its opening, he glimpsed that it contained numerous bills of Fire Country currency, each worth up to 100,000 Rio. A cursory glance revealed at least 30 or 40 notes. 3 to 4 million Rio as an apprenticeship fee? Although Might Guy had some savings and was not destitute, initially he had been momentarily stunned. But now he was utterly bewildered. He glanced at Uchiha Rong, then at the substantial wealth in the pouch, and back at Uchiha Rong again. He was at a loss as to how to react. The notion of wealth and knowledge, strength and training rang true. Might Guy, devoted to honing his physical techniques, truly needed this money. It would enable him to acquire more precious medicinal herbs to aid in his training. Uchiha Rong bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle and implored, Teacher Kai, I humbly request that you accept me as your disciple. Uchiha Rong felt no shame in his actions. His desire for power was insatiable. The Eight Gates technique mastered by Might Guy was particularly suited to him. With his wealth, he could procure the finest medicinal herbs to aid in his cultivation of this formidable technique, even if he lacked the aptitude to master the seventh or eighth gate. Achieving the third or fifth gate would, when combined with his swordsmanship and the celestial techniques he possessed, result in an extraordinary enhancement of his strength. He understood well that this world placed immense importance on heritage. Various ninjutsu scrolls were seldom shared freely, and the unique techniques and secrets of the ninja clans were utterly impossible to pass on to others. Even a common ninja like Might Guy would never casually impart his family's taijutsu. Observing Kakashi at this moment, it was evident that he had yet to grasp the Eight Gates, likely a consequence of his complete despondency following the death of Minato Namikaze. It was probable that he had only learned it during a later period under Guy's tutelage. You, Rong, are you serious? Might Guy glanced at the heavy purse in his hand and then back at Uchiha Rong, his words faltering. Master Guy, I humbly request that you take me on as your disciple. Uchiha Rong declared once more, bowing at a perfect 90 degrees. His demeanor must be impeccable. The impartation of knowledge and wisdom is a profound obligation, heavier than Mount Tai. No. Perhaps it is best left unsaid. Might Guy cast a final glance at the burdensome pouch, swallowing hard in silence. Yet, with sudden resolve, he thrust the pouch back into Uchiha Rong's hands. Alas, is it truly impossible? Witnessing this, Uchiha Rong could only sigh in dejection. Can you enlighten me as to why? There remains a tinge of reluctance. If he were to possess the Eight Gates technique, he could reach the heights of Kakashi Hitaki, perhaps even surpass him slightly. With the power of the Eight Gates, his swordsmanship would undoubtedly attain an unprecedented level. At that point, his combat prowess would be beyond the expectations of the Sage of Six Paths, and even surpassing that of the Kage would be uncertain. However, taking on 3 to 5 Kage-level ninjas would likely pose no challenge. It is known that the pinnacle of swordsmanship is least intimidated by overwhelming numbers. Those who cannot withstand a single strike are mere ants, easily dispatched. Might Guy's expression was conflicted. Rong, as a scion of the Uchiha clan, must surely regard my humble martial arts with disdain. To acknowledge me, thank you. Yet, I am but a nin. Accepting you seems inappropriate. Initially stammering, Might Guy soon clarified his thoughts. He indeed coveted the money and was grateful for Rong's recognition of his family's martial arts. Yet, he ultimately felt that such an arrangement would betray his ninja way. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rong's previously forlorn eyes sparkled with renewed hope. He had feared that the other party was unwilling to teach the Eight Gates technique, if that were the case. The conflicted expression on Might Guy's face froze in shock. I am willing to take Might Dai Sensei as my master. Once a master, always a father. In future ancestral rights, I shall honor and pay respect to my esteemed teacher. Brother Guy, would you consider taking me in as a disciple on behalf of my father? To pass on the teachings? In pursuit of the Eight Gates technique, Uchiha Rong was earnest in his intentions. As he spoke, he pressed the pouch once again into Might Guy's hands. What? Is it truly possible to do so? Might Guy was once again left speechless. Even the onlooking Kakashi widened his eyes in astonishment. What a rare sight to behold. Uchiha Rong, fearing complications, quickly seized the moment and exclaimed, how can that be impossible? The Eight Gates of Biri, a lifelong endeavor of the esteemed Might Guy, remains without a worthy disciple to inherit its legacy. The martial arts he painstakingly developed possess the power to shatter even the techniques of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Shouldn't it be our duty to promote and elevate such an art? Is it not deserving of the reverence and dedication from us, the next generation? Kai, let us, as brothers in arms, together bring this martial art into renown within the ninja world. Uchiha Rong's expression was earnest, and his tone was fervent, stirring even Might Guy's blood. However, Might Guy quickly regained his composure and scrutinized him intently. Uchiha Rong gazed unwaveringly into the eyes of his counterpart, showing no signs of retreat. While there was a hint of performance in his demeanor, he truly harbored no ill intentions, if he could indeed receive teachings. The reverence for one's master is a virtue deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people of Huaxia for over 5 millennia. After a long pause, all right, Uchiha Rong, I acknowledge you. This time, Might Guy did not exhibit any trace of his previous youthful exuberance. His tone was earnest. The ability to earn the respect of a proud Uchiha, who spoke humbly and even uttered the words, once a teacher, always a father, dispelled any lingering doubts in Might Guy's heart and filled him with emotion. It is no exaggeration to say that accepting Uchiha Rong, a high-ranking shinobi and a member of the illustrious Uchiha clan, as his disciple, even in place of a father, was akin to bringing glory to his family. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rong was overjoyed. Uchiha Rong pays respects to Brother Kai. Indeed, Brother Rong, Might Guy replied, suddenly feeling a flush of embarrassment. At that moment, he regretted his earlier decision. The disparity in their status and strength made this title of brother feel undeserved. Yet, having already given his word, he could only accept it. However, it was not long before Might Guy began to feel wise about his decision. That day, he imparted a wealth of theoretical knowledge regarding the 8 gates to Uchiha Rong and scheduled their joint training to commence the following day. At dawn the next morning, as the sun barely illuminated the sky, Training Ground 7 was greeted by a throng of eager participants. A total of 40 individuals nearly occupied half of this expansive public training area. Fortunately, this was a training ground frequently utilized by the Uchiha clan, so no disturbances arose. This is a specially formulated strengthening pill that, when combined with focused training, can significantly enhance your physical prowess. It will greatly aid your taijutsu practice. 1 bottle for each of you. This is the body refinement powder. When your stamina is depleted, sprinkle a small packet on yourself during your bath. It can replenish bodily deficiencies and augment the chakra capacity of all your cells. And this is the special energy pill, which can rapidly restore cellular energy for continued chakra practice. Consume one within 24 hours without side effects. Be cautious not to overindulge, as it may damage your physical foundation. With the assistance of 10 official team members, Uchiha Rong distributed the entire stock of medicinal supplies he had brought. Now, you may find your own places to train. I will take the time to guide each of you individually. If any friends wish to join our special training, they are welcome to come along and will also receive a training starter pack. Thank you, Captain. Long live the captain. At that moment, every team member looked at Uchiha Rong as if he were a sage. Clenching the supplies they had just received, their hearts swelled with ambition. Such invaluable secret medicines were beyond the reach of individuals like them in their daily lives. Chapter 42, The Grand Collective Special Training Part 2. Uchiha Rong gazed contentedly at the diligent training of his subordinate guards, unfazed by the substantial expenditure of over 8 million ryo on secret medicines. Although this represented a significant portion of his current wealth, every effort was directed towards the impending Nine-Tails disturbance in October, a sacrifice deemed worthwhile. Since the awakening of his double Tomo Sharingan, he had attained the strength of a Genin. With the celestial bodies at his command, he felt confident that, should he engage in full combat with Kaku, he could endure 300 rounds and emerge unscathed. Winning, however, remained an elusive goal. Thus, his remaining task was to hone his skills, unless he awakened the 3 Tomo. A considerable enhancement in power seemed improbable in the short term. Therefore, bolstering the combat abilities of his subordinates became imperative. Among the 10 formal team members, each was an elite shunning, with Yunshang being particularly distinguished as a Genin. More importantly, they all possessed at least 1 Tomo, with 3 of them having attained the double Tomo. With the support of the secret medicines and his own guidance, they were poised to ascend to a higher level in a remarkably short span. Even among the 30 genin, there were over a dozen with 1 Tomo, including a girl with a double Tomo. This high proportion of awakened Sharingan was not mere coincidence. Being selected for the guard unit, even as a reserve member, indicated substantial potential. Particularly among the 6 formal members and the majority of reserves, it was evident that they lacked proper guidance and sufficient resources. Now, he would provide them with both. He believed that within a week, as the Nine-Tails disturbance loomed, these individuals would significantly contribute to his plans. Looking further ahead, his rigorous training would cultivate many of them into the backbone of his future endeavors. The ninja world was rife with deceit and not without its complexities. Yet it also possessed a certain innocent charm, despite Uchiha Rong's continuous growth and the abundance of ninjutsu at his disposal. The transmission of such techniques within the Uchiha clan was not easily granted. It required a price. Aside from immediate family, no one would freely share these secrets. It was precisely for this reason that so many ninjas accepted perilous missions and rushed into battle, eager to join the Umbu. Even the root of the Umbu was not beyond their reach. The will of fire? Were it not for the rewards, the desire to learn more powerful ninjutsu, and the acquisition of additional resources, how could mere words inspire ninjas to dance upon the edge of a blade? While poetry and distant aspirations are alluring, one cannot venture far without sustenance. As the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, Might Guy arrived as expected, utterly astonished by the scene before him. Wrong. These individuals, although Guy had visited training ground number 7 several times, he had never witnessed such a magnificent spectacle. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, kenjutsu, and throwing techniques were being unleashed upon various wooden dummies. Oh, Brother Kai, I haven't mentioned that I am now the squad leader of the guard unit. And these are my subordinates. Oh, Might Guy responded, his mind momentarily blank. It turned out that his junior, Rong, was indeed a significant figure within the Uchiha clan. Brother Kai, let us head over there. Uchiha Rong did not hesitate, leading Kai to a relatively tranquil clearing. As soon as he regained his senses, Might Guy hurriedly followed suit. The scene here resembled a grand military drill, and its advantages soon became apparent. The members of the guard unit, invigorated and brimming with chakra after consuming the secret elixir, spontaneously began paired training, with partners of similar strength validating each other, even before Uchiha Rong commenced his teachings. Everyone began to feel they were reaping substantial benefits. Brother Kai, this is a secret elixir from my clan, which greatly aids in the training of physical techniques. Uchiha Rong likewise presented a grand gift to Might Guy, meticulously explaining its usage, dosage, and contraindications. No. This is far too precious. Might Guy's head shook vigorously, reminiscent of a rattle drum. What had he just heard? A secret elixir. A secret elixir from the Uchiha clan. Having dedicated his life to physical training and the mastery of martial arts, Might Guy immediately recognized the immense value of the elixirs upon hearing Uchiha Rong's description of their effects. How could he possibly accept such a generous offering? Though he may not comprehend the phrase one should not accept a reward without merit, he certainly grasped the underlying principle. Uchiha Rong smiled and said, "We are now fellow disciples under the same master. Family should not speak in two tongues." Clutching the porcelain vial forced into his hand, Might Guy's eyes shimmered with emotion. In the shinobi world, the bond between master and disciple is solemn, sacred, and unbreakable. Consider not just the lineage of the Hokage, but simply observe the relationship between Minato Namikaze and Kakashi. During Kushina's pregnancy, visitors were declined, yet Kakashi's presence was never forbidden. He was treated like a son. Thus, their dual demise struck Kakashi as profoundly as losing a father a second time, utterly crushing him. Very well, Long. Let us commence your training in the 8 gates. Might Guy declared, his eyes moistening as he finally ceased his refusals. Since his father's passing, he had never experienced such genuine care from another. Secret medicines, much like secret techniques, are not lightly bestowed upon others, even the medicine itself, let alone its formula. This was the warmth and trust of family. Under Might Guy's patient tutelage and hands-on guidance, Uchiha Rong swiftly grasped the true mechanics of the 8 gates. It conceptualized the body's 8 chakra storage points as abstract gates. Normally, a shinobi's chakra usage resembles physical stamina. The body enforces a self-preservation mechanism, like a strict stewardess, preventing one from exhausting their reserves entirely. No matter how hard one pushes, she insists, there's nothing left. Truly, not a drop remains. Yet, a portion of chakra always remains to sustain basic functions. The 8 gates forcibly breaches these 8 vaults, take it all. While this allows unimaginable power in short bursts, it is also a reckless, unsustainable practice. As every novice shinobi learns, never deplete your chakra. The relationship between bodily cells and chakra extraction lies at the heart of the 8 gates. One's physique must be robust, with ample cellular energy reserves, a substantial foundation. Only then can forcibly opening a gate, depleting its chakra, and swiftly replenishing it above the safety threshold result in a flawless opening. If replenishment falls short, the body incurs damage, ranging from recoverable strain to irreversible harm. It is as if the stewardess abandons her post. I quit. Thus, opening a gate is simple, almost effortless. Under Might Guy's guidance, Uchiha Rong mastered it swiftly. But the true question is, do you dare? The 8 gates demands relentless training, not an opening the gates, but in controlling the outflow after opening them and closing them again. Only after tempering the body and meticulously practicing control over a single gate can one advance to the next. Strictly speaking, it is not the eighth gate that kills, but failing to close it. At this realization, Uchiha Long finally understood. Might die because he could not shut the gate. Of course, while opening gates is easy, mass-producing suicide squads this way is impractical. If a practitioner cannot master closing the first gate, attempting the second is a death sentence. Proceeding to the third gate demands extraordinary physical resilience. The gate may open, but the rampaging energy becomes uncontrollable. Opening the fourth gate? The result is not power, but boom. An explosion from uncontainable chakra. Thus, Might Dai's ability to open 8 gates implied he had at least preliminarily mastered the 5th or 6th. With a physique and willpower beyond ordinary limits. Chapter 43. The 8 gates, open. 8 gates release. First gate, open. As the first gate opened, Uchiha Long stood motionless, attuning to the surge of chakra and the amplification of his body. His chakra reserves, strength, and speed had all increased by roughly 10. Only now did he perceive the 8 gates' precise enhancements. Without hesitation, he activated his Sharingan. Instantly, the rampaging energy from the gate's aperture seemed tamer? No, it was his control that had sharpened. Unlike Kakashi, burdened by a foreign Sharingan he couldn't deactivate, Long's innate Uchiha bloodline granted him unparalleled chakra mastery, now heightened further. Wind instant step. In the next moment, Might Guy gaped as Uchiha Long vanished too fast. His eyes couldn't track the movement. This was inconceivable. After all, Guy's 8 gates prowess had long earned Kakashi's respect. They sparred often, and Kakashi had become a jonin 2 years ago. The 8 gates truly suit me perfectly. The astonishment within Uchiha Long far surpassed that of Might Guy. This was merely the initial gate. It had already granted him such a significant enhancement in both speed and strength. As for the increase in chakra capacity, Uchiha Long, having comprehended the principles of the 8 gates, chose to disregard it entirely. In his current state of opening the gates, he dared not recklessly expend chakra on powerful jutsu. A moment's carelessness and overexertion would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, the utilization of less chakra-intensive blade techniques became all the more suitable for the 8 gates. It is crucial to remember that weapons forged from chakra-infused metal possess the inherent trait of amplification, a mere fraction of chakra equivalent to a C-rank jutsu. When combined with physical strength, is sufficient to unleash power nearing that of a B-rank jutsu. Even a warrior with profoundly pure chakra control, one who is not even a lower ninja, can wield it to exhibit the effectiveness of a C-rank jutsu. What more could be said for Uchiha Long? It is no wonder that Elder Might Dai triumphed over the 7 ninja swordsmen with this. While the Third Hokage and his peers did not even train in the 8 gates, Uchiha Long's mind was suddenly illuminated as many of his perplexities were resolved. The 8 gates technique, despite its enhancement of chakra limits, is not applicable to traditional ninjutsu practitioners. My current speed, although perhaps still inferior to Shisui, should be sufficient to contend with him. Particularly, the augmented strength will render my swordsmanship far more formidable. Uchiha Long was filled with an inexplicable sense of surprise. It is important to note that the blade techniques infused with elemental release are not merely magical assaults. They also possess formidable physical force. As it was his inaugural attempt to open the first gate, Uchiha Long was cautious not to recklessly endanger himself. After a brief trial of his abilities, he promptly halted to endeavor in controlling the surging power emanating from the opening of the gate. He sought to restrain it from gushing forth like an uncontrollable flood. After a preliminary adaptation, he felt confident that he could reduce the outpouring chakra by half. Concurrently, the pale blue chakra radiating from his body diminished gradually, until only faint glimmers remained visible upon his skin's surface. These fragments were the uncontrollable chakra that had escaped him. In contrast, when Might Guy opened the first gate, no chakra leaked beyond his body, indicating his complete mastery over the valve of the first gate. It turned out that those seemingly spectacular bursts of energy were simply a waste of power. Soon, Uchiha Long deactivated his Sharingan and effectively closed the gate. However, this did not imply that he had fully mastered the first gate. Further practice was necessary until not a single trace of chakra escaped his body, which would signify true success in his training. "Roan, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed Might Guy, who had been observing with astonishment. To achieve such a level on his first attempt at opening the gate, Might Guy was beginning to believe in Uchiha Long's earlier assertion that he could indeed make the 8 gates of Duinjia renowned throughout the ninja world. If it were not for Uchiha Long's consistently humble demeanor and his willingness to share secret remedies, Might Guy might have found himself succumbing to envy. After all, it had taken him a full 6 months to reach such a level. Uchiha Long chuckled. "Senior Kai, as you can see, I have been utilizing an array of secret medicines since childhood to strengthen my physique. Furthermore, I am now a jonin. The foundation of my training is distinctly different. Indeed. That is quite impressive, Might Guy praised. By the way, Senior Kai, you should have a general understanding of our Uchiha clan's predicament, correct? Huh? Might Guy was taken aback, struggling to grasp such a sudden shift in conversation. It pertains to the departure of our ancestor Madara, as well as the second Hokage's prejudice against the Uchiha. The third Hokage inherited the second's will and has perpetually maintained a suppressive stance towards our clan. Additionally, there are some members within our family who exhibit unstable emotions. Might Guy fell silent. These matters were beyond his purview. He could not afford to take sides simply because of Rong, this newly recognized junior. In summary, my Sharingan is unknown to the clan, along with the abilities I just demonstrated. At last, Might Guy understood Uchiha Rong's implication and promptly thumped his chest, declaring, Rong, rest assured, I comprehend your concerns. Seeing this, Uchiha Rong chose to refrain from further discussion. After a brief respite, he began to sense the extent of energy depletion within him and repeatedly attempted to open the first gate to gain control. Meanwhile, Might Guy commenced his monstrous training regimen, eliciting a curious glance from Uchiha Rong. Senior Kai, are you truly serious about this gigantic boulder resembling a mountain? If I were to exhaust myself and it were to fall. Haha, that is the essence of youth. Without exerting oneself to the utmost, how can one attain formidable strength? Uchiha Rong. Well said, indeed. Yet he dares not act upon it. Although he possesses the strength to lift that colossal boulder, as he himself stated, a moment of carelessness could lead to exhaustion, and a falling rock could prove fatal. In truth, Uchiha Rong had intentionally revealed his secret to Might Guy. Firstly, while concealing one's weaknesses is prudent, one cannot allow fear of exposure to inhibit progress. If he were to hold back during training out of dread of being discovered by the Umbu or seen through the third Hokage's gaze, how could he possibly enhance his strength? Secondly, disclosing one's secrets to a companion fosters genuine camaraderie. After all, this is a little secret known only to the two of us. Moreover, considering the character of Guy as depicted in the original work, and what Rong has come to understand through their interactions, it is clear that Guy is a remarkably trustworthy ally. During the intermission for recovery, Uchiha Rong would also visit the training grounds of his teammates, patiently addressing various issues they encountered and guiding them in their practice. He would even, depending on the situation, impart suitable ninjutsu to them. In the blink of an eye, for days had passed. The time had now arrived on the last day of September, and at this moment, everyone had undergone their first transformation. Chapter 44. A collective ascendance. The Phoenix Fire technique demands meticulous control. Indiscriminately unleashing it amounts to a waste of chakra. It is imperative to manage chakra consumption according to the rhythm of battle. Otherwise, if one exhausts their chakra by casting a powerful ninjutsu only to miss or be countered, they would be left helpless. Wow, the captain is incredible! Several team members exclaimed, gazing at the over 100 fireballs, each the size of an infant's fist, floating around Uchiha Rong. This exemplifies precise manipulation. In fact, the amount of chakra I am currently utilizing is comparable to the dozen or so head-sized Phoenix Fire techniques recently unleashed by Uchiha Hotan. It is perfectly acceptable not to achieve this at present. Grasping the concept of combat is what truly matters. Ninjutsu is but a tool. It is the practitioner who breathes life into it, adapting the range, power, and even the manner of release of ninjutsu according to varying circumstances is an essential lesson for any ninja. Thus, even if one masters only a single ninjutsu, they can still evoke the effects of multiple techniques. Observing that several teammates specializing in fire release were deep in thought, Uchiha Rong waved his hand to dissipate the gathered fireballs, allowing them the time to reflect. Meanwhile, from the perspective of the teammates, the guidance imparted by Uchiha Rong possesses an immense impact, akin to unveiling a new realm for them. Who would have thought that ninjutsu could be employed in such a manner? I had previously toiled diligently to master numerous techniques, only to realize now that I had not truly grasped a single one. What appears to be straightforward and simplistic guidance has illuminated the path towards becoming a jonin for these individuals. Although the adage knowing is easy, doing is difficult holds true, it remains uncertain how many will genuinely ascend to the rank of jonin. Nevertheless, they shall undoubtedly traverse fewer detours on their journey. Consider the many civilian ninjas who, upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, possess only a rudimentary understanding of the body flicker technique. Their greatest desire is to acquire a wider variety of ninjutsu. Yet, they relentlessly pursue an abundance of techniques, ultimately failing to master any, blending indistinguishably into the crowd. Many of these lower-ranked Uchiha have lost beloved elders and, in essence, are not so different from the commoners. Within their clan, resources are not disproportionately allocated to them, nor are they afforded the guidance of esteemed mentors with the vision of a jonin. Being granted a position in the security department's reserve unit is already considered a pathway for gaining experience. Far more precious resources are reserved for prodigies like Shisui and Itachi. In this world, fairness is a mere illusion. The most coveted resources are forever held by a select few. The drought-stricken perish from thirst, while those inundated are drowned in excess. Just as the granaries of the feudal lords may be overflowing with grain, rotting and spoiling, they would never distribute it to the starving commoners. As Uchiha Yunxiang observed Uchiha Long approaching, she promptly bowed in reverence, her eyes shimmering with respect and even admiration. She had already reached the stage of mastering the transformation of fire release techniques. Just moments ago, she had demonstrated her ability to perform the Phoenix Fire technique, akin to that of Uchiha Long, which had earned her the distinguished title of Special Jonin. In the past few days, with the aid of strengthening pills and body refinement powder, she had successfully compensated for her previous physical deficiencies. Her constitution had undergone a remarkable enhancement, allowing her chakra volume to surpass the Jonin level, and her control over chakra has significantly improved, bolstered by the ample energy provided by the special military supplies. Just 2 days prior, she had finally mastered the transformation of earth release techniques, addressing her previous defensive shortcomings. Having truly grasped the earth release, earth flow wall taught by Uchiha Long, she could now be regarded as a genuine Jonin. Although she was merely at the beginning stages of Jonin rank, with her double Tomo Sharingan, she now possessed the confidence to engage in combat with the majority of Jonin. Indeed, you have not disappointed my expectations of you. Uchiha Long gazed at her with profound satisfaction, offering his affirmation. At the age of 20, Yunxiang possessed the enhancement of dual Tomo, which ought to have propelled her into the ranks of elite shinobi much earlier. However, a lack of resources and guidance on her path to cultivation hindered her progress. Her parents had perished during the Second Great Ninja War. Grateful for the captain's nurturing, Yunxiang pledged her loyalty to him. Uchiha Yunxiang's gaze was resolute as she lowered her voice to speak. She was not naive. She understood that the captain's sudden assembly of all team members, coupled with such a significant investment of resources and effort in their training, was not without purpose. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Furthermore, if she aspired to ascend to greater heights and become a truly formidable ninja, she would inevitably rely on the captain's support in the future. Haha. Very well. If you encounter any confusion in your training, feel free to come to my home anytime. Uchiha Long's smile grew even more satisfied. Indeed. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Yunxiang felt a surge of joy within. Having navigated the tumultuous seas of commerce for over a decade in his past life, Uchiha Long understood that to attain one must first contribute. There can be no gain without sacrifice. He never engaged in ventures that would yield loss. Ultimately, this seemingly generous gift is the most precious and the hardest to repay. Once the team members experienced the exhilarating sensation of a significant power surge, who would willingly return to their former state of cautiously navigating the unknown. I can endure darkness only because I have glimpsed the light. In the past, lacking resources and guidance, they had no choice but to adapt gradually. Yet, when a ray of light suddenly illuminates the path ahead, only to vanish, they would relentlessly pursue its source, even if it meant suffering grievous injuries and shattered bones. Even if Uchiha Long would soon have them confront the Nine Tails. Long, I am coming. At that moment, my guy arrived as scheduled. In the presence of so many Uchiha, he felt too shy to utter the phrase junior brother Long. However, he had been in a state of excitement lately, as the effects of the secret medicine had far exceeded his expectations. Well then, let us head over there. Uchiha Long led the way with a smile. It is truly remarkable, isn't it? Just a few days ago, these genin were merely novices, but now they seemingly possess the strength of chunin. Might Guy observed those who previously struggled with basic throwing techniques and even had difficulty executing C-rank fire techniques. Astonishingly, they now all demonstrate proficiency in C-rank ninjutsu, occasionally managing to perform a B-rank technique with some effort. It is indeed astonishing. However, it is not quite as exaggerated. One could barely consider them all as newly initiated chunin. A few of the slower ones are still unable to engage in true combat with chunin. This is quite normal, as physical prowess forms the foundation of chakra. Recently, their physical capabilities have significantly improved, and most have awakened their eyes. If, despite my rigorous training, they could only manage to throw shurikens and kunai, they would hardly be worthy of entering the security division. Uchiha Long spoke succinctly, addressing the crux of the matter. Might Guy pondered for a moment, sighed, and gradually came to terms with it. Indeed, your Uchiha clan possesses an inherent advantage. At this moment, he realized that his earlier astonishment stemmed from the extraordinary ability to elevate 30 Jinin to at least the threshold of Chunin within mere days. This feat was truly astonishing. However, if these individuals were of the Uchiha lineage, it seemed less surprising. Those enhancements must indeed be the most significant. Such a coveted bloodline. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rong understood that Might Guy was referring to the 10 official members. Indeed, the most substantial improvements were theirs. Yunshan had ascended to the strength of a Jonin. And even without opening his eyes or the 8 gates, Uchiha Rong would find it challenging to defeat her effortlessly. She was even more formidable than the previous adversary, Gansha. Although Gansha, who accompanied Kakuzu, was not an elite Jonin, she already exhibited remarkable prowess among her peers. Uchiha Zainai, skilled in swordsmanship, had formally acknowledged Uchiha Rong as his master the previous day. Now, upon activating his Sharingan, his wind blade technique could contend equally with most special Jonin. Uchiha Jia, adept in fire release, had recently grasped the essence of fire transformation. When he activated his Sharingan, he too embodied the strength of a special Jonin. Additionally, 2 other official members with double Sharingan boasted abilities that lay between special Jonin and regular Jonin. While the remaining official members had yet to reach the level of special Jonin, they were exceedingly close. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the overall strength of the 40 members of the 1st Division's 7th team could likely overpower 3 other divisions. Yet, the most crucial factor remained Uchiha Rong's own enhancement of the 8 gates. Junior brother Rong, you are remarkably suited to practice the 8 gates, Might Guy lamented. Observing Uchiha Rong as he activated the 2nd gate, the rest gate. Hearing this, Uchiha Rong burst into laughter. Haha. I initially thought that opening the rest gate would not significantly alter my combat capabilities. I never anticipated such a remarkable utility. Indeed, he had now acquired the ability to effortlessly open the rest gate and was not far from mastering it entirely to advance to the 3rd gate. Chapter 45, the absolute mastery brought by the rest gate. As the saying goes, practice yields true knowledge. Even with Might Guy's guidance, it was only upon activating the rest gate that Uchiha Rong realized his previous understanding had been somewhat flawed. The 8 gates are not merely 8 independent vaults. They are interconnected. Opening the gates initially alleviates energy restrictions, and the surging energy enhances strength, speed, and chakra limits. The rest gate, built upon this foundation, removes fatigue constraints, creating an illusion of boundless stamina. Initially, Uchiha Rong reasoned that stamina alone did not directly augment combat effectiveness. The original text seemed to suggest that the rest gate merely prepared for subsequent gates, offering no enhancement to combat prowess or new taijutsu abilities like the lotus. However, when Uchiha Rong personally experienced the opening of the rest gate, he discovered that the power unleashed by the initial opening was now under absolute mastery. If Uchiha Rong had already achieved the 1st gate, the energy surging through his chakra points no longer dissipated outward, significantly reducing waste and indirectly extending the duration of the 8 gates. Yet, this energy still incurred considerable internal expenditure as it coursed through his body. Upon the opening of the rest gate, the power unleashed from the 1st gate was once again subjected to absolute mastery. This transcended merely prolonging the combat duration of the 8 gates. Although, in essence, the strength had not been further enhanced, it merely alleviated fatigue constraints. However, the difference between dispersing 1 unit of power throughout the body and concentrating 1 unit of power in the palm is profound. In reality, as Uchiha Rong now gripped his sword with his right hand, the power permeating his body coalesced into his right hand, causing his strength to surge from 10 to an astonishing 50. Although this state left his entire right hand feeling precariously burdened, making it difficult to maintain. Just as Uchiha Rong's full-force punch against a wall would cause pain and potentially fracture his hand, now even a casual strike with his fist could lead to severe injury. This was the manifestation of excessive strength that the body could not withstand. Such an outrageous transformation, Might Guy had seemingly failed to clarify beforehand. Uchiha Rong curiously turned to Might Guy and inquired, Brother Kai, after you activate the rest gate, can you gather the energy dispersed throughout your body? To his surprise, Might Guy reacted with alarm. Absolutely not. In such a state, the concentrated areas would shatter. I once focused all my dispersed energy into the right side of my body. And indeed, the strength of that side increased by over 20%. However, in that condition, I could not unleash my full power. The human body's strength and physical resilience must maintain a delicate balance. Exceeding this threshold would result in catastrophic consequences. Might Guy seemed to entangle himself in his own explanation. Concerned that Uchiha Rong might not grasp the concept, he added, In essence, you must allow that energy to flow throughout your entire body, thus minimizing the risk of being severely injured by recoil during a full-force attack. After a series of stammering discussions, Uchiha Rong posed several more questions and soon discerned a crucial fact. Even when activating the rest gate, Kai's control appeared to be inferior to his own. He could only manage to concentrate his energy in half of his body, whereas Uchiha Rong could channel it through his entire right arm. This must be attributed to the Sharingan or the Uchiha lineage's superior control over power. As for Kai's assertion that dispersing energy throughout the body mitigates the risk of recoil injuries, Uchiha Rong believed that the power of the 8 gates, when dispersed throughout the body, could effectively mitigate the backlash damage. When the 8 gates' power is concentrated, the area of force diminishes, rendering it inadequate to withstand the recoil from one's own attacks. After all, the principle of force is reciprocal. Understanding this brought immense joy to Uchiha Rong. He then activated the rest gate and casually swung his blade against a wooden post. Indeed, for Kai, who relied on fists and kicks, the concentrated power of the 8 gates could not endure the recoil of force. But for him, wielding a blade was a different matter. Moreover, it was an exceptionally sharp blade. The material of the star weapon was undoubtedly far superior to that of the human body. Even amplifying the force several times would not cause harm to the star weapon. Furthermore, the sharpness of the blade meant that the hand gripping it would not experience significant counterforce. Although this method of concentrating the power of the 8 gates could only be maintained for approximately 3 to 5 seconds in practice, exceeding this duration would result in a subtle sense of overwhelming burden in his right arm. It would require several minutes for the 8 gates' power in his right arm to dissipate. Nevertheless, this could undoubtedly serve as a means of explosive power for Uchiha Rong. 3 seconds. In the future, my burst will never exceed 3 seconds. Uchiha Rong is apprehensive that excessive exertion may jeopardize his hands. Thus he promptly establishes a rather conservative time frame for himself. The augmentation of 50 is entirely a different realm compared to 10. Not to mention the direct physical assault of the blade itself. Even the wind blades unleashed can travel at a significantly swifter pace. The kinetic energy derived from such velocity translates into greater impact force and enhanced offensive prowess. The 8 gates of Duinjia are truly well-suited for me. Uchiha Rong now feels an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Might Guy for the creation of this remarkable physical technique. This method could undoubtedly be integrated into his unique combat system, akin to the Third Hokage's combination of the lightning release armor with his signature technique, or Tsunade's sealing technique paired with the 100 healings technique. Once this system is thoroughly perfected, it could ascend to the level of a Kage. Even at present, with just 2 or 3 more refinements to the 8 gates, he could genuinely attain the combat prowess of an elite Jonin. Indeed, his self-assessment indicates that, when all his techniques are unleashed, his strength hovers between B and A, placing him somewhere between a seasoned Jonin and an elite Jonin, specifically at A-. The true efficacy of this assessment remains to be demonstrated in actual combat. For combat power does not encompass everything. For instance, Uchiha Rong is firmly convinced that he could swiftly eliminate his former adversary, Gong Sha, utilizing the enhanced speed and strength afforded by the 8 gates. However, the reality is that Gong Sha has proven capable of becoming a member of the Akatsuki and has teamed up with Kakuzu. Even if he is not as formidable as Kakuzu, he must possess the strength of a seasoned Jonin. When faced with other seasoned Jonin, Uchiha Rong cannot assert he could achieve an instant kill. In fact, he cannot even guarantee he could defeat them within a short time frame. This brings to light the importance of practical combat skills, particularly when considering the poison specialist, Gong Sha. Just from his title, one can discern his expertise in toxins. Yet, in Uchiha Rong's hands, he was unable to deploy his most proficient abilities. After all, the reality of ninja combat is not akin to a video game where a single combat rating dictates everything. There exists a strong possibility that Uchiha Rong may encounter adversaries he struggles to overcome, while Gong Sha, who could potentially be defeated in an instant by the current Uchiha Rong, might prove to be an insurmountable challenge. Haha, Rong, my dear disciple. Would you care to engage in a race at sunset, celebrating the essence of youth? Upon uttering this invitation, Might Guy's exuberance was palpable. Uchiha Rong has realized that the last day of September is swiftly drawing to a close. Tomorrow marks the official arrival of October. The chaos of the Nine Tails could erupt at any moment. How exhilarating it is. Uchiha Rong murmurs. Haha. Do you also feel the fervor of youthful passion beginning to surge? Uchiha Rong cast a fleeting glance at Nikaikai. The body flicker technique. How could it be utilized? This was unacceptable. It was utterly infuriating. Chapter 46. A multitude of concerns. With a heart full of trepidation, Uchiha Rong remained ever vigilant for the imminent appearance of the Ninetales. Thus, 5 days passed in this manner, leading to October 5th. Has Kakashi yet made a move? Not at all, meow. He practiced late into the night and is still asleep. Meow. Thank you, and bye. Please continue to keep watch for a few more days. The moment he heads to the cemetery, inform me immediately. All right then. Truly a laborious task, meow. With that, the large black cat vanished. I could sense time drawing ever closer, gazing out of the window at the horizon. Where the first rays of dawn had yet to appear, Uchiha Rong felt an uncanny premonition. It was merely a premonition. He recalled having glimpsed Naruto's birth date at some point in the past. However, the impression had not been profound, and now he found himself unable to recall it. Yet, he could ascertain that it must have been during the first half of October. Though this information lay buried deep within his memory, it sometimes resurfaced as an instinctual intuition, a sixth sense that served to caution him. After organizing his ninja tool pouch, he resolutely made his way to training ground number 7, ready to commence a new day of collective training. Over the past few days, the team's growth and strength had stabilized, devoid of the explosive leaps witnessed at the onset. However, a few individuals stood out during this period, showcasing extraordinary potential. Their rate of improvement matched, if not exceeded, that of the initial days. One such individual was a lower-ranked kunoichi with double tomo, named Uchiha Chien, age 14. Her journey bore similarities to that of Hinata Aya, as she was an ordinary person who unexpectedly awakened to the path of a ninja. Upon awakening, she manifested her double tomo immediately. Yet, due to her late entry into the fold, even with her direct awakening, the clan merely afforded her a position on the reserve team, without the allocation of superior resources for her development. The other two were both full-fledged members with double tomo. One was Uchiha Joy, a 17-year-old bright young man skilled in illusion techniques and fire release. The other was Uchiha Junli, a 15-year-old boy adept in Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Indeed, this was the same Uchiha-style swordsmanship practiced by Shisui. Although termed swordsmanship, it was, in fact, a blade technique that circulated within a limited scope of the Uchiha clan, categorized as a physical ninja art. This technique not only featured intricate moves but also centered on the fusion of 2 or more chakra attributes, thereby enhancing the swordsmanship with multiple characteristics, resulting in greater destructive power. The most prevalent form of Uchiha-style swordsmanship combined wind and fire attributes, enabling attacks to possess not only cutting prowess but also explosive force. A few days prior, I had casually witnessed Uchiha Junli executing a wind and fire attribute blade technique. In the daily training regimen of Uchiha Rong, alongside the newly introduced 8 gates, there emerged another element, the Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Indeed, his initial forays into swordplay were self-taught. It was only upon encountering the essence of truth that he realized his flame slash and fire slash were intricately aligned with the profound principles of Uchiha swordsmanship. The flame slash manifests as a horizontal, crescent-shaped strike, wherein wind release is molded into fire release, taking on a semi-lunar form, reminiscent of the fiery nature of industrial flame-cutting tools. Conversely, the fire slash is a vertical cleaving motion, wherein the infusion of wind release directly augments the potency of fire release, rendering the flames more fervent and elevating their temperature, thus delivering formidable single-target lethality, hence its name, fire slash. Remarkably, Uchiha swordsmanship also pursues this developmental avenue. With the arrival of Uchiha Rong, over 30 team members have already commenced their training. A chorus of respectful greetings resonated through the air. The ones calling in teacher were Jina and Chin. Apart from these two disciples, during this period, following Yunshan, Uchiha Truth and Uchiha J have privately pledged their loyalty to Uchiha Rong. Thus, among the 4 members bearing the double tomo, only Uchiha Jiaye has not explicitly declared allegiance. However, this is quite understandable, as Uchiha Jiaye belongs to a lineage with elders and has received a certain degree of training, although there has been no formal pledge. Uchiha Jiaye's demeanor is one of utmost respect, treating the younger Uchiha Rong as a senior. Well, let each pursue their own training. Uchiha Rong displayed a benevolent smile while observing from the side. After the initial greetings, others relaxed their demeanor and busied themselves with their own tasks. Oh, it seems there are quite a few unfamiliar faces, he remarked. Indeed, they are all exceptionally talented juniors from our clan, came the response from Yunshan, who had appeared beside him unnoticed. Upon closer inspection, Uchiha Rong realized that among the group who had just hailed him as their captain, there were actually more than a dozen individuals who were not his team members at all. In fact, 2 of them were not even from the Uchiha clan. However, Uchiha Rong paid little heed to this, It was clear that the distribution of the secret medicine did not extend to outsiders, save for Might Guy, whom he personally handed it to. Many of these individuals were the siblings of his team members, cousins, or even close friends. Uchiha Rong is known for his open-handedness, generously bestowing a small gift of secret medicine to any member of the Uchiha clan who comes his way. Occasionally, he even offers personal guidance. The two non-Uchiha individuals, both common ninjas and friends invited by his team members, do not receive the same secret medicine package. However, Uchiha Rong had given them a few pointers a few days prior. Consequently, these two arrive each morning among the earliest to the training grounds. Although the 7th training field is located on the western edge of the village, far from its core, the increasing activity here has inevitably attracted attention from various quarters. The first to notice was, of course, Uchiha Sora. He neither advocates nor opposes this endeavor, nor does he impede it. His neutral stance has compelled the newly appointed clan leader, Fugaku, to acquiesce to the situation. Other clan members naturally refrain from interfering, as Uchiha Rong's actions of offering medicine and guidance are seen as the reincarnation of a sage by the younger generation. Most clan members are pleased to witness their juniors receiving superior training. The only dissenters are the higher-ups who might perceive his actions as an attempt to curry favor with ulterior motives. Nevertheless, they remain tacitly supportive. This explains why Uchiha Rong has been able to convene team training sessions for several consecutive days without facing any obstacles. However, not all are pleased. Within the Hokage building, there are murmurs of concern. What is Uchiha planning? Is this a display of military might to instill fear in the village? Danzo slammed a thick dossier onto his desk in frustration. Danzo, let us refrain from assuming the worst of our fellow villagers, spoke Minato with an air of calm. Indeed, Danzo has recently experienced a demotion, falling from the lofty position of Hokage's advisor to a role akin to that of advisors like Kirin and Mito. Even Root has been disbanded under the orders of the two Hokages. Of course, this dissolution is merely nominal, as they now operate in secrecy. However, even this nominal disbandment has led to an unsettling trend within Root, as the loss of resources from Konoha has begun to foster discontent among its ranks. Were it not for Danzo's lingering influence in the existence of the curse of the tongue seal, the situation would likely be far worse. Regardless of the Third Hokage's will of fire, Danzo's utilitarian mindset, or Orochimaru's manipulative tactics, the absence of adequate resources leads to a precarious situation, where dreams become mere illusions and empty promises abound. Even the most Na'vi subordinates, when overfed on illusions, will eventually rebel. Soon, with the arrival of a member from the Umbu, a report from the Uchiha higher-ups was delivered to the Fourth Hokage. It's Uchiha Rong again. How intriguing that he is personally investing in the training of his subordinates, mused Minato as he handed the dossier to Saratobi Hiruzen. If this is merely the personal initiative of a young squad leader, Hiruzen pondered, and the upper echelons of their clan do not intervene, we truly have no justification to meddle in the affairs of the ninja clans. This was a definitive reminder to Danzo and others of the treaty signed by the various ninja clans. Even the Hokage cannot easily intrude into the internal matters of a ninja clan without just cause, lest it provoke unrest among other clans. Chapter 47. United we stand at the 7th training field. As dawn broke, the first rays of morning light illuminated the land of Konoha. 40 members of the security force, along with 17 new Uchiha recruits and a few friends from other clans, occupied 2/3 of the training area. The forest training ground was bustling with activity. In the section of the training field that had been intentionally left open, 8 individuals were engaged in their daily training routines: Uchiha Rong, Kakashi, Might Guy, Hinata Aya, Uchiha Itachi, Yuzuki Yugao, Mitarashi Anko, and Yuhi Kurenai. Among them, Might Guy, Hinata Aya, Itachi, and Yugao had been invited by Uchiha Rong, while Kakashi had arrived uninvited. Anko was invited by her peer, Yugao, who later also brought along her older friend, Kurenai. It is quite fascinating how friendships form among young girls. Within just a couple of days, 9-year-old Yuzuki Yugao and Mitarashi Anko became as close as sisters with 12-year-old Kurenai. At this moment, the 3 young girls gathered in a small clearing, practicing their daily training and engaging in discussions, leaving Uchiha Rong somewhat perplexed. He could understand Anko and Kurenai bonding over their shared interest in illusions, but how could Yugao, who specializes in weaponry, relate to them? Wait, could it be that Yugao's later developed technique, the obscured Moon Knight, was inspired by the illusions? Upon reflection, there's south also the dancing crescent moon. While these two ninjutsu techniques do not directly relate to illusions, Yugao's subsequent combat style seemed to favor deceptive swordplay. Kakashi, let us engage in a duel of youth. A loud shout interrupted Uchiha Rong's musings. Guy had once again challenged Kakashi to a match, directly opening the 8 gates and engaging Kakashi in a fierce battle. Unbeknownst to many, Guy had made significant progress during this time. Meanwhile, influenced by their duel, the previously shy and introverted Hinata boldly approached Itachi, quickly forming a standoff seal and initiating a contest. What a lively group they are. Yunshang quietly remarked from behind Uchiha. Is there something you need? Uchiha inquired. The merchant caravan has just returned with the items you requested. Oh, have they been crafted so swiftly? Upon hearing this, Uchiha felt a surge of joy within. From the moment he took charge of the clan's procurement of medicinal herbs and the protection of the merchant convoy, Uchiha had reassigned the Yamazaki siblings from the rice shop to lead the 300 Samurai Corps. Under the guidance of the Yamazaki siblings, the originally untrained 300 warriors swiftly developed a formidable combat capability. A leader among the warriors was promptly promoted, dividing them into 3 battalions of 100 each. Thus, Uchiha adeptly utilized his resources. All he needed to do was devise a strategic plan, and naturally, his subordinates would execute it. They coordinated the supply sources, negotiated prices, and ensured the safe transport of goods. Over the past few months, these 3 battalions engaged in trade, generating over 30 million taels in revenue for Uchiha. Uchiha utilized a portion of his funds to procure medicinal herbs for crafting a secret elixir, while the remainder was allocated for commissioning 10 exquisite rings from master craftsmen in the Land of Iron. Now, Uchiha Yunshang informed him that the merchant caravan had returned with the items. This spurred him into action. Let us go and see, he urged. Departing the 7th training ground with Yunshang, they swiftly arrived at the rice shop on the main avenue of Konoha. Tianxia, where are the items? Upon entering, Uchiha inquired directly. Tianxia, sensing the urgency, promptly escorted him to the storage room in the back courtyard. From within, he retrieved an ornate brocade box. Eagerly opening the box, Uchiha beheld 10 identical rings, dark as obsidian, devoid of any reflection. Excellent. You may leave now. Once Tianxia exited, Uchiha instructed Yunshang to stand guard, ensuring no prying eyes were upon them. He then hastily took one of the ebony rings in his hand, while his other hand began to form a series of seals. This was neither a ninjutsu nor a conventional technique. He was merely employing the seals to assist in channeling his fire attribute chakra, carving nodes within the irregular openings reserved in the ring. The process took a full quarter of an hour. The crimson Sharingan of Uchiha shifted away from the ring. He then set it down and picked up a second ring. With the experience gained, he completed this task in merely a quarter of an hour. Proceeding to the next one. After an hour had elapsed, he adorned himself with the ring and channeled formless chakra into it. He instructed Yunshang accordingly, and she complied without hesitation. In the next moment, the dark surface of the ring on Yunshang's index finger began to emanate a soft blue glow. Before long, a light blue background revealed a chibi-style sailboat pattern on its surface. Faintly inscribed on the sail was a small character. Uchiha Yunshang focused her gaze and discerned the character. At that moment, the ring on Uchiha right middle finger also began to glow. It bore the same base color and the same design. Yet the sail displayed the character. Now, direct your attention to the inscription on the sail and attempt to concentrate a modicum of chakra there. Uchiha spoke with a hint of apprehension. Despite having conducted numerous experiments with ordinary materials beforehand, he still feared the possibility of a malfunction. Yunshang followed his instructions diligently. Suddenly, the ring on Uchiha hand emitted a gentle radiance. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Yunshang's eyes widened in astonishment, revealing an expression of disbelief. Uchiha felt a slight sense of relief. Try arranging the chakra on the plane of the ring according to the characters, he suggested. However, Yunshang appeared to struggle somewhat. The resulting characters were awkwardly formed, resembling a peculiar amalgamation. It was evident that the control required for manipulating the chakra was rather demanding. Nevertheless, despite this challenge, a remarkable transformation occurred on the surface of the ring in Uchiha hand. The background remained a light blue sea, but the sailboat had vanished. Gradually, a crooked character for Rong began to materialize on the plane. Haha, it's working. Uchiha felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Drawing inspiration from the technological methods depicted in the later Boruto series, he had endeavored to create a device akin to a pager, lacking the outer path golem in any form of Inyang release. He was unable to fashion a ring similar to those of the Akatsuki. However, he possessed a keen understanding of technology. In his previous life, after amassing wealth, he had indulged in leisurely reading and explored fundamental texts on electronic components, circuits, and communication principles. The concept of using chakra as a substitute for electricity was nothing short of perfect. Although, given his rudimentary skills, he could only produce a rudimentary pager capable of transmitting messages of 10 characters or less. It sufficed. Moreover, the nodes within the ring were meticulously crafted by him, infused with a portion of his ocular chakra. This unique chakra served as a base station if anyone attempted to infiltrate the nodes with chakra to analyze their composition. This fragile chakra would be instantly obliterated, potentially causing damage to the internal structure. This provided an additional layer of protection against counterfeiting. My lord, is this the emblem of our Freemasonry? Yunchang inquired, her eyes filled with reverence as she scrutinized the ring in her hand. Indeed, this specially crafted ring is made from precious materials. Even in battle, it is resistant to damage. For now, there are only 10 such rings. This one shall be yours. Thank you, my lord. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yunchang was overjoyed, for it signified her elevation to a cadre within the organization. Uchiha Ron carefully stored the brocade box and stepped outside. He was not in a rush to distribute the remaining 8 rings, as this method of communication demanded a high level of chakra control from its user. Even Yu Sang was only managing to use it with great difficulty, producing messages that were so convoluted they were nearly indecipherable without close scrutiny. However, the successful implementation of this initial batch of special communicators signified a solid foundation for the organization he had founded, the Mutual Aid Society. Although the organization was still in its nascent stages and the Ninetales turmoil had yet to prove advantageous, Uchiha Rong's intention in establishing this organization was to lay the groundwork for the future. Regardless of the outcome of the Ninetales incident, whether Minato Namikaze lived or perished, the first mission of the Mutual Aid Society would be to gather ninjutsu, specifically to collect ninjutsu for Uchiha Rong himself. He would offer corresponding rewards, be it monetary compensation, ninjutsu, or rare medicinal concoctions, among other things. The extensive collection of ninjutsu would significantly enhance Uchiha Rong's capabilities, providing a foundation for his own original techniques. He already possessed the 8 gates in swordsmanship as a base, supplemented by the Sharingan, with the prospect of developing his unique ninjutsu. Advancements in any of these 4 areas would be of immense benefit, whether it be progressing the 8 gates to the 4th gate, further integrating attributes in his swordsmanship to create novel variations, evolving the Sharingan to the 3-tomo state, or successfully crafting an S-rank ninjutsu tailored to his strengths. Achieving any of these milestones would elevate him to the ranks of elite Genin. If the 8 gates reached 6 or even 7, or if his self-created S-rank ninjutsu could seamlessly integrate with the 8 gates in swordsmanship, a complete system would emerge. Attaining either of these would propel him into the shadow-level echelon. He could already envision the path to surpassing the shadows. The immediate priority was clear. While other goals could be pursued methodically, the creation of his own ninjutsu required urgent attention. The growth of his subordinates would inevitably take time. Hence he needed the society to attract members of equal or slightly lesser caliber to better assist him in gathering genuinely valuable ninjutsu, secret techniques, and forbidden arts, resources essential for broadening his horizons and advancing his research. Chapter 48. Kakashi finally arrives at the cemetery when Uchiha Rong returned to training ground number 7. The sparring match between Kakashi and Might Guy, as well as Hinata Aya and Itachi, had concluded. To his surprise, Might Guy had overwhelmed Kakashi, while the 14-year-old Hinata Aya had been bested by the mere 5-year-old Itachi. Although Uchiha Rong was astonished by the former, he was not entirely taken aback. After all, it was merely a spar, and Might Guy had indeed made remarkable progress recently. It was entirely reasonable for Kakashi to be drained of chakra under such circumstances. What truly astonished him, however, was Itachi. This child had awakened the double tomo at the tender age of 5? Surely, no one else had witnessed this. Uchiha Rong wore a serious expression. Hinata Aya, initially displaying a countenance of despondency, collected herself and remarked, aside from Kakashi and Guy, no one else witnessed it. As she spoke, she cast a deliberate glance towards the training ground in the distance, where the trio of Yakumo, Aoi, and Kurenai were engaged in their practice. Uchiha Rong instantaneously grasped her meaning. It implies that even the trio of Hinata Kurenai had not noticed. It seems that Itachi is not as foolish as one might think. He must have discreetly activated his Sharingan in the heat of battle, avoiding undue attention. This matter must remain confidential, as its disclosure could place Itachi in a perilous situation. Uchiha Rong solemnly addressed the group, his gaze fixed intently on Kakashi. Kakashi, fully aware of the implications, recognized that his uninvited presence was already a breach of decorum, and it was quite generous of them not to dismiss him outright. Now, having inadvertently glimpsed into other secrets, He pondered for a moment before responding, "As long as it does not jeopardize the village, I shall endeavor to keep this matter confidential." This statement implied that should Itachi pose a future threat to the village, he would not hesitate to inform the Hokage. In truth, this was an implicit agreement to maintain secrecy. Uchiha Rong nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi resembled a wayward child, his head bowed in remorse. Uchiha Rong found his demeanor rather amusing. The fact that the 5-year-old Itachi had already awakened his double tomo was something Uchiha Rong had never anticipated. He was uncertain whether his arrival had triggered a butterfly effect or if Itachi had awakened during this period in the original timeline, merely concealing it all along. He could only offer reassurance, saying, "Itachi, there is no need to worry. They are all very dependable companions." This statement surprisingly caused Itachi to look at him with a hint of confusion. Companions, indeed. Uchiha Rong gazed into his bright eyes and suddenly grasped his thoughts. He seemed to be perplexed by how Uchiha could possibly ally with the Hyuga clan, commoners, and even the dark forces of the Hokage. A gentle smile adorned her face. "Indeed, we are all comrades from the same village, are we not?" This rhetorical question left Itachi momentarily stunned. For a while, Uchiha Rong found herself unable to decipher the child's thoughts. "Well, let him be." She made her way to a smooth, large stone at the edge of a small clearing and seated herself, beginning to curiously fiddle with the ring adorning her finger. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her with an expression of shock and curiosity. "Captain, how did you do this?" Yunxiang exclaimed, extending her left hand toward her. On her left index finger, the ring displayed 7 minuscule characters: Yun Xiang Yi Chang, Hua Xiang Rong. What astonished her the most was that each character was of a different hue: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. This rendered the previously indistinct letters remarkably clear. Despite their diminutive size, Uchiha Rong chuckled softly, reminiscent of the excitement one feels when acquiring their very first mobile phone. It was quite simple. By infusing the first character with the essence of fire, it transformed into a vibrant red. Is it truly possible? A single phrase illuminated the minds of those in slumber. Although chakra appeared as a pale blue, its essence could indeed be altered to manifest color. Yunxiang promptly embarked on her experimentation. In the next moment, Uchiha Rong beheld 2 characters, one red and one blue, inscribed on his ring. "Thank you." Though the handwriting remained somewhat uneven, it was a marked improvement from the initial attempt. At the very least, Uchiha Rong could decipher it now. "Captain, I have discovered that writing on this surface significantly aids in mastering chakra control." This revelation momentarily stunned Uchiha Rong. It is often said that the observer possesses clarity. The ancients do not deceive. This reminder sparked an idea within him, one that surpassed the rudimentary exercises of treading water or climbing trees. He envisioned a more advanced method of training, utilizing chakra to write, to inscribe minuscule characters. Furthermore, he could employ 5 distinct chakra attributes to alter the colors of the text. As Uchiha Rong's imagination soared, Yunxiang furrowed her brow in contemplation. "Captain, fire is red. Wind is blue. Water is blue. How do you intend to produce the remaining colors?" She suddenly realized that the captain could not possibly possess 7 distinct chakra transformations. Uchiha Rong wore a mysterious smile. Why not attempt to blend 2 distinct elemental properties within the text? She suggested with intrigue. Yunxiang exclaimed in delight, realizing that, theoretically, she could conjure countless hues from merely a few elemental attributes. Fortunately, the chakra utilized within the ring was minimal. After persistent attempts spanning dozens of trials, she finally succeeded in forcibly merging the transformations of fire and wind, giving birth to a new shade, black. However, when she endeavored to experiment with other combinations, she found herself unable to achieve further success. This was due to her insufficient mastery of the other elemental attributes. In truth, achieving such fusion on a ninja blade or within one's own body proved to be increasingly arduous. Successfully merging elemental properties on a ninja blade that resulted in a new color would signify the emergence of a novel characteristic, elevating it to an S-rank technique, one that even Uchiha Rong had yet to master. If she could attain such a feat, it would mark her ascension to the rank of elite J-nin. Furthermore, accomplishing the fusion of 2 attributes within one's body was an even more daunting challenge. Fraught with peril, one misstep could lead to either death or dismemberment. This phenomenon was termed bloodline limit. The fusion of 3 attributes was known as bloodline elimination. 7 combined was referred to as bloodline collection. Such an ability, once synthesized, would benefit future generations, allowing descendants to inherit this power. Thus, the days flowed by in tranquil stability, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Before long, the evening of October 9th arrived. After completing their daily lessons, Yunxiang and Uchiha Rong continued to hold hands, seated upon a stone. Just as they were engrossed in their playful manipulation of font colors, a large black cat appeared silently. "I have ventured to the cemetery," it meowed. Uchiha Rong swiftly relinquished his tinkering with the ring, his figure vanishing in an instant. A few moments later, at the Konoha Martyrs Cemetery, he sighed in relief, having arrived just in time. Upon reaching the site, he spotted Kakashi ascending the steps of the memorial. From a distance, he once more entrusted a task to Shiro. "Shiro, you must stealthily approach. If he begins to ramble on about the gravestones, you shall intervene and inform him that Might Guy is seeking him." Uchiha Rong dared not approach the graveyard, for it was a designated teleportation point bound to Obito's Kamui, and by Obito's side was an ancient coin. He even refrained from allowing Shiro to utter his name within the cemetery. At present, he merely wished to ascertain whether Kakashi had been conversing with the tombstones of Rin and Obito today. Furthermore, he pondered whether instructing a ninja cat to interrupt Kakashi under the pretext of Might Guy seeking him could avert the impending chaos of the Nine Tails. Chapter 49. The final preparations indeed. Kakashi had engaged in dialogue with the gravestones, and the appearance of this cat had interrupted him. Uchiha Rong did not have to wait long. Shiro returned to report on the situation. At this juncture, he could almost confirm it. The turmoil of the Nine Tails was expected to occur tomorrow night. Kushina was also due to give birth that evening, so it was on the 10th of October. Almost simultaneously, a long-forgotten memory began to resurface with clarity. He recalled that the birthday he had once seen for Naruto was indeed the 10th of October. It was prudent to prepare for the worst. After dinner, Uchiha Rong visited the rice shop and the apothecary. He assigned a task to the warrior group for an outing to procure supplies the following day. This journey would require at least 3 days for their return. Although the initial batch of subordinates under his command proved to be of limited utility, he harbored no desire for any casualties among them. As for the hired laborers in the shops, their fate was beyond his control. Uchiha Rong cannot afford to take risks. If the workers are dispatched to the village, the shop will inevitably cease operations. Should the Nine Tails break free as anticipated tomorrow night, it would be all too evident. The Oracle would surely face dire consequences. Moreover, these ordinary individuals may not necessarily meet their demise. It all depends on the location of the Nine Tails' emergence. The night passed without incident. On the following day, Uchiha Rong arrived at training ground number 7 for his morning lessons as usual. He chose not to share this burden with Uchiha, nor did he engage in any subtle actions to warn Minato Namikaze. Such endeavors would be futile without adequate strength. Even if he could ultimately thwart Obito, Kagaya would not relent. Their goal is to weaken Konoha, thereby creating conditions favorable for the Akatsuki to capture the tailed beasts. They would not cease their efforts until their objectives are achieved. Thus, Uchiha Rong's every action is primarily focused on stability. He aims to support Minato as much as possible to ensure his survival. However, should circumstances prove insurmountable, he will remain in hiding. His actions must adhere to a rational logic, devoid of any prophetic foresight. Once the Nine Tails appears, it is inevitable that ninjas will gather within the clan. At that moment, he will rally them, deciding to launch a proactive assault in support of Minato. Such a course of action would be entirely logical. Yet, if he were to foresee events in advance and caution this person or that one, he would be placing himself in jeopardy. Reflecting further, he pondered whether there were any oversights. The closer events draw, the greater his pressure becomes, yet his mind remains ever clearer. Although he has managed to prevent Kakashi from revealing Kushina's due time, the elusive presence of Kagaya and Obito remains a formidable challenge. Uchiha Rong had a premonition. It was highly likely that he could not evade fate. Even if the Hokage's plans were meticulously crafted, the ignorance of Kagaya's abilities would inevitably lead to information leaks. Given Obito's keen interest in Konoha, he would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Home should be a sanctuary. The mere thought of his family brought a slight sense of relief to Uchiha Rong. It was certain that the Nine Tails would not erupt in the Uchiha clan's territory. Thus, with the skills of his parents and sister, as long as they refrained from provoking the Nine Tails, they would remain unharmed. After much contemplation, he had even prepared himself for the worst possible outcome. Uchiha Rong finally ceased the frantic wielding of his ninja blade and commenced the practice of the third gate of the 8 inner gates, the life gate. Indeed, He had thoroughly mastered the second gate, the rest gate, merely a week prior. The 8 inner gates. First gate, open. Second gate, open. Third gate, open. As he successively unlocked the 3 gates, Uchiha Rong's skin began to flush crimson, and a faint green energy began to emanate from his being. This was the life energy surging forth from the life gate chakra point. The first and second gates resided within his mind, while the life gate was situated at his chest, where an abundance of latent life energy had been accumulated. Upon opening the life gate, Uchiha Rong distinctly sensed a substantial enhancement in his strength, speed, and physical constitution. Even his body's recovery capabilities seemed to have been augmented. Through his acute perception, the enhancement metrics he discerned were approximately as follows: chakra limit, 10, speed, 15, strength, 25, constitution, 15. It appeared that the first 3 gates were, by comparison, relatively safe. Uchiha Rong is now on the verge of fully mastering the first gate, and in fact, he possesses the conditions to forcibly open the 4th gate, the injury gate. It is precisely for this reason that he comprehends the relative safety of the first 3 gates compared to the perilous onset of the 4th gate. Although theoretically, the gates cannot be closed, and fatalities may occur even within the first 3 gates, in practice, such unfortunate events can be averted with proper guidance. The 4th gate, however, marks the true commencement of danger. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Rong directly attempted to channel the energy of the 8 gates into his right arm. Boom! To his astonishment, the muscles in his right arm visibly swelled, a power amplification of 80. Upon sensing the approximate increase in strength, he promptly dispersed the 8 gates' energy throughout his entire body. Breathing heavily, he marveled at the terrifying experience. In the very moment his muscles had swelled, he had already suffered a muscle strain. Fortunately, the duration was brief, and the power of the first gate accelerated his recovery, sparing him from any lasting harm. He released the constraints on his energy, his stamina, and the limitations of his life force. Why does this sensation feel reminiscent of life being restored? Uchiha Rong meticulously recalled the sensations he had just experienced. The power of the 8 gates, infused with life energy, coalesced and concentrated, astonishingly capable of altering muscle size and reshaping the physique. With a series of decisive steps, he leapt into the air, attempting to mimic the aerial strides of Might Guy. Such formidable muscular explosiveness, it truly resembled the moonwalk technique. However, Uchiha Rong could only sustain his brief aerial momentum for a mere dozen steps before losing his balance, unable to maintain the continuous levitation akin to the moonwalk. Captain, I have finally merged fire and lightning to create an orange font. As Uchiha Rong ceased his movements, a voice filled with excitement resonated beside him. Quite impressive. Uchiha Rong encouraged, stating that the ability to inscribe characters with chakra on the ring proved to be an exceptionally beneficial exercise even for elite shinobi. Notably, last month, Uchiha Rong independently discovered the nature transformation of lightning-style chakra, and he has now mastered all 5 elemental affinities. However, among these, lightning remains his least proficient attribute. Recently, under the guidance of his father, he has begun to explore the intricacies of yin and yang chakra. According to his father, mastering the nature transformations of these 2 types of chakra significantly aids in the creation of S-rank ninjutsu. Unfortunately, Uchiha Rong has yet to successfully cultivate the nature transformations of yin and yang chakra, and he can only proceed gradually. As the sun gradually set, the atmosphere at Training Ground 7 remained invigorating, causing the team members to hesitate in returning home too early. Some hurriedly had their dinner only to return and continue their rigorous training. Uchiha Rong paid them no heed and proceeded straight home. Once the Ninetales was unleashed, the clan would undoubtedly summon all the ninjas. There was no need for him to take the risk of gathering them himself. Oni-chan, why do you seem so troubled? After dinner, Yizi embraced his neck, refusing to let go. Uchiha Rong, surprisingly, paid her no mind, his gaze fixed upon the darkening sky. Humph. Yizi, unfazed, pouted playfully before amusing Xiaobai. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard within the core area of the Uchiha clan, 5-year-old Itachi stepped through the door, his stride abruptly halting. His face lit up with uncontainable joy. Haha. Sasuke, are you calling for me? He hurriedly approached the cradle, taking great care as he playfully booped his younger brother on the head. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. In an instant, the sound of the infant's cries echoed throughout the courtyard. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar resonated from the southeast. Alarmed, Itachi instinctively gathered his brother into his arms and cautiously ventured into the courtyard to survey the surroundings. Hiss. Roar. The earth-shattering cry of a beast reverberated through the air. What? What could that be? Uchiha Itachi gazed in astonishment towards the southeast, where 9 enormous, fluffy tails floated in the sky. Chapter 50. The Chaos of the 9 Tails, Part 1. The urgent tolling of bells echoed throughout the clan's territory. 7 chimes resounded, signifying a grave threat to their very existence. In the clan's domain, some ordinary villagers sought refuge in their cellars, while others gathered their families and hid in basements. Those situated at the periphery of the air raid shelters were guided orderly by the caretakers into the bunkers. Meanwhile, the clan's ninjas rushed towards the shrine. Among them, a young boy clad in a black kimono adorned with a fan pattern led a throng of followers. As they advanced, more individuals joined their ranks. Captain, what is happening? Captain, what on earth is that thing? Captain. Faced with a barrage of anxious inquiries and the sight of panic-stricken faces, Uchiha Itachi maintained his pace, raising his left arm slightly. In an instant, silence enveloped the group. I do not know what is happening. His words were clear and resonated with everyone, deepening their confusion. Yet, it seemed the village required their aid. Gradually, the bewilderment faded, as if amidst their helplessness, they had finally found a sense of direction. However, it was evident that they could not face this challenge alone. Everyone instinctively cast their gazes towards the colossal beast in the distance, nodding in agreement. Then let us go. We shall seek the village chief's approval to engage. The village needs us, and our compatriots await our rescue. Indeed, Captain. In a mere 10 minutes, the ninjas of the clan had assembled. This time, they formed ranks in the plaza of the shrine, opting not to retreat underground. Uchiha Fugaku stood upon the altar, eyes closed in anticipation. As the assembly of personnel reached completion, he spoke. No one was permitted to act on their own accord. They were to remain still. Indeed, the appearance of the 9 Tails, reflected in those kaleidoscopic eyes, seemed to have led this esteemed clan leader to a misunderstanding. Does he still harbor hopes of Uchiha Madara extinguishing Konoha and ushering the Uchiha clan back to its former glory? What folly! Uchiha Itachi was the first to notice the emergence of the 9 Tails, and naturally, he also beheld a fleeting glimpse of the kaleidoscopic pattern within its eyes. The sound of footsteps echoed. Uchiha Itachi stepped forward directly. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow and cast a glance. Uchiha Itachi pointed towards the southeast, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of all present. Uchiha, amplified by the chakra. Esteemed clan leader, our village is currently enduring the massacre wrought by the 9 Tails. Our kin are crying out, awaiting our rescue. Now that everyone is assembled, how long do you intend to keep us waiting? In response to his inquiry, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed with a hint of severity. His authority as clan leader was being challenged. Yet, gazing at the multitude of his clansmen, each wearing a similar expression of doubt, he could only take a deep breath and reply, I have just received an order from the Hokage. We are prohibited from stepping outside the clan's territory. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd at this revelation. Why? Some who had witnessed the appearance of the 9 Tails turned pale, while many others displayed expressions of disbelief. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi spoke again, directly addressing the crux of the matter. Is it because the 9 Tails is under the control of the Sharingan? Are we to remain passive for such a reason? Will this absolve us of suspicion or spare us from blame? Do we truly wish to revert to the circumstances we faced before the Fourth Hokage's succession? With these 3 probing questions, the bewildered clansmen seemed to find their bearings once more, as the atmosphere thickened with urgency. Uchiha Itachi had little desire to continue rambling aimlessly in this place. The reason for not rushing to provide support immediately was that the situation at that moment was exceedingly perilous. Now, however, it is likely that the various ninja clans of Konoha have organized their forces. At this juncture, offering assistance would be akin to providing a timely aid in a snowstorm. Thus, Uchiha Itachi leapt into action, springing onto the nearby archway. Those willing to rescue our kin, follow me. As his words echoed, Yunxiang was the first to break away from the crowd, followed closely by Jina, Jie, and Jiyue. Almost all 10 official members of the team stepped forward, while a dozen reserve members surged out in a sudden rush. Uchiha Fugaku's expression suddenly shifted. His piercing gaze swept toward Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, are you intending to rebel? As he spoke, 3 Tomo manifested, ready for action. Uchiha Itachi swiftly drew forth the stars, unperturbed. What can you possibly use to detain me? When you dare not employ the Manjiki. Indeed, he had calculated that even if Fugaku had awakened the Manjiki, he would hesitate to use it, and without its awakening, he felt utterly fearless. If it were just himself, Fugaku could certainly take some time to subdue him. However, he was not alone. Fugaku, cease this at once. Just as the situation teetered on the brink of chaos, an aged voice resonated through the air. It was Uchiha Shana. Unbeknownst to many, he had appeared atop the platform, shielded by several clan members. Elder Shana. Uchiha Fugaku was filled with urgency. Uchiha Shana felt an increasing sense of urgency within. This madman is not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, the two high-ranking officials continued to stand off against each other. Uchiha Rong, disregarding all else, promptly led his companions towards the southeast. With the members of Team 7 taking the lead, a considerable number of clan members followed suit. The remaining individuals displayed expressions of hesitation, but as time passed, one by one, they stepped forward. Ultimately, those who lingered in the square amounted to fewer than 100. A formidable assembly of over 600 Uchiha ninjas marched resolutely towards the southeast, where the Nine Tails resided. Among them were more than 400 ninjas officially enlisted, and nearly 300 were not formally registered. In total, nearly 700 ninjas demonstrated the remarkable strength of the Uchiha clan during this era. It was inconceivable to disregard the Hokage's orders and leave the clan grounds to provide support, even in the event of a coup. The Hokage's faction would have to weigh their options carefully. The clan's elders organized themselves, particularly instructing those below the rank of Jainin to form groups for the rescue of villagers, while those above the rank of Jainin would accompany me to halt the further rampage of the Nine Tails. Uchiha Rong raised his head and spoke loudly. He understood that those who followed him were not drawn by his charisma. Primarily, it was because a member of his 7th squad had taken the initiative, and secondly, the belligerent individuals were unwilling to remain idle, particularly the hawkish faction, along with those who had grievances against Uchiha Fugaku. Lastly, there were some who simply followed the crowd, as well as those who were genuinely persuaded by him. Of course, the tacit approval of the three clan elders could not be dismissed. It is worth noting that Fugaku had only assumed his position last year, and his situation was quite similar to that of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. In many matters, the elder's stance held far more weight than that of the clan leader. All lower-ranked ninjas, gather around me. Nin, come to my side. Soon. With the guidance of several esteemed seniors, the crowd swiftly divided into organized squads during their rapid advance. Being seasoned ninjas, they quickly transformed from a chaotic mass into well-structured teams. However, just as Uchiha Rong reached the southeastern edge of the clan's territory, a group of over 30 Umbu wearing ghostly masks blocked their path. By order of the Hokage, Uchiha ninjas are forbidden from stepping outside the clan's territory. Violators will be executed without mercy. With a swift motion, the star blade was drawn. In the next instant, Uchiha Rong found himself behind a root member, whose head was sent soaring over a meter high, drenched in spurting blood before rolling onto the ground. As he looked on, more Umbu emerged behind the 30-odd members of Root. Uchiha Rong furrowed his brows and exclaimed, "Do you not perceive the gravity of the situation? Instead of squandering your time on Uchiha, why not endeavor to rescue more villagers? If you refuse to assist, why obstruct our efforts? What is your true intention?" Upon uttering these words, the Umbu visibly faltered in their steps. Though their masks concealed their expressions, Uchiha Rong could sense their hesitation and inner turmoil. The emergence of over 100 Umbu outside the clan's territory was an unforeseen development for him. It was no wonder that no one had come to support Minato Namikaze. Without allowing his adversaries a moment to gather their thoughts, he commanded, "Charge with me. Halt the Nine Tails. Say the villagers. Slay anyone who obstructs us. Slay. Slay. Slay." Yunshang and her companions were the first to echo his fervent cries, and soon the Uchiha behind them were also swept up in the fervor, joining in the frenzied shout. The crowd surged forward, a tidal wave of determination. In that instant, the mere 100 Umbu dared not impede their advance. It was absurd. They were Umbu, not mere pawns. The Umbu retreated to the sidelines, yet a few die-hard loyalists from the Root remained steadfast, attempting to stand against the tide. However, as the throng of Uchiha surged forward, they scarcely made a ripple, leaving only a handful of lifeless bodies in their wake. Uchiha Rong raised his banner high, charging towards the Nine Tails. Subsequently, the Uchiha squad appeared to comprehend the situation. Their shouts did not cease, resonating fervently in the air. As they approached within 500 meters of the Nine Tails, the formation of the team dispersed. Only fewer than 80 individuals remained resolute in their charge towards the formidable beast. In the midst of the crowd, Uchiha Rong spotted the figure of his esteemed father. Instantly, a sense of calm enveloped him. Today, he had the audacity to confront Fugaku directly, primarily because his father was present. After a prolonged period of guidance, Uchiha Rong had come to a profound realization. Even if his father was not at the level of a Hokage, he was undeniably close to it. Otherwise, he would not be able to instruct him so effortlessly. Roar. As he ventured closer to the Nine Tails, within 100 meters of the formidable beast, Uchiha Rong was struck by a staggering sensation. It felt akin to being near an immense source of chakra, or perhaps akin to the presence of a nuclear bomb. Was he so overwhelmed that he had lost all rationality? A Konoha Jonin charged forward, only to be swept away by a single swipe of the Nine Tails' tail. Moments later, that very tail descended towards the fallen shinobi. With a whoosh, a gust of wind rushed past. Just before the fox's tail could strike, the Jonin was whisked away. Do your utmost to rescue him, entangle it, avoid direct confrontation, came the unified response from the 10 official members of Squad 7. Meanwhile, the reserve members were engaged in aiding villagers trapped beneath debris in the outer vicinity. With the addition of 50 or 60 special Jonin and Uchiha shinobi, the Nine Tails was no longer free to wreak havoc. The 20 or so Uchiha who had dared to charge in were also nearing the strength of special Jonin. While the situation remained dire, with ninjas continuing to fall, it was considerably better than the horrific scenes they had witnessed on their way to the fray. Observing that the situation was somewhat under control, Uchiha Rong seized the opportunity to assess the circumstances. Currently, the Nine Tails was situated approximately 300 meters from the security department, indicating that the eruption had occurred in the heart of the civilian residential area. This was undoubtedly a result of human instigation. There. Soon, Uchiha Rong spotted another intense battle. A figure clad in a black cloak and mask was locked in combat with none other than Minato Namikaze. The intensity of the ninjutsu exchanged sent a shiver down Uchiha Rong's spine. He could not rush into that fray should he be ensnared by Tobi's Kamui. It would likely spell his doom. Captain, what should we do now? Yunchan's figure appeared beside him. For now, let's do our best to hold off the Nine Tails. But be cautious. In the event of a tailed beast bomb. Just then, a massive tail came crashing down towards them. Uchiha Rong brandished his blade, unleashing a torrent of water that met the impending strike. In an instant, both figures deftly evaded the assault. The mindless Nine Tails was ensnared by this multitude of elite shinobi, rendering the situation currently manageable. Yet, Uchiha Rong comprehended that the moment the Nine Tails began to launch its tailed beast bombs, chaos would ensue. It was imperative to hasten to the aid of Minato Namikaze. Just then, the battlefield shifted dramatically. Hundreds of Umbu suddenly joined the fray, and each of the Nine Tails' tails was now confronted by several elite shinobi. Occasionally, if one was inadvertently gravely injured, others swiftly intervened, rescuing them to safety at the periphery. Is there any senior capable of supporting Lord Hokage? With no other recourse, Uchiha Rong slightly withdrew and called out loudly. Haha, Rong. I didn't expect you to have grown so swiftly. A familiar voice resonated. Uchiha Rong turned his gaze upon hearing the voice, only to find Uchiha Xiong standing there. A shadow of displeasure crossed his face. You old fool, your true strength may not even surpass mine, but I shall let it be. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Uchiha Xiong had already resolutely charged towards the battlefield where Namikaze, Minato, and Obito were engaged in combat. Following suit, several elite shinobi departed from his side to lend their support to Namikaze Minato. What on earth? Come back. Uchiha Rong was taken aback. Wasn't this merely a past delivery? However, he soon realized his mistake. These individuals had encircled Obito and Minato Namikaze, incessantly bombarding them with ranged attacks from the periphery. Although the majority of these assaults proved ineffective against the intangible Obito, it appeared that they could indeed be of some assistance in the unfolding situation. Goodness. Is it truly possible to achieve this? How, then, did Minato Namikaze meet his demise in the original narrative? Uchiha Rong found himself engulfed in existential doubt. Given the current situation, should Obito attempt to flee, the Nine Tails could be subdued in mere moments, rendering the need for Minato's forbidden techniques utterly unnecessary. Soon enough, amidst the fierce battle, Uchiha Rong, who bore the burden of a single tail of the Nine Tails, finally caught sight of the Third Hokage. In his arms, he cradled the lifeless body of an elderly woman. No wonder the third had not made an appearance. It must have been Tsunade at Lake Biwa. In that instant, many of the confounding mysteries from the original narrative unraveled before him. Hiruzen Sarutobi had lost his wife during the Nine Tails rampage. Thus he was unlikely to have deliberately conspired against Minato. It was plausible that he had been swayed by Danzo, fostering suspicion towards the Uchiha clan. The sheer number of Umbu dispatched to collaborate with Root in besieging the Uchiha residence was utterly absurd. Now, as the tide shifted, both the Uchiha and the Umbu had converged upon the battlefield of the Nine Tails. The situation suddenly appeared far less dire. Oh, esteemed leaders, would you not hasten to take action? Uchiha Rong observed with growing anxiety. By now, his chakra had been depleted by more than half. Although these elite shinobi were capable of restraining the Nine Tails and minimizing casualties, they possessed no genuine means to subdue it. They could neither vanquish nor contain the beast, merely managing to protect themselves while buying time for a more formidable ally to intervene. Furthermore, should the Nine Tails unleash its tailed beast ball, even the elite shinobi present would face dire consequences if they did not flee. Had Uchiha Rong not possessed the techniques of wind instantaneous steps in the Eight Gates, he would have been far less confident in evading such a devastating attack, and he certainly would not have ventured into the battlefield against the Nine Tails. Chapter 52, The Chaos of the Nine Tails, Part 2, Sealing Team. Quickly take your positions. Medical Team, assist the injured. With the arrival of the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, it seemed that the previously scattered forces of shinobi found a rallying point. Despite Sarutobi's silence, merely standing at a distance, order was swiftly restored. A group of unique shinobi clad in white coats soon surrounded the Nine Tails, erecting a barrier that enveloped Uchiha Rong and his fellow Uchiha, along with a greater number of shinobi from various clans and civilian shinobi engaged in fierce combat with the beast. Hold it a little longer, someone shouted. Immediately, the elite shinobi seemed to regain their vigor. Even those visibly wounded rose once more, unleashing astonishing chakra. Whoa, there are so many of them. Uchiha Rong expressed his astonishment. Several members of Team 7 were not far from him, each exerting every ounce of their strength. This made Uchiha Rong feel an immediate alleviation of pressure. The adage, many hands make light work, truly resonated in this moment. Chizuna, perhaps you should step back a bit, he suggested. Uchiha Rong suddenly noticed the blood-stained Uchiha Shina. This unfortunate child was unaware of when he had sustained his injuries. It was his first time participating in such a chaotic situation, and he was barely managing to protect himself, leaving him unable to care for everyone. However, on several occasions, Joyua faced life-threatening dangers, fortuitously witnessed by Uchiha Rong, who came to their rescue. I can still hold on. Captain. Very well, then take care of yourself. Uchiha Rong observed her unwavering gaze, and the chakra emanating from her was far from diminished. She swiftly responded and continued to charge toward one of the Nine Tails' tails. As for the reason she persisted in confronting the tail, it was because the front of the Nine Tails was the most intense battlefield. Her esteemed father and several senior clan members were holding their ground at that very position. HM? Wait a moment. Where is her father? Uchiha Rong suddenly realized that his father, who had just displayed remarkable bravery against the Nine Tails and even saved several individuals, had inexplicably vanished. Nevertheless, he felt no concern. A warrior of his father's caliber would find it difficult to perish unless struck directly by a tailed beast bomb. Observing that his chakra reserves had dwindled to roughly 1/3, he noted that it amounted to merely 1 card. Uchiha Rong decisively withdrew from the range of the Nine Tails attack. Retreat, he called out to his comrades as he departed, mindful of the precious lives of his subordinates. This time, no one attempted to display bravado. They promptly followed his lead. They understood that without their captain's numerous interventions, their 10-member team would have undoubtedly suffered casualties. As the 11 members of Uchiha Rong's group exited, the pressure shifted to the nearby squads. However, this was no longer a concern for Uchiha Rong. As long as his team and Minato Namikaze remained unharmed, the fates of others were of little consequence to him. He would not risk exhausting his chakra to the brink of danger for the sake of pride. Fortunately, shortly after Uchiha Rong's group made their exit, a loud shout resonated from outside, urging, everyone, come out. Hurry, hurry. The elite shinobi began to stream out from within the barrier. Uchiha Obito suddenly noticed the figure of Minato Namikaze. He was unaware of when Kakashi had slipped away. At that moment, Minato was cradling an infant in his arms. Could that be Naruto? Uchiha Rong was profoundly intrigued by the appearance of the newly born Naruto. However, a contingent of Umbu suddenly materialized, urging everyone to evacuate. All personnel, retreat from this location. At that moment, the colossal Nine Tails was ensnared within a barrier, bound tightly by massive chains. Despite its vigorous struggles that resonated with the clanking of metal, it appeared unable to break free. This is precisely how it should be. After nurturing the Nine Tails for so many years, I refuse to believe that Konoha lacks the means of sealing it effectively. With a lingering glance at the distant Nine Tails and the child cradled in the arms of Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Rong led his team towards their clan's territory. Captain H-Ton has perished, lamented a preparatory team member, his expression heavy with sorrow. Alas, we shall discuss this upon our return, he replied. Uchiha Rong felt a profound sense of discomfort. Upon returning to the clan's territory, the toll of casualties was assessed. All 10 official members bore injuries, with one gravely wounded. having lost his right arm. Among the 30 reserve members, despite only being engaged in peripheral efforts to rescue villagers, some were still injured by stray attacks and debris, resulting in 2 fatalities. When all returned to the Shrine Plaza, Uchiha Rong observed that the number of individuals was evidently diminished by 50 or 60 compared to when they had departed. In truth, this level of casualties was relatively minor, as they had arrived when the situation was already largely under control. Prior to that, they had charged in like a death squad, risking their lives solely to provide others with an opportunity to escape. At this moment, Uchiha Rong suddenly noticed something amiss with his disciple, Uchiha Chien. Glancing down, he saw a pair of 3 Tomo eyes fixated vacantly on the ground. A reserve member tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Recently, Wadun and Chien have been spending a lot of time together. Their relationship seems quite close." Sighing, Uchiha Rong found himself at a loss as to whether to feel joy or sorrow. Indeed, he had noticed that these two appeared to be developing a tendency towards early romance. It was unexpected that, despite still being in the nebulous phase of budding affection, they had not even truly held hands before being separated by fate. "Do not speak of this outside," he instructed, gently pulling Uchiha Chien's head lower. Nearby, the reserve members subtly encircled her, shielding her from prying eyes. Although the Sharingan could not conceal its true power in battle, Uchiha Rong, by instinct, preferred not to expose the clan's secrets too hastily. Ahem. As the clan members gathered, an aged cough resonated from above, yet Uchiha Fugaku was nowhere to be seen. Everyone performed admirably this time. Uchiha Shana raised his voice, and Uchiha Rong stepped forward. Upon hearing the call, Uchiha Rong was not taken by surprise as he emerged from the crowd. "You have openly defied the clan leader and even taken the life of a member from the root. You are to pay a fine of 10 million ryo to enhance the compensation for the family of the fallen. Do you accept this?" With a dismissive curl of his lips, Uchiha Rong responded, "Of course, I accept. This is undoubtedly acceptable." Uchiha Rong understood the situation clearly. Providing funds for the families of clan members was hardly a punishment. It was, in fact, an excellent opportunity to bolster one's own reputation. Moreover, from the tone of the announcement, it seemed that the higher-ups in the clan had also taken responsibility for the incident involving the root member. Sensing that he had no further involvement, he decisively retreated. Subsequently, Uchiha Shana delivered a lengthy discourse filled with inconsequential remarks, stating that this operation had indeed brought a positive impact to the clan and recognized everyone's contributions. He also mentioned that corresponding material rewards would be distributed in due course. Following this, he declared the assembly dismissed, allowing everyone to return to their homes. This left Uchiha Rong somewhat astonished. "Aren't they going to discuss anything with me privately?" Just as this thought crossed his mind, a masked ninja intercepted him on his way back. "Uchiha Rong, the elder of the clan summons you." Uchiha Rong. Chapter 53. The Break. "Rong, the actions you took tonight have been reported to the Hokage by the Umbu." The first words upon their meeting caused Uchiha Rong to frown. He merely wished to develop in seclusion, to leave quietly once matters were settled. "The Hokage intends to invite you into the Umbu. What are your thoughts on this?" Uchiha Sora gazed at him intently while sipping his tea. Does that imply there are still choices to be made?" Uchiha Rong inquired, seemingly perceiving his thoughts. Uchiha Sora pondered for a moment. "Although this timely rescue has earned us the trust of the Hokage, the Third Hokage and the advisors still harbor doubts about us. The Hokage's intention is clear. Should you choose to join the Umbu, you would be permitted to select a technique from the Book of Seals for your study." Uchiha Rong remained silent. He had a general understanding of the contents within the Book of Seals, and it appeared that there was nothing particularly useful for him. However, the sincerity displayed by Minato Namikaze was indeed substantial. The Flying Thunder God technique? Over the years, only Minato had successfully mastered it. Uchiha Rong did not believe he possessed such talent. The Multiple Shadow Clone technique? He was no Jinchuriki and lacked the chakra reserves to perform it. As for the Reaper Death Seal and the Edo Tensei, to be honest, he found them rather distasteful. The former was excessively fatal, while the latter was too macabre. The mutual explosive tag seemed quite costly and did not align with his style. The 8 Trigram Seal? Given its connection to the sealing of the Nine Tails, it was certainly not something he would be granted. That was a foregone conclusion. Thus, it seemed that the only potentially useful technique was the 4-symbol seal. Yet, he was uncertain about its complexity, as he had heard that sealing techniques were rather difficult. "I shall ponder this further," he thought. Ultimately, Uchiha Rong resorted to delaying tactics. Although it was termed an invitation, it was not an easy one to decline, as it directly determined one's position. Meanwhile, at the Hokage building, the late-night illumination remained bright. Minato Namikaze sat quietly at his desk, his eyes vacant. Beside him was a cradle, and only when his gaze fell upon the infant within did a flicker of focus return to his expression. Hokage-sama, the casualty list has been compiled. An UMBU member suddenly reported. With a hoarse voice, Minato rubbed his weary face and slightly gathered his spirits to face the UMBU. The report stated that 56 jonin, 371 shunin, and 63 genin had perished. The casualties among civilians could not be precisely determined, but the confirmed death toll had exceeded 8,600. This was only due to the collective emergence of Uchiha ninjas from their clan grounds and the subsequent arrival of over 600 UMBU members who participated in the rescue efforts, saving more than 4,000 civilians. Otherwise, the civilian death toll would have been far greater. I understand. You may leave now, he said, dismissing the UMBU. As he gazed at the cradle beside him, his expression was complex. Beneath the surface, he was suppressing a surge of anger. After the mysterious individual's appearance, he had reacted swiftly to protect Kushina. Yet, the opponent's enigmatic space-time ninjutsu was nearly impossible to counter. Third Hokage, what manner of person are you? Minato's face reflected confusion. He suddenly realized that the Hokage he had always respected and admired was, in fact, a rather contradictory figure. If one were to say that the third had deliberately set him up, it was hard to justify. Yuan Fei, the elder of People Lake, had died today. It was likely that the third's current state of mind was not much better than his own. But why? Why? It was he who had pushed Minato into this position. And it was he who tightly controlled the UMBU. If it were not for the lack of capable individuals by his side, Kushina could have survived today. Elder People Lake could have been spared as well. In truth, not only Minato found it incomprehensible, even Uchiha Rong could not decipher the third's actions. Yes, Obito's Kamui was nearly insurmountable. Ordinary ninjas were powerless against it. Even Uchiha Rong, with his current strength, dared not enter such a realm of battle. Yet, was there truly no one in the vast village of Konoha? What of the UMBU's commander? The vice-captain? Wasn't the UMBU supposed to be the Hokage's elite guard? This was also a question that troubled Minato. Today he had witnessed how many formidable ninjas the Uchiha could deploy, not to mention those Uchiha who confronted the Ninetales directly. Even the Jonin who provided long-range support had been of considerable assistance to him. The Flying Thunder God technique, no matter how powerful, had its limitations in chakra. Kamui, too, had its constraints. What was most unsettling was that among the UMBU who arrived later, there were many powerful ninjas. Intelligence indicated that Root members had led the UMBU to besiege the Uchiha clan. Hadn't I disbanded Root already? Minato felt utterly lost. And to think that the Hokage had ordered the Uchiha to remain within their clan grounds. I, Minato Namikaze, stood idly by as the Ninetales rampaged through the village, failing to send my elite UMBU to intercept it, while instead directing them to block the Uchiha. Was I so fearful that the Uchiha would seize the chaos to betray us? Was that my command? Could I truly command the UMBU? Furthermore, if the Uchiha genuinely sought to rebel, could mere UMBU hope to hinder them? Without the combined strength of the major ninja clans, who could possibly restrain the Uchiha? The fact remained that the Uchiha had emerged, and the UMBU had not dared to intervene. If tonight's events were indeed orchestrated by the Uchiha, the moment the Ninetales was unleashed, they had already triumphed. Minato maintained a facade of calm, yet a multitude of questions clamored within his heart. My son, your father shall no longer place his trust in them. Looking at the child in the cradle, who bore the bloodline of both himself and Kushina, Minato clenched his teeth in resolve. He would establish a truly loyal guard of his own. He yearned for strength. He could not bear the thought of a day when he would be unable to protect those he wished to safeguard. That night, at the center of the Sarutobi clan's grounds, Hiruzen Sarutobi seethed. These Uchiha have grown exceedingly brazen. Especially that Uchiha Rong. He dares to kill even members of the UMBU. What is there that he would not attempt? Hiruzen fell into silence. Monkey, do not hesitate any longer. Seize this opportunity to declare that the Ninetales was unleashed by the Uchiha. It is all part of their scheme. The Ninetales was controlled by the Sharingan, and many witnesses have testified to it. Hiruzen continued to remain silent, suddenly filled with regret. Why had he listened to Danzo's counsel and dispatched the UMBU to blockade the Uchiha clan grounds at such a critical moment during Kushina's labor? If Uchiha Rong were to learn this truth, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. Indeed, it was because Danzo asserted that the Uchiha clan would surely make a move during the birth of the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Consequently, the members of the UMBU and Root had already surrounded the Uchiha clan's territory even before the Ninetales was released. This led to a severe shortage of protective forces around Kushina. As a result, Yuan Fei, who assisted in Kushina's delivery, tragically perished. What is even more thought-provoking is that Minato Namikaze was engaged in a solitary confrontation with the mysterious figure when the Nine-Tails was unleashed. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, did not appear at the Nine-Tails side immediately, nor did he join Minato in contending with the mysterious individual. One might wonder where he was. Was he engaged in battle with the Nine-Tails? Had he been present? It is unlikely that the situation would have spiraled out of control to the extent that numerous leaf ninjas had to sacrifice their lives in a futile attempt to buy time. Moreover, in the original narrative, why was it the younger Fourth Hokage who ultimately executed the dead demon-consuming seal instead of the third? Was he alongside Minato in battling the mysterious figure? This raises a significant question. What audacity did Obito possess to single-handedly confront two Hokages and, before their very eyes, eliminate their wives while also unleashing the Nine-Tails? The truth is singular. Hiruzen Sarutobi was also monitoring the Uchiha, leading the Umbu in surveillance against them. It was clear that the Umbu alone could not contain the Uchiha. Hiruzen, do not hesitate any longer. Danzo continued his incessant ramblings. Danzo, be honest with me, do you know that mysterious person? Danzo was startled, a flicker of panic crossing his face, as he hastily denied, Monkey, what nonsense are you spouting? Then why did you divert me and the Umbu? Was it merely coincidence? Hiruzen suddenly fixed his calm gaze upon his dear friend. The root of this suspicion arose from Hiruzen's sudden realization. Had he not intervened with the Uchiha today, the mysterious figure would not have had the opportunity to unleash the Nine-Tails. Even if the beast had been released, it would have been swiftly subdued, much like today. But by some twist of fate, he had been diverted, allowing the mysterious figure to appear. When he finally realized something was amiss and turned back, he found only the lifeless body of People Lake. What if, instead of immediately returning to find People Lake, the Uchiha had surged forth first? Is it possible that he would have mistakenly interpreted the Uchiha's actions as rebellion? The outcome could have been catastrophic. With him leading the Umbu into a deadly clash with the Uchiha, the Nine-Tails would continue its rampage, and Minato might find himself in peril. The mere thought of this possibility sent a chill down Hiruzen's spine. At that point, the Umbu would be decimated, the Uchiha would be devastated, and he himself would be left in ruins, with Minato meeting a tragic fate. Would the Leaf Village still endure? Perhaps it would still exist? In that scenario, Danzo might have been poised to take control of the Leaf. Chapter 54. A Changed Trajectory. October 11th. 48 years of Konoha's history. This day would be etched in the memories of many. Just last night, the Nine-Tails broke free in the heart of the commercial district, nearly obliterating the vast majority of structures within a kilometer radius and resulting in countless civilian casualties. Those who lost loved ones wept and lamented. Among them was the 9-year-old Irika Umino. Early in the morning, he emerged from the shelter of a bomb shelter, standing before the desolate ruins for several hours. The Umino clan, they had nearly been annihilated. He was the sole survivor. His father was gone, his mother was lost, as were his uncle, his third uncle, and his adorable little nephew. None would be seen again. Standing before the ruins, Irika's expression was devoid of emotion. He desperately wished to cry out in anguish, yet found himself unable to shed a single tear. It felt as though a heavy stone lodged in his chest made it hard for him to breathe. It turned out that when grief reaches its zenith, one cannot cry. Like a marionette, he moved mechanically into the rubble, beginning to dig. He dug. Relentlessly, he excavated. His palms were torn and bruised by the jagged stones and dirt, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. This scene caught the attention of a sensory ninja nearby, who approached him with a frown. Stop digging. There are no life signs in this vicinity. Irika ignored him, his small frame exhibiting remarkable stubbornness. You must stop. Living well is what they would want to see most. The ninja was unsure how to console this child, yet he felt compelled to do something or say something. This area was the residence of ninjas. It was unlikely anyone was still trapped beneath the rubble. Yet, for reasons unknown, something struck a chord with Irika, causing him to pause abruptly. Tears cascaded down his cheeks like a dam bursting, beyond his control. You're lying to me. You're deceiving me. Ninjas are human too. Why can't they be trapped underneath? There must still be survivors, waiting for rescue. As he spoke, Irika suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Deep down, he recognized the absurdity of this reasoning. He could not even deceive himself. He threw himself into the arms of the unfamiliar uncle, weeping uncontrollably. The sensory ninja, Yorosen, gently patted his back, his voice soft. Let it out. It's all right to cry. It's all right to cry. The Uchiha clan's territory. Perhaps the sorrows and joys of humanity do not resonate with one another. Last night, the Uchiha clan, having lost dozens of ninjas in battle, continued its daily operations as if nothing had transpired. For this lineage that has persevered from the Warring States period to the present, death has become a familiar companion. The number of fallen kin is staggering, creating a veritable mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. It may only be at the moment when a clan member awakens their eyes or evolves their Sharingan that the realization dawns upon them. The tears of the Uchiha are concealed deep within their hearts. At this moment, Uchiha Rong, having completed his morning routine, stared blankly at his reflection in the full-length mirror. His right hand gently caressed the contours of his eye socket, his expression enigmatic. 3 crimson tomo, akin to gemstones embedded in his right eye, shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance. It is truly maddening for one with obsessive tendencies. It is so asymmetrical. Uchiha Rong wore a wry smile. Indeed, his left eye still retained its double tomo, while his right eye, upon awakening, inexplicably transformed into a triple tomo. Perhaps the harrowing battlefield of the previous night had stirred his emotions more profoundly than he had initially perceived. With measured steps, he entered the main room where Uchiha Miho had already prepared breakfast. "Oh, is father not going out today?" she inquired, noting the rare occasion when the family was gathered together for the morning meal. "Yes, the clan's territory is sealed off this morning," he replied. "We are required to undergo an inspection by the Yambu. There are rumors circulating that the Nine-Tails Fox was controlled by the Sharingan last night." "Tuanzo," he added, a hint of concern lacing his tone. The name Uchiha Rong surfaced in his mind almost instinctively. Sigh, well then. Uchiha Rong was no longer in a hurry. The assistant, Uchiha Yuan, had efficiently managed all affairs according to his instructions in the procurement department. Meanwhile, the 7th Division of the Security Department was still on their rotation break. As for training ground number 7, it seemed unreachable due to the clan's restrictions. Suddenly, he found himself with an unexpected abundance of leisure time. Onaikin, the sandwich is delicious. His younger sister, as clingy as ever, climbed onto him again, shoving a piece of bread towards his mouth. In that moment, the tension that had gripped his mind relaxed immensely. Though he was not a main player last night, merely a minor participant among the many shinobi of the village, the entire Nine-Tails incident felt somewhat hastily concluded. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that Uchiha Rong had played a pivotal role, genuinely altering the course of events. The assistance from the Uchiha clan has liberated the Umbu trapped at the door. The sudden emergence of these 2 reinforcements has irrevocably altered the fate of Minato Namikaze. What lies ahead is uncertain. The original narrative can no longer serve as a definitive guide. Yet, this ambiguity regarding the future seems to evoke an even greater sense of anticipation. After dinner, Uchiha Rong commenced a new day's training in his backyard. The path of a ninja is one that demands relentless diligence and perseverance. Remarkably, his chakra level has reached 5 cards. During his training, Uchiha Rong swiftly updated his current statistics. However, the most astonishing revelation was yet to come. As he once again began to infuse the starry ninja blade with the wind and fire chakra nature transformation, attempting to forcibly blend them, the blade, which had originally shimmered with a fiery red and faint azure hue, underwent a dramatic transformation. A subtle violet radiance began to emerge. Has he succeeded? Uchiha Rong was overwhelmed with joy. He had previously encountered the delicate purple characters formed by the fusion of wind and fire attributes while simulating fonts on the boat-shaped. At this moment, he comprehended that the amalgamation of his fire and wind attributes had indeed succeeded. However, just as he allowed a smile to grace his features and his spirit to relax, the faint purple radiance emanating from the blade suddenly dissipated, reverting to a hue of red tinged with pale blue. It was evident that such a forced fusion not only demanded extreme mental concentration for manipulation but also lacked permanence. Nevertheless, Uchiha Rong remained undeterred. If a complete integration were to be achieved, rather than this forced amalgamation, it would be a true miracle. Should he attain that level, he could even endeavor to develop his bloodline limit. Once more, with countless repetitions, the afternoon arrived swiftly. During this time, Uchiha Rong took a break to enjoy lunch in the front courtyard. Ultimately, after a considerable duration of practice, he had begun to grasp this forced fusion. With a decisive slash, the ninja blade emitted a faint purple gleam as Uchiha Rong swung it. A wave of nearly invisible, transparent wind surged forth into a fan-shaped area ahead. What is happening? Observing the somewhat disappointing outcome, Uchiha Rong's expression became dazed. This was not what he had envisioned. The fusion of these properties was supposed to enhance the potency of his swordsmanship. Just as he contemplated this, a series of cracking sounds echoed faintly, as if something was splitting apart. Uchiha Rong swiftly activated his Sharingan and focused his gaze. Before him lay an area recently caressed by a gentle breeze. The earth parched and cracked. In front stood 2 wooden figures crafted from ironwood, their surfaces marred by subtle fissures. Even a nearby wooden post, brushed by the wind, exhibited signs of creaking and splitting on the affected side. Could it be? A sudden realization struck Uchiha Long as he gently prodded the ground with his ninja blade. The surface layer, a mere finger's depth, crumbled into gravel at the touch of his blade. He then pressed the weapon against one of the wooden figures. With a resounding crack, the figure shattered into countless fragments, each no larger than a piece of medicinal residue, cascading to the earth below. Uchiha Long could not help but draw a sharp breath. Is this not the blazing release of the Akura? The S-rank sword technique, Stardust Storm, has initially taken form. On that fateful afternoon, while Uchiha Long was immersed in his solitary training in swordsmanship, the Hokage building issued a shocking announcement that reverberated through the ranks of the great ninja clans. The former Hokage's aide and Leaf Village advisor, Shimura Danzo, has defected. Chapter 55, Joining the Umbu. What? Danzo has defected? The following day, the restrictions on the Uchiha clan's territory were lifted. Uchiha Long gazed in disbelief at the intelligence relayed by Yunshang. Indeed, the explanation provided by the Hokage building was that Danzo had conducted illegal experiments without authorization. Upon hearing this news, Uchiha Long furrowed his brow once more. He understood that Orochimaru was likely under house arrest at this very moment. Danzo's explosive betrayal would surely implicate Orochimaru, and the third Hokage was undoubtedly aware that all experiments were orchestrated by Orochimaru himself. The reason for not publicly punishing Orochimaru was likely to stabilize the current situation. The shadow of the Ninetales rampage still loomed over the Leaf Village. Reconstruction was imperative, and the fallen ninjas deserved compensation. To publicly punish one of the legendary Sannin, especially at such a critical juncture, would be tantamount to inflicting a grievous wound upon themselves. The most detrimental aspect was that when the populace realized that the Leaf Village was not as secure as they had imagined, it would strike a fatal blow to the village's economy. Just as an army requires provisions before engaging in battle, so too do ninjas. Regardless of how many ninjas fell in battle, as long as a robust financial chain and ample resources existed, recovery could be swift. What truly plunged the Leaf Village into despair was, in fact, financial instability. Why has Sunagakure consistently languished at the bottom among the 5 great ninja villages? It is because their desert environment severely hampers productivity, leaving them reliant solely on mission commissions and meager grants from the daimyo of the Land of Wind to barely survive. What makes Konoha so formidable? It is, after all, due to its favorable environment. Each major ninja clan within Konoha possesses various private assets. The Uchiha clan, in particular, has nearly achieved self-sufficiency. Coupled with a thriving population that generates more mission commissions and the generous periodic grants from the wealthy daimyo of the Land of Fire, Konoha flourishes. Something is amiss. How could the third Hokage possibly allow Danzo to defect at such a critical time? Uchiha Long found himself engulfed in confusion. Danzo's defection, as a high-ranking official of Konoha, struck a blow that was no less severe than Orochimaru's departure. Under ordinary circumstances, this might have been bearable. But just days after the Ninetales rampage, at such a critical juncture, as a myriad of questions surged within Uchiha Long's mind, a member of the Umbu, adorned with an animal mask, suddenly appeared upon the wall of his residence. Uchiha Long, the Hokage summons you. Typically, Umbu operatives did not frequent the clan's territory. However, in this extraordinary period, although the overt restrictions had been lifted, covert investigations continued unabated. After all, the fact remained that the Ninetales had been controlled by the Sharingan. Even with the Uchiha clan's efforts to absolve themselves of the majority of suspicion, they could not evade this process. Uchiha Ling nodded in affirmation and followed the other towards the Hokage building. Please, take a seat. Upon entering the Hokage's office, he encountered the blonde-haired Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Long was somewhat taken aback by the other party's amiable demeanor, and even more so by the presence of a cradle beside the desk. It seemed that Naruto had taken it upon himself to keep the child close at all times, a clear indication of his distrust towards others. I currently feel quite vulnerable, Hokage-sama. As this thought crossed his mind, Uchiha Long began to grasp the nature of Namikaze Minato's attitude towards him. He promptly offered a respectful greeting and took a seat as instructed. Namikaze Minato gazed attentively at the young Uchiha before him, a weary expression softening into a faint smile. I heard that the night before last, you publicly confronted clan leader Fugaku and led your clansmen to offer assistance? It was the elders who were concerned for Konoha. I was merely following orders. Uchiha Long deftly shifted the blame. This statement is not entirely devoid of truth. Without the endorsement of the 3 clan elders, he doubted that a majority of the clan members would have followed him that day. Furthermore, to place the affection of the Hokage upon a single individual merely serves to replicate the roles of Shisui and Itachi. However, If Minato Namikaze were to attribute this goodwill to the three clan elders, perceiving it as an act of benevolence from the upper echelons of the Uchiha, the outcome would be markedly different. I understand now. Please convey my regards to several esteemed elders of the Uchiha on my behalf. Minato Namikaze's demeanor was notably humble, even positioning himself as a junior. I appreciate the concern of the Fourth Hokage. I will convey it, he replied. Wrong. I can see your exceptional qualities, Minato praised. I intend to assign you to the Umbu as my personal guard. Would you be willing to accept this role? Uchiha Ron felt a slight shock. The Umbu and the Hokage's personal guards are indeed two distinct concepts. Although nominally, the Umbu serves as the personal guardians of the Hokage. It is a privilege to gain the favor of the Fourth Hokage and be willing to serve you. This time, Uchiha Ron decisively accepted the offer. If it were merely the regular Umbu, which often entails facing numerous assigned missions, he would naturally be less inclined, for he lacked neither wealth nor common resources. And such obligations would only hinder his cultivation. However, if it were as a personal guard, it could be assumed that Minato Namikaze would not skimp on fostering talent. Considering the resources at the disposal of a Hokage, Uchiha Ron felt a considerable allure in that prospect. Very well, Minato Namikaze smiled, a rare display of genuine warmth. As opposed to the forced cordiality he had just exhibited, he adjusted his posture, leaning slightly forward. I sense the camaraderie of the Uchiha. Ron, should you have any requests? You may express them now. Hiss. What on earth has this Fourth Hokage experienced? He seems entirely divorced from the sunny boy of my memories. This statement carries the implication of an alliance with the Uchiha, does it not? You, a Hokage's direct disciple of impeccable lineage, are simply extraordinary. However, adhering to the principle of seizing an opportunity when it arises, Uchiha Ron gathered his thoughts and pondered for a minute. The first symbol seal? If only there were the 8 trigram seal. I would also like to test whether I possess the talent for the Flying Thunder God technique. Additionally, chakra metal, dark iron source crystals, or equivalent materials. Even a millennium-old ginseng would suffice. Minato Namikaze's smile instantly froze. I do not have those. Uchiha Ron discerned the unease etched upon his face and could only manage an awkward smile. Generally, he did not covet items that money could procure. As for the Xian Tai Yuan Jing he mentioned, it served as the primary material for forging the Ten-Fist sword within the Kusanagi blade. The millennium-old ginseng is a rare medicinal herb that can only thrive in specific environments, boasting efficacy tenfold that of a century-old ginseng, hence its name. It has not genuinely existed for 1,000 years. These items indeed exist within the realm of Naruto, rather than being products of fantasy. Minato Namikaze exhaled deeply. The 4 symbols seal can be granted to you, and I can also attempt to impart the Flying Thunder God technique. Once the village overcomes this crisis, I can petition the daimyo for a share of the chakra metal as well. You shall procure it at your own expense. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ron rose once more to pay his respects. I salute you, Hokage-sama. Only then did Minato Namikaze reveal a smile once again, despite the earlier stiffness. He secretly felt a twinge of astonishment. From Uchiha Ron's demands, he could perceive a glimpse of the latter's depth and prowess, suggesting that it was far from being as simple as it appeared. Otherwise, he would not have sought after secret arts, superior medicinal concoctions, and techniques of a somewhat lesser tier, yet more beneficial for immediate enhancement of strength. Very well, from now on, you shall take on a role akin to Kakashi's, responsible for leading a team of Umbu. As for the team members, it appears that you will need to recruit them yourself. Such a fortunate opportunity? Absolutely no problem. Uchiha Ron decisively responded, subtly conveying the message. I currently have no one available in the Umbu. Assist me in recruiting personnel. Another implication was that Kakashi is one of our own. Chapter 56. Codename: Salty Fish Konoha, October 15th, 48th year. Umbu Fortress. This is a militarized stronghold, nestled within the northern jungles of Hokage Rock. Beyond Hokage Rock, one can glimpse the Hokage building. This fortress serves to guard the northern borders of Konoha. And should the Hokage require mobilization, they can do so without alarming any ninja clans. Directly accessing the secret passage beneath Hokage Rock that leads to the depths of the Hokage building. Indeed, its above-ground structure is not imposing. In many respects, it resembles merely an entrance. The true Umbu base lies underground, while the command center of the Umbu is situated deep beneath the Hokage building. Tap, tap, tap. A series of footsteps echoed. From the cavernous passage leading to the Umbu base, 2 stationed Umbu members turned to look. They beheld a black-haired youth accompanied by 3 young women, emerging from the passage. Could you kindly direct me to the logistics department? Uchiha Ron spoke as he presented a document bearing the Hokage seal. Upon seeing the 5 characters Fourth Hokage's bodyguard highlighted in red, the pupils of the 2 Umbu operatives, who wore animal masks, contracted in surprise. They promptly gestured towards a door on the right, instructing, "Proceed straight this way." An hour later, at the Hokage building, Uchiha Rong, donning a raccoon mask, was accompanied by Chien in a fox mask, Zeno in a cat mask, and Hinata Aya in a blue fox mask. The 4-member team stood before the Hokage's office, ready to be inspected by Minato Namikaze. Clad in standard-issue Umbu attire, complete with fitted suits, vests, and leather gloves. They were uniform in appearance. Their masks represented various animals, with each member possessing 3 different ones for versatility and replacement in case of damage. Additionally, each Umbu operative was equipped with a standard-issue ninja blade. The stars of Uchiha Rong were forged in accordance with standard specifications, bearing a striking resemblance to the ninja blades utilized by the Umbu. Thus he chose not to claim them out of a sense of disdain for such trivial advantages. Chien, Jina, and Ling each received a well-suited long and short blade. Interestingly, Uchiha Rong also noticed an assortment of wigs and human skin masks among the distributed supplies. Indeed, they were quite spirited and impressive. The more he observed, the more satisfied Namikaze Minato became. The ninja profiles of the 4 had long been updated and entrusted to him. Uchiha Rong, a 13-year-old jonin, excels in swordsmanship and genjutsu. Uchiha Chien, a 14-year-old elite shunin, possesses the Sharingan with 3 tomo. She excels in illusion techniques and fire release. Uchiha Chi, age 15, is a special jonin, proficient in the art of swordsmanship, possessing a single tomo Sharingan. Hyuga Aya, age 14, holds the rank of genin. Endowed with Byakugan, excelling in gentle fist, throwing techniques, and lightning release. The 3 members of the Uchiha clan have been granted titles by the security department, while Hyuga Aya serves as a ninja within Konoha. When the renowned Minato Namikaze perused their profiles, he was thoroughly impressed. The rigor of their titles was of little concern to him. The mere possession of the 3 tomo Sharingan spoke volumes. He held no disdain for a genin capable of integrating into such an esteemed team, for rank does not equate to strength. Moreover, the synergy of team members is a consideration for ordinary squats. Here stand 4 bloodline limit ninjas from 2 prestigious ocular clans. Just because one is noted for their swordsmanship does not imply a lack of proficiency in other ninjutsu. It is entirely possible that among peers, a ninja skilled in fire release may not surpass their abilities. Uchiha Rong. Suddenly, Minato called out, "Yes? Have you truly not activated your eyes?" Minato observed him with a wry smile, unable to believe that this extraordinary youth had not yet awakened his Sharingan. Without hesitation, Uchiha Rong activated his Sharingan. He revealed his 3 tomo not out of folly, but to showcase the strength and potential of their team to Minato. Strength is something to be concealed when necessary, yet displayed boldly when the time is right. Oh, indeed, it is 3 tomo. Wait? Uchiha Rong's lips curled slightly. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would not have activated his Sharingan. The asymmetry was nearly driving his obsessive-compulsive tendencies to the brink. Haha. Ultimately, Minato Namikaze could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Ever since the Ninetales rampage, he had not smiled once. Wah wah wah. Naruto, nestled in his cradle nearby, was startled awake. Minato hurriedly shushed him, taking a considerable time to soothe the little one back to sleep. Only then did he restore his serious demeanor and declare, "Team Fish, there is a mission to assign to you. Yes, we have recently received intelligence indicating that various factions are frequently dispatching ninjas to infiltrate our land of fire and disturb the borders. Among them, the ninja squads from Sunagakure and Amagakure have been particularly audacious, venturing deep into our territory. Hence, Team Fish is ordered to proceed to the west for a thorough sweep. This mission is classified as A rank. We must demonstrate the might of Konoha and drive these pests back to their lairs." Understood. Uchiha Rong received the relevant mission documentation, which included a pass for entering and exiting Konoha, as well as a more detailed intelligence report regarding the task. The urgency of the matter was palpable, thus, "You must depart immediately." The 4 of them bowed in unison, and in the next moment, their figures vanished simultaneously, having exited through the window. The Umbu do not follow conventional paths. The team maneuvered past the Yuanfei clan territory, then proceeded westward along the edge of the Uchiha clan's domain, circumventing the Oil Maiden clan's lands until they reached the western small gate. Upon exiting the village, Hinata Aya, donning a mask resembling a blue fox, finally spoke. "Xianyu, do you have a plan?" Xianyu is the Umbu codename for Uchiha Rong. Chien is the red fish, Aya is the white fish, and Ji is the flower fish. "Let us first stop at the nearby town for supplies," Uchiha Rong declared without hesitation. His current experience and missions could be deemed quite substantial. His team had just received their supplies from the Umbu base, equipped with an array of ninja tools, including a considerable quantity of explosive tags and soldier pills. However, they were lacking in rations and water. Under favorable circumstances, ninjas strive to consume rations and water while executing their missions, as soldier pills are reserved for emergencies and dire conditions. The specially crafted soldier's food pill of Uchiha Rong is indeed a life-saving item, to be consumed only once every 24 hours. An hour later, in Bayun Town, the closest settlement to Konoha, Yuji had disguised himself in ordinary attire to procure provisions. Before long, the group resumed their journey westward. A situation arose. As they passed through a mountain village, Hinata Aya spoke up. A ninja squad was ruthlessly slaughtering the villagers, their attire indicating they were from the Rain Village. Let us eliminate them. Uchiha Rong boldly ventures forth, unexpectedly infiltrating the heart of the Land of Fire to wreak havoc. Surely, this must have been orchestrated by Nagato. With such thoughts in mind, he arrives at the village entrance. This is a modest settlement consisting of merely a few dozen households, where 3 Rain Shinobi are ruthlessly engaged in slaughter. Half of the villagers have already fallen. Bai Yu and I remain on guard while Hong Yu and Hua Yu hasten to resolve the situation. Understood. Observing only 1 Nin and 2 Jinin, Uchiha Rong feels no desire to intervene. Uchiha Chien and Uchiha Jina appeared beside a Rain ninja in an instant. Jina unsheathed her ninja blade, swiftly drawing it to eliminate a lower-ranked ninja with a single strike. Uchiha Chien hurled 2 shuriken, striking a hapless lower ninja in a vital spot, resulting in an instant demise. At that moment, Jina had severed the left hand of an enemy Chunin from the Rain Village. Meanwhile, Chien was already forming hand seals. Finding the situation rather mundane, Uchiha Rong at the village entrance shrugged his shoulders, realizing he was merely providing the two with an opportunity to hone their skills. After all, Chien and Jina had primarily been stationed in the security department, lacking substantial field experience. The corpses of these foes would be preserved within sealing scrolls, allowing for a successful exchange of accomplishments upon mission completion. Such merits could be redeemed in the Umbu Supply Depot for various essential ninja supplies, including secret medicines. The rapid growth of Itachi and Shisui could be attributed not only to the Sharingan but also to the resources available through Umbu channels. Chapter 57. A reunion with Yukura. The current mission involved a thorough elimination of invading ninjas, rather than a mere journey to the borders. Throughout the journey, the U team would frequently investigate villages and towns along the way for intelligence, such as whether any unfamiliar faces suspected of being ninjas had recently appeared in town. They also sought signs of slaughter in nearby villages. Following every lead, the U team's accomplishments were indeed plentiful. 7 days later, near the confluence of the Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain, they encountered only trivial lower ninjas and Chunin, as bothersome as flies. Hinata Ai remarked thus, while her hands were busy calculating something. It is evident that Uchiha Rong's avaricious nature has resurfaced. She is undoubtedly calculating the value of her achievements in terms of resources. Throughout their journey, they have eliminated numerous ninja squads from various villages, including the Rain Village, Sand Village, Rock Village, and even the Grass Village. The denizens of these barren lands, witnessing Konoha's severe decline, have emerged like bloodthirsty insects drawn to a scent of blood. Their intentions are twofold: to probe Konoha's disposition and to seize the opportunity for plunder. If Konoha does not respond with decisive force, it risks inviting further incursions from smaller ninja villages, as well as additional ninja from the 4 great villages, eager to exploit the wealth of the Land of Fire. According to the original narrative, even after the demise of the Fourth Hokage, Orochimaru's defection, and Jiraiya's departure, and despite the Uchiha clan's destruction, Konoha has remained firmly seated atop the ninja world. This supremacy has never relied solely on the strength of its shinobi but has been underpinned by its substantial financial resources, abundant supplies, and the swift cultivation of numerous nin, among whom many nin have emerged. The essence of warfare has always hinged on logistics rather than mere valor. Upon returning, she anticipates uncovering items of personal significance. Hinata Ayin seems to have finally grasped the extent of her gains, reveling in her thoughts. Her innate talent may not be exceptional. Many of the jutsu possessed by Uchiha Rong elude her grasp despite her attempts to learn them. Since being bested by Itachi at the tender age of 5, she has relentlessly sought her own path. Unfortunately, Uchiha Rong is not able to offer much assistance in this regard. Fortunately, the resources within the Umbu are comprehensive, covering a vast array of subjects. As long as her achievements are sufficient, attaining the strength of an ordinary nin is undoubtedly within her reach. Consequently, Uchiha Rong prioritized selecting Ayin for her team. as the presence of a Byakugan user is of paramount importance. Throughout their journey, many enemy positions have been uncovered thanks to Hinata Aien's Byakugan. Thus, despite her limited engagement in combat, she has accrued a significant share of spoils and corpses, which can be exchanged for accomplishments upon their return. It is rumored that a certain secret medicine within the Umbu greatly assists in sensing changes in chakra properties. Do you know about this, lazy fish? Uchiha Chien suddenly spoke up. Uchiha Rong shook his head. Previously, he had little understanding of the Umbu. Hinata Ai's eyes brightened. Is there truly such a thing? It must be real. I heard it from the elders of my clan. That night, several of them found an open space in the wilderness to pass the time. Early the next morning, Aya and Chien were brimming with energy. Their experiences were remarkably similar, and they were both dissatisfied with their progress in the arduous training required for nature transformation. They were in urgent need of a performance-based reward to exchange for that secret medicine. It seemed that Jina also had some materials that required exchange. In a desolate Gobi, a group of over 10 Sunagakure ninjas lay in ambush. Not far away was a trade route, and it was evident that their target was the passing merchant convoy. Among them, several puppet masters had already unleashed various puppets. Scorpions and lizards were among the most suitable puppets for such a barren terrain. Others were busy poisoning their ninja tools. Poison was the signature skill of most Sunagakure ninjas, while puppetry was the ancestral secret technique of their clan. It was baffling. Despite their apparent poverty, they still engaged in extravagant expenditures. Concealed on the slope of the Gobi, Uchiha Rong silently observed this group of Sunagakure ninjas preparing to ambush the merchant convoy. The concoction of poisons typically required substantial financial investment. Even though the desert environment of the Land of Wind could yield many venomous creatures, preparing the antidotes still incurred expenses. As for puppets, they were even more costly. The raw materials for the wooden dummies used in training, known as ironwood, constituted the primary material for most puppets. Each ironwood dummy cost around 5,000 ryo. To create a puppet, one would need approximately 3 to 5 of these dummies, meaning the base material cost would start at 15,000 ryo. Typically, a Sunagakure puppet ninja would possess several, even dozens, of puppets. Ironwood was merely for low-tier puppets. More skilled mid-level puppet masters would incorporate even more precious materials into their creations. What does this imply? It implies that a low-ranking puppet master from Sunagakure, if killed, would be worth tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of ryo. A faint, low sound echoed from the shadows. Chien, Aya, and Jina had already taken action. Uchiha Rong silently observed as his 3 comrades stealthily assassinated one sand ninja after another. The distant sand shinobi remained utterly oblivious to this tragic spectacle. How lamentable it is. Uchiha Rong reflected on the nature of his companions. Those treacherous individuals, even when tasked together, often preferred to conceal themselves alone or in small groups, ever wary of their fellow comrades. This tendency inadvertently created conditions conducive to assassination for the fish team, as well as training opportunities for Uchiha Rong. The Umbu, short for the Special Assassination and Tactical Squad, did not keep Uchiha Rong waiting for long. All 17 Sand Village ninjas fell silently. In truth, their demise had been sealed the moment Hinata Ai's Byakugan detected them from 800 meters away. Upon the return of the trio from the battlefield, each was laden with spoils. What should we do with these salted fish? The sealing scrolls can no longer accommodate them. Hinata Ai's words were disheartening. Yet her face radiated joy. Wasn't it said that Sunagakure was impoverished? Why then, are they also affluent? Uchiha Chino wore an expression of utter bewilderment, mirrored by Chien. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rong erupted into laughter. The impoverished belong to the common folk, even in the most destitute regions. The elite and nobility remain untouched by such poverty. The ninja clans epitomize this nobility, and their territories are akin to fiefdoms. As the 4 shifted their focus to another battleground, they were indebted to the assistance of Shiro, who adeptly managed an abundance of ninja tools and puppets as spoils of war, swiftly liquidating them at a bargain from the Nico clan. Otherwise, the sealing scrolls would have been utterly incapable of accommodating the surplus. As twilight descended, they once again relied on the Byakugan, foreseeing an impending assault by a squad of rain ninja. Unbeknownst to them, their earlier annihilation of a contingent of sand ninja had inadvertently attracted a formidable adversary who happened to be executing a mission nearby. These rain ninja truly epitomized poverty. To think they were still wielding mundane iron weapons. The recent obliteration of this 11-member rain squad included the swift demise of 2 Nin at the hands of Uchiha Rong. However, the discontent of Hyuga Aya echoed through the air. It was indeed outrageous. After all, he was a ninja, yet he resorted to using mere iron? Uchiha Chien remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Ordinary iron weapons, subjected to the slightest variation of chakra nature, quickly become obsolete. They are far inferior to kunai, which can endure a dozen instances of chakra infusion. Enough with the complaints, let us finish the cleaning and depart swiftly. Uchiha Rong specializes in guerrilla warfare, striking swiftly before relocating. With only 4 members, should they find themselves cornered by reinforcements, even the multitude of ants could fell an elephant. The Third Hokage serves as a poignant example of this. Ahead, at a distance of 860 meters, a solitary rain ninja, an elite shinobi, was preparing to find a place to rest for the night. Just then, Hinata Aya detected the presence of an enemy once more. Immediately, Team U launched another assault. However, as they approached their target traversing the plain, Hinata Aya sounded an alarm once again. Caution! An unknown sand ninja is rapidly approaching from the right. It's too fast. I can barely discern her speed. Uchiha Rong's reaction was nothing short of swift. He activated his Sharingan at once and gazed in that direction. Goodness! Execute Plan C. Quickly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Aya and her companions changed dramatically. Plan C entailed the 3 of them fleeing at the fastest possible speed, with Uchiha Rong covering their retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, they each chose a direction and vanished using the body flicker technique. However, Uchiha Rong remained rooted to the spot. He cast a glance ahead and discerned the approaching Rain Village Jonin, then looked to his right where the Leaf Village's Yukura was rapidly closing in. Even the hand gripping his blade trembled slightly. Finally, he would have the opportunity to gauge the prowess of a shadow-level adversary. This day had been long awaited. Chapter 58. The Secrets of Konoha's Taijutsu. The mouth technique as Yukura employed her secret technique to pursue relentlessly. She encountered a rain ninja and a member of the Konoha Umbu ahead. Despite her extensive experience in missions, she found herself momentarily bewildered. What on earth was happening? Yet, in that moment, she paid little heed to such concerns. Hey, you 2 brutes, who was it that ambushed our Sunagake team this afternoon? Uchiha Rongshin felt a tightening sensation in her chest. To her surprise, they were searching for her. How careless. Indeed. There exist certain secret techniques for tracking within the ninja world. It seems that next time she must ensure she relocates even farther away. Observing that the 2 individuals across from her remained silent, Yetsong furrowed her brow. At that moment, the rain ninja, seemingly unaware of her identity, charged at her with a large blade in hand. Little girl, in your next life, try not to be so arrogant. As he closed the distance, the rain ninja executed a body flicker technique, appearing behind Yetsong with a fierce expression, raising his massive sword aloft. On the other side, Uchiha Rong was almost facepalming. You are quite bold, my dear brother. Indeed, Yetsong's slender brows knitted together. She turned, raising her hand. A fireball, pale at its core and crimson at its edges, materialized out of thin air. With a resounding boom, flames erupted, engulfing the rain ninja entirely. Scorch release. Overheating destruction. The moisture in his body evaporated instantaneously, leaving behind a desiccated corpse that crumpled to the ground, and even the large sword shattered into countless fragments upon impact. Hiss. Truly ruthless. No wonder she is known as the Scorch Release Yetsong. She dispatched elite ninjas as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Uchiha Rong murmured, young ones. Now that you are aware of my name, you ought to disclose yours as well. Which of you was responsible for the ambush on my Sunagake squad? Yekong slowly turned, fixing his gaze upon Uchiha Rong. If I reveal this to you, will you allow me to retain my complete form? Upon hearing this, Yekong seemed to comprehend his choice, gradually advancing towards her. However, as she moved, floating fireballs surged forth, launching an assault on Uchiha Rong. Uchiha Rong's eyes narrowed slightly. With a swift motion, the stars were drawn forth. A surge of azure and crimson flames ascended along the blade, gradually contracting into a nearly transparent, pale violet hue. With a flourish, the ninja sword was wielded, sending forth a translucent breeze towards the 4 incoming blazing fireballs. This seemingly gentle zephyr, propelled by Uchiha Rong's physical prowess and chakra manipulation, moved with astonishing speed, arriving ahead of the fireballs. A cacophony of sizzling erupted as a wave of heat clashed in midair, emitting sounds akin to frying. Instantly, 3 of the fireballs were extinguished, leaving only 1, which diminished from the size of a basketball to that of a fist. In a flash, Uchiha Rong evaded the attack. The remaining fireball struck the ground where he had stood, sending a spray of mud and sand into the air. It seemed there was much to contend with. The eyes of Uchiha Rong gleamed with anticipation. In the realm of ninjas, victory is never solely determined by the level of combat power. Observing the recent events, It appeared that his Stardust Storm could effectively counteract the blazing techniques. Others found themselves powerless against Yukura, primarily due to their inability to withstand the scorching flames. Yukura, too, was taken aback by the previous display. Who exactly are you? He pondered, gazing at the masked Li Fengbu before him, momentarily hesitating to strike. The formidable power capable of extinguishing the flames instilled a sense of caution within him. He was all too aware of the dire consequences of being struck by such jutsu. Noticing the abrupt cessation of the opponent's assault, Uchiha Rong couldn't help but feel amused. Was he truly intimidated? Despite his earlier nonchalance in countering the scorching flames, the execution of that Stardust Storm had expended a significant portion, 5 chakra cards to be precise. He understood that Yukura possessed the capability to unleash at least 20 more fiery projectiles. With a booming voice, he declared, "Yukura, your situation in Sunagakure can't be all that favorable, can it? What nonsense are you spouting?" Yukura's expression darkened ominously. "The hero of Sunagakure, Pakura. Surely you comprehend my words. Haven't you sensed it? Your reputation has soared too high. You now pose a threat to the position of Raza. The higher-ups in Sunagakure need Raza more than ever. Enough. Cease your absurdities." Suddenly, Yukura struck again, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, it was at Uchiha Rong's right side, summoning 4 fireballs in an instant. At that moment, Uchiha Rong activated his Sharingan. The 8 gates. First gate, open. Second gate, open. Third gate, open. Fourth gate, open. With the opening of the 4 gates, Uchiha Rong's skin flushed crimson, and greenish light flickered around him. His power surged threefold, and his speed doubled. Almost instantaneously upon Yukura's emergence, Uchiha Rong's figure vanished. How swift! Yukura's expression shifted slightly. The boy's sudden burst of speed was nearly imperceptible to her. Flame slash! A crescent of searing fire surged from behind. Yukura hastily attempted to evade but was grazed, resulting in a torn strap and charred shoulder. Interesting, Uchiha Rong mused, slightly surprised by the outcome. This shadow-level opponent seemed somewhat overrated. Little did he know, Yukura's reputation was built solely upon her mastery of the blazing techniques. The typical means of countering such flames were futile. Evasion was the only option. Even some of the older shadow-level ninjas had met their demise at her hands, cementing her formidable reputation. In reality, aside from her mastery of the blazing art, her physical prowess and chakra levels remained at the elite Jounin level, stronger than Uchiha Rong in a normal state, yet not excessively so. Nevertheless, that did not change the fact that she was a sorceress. In a flash, having already opened the 8 gates, Uchiha Rong had no intention of wasting time with idle chatter. He unleashed a flurry of slashes, surpassing Yukura's speed. As for the fireballs, he dodged them whenever possible, using the Stardust Storm to counteract those he could not evade. 5 minutes later, Yukura bore numerous cuts and 3 burns across her body, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her condition deteriorating. Although Uchiha Rong appeared unscathed, in reality, his chakra had been depleted by more than half. The 8 gates technique, under such intense combat, was also on the verge of collapse. Shall we pause and converse? With a surge of thrice his power, he once again sent Yekong flying with a single strike, watching as she spat out a copious amount of blood. Uchiha Rong cautiously inquired. If his opponent refused to relent, he was prepared to flee. "You insolent brat! What deceitful words do you intend to utter this time?" Despite her vehement protests, Yekong surprisingly retracted her scorching technique and ceased her assault. Noticing her withdrawal, Uchiha Rong felt a sense of relief and promptly released the 8 gates technique. Though his Sharingan remained activated, ever vigilant. Whether there is deception or not, you are well aware. Do you wish to leave yourself an escape route? Yekong fell silent. In the next moment, Uchiha Rong tossed a jet-black ring towards her, which rolled to her feet. This was a communication ring, operable by infusing chakra. Yekong remained motionless, clearly apprehensive of potential traps. Uchiha Rong remained unhurried, continuing to wield his verbal prowess. "You are well aware of your circumstances. The common folk of Sunagakure yearn for a hero like Pakura, yet the higher-ups have little need for such a champion. They seek someone akin to Raza, manageable and capable of generating wealth." Uchiha Rong meticulously detailed the usage of the ring before vanishing in an instant. Although Yukura exhibited a persistent resistance and distrust throughout, the moment she ceased her objections, Uchiha Rong sensed that success was within reach. Undoubtedly, all negotiations hinge upon the foundation of strength. Were it not for Uchiha Rong's display of formidable power capable of inflicting severe injury upon the adversary, Yukura would likely not have afforded him the opportunity to speak. Chapter 59. The second member of the Illuminati having successfully extricated himself from the situation. Uchiha Rong swiftly made his way to the nearby town as previously arranged, where he met his three companions. Xianyu, it's splendid to see you unharmed, they exclaimed. Their faces alight with joy upon noticing his apparent lack of injuries. Let us rest in this quaint town for the night. The night passed in silence. On the following day, just as Team U successfully eliminated a squad of rain ninja with the aid of Byakugan, Uchiha Rong, while collecting the spoils from the defeated rain ninja Jounin, noticed the ring on his hand emitting a faint blue glow. Accelerate our movements, retreat swiftly, he commanded. Upon distancing themselves from the battleground, Uchiha Rong examined the ring's face, which displayed, Boat 2. To his astonishment, Uchiha Rong marveled at the intricacies of the emoticon. He promptly channeled his chakra to respond. Tong, how do you find it? Is it to your liking? Boat 2, it is quite a remarkable device. It is no wonder that the renowned leaf ninja, Yakura, produces such standard messages upon her first use. She has even mastered colored fonts, while Yusang can only manage 3 colors thus far. As if summoned by the very mention, the ring's face suddenly split in two, presenting 2 messages simultaneously. Boat 2, it is quite a remarkable device. Boat 1, welcome, newcomer. Evidently, the messages exchanged between the two had also appeared on Yunsang's ring face back in Konoha. Let us switch to private chat mode, Uchiha Rong suggested. Upon sending this message, he focused his non-attribute chakra on Boat 2, causing the words Tong, Boat 2 to materialize at the top of the ring face, indicating the initiation of a private conversation with the second unit. In the next moment, the messages from Yunsang ceased to appear, rendering them imperceptible on her end. After some contemplation, Uchiha Rong refocused on the Tong, Boat 2 designation and switched back to the public channel. He quickly navigated to Boat 1 and sent a message. Boat 2 is Yakura of the Blaze release. Take heed. Instantaneously, Yunsang replied, received. Uchiha Rong then transitioned to Yakura's private chat. What do you mean by the backup plan? He inquired. I shall elaborate when you find yourself in peril, she responded. After relaying this, Uchiha Rong chose to disregard further dialogue. It was still too early to discuss matters. For someone like Yakura, it was implausible that she would betray Sunagakure until she reached the brink of desperation. She was a hero in the eyes of the Sunagakure populace, her reputation surpassing even her own life. Only when her life was genuinely endangered and an escape route presented itself would she come to the stark realization that fame cannot sustain one, nor does it hold any practical value. Days passed, and Team U scoured the area diligently without encountering any further ninja squats. From here on out, we must remain vigilant. They must have sensed our cleanup efforts. Now that the Jinin and Chunin have retreated, stronger foes will likely emerge to test our limits. Understood. Heeding Uchiha Rong's warning, his companions, who had grown somewhat overconfident due to their recent successes, tightened their focus and adjusted their mindset. Soon after, Uchiha Rong's ring face flickered once more. Boat 2, new mission, eliminate the Konoha Ambu. Uchiha Rong's lips curled into a smile. How amusingly self-righteous to inform herself so swiftly. However, Uchiha Rong was mistaken. Yetsong's intention was merely to convey that she believed the mission to be beyond her capabilities. Given the speed of the Uchiha within the Konoha Ambu, escape would be futile, and engaging in combat might pose a lethal threat. Moreover, her counterpart had assured her of an escape route. Thus, she sent this message, curious as to how the recipient would respond. Indeed, Uchiha Rong was partially correct. Yetsong found her position in Sunagakure to be as awkward as the Uchihas in Konoha. As depicted in the original narrative, to rebel was impossible, she could not contend with them. To obey felt unbearable as they continually bullied the honest. It was a wretched predicament. Yet, burdened by her reputation, defection was out of the question. After some contemplation, Uchiha Rong replied, what happens if the mission fails? At that moment, in a secluded cave nursing her wounds, Yetsong stared blankly at the words inscribed on the ring of her right thumb. What indeed would happen? Her face turned pale instantly. A renowned figure in the ninja world, aside from formidable beings like the Third Hokage and the Third Hokage, she feared no elder. Even if she could not win, she could flee. They would think twice before pressing her into a corner with her scorch release techniques. Thus, despite the numerous high-difficulty tasks assigned by the higher-ups of Sunagakure, she had managed to complete them all. However, now, this Uchiha, whose reputation was yet to flourish, stood before her, while she was already well established. The consequences of a failed mission were all too clear. Her fate would surely not be much better than that of Kakashi Itaki. What happens if the mission fails? Those few words made Yetsong suddenly realize that perhaps her status as a hero had reached its zenith, since her reputation was already tarnished, and she risked further harm. Why not simply defect? With her abilities, there were countless places in the ninja world she could escape to. The thought startled her. No, that cannot be. What would happen to Koyan and the others if I were to leave? Though Yetsong hailed from a humble background, she had established a mentor-student relationship in Sunagakure with several disciples of her own. It was these ties that compelled her to compromise time and again. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rong, not receiving a reply, smiled slightly. After all, she was not in a hurry. The moment Yetsong accepted the mutual aid ring, everything had already been predetermined. How contradictory she was, much like the Third Hokage. Although she had long since made her decision internally, she still wavered, hesitated, and wrestled with her thoughts. With her preparations in place, the strategy of Team Yu underwent some modifications. Aya, inform the Fourth Hokage that the mission is nearly complete. Prepare for our extraction. Understood. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Aya bit her finger, allowing blood to flow, and began forming hand seals. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat, summoning jutsu. A moment later, amidst a cloud of smoke, a small white-furred ninja dog resembling a Samiyet appeared. This was a specially bred batch of ninja beasts cultivated for the Umbu, including ninja cats, dogs, and foxes, not belonging to any particular clan. They were designated for the exclusive use of Umbu members for communication. I have formed a free contract with the white dog, while China opted for a paid contract with a black wolf dog. Chien and Uchiha Rong chose not to form contracts. Though theoretically, ninjas could form contracts with various ninja beasts, the reality was that most powerful ninja beasts belonged to clans and were highly proud. Attempting to summon and contract such beasts through the summoning technique was nearly impossible, at least among all the ninjas Uchiha Rong had encountered who possessed ninja beasts. None had successfully contracted two different types simultaneously. Even if there were exceptions, they were usually non-clan individuals cultivated by themselves or their organizations. Little one, return and deliver the message. Hyuga Aya handed a scroll inscribed with information written in chakra. Understood, master. The white dog spoke in a delicate, soft female voice, picked up the scroll, and vanished in another puff of smoke. These ninja beasts cultivated by the Umbu were typically raised in Umbu bases. Summoning them and then sending them back was the most effective method for relaying information. The scroll contained all the records of Team Yu's battles, processes, and accomplishments, along with the request for support that Uchiha Rong had proposed. Upon confirming that the message had returned to the Umbu, Uchiha Rong glanced at her companion's bulging packs, retrieved a scroll, and spread it out on the ground before her. She began forming seals once more. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat, summoning jutsu. In the next moment, amidst another cloud of smoke, a scruffy ninja cat, carrying a fishing rod, appeared with a wary expression. Unlike Aya's blood contract summoning, Uchiha Rong's technique was a seal summoning, a technique unique to the Uchiha clan established after forming a friendship with the cat elder, exclusively passed down within the Uchiha. The distinction from blood contract summoning lay in the absence of the need to draw blood during the technique's execution. Furthermore, the summoned ninja cat bore no contractual relationship with the summoner, imposing virtually no constraints. Meow. This aura, it belongs to the Uchiha brat. What business do you have summoning me? Uchiha Rong furrowed her brow slightly. A feeble cat, whose chakra barely reached the level of a nin, dared to act so presumptuously. She called out, "Impai." Instantly, the large black cat concealed in the shadows appeared. Meow. It exclaimed. Night. Silence. Take these items back and sell them according to the previous price I said, commanded Little Bai. Ensure the silver notes are delivered to the Uchiha clan's territory, marked as payment for Uchiha Rong's merchandise. Yes, my lord, stammered the formerly arrogant mixed-breed ninja cat, now displaying utmost obedience. Then, amidst a swirl of smoke, the mixed-breed ninja cat, burdened with numerous packages and fishing rods, vanished from sight. Such trivial matters ought to be handled this way. Having to run errands every time is exhausting. Little Bai cast an appreciative glance at Uchiha Rong before retreating into the darkness once more. Indeed, Uchiha Rong felt a twinge of guilt for having Little Bai run about so often. Thus, from this moment forth, she decided to summon a ninja cat through a summoning technique to assist her in handling the spoils. As it was a random summoning, the target would first be determined based on the seals provided by the caster, whether it be an item or a ninja beast, and so forth. The summoning technique scroll provided by Uchiha Rong is a unique ninjutsu scroll gifted to the Uchiha clan by the old cat lady. Depending on the amount of chakra infused by the user, it randomly summons one of the numerous ninjas from the cat clan. The cat that is available and responds will be summoned. The stronger the target being summoned, the greater the chakra consumed during the space-time transfer. Thus, the more chakra injected, The stronger the summoned creature may be, though this is not guaranteed. For instance, if the powerful ones are all occupied, lesser ninjas may respond instead, resulting in a scenario where a significant amount of chakra is expended, yet a feeble creature is summoned. Consequently, this summoning technique is often best suited for conveying information, errands, and other trivial matters. A true companion must be a reliable blood contract. Moreover, blood contract summoning is further divided into equal contracts, master-servant contracts, bloodline contracts, clan contracts, and so forth. The technique scroll summoning is merely one among numerous non-blood contract summoning techniques. Now, do take care and rest early. As for the spoils, you may collect them from my shop once we return. Chapter 60. Red Sand Scorpion. 2 days have passed. The fish squad has patrolled from the borders of the land of rivers to the borders of the land of grass, encountering no foreign ninjas. It was not until today that they resupplied with provisions and water from a nearby town. Shortly after departing the town, approximately 800 meters to the southwest, 2 suspicious individuals appeared, likely rogue ninjas. Upon hearing the term rogue ninjas, Uchiha Rong immediately felt a surge of vigilance. Could they be wearing the black cloaks adorned with red clouds? This is not good. It's Kakuzu. Hinata Aya seemed to finally recognize one of them, her expression shifting slightly. What about the other? The other individual is quite peculiar. It appears to be a hunchbacked old man. Hinata Aya spoke rapidly. Uchiha Rong exhaled deeply. Sensing the trouble that lay ahead, he had not anticipated that Nagato would deploy these 2 individuals. It was time to prepare for battle. Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Chien, Uchiha Zeno, and Hinata Aya swiftly began to set traps. The advantage of possessing the Byakugan was their ability to detect enemies in advance. Had they faced a sudden encounter, Uchiha Rong would likely have to resort to Plan C. Our reinforcements should arrive soon. You 3 just need to assist me when the time comes. Exercise caution. If my assumptions are correct, that hunchbacked elder is merely a puppet named Hilyahu, a creation of the traitorous sand ninja, Sasori of the Red Sand. The true body is likely concealed within the hunchback, proficient in attacks with poison needles. Uchiha Rong swiftly recounted the abilities of both Sasori of the Red Sand and Kakuzu, emphasizing the utmost caution required against Haiden's cursed needle. Furthermore, should one fall victim to the poison needle, they may be momentarily controlled by a technique known as subconscious sand manipulation. Additionally, Ling, it is imperative that you refrain from engaging in combat. Instead, remain vigilant with your Byakugan activated to detect any approaching foes, particularly Yakura. Understood. They currently find themselves in a desolate terrain, characterized by undulating barren slopes. The group has strategically buried explosive tags beneath several patches of earth, preparing for any eventuality that may necessitate a swift retreat, employing these measures to hinder their adversaries. Uchiha Rong, seasoned in his missions, always prefers to contemplate strategies for retreat before engaging in battle. They did not have to wait long. As 2 figures clad in black robes adorned with red clouds gradually emerged upon the earthen slope to the southwest. Indeed, it was them. Uchiha Rong's heart sank. Had he encountered these 2 individuals prior to his battle with Yitsong, he might have fled at the first sight. However, after affirming his approximate strength post the 8 gates opening during the confrontation with Yitsong, and with the subsequent support troops likely approaching, he was resolute and would not retreat. On the other side, Kakuzu urged, do not dawdle. I detest waiting for others, as much as I abhor being kept waiting. His voice was hoarse and burdened with age. Kakuzu's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, revealing a sinister smile. The last person who spoke to me in such a manner met their demise by my fire release. Sasori, I am quite curious. Where is your heart? With a swift motion, the long tail of Karua lashed out, moving at an imperceptible speed towards Kakuzu. Instantly, Kakuzu fell silent, extending numerous tendrils from his body to easily counter the formidable tail. The tip of the tail, adorned with a needle, glimmered with a ghostly green hue in the sunlight. At that moment, a barrage of shuriken and kunai suddenly shot forth from the hillsides. An ambush. Both reacted swiftly. Karua dove to the ground, raising a colossal shield from his back, while his tail swung to deflect most of the incoming projectiles. Those that managed to hit merely produced a series of metallic clanks. Kakuzu, meanwhile, unleashed a multitude of tendrils from his arms, batting away the shuriken and kunai with ease. Amidst their defensive maneuvers, a shadowy figure materialized behind Karua. Blazing fire slash. A thunderous roar echoed, akin to the beating of drums. The fierce flames tore through the black cloak adorned with red clouds, revealing a gleaming metallic underlayer. Such resilience? Uchiha Rong was somewhat taken aback. In the next moment, the lengthy tail of Hilyahu surged forth. Having already activated a Sharingan, Uchiha Rong deftly evaded, positioning himself beside Kakuzu. Stardust Tempest. The blade was enveloped in crimson and azure flames, which swiftly transformed into a delicate lavender mist, completely shrouding Kakuzu and Hilyahu. A pair of muffled sounds echoed from Kakuzu's location. Hilyahu then dissipated into a pile of gravel amidst the faint mist. A substitution. Exquisite. With the successful strike, Uchiha Rong felt a surge of elation. He observed as two masks on Kakuzu shattered, their fragments scattering across the ground. This was indicative of two hearts being destroyed. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Rong pressed the attack, utilizing the body flicker technique to pursue the rapidly retreating Kakuzu. Fire release. Head hardening. However, this time, Kakuzu immediately unleashed a torrent of flames to counter the assault. Uchiha Rong had no choice but to evade swiftly. Lightning release. Earth walk. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. Just as Scorpion and Kakuzu realized the impending assault on Uchiha Rong, a barrage of long-range attacks from the U-team descended upon them from the hillside. Scorpion was compelled to once again raise the Scarlet Flow shield for defense. Kakuzu also halted his advance, utilizing a multitude of tentacles to isolate the incoming attacks. Uchiha Rong once again appeared to the left of Kakuzu, preparing to unleash the Stardust Storm anew. Suddenly, he paused, opting instead for a thrust of his ninja blade. With a thud, Kakuzu's figure transformed into a puddle of water. How cunning! Had it not been for the timely perception of the Sharingan, the grand technique would have been evaded. Indeed, Uchiha Rong attempted repeatedly to target Kakuzu with the Stardust Storm, yet each time, his opponent deftly eluded the attack. Such a level of ninja was initially unaware of Uchiha Rong's methods, which led to his earlier misstep. However, once caution was adopted, striking a decisive blow became increasingly challenging. Meanwhile, Scorpion, controlling the crimson flow of the Aitsuki clan, made multiple attempts to charge up the slope to eliminate the three members of Team Fish, only to be thwarted by Uchiha Rong each time. The battlefield had fallen into a tense stalemate. Whenever the two sought to besiege Uchiha Rong, an array of ranged ninja techniques would promptly emerge from the slope to provide support. Who on earth are you? Kakuzu's expression darkened, finally breaking the silence. In his moment of complacency, he had suffered a severe blow, and reluctantly, he had to recuperate at the cost of two damaged hearts. Can you guess? At this moment, donning the mask of the Umbu, he remained unrecognizable. As for the sword technique he had just executed, the fiery slash bore no distinct characteristics, making it unidentifiable. When did such a formidable newcomer emerge from the Uchiha clan? Scorpion's hoarse voice resonated deeply. Uchiha Rong relentlessly advanced, delivering strikes while sneering. Stop pretending. The two of you came here precisely to seek us out, didn't you? Yuru Scorpion and Beidou Jiao. You actually believe that the likes of Uchiha Madara is still alive? How laughable. Upon hearing these words, both individuals were taken aback, their spirits shaken. They exchanged glances, and their fighting spirit dissipated. Observing this, Uchiha Rong felt a surge of joy. He had merely hoped to provoke them, and to his surprise, he had indeed instilled doubt within their minds. Upon their return, they would likely initiate a thorough purge within the Akatsuki to unearth any traitors. Who could have imagined there existed a prophet in this world? Subsequently, although Uchiha Rong's offensive appeared formidable, he refrained from employing any abilities that would deplete his resources. He was acutely aware that his current prowess did not stem from superiority over the two opponents, but rather from the fact that they had been momentarily intimidated and had not fought to their full potential. Scorpion had yet to unleash his third Kazekage puppet, and due to having two hearts destroyed at the onset, Jiao Du had lost half of his power, leaving him unable to contend against two foes even if he had opened the 8 gates. With a resounding crash, the starry ninja blade struck once more against the shield of Hilyahu, yet it inflicted no damage whatsoever. Remarkably resilient. It's no wonder this is hailed as Scorpion's strongest defense, Hilyahu. Uchiha Rong furrowed his brow slightly. In comparison to Yakura, he felt that Scorpion posed a certain disadvantage to him. His turtle shell armor was utterly ineffective, while the opponent's mechanisms and hidden weapons were all laced with poison, boasting a formidable range and intensity of attack. A momentary lapse in vigilance could easily lead to his downfall. To truly defeat Scorpion, it would require a direct hit on the Crimson Flow Jade by the Stardust Storm. However, it was evident that precautions had already been taken, rendering this task exceedingly difficult. Repeated encounters with adversaries of such caliber made Uchiha Rong gradually aware of both his strengths and weaknesses in relation to foes of this level. His defensive measures were woefully inadequate, relying solely on speed to evade. Moreover, his repertoire of effective conventional attacks was alarmingly sparse. He had an inkling that if he could address these two shortcomings in his subsequent development of original ninjutsu, and once his chakra reserves increased, he would ascend to the ranks of true shadow-level power. Chapter 61. Repulsion and Retreat. Boy, it's time to know your limits. The disheartened Kakazu had attempted to withdraw several times, only to be thwarted by Uchiha Rong's wind instantaneous technique. His fury reached a boiling point. Fire release, head hardening. Wind release, bombardment. The two masked creatures unleashed fire and wind techniques, and the combined might of their ninjutsu far exceeded the fire technique that had previously consumed Gongsha. The flames surged forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam, enveloping the entire area in an instant. Though the range remained approximately 70 to 80 meters, the temperature seemed capable of melting flesh. Madman, Kakazu, what are you doing? Such a wide-ranging attack even affected Scorpion. In response, he summoned the third Hokage puppet, unleashing a sand and iron storm that extinguished the flames surrounding him. At this moment, Uchiha Rong found the blade of his weapon shimmering with ripples as he finally extinguished the flames surrounding him. However, aside from a few meters of safety around him, he remained ensnared within the inferno. As waves of scorching heat enveloped him, Uchiha Rong felt as though he had stepped into a steaming pot, with his bodily moisture rapidly evaporating. Just then, 3 torrents of water surged from the periphery, carving a path for Uchiha Rong through the flames. Seizing the opportunity, he activated Wind Instant Step and propelled himself forward. Phew. Excellent, your assistance arrived just in time. Emerging from the fiery abyss, Uchiha Rong silently exhaled in relief. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. While trapped in the inferno, he had to remain vigilant against potential follow-up assaults, leaving him with no time to utilize water release to forge an escape route. They must flee, Hinata Aya cautioned. At that moment, several figures rushed in from the east. It was the Konoha Ambu. Pursue them, but do not close in too tightly. Our aim is merely to drive them out of the land of fire. Uchiha Rong decisively adjusted the plan. At that moment, the supporting Ambu squad had also arrived. Upon seeing the leader with his striking white hair, Uchiha Rong instantly recognized him. The two exchanged glances, and the 2 squads maneuvered around the raging flames, pursuing the 2 members of the Akatsuki organization from either side. Fortuitously, I am a seer. Had it not been for the intelligence leading to these 2, the situation could have been perilous. As they advanced, Uchiha Rong silently rejoiced. In the world of ninjas, intelligence is paramount. At first, Kakuzu was unaware of the devastating power of his Stardust Storm, particularly since it appeared merely as a translucent, pale violet breeze. It seemed soft and insubstantial, yet its destructive capability was nothing short of apocalyptic, characterized by tremendous speed and extensive range. By the time it inflicted harm, evasion would be futile. If not for Kakuzu's monstrous nature, had anyone else been caught off guard in such a manner, even shadow-level warriors would falter. However, once Kakuzu realized the potency of the technique, he would not grant Uchiha Rong an opportunity to engage in close combat, making it exceedingly difficult for him to employ the same tactic again. Only through inciting a slip-up during intense battle could he hope to approach and unleash his lethal move. Similarly, the most troublesome aspect of Scorpion was his poison. Had it not been for prior knowledge of his abilities, which allowed his team to take cover behind a dirt embankment for distant support, and his own heightened focus that prevented Scorpion from landing any hits, the outcome could have been very different. The most intriguing aspect was the dynamic between Yakura, Scorpion, and Kakuzu in their confrontations. Scorpion proved to be the most formidable, while Kakuzu was a close second, with Yakura being the most likely to be defeated. Although being struck by his scorching technique would undoubtedly spell doom for him, he genuinely sensed the possibility of eliminating Yakura. Thus, if ranked, it should be Scorpion above Kakuzu, and Kakuzu above Yakura. Yet, the true strength and weaknesses of these 3 could only be discerned through combat. Would they continue the pursuit? The Umbu's pace was swift, and it wasn't long before they reached the border of the Land of Rain. Kakashi inquired. Uchiha Rong rolled his eyes in exasperation. He dared not step into the Land of Rain, for the entire region lay under the dominion of Nagato's Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. Even Jiraiya, in Sage Mode, would find himself humbled there. What chance did they, mere novices, stand? No, the invading ninjas within the territory had been mostly dealt with. It was time to return and report their mission. Uchiha Rong spoke. As far as he knew, the Land of Rain, despite its frequent downpours, would still experience a few sunny days each week. It was not a continuous deluge. It was after Nagato eliminated Hanzo the Salamander that he employed the extensive sensory ninjutsu, Rain Tiger Free technique, causing the incessant rain to commence. On October 25th, Team Yu and Team Kakashi finally returned to Konoha. In fact, Kakashi had previously held the codename Black Snow while at the Foundation. After being transferred to the Umbu, he no longer used a codename due to the high recognition of his abilities, even discarding his wig. Being a solitary figure, he was unperturbed by the potential exposure of his Umbu identity. In the Hokage building, the recent mission was executed commendably. Observing the 2 rows of Umbu teams neatly lined up in the office, Minato Namikaze expressed his approval. Based on the performance in this mission, he was increasingly impressed with Uchiha Rong. The completion rate of the assignment, along with the timely request for reinforcements in anticipation of crises, underscored Rong's capability as a leader. A captain need not be the strongest, but they must certainly be the most clear-headed. Cultivating an exceptional Umbu member is an arduous endeavor. A leader who is prone to rashness and relies solely on brute force is the bane of the Hokage. Teams that frequently suffer casualties and require replenishment of new members are the least desirable for anyone to join. Go ahead and rest, Minato said after Uchiha Rong detailed the intricacies of the mission. Immediately, all members of Team Yu departed from the Hokage's office. What shall we do now? Hinata Aya inquired. You may visit the military supply depot at the Umbu base to see if there is anything you wish to exchange. After you have completed your exchanges, let us gather in the training room on the basement level. Uchiha Rong pondered for a moment before smiling and speaking. He was well aware of what his team members were eager for. Very well, Captain. In the next instant, the figures of the 3 vanished. Uchiha Rong had since relinquished his position as the squad leader of the security division and had recommended Yunshang as his successor before departing. As the 4th Hokage's personal guard, the fish squad typically did not engage in missions. More often than not, they were stationed in the training room on the basement level of the Hokage building, ever ready to respond. Should the Hokage require assistance outside, they would be summoned. In the event of an urgent task or a particularly tricky matter, they would be called upon to handle it. As the saying goes, a minister's presence dignifies the presence of even the lowest-ranking official. The personal guard served as the Hokage's hands, eyes, and instruments of power. While they were obliged to fulfill their duties, they were also endowed with a certain degree of authority. It is said that the Umbu only recruits elites. More accurately, it could be said that anyone who enters the Umbu, even a mere pig, would become an elite. In that moment, Hinata Aya believed this statement wholeheartedly. Standing in the Umbu supply depot office, she gazed at the densely packed list of supplies in her hands, her eyes growing brighter with each passing moment. Thunderclap pill. After consumption, the mind is filled with the sound of thunder for an hour, beneficial for training in the nature transformation of lightning attributes. Side effects included day-long headache afterwards. Caution. Only one may be consumed within a month. Price. 10 merits. Riptide powder. When sprinkled into a basin or bucket of water, it creates a wave effect on the surface. Listening nearby with closed eyes aids in the training of water attribute nature transformation. No significant side effects noted. Repeated use within a short period will drastically reduce its effectiveness until it becomes futile. Price. 50 merits. Body strengthening pill. A secret concoction made from various herbs, including blood ginseng, designed to rapidly enhance physical strength when taken daily. No side effects. Caution. 1 pill per day, do not exceed. Price. 2 merits. Wind Thunder Kunai. A specially crafted kunai capable of withstanding prolonged exposure to wind and thunder nature transformations without damage. Its material is significantly more resilient than that of ordinary kunai. Price. 500 merits. 1 hour of instruction in the essence of Gentle Fist by a Jonin of the Hyuga clan. This service is available only to members of the Hyuga clan. Price. 2,000 merits. Chapter 62. Supplementary Ninjutsu. Indeed, the inventory was quite comprehensive. As the team members proceeded to the Umbu base's supply depot, Uchiha Rong leisurely made his way there as well, although their current mission was classified as an A rank. Due to the nature of the task, the merits were calculated based on the number of invading ninjas eliminated, their ranks, and the level of threat posed. As a result, each individual reaped substantial rewards. The total merits for a standard A-rank mission typically range from 1,500 to 10,000 to be shared among the team. However, they had dispatched over 100 ninjas in this instance. The mission intelligence indicated encounters with the scorching release of Yakura and 2 S-rank rogue ninjas. Ultimately, based on contributions and accolades, Uchiha Rong earned 12,500 merits, while Hinata Aya garnered 5, 500 merits. Uchiha Chino has acquired 5, 300 merits. Uchiha Chien amassed no less than 3, 800 merit points, with Hinata Aya employing her Byakugan throughout to great effect. Ji, with his exceptional swordsmanship, claimed the most enemies along the way. Even so, Uchiha Chien's merit exceeded the standard upper limit for an A-rank mission by an impressive 50%. Not to mention the contributions of the other 3 individuals. Uchiha Roan cast a cursory glance, exchanging 10 units of each of the 5 items that facilitate the transformation of chakra properties, deducting a total of 1,500 merit points, leaving him with 11,000. He then directly turned to the list of ninjutsu. B-rank ninjutsu generally fluctuates around 3,000 merit points. Interestingly, C-rank techniques are quite affordable, averaging less than 100 merit points. He noted, Doton, Dori S, priced at 60 merit points. He decided to acquire one. Next, Doton, Tsuchihiki no Jutsu, costing 98 merit points. He purchased one as well. Right-on, Kaminari Hinge, at 120 merit points, was also added to his collection. The description of F-Ton, SH Heki no Jutsu piqued his interest, reminiscent of Yasuo's Windwall. Priced at 50 merit points, he opted to acquire one for further study. Thus, Uchiha Roan expended an additional 1,200 merit points to obtain several C-rank ninjutsu scrolls and invested 3,800 merit points to acquire the B-rank Suzenshi no Jutsu scroll. The remaining 6,000 merit points were used to procure 6th-century-old blood ginseng, intending to return and concoct a more potent strength-enhancing pill. He had recently discovered that the strength pills made from herbs aged 20 to 30 years circulating in the market were no longer effective for him. Although century-old herbs could be acquired for a substantial price, their availability was scarce, rendering them exceedingly rare and somewhat valuable, yet difficult to find. Having depleted his merit points, he felt a sense of lightness. Uchiha Roan, burdened with an ample array of items, departed from the Umbu base and returned to the subterranean level of the Hokage building. The A-class underground training facility here was spacious and well-equipped, already allocated to their team. Within the training ground, he unfurled the ninjutsu scrolls one by one, initially placing his right hand upon the scroll inscribed with the Earth Release, Underground Submarine Technique. As he channeled his chakra, a segment of ninjutsu information sealed within the scroll was successfully accessed. Gradually, the sealing technique inscribed upon the scroll began to fade, until it vanished entirely, leaving behind a blank scroll. Indeed, these ninjutsu scrolls exchanged by the Umbu were one-time use. The principle was akin to that of scrolls used for recording mission information. However, due to the inferior material, once the ninjutsu information was successfully extracted, the scroll would be rendered useless. Nevertheless, this posed little concern. Once one truly mastered and became proficient in the technique, they could naturally record a similar ninjutsu scroll anew. Currently, Uchiha Roan was studying this C-rank ninjutsu, which involved merely the basic and intermediate nature transformations. It was akin to a university student tackling elementary school problems, while not devoid of difficulty. With a bit of contemplation and practice, mastery was swiftly attained. Thus, as he completed the hand seals, the earth beneath him began to soften rapidly, and his form gradually sank underground. This is indeed a type of ninjutsu I have yet to encounter. Quite impressive, with a bit of development. This technique would prove invaluable in environments where one can access the ground, whether for evasion or surprise attacks. Uchiha Ronshin was filled with delight. Indeed, he had just exchanged for a multitude of ninjutsu techniques. Rather than merely assessing their power, he focused on their application forms. With his current prowess and perspective, many lower-tier ninjutsu could potentially be developed into more advanced utilizations. Subsequently, he learned the Earth Barrier technique. This is merely a simplified version of the B-rank Earth Wall. So this is what the Earth Barrier entails. It seems the release form of the Earth Wall could indeed be modified, much like how the Great Fireball technique is a less potent version of the Great Dragon Fire. With this revelation, Uchiha Ronshin surprisingly identified several shortcomings in his previous execution of the Earth Wall, thus his efforts were not in vain. Next came the Lightning Clone technique. This is not the physical manifestation of the Shadow Clone, but rather a spectral duplication akin to the phantasmal clones in the three-body technique. The principle involves utilizing lightning release to execute high-speed movements, allowing the lightning release chakra to create lingering illusions that confound adversaries for a few moments. Why does this technique seem somewhat counterproductive? After all, the lightning instantaneous body is quite impressive in its own right. Uchiha Roan furrowed his brow in contemplation. The C-rank ninjutsu, Lightning release. Lightning body flicker is accompanied by an advanced version known as lightning instantaneous technique, in comparison to the conventional D-rank body flicker technique. The lightning instantaneous technique evidently qualifies as a C-rank ninjutsu in its own right, and it is one of the exceedingly rare and precious body flicker techniques within that rank. Curiously, the developer of this technique seems to have had a peculiar inclination towards creating phantasmal illusions to confound adversaries. Oh, it appears to complement my wind instant step quite well. Perhaps I shall delve into it when time permits. It might lead to the development of a high-tier B-rank lightning-based body flicker technique. His wind instant step, classified by rank, belongs to the upper ninja tier as a B-rank technique. Thus, Uchiha Rong speculates that Shisui, who possesses a body flicker technique that surpasses his wind instant step in speed, is likely to have mastered an A-rank technique. Do not underestimate the A-rank. Though it may seem modest, body flicker techniques are quite obscure, with few individuals contemplating their development and even fewer possessing the capability to innovate high-tier techniques. The primary reason for this is that the faster the technique, the greater the demands on physical endurance. Ninjas with sufficient physical strength typically find their instantaneous speed adequate. This has resulted in a scarcity of research in this area. Historically, it seems that only Minato Namikaze and Shisui have ventured into this realm. This is also related to the traditional mindset within the ninja system. No matter how swift you are, can you outpace ninjutsu of the same rank? Clearly, you cannot. Yet, Uchiha Rong is an anomaly. His swordsmanship emphasizes speed, hence his keen focus on body flicker techniques. Following this is the wind release, barrier technique, which condenses a wall of wind to form a barrier against projectiles such as shuriken and kunai. Even slightly stronger C-rank offensive ninjutsu cannot breach it. Should this ninjutsu be developed to a higher tier, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Uchiha Long was remarkably confident. Although the wind wall technique exhibited rather weak defensive capabilities, it was not without its merits. Its formation was exceedingly swift, and its chakra consumption was minimal. With the swiftness afforded by my body flicker technique, augmented by the 8 gates, my speed could reach an unprecedented zenith. When confronted with unavoidable attacks, I could effectively utilize a more robust wind wall to momentarily obstruct the assault, thereby evading it entirely. In an instant, Uchiha Long had already conceived the method of executing this wind release ninjutsu. If it could be integrated into my swordsmanship, akin to Yasuo's slicing, it would manifest as a veritable barrier of wind. How exhilarating! Just the thought of it filled Uchiha Long with elation. It was evident that he had selected primarily C-rank ninjutsu related to speed, defense, and evasion. Indeed, he was poised to embark on the journey of creating his own ninjutsu. This was a lengthy endeavor, and his first step involved attempting to develop these C-rank techniques, elevating them to B-rank or even A-rank. Upon reaching A-rank, they would resemble the embryonic form of an S-rank ninjutsu, much like Kakashi's Chidori. By accumulating ample experience in developing new ninjutsu and broadening his horizons regarding their application, he could ultimately achieve the remarkable feat of crafting his own S-rank ninjutsu. Chapter 63, Wind, Thunder Flash, and Dawn Moon on December 29th. In the year 48 of the Leaf Village, the U-Team had not been dispatched on any missions for the past 2 months. Following the Nine Tails incident and the subsequent cleansing by the Konoha Anbu, various factions refrained from provocative actions. The 5 great ninja villages had entered a period of recuperation after the Third Great Ninja War. It seemed that an era of peace had finally dawned upon the ninja world. Notably, during these 2 months, Uchiha Long's obsessive tendencies had finally subsided. They were not cured, per se, but rather the left eye, with its 2 tomo, gradually synchronized with the right eye over time. Astonishingly, at the beginning of December, Uchiha Long awoke one morning to find that his eye had naturally evolved into a 3-tomo state. Simultaneously, through 2 months of relentless study of various low-tier ninjutsu, Uchiha Long had also achieved some progress. His chakra, now residing within a pair of 3-tomo eyes, along with daily ninjutsu training, had quietly reached 2 chakra points, only a short distance from the threshold of 10 chakra points, which signified the minimum required to attain the rank of a shadow. The rapid growth of his chakra could be attributed to his physical development. In a mere 2 months, his height surged from 162 centimeters to an impressive 169 centimeters. This transformation was indeed remarkable. His appearance had undergone a profound change, akin to a young boy morphing into a young man within just 2 months. Aside from a still youthful visage, his physique rivaled that of many adult natives. It is worth noting that in the world of ninjas, the average height for adult males hovers around 170 centimeters, with those reaching 180 centimeters considered rare, while 190 centimeters is a true anomaly. In the first-class training grounds beneath the Hokage building, extending over 100 meters in length, a girl with Byakugan infused several shuriken with wind release. The 8 blades emanating a pale blue energy edge. Wind release, shuriken. With a swift motion of her arms, a multitude of shuriken was launched at an astonishing speed. 8 shuriken, infused with wind release, hurtled towards a young man from various angles. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed around the youth, who vanished from sight, reappearing 10 meters away. At that moment, the shuriken, as if guided by an unseen force, altered their trajectory and surged back toward him. In the next instant, the young man drew his sword. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp sounds marked the collision as all 8 shuriken were deftly deflected, their wind blades dissipating upon impact. However, unbeknownst to him, the girl had distanced herself, positioning herself against a wall over 80 meters away. Wind release, sniper. A kunai, accompanied by a piercing shriek, hurtled towards him in an instant. The young man widened his crimson 3-tomo eyes and drew his sword once more. Bang! A resounding impact reverberated as he staggered back 3 steps to absorb the force. In the next moment, his figure blurred. Not good. The girl's expression turned grave as her right hand swiftly retrieved another kunai from her ninja tool pouch. Wind release, sniper. The kunai, emitting a sharp sound, raced towards an unoccupied spot 50 meters away. Bang! Another thunderous sound erupted as the previously vacant area suddenly revealed the young man's figure once more. Indeed, its power was formidable. Uchiha Ling offered a compliment before her figure faded once more. Hinata Aya, while in motion, unleashed a flurry of shuriken. In a rapid succession of 3 throws, she missed one, yet successfully struck Uchiha Ling with 2, even as she darted through the air. However, at that moment, Uchiha Ling had closed the distance, entering within 10 meters of Hinata Aya. I concede, Hinata Aya declared decisively, raising both hands in surrender. Uchiha Rong laughed heartily. You have become quite formidable, even managing to land a hit on my lightning instant flash. Iane, your progress during this period has genuinely astonished me. However, we must also address your close combat abilities. Do not allow them to lag behind and become a vulnerability. Understood. Hinata Iane nodded earnestly. Uchiha Rong was genuinely astonished. He had not anticipated that Hinata Aya would actually develop such an ultra-long-range sniping technique based on his suggestion. Her wind-release kunai throw could reach a terrifying distance of 500 meters. However, the effective killing range was limited to within 300 meters. Beyond this distance, the power diminished sharply. To elaborate, the sharp and piercing sound produced by Aya's wind-release kunai throw was not a flaw, but rather a sonic boom. Within 100 meters, the speed approached the speed of sound, resulting in the sonic boom. Beyond that distance, the sound dissipated as the speed decreased. This phenomenon was a primary reason she was able to strike Uchiha Rong. Uchiha Rong's newly developed Thunder Instant Flash was on par with the Wind Instant Step, categorized as a B-rank body technique, capable of achieving its utmost speed without the necessity of a windy environment. It had supplanted the Wind Instant Step to become Uchiha Rong's principal body technique. Moreover, when disregarding consumption, the Wind Instant Step and Thunder Instant Flash could be briefly combined, achieving the speed of sure sway, a technique he dubbed Wind Thunder Flash. Undoubtedly, Wind Thunder Flash had already reached the echelon of A-rank body techniques. However, its drawbacks were equally evident. The chakra consumption was 3 times that of Thunder Instant Flash, making it unsustainable for prolonged use. It could only serve as a means of explosive power, even when employing Wind Thunder Flash under the 4th gate of the 8 gates. Uchiha Rong refrained from exerting his full strength, fearing that his body could not withstand it and might disintegrate. Nevertheless, in this state of extremity, his speed could even surpass that of sure sway, positioning him as the true master of body techniques in the ninja world. When would he consider elevating his title? Uchiha Rong inquired with a smile. There's no rush. Hinata Aya appeared to be unfazed. Uchiha Rong's laughter grew more exuberant. It appears that another formidable lower ninja from Konoha is about to emerge. The ability to develop an A-rank wind release technique that requires no hand seals is a clear indication that Hinata Aya has reached the upper ninja level in her mastery of wind nature transformation. Such a degree of offensive capability is, in some respects, comparable to Yakumo's Scorch Release. Although its destructive power may not be as insurmountable when combined with the Byakugan, it becomes quite formidable. Any ordinary upper ninja who enters the range of Hinata Aya's Byakugan would find it impossible to approach her, unless one possesses an exceptional defense akin to that of the Scorpion or the extraordinary vitality of Kaku. Even Yakumo, if caught in an open field against the current Hinata Aya, would face the grave risk of death should he be targeted by her long-range assault. Uchiha Ron can only withstand such an attack by activating the Sharingan to discern its trajectory and counteract. Chien, would you care to test your skills? Uchiha Chien, who had been watching eagerly, could no longer contain her excitement. All right, teacher. She immediately began to form the hand seals. Upon observing her sequence of seals, Uchiha Ron quickly shouted for her to stop. What are you doing? You cannot perform a jutsu of this caliber here. Uchiha Chien halted her hand seals, playfully sticking out her tongue. I won't try that, she declared, for she had no desire to seek out suffering. Every time she sparred with her teacher, she ended up thoroughly beaten, and it hurt. Uchiha Ron covered her face, suddenly feeling a twinge of regret for having taught her the Great Fire Annihilation and Great Fire Extinction techniques. This A-rank fire style is known by no more than a handful within the Uchiha clan, and it is not easily imparted. What about you, Jina? Uchiha Chino was summoned and unsheathed her sword. A surge of intense heat enveloped the blade. Her ninja sword, named Siya, was procured by Uchiha Ryo at the exorbitant cost of nearly 40 million for chakra metal just a week prior. Half of this metal was extracted to forge 2 ninja swords, one of which was entrusted to master artisans. This acquisition was made possible thanks to the intervention of Minato Namikaze, who made a request to the feudal lord's estate. Otherwise, Uchiha Ryo would have been unable to procure such an amount of chakra metal on her own. In terms of appearance, Siya was nearly identical to the sword Shinshin, with the same quantity of chakra metal, weighing in at 2.5 Jin. The primary material was also star steel, with the secondary material being the same. The sole distinction was that this chakra metal was not starfall iron, but rather a different type known as Chinue iron. This resulted in Siya achieving only a toughness level equivalent to a 4-attribute ninja sword, far inferior to the renowned 5-attribute blades. However, with every loss comes a gain. Chinue iron offered a more potent chakra amplification and possessed an astonishingly unique ability, self-repairing under moonlight. Though the speed of this self-repair was rather modest and could not compare to that of decapitation swords, it at least ensured that the blade was not easily rendered useless. Chapter 64. New Year's Eve. Uchiha Chino has nearly mastered the true essence of swordsmanship from Uchiha Ron. She has now acquired both the fire slash and flame slash techniques. Additionally, she has developed a simplified version of the Thunder Instant Flash, known as Thunder Flash. In the training ground, the two figures weave through a fierce dance of pursuit, their blades shimmering with fiery brilliance. Engaging in sparring with Chino, Uchiha Ron experiences a sensation akin to battling her former self, perhaps even stronger than when she first obtained the star. With the same single tomo and a speed comparable to the wind instant step in a still environment, the Thunder Flash showcases its prowess. The chakra-infused metal ninja blades amplify their capabilities. Chino's fire slash and flame slash, enhanced by the boost from Siya, closely resemble Ron's current techniques. After sparring for a full half hour, neither of them appears fatigued. They maintain a semblance of energy, thanks to the low consumption of their ninja blades, which allows for remarkable endurance in combat. Of course, this is also due to Uchiha Ron not activating the 8 gates, nor employing the Sharingan, Wind Thunder Flash, or the Stardust Storm. Were she to activate the Sharingan, the disparity between the 3 tomo and the single tomo would be considerable. The enhancement in swordsmanship from merely capturing dynamic visuals is immense. If the illusionary eye were to cast its gaze upon Chino, she would be swiftly incapacitated, rendering the guidance moot. Outside the arena, Aya, have you noticed how much of a monster Chino has become? Indeed. Hyuga Aya nods in agreement. Such an intense battle for half an hour without breaking a sweat. She's practically as abnormal as Ron. The two young prodigies, oblivious to their own prowess, begin to critique others. Aya, your wind release sniping is quite extraordinary as well. Huh. If you glare at me, I find myself trapped in an illusion. Who are you calling abnormal? And your fire techniques are like a natural disaster. All right, let us refrain from such talk on New Year's Eve. Here, this is your New Year's gift. Uchiha Chien flashed a playful smile and handed over a red envelope. Hinata Aya's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Thank you for the New Year's gift, Chien. I shall gladly accept it. I have prepared a gift for you as well. With that, Hinata Aya retrieved a box of bento from the package behind her. Tada! I personally made these tricolored dumplings. Uchiha Chien pressed her forehead in exasperation. You stingy fool, just perish, she muttered, though inwardly she cherished the gift and tucked it away. At that moment, Hinata Aya stealthily turned around, lifting the envelope to steal a glance inside. To her astonishment, she beheld a thick stack of 10 100,000 yen bills. In that instant, her eyes seemed to morph into the shape of hearts. Chien, I adore you, she exclaimed, euphorically. The training continued until the afternoon, after which Team U reconvened at the Hokage building. Everyone looks quite spirited, remarked Minato Namikaze, smiling as he produced 4 red envelopes. The members of Team U also presented New Year's gifts and cards to Naruto, who had been cradled for over 2 months. Although the shinobi world does not recognize the concept of the Spring Festival, nor the tradition of giving New Year's money, similar customs abound, almost mimicking the original practices. This led Uchiha Rong to ponder whether Sufu also bore the surname Otsutsuki, with the naive Kagami being merely one among the thousands of young boys and girls. New Year's money is referred to as Nyenyu. New Year's Eve is called Dahuanri, and the first day of the Lunar New Year is known as Shogatsu no Hatsuhibi. Regardless, the traditions of visiting relatives and exchanging greetings were upheld, and the New Year's dinner and gifts were not neglected. They merely took on different nomenclatures. The Fourth Hokage distributed red envelopes to everyone, offering his blessings, and thus, they all returned to their homes. To be precise, Uchiha Rong led her teammates back home, as she had no family to return to. Chien's circumstances were similarly solitary. Chino, however, had a couple of distant relatives, though they had not maintained close ties. Before the day grew late, they took the opportunity to return and tidy up their little abode. At that moment, the streets of Konoha were bustling with villagers engaged in their thorough spring cleaning. Uchiha Rong momentarily believed he had returned to his past life. He first visited the rice shop, the apothecary, and the newly opened ninja tool store from last month, distributing New Year's gifts to the staff. Subsequently, he led the samurai corps to the orphanage of the pharmacist Nanoyu. It is noteworthy that Nanoyu had been taken away by Danzo. Now, Kabuto had assumed the role of the new director. When Uchiha Rong and his companions arrived, laden with bags of various sizes, Kabuto was the first to greet them. They had prepared new clothing for the children, along with an assortment of candies and snacks. After Uchiha Rong instructed to have everything brought inside, he smiled at Do. Due to Do's influence, Uchiha Rong found himself visiting this place frequently during his spare time. As he interacted more with these unfortunate children, his perspective gradually shifted. He no longer concerned himself with Do's future. His current financial stability allowed him to focus on bringing joy to the children. After all, it was a simple endeavor for him. Thank you, boss. This is a greeting card made by the children themselves. We hope you won't find it unworthy. Oh, they even made me a card? Let me see it quickly. Uchiha Rong accepted a thick stack of greeting cards, most of which were adorned with crooked wishes and blessings, some even humorously urging him to bear children soon. It was truly a source of both laughter and tears. Nevertheless, receiving such a gift at this time filled him with joy. The world of ninjas is not solely about battles. It is also rich with the essence of life. Upon returning to his clan's grounds, Uchiha Chien and Uchiha Jina, his 2 disciples, were already waiting for him alongside Hinata Aya. Let us return home for some soba noodles, they suggested. On New Year's Eve, it is customary for people to prepare a bowl of soba, as the long, slender noodles symbolize health and longevity. Furthermore, the fragility of soba represents the severing of this year's misfortunes, heralding a fresh start for the coming year. Oni, I'm back. As he stepped into his yard, the voice of Uchiha Yazi rang out. In the next moment, a small figure dashed into his embrace. Indeed, there were times when Uchiha Rong suspected that her body flicker technique surpassed his own, her speed astonishing. Greetings, Sister Chien, Sister Jina, Sister Aya, the little girl chimed, nestled against her brother. She promptly received 3 red envelopes along with greeting cards. Hee. Thank you, sisters. Just then, Uchiha Rong happened to notice Uchiha Shisui passing by the entrance. After a moment's contemplation, he called out, Cousin Shisui, would you like to join us for a bowl of soba? Upon hearing this, Shisui paused at the doorway. In the next instant, his figure seemed to fade away. Uchiha Rong sighed. This child is becoming increasingly impolite. Is that the body flicker technique? Hinata Aya asked, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Indeed. That little rascal is rarely seen. When he finally appears, he scurries away faster than a rat. This minor episode went unnoticed. As soon the welcoming call of Uchiha Mihue resonated from within the house, prompting everyone to gather for a meal of buckwheat noodles. At midnight tonight, the nearby temple will toll the New Year's Eve bell, ringing 108 times. It is believed that the sound of the bell possesses the power to purify the soul and dispel worries. People will sit in silence, listening to the chimes, praying for good fortune and blessings in the new year. In essence, it is a vigil for the new year. Come tomorrow, the clan grounds will be bustling with activity. The Uchiha clan members will flock to the Minamiha Shrine for their first visit of the year, offering prayers for peace, health, and happiness in the coming year, while expressing gratitude for the past year's blessings. Much like a temple fair, there will be a plethora of specialty snacks and various performances. However, the names and some details will differ slightly. Chapter 65. The Ninja Academy opens. The sky is overcast, with a light rain occasionally subsiding, as gentle droplets fall upon the fields of countless homes. Good morning, Meow. Morning. Gazing out at the drizzle in the early morning, the refreshing air invigorates the spirit. Uchiha Rong undertook his morning routine, adorning himself in a loose-fitting black satin kimono adorned with fan motifs. With a star-patterned accessory at his waist and traditional wooden clogs upon his feet, he stepped outside. Today marked the commencement of the Ninja Academy. He had made arrangements with Itachi to escort him to school. As he walked upon the muddy path, his clogs remained unblemished, untouched by dirt or splashes. It was evident that he was constantly seeking ways to cultivate his skills, whether standing, sitting, or walking. He arrived at the Patriarch's courtyard, where Itachi was having breakfast. Brother Rome, wait for me a moment. No need to rush. Ensure you eat your fill. At that moment, Fugaku was practicing his swordsmanship in the courtyard. Rome, I have heard that your Uchiha swordsmanship is quite formidable. Fugaku's gaze fixated on the star-patterned accessory at Rong's waist, his fighting spirit igniting. The atmosphere became somewhat tense, as if a sword was drawn and at the ready. It appeared that the young patriarch harbored a lingering grudge. Understandably so, for he had experienced a significant loss of face and respect. There were even rumors suggesting that the elders might consider impeachment. I would be grateful if you, esteemed patriarch, could impart some guidance. Uchiha Rong displayed not the slightest hint of fear. Fugikage nodded, sheathing his blade and forming a series of hand seals. Instantly, a barrier enveloped the courtyard. Come, today I shall make an exception and offer you guidance. I am most grateful, esteemed clan leader. Uchiha Rong let out a faint smile, and in an instant, the star blade was unsheathed. Just as this motion concluded, he vanished. A gentle drizzle began to fall once more. The small puddle at Fugaku's feet rippled with movement. Suddenly, with a splash, a column of water erupted from the puddle, quickly coalescing into a human form. In a swift motion, a sharp beam of light from the blade sliced toward Fugaku. The next moment, the blades clashed, sending sparks flying amidst their struggle. The sparks from Fugaku's sword transformed into flames, which surged upwards, evaporating the surrounding rainwater into mist. The patter of rain intensified abruptly. With a sudden flourish, the water blade protruded from the star blade, meeting Fugaku's fiery longsword, generating billows of mist with a hissing sound. Fugaku furrowed his brow slightly. As the three tomo of his Sharingan emerged in his gaze, the flames surged violently, cleaving through the star blade and piercing into flesh. With a splash, the figure wielding the broken star blade dissolved into a pool of water, returning to the puddle. The mist thickened further, impairing visibility. Pitter-patter. The rain splashed as three silhouettes surged toward him from different directions, followed by a relentless symphony of metallic clashes echoing through the dense fog. It was then that 6-year-old Itachi appeared on the platform, his crimson Sharingan fixed intently on the two combatants in the courtyard. How swift! He was astonished that even his double tomo Sharingan struggled to keep pace with their movements, only managing to grasp the general flow of their actions. Rong elder brother actually triumphed over father. Gradually, a fierce wind swept through, dispersing the mist. The two ninja blades rested against Fugaku's neck. As the fog fully cleared, the figures gripping the blades morphed into pools of water, contributing to the puddle's depth. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rong remained where he first stepped into the courtyard, as if he had never moved at all. Truly, the youth are formidable. Uchiha Fugaku, feeling somewhat despondent, lowered the ninja blade he had been wielding. It was merely a stroke of luck, aided by the advantage of terrain. Uchiha Rong exhibits a demeanor that is neither servile nor arrogant. Uchiha Fugaku let out a bitter smile, choosing to refrain from pursuing the topic any further. The opponent had not even activated their Sharingan, yet had triumphed solely with a few water clones. It was evident that, at least in terms of swordsmanship, he was indeed inferior. He glanced at Itachi and subtly nodded towards Rong, indicating his request for her to escort Itachi to school. Very well. Uchiha Rong nodded and stepped forward to grasp Itachi's small hand. Fugaku watched as the figures of the large and the small gradually vanished into the gentle rain, a perplexed expression in his eyes. As the clan leader, he could not accompany Itachi to school. Even in daily life, he maintained a stern demeanor, unable to exhibit the tender affection typical of an ordinary father's love for his child. To wear a crown, one must bear its weight. Every word and action of his would influence many. He and Itachi bore burdens that ordinary people could scarcely fathom. Thus, the higher one stands, the more cautious one must be. Brother Rong, your swordsmanship is truly remarkable, the young Uchiha Itachi exclaimed, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Rather than feeling disheartened by his older brother's superior skill in swordsmanship compared to their father, he was evidently intrigued and engaged. Uchiha Rong displayed a gentle smile. Adept at utilizing the environment in combat, triumphing over the strong with the weak, and employing the principle of yielding force to achieve great impact. This is an essential lesson for every ninja. Itachi, never allow power to cloud your vision. Upon hearing these words, Itachi nodded thoughtfully. The recent spar with Fugaku had indeed failed to elicit any reaction from Uchiha Rong. Fugaku's strengths did not lie in swordsmanship, like many in the Uchiha clan. He specialized in fire techniques. While other ninjutsu were not without merit, they paled in comparison to the prowess required at this level of combat. This created an opportunity for Uchiha Rong to leverage a minimal effort to yield maximum results. Although a water clone possesses only 10 units of strength, its power can be amplified to 15 to 25 in a water environment. With the same chakra expenditure, it can deliver greater force. This exemplifies the principle of exerting a fraction of strength to unleash multiple times its potential, particularly in the hands of someone like Uchiha Rong, who excels in swordsmanship. 3 enhanced water clones can produce an effect akin to 4 hands combating 2 fists, while shadow clones can exert 100% of their strength. The cost is significantly higher, and the side effects are considerable. The essence of a ninja's battle is never merely a contest of strength. Just like Uchiha Rong, who, in terms of raw power, may not surpass the likes of Scorpion, Kakuzu, or Yakura, yet if they were to meet again, he would possess the confidence to confront them 2 against 1. In a one-on-one scenario, he harbors a substantial assurance of victory. This is simply because Uchiha Rong has an intimate understanding of their abilities, whereas they remain oblivious to his. The rain has ceased. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, numerous parents stand, watching as their children step through the gates. Some wear expressions of weariness, eyes gleaming with hope and expectation, while others exude an air of elegance, their expressions remaining placid. Uchiha Rong escorted Itachi into the gate before bidding him farewell with a wave. Brother Rong, see you later. Goodbye. As the rain ceased, a gentle morning light pierced through the dark clouds and graced the earth. A rainbow appeared on the horizon, illuminating the Hokage rock with a resplendent glow. At the age of 14, Uchiha Rong stood tall, his posture straight as he traversed the streets of Konoha, washed clean by the rain. Most of the houses along the way boasted pristine exteriors, with only a few remnants of the past disaster remaining as a poignant reminder of the calamity that had once befallen the village. Having grown an additional 3 centimeters to a height of 1.72 meters, Uchiha Rong no longer needed to look up to anyone. He walked towards the ninja tool shop situated beside the rice shop on the main avenue. Uchiha Rong stepped directly into the backyard. "Teacher, you have arrived," exclaimed a young boy, his eyes lighting up as he abandoned his work to approach and pay his respects. "Ethan, how goes the forging of my sword?" Uchiha Rong nodded slightly, inquiring about the progress. Himaya Isin beamed with a sunny smile, saying, "As promised, my father has prepared everything for you." With that, Himaya Isin went inside the house and retrieved a black crocodile leather belt. "Here, teacher, please take a look and let me know if it meets your satisfaction. If not, I can have my father make adjustments." Uchiha Rong received the black belt, bending it casually in his hands and coiling it a few times. "Ah, it seems to possess considerable resilience." Before even drawing this flexible sword, he could already sense its quality, which should align with his expectations. The Himaya clan is a lineage of artisans from the land of iron. It is from this esteemed family that Uchiha Rong has invited the master craftsman to forge the sword, named Himaya Koji. This master is also a renowned swordsman within the Land of Iron. Among the samurai of this realm, the status of a great swordsman is akin to that of a jonin in Konoha. Below him are the swordsmen, and beneath them are the ordinary warriors. The general criterion is that a warrior capable of cutting through iron is considered to have just reached the standard of a swordsman, while one who can execute long-range slicing strikes is recognized as a great swordsman. Upon meeting Uchiha Rong, his employer, Himaya Koji cast a profound gaze at the star-emblazoned belt at his waist and made a request to engage in a duel. In this battle, Uchiha Rong refrained from employing any ninjutsu, relying solely on his swordsmanship to narrowly triumph over his opponent. Consequently, Himaya Koji made another request, not a demand, but a plea. If Uchiha Rong would accept his son, Himaya Isen, as a disciple and impart the art of swordsmanship, he would pledge his loyalty. Thus, beside the Lin family's rice shop, a Lin family's ninja tools store quietly emerged. Chapter 66. Blunted Blade, Stardust. With a swift whoosh, the flexible sword was drawn from its sheath. Uchiha Rong firmly grasped the hilt of his sword, scrutinizing it meticulously. Measuring a full 75 centimeters in length, it surpassed the star by a slight margin, with a width of 3 centimeters. As he infused his chakra into the blade, a delicate purple aura swiftly enveloped it. Nodding in satisfaction, he remarked, "Excellent." Facing this formidable sword master, who surpassed even his own father, Isen Himaya exhibited a profound respect. His father had privately confided that although his teacher appeared to excel in swordsmanship, Isen's own skills had reached a pinnacle where further advancement seemed implausible. In contrast, this young swordmaster possessed boundless potential for the future. He had advised Isen to approach his teacher with reverence and to diligently learn the art of the sword. For the illustrious future of the Himaya clan rested upon Isen's shoulders. Feeling a sense of relief at his teacher's approval, Isen noticed that Uchiha Rong had silently named his newly crafted flexible sword, Curved Blade, Stardust. This weapon, forged from a full pound of heavy moon iron, boasted a remarkable 50 composition of chakra-infused metal. It was custom-made for the Stardust Storm, while the blade's hardness was comparable to the strength of 3 attributes of ninja swords. The incorporation of unique resilient materials rendered it a soft blade, making it less susceptible to shattering or breaking. Coupled with its moonlight restoration capability, it would not face the same fate as the White Fang. The most notable feature of Stardust was its superior chakra amplification ability, surpassing that of the star. This enhancement enabled Uchiha Rong's Stardust Storm to be unleashed almost instantaneously, eliminating the need for a brief charge-up and increasing its power by at least 50%. Sheathing the Stardust, he secured it at his waist. The uniquely designed leather sheath contained a sturdy clasp, appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary leather belt, thus ensuring remarkable concealment. When needed, one could simply release the clasp of the hilt to draw the sword, while the sheath remained firmly anchored at the waist. This would serve as yet another lethal technique for Uchiha Rong. Isen, have you encountered any difficulties in your recent sword training? Recognizing the value of his disciples' hard work, Uchiha Rong understood the importance of reciprocity. He spent over an hour in the backyard, instructing Isen in sword techniques, or rather, blade techniques. This peer of his, with a solid foundation in swordsmanship, made the guidance remarkably effortless. Isen was on the verge of becoming a sword master, possessing a keen intellect that often allowed him to derive new insights, prompting Uchiha Rong to explore numerous innovative ideas. Meanwhile, the future elite of Konoha, known as the 12 Little Strong, had already been born. It was now the year 49 of Konoha, in mid-February, the season for the commencement of classes. During this relatively peaceful period, large-scale battles were unlikely to occur, yet minor conflicts among the 5 great ninja villages persisted unabated. In the Sarutobi clan's territory, the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was alerted to the defection of Orochimaru. After a prolonged retirement, having secluded himself at home, Hiruzen abruptly rose from his chair upon hearing this news. "Inform the Hokage. I shall intercept him first." After ascertaining the details, Hiruzen vanished without a trace. As the saying goes, like master, like disciple. Ever since the Third Hokage withdrew from the affairs of the world and referred to Minato Namikaze as Hokage, the terminology used by former Umbu members had subtly shifted. Perhaps unbeknownst to them, when the title of Hokage was mentioned, only one figure came to mind, rather than the indistinguishable identities of the Third and Fourth Hokage. It was only by explicitly stating Third Hokage that one would refer to Hiruzen Sarutobi. At this time, The Lin family ninja tool shop stood as a silent witness to these unfolding events. Upon emerging from the shop, Uchiha Rong encountered Hinata Aya, who donned a mask resembling a canine visage. Members of the Umbu rarely adhere to a singular mask, as such a practice would render their individual characteristics overly conspicuous, thereby negating the very purpose of wearing a mask. Rong, the Hokage has summoned you. A mission awaits. Ah, what disheartening news this is. Uchiha Rong seldom voiced his grievances, yet he found himself lamenting the abrupt interruption of his brief respite. After merely a few days of leave, he was compelled to return to duty. During times of relative tranquility, even the elite guards of the Hokage were not required to remain in constant attendance. Typically, the fish squad would only need to assign 1 or 2 members to stand by at the Hokage's office. Upon their arrival, Uchiha Rong had already donned his dark attire, fully prepared for the mission. The Fourth Hokage entered to find the entire fish squad assembled, alongside Kakashi's team, which instilled in Uchiha Rong a sense of the gravity of the situation. The expression of Minato Namikaze was notably grave. He had just received word of Orochimaru's defection. The Third Hokage had already set out in pursuit, and he now commanded both the fish squad and Kakashi's team to provide immediate support. As he spoke, he handed over the meticulously prepared passes and a series of official documents to Kakashi and Uchiha Rong. Understood. In the next moment, the 8-member team vanished from their location. As they departed the village, Kakashi and Uchiha Rong each reviewed the mission briefing. According to the latest intel, Orochimaru had headed west, and there were suspected accomplices awaiting him. Rong, what are your thoughts? Do you have a plan? As they spoke, the group charged through the western gate. Given the urgency of the mission, the Umbu were exempt from inspection while exiting the village, enjoying various privileges and conveniences. Their primary objective was to rendezvous with the Third Hokage and ensure his safety. Uchiha Rong spoke without a moment's hesitation. I will proceed first, and you shall follow shortly behind Kakashi's team. Understood. Please exercise caution. Uchiha Rong nodded, his speed suddenly doubling. In no time, he vanished from Kakashi's line of sight. Truly, as an Uchiha, his growth was astonishing. Kakashi couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. While speaking, he glanced at the other 2 Uchiha in the team. Both were the Fourth Hokage's elite guards, and his team had originally possessed slightly superior strength compared to Team Yu. Yet, within a mere 6 months, during their last training match, they had been almost completely outclassed by Team Yu. Kakashi could even faintly sense that each of them seemed to possess the capability to threaten his very life, which left him quite anxious. Perhaps I should learn the 8 gates from that guy. The scene shifted to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was unclear what motives or reasons Orochimaru had, but he was indeed being pursued by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It appeared the two had been engaged in a fierce battle for some time. They were in a dense forest, surrounded by towering trees, yet a large clearing had been forcefully created, with several trees ablaze around them. Orochimaru. Why? Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a wary glance at the 2 rogue ninjas clad in red cloud-patterned cloaks perched on a distant tree, then fixed his gaze firmly on Orochimaru, questioning him. He vaguely felt that one of the masked figures resembled someone he knew, but he had no time to dwell on that now. Haha. Why? Orochimaru's long hair hung disheveled. His shoulders scorched, and a crimson stain blossomed from his abdomen, yet a hint of mockery danced upon his pale face. Teacher, you have grown old. At your advanced age, you should comprehend the fragility of life. The nonsensical words made Sarutobi Hiruzen frown. They sounded like the ramblings of a madman. How could a sane person understand them? At that moment, one of the black-cloaked rogue ninjas, whose face was half hidden by a mask, spoke up. I dislike waiting for others. Nor do I enjoy being made to wait. Snake Man, you better finish this quickly. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru revealed his golden slit pupils and glanced back, his long tongue sliding across his lips. In the next instant, he turned and charged at Sarutobi Hiruzen once more. The fierce battle escalated. Orochimaru opened his mouth to reveal a serpent's head, which spat out a Chinese longsword. The blade was extraordinarily sharp, cutting through everything it touched with ease. Sarutobi Hiruzen, caught off guard, received a deep gash on his right arm. He swiftly unleashed a fire dragon bullet to push back Orochimaru, then rapidly performed a summoning technique. Summoning the Monkey King. The Monkey King transformed into the Vajrarui staff, which Sarutobi Hiruzen wielded with great vigor. The sounds of clashing echoed as the staff met the sword, with numerous trees falling under the weight of their conflict. As the battle progressed, it became evident that Orochimaru was clearly not a match for the younger Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed unable to subdue him and was reluctant to deal a fatal blow, thus the battle fell into a stalemate. I already said I dislike waiting for others. Suddenly, a figure launched an attack from the side while Sarutobi Hiruzen had just managed to block the Ten's white kin. A long steel tail struck like lightning, piercing his chest. With a loud thud, the pierced Sarutobi Hiruzen transformed into a wooden stump amidst the smoke, before reappearing several meters away, his chest drenched in crimson. The area around the wound darkened. Coughing out a mouthful of dark blood, Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly lost his balance. "Monkey, be careful." At this moment, the Vajrarui staff spoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly turned to face the incoming long tail, hastily attempting to block it. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, Orochimaru had suddenly halted his attack, standing still. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen, poisoned as he was, might not have been able to withstand the assault from the two assailants. Wind release, vacuum wave. However, while Orochimaru had stopped, the masked figure struck. Already weakened by the poison, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself facing an unrelenting barrage of swift tail strikes, occasionally accompanied by poison kunai. As he struggled, he was struck by an invisible crescent-shaped wind blade. Zing! Although the Vajrarui staff managed to block most of the incoming vacuum waves, it still broke through the defense, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen's arms riddled with countless cuts. "Danzo!" Sarutobi Hiruzen's furious roar echoed. It was only when the masked figure attacked that he recognized the signature ninjutsu. As old comrades, they understood each other all too well. This vacuum wave could easily sever a ninja's chakra defenses, especially effective against formidable opponents, rendering defenses nearly irrelevant. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't think of anyone else in the entire ninja world capable of wielding this technique. "Haha, monkey, do you regret it?" The masked figure, Danzo, let out a maniacal laugh. As old friends reunited, it was natural to exchange a few words. Yet one person despised waiting. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen had retreated a short distance, he was immediately met with a flurry of poison needles. If this continued, the Third Hokage would meet his demise here. In a flash, a Konoha Umbu wearing a red fox mask appeared as if teleporting, positioning himself before Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a swift motion, he drew his ninja blade, creating an almost transparent wall of wind in front of him. Zing, zing, zing. A series of poison needles were deflected by the wind wall, ricocheting off nearby trees and the ground, with some even rebounding toward the one who disliked waiting. "Third Hokage, are you alright?" The Konoha Umbu inquired softly without turning around. Finally given a moment to breathe, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not respond but hurriedly took several antidote pills. He then applied some medicinal powder to the wounds on his arms. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rong had already exchanged blows with Scorpion over a dozen times. Alas, still as persistent as ever, like a tortoise shell. Uchiha Rong let out a silent sigh. In truth, he could effortlessly draw the blade of his star dust from his waist and shatter this turtle shell. However, he was reluctant to provoke Sarutobi Hizashi. Zimaosu. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo, clearly unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, made his move once again. As he completed his hand seals, he expelled a series of transparent orbs from his mouth. The form of the attack bore some resemblance to the Phoenix Fire technique, yet its potency was on an entirely different level. These vacuum spheres, perfectly round like the Rasengan, demonstrated the ability to condense wind into such a transformative shape. Albeit lacking deeper mysteries, it was evident that they belonged to the realm of B-rank ninjutsu. These orbs not only surpassed the Phoenix Fire in power, but also traveled with astonishing speed. A portion of them surged toward Uchiha Rong, while another set targeted the recovering Sarutobi Hizashi. Uchiha Rong furrowed his brow. In a fleeting motion, he withdrew from the fray with Scorpion and positioned himself resolutely in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Earth release, earth flow rampart. A flowing earthen barrier materialized out of thin air. The barrage of vacuum spheres relentlessly assailed the shifting mud wall, embedding themselves momentarily before gradually dissipating, ultimately being entirely thwarted. Damn this brat. Time and again he disrupts my plans. Danzo seethed with fury. Subsequently, he appeared akin to a monster afflicted by a taunting skill, his hatred stabilizing as he fixated on Uchiha Rong, unleashing wind release techniques. Meanwhile, Scorpion sought to eliminate this troublesome Umbu, intercepting Uchiha Rong as he charged toward Danzo. Faced with the close-range assault from Scorpion and the distant onslaught from Danzo, Uchiha Rong began to find himself in dire straits, evading left and right, seemingly devoid of counterattack capabilities. However, as time wore on, both adversaries began to sense an unsettling anomaly. Why did this Umbu appear on the verge of collapse? As if a single strike could shatter him into fragments? Yet, against all odds, he narrowly evaded a relentless series of attacks, exhibiting remarkable resilience. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Having somewhat regained his combat prowess, once again faced off against Orochimaru in a solo confrontation, this time against his teacher, who was in a diminished state. Orochimaru displayed no signs of inferiority. The battlefield seemed to have descended into yet another stalemate. On one side stood the precariously positioned Umbu, while on the other lay the evenly matched duo of Snake and Monkey. Realizing that time was not in his favor, Orochimaru decisively altered his strategy. Following a clash of ninjutsu with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he suddenly appeared beside the Umbu, thrusting forth the Tenkwai sword, just as Uchiha Rong struggled to maintain his tenuous balance. He frowned once more. Utilizing the body flicker technique to delay, he hoped to await Kakashi's support. This way, he could conceal his other trump cards from Sarutobi Hiruzen, revealing only the body flicker technique. Yet, with Scorpion acting as the main tank, Orochimaru providing support, and Danzo coordinating a targeted gank, even the most formidable body flicker technique would eventually falter. A fierce glimmer flashed in his eyes. Under the feet of Uchiha Rong, the swift winds of the Gale instantaneous technique melded seamlessly with the Thunder instantaneous flash, culminating in the creation of the Wind Thunder Flash. His figure vanished entirely from the encirclement of Orochimaru and Scorpion. How astonishingly fast! The astonishment was palpable among the others, including Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the next moment, a brief yet muffled gasp emanated from Danzo. The tree-bound Danzo's throat ruptured, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the surrounding air and ground crimson. If I cannot proceed with the winds at my back, then I shall sever through the opposing winds. Chapter 68, Exposure, Izanagi in a near-death state. Danzo swiftly formed hand seals. Izanagi was activated. The next instant, amidst the astonished gazes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and Scorpion, Danzo's severed throat miraculously healed. Concurrently, he turned and fled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that precise moment, Kakashi's reinforcements finally arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily intercepted Orochimaru, who sought to escape, while Scorpion had mysteriously vanished. During the fray, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly discerned Uchiha Rong, leaning against a tree with a fading aura. Faced with such peril, Orochimaru's golden slit pupils narrowed slightly, surprisingly charging towards Sarutobi Hiruzen instead of retreating. Just then, Hinata Ayan, perched atop a tree, gathered her strength for a brief moment and hurled a kunai accompanied by a sonic boom. Wind release, sniping. The kunai emitted a chillingly sharp wind blade, swiftly striking an open area 70 meters away. Bang! A resounding clash ensued as another of Orochimaru's minions blocked the kunai with the Tsumegakure sword, inadvertently revealing their position. Swish, swish, swish. In the next instant, Kakashi and his comrades completely surrounded Orochimaru's true form. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru's golden pupil swept over the gathered individuals, revealing an unsettling grin. He had not anticipated that the Konoha Umbu would indeed be so formidable. Just as he began to speak, he abruptly halted. Orochimaru's golden pupils gradually reverted to normal, displaying a hint of daze. At that moment, a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes materialized before Orochimaru. It was Uchiha Chien. The members of Kakashi's team reacted swiftly. One member produced a thick iron chain adorned with numerous curse marks, instantly binding Orochimaru like a zongzi. Well done. Kakashi finally felt a surge of relief, casting an approving glance at his teammates. Are you all right, Xianyu? At this moment, Hinata Ayan leaped down from the tree, rushing to Uchiha Rong's side with concern. Uchiha Rong expelled a mouthful of fresh blood with a soft pft. Fortunately, it was merely the result of forcibly employing a forbidden technique. A few days of rest would suffice. Thus, Hinata Rin supported Uchiha Rong as they approached Sarutobi Hiruzen. Other members of the Umbu followed suit, forming a line in anticipation of the next command. Return, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, casting a complex glance at Orochimaru, who was tied up like a dumpling. I hope this old man hasn't discerned anything. Throughout the journey, Uchiha Rong could feel Sarutobi Hiruzen's subtle gaze, which made him bitterly smile. In truth, his earlier disheveled appearance under the combined assault of Chiyo, Sasori, and Danzo was not entirely feigned. Had he not reached his limits, he would never have revealed the Wind Thunder Flash. Since he had no choice but to expose it, he naturally sought to gain something in return. Sasori was too formidable. He was reluctant to continue revealing the full power of his Stardust Storm, which rivaled the power of the Scorch Release. Orochimaru possessed numerous means of self-preservation, and he was uncertain of landing a decisive blow. Thus, he chose the soft target, Danzo. However, Uchiha Rong never anticipated that Danzo had already transplanted the Sharingan at such an early stage. It seemed that many Uchiha clansmen who perished during the Second and Third Shinobi Wars had contributed their eyes to him. Fortunately, Shisui has now left route and entered the Umbu. With this thought, Uchiha Rong couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. At this point, Shisui had likely yet to awaken his Mangekyou Sharingan, given that he was only 9 years old. What a pity. I was too wary of the possibility that Danzo might activate the 4-symbol seal before he died, which prevented me from delivering a more decisive blow. Who would have thought he would acquire the Sharingan and be able to utilize Izanagi so soon? As Uchiha Rong's thoughts grew chaotic, he was led back to Konoha village by Hinata Iane and Uchiha Chizuna. In the Hokage Tower, the grim-faced Minato Namikaze seethed, "That wretched Danzo. I always knew he was a scourge." The 7 Umbu members present remained silent, while the 8th had already been sent to the Konoha hospital. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled deeply. The blow he received today was indeed substantial, a student's betrayal and a trusted friend's treachery. It seemed that his momentary compassion in letting Danzo go had proven to be a grave error. If it had not been for the timely support of the Umbu, he might have very well faced death at Danzo's hands. This did not reflect any weakness on Sarutobi Hiruzen's part, after all. He had managed to severely injure Orochimaru and endure the onslaught from Sasori and Danzo for an extended period, which already testified to his strength. 11 years later, he would only be able to exchange blows with Orochimaru using one arm. If calculated, he could currently defeat 5 versions of himself from 11 years hence, 5 limbs, 5 elongated, stick-like appendages. Ahem, 1 limb was too short. Let us consider it 4.5. It couldn't be any less. The 4th Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen said gravely, dismissing Kakashi's team and Team Tsu. He then continued in a low voice, "The technique Danzo employed at the end, I suspect it was the Uchiha clan's Izanagi, having had the 2nd Hokage as his mentor." Minato Namikaze might not be familiar with many of the secrets from the Warring States period, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was certainly aware of them. Naturally, Danzo had learned about them and acquired the knowledge. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone grew serious. This was a secret from the Warring States period, an absolute confidential matter among the Uchiha clan's upper echelons. It meant that ordinary Uchiha members were unaware of it. After all, if this technique were to spread among the Uchiha, what would those who, in their death throes, use this technique at the cost of their eyesight do? Would they not seek to obtain more lives by seizing the eyes of their kin? Such occurrences had indeed transpired during the Warring States period and nearly led to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Thus, the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan guarded this secret while also possessing the countermeasure, Izanami. Izanagi is a taboo of the Uchiha clan. If someone were discovered using this technique, they would be sentenced to death for treason. How could such a technique even exist? Upon hearing the 3rd Hokage recount these secrets, Minato Namikaze finally grasped the gravity of the situation. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen also comprehended why Danzo had persistently urged him to suppress the Uchiha clan, and even suggested continually weakening and dividing them, even exterminating them. At that time, he had naively believed that Danzo was a comrade who inherited the will of their teacher, thinking he was merely more decisive than himself. It turned out he had not inherited the teacher's will at all. As long as the Uchiha clan existed, if Danzo were to expose this secret, it would undoubtedly incite the Uchiha's unrestrained and frenzied assassinations. Moreover, the Uchiha upper echelons possessed the countermeasure, Izanami. Delving deeper, if the Uchiha were to be exterminated, Danzo would gain an endless supply of lives. Alas, I was mistaken. Upon realizing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to age 10 years in an instant. The friend he believed in, the comrade who inherited the will of their teacher, had repeatedly taken advantage of his tolerance and compromises. Yet in the end, he discovered that Danzo's true nature was one of fear and self-preservation. It had never changed. When faced with their mentor's trial, who remained behind to shield the other's escape, Danzo had faltered, while Sarutobi Hiruzen had stepped forward. Thus, the 2nd Hokage had entrusted the position to Sarutobi Hiruzen in a moment of crisis. It turned out that he had never changed. It turned out that the teacher had long seen through him. It turned out that I had been the only one who was deluded. In the next moment, confronted with a more pressing issue, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly cast aside his despondent thoughts, his expression growing grave once more. Fourth, there is a pressing concern. Should this technique disseminate throughout the ninja world and everyone emulate Danzo, hunting down the Uchiha, how should we respond? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of Kakashi. If Kakashi were to acquire the technique of Izanagi, it would equate to gaining an additional life. What of the others? Chapter 69. The rare earth clone. If Uchiha Rong were aware of the 3rd Hokage's concerns at this moment while recuperating in Konoha Hospital, he would merely chuckle. It was entirely understandable for Sarutobi Hiruzen to think this way. He had neither the Izanagi technique for reference, nor had he ever possessed the Sharingan. Thus, he could not fathom the deeper secrets of the bloodline. Izanagi was a forbidden technique of the clan, and typically, the more extraordinary the ability, the greater the limitations. The restriction of Izanagi is its high demand on ocular power. Essentially, it is a transcendent ability akin to the Kagaya clan's bloodline limit. A genjutsu that transforms reality into illusion. In contrast, Izanagi turns illusion into reality. When activated on the brink of death, it transforms the unfavorable truth of death into a false illusion, thereby evading the fact of death. Thus, one can imagine the terrifying ocular power required to achieve such a level of genjutsu. Generally, only those with 3 tomo could meet this ocular power requirement. The cost is to sacrifice an eye with every use. Even Uchiha Rong speculates that a plethora of lower-tier Sharingan could potentially coalesce to meet the necessary conditions. Moreover, the requirements for outsiders wishing to employ Izanagi are undoubtedly more stringent. It is evident from the original work that the Sharingan on Danzo's arm in the later stages were catalyzed by the formidable vitality of Hashirama's Senju cells, resembling a form of the 3 tomo design. After all, both the Senju and Uchiha clans trace their lineage back to Kagaya Otsutsuki. With the support of Hashirama's cells, Danzo could barely utilize Izanagi. This raises the question, why did Danzo opt to transplant as many as 10 Sharingan into his arm? Was he truly that fearful of death? In reality, if 1 or 2 deaths do not suffice to escape a crisis, then additional lives would be trivial. It is evident that a mere pair of eyes would suffice, with the possibility of replenishing them later. Kakashi's experience illustrates the significant burden Sharingan imposes on foreign bodies. Even with Hashirama cells as support, limitations exist. If one can alleviate this burden, why would they choose to operate at full capacity? Therefore, the truth lies in the pursuit of ocular power. It is highly likely that fewer of those Hashirama-catalyzed 3 tomo designs would yield insufficient ocular prowess. In this instance, Danzo's ability to wield Izanagi was evidently derived from the 3 tomo of the Uchiha clan that he had deprived during the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, rather than from the artificially induced 3 tomo. Only with the backing of Hashirama's cells could he execute it. Ultimately, outsiders utilizing Izanagi cannot bypass Hashirama's cells, which are not as common as one might think. Although Orochimaru and Danzo seem to have an inexhaustible supply of Hashirama cells, the cost of cultivating them is astronomical. Experimental apparatus alone can start at tens of millions, and expenditures exceeding 100 million are not exaggerated. The nutrients required for cultivation are evidently not inexpensive either. If they were truly cheap, Orochimaru's subordinates would have already been endowed with Hashirama cells en masse. Furthermore, Orochimaru and Danzo would certainly not wish for others to obtain their research achievements and superpowers. Hence, the concerns of the Third Hokage were entirely unwarranted. Additionally, during this period, the Uchiha clan had not yet been reduced to a mere shadow of its former self by the Hokage lineage. At the Konoha hospital, one must remember to recuperate well upon returning. Indeed, after bidding farewell to the beautiful, kind-hearted, and attentive nurse, Uchiha Rong successfully completed his discharge procedures. Were it not for the fear of revealing his ruse by remaining too long, he would have relished staying, as the nurses at Konoha Hospital were exceptionally charming and sweet, making it feel like home. The recent exposure of his Wind Thunder Flash indicated that his life-preserving capabilities were still lacking the experience of being besieged by Sasori. Danzo and Orochimaru deeply underscored Uchiha Rong's inadequacies. Upholding the principle that survival is paramount for output, he resolved to further explore avenues for enhancing his life-preserving abilities. He was uncertain where to procure earth clones. Since grasping the function of water clones, Uchiha Rong had begun to contemplate other physical clone techniques. While shadow clones appear impressive, they can be quite the pitfall. Their advantage lies in their difficulty to be discerned. The reason for this obscurity is the equal division of the original's chakra. This leads to the abilities of the Byakugan and Sharingan struggling to differentiate the authenticity of clones of the same rank. Ironically, this quality also represents their greatest flaw. The distribution of chakra weakens the original's power. One shadow clone divides half the chakra, 2 would reduce it to a quarter. With multiple clones, the original's chakra could dwindle to a precarious level. After all, this operates on a percentage basis. Although Uchiha Rong, at his current level, could entirely manage how much chakra to allocate to his shadow clones, giving them too little would render them feeble. The notion that shadow clones possess 100% of the original's strength essentially translates to, from a total of 100 power, 50 is allocated to the shadow clone, leaving the original with 50. Thus, one experiences the full strength of the original. Since the practical application of shadow clones in the battle against Kaise, Uchiha Rong has grown reluctant to employ it, for he is neither the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails nor possesses the Uzumaki lineage or the Azura's might. Naruto quips. Just provide me with your ID. The sole circumstance under which Uchiha Rong resorts to the shadow clone technique is during training sessions, where he experiences a training acceleration of twofold or even threefold. He dares not exceed this, employing it with utmost caution. A misstep could lead to an overwhelming surge of fatigue and comprehension flooding his mind, the mild consequence being a headache lasting several days. While the severe outcome could render him as foolish as a village simpleton, it is truly lamentable that he lacks access to the fire clone, lightning clone, and wind clone techniques. Uchiha Rong sighed. Indeed, among the 5 fundamental elemental clones, only the water and earth attributes exist at the C-rank level. The reason these transformations remain within the C-rank ninjutsu category is due to the malleable nature of water and earth, which prevents these forms from achieving the level of elite shinobi. As his training in chakra deepened, Uchiha Rong's comprehension of the chakra system grew ever more profound. The transformations of water and earth are relatively accessible. At the beginner level, they include humanoid forms and alterations in shape. Water is formless, while earth can be easily molded. At the intermediate level, techniques such as the water blade emerge, combining property changes with form alterations to allow water to simulate sharp edges and blade shapes, thus acquiring lethality. The underlying principle can be likened to a water jet cutter, for reference only, not entirely precise. The advanced stage introduces techniques such as the flowing saw blade, which enables the water to flow at a higher velocity and adopt more precise shapes, achieving formidable destructive power. Subsequently, the integration of other elemental attributes leads to the emergence of new characteristics. Water clones are classified as beginner level, thus falling under C-rank ninjutsu. In contrast, the shadow clone technique, which is formless, requires the energy of formless chakra to be condensed into a tangible humanoid form, possessing physical attack capabilities and an impressively lifelike appearance, highlighting its complexity. Hence, it is rated as B rank. As for the wind, fire, and lightning attributes, they are inherently energetic and volatile, making these aggressive properties unsuitable for the gentle nature of formless chakra, rendering the feasibility of creating clones nearly non-existent. In the original text, Kakashi's so-called lightning clone merely conceals a lightning technique within a shadow clone, which detonates upon dispersal to paralyze and control the enemy. It is far from a true lightning clone. Alas, it seems that earth clones should also be regarded as a remarkably practical secret technique, with very few capable of mastering it. Uchiha Rong returned to his courtyard, burdened with worries, lacking a fundamental understanding of the jutsu structure, despite grasping the general principles. It remained exceedingly challenging to develop an earth clone technique. In an environment abundant with land, one could harness the strength equivalent to 25 bodies, capable of forming seals, wielding blade techniques, and particularly adept at earth-release ninjutsu, without diminishing the original body. The mere thought of this left Uchiha Rong envious. The sole drawback appeared to be the inability to stray too far from the original body. Chapter 70. Visiting Orochimaru a few days later. Within the depths of the Umbu base, in the lower 3 levels of the Dark Prison, unlike the Konoha prison, known as the Konoha Heavy Detention Center, the guards of the Umbu's dark prison wielded far superior power. Although Orochimaru had been apprehended and incarcerated, he was spared from torture and interrogation. After all, he was a disciple of the Third Hokage and one of the legendary 3 ninjas, thus maintaining a semblance of dignity. Even now, Orochimaru had yet to be classified as a rogue ninja. Footsteps echoed. "Is that you?" "Hee, that intriguing little Umbu." A raspy voice emerged from within the confines of the cell. Uchiha Rong, adorned with a fox mask, conceals his expression. Orochimaru, a notorious criminal, is not to be approached by ordinary individuals. However, as the Fourth Hokage's bodyguard, his authority within the Umbu base is quite intricate. He gazes upon Orochimaru, suspended in midair, surrounded by robust cursed seal chains within the prison, which is adorned with intricate seals. Uchiha Obito suddenly recalled the moment from the Deer and the Cauldron, where the formidable Aobai was bound by iron chains. Immortality resides within the realm of the divine, a forbidden territory for humanity. Orochimaru, you have strayed from your path. Success is destined to elude you. Uchiha Ranma opened his mouth, fully aware of Orochimaru's aspirations, and thus, he comprehended the inevitable conclusion. Even the sage of 6 paths could not attain true immortality. Perhaps only the pure-blooded Tsutsuki clan, particularly those who have consumed the chakra fruit, can achieve such a feat. The Sage of Six Paths' father was not in Tsutsuki, thus he can only be considered half-blood. Hehehe. Orochimaru suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. His golden slit pupils glinting with mockery, his tone dripping with disdain. The young Umbu, you are incapable of grasping the frailty of human existence. It was as if he were saying, what do the small birds know of the aspirations of the great swan? His expression abruptly shifted to one of seriousness. And in the next moment, fervor illuminated his visage, reminiscent of a pilgrimage. His voice lowered, imbued with gravity. The lifespan of the physical body is exceedingly fleeting. Far too capricious, even the Hokage, upon death, finds everything reduced to ashes. Uchiha Rong shook his head in disappointment. You, Orochimaru, may stand at the 10th level, but I, Uchiha Rong, stand at the 99th level. It appears that at this moment, communication with Orochimaru is quite challenging. He looks down upon Danzo's so-called primitive pursuit of power, believing that his own aspiration for immortality exists on a higher plane than that of Danzo's endeavors. Yet, he remains oblivious to the fact that his own level is woefully inadequate, at least until he encounters the power of the Otsutsuki. His experiments for immortality are laughable. Akin to a child's play, he has been wandering down a misguided path, ultimately resulting in nothing more than a low-tier imitation of the Sage of Six Paths. Orochimaru is an exceptionally skilled ninja and a remarkable researcher, and Uchiha Rong feels a profound sense of regret. Obsession and arrogance are insurmountable mountains. Uchiha Rong refrained from making any further attempts to speak. One cannot awaken someone who feigns slumber. However, he made one last endeavor, retrieving a together in adversity ring and carelessly tossing it into the cell. If you find yourself with idle time, you may examine this. By infusing it with chakra, it can be activated. He did not elaborate on its specific usage and stepped away. Though bound, he trusted that with Orochimaru's prowess, he could still acquire the ring. The golden vertical pupils remained fixated on the retreating silhouette before glancing at the peculiar ring on the floor. He chuckled, thinking, ninja tool? Merely a trifling bauble. When Uchiha Rong arrived at the Hokage's office, both the third and fourth Hokage were present. Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized him intently. Have you met with Orochimaru? It was evident that while the Umbu would not obstruct him, they promptly informed the two Hokage. This was entirely within Uchiha Rong's expectations. Yes, I believe he is a remarkably skilled ninja, albeit having taken a misguided path. Quite unfortunate. Sarutobi nodded, choosing to remain silent thereafter. At this moment, Minato Namikaze spoke up. Rong, I have discussed matters with the third. We have decided to dispatch a team to carry out an assassination of Danzo. What are your thoughts? Merely a buffoon. Is such an action truly necessary? Uchiha Rong cast a peculiar glance in his direction. Assassinating Danzo, he remarked lightly, comes at a considerable price. It was evident that Danzo had now allied himself with the Akatsuki organization, employing their method of two-man teams, which consisted of at least two elite rogue ninja. Thus, to eliminate Danzo at this juncture would require either the mobilization of at least two individuals of Kage level or a substantial number of Jonin to encircle him. Regardless of the approach, such a course of action would be excessively grandiose for the current state of Konohagakure. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone turned grave. Uchiha Rong, I hope your clan can also dispatch a team. However, it was clear that this statement was not directed at Uchiha Rong himself. He lacked the authority and prestige to command the elders of his clan. The implication was that he should relay this message to the clan leaders. Since the Nine Tails incident, Uchiha Rong had defied Fugaku by leading 600 Uchiha to provide support. From that moment on, in the eyes of the third and fourth Hokage, he could no longer be regarded as an ordinary junior. He had become the representative of the three clan elders of the Uchiha. Uchiha Rong is currently experiencing a toothache. Observing the situation, it appears that these two Hokages are indeed resolute in their intent to confront Danzo. Let us hope they do not deploy Team Taka to the Land of Rain, for that would be tantamount to delivering them on a silver platter. Are they aware of Pain's Rinnegan? Naturally, Uchiha Rong cannot voice such thoughts. Thus, he merely sighs. Esteemed Hokages, I presume you harbor concerns regarding Izanagi? This is hardly a difficult deduction. Given that Danzo is well-versed in Izanagi and possesses it, there is no reason for Sarutobi Hiruzen to be oblivious to its existence. Upon hearing this, both the third and fourth Hokages displayed expressions of astonishment. Secretly alarmed, could it be that the upper echelon of the Uchiha clan has divulged this to the boy? In that instant, in their minds, Uchiha Rong standing within the Uchiha clan elevated significantly, even earning him the title of the next Uchiha clan leader. The two Hokages exchanged glances. and it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who ultimately shattered the silence. Well, since you are aware, you must understand that Danzo must die. Should that mysterious rogue ninja organization gain access to Danzo's utilization of Izanagi, he would never entrust it to anyone else. Uchiha Rong interjected, sighing, utterly fatigued. He could hardly admit that the cells of Hashirama and the Sharingan were merely remnants of Obito and Kagaya's manipulations. Contemplating, he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender under the gaze of the two. The Uchiha clan possessed countermeasures. The elders were already well aware of everything concerning Danzo. There was no other choice but to deflect blame. He had no desire to see his team dispatched to the land of rain. Well then, Sarutobi Hiruzen mused. If Uchiha Hanpo remains unperturbed by this matter, it seems we need not be overly anxious. Yet, despite this, Danzo had indeed defected from Konoha. Sigh, you may withdraw for now. Observing his relentless pursuit of Danzo, Uchiha Rong felt a deep sense of resignation. The others could be disregarded. But he certainly did not wish to see Jiraiya sent off so soon. With this thought, Uchiha Rong took a few steps, hesitated, and turned back. I sincerely hope that the Hokage will exercise caution and refrain from hastily deploying powerful individuals. After all, Konoha cannot afford any further losses at this juncture. Indeed. We will deliberate on this matter with the utmost seriousness, replied Namikaze Minato, appearing contemplative. Once Uchiha Rong departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. It seems Uchiha Rong has concealed certain intelligence. Namikaze Minato shrugged. Perhaps it's yet another secret that cannot be disclosed within the clan. At the very least, it is evident that Rong possesses a sense of belonging to Konoha. He would not act without purpose. It appears we must indeed approach this matter with greater caution. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Having experienced Danzo's treachery and unveiled his true nature, he subtly hinted at relinquishing authority to Minato. Just as the second Hokage had seen through Danzo, so too had Hiruzen discerned the essence of Orochimaru, defining him as a wayward child. The wisdom of age is profound. The previous generation has consumed more salt than the current one has rice. Thus, he had originally chosen Namikaze Minato as the fourth Hokage over Orochimaru. The trajectory of events further substantiates that the fourth perished in his quest to protect the village, while the third, despite mixed evaluations, ultimately faced a similar fate. In contrast, Danzo and Orochimaru represented two extremes, one an unscrupulous opportunist, the other a mad scientist who transgressed boundaries. Both would lead Konoha into an irreversible abyss. Chapter 71. The frustrated Huang Tu in the northeastern plains of the Land of Grass. A burly man with a prominent nose was desperately fleeing. A sharp shriek echoed behind him. The man's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly summoned a thick layer of rock around him. In the next moment, a thunderous crash ensued. The rock shattered, and the force of the impact ruptured the flesh between his thumb and forefinger, leaving his hand drenched in blood. Yet, Huang Tu paid little heed to his injuries, turning to continue his frantic escape. He was aware that the assailant's attacks had a certain interval. If he could create sufficient distance, exceeding 100 meters, the threat would diminish considerably. This experience had been gleaned from two previous near-fatal encounters. Damn it! Who are these two monsters? As he fled, Huang Tu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. This mission in the Land of Grass had him leading two elite shinobi squads. Yet all had perished in the initial ambush. Had it not been for the loyal subordinates who fought valiantly to protect his retreat, he would have likely met his end in that first assault. The second encounter had also been perilous. Had he not gained some understanding of the abilities of the two mysterious figures clad in goggles and remained vigilant, he might not have escaped so swiftly. Now, he faced the third encounter. Huang Tu was utterly exasperated. Uchiha Rong felt a profound sense of frustration. Could it be that this individual truly lacked the ability to perform the Earth Clone technique? After repeatedly bringing his opponent to the brink of death, the Earth had yet to be utilized for any clones, which left him perplexed. It has been 2 years since the last incident involving Orochimaru's defection and subsequent capture. During this time, the overall situation in the ninja world had remained relatively stable. Earlier in the year, however, a minor skirmish erupted between Konoha and Kumogakure, followed by Iwagakure joining in to take a few jabs at Kumogakure. Meanwhile, Sunagakure, unwilling to remain idle, dispatched small forces to invade the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. This series of events resulted from the new generation of each village seeking experience and thus did not concern Uchiha Rong. Over the past 2 years, he had often ventured out of the village, and this time he had accompanied Hinata Aya to apply for a journey beyond the village. In the land of grass, he unexpectedly encountered the earth itself, which sparked his desire to replicate the earth clone technique with his Sharingan. This was the earth clone he had long desired. Now, the wind wall had fully formed, and he had developed a B-rank sword technique, Eye of the Storm. This technique offered enhanced defense while integrating both offense and defense. The Wind Thunder Flash had also been improved, significantly reducing the chakra consumption. The Stardust Storm had advanced to an S-rank technique known as Ashen Wind, with power that rivaled not only the Scorch release, but also the Melt release. Even the C-rank technique of Earth Submarine had been upgraded to a B-rank known as Earth Core Traverse, allowing for deeper burrowing and swifter movement underground. Yet, he still lacked means of self-preservation. After all, the environment of the Land of Fire predominantly consisted of land. Shadow clones were unreliable, and water clones were ill-suited to the surroundings. If he could obtain the Earth clone and pair it with Earth Core Traverse, combined with the speed of Wind Thunder Flash, he could forego absolute defense and still stand proudly at the level of shadows. The scene shifted to the Earth. After enduring 3 successive sniper strikes, he finally managed to create some distance and let out a sigh of relief. Finally saved. As the eldest son of the Third Hokage, he was quite a prominent figure in the ninja world. Little did he expect to be cornered in such a manner. How utterly humiliating. Those 2 monsters appeared to be quite young, yet together they were utterly formidable. The male with goggles executed the body flicker technique with remarkable speed. Were it not for his formidable sword skills being incompatible with the instantaneous movement of the body flicker, Earth would have suspected him to be a practitioner of Konoha's technique. Just because of this, he, Lord Earth, should not have been forced to flee in such a wretched manner. No matter how swift the body flicker, it could not compare to Lord Earth's Earth release. The primary issue lay with the female in goggles, who possessed the ability to inflict harm upon him from an astounding distance. If he sought to eliminate her, the range was too great. If he attempted to charge forward, the male would obstruct his path. If he aimed to tackle the male, the repeated sonic boom sniper attacks nearly cost him his life on several occasions. Thus, what other option did he have but to make a hasty retreat? How vexing. Finally, he stumbled upon the woods. Cursed this accursed land of grass. Earth cursed as he dashed into the thicket ahead. In the land of grass, where the majority of the terrain consisted of wild grass plains, the soil was largely unsuitable for agriculture. Only wild grass flourished with unrestrained vigor. Were it not for the formidable snipers he encountered in such an open plain, he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament. However, just as Earth thought he had found sanctuary, a tremendous explosion reverberated. A torrent of flames descended from the heavens, engulfing the entire grove in a sea of fire. What in the world? How could there be such a level of fire release again? Earth's face darkened as he hastily employed Earth release to extinguish the flames surrounding him. He had previously experienced a similar inferno during a confrontation with Kumogakure, unleashed by a Konoha brat. Yet, he made no connection between that juvenile and the goggled swordsman before him, for their physiques and strengths were worlds apart. Who exactly are you? He bellowed, casting his gaze upon the figure standing atop a great tree amid the conflagration. It seems reinforcements have arrived. Uchiha Ryu no longer pressed the attack. Instead, he perched quietly upon a tree, awaiting the unfolding events. Despite his earlier hasty retreat, his demeanor now radiated tranquility, suggesting that reinforcements were imminent. Although the flames surrounding Huangtu had been extinguished by the Earth-style techniques, the scorching waves emanating from the heart of the inferno continued to diminish his condition. In stark contrast, Uchiha Ryu, with his right hand grasping the unsheathed star blade, emanated an aura of elegance, as a ripple of water encircled him, keeping the intense heat at bay. A meter away from his form, soon, a peculiar object surged forth from the northwestern horizon. Who would have thought it would actually lure this old fellow over? Uchiha Rome remained expressionless, yet a sense of joy surged within him. Despite several attempts to corner the yellow earth, fraught with peril, he had been unable to compel his opponent to employ the earth clone technique. Thus, he surmised that the adversary might be incapable of it as well. So, apart from the yellow earth, who else was most likely to wield the earth clone? Naturally, it was his father, the Third Hokage, Inoki of the two-way balance. How is it that even my son has not been imparted this technique? Could it be that the earth clone holds some esoteric significance reserved solely for the lineage of the Hokage? Uchiha Ron was engulfed in perplexity, although he found such speculation absurd. After all, it was merely a C-rank clone. He could not dismiss it entirely. Upon further reflection, if such outlandish conjecture were not the case. The Earth clone would have long been appropriated by the Uchiha clan. Amidst these contemplations, a growing mass of Earth hurtled towards the sky. Soon, it floated into Uchiha Rong's line of sight, hovering 100 meters away. Upon the enormous rock stood a diminutive old man with a prominent nose, his height barely reaching 1.40 meters. "You young ones, why do you hide your face in such shame?" The ancient voice echoed as a substantial chunk of the rock broke away, hurtling towards Uchiha Rong. TSK, this is indeed the earth weight technique. What an impressive ability it is. Uchiha Rong, with a swift motion of his arm, unleashed a crescent-shaped wind blade extending over 10 meters. This technique, the flying slash, executed with remarkable precision, cleaved the approaching massive rock in two from a distance of 50 meters. The chakra affixed to the rock was neutralized, causing the two halves to plummet. Over the span of 2 years, the now 16-year-old Uchiha Rong had progressed far beyond mere ninjutsu. His chakra volume had reached an impressive 15 cards, and its potency undeniably approached that of a Kage. "Who on earth are you?" inquired the third Hokage, Inoki, his gaze heavy with concern. He had never encountered such a young master of swordsmanship within the ninja world. It was as if he were witnessing another Kakashi Hatake. Chapter 72. Fierce Battle with the Third Hokage. Uchiha Rong is devoid of superfluous chatter. The 8 gates of might. First gate, open. Second gate, rest. Third gate, life. Fourth gate, wound. Fifth gate, dismissal. In an instant, all 5 gates are unleashed, and Uchiha Rong's figure abruptly vanishes. This is not good. Naka's expression shifted dramatically as he manipulated the light rock to descend rapidly. He realized that his opponent possessed the ability to move at high speeds through the air. While his lightweight rock technique allowed for flight, it paled in comparison to the speed of his adversary, akin to a tortoise's crawl. Thus, the seasoned Noki instinctively opted for ground combat. Oh, quite a swift reaction, indeed. Uchiha Rong raised an eyebrow as he materialized just above Naka's hovering position. It was not that he hesitated to pursue. Rather, the descent of his opponent was alarmingly swift, rendering him unable to catch up. Conversely, the speed at which Noki was flying was not particularly impressive. With the opening of the 5 gates, Uchiha Rong executed the Wind Thunder Flash, confidently proclaiming himself as the foremost master of instant movement in the ninja world. However, this velocity barely matched that of shadow-level ninjutsu. It is crucial to note that many S-rank and A-rank ninjutsu can achieve speeds that are supersonic or even faster. At this moment, what constrained Uchiha Rong's speed was not the technique, but his physical capacity. Theoretically, if his physique were sufficiently robust, his Wind Thunder Flash could also surpass the speed of sound. As the situation escalated, a resounding thunderclap echoed. A colossal rock crashed violently into the ground, embedding itself deeply. Yet Noki had already leapt away from the massive boulder, having descended merely several dozen meters from the ground. Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. As he landed, Noki finally revealed his renowned bloodline limit, Dust Release. Adopting a posture reminiscent of Tai Chi, he formed a spherical grip with his hands. A cubic white light materialized, followed by a beam resembling a laser that shot forth. Uchiha Rong executed a swift reverse leap in midair, landing gracefully upon the ground, thereby evading the onslaught of the Dust Release technique. The aftermath of the recent inferno left the earth blanketed in ashes of flora, interspersed with remnants of charcoal, yet to be entirely consumed by flames. Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. As Uchiha Rong descended, he simultaneously completed the hand seals for the simplified waterfall technique. In an instant, a deluge of water cascaded down from the heavens, sweeping away a vast quantity of vegetation and ash. It was only then that one realized the small grove had, unbeknownst to them, been engulfed by flames. Now sunken several meters, and coupled with the force of the waterfall, had transformed into a small lake. The esteemed Noki, the third Hokage, effortlessly evaded the torrent's onslaught, standing resolutely upon the water's surface. "Young one, do you attempt to confront me with water techniques? Huh, how amusing." The diminutive Noki scoffed. "Are you perhaps a bloodline limit ninja from the Hidden Mist Village?" Uchiha Rong let out a light chuckle. "Heh, you." The words were abruptly cut off. "Don't be a hindrance." In a flash, as he prepared to charge towards Hinata Aya in the distance, the yellow earth beneath his feet was sent flying with a swift kick. "Just observe the battle from the sidelines. If you dare to make any further moves, I shall end you." Uchiha Ronmu's eyes glimmered with malice. Although Hinata Aya had made considerable progress over the past 2 years, it was still too ambitious for her to confront Lus alone. "Step back, Lus," she commanded. At that moment, Inoki also spoke up. While he was unafraid of this inhuman level of body flicker technique, he was unable to ensure the safety of his son. Uchiha Ron had just made his move, and he was utterly fraught with anxiety, but fortunately, his opponent refrained from dealing a lethal blow. Otherwise, he would have been powerless to intervene. In that fleeting moment, Huangtu comprehended the disparity between them and had no choice but to withdraw. Years later, he would indeed belong to the echelon of shadow-level warriors, yet at present, he was evidently lacking. Even when facing other shadow-level adversaries, he harbored confidence. However, the swiftness of this encounter left him at a loss, unable to form the necessary hand seals. "Young one, did you intentionally lure me here?" Once Huangtu had retreated, even taking his leave, his adversary refrained from further aggression. While Noki felt a slight sense of relief, his expression darkened as he questioned, "Now that there are no more distractions, why continue this idle chatter?" Uchiha Ron cast a disdainful glance and had already made his move. 7 figures of Uchiha Ron emerged from the surface of the water beside Noki, wielding their blades with the grace of the stars, striking down relentlessly. Noki suddenly regretted his earlier mockery of his opponent's use of water release against him, his expression turning grim. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate. A massive rock materialized from thin air, enveloping him and shielding him from the onslaught of slashing attacks from all directions. Theoretically, earth release indeed counters water release. However, this aquatic environment not only amplified his opponent's abilities but also diminished his own. The terrain was decidedly unfavorable for him. With this realization, he seized the moment while the rocks shielded him from the assault, rapidly forming hand seals. He intended to transform this small lake into a towering mountain. Earth release, groundquake core. 500 meters away. Hinata Aya gazed in astonishment at the rocky platform that had risen from the lake. Is this the battle of a shadow-level powerhouse? With a mere wave, forests turned to lakes, and the earth trembled. Such mastery of ninjutsu rivaled even the alterations made by Susanoo to the terrain. Moments later, after the battle had raged for half an hour, just as Uchiha Ron approached the stone platform to launch an attack on Noki, a gigantic hand of rock unexpectedly emerged, seizing him. Preceding the signs of the Earth's might, Earth release, rock clone. In a swift motion, an identical copy of Noki lunged toward Uchiha Ron, who had just freed himself from the rocky grasp, embracing him tightly. Meanwhile, another Noki directly applied enhanced weight to his rock clone. Beneath the protective visor of Uchiha Ron, the Sharingan had already awakened, shimmering with an extraordinary brilliance. A copying eye. The sequence of hand seals, including the accompanying flow of chakra, was flawlessly replicated. The Earth clone was at hand. No wonder such techniques were so scarce. It was only at the moment of successfully duplicating the Earth clone that Uchiha Ron finally grasped the truth. It ought to be referred to as the rock clone. Moreover, it was not a C-rank technique, but rather a B-rank, on par with the shadow clone. The version he replicated was evidently a simplified sequence of hand seals, resulting in merely 3 seals. The process involved an instantaneous high-level transformation of Earth-type chakra after the concrete had taken shape, altering its soil properties to resemble that of rock. This represented a profound transformation of the material structure. Had it not been for Uchiha Ron's current mastery of Earth-type transformations, which had fortuitously reached the threshold of fusion with other attributes, this replication might have ended in failure. The Sharingan-esque copying ability falters when faced with bloodline limits and certain intricate techniques due to the advanced nature of the required training. It is akin to an elementary student attempting to plagiarize homework. Copying from a middle schooler is manageable, but being tasked with reproducing a graduate-level source code, dense and sprawling, within the fleeting moment it takes for the other party to form their seals is an impossible feat, however. If a peer of equal caliber in computer expertise were to glance at it, they could truly comprehend the content. By grasping a few pivotal elements, they could reconstruct the entirety. Thus, the replication succeeded. Just as the moment arrived, Uchiha Ron found himself firmly restrained by Inoki's rock clone, rendered immobile. Meanwhile, Inoki gradually ascended, stepping upon the heavy rock, preparing to unleash a dust release technique to bring an end to himself. It turned out that the inherent nature of the rock clone, when paired with heavy rock, was astonishingly weighty. Nevertheless, such a combination seemed rather foolish, did it not? Uchiha Ron found himself firmly embraced. Yet he gazed upwards towards the hovering form of Inoki. I cannot break free. But why must I even try? With a sudden motion, the earth around Uchiha Rong began to shift. A resounding splash echoed as Uchiha Rong and Inoki's rock clone plummeted into the ground. The clone, having been imbued with increased weight, descended with remarkable swiftness. In an instant, they vanished from sight. Inoki, who had just consolidated his dust release technique in midair, was left astonished. His strategy was typically infallible. The rock clone boasted formidable defenses, yet its strength was only half that of its original. And here he was, a frail old man, both in stature and age, lacking the physical prowess one might expect. In essence, the rock clone was ill-equipped to contend against foes of equal strength. Thus, he devised the tactic of augmenting the clone's weight to ensnare adversaries. Normally, he would simply follow up with a dust release technique to eliminate both the clone and the enemy in one fell swoop. But now, he was utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 73. An unexpected encounter with Jiraiya. Who could this mysterious individual be? What ulterior motives might he harbor? Those goggles. Could they belong to a clan of technique shinobi from the hidden mist? Inoki floated in the air, disheveled by the wind. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rong, having successfully replicated a B-rank rock clone, was filled with elation as he journeyed towards the land of fire alongside Hinata Aya. Along the way, he had thoroughly tested the capabilities of the rock clone, and to his surprise, they exceeded his expectations. This technique seemed tailor-made for him. If the defining characteristic of the shadow clone is the return of memories to the original, then the B-rank rock clone possesses a robust physicality akin to that of rock molecules. The water clone gains strength in aquatic environments due to the abundant water molecules continually replenishing its form, enhancing its kinetic energy and overall power. Similarly, the rock clone, derived from Earth Chakra, exhibits comparable advantages in terrestrial settings. The original amplification is estimated to fall between 15 to 25. Moreover, Earth possesses a unique attribute. In contrast to the energy-based shadow clones and the liquid-formed water clones, rock embodies a tangible essence, inherently superior in strength. Coupled with the rock clone's internal structure, which remarkably mimics that of a human, complete with organs sculpted from earth, it operates like a clay figure fashioned by Enwa. The influx of active rock molecules from the environment fuels its vitality, enabling its earthen heart to beat and thus attain even greater power augmentation. Consequently, the rock clone's realism is unparalleled, making it exceedingly difficult to distinguish from the original. However, it is not without its drawbacks. Like shadow clones, the chakra expenditure required to create a rock clone far surpasses that of a C-rank entity. Moreover, sustaining a rock clone in prolonged combat necessitates the infusion of additional chakra, particularly when in a non-combat state, which consumes significantly more chakra than shadow clones. This is primarily to maintain the operation of its earth-constructed organs. Of course, in a terrestrial environment, this consumption is halved, yet it still does not permit the rock clone to operate freely for extended periods. This renders the rock clone less suitable for intelligence gathering, making it more adept for combat and protection. In addition, aside from its internal organs, the external musculature and skeletal structure of the rock clone are entirely composed of rock molecules, granting it exceptional defensive capabilities. Through Uchiha Rong's assessments, the rock clone can withstand the vast majority of conventional C-rank ninjutsu assaults, exhibiting even greater resistance to physical damage. Even when confronted with a direct hit from B-rank ninjutsu, survival remains a possibility. The defensive capabilities of this rock clone surpass those of the original, and although its strength is only half that of the original, it still possesses approximately 70% of my typical combat prowess. Such an enhancement is nothing short of monumental. It is well known that virtually all clones share a common vulnerability: their fragility. If they sustain significant injuries and lack sufficient pre-stored chakra for repair, or if they are irreparably damaged, they will dissipate. Thus, many confrontations with an enemy's clone often result in a single strike being sufficient to eliminate the troublesome duplicate. As Uchiha Rong contemplated future tactics centered around the rock clone, he unknowingly arrived at a small town on the eastern border of the Land of Grass. Rong, our provisions are dwindling. Shall we replenish them in the town ahead? Hinata Aya suggested. Returning to the present, Uchiha Rong nodded. There's no rush. We shall rest in the town tonight and enjoy a decent meal. After all, we are on an excursion, and there is no need to hurry back. Oh, that would be splendid. Hinata Aya beamed with delight. This past period of pursuing Huangtu had been quite arduous, filled with rough and meager rations. Though shinobi are resilient, they are still human. Given the choice, who would choose to gnaw on dry, hard provisions? Upon entering the town, this takoyaki is exquisite. Rome, you must try some, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Look at this cute little rabbit mask. Watching Aya flit about the streets like a colorful butterfly, her hands full of various snacks. Uchiha Rome felt a surge of warmth. Her lively and spirited demeanor infused the atmosphere with a refreshing sense of life. In pursuit of strength and survival through rigorous chakra training, they had devoted their lives to this endeavor. Thus, moments of relaxation like this lifted their spirits considerably. Hey, is that? Suddenly, Uchiha Rome was taken aback to spot a familiar face amidst the crowd. He hastily pursued, but sensing someone approaching, the white-haired figure ahead vanished in an instant. Uchiha Rome, unhurried, made his way towards a deserted alley. Rome, what's the matter? Hinata Aya, sensing something amiss, hurriedly followed. It's nothing, just encountered an acquaintance. As they conversed, Uchiha Rome had already ventured deep into the alley. Who goes there? Suddenly, a robust figure clad in a kimono and wooden clogs materialized in a spot that had seemed vacant. Clearly, the stranger did not recognize them, as neither Uchiha Rong nor his companion bore any insignia of the Hidden Leaf Village. Uchiha Rong scrutinized the other party for a moment before smiling. You must be Lord Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, am I right? I am a ninja from Konoha, the personal guard of the Fourth Hokage, Uchiha Rong. Hyuga Aya, witnessing this, also introduced herself, removing her mask with curiosity as she gazed at Jiraiya. Upon seeing her distinctive pale eyes, Jiraiya visibly relaxed his guard. Ah, it turns out to be Rong and Aya. I have heard Lord Minato mention you more than once. He chuckled. We have long been aware of your esteemed reputation. It is a pity that we have yet to meet. What a coincidence it is to encounter you while out for a stroll. Indeed, among the legendary 3. Tsunade had long departed, and Orochimaru had betrayed them. However, since Minato had not perished, Jiraiya remained in Konoha. The previous policy disagreements between the Third and Fourth Hokage had caused Jiraiya to spend less time in the village, often undertaking various missions and remaining away for extended periods. This absence was the reason he was not present during the Ninetales incident. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Come, let us retire to my temporary residence for a while, Jiraiya invited after confirming their identities. The two readily agreed. The residence was a quaint, traditional manor, modest in size and devoid of extravagance. Observing the few servants within, Uchiha Rong's expression grew increasingly peculiar. This hardly resembled a temporary dwelling. It seemed that the discord between the 2 Hokage had prompted Jiraiya to settle here. Soon, tatama mats and a small table were arranged on the courtyard's platform. And as several delicacies and teacups were served, the servants discreetly withdrew. How has the village been faring lately? Jiraiya inquired as they settled down, expressing his genuine concern. In truth, he had returned to the village following the Ninetales incident, coinciding with the time when the fish squad was dispatched to eliminate invading ninjas, thus missing each other. Everything was well when I left this time, came the reply. Uchiha Ron took a sip of tea and replied, What has become of Orochimaru? Is he still imprisoned in the Dark Abyss? He was released recently, but under strict orders not to leave the village. That is a relief, sighed Jiraiya, his expression laden with complexity. After Orochimaru's confinement, he had attempted to persuade his dear friend to change his ways. Yet it seemed that this once cherished companion had transformed into someone unrecognizable. As he continued to inquire about the current state of the village, Jiraiya's demeanor gradually softened. He began to regard Uchiha Ron with a newfound curiosity. Lord Jiraiya, do you not intend to return? Uchiha Ron felt a sense of curiosity. Currently, Sarutobi Hiruzen had essentially retreated into seclusion, relinquishing complete authority to Namikaze Minato. Meanwhile, Obito remained a looming threat to Konoha, having staged another invasion last year in an attempt to assault Minato. Fortunately, this time, with preparations in place and the assistance of Team 10 and Team Kakashi, Minato nearly managed to capture the adversary. Since that encounter, Obito had not re-emerged. During such tumultuous times, it was rather absurd that Jiraiya had chosen not to return. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya offered a wry smile. Having grown accustomed to a languid lifestyle over the past few years, he found it difficult to stay in the village for long. The following day, after bidding farewell to Jiraiya, Uchiha Ron and his companion set off on their journey back to the village. Through their conversations, he began to grasp Jiraiya's perspective. Although many matters were left unsaid, they were not difficult to surmise. With Tsunade's departure and the tragic demise of Hatake Tsukumo, There were undoubtedly numerous political ramifications involved. Jiraiya, hailing from a commoner background, had clearly grown weary of such intricacies. He was an exceptional shinobi, yet not a suitable leader, especially with his own disciple currently in power. Even though the Third Hokage had relinquished authority, Jiraiya was reluctant to engage further in the machinations of power. Nonetheless, it was fortunate that Jiraiya, despite his refusal to return, maintained communication with the village. In recent years, amidst the undercurrents of tension, he had assisted the village in addressing several challenging missions. Overall, this was certainly a marked improvement compared to the near-total disconnection from the original trajectory. Although he was not physically present in Konoha, he continued to fulfill his duties. The village had not lost this formidable asset. After a leisurely journey, Uchiha Roan and his companion finally returned to the village after more than a month. The date was July 13th, 51st year of Konoha. Uchiha Roan was indeed focused on an event that might transpire this year, which prompted his early return. Just yesterday, Yunshang sent a message via the Together We Thrive ring. The envoy from the hidden cloud has arrived. Is history truly destined to repeat itself? Upon returning to his family courtyard, Uchiha Roan wore a cold smirk. He found it rather peculiar that, under the governance of Namikaze Minato, this young Fourth Hokage was not the seasoned politician of the Third Hokage from the original timeline. Why then, did the envoy from the hidden cloud arrive as expected? Regardless of your intentions, this time, failure is inevitable. In contrast to the cautious demeanor of several years ago, the 16-year-old Uchiha Roan exuded an air of confidence. Observing that the hour was still early, he strolled out of the clan grounds and made his way to training ground number 7 to the west. Over the years, this training ground had almost transformed into a private domain for the Uchiha clan, having undergone multiple expansions. Of course, the funds for these enhancements were generously provided by Uchiha Roan himself. The captain has returned. Captain, why were you away for so long on your journey? Is this really the legendary captain? How charming. As he walked along, many cast admiring glances, and familiar teammates approached him respectfully to offer their greetings. Uchiha Roan nodded with a smile in response. Although he had resigned from the position of captain of the 7th Division years ago, the veteran members still habitually referred to him as their captain. After repelling Obito's attack last year, he was further appointed by Fugaku as the honorary captain of the security department, possessing authority second only to that of Minister Fugaku himself. It seems we have quite a number of youthful and vibrant new faces, Uchiha Roan remarked, noticing Yunsang had appeared by his side. It is all thanks to you. This place is rapidly becoming a sacred training ground for the village, Yunsang replied. Really? Have you also learned the art of flattery? Not at all. I speak nothing but the truth. Yunsang chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. She had recently been promoted to the captain of the 1st Division, overseeing the entire security patrol unit. This position was not merely a result of Uchiha Roan's esteemed influence. It was primarily due to Yunsang's own formidable capabilities. In several instances of apprehending A-rank criminals, as well as during missions assigned by the Hokage outside the village, Yunsang exhibited prowess that could overpower most elite J-nin. During a minor skirmish against the Cloud Village, she single-handedly battled 5 J-nin, ultimately earning the title of Konoha's female police officer after the conflict concluded with 3 deaths and 2 fleeing from the Cloud Village. In terms of reputation within the ninja world, Yunsang had surpassed Uchiha Roan, the 4th Hokage's bodyguard, almost rivaling the likes of Shunshin and Shizu. This was largely attributable to Uchiha Roan's frequent assignments under the guise of the Umbu. Has there been any movement from the Cloud Village? After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Uchiha Roan quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Nothing out of the ordinary has been detected so far. We will continue to monitor closely. And should they approach the territory of the Nara clan, inform me at once. Understood. Despite her rising fame in the ninja world, Yunsang maintained the respect due to a subordinate in his presence. Having concluded their official discussion and observing that Uchiha Roan was preparing for his daily training, Yunsang hesitated momentarily before adding, recently, a number of uninvited civilian ninjas have appeared at Training Ground 7. After listening to Yunsang's report, Uchiha Roan waved his hand dismissively. Ignore them. Inform our people privately that any training involving important ninjutsu should be conducted within the barrier. Very well, Yunsang acknowledged. Uchiha Roan was fully aware of her concerns. The presence of uninvited commoners implied a complex web of identities and backgrounds. Over time, this would inevitably attract the scrutiny of spies. However, as early as a year ago, multiple barriers had been established in the core area of Training Ground Number 7. The Uchiha clan habitually congregates, relegating uninvited outsiders to the periphery. After all, the Number 7 training ground is ostensibly a public facility, though it has subtly begun to trend towards becoming an exclusive training arena for the Uchiha. However, it would be impolite to overtly drive others away. As long as their actions remain within reasonable bounds, the current leadership of Konoha is unlikely to intervene. With the expansion of the grounds and the procurement of equipment in the outer areas, any persistent intrusion would provide the security department with just cause to apprehend you as a potential spy. By the way, how is the formation of the group progressing? Uchiha Rong inquired. Uchiha Yunxiang revealed a smile, stating that the selection process had been completed according to your wishes, yielding 31 eligible genin and shunin, among whom 18 are commoners. Very well. Continue to supply them with the necessary resources and report any results to me at the earliest opportunity. Understood. The budding organization can be regarded as an auxiliary entity of the United Endeavors Association, or understood as a reserve member group. Its purpose is to scout for innovative and creatively gifted young ninjas, subjecting them to 3 rigorous selection assessments to identify the most exceptional among them. This initiative was an impromptu creation of Uchiha Rong, inspired by the student council from a past life, treating ninjutsu development as a research project. He provides resources to foster their growth while they meticulously research and develop various D and C rank low-level ninjutsu. Unless there is anything else, you may leave. He dismissed Yunxiang and proceeded to his designated area. This was indeed a space enveloped by a barrier, impervious even to the Third Hokage's telescope technique. After conducting some warm-up exercises, Uchiha Rong activated the 8 gates. 5th gate, open. 6th gate, open. He opened up to the 6th gate before pausing to attune himself. In truth, he was now capable of engaging in combat at the 7th gate, and if he pushed himself, he could even unlock the 8th. After all, his physical prowess had reached a level comparable to that of Might Guy at the pinnacle of his original trajectory. However, he deemed it unnecessary. His pursuit had always been to open the gates without injury. Previously, during his battle with Noki, he limited himself to the 5th gate precisely because it allowed for injury-free operation. At the 6th gate, his physical strength alone could nearly match that of a Kaga-level ninja. Unfortunately, the ferocious energy in this state could inflict damage on the body, and prolonged combat could result in irreparable internal injuries. Uchiha Rong furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. The rigorous training of the 6th gate had ensnared him for a full 2 years, yet he remained unable to achieve the elusive state of opening the gate without injury. Although the 8 gates technique posits that mastery over the valve of energy release would theoretically enable a pain-free opening, the practical demands on physical strength and energy control are exceedingly stringent. The greater the physical prowess, the more potent the cellular energy contained within. An increased cellular content allows for the substantial storage of energy through nourishment. This stored cellular energy can swiftly replenish any deficits during times of chakra scarcity, facilitating an unharmed opening of the gates. Equally crucial is the aspect of energy control. The more adept one is at managing energy, the lesser the damage inflicted by the surging energy upon the body during the gate's opening. It is this harmonious amalgamation that has allowed Uchiha Rong to presently achieve an unscathed opening of the 5th gate. One might conceptualize it as a balance of restorative capacity and damage mitigation. A stronger physique and greater energy reserves equate to enhanced restorative capacity, while superior energy control mitigates the ferocity of the energy's eruption, thereby indirectly bolstering defensive capabilities. At this moment, Uchiha Rong is diligently practicing the control of the tumultuous energy that emanates from the 6th gate. Yet, it appears that theory remains merely theoretical. Unless my physical strength can undergo a significant enhancement once more, it is likely that my limits will be confined to the 6th gate. Unbeknownst to him, the sun has already begun its descent in the western sky. Uchiha Rong sealed 6 of the 8 gates and consumed a special-grade soldier pill. His current physical energy could not replenish the depletion caused by opening the 6 gates, yet he could temporarily restore it through the special-grade soldier pill, thereby indirectly preserving the integrity of the 6 gates. However, the same could not be said for the 7th gate. Uchiha Rong discerned that each subsequent gate not only exponentially amplified his strength but also inflicted proportional damage upon his physique. After opening the 7th gate, he required a full fortnight to recuperate, nearly failing to restore himself completely. As for the 8th gate, he harbored a foreboding intuition. Even a few minutes of its activation would severely compromise his foundational health. Should he maintain it for 10 minutes, he would inevitably suffer paralysis. Any extension beyond that duration would surely result in his demise. Uchiha Rong possesses no will of fire. Unless faced with a situation of certain demise, he would never attempt the 8th gate as long as there remains a glimmer of hope. Upon returning to his courtyard, Yunxiang reappeared. Master, do not forget that there is a clan meeting tonight. A hand to his forehead, Uchiha Rong nearly forgot. Today is the 13th. Understood. Chapter 75. Faction standing at a height of 1.73 meters, clad in a black satin kimono adorned with a fan motif, and wearing wooden clogs. This figure stepped into the torii gate of the Nanshi Shrine. At that moment, over 100 Uchiha had gathered nearby, all of whom were under 40 years of age, with the age group of teenagers to those in their early 20s comprising 2/3 of the assembly. The cohort of those in their 20s to 30s made up the remaining 1/3, while only 6 or 7 individuals were over 30 and none were above 40. As this group entered the underground plaza with great momentum, they attracted various discussions among the other clans folk. Some expressed admiration, some wore solemn expressions, while others subtly revealed hostility. Uchiha Rong, undeterred by the multitude of gazes upon him, ascended the dais step by step. He took his seat upon the chief stone pedestal on the right, a position formerly occupied by Uchiha Hochin. Indeed, Uchiha Rong had now supplanted that middle-aged woman, becoming the new head of the logistics department. To his right, in the second seat, Uchiha fucking had arrived, serving as the deputy head of logistics within the clan. The third seat was occupied by Yunxiang, who had settled there unbeknownst to anyone, acting as the captain of the first guard unit. The fourth seat and the last seat remained unfilled, as the captains of the second and third units had yet to arrive. You're early, kid. Uchiha Kong, increasingly aged, suddenly appeared in the last seat on the left, greeting Uchiha Rong in a voice barely audible above the stage. Soon, Uchiha Yen also made his entrance, taking the second seat on the left. Following him, Uchiha Fugaku appeared in the main position. By this time, the captains of the second and third units had also arrived, yet the chief seat reserved for the clan elders on the left remained vacant. This was due to Uchiha Shana, who had fallen gravely ill. This former acting clan leader seemed to be nearing the end of his life. In this moment of power transition, while the external world appeared peaceful, undercurrents were surging. Within the clan, tranquility was but fade. Over the past 2 years, after truly becoming a member of the Uchiha elite, Uchiha Rong gradually came to understand many things. Both Shana and Yin were originally aligned with the hawkish faction. Uchiha Sara represents the neutral faction, while the newly appointed Fugaku aligns with the conciliatory faction, establishing a distinct power within the clan. The Uchiha clan, in essence, has never truly embraced a pacifist ideology. This perhaps elucidates why, within the original narrative, both Shisui and Itachi gravitated towards Root and the Umbu. During discussions surrounding the coup, the factions were never at odds over whether to engage in conflict, but rather over the timing of such an action. Disagreement arose when Shisui decided that the moment was ripe for a coup, while Fugaku and In believed it was an inopportune time. When it resolved to instigate the coup, Shisui and Fugaku expressed their doubts regarding its feasibility. As tensions escalated among the factions, Uchiha K often played the role of mediator, navigating the intricate web of mutual scheming and counterbalancing forces. Now, with Shisui's fall, this equilibrium is on the verge of collapse. Yet, prior to his demise, Shisui elevated Uchiha Rong to prominence. Consequently, the clan once again found itself in a state of delicate balance. This younger minister of logistics, despite holding a position that ostensibly pales in comparison to that of the clan elders, wields genuine authority that even they lack. With control over resources and personnel, he effectively eliminates any means of coercion. Ignoring Fugaku's scrutinizing gaze and its hostile glare, he stands resolute. Uchiha Rong surveyed with keen interest the group of individuals positioned at the forefront of the assembly. If the densely packed throng of hundreds behind them could be deemed reserve personnel, then this row ahead represented the cadre, pillars of strength. Among this esteemed assembly, he spotted his aide, Uchiha Yuan, alongside several squad leaders from the 3 battalions of the security department, each commanding the top 3 squads of their respective battalions. There were also numerous supervisors, some less familiar yet previously encountered. Their arrangement was quite intriguing. The formidable members of the security department stood on the right, while the administrative officials occupied the left, reminiscent of the division between civil and military ministers. Let us commence, he thought, as Fujiwara voiced the opening words. It seems that Uchiha Rong has heard. Matters of importance should be reported promptly, while trivialities may be dismissed. Indeed, the essence remains the same. Recently, our business in explosive talismans has dwindled month by month. Beside Uchiha Rong, Uchiha fucking was the first to rise and speak. The discussion surrounding explosive tags had almost become a perennial topic at every clan meeting, as their profits accounted for more than a third, if not nearly half, of the Uchiha's main revenue. This industry served as the backbone of the entire Uchiha clan. Recently, various families, led by the Shimura clan, had inexplicably acquired a substantial quantity of high-quality explosive tags, with prices plummeting to 250 ryo. Upon hearing this, the room fell into silence. While they may have been oblivious to other matters, explosive tags were a constant subject of conversation. Even those clan members who were least concerned with internal affairs understood the implications of this figure. High quality, abundant. 250 ryo. This posed a genuine threat to the market for Uchiha's premium explosive tags, priced at 500 ryo. After all, ninjas typically deployed explosive tags in intricate arrays, necessitating a significant demand. With the same amount of money, one could acquire a greater quantity elsewhere. The overall power of the array would remain formidable, thereby providing greater operational flexibility. If I were to spend 5,000 ryo on 10 of your Uchiha explosive tags, I could procure 20 from another source for the same sum. When the time for battle arrives, I could easily adjust the quantity used according to the circumstances, thus minimizing waste while achieving the desired effect. The choice was painfully clear. Curse the Shimura clan. Uchiha rose from his seat, his hand striking the stone armrest with a forceful thud. His fiery gaze was directed at Uchiha Rong. What is your approach to this matter? As the personal guard of the Hokage, how could you fail to subdue the Shimura clan after the loss of Danzo? The moment those words escaped his lips, Uchiha Rong felt the weight of 100 furious stares fixated upon him. A smirk graced his lips as he replied nonchalantly. Old man, are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? A wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly. He dared to openly refer to the clan elder as an old man, although there had been occasional open and covert conflicts among the factions within the clan. Such blatant disrespect towards an elder had never been witnessed before. You, how dare you? Uchiha Yin was so infuriated that his speech began to tremble. Uchiha Rong slowly rose, his right hand resting upon the star-patterned adornment at his waist. With an expression of indifference, he cast his gaze towards Yin. The Shimura clan resorts to commercial warfare. You believe you can outmaneuver me by directing your ire towards my direction? Do you truly think I am so easily molded? One must learn to yield to age. As a remnant of a bygone era, there is no vessel large enough to bear your weight in this new age. As Uchiha Rong stood, the third seat, Yunshang, also rose, revealing a pair of crimson eyes in which 3 tomo manifested. This motion seemed to trigger some unseen mechanism. With a rhythmic sound of footsteps, over 120 individuals emerged from the square. Upon their emergence, they collectively turned to face the remaining crowd. In comparison to the total of over 500, this contingent fell short of 1/3, yet each exuded an astonishing presence. Among them, many had activated their Sharingan. Uchiha's eyes narrowed slightly. After finally catching his breath, he pointed at the young clan members below and bellowed, "Are you attempting to rebel? Silence, old man. Speak another word, and I shall end your life." Uchiha Ron's voice was calm, yet exuded an undeniable aura of menace. Those qualified to attend the clan meeting were all elite members of the clan. A few years prior, the total number of individuals in this square scarcely exceeded 300. With over 400 ninjas within the clan lacking the privilege to step foot here. Today, the count had surged to over 500. A testament to the immense resources, amounting to billions, that Uchiha Ron had invested in cultivating them. As he observed Uchiha Yin trembling, seemingly on the verge of saying something, Faik furrowed his brow. At this moment, Uchiha Sara spoke up. "Yin, cease your antics. This is the realm of the youth now. We, the elders, should refrain from meddling." As his words fell, a group of 80 to 90 individuals slowly emerged from the crowd. Now, only around 300 clan members remained clustered in the center of the square, over half of whom cast their gazes towards the patriarch, Fugaku. Yet, Fugaku remained expressionless, offering no response. The atmosphere became tense, as if civil war was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 76, The Twilight of the Elders. At that moment, a voice, still tinged with youthful innocence, rang out amidst the throng. "Elder Yin, you should not redirect external conflicts inward. This is mere selfishness." As the words echoed, a diminutive figure stepped forth from the adult crowd. The young clan leader. How could this be? What does the young clan leader mean? Murmured the more than 300 clan members in hushed tones. However, Uchiha Itachi's voice, amplified by his chakra, resonated distinctly in everyone's ears once more. I believe that Elder Yin is no longer fit to occupy this position. As Itachi fully integrated into the ranks of the more than 100 supporters of the new faction, the previously hesitant crowd surged forth, reclaiming over 100 individuals. It was one thing for the former clan leader to remain silent, but now, even the young clan leader had stepped forward, providing many reluctant clan members with a rationale to avoid conflict. Absurd. Would they truly engage in combat against the young clan leader? They should not be deceived by their numbers. Upon closer inspection, the youth among them were formidable. Just the achievements of the two women in the front row had already placed many seasoned veterans in their shadow. Uchiha Chien, Uchiha Shunning. Those members of the elder Uchiha clan, who have not been blinded by fervor, would be astounded upon juxtaposing the elite shinobi from both sides. They would discern that the opposing force, comprising over 100 individuals, boasts a superior number of high-ranking shinobi, exceeding their own count of approximately 300 by 2. Upon realizing this, a few scattered clan members began to make their way slowly towards the periphery of the square. When the crowd ceased to ebb and flow, fewer than 100 individuals remained at the heart of the plaza. Uchiha Rong displayed a look of disappointment. It was evident that a confrontation was now impossible. In a moment of weakness, Yin attempted to solidify his own power by troubling Uchiha Rong. Uchiha Rong too longs for an opportunity to purge the remnants within his clan. As the saying goes, warfare is fundamentally about logistics, and he is more than capable of engaging in it. A new era must be sanctified by sacrifice and bloodshed. The elimination of a portion of the disobedient will not diminish the Uchiha clan. Rather, it will serve to strengthen its unity. Enough. Uchiha Fugaku's expression was intricate as he gazed at his eldest son. His eyes swept across the members of the clan. From this day forth, the Council of Elders will be abolished, he declared, directing his gaze towards Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sara shrugged his shoulders, expressing his lack of dissent. At last, he could enjoy a well-deserved retirement. Uchiha gazed at him with an expression of incredulity, gradually collapsing into the chair. Observing this, Fugaku shifted his gaze towards Uchiha Rong. To claim he was not anxious would be a falsehood. In truth, he was genuinely concerned that this young successor might seize the opportunity to usurp his position. Perhaps under Fugaku's guidance, the Uchiha clan could flourish even more. Over the past 2 years, he had witnessed the growth of the younger generation within the clan. However, having tasted the throne of the clan leader, who would willingly step down, Uchiha Rong displayed an innocuous smile, his voice resonating throughout the assembly. If the business of explosive tags faces competition, why not cultivate new pillar industries? Clinging to the old ways and being complacent is not an option. Even if the Shimura clan does not engage in a price war with us today, other ninja clans will inevitably seek to usurp our market share with more competitive pricing in the future. Many of the younger generation's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm, while the elders appeared increasingly anxious. As for the notion of leveraging power to suppress competitors, allow me to enlighten you. The Shimura clan has already been so severely marginalized by the Hokage lineage that they can hardly raise their heads. Their clan assets have significantly diminished, and their territory has been relocated beyond the core area. This has compelled them to focus entirely on explosive tags. If we too engage in suppression, it would only incite wariness from other ninja clans and even the Hokage. Upon hearing this, most attendees were left in stunned silence. So that was the case? Some of the clan's elders began to reflect inwardly, realizing that the actions of the Flame clan were indeed excessive. At this juncture, Uchiha Rong nodded toward the clan leader, Fugaku, before taking his seat. Only at this moment did Fugaku finally breathe a sigh of relief. He began to comprehend that this young junior was not intent on seizing power. The earlier display of arrogance was merely a retort to the provocations of the Flame clan elders. Understanding this, Fugaku's previously heavy heart began to swell with excitement. The burden of the elder council that had weighed upon him was finally lifted. Although it seemed that a stronger young figure had emerged, he himself was only 33 years old. Compared to dealing with those 3 obstinate old men, communication would surely be easier with someone from the same younger generation. Moreover, if he were to adopt an autocratic approach as the clan leader, he feared that he might inadvertently lead the clan astray. Thus, Uchiha Fugaku began to passionately expand upon the theme set by Uchiha Rong. He had previously proposed the development of new pillar industries regarding explosive tags multiple times, but each suggestion had been dismissed by the Elder Council. Now, he felt no need for preparation, as Rong's proposal was indeed commendable. Fugaku cast an appreciative glance in Uchiha Rong's direction, affirming his support. First and foremost, I propose we raise the price of explosive tags sold within our clan to 700 ryo. An uproar erupted among the crowd. However, Fugaku paid no heed. Continuing to amplify his voice with chakra, he declared, "We shall not engage in a price war. We shall only produce high-end explosive tags. There will always be affluent ninjas willing to purchase more powerful explosive tags." The murmurs in the audience began to subside somewhat, yet many elders remained deeply concerned. Uchiha Ron cast a surprised glance at Fugaku, nodding subtly. This indeed presented a commendable idea, while it might significantly reduce sales volume. The prospect of higher profits could easily compensate for that. Perhaps this path was not devoid of risks, yet it radiated more vitality than stagnation. Ultimately, the outcome could only be discerned through experimentation. Fugaku's voice resonated once more. Additionally, the research and development department. A middle-aged clan member stepped forward from the audience. "I grant you 3 months. I expect to see more distinctive and market-competitive new explosive tags." The middle-aged man appeared troubled. Yet, stepping forth behind him was a young man. "Father, if you cannot accomplish this, I am willing to take on the challenge." "Nonsense. This concerns the future of our clan. How can you, a mere youth, act recklessly?" The young man, undeterred by the middle-aged man's reprimand, remained resolute. "Honorable clan leader, I, Uchiha Bao, am prepared to pledge my clan's oath. If we fail to develop the new products you require by the deadline, I shall accept expulsion from the clan." However, Uchiha Fugaku did not wait for the rebuttals of the middle-aged clan members and readily acquiesced. He held a deep admiration for such spirited youth. In his heart, he had already resolved that even if the anticipated development did not materialize, he would find an excuse to address it with due seriousness. Turning his gaze once more towards Uchiha Ron and Uchiha Fucking, he stated, "In 1 month, I require a proposal for a new pillar industry. Do you have confidence in this endeavor?" Uchiha Ron gazed down at Uchiha Yuan with a smile. Uchiha Yuan stepped forward a few paces. "Master Clan Leader." Uchiha Yuan acknowledges the command. Subsequently, in various clan discussions, nearly every decision made by Fugaku faced no opposition. Thus, the clan assembly began to progress with remarkable speed, culminating in its eventual adjournment. A shocking revelation was destined to stir monumental waves within the clan. The tides have turned. The Council of Elders has reached its conclusion. Chapter 77. Objective. Uchiha Itachi. At the moment the Uchiha clan convened, in a hotel in Konoha, a squad of cloud ninjas was establishing a barrier within their room, plotting something sinister. According to intelligence relayed by scouts, the young clan leader of the Uchiha had awakened his eyes. Has the information been verified? Indeed, confirmed. He graduated at the age of 7 last year, and is now an elite nin at 8. The accuracy of the intelligence stands at 95. Very well. Our primary target shall be him. This delegation of 8 ninjas from the cloud comprised both men and women. At first glance, their attire suggested impoverishment due to the scant fabric used. The men were rugged, their muscles prominently displayed, while the women wore revealing garments, either mesh or crop tops. The leader of the group, a one-eyed man adorned with an eye patch, boasted a muscular physique reminiscent of a pirate captain. After confirming their primary target, he inquired, "Where does this Uchiha Itachi typically go?" "He frequents the training grounds west of the village every day." "Excellent. To ensure the success of this plan, remain ready to execute the contingency plan at any moment." If Uchiha Ron were present, he would undoubtedly be left speechless. Wasn't it agreed to capture Hinata? He even instructed Hyuga Iane to keep a close watch on Lady Hinata's movements, particularly at night. Little did he know that the claws of the cloud were beginning to reveal themselves. Among the 5 great nations, if one were to identify the most belligerent ninja village, it would undoubtedly be the cloud, renowned for its martial prowess. However, they are not merely brawn without brains. The demise of the Third Hokage has rendered the cloud's peak combat strength tenuous, prompting them to seek revenge against the Rock Village as a guise for military training. 3 years have passed, and after 2 years of recuperation, the cloud has begun to stir restlessly since the beginning of the year. Just as they clashed with Konoha, the Rock took advantage of their vulnerability. At this juncture, most believed the cloud would inevitably seek peace, for their strategies in previous years had adhered to this pattern. Yet they overlooked the fact that the new AI and Karabi had genuinely matured during this period of respite. Through numerous minor conflicts, the cloud, despite suffering losses, has nurtured a multitude of exceptional new ninja through the doctrine of warfare. Presently, they yearn to incite conflict. With their peak combat strength restored, the wolfish fangs beneath their amiable Fade are poised to emerge. As for why the primary target is the Sharingan rather than the Byakugan, this is easily comprehensible. Although the Sharingan of the copy ninja Kakashi is often criticized by the audience, it is met with envy by the natives. A ninja capable of replicating the enemy's jutsu can bring an abundance of new techniques to the village, while the Byakugan may provide a tactical advantage on the battlefield. It is, after all, the logistical foundation that determines the outcome of war. Moreover, the main house of the Byakugan is too well guarded. Capturing a branch family member would yield little utility. Instead, reports from spies indicate that the Uchiha clan has been unusually active, with even those dispatched on missions being more numerous than before. They desire high-quality Sharingan, but cannot contend with the mature ones in Konoha. Thus, their focus must remain on the younglings. Among the young, those who can awaken high-quality Sharingan at such an early age are few and far between. To capture Shunshin and stopping water in Konoha would be nothing short of a farce. Hence, the most suitable target is naturally Itachi. Be cautious of the Konoha Kunoichi. Uchiha Yinseng. Understood. Should the capture fail, everything is for the village. They are prepared to face death at any moment, or rather, to encounter unfortunate circumstances. Regardless of the outcome of this mission, they will furnish the Cloud Village with a pretext for a large-scale incursion into the Land of Fire. In the original trajectory, had it not been for Hinata's tragic fate, Konoha would have significantly softened its stance, displaying such sincerity that the cloud would have been silenced entirely. The delegation would not have returned empty-handed. After all, an unprovoked war not only fails to garner assistance from other ninja villages, but also risks being besieged. This is what is referred to as a justified expedition. War is the multifaceted demand of the Cloud, as well as that of the Fourth Hokage AI. In contrast to the achievements of the Third Hokage, he requires greater accomplishments to stabilize the internal sentiments and firmly secure his position on the throne of the Fourth Hokage. The following night, at training ground number 7, what diligence! Practicing in secret once again, Itachi, Uchiha Rong emerged from the shadowy depths of the forest. Uchiha Itachi's vigilant expression instantly softened, and his double three-tomo eyes gradually relaxed. Brother Rong, I require a greater strength to safeguard those who hold significance in my life. Then allow me to assess the fruits of your recent training. Uchiha Rong smiled faintly. The 3 intricate hand seals of, and were executed almost instantaneously. In the next moment, the earth before him surged and coalesced into an embodiment of Uchiha Rong. Upon witnessing this, Itachi's eyes narrowed. He immediately activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, only to be astonished to find that he could not replicate this C-rank earth clone. Although the hand seals appeared simple, the trajectory and transformation of the chakra were complex beyond his comprehension. Brother Rong, this isn't a C-rank clone, is it? Itachi inquired. Indeed, you have a keen eye. This is a B-rank rock clone. The complexity of its nature rivals that of certain A-rank ninjutsu, Rong replied. A-rank is synonymous with elite J-nin. In reality, many Kage-level shinobi may not even attain A-rank in Earth release. Although the combat prowess of the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is often criticized, it largely depends on the opponents he faced. He is referred to as the Professor of Ninjutsu because his 5 elemental ninjutsu have all reached A-rank, or even A. The combined ninjutsu, 5 elements, great multi-shadow clone technique, is unparalleled. Coupled with various forbidden techniques left behind by the second Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen epitomizes the pinnacle of traditional shinobi, a veritable textbook figure. Of course, figures like the first Hokage and Madara, being bloodline users, do not fall into the category of traditional shinobi. They have transcended to the Super Kage level. Be careful, he cautioned, as the rock clone lunged forward, grasping a star before charging at Itachi. Itachi swiftly drew his kunai, exclaiming, "Don't look." Indeed, the Jinjutsu proved ineffective. After a brief attempt, Itachi had no choice but to defend with his weapon. Now at 8 years old, he had grown significantly taller than 3 years prior, nearing 1.30 meters. Beneath his small stature lay a strength not possessed by many adult shinobi. With a resounding clash, the kunai met the clone, sending Itachi flying back. Yet he used the momentum to create distance. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique was executed almost simultaneously as he landed. A series of 30 fireballs, each the size of a fist, rained down. Even though Uchiha Rong's rock clone attempted to evade, it was struck by 2 fireballs. What? Itachi's crimson pupils widened in disbelief. The rock clone, hit head-on by the 2 fireballs, did not dissipate. It merely sustained minor burns on its right shoulder and left leg. It appeared to be scarcely injured. Just as Itachi was reeling from the shock, The rock clone, wielding the star, closed the distance as if teleporting. Flame slash. A blazing strike descended from above. Itachi's form transformed into a half-wooden stump amidst the smoke. Is the clone this powerful? Itachi, now several meters away, gasped for breath. Uchiha Rong furrowed his brow, realizing that the rock clone was indeed not proficient in fire techniques. It is worth noting that the blazing fire slash he executed through the stars now possessed the power of an A-rank ninjutsu, nearly rivaling the S-rank Raikiri in terms of single-target offensive capability. However, the fire slash from the rock clone only reached AB level, still within the realm of AJ Nin. Its attacking force was even inferior to that of a physical strike from a ninja blade. Consequently, Uchiha Rong directed the rock clone to refrain from employing chakra-draining sword techniques, opting instead for swift close combat strikes using body flicker techniques and a thin layer of wind blades. How swift! Under the relentless and phantasmal consecutive strikes from the rock clone, Itachi found himself in a state of disarray. After approximately 5 minutes, Itachi's combat rhythm was thoroughly disrupted by the ceaseless close-range slashes. Faced with a ninja blade aimed directly at his heart, Itachi raised both hands in surrender, acknowledging his defeat. I concede half, he confessed, his gaze cast downward, a visage of despondency upon him. The realization that he could not even overcome a mere clone of Brother Rong weighed heavily on his heart. Haha, you have done remarkably well, Itachi. Uchiha Rong praised him, stating that even Kakashi could only withstand for a minute longer than he could. This was not merely an attempt to console him. Although Kakashi had indeed become significantly stronger than 3 years prior, now at 17, he had reached the elite J-Nin level expected of his original trajectory. He was still limited by a lack of chakra, allowing him only a minute's advantage over Itachi. At just 8 years old, Itachi undoubtedly possessed J-Nin level combat capabilities. Supported by his 3-tomo Sharingan, not much inferior to Shisui at that age. In truth, the hardware capabilities of the rock clone were comparable to an ordinary J-Nin, albeit with somewhat exaggerated defensive attributes. What truly empowered the rock clone to rival Kakashi was the combination of wind and thunder flash and swordsmanship, echoing the sentiment of overcoming myriad techniques with sheer strength. If you unleashed a powerful technique, I could evade it with body flicker. Your regular attacks I could endure head-on. In close quarters, it was an unending flurry of slashing strikes. To run, you could not match my speed. To fight, you would have no chance to perform even slightly lengthy hand seals. I could only rely on my ninja blade and chakra strength to barely withstand your relentless assaults. Who could endure that? Haha, do not be disheartened. Come, I shall escort you home. Chapter 78. Ambushed. Meanwhile, in the Hyuga clan, for Cloud ninjas erected a special barrier, evading the scrutiny of the outer guards as they gradually infiltrated the heart of the clan's territory. Fortune favored them, as they had unexpectedly managed to contact a traitor from the branch family. It seemed that this time, not only would they successfully complete the task assigned by Lord Raikage, but they could also return with both Byakugan and Sharingan. Concealed outside the family estate, the Cloud ninjas within the barrier wore expressions of delight. Keep track of the time. We must act in concert with Captain Yu. Upon success, we retreat from Konoha immediately. Understood. There was still a quarter of an hour until the agreed-upon time for action. In the adjacent courtyard of Hyuga Ayaka, she hung upside down in the shadow of the eaves, observing the intruders with her Byakugan. Since becoming the Fourth Hokage's bodyguard, her residence had been relocated next to the clan leader's estate, assuming the dual role of the leader's protector. Of course, this was merely a nominal position. While it conferred her greater prestige and authority within the clan, the actual constraints were minimal. After all, she had the backing of Minato Namikaze and Rong Uchiha. Even with the presence of caged birds, the main family dared not treat her with disregard. Rong's predictions had proven accurate. The Cloud Envoy truly dared to set their sights on Lady Hinata. At that moment, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Ayaka's eyes. Now was not the time to act. It was essential to catch them red-handed with both the person and the stolen goods. On the other side, the village's western side was exceptionally quiet under the night sky. The streets were lined with residential buildings, all quiet at this hour. 2 figures, one large and one small, strolled towards the eastern direction of the Uchiha clan, engaging in casual conversation. I wonder how things are going with Ayaka. Considering the time, the Cloud Envoy should make their move in the next couple of days. Uchiha Rong pondered deeply while engaged in conversation with Itachi. Your aptitude for illusion techniques is remarkable, yet one must not neglect the cultivation of physical prowess. The essence of ocular power parallels that of chakra. A robust physique is essential for traversing greater distances in the future. Indeed, I understand, Itachi replied, nodding solemnly. As Uchiha Rome delved further into the study and practice of chakra, he began to grasp the fundamental nature of extraordinary powers in this world. Why is it that the Sharingan, when endowed with Hashirama's cells, can be utilized more persistently with minimal concern for blindness? This is because both the Senju and Uchiha clans trace their origins back to Kagaya Otsutsuki. However, this explanation is not entirely accurate. To be precise, it is the formidable vitality imparted by Hashirama's cells. Theoretically, if a ninja's physical condition could attain the caliber akin to that found in the world of pirates, one could similarly achieve the effects of Hashirama's cells. A more vigorous physique signifies a more potent life force. And this enhanced vitality is manifested in an extraordinary and terrifying regenerative capacity. In essence, the body is the foundation of all power. While Hashirama cells are indeed advantageous, they are evidently not the rightful path, presenting significant risks for the future. This can be discerned from Madara's appearance, which bears the visage of Hashirama. Thus, Uchiha Rong has never disregarded the training of his physical form. In fact, it has been proven that a stronger physique allows his wind and thunder slash to exhibit greater velocity, thereby augmenting the lethality of his swordsmanship. Additionally, it opens the possibility of employing the 8 gates without sustaining injury. The body provides comprehensive enhancement, such as heightened sensory acuity. Be cautious. As they approached an intersection, Uchiha Rong suddenly became alert. In the next moment, 4 figures leapt down from the surrounding eaves, encircling the two. Uchiha Rong. Upon seeing the forehead protector of the 3 floating clouds, Uchiha Rong found himself at a loss for words. These unfortunate messengers from the hidden cloud. In the instant the stars were drawn, the head of a hidden cloud jonin had already been severed. As blood spilled onto the ground, Uchiha Rong had swiftly dispatched 3 adversaries. Turning around, he gazed at the final corpse lying at the feet of Uchiha Itachi. The two exchanged glances, their expressions laden with unspoken understanding. Uchiha Rong decisively removed a signal flare from his waist. With a sharp whoosh, the firework erupted. Almost simultaneously, 4 Cloud Shinobi launched an attack on Uchiha Rong and Itachi. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga clan's main estate, a Cloud Shinobi Jounin had just infiltrated Hinata's door when a loud explosion echoed. The Jounin stood frozen at the entrance, stunned. The strange noise alerted the surrounding branch family guards, and the previously empty courtyard instantly filled with several figures. Even Hyuga Hizashi appeared promptly. What is happening? With his Byakugan activated, he glanced at the figure hanging beneath the eaves next door, Hyuga Ayam. Without uttering a word, Ayam's gaze fixated on a particular spot. In the next moment, the barrier at that location suddenly shattered. 5 figures scattered in different directions, attempting to flee. With a thunderous bang, the fastest of the Cloud Shinobi had his head blown apart, his remains collapsing to the ground. This scene terrified the remaining Cloud Shinobi, halting their movements in fear. Consequently, they found themselves surrounded by the ninjas of the Hyuga clan. Damn Konoha! How dare you kill our Cloud envoy? They roared. The remaining 4 Cloud Shinobi gritted their teeth, blood spilling from their lips as they fell lifelessly to the ground. This spectacle left Hyuga Hizashi momentarily stunned. What is going on? His expression turned grave as he inquired again. Hyuga Ayam had already leaped down from the eaves, her voice devoid of emotion. These individuals attempted to abduct Lady Hinata. Almost as soon as Ayam's words fell, several more Cloud Shinobi figures appeared. They were the last 3 remaining envoys of the delegation, accompanied by the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Just moments ago, the 3 envoys had come to report that someone from their delegation was missing, suspecting that he had been captured by some ninja clan from Konoha. How outrageous. Fourth Hokage, we of the Cloud demand an explanation. Sarutobi, pointing at the corpse of his fallen comrade, appeared exceedingly enraged. This fury was genuine. He could hardly believe that their plan had failed so utterly. What transpired here? Minato Namikaze disregarded the furious envoy and turned his gaze towards Hyuga Ayam. Fourth Hokage, Sarutobi bellowed. Are you going to shield these murderers? Our envoy has inexplicably vanished in the dead of night, only to be found dead in the Hyuga estate. Is the scene not enough to illustrate everything? Oh, then allow me to provide you with an explanation. A mocking voice resonated, followed by the thud of 4 lifeless bodies hitting the ground. The figures of Uchiha Rong and Itachi materialized, their voices resonating throughout the arena, amplified by the chakra. Lord Hokage, just now, Itachi and I encountered an ambush by a messenger from the hidden cloud on our way back to the clan grounds from the training field. How fortuitous, it seems that a similar incident has transpired in the Hyuga clan territory. Does the hidden cloud covet the eyes of our two illustrious clans proficient in ocular techniques? Uchiha Orone's lips curled into a slight smirk, his expression openly mocking and derisive. Merely a jester, he had no intention of waiting for his opponent to finish their slander against the Hyuga before stepping in to turn the tide. With his involvement, it was not Hisashi who would be responsible for the assassination of the Cloud Village envoy, but rather I. Upon hearing this, the expression of Minato Namikaze, who had grasped the situation, darkened considerably. At that moment, amidst the ashen faces of the three remaining Cloud Village envoys, the atmosphere grew tense. The voice of Uchiha Orone resonated once more. Concerning the theft of the Sharingan from our Uchiha clan, I hope that Lord Hokage will permit us to dispatch forces against the hidden cloud to reclaim justice. At this moment, Hyuga Hisashi stepped forward, bowing to Namikaze Minato. Lord Hokage, our Hyuga clan similarly wishes to send a contingent to confront the hidden cloud village, to deter those who covet our bloodline. Chapter 79. Guerrilla Warfare. This Namikaze Minato yearned to teach the hidden cloud a lesson as well, yet he understood that such actions could inadvertently ignite the Fourth Great Ninja War. Thus, he found himself in a state of hesitation. Uchiha Orone added, "This is a battle for the preservation of the Uchiha bloodline. There is no need to involve the ninja of the village, therefore, it cannot be classified as a war between the hidden villages." The Hyuga clan concurred. However, Minato Namikaze showed no hesitation this time. How did it come to this? Sarutobi Sandaime slumped to the ground, contemplating the notion of seppuku in atonement. If the war were to be confined solely to the two great ocular clans, then the other hidden villages would find themselves devoid of justification to intervene. It was akin to Cao Cao avenging his father by attacking Shujo. Despite the allure, the other warlords had no means to mobilize their forces. Consequently, for the hidden cloud, the strategic objectives of this conflict would remain unfulfilled. It would be a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Without granting Sarutobi and the others a chance to speak further, a team of Umbu swiftly apprehended all surviving envoys from the hidden cloud. Once the others were dismissed, Minato Namikaze, Hyuga Hisashi, and Uchiha Orone seated themselves in the Patriarch's courtyard. "Rome, do you have a specific plan?" Minato Namikaze inquired first, his gaze earnest. Hyuga Hisashi also fixed his eyes upon him intently. The former clan leader, Hyuga Tens, had recently passed away, and Hisashi, as the newly appointed leader, lacked the strength and influence to truly command the entire clan. His earlier support had been purely a reaction to the pressing circumstances. Should the Uchiha, who coveted their bloodline, take a stand while the Hyuga remained silent, the latter would indeed face inevitable decline. The myriad suppliers and business partners with whom they regularly collaborated would lose faith in the Hyuga. Such a blow would be insufferable for the current Hyuga clan. If that day were to arrive, the Hyuga would be relegated to mere vassals of the Hokage. Uchiha Orone offered a faint smile, exuding confidence. "I shall personally lead the team, commanding the elite ninjas of our clan to execute a comprehensive strike against the ninjas from the hidden cloud during their mission. At that time, we will also require the head of the Hayashi clan to allocate sufficient resources to our team." Upon hearing these words, both Minato Namikaze and Hayashi Hyuga's eyes brightened with understanding. Having reached their current stature, they grasped the profound essence of warfare. Exceptional ninjas, as long as there is no lapse in training, can be cultivated year after year. Within 2 or 3 years, a ninja village can largely recuperate from the ravages of a great war. However, the true devastation lies in the economy. The technique employed by Uchiha Orone has indeed severed the lifeline of the hidden cloud, especially when the executor transforms into the omnipotent warrior, Uchiha. In conjunction with the reconnaissance prodigy, Hyuga's Byakugan, this is truly promising. It is indeed awe-inspiring for the younger generation. The 31-year-old Hyuga Hisashi expressed his sentiments. Initially, Hisashi harbored concerns regarding potential opposition from the other clan elders. According to Uchiha Orone's assertion, the Hyuga clan need only dispatch a few branch family members to serve as eyes for the team, while the primary offensive would be solely undertaken by the Uchiha. This approach would result in minimal losses. Moreover, the spoils acquired from such operations could potentially far exceed the resources expended. Uchiha Orone had long anticipated their reactions and continued. In summary, this tactical approach can be encapsulated in 16 characters. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy halts, we disrupt. When the enemy grows weary, we strike. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. I shall refer to this as guerrilla warfare. Wave Wind Minato's eyes brightened as he murmured, when the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy halts, we disrupt. When the enemy grows weary, we strike. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. It encapsulates the essence of strategy. With the Byakugan's 1-kilometer reconnaissance, they could anticipate enemy movements, making this guerrilla warfare immensely promising. Moreover, the strategic aim primarily focused on thwarting the ninjas tasked with infiltrating the village from the Land of Clouds. However, what if the forces of the Land of Clouds pressed upon them? Wave Wind Minato seemed to ponder this, furrowing his brow in inquiry. Uchiha Rome smiled mysteriously. If the team were to disperse, he would resort to guerrilla tactics. Should they dare to gather, he would eliminate them all at once. Namikaze Minato's expression turned grave, his tightly furrowed brow soon relaxing. Having previously promised to impart the four-symbol seal and flying thunder god technique to Uchiha Rome, they had established a semi-master-disciple relationship. Through several sparring sessions, he had come to realize that his loyal guard possessed strength not inferior to his own. It seemed that there was still a hidden trump card yet to be revealed. Very well, do take care of yourself. Although the village cannot dispatch ninjas, you may request supplies should any difficulties arise. Namikaze Minato made his assurance. Haha, I am grateful for your kindness, Hokage. Uchiha Rong accepted this assistance with remarkable composure. Although he is currently not lacking in financial resources, even going so far as to consider himself the wealthiest in Konoha, the scale of individual wealth cannot be compared to that of the entire Uchiha clan or the village itself. In terms of affluence, the wealth Uchiha Rong has amassed is roughly equivalent to that of the entire Uchiha lineage, and he possesses liquidity that far surpasses that of Konoha. However, when it comes to the comprehensiveness of supplies, particularly the most fundamental materials, the disparity is significant. After all, Uchiha Rong would not typically hoard vast quantities of kunai, shuriken, tight-fitting attire, and military rations. Furthermore, procuring a large quantity of such materials all at once could present its own challenges. I shall take my leave now. I am somewhat concerned about Naruto being home alone, said Minato Namikaze as he rose to depart. Ah, what a true doting parent. Uchiha Rong was rendered speechless. As the Hokage, it was only natural for him to have the Umbu operatives surrounding his residence. Yet, even the renowned Minato Namikaze kept Naruto close at hand. It's worth noting that Naruto Uzumaki has now reached the age of 3. One wonders if he has commenced his foundational physical training. Indeed, even with Minato's survival, Naruto ultimately inherited his mother's surname. This decision serves to honor his late wife, Kushina Uzumaki, to ensure the legacy of the Uzumaki clan, which made significant contributions to Konoha, endures. Furthermore, one might ponder whether Minato's surname is truly Namikaze. Commoners do not possess surnames. The fourth Hokage is referred to as Minato Namikaze, with only close friends and family addressing him by the nickname Minato, much like how Dawei is affectionately called Away, and Zhaowei is similarly addressed. Thus, does Away belong to the surname Dai or Zhao? Clearly, neither applies. The fact that Minato Namikaze's departure granted Hayashi Hyuga the opportunity for a private conversation. Consequently, Hayashi and Uchiha Rong resumed their detailed discussions regarding the specifics of troop deployment. Half an hour later, Hayashi stated, "Then, I kindly ask you to swiftly arrange for the personnel needed for the expedition. We shall depart tomorrow morning." Uchiha Rong rose from his seat. This matter requires prompt action. Delaying would afford the cloud-hidden village the opportunity to prepare. Thus, while the events of this evening are contained, they must also mobilize swiftly. I extend my gratitude to you, Rong, for your vigilance towards our clan. Hyuga Hazashi stood to escort him, bestowing upon him the respect typically reserved for the leaders of other ninja clans. He understood that the Hyuga clan owed Uchiha Rong an immense debt of gratitude this time. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Rong, Hazashi convened an urgent high-level meeting that very night. The following morning, a considerable assembly of ninjas gathered outside the western small gate, their numbers reaching as high as 1,000. Among them were 100 from the Hyuga branch family and 300 loyal vassal ninjas. The Uchiha clan mobilized 200 clan members and 400 loyal ninja retainers. Additionally, 2 warrior factions accompanying them reached a remarkable 5,000. This showcases the profound strength of these 2 illustrious clans. Chapter 80. Departure to the Land of the Moon. The vanguard unit set forth first, executing targeted strikes based on their gathered intelligence. At the command of Uchiha Rong, 100 ninjas advanced, swiftly retrieving their respective mission scrolls. These 100 ninjas were divided into 25 small squads, each comprising a member from the Hyuga branch, a Uchiha Jonin, and 3 elite Uchihas. Aside from the 10 Jonin supporting the clan, the rest were youthful members of Uchiha Rong's lineage. The reconnaissance team was deployed to clear any obstacles for the main force. Upon the issuance of the Second Military Order, the remaining 100 Uchihas were further divided into 25 5-member teams to precede the main army. Their mission was to eliminate any potential spies and ambushes along the army's route. Consequently, the central force was left with only 50 members from the Hyuga branch and 700 retainers nurtured by both clans. Among these 700 retainers, there were fewer than 3 Jonin, around 200 Shunin, with the remainder being Genin. Their primary function was to blend within the formidable 5,000 warriors, forming a cohesive fighting force. The Fish Squad was also stationed within the central force, tasked with preventing any strong adversaries from attacking the main body. This configuration, without exaggeration, would make it exceedingly difficult for even a shadow-level adversary to infiltrate the camp, should a multitude of powerful foes converge upon the main force. The vanguard and reconnaissance teams, comprising 200 Uchihas, could exploit the resultant vulnerability within the Cloud Village and wreak havoc. At that juncture, Uchiha Rong would unhesitatingly lead the Hyuga ninjas and retainers in retreat, allowing the warriors to serve as a rear guard. If it came to that, sacrificing the entire warrior faction would be deemed worthwhile, for in war, casualties are inevitable, compared to the cost of training a single ninja. The formation of such a warrior faction is feasible with sufficient funding. Even assembling a 10,000-strong unit is not an insurmountable task. The Land of Fire possesses no shortage of populace. Should these two noble clans openly recruit warriors, even if merely to serve as fodder, many would eagerly enlist. For joining the ranks guarantees sustenance and alleviates the fear of hunger. This is a stark reality. One can only wonder how many warrior armies the feudal lords maintain. On the march, Uchiha Rong chuckled softly. Beside him, Hyuga Nichi remarked, 30,000 in the Imperial Guard, 200,000 on the border, and another 100,000 in the garrison. Nichi represents the Hyuga clan in this endeavor. Oh, Uchiha Rong cast a surprised glance at him, not doubting the accuracy of his intelligence. However, he had not anticipated that the feudal lord's forces would be so numerous. Upon further reflection, it became clear. Although this is a world of ninjas, if the feudal lords were truly so weak and inept, lacking the power to restrain the ninja villages, they would have long been reduced to mere puppets under their control. Ninjas possess the capability to decapitate enemy generals amidst the chaos of battle. Yet, while high-ranking samurai are scarce in this realm, training a contingent of warriors capable of initially harnessing chakra is not particularly arduous. Once such a regiment advances in formation, it poses a considerable threat to the ninja villages. Even a formidable individual like Uchiha Rong, who wields calamity-level ninjutsu, can only unleash a finite number of powerful techniques. Ultimately, the outcome would be mutual destruction. Furthermore, considering the unique nature of the ninja community, it is evident that they do not engage in production. The means of production cannot keep pace with their consumption. Would one truly invest vast resources to cultivate a ninja merely for the purpose of expediting agricultural tasks? That would be absurd. Hence, even though ninja villages undertake various commissions to earn fees, and even possess private assets, they remain reliant on the productivity of a nation for support and regular funding. This creates a balance of power. The so-called Ninja World War is predominantly portrayed on the battlefield of ninjas. In truth, the grim reality of such a war lies in the terrifying advance of organized military forces, which is the true cause of devastation. It is labeled as the Ninja World War. Once victories are determined on the ninja battlefield, the victorious village integrates into the fray, while the defeated army is left to scatter, compelled to pay reparations and seek peace. The feudal lords, upon acquiring the spoils of victory, allocate a portion to the ninja villages. Otherwise, the entire Leaf Village would struggle to muster even 10,000 ninjas. The most brutal battles, such as the Kamizuki-Hashi and Tachikawa conflicts, barely saw the combined efforts of over 10,000 ninjas. With a population numbering in the tens of millions, or even over 100 million in a nation, how many could truly be slain? To refer to such a scale of battlefield as the Ninja World War is indeed laughable. 3 days later, despite the samurai regiment's marching speed being far inferior to that of the ninjas, the army successfully crossed the Eastern River and entered the Northern Territories. Simultaneously, as scouts along the marching route were eliminated, the Hidden Cloud Village finally sensed something amiss and began dispatching numerous ninja squads to investigate the incursion. Following Uchiha Rong's reconnaissance teams, which systematically eliminated wave after wave of hidden cloud patrols. Another 3 days passed. The hidden cloud finally sent hundreds of ninja vanguards towards the land of Moon. Concurrently, a significant number of hidden cloud ninjas assigned to missions in the land of water began to mysteriously vanish, raising alarm within their ranks. Another 4 days later, after a grueling 10-day march, Uchiha Rong's forces commenced their encampment on the border between the land of fire and the land of water. Reconnaissance units were integrated into the elite vanguard, infiltrating the land of water, the land of moon, and the land of rice, executing targets as per intelligence directives. Once the entire army was stationed, Uchiha Rong initiated a comprehensive blockade against the hidden cloud village. 50 members of the Hyuga branch family and 700 clan ninja were organized into small teams, replacing the original reconnaissance squads, and began to scout the vicinity of the encampment for enemy activity. This contingent of 5,000 samurai, while labeled an army, resembled more of a logistical unit. They carried substantial supplies of ninja tools, food pills, and other provisions, serving as a resupply station for 200 Uchiha. They would not cross the borders. The nature of such a large-scale regiment entering the land of water or the land of rice would be entirely different. Instead, the infiltration of ninja squads would not draw significant attention as long as they refrained from indiscriminately slaughtering the inhabitants of these smaller nations, thus avoiding diplomatic incidents. 3 more days elapsed. Within the central command tent, a sense of frustration loomed. How vexing it is to deal with an incessant stream of intelligence daily. Uchiha Rong has begun to regret leading the expedition. A total of 50 joint teams from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans have entered the land of rice, the land of water, and even the land of moon to target the Cloud Village ninjas. Each day, a myriad of military reports reaches him, necessitating his approval. This is far more cumbersome than simply leading a mission. Oh, has the whereabouts of Killer Bee been discovered so swiftly? As he sifted through a mountain of scrolls, his vexation was instantly lifted upon uncovering a particular piece of intelligence. According to the report within the scroll, a highly esteemed jonin from his clan, named Uchiha, along with a team from the Hyuga branch, has identified a suspected cloud ninja believed to be Killer Bee. This team is currently in pursuit of the target and has sent back a report seeking further instructions. This was also one of Uchiha Rong's prior directives, to relay information back at the first sign of any significant figures from the Cloud Village. As for the means of transmitting intelligence, even without a contracted ninja cat, the Uchiha clan is capable of utilizing hand seals for summoning messages. The cost may vary, perhaps a few dried fish or a certain amount of silver. Soon, Uchiha Rong gathered Hinata Hayashi and the members of Team U. I leave this to you for now. I have just discovered the whereabouts of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki in the land of the moon. I must make a journey there. Upon hearing this, Hinata Hayashi's expression turned rather peculiar. Uchiha Rong, disregarding the trivial matters, instructed that the subsequent military affairs be deliberated collectively among them. After tidying up his belongings, he discreetly departed. Chapter 81. United we stand, here I come. Team, gathering at Ingwa Mountain. Boat 2, received. Boat 1, received. Boat 3, upon leaving the military camp. Uchiha Rong sent a message via the United We Stand bracelet, soon receiving 3 replies. To be candid, swordsmanship is quite effective against medium and small adversaries. Yet it proves somewhat ineffectual when confronting tailed beasts. Even when facing the Fourth Hokage, he remained undaunted. Alas, the first intelligence to uncover the whereabouts of Killer Bee was indeed a setback. Once discovered, there was no reason to let the opportunity slip. Even if he could not confront the foe alone, he had long prepared contingencies. Boat 1, without a doubt, referred to Yunshan. This time, apart from borrowing 10 elite jonin from Fugaku, Uchiha Rong's faction had deployed its finest. Yunshan had secretly ventured to the land of hot water to await orders since the day the army set forth. Boat 2, of course, referred to Yisan. Indeed, she had not perished. She was originally supposed to be betrayed by Sunagakure and meet her end in Kirigakure after 48 years in Konoha. However, thanks to Uchiha Rong's timely intervention, she successfully feigned death and escaped. Since then, she had been secretly honing her skills with the resources provided by Uchiha Rong, pledging her loyalty to him. It may sound fantastical, but Yitsong found herself in an unfortunate predicament. Should her true identity be revealed, it would inevitably incite relentless assassination attempts from Sunagakure. As a fellow shadow-level powerhouse, her scorch-release techniques are terrifyingly lethal. Yet, in stark contrast to such sharp offensive capabilities, her fragility becomes quite perilous. Unlike Scorpion's formidable puppet defenses or Kakuzu's immortal body, Even the current Yunshang may possess greater survivability than Yutsong. Brother of the grand scheme, I beg your assistance. Uchiha Rong produced several strips of dried fish. Come here, Meow. The current large orange cat had exceeded its standard size, being only slightly smaller than an adult elephant. While it could be termed a cat, its physique and appearance resembled more of a tiger demon. Despite having established a blood contract, Uchiha Rong did not regard it as a servant to command, maintaining the respect it deserved. As Uchiha Rong secured himself on its back, the large orange cat moved gracefully, leaping several dozen meters in a single bound, swiftly heading northeast. TSK, Brother Deju, you truly prioritize your size. Those muscular contours. TSK, are you envious, Meow? This orange furball is indeed the strongest in our clan. During their journey, the pair engaged in casual conversation. To be honest, Uchiha Rong had assessed the strength of the large orange cat, which could only be described as extraordinary. Thus, the muscle mass it possessed was no mere coincidence. In terms of strength, Uchiha Rong felt a sense of inferiority, realizing he would need to open 6 gates just to contend with 1 or 2 of its abilities. This was precisely why Uchiha Rong had unequivocally committed to the Blood Pact. The concept of possessing strength surpassing that of his 6-gate form indicated a power level that could rival that of a shadow. Moreover, the true talent of the Nico clan lay in their agility. While the speed of the large orange cat may not rival that of his Wind Thunder Flash, it was certainly comparable to Wind Thunder Steps. With such a formidable Nico, what was there to hesitate about? Even when facing Jiraiya's Toad, Fumida, it showed no fear. In fact, when it came to actual combat, the colossal size of Fumida could become a disadvantage, offering only a greater range of destruction as an advantage. Brother Deju, could it be that the Cat Elder is even stronger than you? Uchiha Rong was momentarily filled with curiosity. Although he had yet to encounter the enigmatic Cat Elder since his arrival in this realm, he was aware that the Cat Elder was, in fact, a human. The presence of a formidable Nikin like Shiro under her command was already astonishing. Now, the emergence of a powerful orange cat of a shadow-level caliber only intensified Uchiha Rong's intrigue. How could this be, Meow? That old hag has no authority over me. The illustrious Orange Lord. His curiosity deepened further. In contrast to the reticent Shiro, the orange cat appeared far more prone to divulging information. Thus, he inquired, "What about Aunt Bai?" Suddenly, the orange cat fell silent, trudging along without a word. Within Uchiha Rong's heart, however, a tempest of astonishment surged forth. The reaction of Dejuzi indicated that throughout their interactions, Xiaobai had concealed her true prowess as a jonin. In this world where strength reigns supreme, Uchiha Rong found it implausible that someone as formidable as Dejuzi would show deference to Xiaobai, whom he perceived as weaker. Surely, she cannot be on par with the Kage. That would be utterly preposterous. Uchiha Rong found himself lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. How could his 7-year-old sister, Yizi, possibly forge a contract with the White Fox? A 7-year-old's kaleidoscope certainly could not account for such a feat. Furthermore, if the White Fox was indeed as powerful as he suspected, bordering on a super shadow, then even the kaleidoscope would be insufficient to establish a contract with such a formidable beast. His reasoning spiraled into a dead end. Day and night passed in this manner. Uchiha Rong rode atop the giant tiger, Deju, as they traversed the land of hot water, arriving at the Moon Country, which borders the land of lightning. At this moment, Deju displayed no signs of fatigue, his countenance unflushed and breathing steady, clearly exhibiting remarkable endurance. Thank you for your efforts. I shall continue on this path alone from here. Uchiha Rong returned the large orange cat, which vanished amidst a swirl of smoke. In the land of the moon, not only was it in close proximity to the land of thunder, but it also housed the Moon Ninja Village. The cat's ambitions were vast, necessitating discretion. Moving forward, he had to continue on his own. Fortunately, the most arduous journey had already been undertaken by the large orange cat. If he were to traverse the land of hot water alone, it would take him a day and a night, depleting at least 1/3 of his chakra. This indicates that the orange cat possessed remarkable stamina, likely having a chakra reserve even greater than his own. This is quite normal, as the two defining characteristics of ninja beasts are their longevity and their tendency for larger sizes to correlate with greater chakra capacity. This illustrates the extraordinary potency of chakra derived from physical form. After another half-day's journey, Uchiha Rong successfully arrived at the rendezvous point, Mount Ingwe. Historically, he would have preferred to bring Hinata Aya along, as her Byakugan offered significant security. However, considering various factors, and the presence of a branch member of the Hyuga clan within the intelligence reporting team, it was deemed unnecessary to put Hinata Aya at risk. Same, I have arrived. Once the message was dispatched, a reply swiftly followed. Boat 1. I am in a cave halfway up the mountain. Before long, after confirming their respective locations, Uchiha Rong encountered Yun Xiang, who had already arrived. Shortly thereafter, Yu Tsang also reached the meeting point within half an hour. The last to arrive was a fair-skinned, handsome gentleman. Little Ronkuin, it has been quite some time. Uchiha Rong sighed. Orochimaru, it would be wise for you to temper your demeanor. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to curtail your research funding. Coughing lightly, he added, Rong-chan is merely a nickname. Why take it so seriously? Orochimaru promptly retracted his golden slit pupils, donning a seemingly innocuous smile. Despite having been bested by Uchiha Rong on multiple occasions, he remained unyielding, as long as the matter of funding was not broached. Indeed, after numerous visits and discussions, it became evident that Orochimaru was obstinately unwilling to yield. It was only when Uchiha Rong proposed a substantial increase in his research budget that Orochimaru's willingness to align with the likes of Danzo became clear, regardless of one's character. As long as one was prepared to provide financial support, Orochimaru was remarkably agreeable. Even his defection stemmed from the Third Hokage's decision to sever his funding. Now, let us dispense with trivialities. This time, our organization is fortunate to gather in full, with our sights set on the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. It would be ideal to eliminate him. But if that proves impossible, incapacitating him is imperative. Chapter 82. The ambush on Killer Bee. The target resides in the nearby Moonlight Town. In the forest, a delightful little white cat chirped in a cute voice. This was none other than Uchiha-jin's ninja cat. She was a mature Uchiha woman, in her late 20s, with a figure rivaling that of Tsunade. At this moment, she was channeling a dozen kittens into the town to track Killer Bee's whereabouts, with the white cat serving as their translator. These fledgling kittens, still unable to speak human language, had adeptly confirmed Killer Bee's identity, granting Uchiha Rong a sense of reassurance. He immediately began to strategize. All remaining members of your 3 teams are to withdraw from the Land of the Moon and regroup at the military camp. Understood. As the 11 departed, only 8 remained in the woods. Apart from Uchiha Rong and his 4 companions, there were 3 upper-rank shinobi, Uchiha-jin, Uchiha-je, and Uchiha-joyue, alongside a branch family upper-rank shinobi from the Hyuga clan, and Nada Tarina. Tarina, once Killer Bee's Cloud Village team vacates the town, you shall be responsible for tracking them. Jin, Jia, and Joyue, you 3 will be tasked with neutralizing the members of the Cloud team. Withdraw immediately after completing your mission and exit the Land of the Moon. Yes. The 4 acknowledged their orders, their gazes curious as they regarded the 2 individuals behind Uchiha Rong. They were familiar with Yun Xiang, a masked female ninja, and a man adorned with a mask. Very well, you may take your leave for now. Uchiha Rong offered no explanations, simply dismissing a few individuals. What followed was an interminable wait. It was not until the following afternoon that Uchiha Zheng arrived to report. The cats have conveyed that they departed from the eastern gate of the small town. Pursue them. Uchiha Rong decisively rose to his feet. They were stationed in a small grove outside the southern gate, not far from the eastern gate. There were 4 of them in total, with Kirabai among them. It appeared they were headed towards the seaside. Hinata Tarina, with her Byakugan activated, reported back. A brief pause ensued. Uchiha Rong furrowed his brow and issued orders. This vicinity was densely populated, and in order to avoid involving the civilians of the Land of the Moon and provoking a diplomatic incident, he needed to select a more secluded location to engage in battle. They entered the canyon. As evening fell, he received another report from Kunai. Uchiha Rong was reluctant to wait any longer. According to the pre-prepared map, beyond the canyon lay the coastline, where several fishing villages were located. Therefore, if they did not take action within the canyon, it was uncertain how long they would have to continue their pursuit. It seemed they were preparing to spend the night in the canyon. They set off, stealthily moving to lay traps. With the presence of the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Rong and his companions took a detour, placing numerous explosive tags at both the entrance and exit of the canyon. Subsequently, they began to rest on a hillside approximately 500 meters away from the team led by Kurabi. This confrontation was bound to be significant. And since the enemy had chosen to spend the night in the canyon, it would be more advantageous to wait until it was completely dark. The hidden cloud village was also perplexing, daring to send a Jinchuriki on a mission. As they paused to rest, Yin Xiang expressed her confusion. Uchiha Rong let out a light chuckle, remarking that this generation's Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, was regarded as the perfect Jinchuriki, and naturally, they would not relinquish such a valuable asset in battle. Meanwhile, in Killer Bee's team, a rhythmic rap echoed, "Hey, Captain Kiri, why must we return so swiftly?" Sakata Kiri, seemingly accustomed to this, patiently explained that recent intelligence indicated that multiple squads on missions had gone missing, raising suspicions of intruders targeting their village as ninjas for assassination. Scared? What is there to fear? With me around, I'll send them all flying. Killer Bee exclaimed, rapping and dancing to an unknown beat. In truth, he possessed the capability to lead the team himself, but there were always obstinate individuals in the village who believed Jinchuriki should be restrained. Sakata Kiri endeavored to maintain a friendly demeanor, though her eyes betrayed a sense of helplessness. Your strength can undoubtedly ensure everyone's safety. I have no doubt about that. This sentiment elicited a satisfied expression from Killer Bee. However, Sakata Kiri continued, yet, upon recognizing the danger, we have no reason to recklessly charge in, do we? That would be the act of a fool. Right, the behavior of a fool. With Killer Bee finally calmed down, Sakata Kiri felt a slight relief. The pressure of taking a Jinchuriki on missions was immense. To ensure that he received sufficient rest and maintained a stable emotional state, she even refrained from assigning night watch duties to him. This preferential treatment caused discontent among the other team members. Unaware of these tensions, Killer Bee perceived Captain Kiri as exceptionally kind, which he appreciated greatly. This was not due to the 19-year-old Killer Bee being simple-minded, but rather because he had grown up in a relatively sheltered environment, leading to a certain innocence. Even though the Eight Tails often told him that Kiri secretly disliked him, referring to itself as Small Eight, Killer Bee was unwilling to attribute malice to his charming and beautiful captain. His childhood, though not as tragic as Gaara's, bore similarities to Naruto's. Solitude was the recurring theme of his early years. He had struggled and harbored resentment until rap music helped him reclaim the joy he had lost. Indeed, Jinchuriki are often affected by the tumultuous emotions stemming from the tailed beast's chaotic chakra. Gaara's plight, losing sleep and becoming more troubled, was a stark contrast. However, those Jinchuriki who ultimately emerge from the abyss typically possess a steadfast resolve. Killer Bee trusted every word spoken by the Eight Tails, but at least on the surface. Kiri always treated him with gentleness and patience, much like a mother. Thus, even if he was deceiving himself, he preferred not to expose the inherent beauty of this bond to malice. That night, a horrified scream jolted Killer Bee from his slumber. Upon exiting his tent, he was confronted with the sight of Kiri's severed head rolling on the ground. In that moment, he froze, even as his right arm was severed by a shinobi's blade. He felt no pain. He approached cautiously, picking up Kiri's head, tears streaming down his face. No. A wild surge of chakra erupted from within him. I will kill you all. As Killer Bee rapidly transformed, enveloped in the tailed beast's cloak, Uchiha Rong was momentarily taken aback. Has he lost his mind? He isn't even dodging the blade? It was not that he hesitated to pursue. After severing Killer Bee's arm, the tailed beast's chakra had already begun to overflow. Consequently, he decisively shattered the severed limb into fragments. Everyone, step back and execute the plan. At Uchiha Rong's stern command, the three Uchiha Jonin and Hinata Kurai turned to leave. Their mission had been accomplished with astonishing success. Not a single one shall escape. At that moment, Killer Bee, shrouded in the tailed beast's cloak, charged at the retreating Uchiha. Hey, big fool. Your opponent is me. Orochimaru appeared just in time to block Killer Bee's path. The next instant, the Kusanagi sword sprang forth, piercing through the tailed beast's cloak and leaving a gaping hole in Killer Bee's chest. Yet almost simultaneously, a new arm of tailed beast chakra rapidly coalesced where his arm had been severed, delivering a powerful punch that sent Orochimaru flying. Is it really necessary to be this exhilarating? Jumping straight into the second state? Uchiha Rong had not anticipated this turn of events. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, having just been struck, appeared somewhat enraged. That hurt, you bastard. However, being a cold-blooded creature, his anger only deepened his chilling demeanor rather than inciting reckless fury. In the blink of an eye, just as Orochimaru successfully transformed back into his serpentine form, Uchiha Rong, alongside Yunshang and Yetsong, has commenced a fierce assault against Killer Bee. The initial appearance of Killer Bee revealed him to possess merely S-grade shadow combat prowess, and given his youth, he is considerably vulnerable. Even with the transformation of the tailed beast cloak, he teeters on the brink of death under the relentless onslaught of the trio. As Orochimaru's cold blade pierces through his chest and abdomen, a momentous event unfolds. Mu, the Eight Tails, Gyuki, is finally unleashed. Chapter 83, a fierce battle with the Eight Tails and overwhelming chakra wreaks havoc across the battlefield, forming into a colossal entity. It is a creature entirely composed of intensely concentrated chakra, resembling a horned octopus. Hiss, it feels as if it rivals the Nine Tails in ferocity. Uchiha Rong, his pupils a vivid crimson, retreats to a distance of 100 meters to observe. In comparison to the Nine Tails, if the latter embodies a super-nuclear fusion energy, then the Eight Tails can be likened to a large-scale nuclear reactor. While there may indeed be a disparity in quality, the difference in sheer magnitude is not as pronounced. Yunshan is equally astounded, although Orochimaru and Yetsong, while displaying signs of shock, maintain a more composed demeanor. Let us proceed with caution. At last, Uchiha Rong offered a final reminder, his figure gradually merging with the ground. The others instinctively understood what to be cautious of. Certainly, it was the tailed beast bomb. In the next moment, two Uchiha Rongs emerged from the earth beside the Eight Tails, their ninja blades poised for action. With a sweeping motion, they unleashed a crescent strike that extended 10 meters, landing upon one of the octopus-like tentacles of the cow demon. The colossal appendage was effortlessly sliced open, revealing a menacing gash over 10 meters long. An abundant surge of crimson chakra spilled forth from the wound. Indeed, the effect was rather insignificant. Uchiha Rong furrowed his brow. This strike appeared to inflict considerable damage, indeed harming the Eight Tails. However, the extent of the injury was merely akin to an ordinary person slicing their finger. Moo. The two tentacles adorned with suckers lunged forth in an instant. The two figures of Uchiha Rong swiftly appeared on its back, grasping their ninja blades with both hands, and plunged the weapons downward with ferocity. Sizzle. This time, the blade penetrated halfway into the Eight Tails' body, dragging out a length of over 20 meters. Moo. Roar. The bellow of the ox demon began to distort, unmistakably revealing its anguish. In the next moment, this pain transformed into fury. An even more tumultuous chakra surged forth, visibly mending the wound. Simultaneously, Orochimaru wielded the Tenkwai sword, relentlessly inflicting further injuries upon the Eight Tails. Yuchong, under the assault of three tentacles, could barely evade. Yet she managed to alleviate some of the pressure on her comrades. Meanwhile, Yetsong stood 70 meters away, controlling a barrage of scorching fireballs that continuously targeted the approaching tentacles of the Eight Tails. Two of the tentacles had already been rendered useless. Such a terrifying output. As the ox demon sustained injuries, its rage intensified. Each movement shook the earth, rapidly leveling the canyon terrain. Undoubtedly, if this relentless assault continued, the landscape would inevitably be flattened or hollowed out. Amid the fierce battle, the two Uchiha Rong inadvertently found themselves struck by several tentacles. One lost a leg, while the other had a concave chest. The one with the severed leg disintegrated into a handful of dust that scattered upon the ground. The one with the concave chest, seemingly unfazed, pressed forward with his blade, and astonishingly, the dent began to slowly heal over time. It was evident that both were merely rock clones. At this moment, despite the Eight Tails appearing exceedingly wretched under the onslaught of the group, it was still far from experiencing genuine devastation. This also explained why Uchiha Rong refrained from unleashing the Eight Gates and resorting to a grand maneuver right away. Such a colossal tailed beast, if confronted with full force initially, would undoubtedly exhaust its chakra swiftly. Much like a formidable blood cow boss, its attack power might be formidable, but its health was its most significant attribute. I wonder if my Bagua sealing technique will prove effective. Uchiha Rong once again summoned a rock clone to replenish his strength, feeling a surge of restlessness within. Over the past 2 years, having followed Minato Namikaze to study the Flying Thunder God technique and the Four Symbols seal, he had not mastered the former but had gained considerable insight into its principles. While fate had seemingly closed the door on his talents for space-time ninjutsu, it appeared to have awakened his aptitude for sealing techniques. After mastering the Four Symbols seal, he unexpectedly devised a unique 8-trigram seal, drawing solely from his past life's casual readings on the 8 diagrams in the 5 elements. Yet, he had never found the opportunity to put it into practice. Rong, you must increase the funding for my return by 30%. At that moment, Orochimaru was once again reduced to his serpentine form, his expression dark as he bellowed, exuding an air of profound dissatisfaction. Yukura remained silent. Yet the blood lingering at the corner of her mouth and her piercing gaze conveyed a wordless accusation. I wanted to. Very well, let it all be increased. One of Uchiha Rong's rock clones provided a response. At this moment, Uchiha Yonshang had retreated more than 100 meters away, while a menacing fire dragon, under her command, was relentlessly assaulting the Eight Tails. The size of the fire dragon was merely 2 ranks smaller than that of the Eight Tails, which alleviated considerable pressure on the others. The ability to wield the B-rank Great Fireball technique with the power of S-rank ninjutsu attests to the formidable nature of Yunshang's fire techniques. However, it was evident that this was her final surge of strength, for among the 4, she was the weakest. Enduring until now was akin to risking her life. Half an hour had elapsed. In the midsection of the canyon, spanning a radius of 1,000 meters, had been utterly flattened. Yun Xiang had successfully withdrawn from the fray. Although Orochimaru appeared disheveled, his chakra had not diminished significantly. Conversely, even though Yakura had distanced himself, he had been struck by the tentacles several times and was beginning to show signs of fatigue. With no other option, Uchiha Rong had to once again create an additional rock clone to shield him from unavoidable damage. Truly, the tailed beasts are remarkably enduring. After sustaining the battle with 3 rock clones for such an extended duration, Uchiha Rong had expended a third of his chakra. He then retrieved a specially crafted soldier pill and consumed it. As the effects of the pill took hold, his chakra began to replenish rapidly. With a resounding boom, the 8 tails, Gyuki, raised its head after a powerful tentacle strike. A wave of terrifying chakra surged through the battlefield. Caution! It is about to unleash the tailed beast ball. The 3 immediately began to employ their respective techniques. Orochimaru bit his finger and swiftly formed seals, summoning a multitude of snakes. This time, I shall. What a joke. The 8 tails? Orochimaru, you are doomed. How dare you make me stand against the 8 tails tailed beast ball? Yakura had already retracted his scorching techniques, being pulled underground by a rock clone to swiftly distance himself from the combat zone. The other 2 rock clones, undeterred by the imminent danger, charged forward valiantly. Uchiha Rong's true form emerged from the nearby ground, jesting that under the threat of the tailed beast bomb, even hiding underground was not a safe option. The 8 gates of Duinjia. First gate, open. 5th gate, open. Upon activating the 5th gate, Uchiha Rong propelled himself through the air, arriving instantaneously beside the 8 tails, who was still gathering the tailed beast bomb. Sword technique, Ashen Gale, roar, moo. As a gray tempest surged forth, the tailed beast bomb in the mouth of the 8 tails suddenly swelled, nearly detonating within its maw. Yet, it managed to stabilize the 2-8 yin-yang chakra energy structure. However, simultaneously, the entirety of the 8 tails' right arm and chest rapidly decayed into dust. Severely injured, the 8 tails had no choice but to hastily unleash an incompletely charged tailed beast bomb. In the next moment, the colossal form of the great serpent writhed ominously. Uchiha Rong's figure, after a brief pause in midair, vanished without a trace. Boom, boom, boom. The tail beast bomb detonated 100 meters in front of the 8 tails, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion, like a missile sweeping the ground. The most thunderous roar was followed by an unceasing collapse of earth and sky. Chapter 84. Unexpected Empathy, the Grief of Killer Bee. For a full 5 minutes, a massive pit emerged in the center of the ravaged canyon. Due to Uchiha Rong's sudden amplification, the 8 tails tailed beast bomb even affected itself. After all, a mere 100 meters was akin to an explosion occurring right beside it for a tailed beast. This tailed beast bomb forced Yakura to withdraw from the fight, as the ensuing battle was no longer within her capabilities. It was too perilous. Orochimaru, this time, without 1,000 sacrifices. I shall not let this matter rest with you. The great serpent, somewhat disheveled, emerged from the edge of the immense pit. Its scales were shattered in numerous places, appearing utterly wretched. Clearly, it had not escaped the tailed beast bomb unscathed. Were it any other individual or a common ninja beast, the repercussions would have been far graver than mere flesh wounds. Cough, cough, cough. Orochimaru awkwardly cleared his throat, his figure materializing atop the great serpent. 1,000 sacrifices are permissible, but you must continue to fight. At that moment, Uchiha Rong's silhouette descended slowly from the sky. Hearing this, he glanced at the great serpent, his expression a blend of curiosity and incredulity. It was through engaging with Orochimaru's experiments that he comprehended the nature of the so-called living sacrifices in the original narrative involving the great serpent. It was not uncommon for hundreds or even thousands of sacrifices to be mentioned. Should Orochimaru dare to abduct civilians on such a grand scale, it would not merely be Konoha that would respond. The feudal lords would dispatch troops to eliminate him first. In truth, the offerings provided to the great serpent by Orochimaru were failed experimental subjects and artificial beings. The mention of hundreds or thousands was a figurative expression, indicating an equivalent energy to that of 100 or 1,000 ordinary individuals. Perhaps the great serpent believed that proclaiming 1,000 living sacrifices conferred greater prestige. Unfazed by Uchiha Rong's peculiar gaze, upon hearing Orochimaru's acquiescence, the great serpent fixated its gaze on the severely damaged 8 tails, resembling the spirit of Kizaru. When the pay is insufficient, one is terrified upon encountering Shikaku, yet when adequately compensated, one is eager to challenge the 9 tails. It appeared that the time was ripe. As Uchiha Rong observed the bull demon standing motionless, he surmised that it must have expended a considerable amount of energy, most likely recuperating. Thus, he bit his finger and began to weave hand signs. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat, summoning technique. A large orange cat materialized amidst a swirl of smoke. Its formidable appearance, akin to that of a tiger the size of an elephant, though not quite on par with the likes of the 10 tails or the 8 tails, still exuded an air of remarkable majesty. "Oh, you've managed to inflict such devastation upon the 8 tails?" exclaimed the large orange cat, astonished as it surveyed the battlefield. "So, do you believe you can defeat it?" Uchiha Rong inquired, almost simultaneously with the appearance of the large orange cat. The serpentine eyes of the 10,000 snakes turned their gaze towards him. Hiss. Where did this junior come from, possessing such a formidable chakra response? Given such an ally, it appears that Orochimaru, you are not intentionally betraying me. With that, the colossal serpent lunged forth, akin to a bolt of lightning, and in the next moment, had ensnared the 8 tails like a dumpling. 10,000 snakes constricted. It turns out that even-tailed beasts can be exhausted. Observing that the 8 tails' size remained largely unchanged, and its recently injured right arm and abdomen had been mended by tailed beast chakra, it was evident that the concentration of chakra within had significantly diminished. Uchiha Rong chuckled softly, his figure flickering. The large orange cat followed closely, its rotund form moving with surprising grace, its speed merely a fraction slower than his own. The battle erupted once more. To be honest, while the standard attacks of tailed beasts are indeed powerful, even a typical Jainin can withstand 1 or 2 strikes. For those of shadow-level strength, although there is a threat, with careful maneuvering, it is manageable. The true predicament lies in the terrifying range and power of the tailed beast bomb. At this moment, as Uchiha Rong swiftly maneuvered, he manifested 2 additional rock clones. The 3 figures of Uchiha Rong intermittently darted onto the back of the 8 tails and then vanished into the ground, evading nearly all of its attacks. On the rare occasions when they could not escape, they were either shielded by a wall of wind or absorbed the impact through the rock clones. Meanwhile, the great serpent, Manda, maintained a relentless grip on the 8 tails, wrestling with it fiercely. Despite being battered by the creature's tentacles, leaving its scales bloodied, Manda tightened its hold even further, visibly contorting the form of the 8 tails. The diligent orange cat, ever unpretentious, seized an opportunity to leap onto the back of the 8 tails, its sharp claws piercing through with ease. Like a nimble flea, it evaded the 8 tails' thrashing appendages, quickly creating dozens of indentations across its surface. Under such intense assault and depletion, the 8 tails' vitality waned at a discernible rate. Yet, it refrained from unleashing the tailed beast bomb, having been intimidated by Uchiha Rong moments earlier. It must be nearing the brink of death, Uchiha Rong mused. Although a tailed beast could not truly perish and would eventually be reborn after a lengthy period, there had been instances of them being killed in battle. This experience was undoubtedly distressing for a tailed beast, plunging its consciousness into a deep slumber, necessitating extensive time for revival. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Rong felt a surge of anticipation. His crimson eyes, adorned with 3 tomo, locked onto the colossal, bell-like eyes of the 8 tails. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He had been careless. What began as a mere test of the tailed beast's resistance to genjutsu transformed in an instant as the surrounding environment shifted dramatically. Uchiha Rong suddenly realized that he was unable to move. He found himself in a pitch-black cavern, feeling the weight of several stout iron chains binding him. The chains were adorned with an array of talismans inscribed with various seals of jutsu. A profound sense of solitude washed over him. Could it be a rebound of genjutsu? Was the disparity between the 3 tomo and the kaleidoscope truly so vast? Uchiha Rong's face was etched with bitterness, though he did not feel particularly anxious. Fortunately, he had summoned the great orange beast, and according to his usual instincts, the little white creature had likely followed suit, lurking nearby. The pitch-black cavern seemed to render time itself meaningless. During this period, Uchiha Rong attempted various methods to dispel the illusion, yet to little avail. He was uncertain how long had passed when, all at once, the scene shifted. Before him lay a peculiar village, with houses perched atop small hills. The villagers passing by kept their distance, as though evading a plague. A sense of solitude washed over him once more. At this juncture, even Uchiha Rong, usually slow to comprehend, understood what was transpiring. This was the perspective of Killer Bee? It felt as though a mere second had elapsed, while simultaneously, it seemed like several years had passed. The protracted loneliness engulfed Uchiha Rong until a troop of performers arrived in the village. Among them was a woman whose smile radiated like the sun. "Hey there, young one, why the long face?" Her playful banter, though somewhat comical, evoked an extraordinary sensation within Uchiha Rong. Unlike the other villagers, she did not deliberately ostracize him. Instead, she regaled him with tales of the troop's adventures across the land. Eventually, she even taught him the rhythm of rap and dance. The scene shifted once more. As all good things must come to an end, the troop departed. Watching the retreating carts and horses, Uchiha Rong felt an unfamiliar pang of reluctance and detachment swell within him for the first time, even knowing this was Killer Bee's perspective. Tears streamed down his face. Wow, this illusion is so vividly real. As this thought took shape, his consciousness once again sank into oblivion, plunging him into another prolonged solitude, as if he had fallen into an abyss. One day, the incessant rap finally shattered the hold of the Eight Tails. Gradually, he acquired a friend, albeit not quite a true friend. From there, he began to grow. The village could no longer overlook his burgeoning power, and he was integrated into Team Kiri, led by a gentle and patient woman who showed him great care. The inner loneliness he had harbored began to dissipate, until the moment of collapse arrived, gazing in bewilderment at the severed head of the woman cradled in his left hand. Uchiha Ron felt an unprecedented sorrow swell within his chest. Hey, kid, wake up. The great orange beast, in a state of urgency, attempted to rouse Uchiha Ron from the illusion. In the next instant, Uchiha Ron's tightly shut eyes flew open. What kind of pupils were those? In the center of the design lay a shuriken, encircled by peculiar petal-like formations resembling some unknown flower. Meow. What the hell? A kaleidoscope. Chapter 85. Illusion, the gift of life. How long have I been ensnared in this illusion? A detached voice escaped Uchiha Rong's lips, as if emanating from the abyss. At that moment, he realized he had been removed from the epicenter of the battle, where Manda and Orochimaru were still engaged in combat with the now diminutive Eight Tails. It seemed that not much time had elapsed, perhaps about a minute. Meow. Thankfully, I managed to save you just in time from the Eight Tails assault. Seeing him unharmed, the great orange beast visibly exhaled in relief. Uchiha Ron could not help but smile wryly. He extended his right hand before his eyes, feeling a perplexing mix of emotions. Should he rejoice or lament? Power, unprecedented and formidable. This latest evolution of the Sharingan, or rather the evolution of the Uchiha bloodline, had augmented his physical strength by more than double. It was an enhancement that far surpassed the comprehensive boost from awakening the Sharingan to its three-tomo form. The earlier activation of the 8 gates had instinctively been shut off, a fortunate outcome of his ability to open the 5th gate without injury. Otherwise, he would have faced perilous consequences. To this day, he struggled to comprehend what had transpired the moment he glared at the 8 Tails. Logically, in the state of the 8 gates, the ferocious chakra surging through his chakra points should have rendered him nearly immune to Jinjutsu, compounded by the resistance offered by the three-tomo Sharingan. Yet, he found himself ensnared. However, this was not the time for such musings. In an instant, Uchiha Ron vanished, reappearing before the now diminished 8 Tails. Orochimaru, your mission is complete. You may withdraw. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru exhaled lightly, a smile gracing his lips. That was rather perilous, Ron. What transpired? As he spoke, the myriad snakes began their retreat, yet Orochimaru made no haste to depart, observing Uchiha Ron with keen interest. At this moment, Uchiha Ron, with a pair of three-tomo Sharingan, cast a glance at Orochimaru before shifting his attention to the severely weakened 8 Tails. In the next instant, his figure appeared atop the 8 Tails' head. Without allowing it to mount a counterattack, Uchiha Ron swiftly completed a series of hand seals, unleashing the profound power of his sealing techniques. In an instant, thick iron chains adorned with intricate runes erupted from the ground, binding the 8 Tails completely. Had the 8 Tails been at its peak, even an entire sealing team would have found such a feat impossible. However, it was evident that the 8 Tails was on the brink of death in its current state. I shall take my leave, Orochimaru remarked with a light chuckle, as he executed a teleportation technique and appeared atop the colossal form of the serpentine creature, Manda. Shortly thereafter, Manda vanished from sight. In this regard, Orochimaru was quite astute. Much like when he was conducting experiments, he despised interruptions. He had no intention of probing into Uchiha Ron's secrets, unless one day he found himself stronger than Uchiha Ron and coincidentally intrigued by his hidden knowledge. Moo. The 8 Tails continued to struggle frantically against its bonds. The three-tomo within Uchiha Obito's Sharingan began to spin before transforming into the intricate pattern of a mysterious flower. As the sealing power intensified, the 8 Tails, Gyuki, ultimately let out a roar of defiance as its tailed beast chakra rapidly contracted until it vanished entirely. In the wake of its disappearance, the severed arm of Killer Bee emerged, seemingly devoid of breath, teetering on the brink of death. In stark contrast to the tailed beast's tenacious vitality and its immortal attributes, the Jinchuriki appeared remarkably fragile. Although the immense chakra of the tailed beast could swiftly heal the wounds of the Jinchuriki, it was powerless to restore lost limbs. He gazed intently at the dying Killer Bee for an extended period. Uchiha Rong's hesitant expression gradually dissipated as he let out a sigh. Very well. Let me test my newly acquired abilities on you. As his Sharingan focused intently, an immense ocular power began to distort the surroundings of Karabi. In the next moment, a wondrous scene unfolded. Karabi's breathing gradually steadied, and even his severed arm rapidly regenerated. Is this yet another ocular technique of the level that transforms the intangible into the tangible? Uchiha Rong's heart was filled with a subtle joy. If one were to categorize Genjutsu into tiers, the initial level would involve creating minor illusions akin to the shadow clone technique. The intermediate stage begins to affect a person's visual, olfactory, and other sensory perceptions. The advanced level represents an almost indistinguishable sensory deception. Beyond that lies the manipulation of the five senses, a technique belonging to the Akimichi clan's bloodline. Itachi's Tsukuyami resides within this realm, capable of tormenting an individual to death within the illusion, deceiving the senses in reality, leading the body's cells to believe they have perished. Thus, they truly do. Above this, there exists the Genjutsu that transforms the illusory into the tangible, akin to Izanagi's ability to convert reality into illusion. This approach nearly touches upon the forces governing existence itself. Thus, the prospect of acquiring a Genjutsu ocular technique even more potent than Tsukuyami filled Uchiha Rong with overwhelming delight. Yet, just as this joy blossomed within him, his expression abruptly shifted. A wave of more potent ocular power surged like a tide towards Killer Bee's waist, the very location of the eight-tailed seal. Damn it! Uchiha Rong erupted in fury, yet he found himself utterly unable to restrain the overwhelming surge of his ocular power, which gushed forth like a torrential flood. It was only when an intense wave of weakness washed over him that the deluge of his power finally subsided. The essence of illusion, should it not be more accurately described as the endowment of vitality? Uchiha Rong, feeling the impending darkness engulfing his nearly blind eyes, bore an expression of utter despondency. At this moment, he longed to plunge his blade once more into Karabi's heart. Anyone who had just awakened their Manjiki Sharingan, only to be softened by empathy and deplete their ocular power to the brink of exhaustion, would surely find their spirits as dismal as those of Uchiha Rong. It appears that such ocular techniques must not be wielded carelessly. Uchiha Rong's expression was akin to that of a bitter melon, as though he had just won 5 million in the lottery only to discover that the ticket had been misplaced. Yet, in the next moment, his pupils widened in astonishment. What was happening? He sensed a portion of the chakra within his body gradually flowing towards his eye sockets. He hastily closed his eyes to perceive the sensation more acutely. Could it be? Was his ocular power slowly returning? The eternal Manjiki Sharingan? Uchiha Rong found himself in a state of bewilderment. What had transpired? What exactly was happening to him? Was it not said that one must undergo the fusion of a cherished one's Manjiki to attain the eternal Manjiki? Yet, why did he awaken to discover himself possessing the eternal form? Could it be that his physical prowess had surpassed all limits? Uchiha Rong speculated that the infusion of Hashirama's cells seemed to enhance his physical vitality, potentially yielding effects akin to that of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, this notion felt incongruous. Despite his unexpectedly robust physique, his cellular vitality could not possibly rival the extraordinary levels exhibited by Senja Hashirama. Puzzlement clouded his thoughts. Nevertheless, this conundrum gave rise to several multifaceted hypotheses. Perhaps it was indeed related to his formidable constitution, but it could not be the sole factor. Amidst Uchiha Rong's contemplations, a startling realization struck him. Had he not perished? Suddenly, Killer Bee awoke. Uchiha Rong's expression darkened. It is the scoundrel. Initially, he merely experienced the joys and sorrows of Killer Bee within a genjutsu. In a moment of weakness, he decided to test his new ocular technique and inadvertently saved him. Little did he anticipate that he would also rescue the near-death Eight Tails. This ultimately resulted in a significant depletion of Uchiha Rong's chakra. Killer Bee slowly rose, his gaze laden with complexity as he looked at Uchiha Rong. Did you save me? His heart was in turmoil. He recalled that it was this leaf ninja who had slain Captain Jelly. Yet, he had saved his life. The sense of gratitude for this act of salvation left him ensnared in a web of conflicting emotions. Uchiha Rong cast a glance at him and tossed over a dark ring. In truth, you are aware that Sakata Yuri does not harbor such affection for you, correct? Should you wish to seek vengeance upon me, I am always at your service. With that, he turned and departed. He harbored no concerns that Karabi would strike at him again. The essence of life bestows a form of illusion that transforms the intangible into the tangible, converting one's ocular prowess into vitality, endowing the lifeless with life, and granting rebirth to the living. In this intricate process, one becomes the rebirthing parents or creators of the other. although bestowing conscious life does not alter the will of the recipient as the celestial beings might. The life force derived from one's ocular energy renders it challenging for the recipient to harbor animosity towards the one who performed the technique. This phenomenon bears resemblance to the profound bond found within bloodlines. It is only the most malevolent individuals who would disregard their kin. Clearly, Kagami is not one of them. Chapter 86, Divine Gift. Carried by the great orange cat from the land of the moon to the land of soup. They pause for a night's rest along the way. The following day, the power of the left eye is life bestowal, granting vitality to the inanimate and resurrection to the living. In the midst of his thoughts, Uchiha Rong formed hand seals, summoning a rock clone. This time, he had to exercise caution. Although after a night of recuperation, his nearly blind condition had slightly improved, his vision still remained at a considerably diminished level. Uchiha Rong cautiously employed the life-giving ability of his left eye once more, this time deliberately controlling it to release only a minuscule amount of ocular power. In the next moment, he was astonished to discover that the chakra consumed to maintain his rock clone had abruptly ceased its drain. The rock clone, akin to a shadow clone, suddenly acquired an independent consciousness. Indeed, it was possible. The effectiveness of this ability was thus validated, filling Uchiha Rong with elation. Although this scant amount of ocular power could only sustain the rock clone's independent existence for a few minutes, the transformative potential of this almost rule-like ocular technique was nothing short of extraordinary. Firstly, akin to shadow clones. The rock clone no longer required a continuous supply of chakra from the original body, thereby lifting the distance limitation between them. Furthermore, the rock clone endowed with independent life exhibited greater agility than its shadow counterpart, possessing a more complete capacity for thought and judgment. Most importantly, it astonishingly resembled a true independent being, capable of self-recovery by absorbing energy from the same source. Uchiha Rong had expended half of his chakra on this rock clone. Subsequently observing it in silence, he noticed that the soil molecules in the surrounding land were being continually absorbed by the clone, while its chakra gradually replenished. The vital organs, which originally required rock molecules as a source of power, had been bestowed with genuine life, no longer needing external forces to sustain the heartbeat. Remarkably, its strength had increased by 10%, achieving 60% of the original body's power. After testing the rock clone, Uchiha Rong proceeded to examine various objects around him, only to discover that it was ineffective against inanimate materials such as stone and wood. Was it not said that one could bestow life upon the lifeless? Uchiha Rong furrowed his brow, until a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. He took a section of tree trunk and carved it into a humanoid form. Remarkably, this time he succeeded. However, this rudimentary wooden figure could only sustain its lifelike state for a mere few seconds due to the limited power of his ocular technique. Once the time elapsed, it perished. Subsequently, he crafted various pieces of wood into shapes resembling animals, astonishingly imbuing them with life as well. The more vividly he sculpted their forms, the longer the same amount of ocular energy could maintain their existence. This phenomenon extended to stone as well. As long as it was carved into the likeness of any creature, it could be granted a fleeting semblance of life through the powers of his left eye. If his ocular energy were to be fully restored, he believed he could bestow several years of life upon an inanimate object. Uchiha Rong meticulously estimated the limits of his abilities. After a series of exertions, he realized that his vision had once again diminished. He promptly ceased the use of his powers. This decline in vision was a consequence of excessive ocular strain. Once his ocular strength was replenished, his sight would return. Although the eternal Mangeki Sharingan is said to possess infinite ocular power, it is not a perpetual motion machine and indeed has its limitations. The so-called infinite ocular power merely refers to the ability to restore vision through the conversion of chakra. This distinction marks the fundamental difference between the Mangeki and the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. It is noteworthy that Uchiha Rong inadvertently utilized his ocular strength to rescue the near-death Eight Tails. In truth, under normal circumstances, due to his formidable physique, his ocular limit should far exceed that of Fugaku and Shisui. He could even maintain the Susanoo to battle the Eight Tails for 3 days and nights. The power of his right eye is known as divine bestowal, which enables him to confer everything he possesses upon another target. This seemingly includes profound elements such as lifespan and fortune. Given the previous experience with his left eye, Uchiha Rong was understandably cautious about recklessly wielding the more enigmatic abilities of his right eye. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from contemplating the developmental direction of its powers. Since it encompasses all he possesses, it should also include chakra, correct? If he were to bestow chakra upon a clone with independent life, could it transcend the inherent limits of its original jutsu and attain greater strength? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, to the point of losing sleep. However, he had to exercise patience. Everything would have to wait until his ocular strength was fully restored. 2 days later, upon returning to the border camp of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Rong learned that Kumogakure had gathered its ninjas and would soon arrive at the border. The clash between the two great ocular clans in Kumogakure was about to reach its most intense phase. According to reports from spies on the Kumogakure side, they had amassed over 1,000 elite ninjas. How should we respond? Hinata Aya inquired, her expression tinged with concern. Uchiha Rong had long since devised a plan. With an air of calm confidence, he assured, "Rest assured, they shall not reach this place." If the thousands of Cloud Village ninjas were to assault the main camp, relying solely on a handful of vassal ninjas and 5,000 warriors would indeed inflict considerable losses upon the enemy. However, a mutually destructive outcome was not what Uchiha Rong desired. He issued orders to disregard the vast forces of Cloud Village. Instead, all ninjas within the camp were to form teams of 20, each accompanied by a Hyuga, to eliminate any scouts along their path. As for the 50 elite squads, they were to continue their relentless pursuit of Cloud Village ninjas on missions without returning. Furthermore, he instructed the spies to intensify their intelligence gathering on the ninjas dispatched by Cloud Village. Even if this led to exposure, it was permissible for them to retreat and live in safety. With each command delivered, the joint forces of the two clans sprang into action. Observing the intelligence summary on the table, Uchiha Rong revealed a sinister smile, pondering how much longer Cloud Village could withstand this pressure. In the brief span of just over 10 days, more than 200 ninjas from Cloud Village had been assassinated. Such a loss of Chunin and Jinin would not fundamentally cripple the village. What truly posed a threat were the failed missions. As the failure rate of Cloud Village's commissioned tasks soared, a chain reaction ensued, leading to the cancellation of numerous contracts by employers. Consequently, the neighboring villages of Suki and Yu began to experience a significant increase in commissioned tasks, becoming nearly overwhelmed. The loss of numerous assignments, coupled with previous severe setbacks from Konoha and Iwagakure, left Cloud Village somewhat hollow. At this juncture, mobilizing over 1,000 ninjas for combat would demand considerable resources, and any logistical issues could force them into retreat. Simply having personnel without adequate supplies or equipment would be utterly futile, particularly when faced with guerrilla tactics. Moreover, with the complete annihilation of Killer Bee's team, only he remained alive. Naturally, Killer Bee could not divulge the absurdity of being attacked by Konoha ninjas only to be rescued by them. The result was an inability to clarify the circumstances surrounding the obliteration of his team, inevitably leading to suspicion and wariness from the village as higher-ups. At least for the foreseeable future, the Eight Tails would remain dormant. Thus, Cloud Village, I have made my move. How shall you respond? 3 days later, due to the failure of logistical supplies to arrive as scheduled, the Cloud Village's forces were compelled to halt their advance and set up camp in the Land of Hot Water. On the very night of their encampment, they were ambushed by 2 mysterious Uchiha ninjas. A series of 4 devastating fire jutsus engulfed the camp and the entire contingent in flames. The sudden inferno inflicted grievous losses upon the ninja forces. Even after uniting their efforts to extinguish the flames, they discovered that all military supplies had been reduced to ashes. Upon regrouping, the Cloud forces had no choice but to request supplies from the village once more, only to receive dreadful news. 3 consecutive convoys tasked with transporting supplies had vanished without a trace. The 4th convoy, personally escorted by the 4th Hokage, met with a similar fate, resulting in the death of all its members and leaving the Hokage injured. Consequently, Cloud Village dispatched envoys once again, seeking to negotiate peace. At the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Hot Water, in Uchiha Rong's camp, both parties sat at long tables facing one another. On the left sat Uchiha Rong, Team Fish, and Hyuga Hizashi, while on the right were 3 Cloud ninjas, 1 elder and 2 youths. We are willing to compensate for our previous indiscretions and hope that the Uchiha and Hyuga clans will cease their assassination attempts against our ninjas, the elder, Old Sam, uttered. His pallid complexion suggesting the weight of his words had drained his spirit. Uchiha Rong cast a knowing glance, half smiling, at the blonde-haired girl beside him, who donned a netted headpiece. He was rather surprised to encounter acquaintances at the negotiating table. Samui, the boy next to her, Omoi, could also be considered a familiar face. If I recall correctly, these 2 are disciples of Killer Bee. I wonder if they have taken on a master during this period. Contemplating this, Uchiha Rong did not take the words of the old hidden stone ninja lightly. Compensation? Huh. Do you truly believe that the Uchiha and Hyuga clans would be concerned about such a trifling sum? Uchiha Rong exuded an air of affluence and confidence. Do you truly believe that our gathering here is merely to extort you? What more do you desire? Old Sam slammed his hand on the table, revealing his robust chest. Despite being in the midst of adversaries, he exhibited no semblance of fear, embodying a heroic spirit. Uchiha Rong merely shrugged his shoulders, stating, "We harbor no ulterior motives. We simply wish for the hidden Cloud Village, which dares to attempt the theft of our clan's bloodline limit, to face the consequences. You may return now. Today, my mood is favorable, and I have no desire to spill blood." Uchiha Rong appeared as if he were swatting away flies. Old Sam could only despondently take a seat once more. "My lord from the Uchiha clan, we have come sincerely seeking peace. Might you be willing to discuss the terms?" Uchiha Rong rolled his eyes with disdain. "I have no patience for your incessant prattle. Do you truly believe this is a marketplace?" Old Sam scrutinized him for a considerable time before exhaling a resigned sigh. Those old geezers had offered numerous schemes to minimize their losses. Yet it was only at this moment that he comprehended the overwhelming advantage held by the opposition, who were in no rush to broker peace. Meanwhile, they could hardly afford to prolong the conflict. This young Uchiha, though ostensibly dismissive, conveyed a clear message. He would grant them but a singular opportunity to present their bid. Should they fail to appease him, the attrition of Yun-In would persist. Old Sam felt a profound ache in his heart. In the past, Yun-In had engaged in numerous battles, yet never had they encountered such a stifling predicament. They had been deprived of any chance for a fair confrontation, resulting in their finances plunging into a dire deficit. Even the Fourth Hokage personal intervention could not safeguard the transport of provisions and military supplies. How could they possibly continue this war? Most critically, they had ascertained the location of the Uchiha encampment. Even if they annihilated the entire warrior contingent there, it would not compensate for Yun-Yin's losses. As for the ninja squads conducting covert assassinations within their territory, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan rendered their capture exceedingly challenging. On several occasions, they had managed to apprehend a few, only to find themselves ambushed in return. These Uchiha and Hyuga teams were swift in their support, never lingering, striking and then vanishing. The main forces could not keep pace, and the smaller units proved too formidable. The Fourth Hokage had once assembled a cadre of powerful warriors to mount a counteroffensive, yet the outcome was that wherever Yun-Yin's elite ventured, not a single figure could be seen. These wretched, rodent-like adversaries scurried about, retreating en masse whenever they encountered formidable opponents. The moment the strong withdrew, they would return. Having lived from the Warring States period to the present, Old Sam prided himself on his extensive experience, yet he had never witnessed such repugnant tactics. With a deep exhalation, he produced the highest offer within his authority and presented a document. "This represents our sincerity from Yun-In village. We hope you will reconsider." Uchiha Rong, with a stoic expression, glanced over the items. 30 million ryo in silver from the Land of Thunder, 1,000 head of cattle, 10,000 jars of exquisite wine from the Cloud Peak, 3 tons of thunderstone. It appears to be quite a considerable expenditure. Uchiha Rong's heart secretly mused. There was nothing particularly noteworthy, except for the exquisite wine from Yun-In's Cloud Top Mountain, renowned throughout the shinobi world. It was said that a single jar was worth a fortune, approximately 10,000 taels, equating to around 100 million. Cattle, too, were scarce commodities across various nations, often fetching tens of thousands of taels each, primarily due to their rarity in the market. As for the thunderstone, it was a specialty of Yun-In, with minimal production elsewhere. Whether for forging ninja swords or kunai shurikens, it constituted an exceptional material. The market price ranged from 20 to 25 taels per gram. With 3 tons, or 6,000 jin, its value lay between 60 and 75 million. Including additional items, the total compensation soared to 300 million. Thus, even for Uchiha Rong, this was not a trifling sum, especially considering that some of the goods were virtually priceless and their actual worth exceeded 300 million substantially. Uchiha Rong's fingers tapped thoughtfully on the table, his expression contemplative. This should be the absolute limit for the Cloud Village. Further pressure would yield no results. Meanwhile, Old Sam was in a state of palpable anxiety. The recent surge in mission failures had resulted in staggering compensation losses for the Cloud Village, nearing 100 million. This figure did not even account for the ninjas assassinated during these missions. The subsequent reputational damage had already escalated to nearly 10 billion. Moreover, the destruction of supplies and logistics amounted to an additional 2 to 3 billion. The Cloud Village was truly at its breaking point. Should the opposing party refuse to concede once more, the village would be at a loss for a course of action. They might have to implore the daimyo of the Land of Lightning to seek reconciliation with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. However, such a move would likely lead to the loss of their autonomy. As for fighting to the bitter end, that was laughable. If there had been an opportunity to fight, they would have seized it long ago. Even the usually reclusive Fourth Hokage had been compelled to intervene, only to return injured. What could they possibly use to fight back? Just as old Sam's countenance grew increasingly grim, Uchiha Oroon finally spoke. The compensation itself is of little concern to us. Given the Cloud Village's apparent sincerity, we shall reluctantly accept it. Old Sam's heart leapt at these words. Yet, Uchiha Oroon's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as he added, however, in addition, the Cloud Village must publicly issue an apology. They must openly acknowledge to the entire ninja world that this was a malicious scheme, an attempt to covet the Uchiha and Hyuga clans' coveted ocular bloodlines. An apology must be rendered. Upon hearing this, old Sam's face drained of color. Impossible. This is absolutely out of the question. Chapter 88. The triumphant return, then there was no other choice. Uchiha Oroon once again spread his hands, pushing the compensation list back towards old Sam. If the thief who stole the bloodline limit could merely settle matters with monetary compensation, how could the two great clans of ocular techniques maintain their standing in the future? This is a matter of principle. His stance was resolute, not even casting a glance at the compensation amount, which was valued at no less than 300 million. In truth, the combined expenses for the joint expedition of the two clans, including logistics and personnel, totaled merely 100 million. Of that, the Fourth Hokage had approved a base material aid of 40 million. The remainder was to be shared between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, with each contributing only 30 million. While this sum was considerable for an individual, it was negligible for the ninja clans. Moreover, the spoils from hunting Cloud Shinobi had already rendered his subordinates quite affluent, significantly boosting morale. Just days ago, the materials intercepted from the Cloud, valued at 200 million, had been swiftly transported back by Minato Namikaze using the Flying Thunder God technique, a substantial return on investment. Indeed, Uchiha Oroon bore the scroll inscribed with Minato's Flying Thunder God seal. Regardless of Uchiha Oroon's thoughts, old Sam gradually calmed down after a fit of impotent rage. I can take the initiative to hand over the principal culprit for your handling, which should suffice to serve as a warning to the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, deterring any petty criminals. Uchiha Oroon shook his head. Not enough. Do not claim that I am denying you an opportunity. I shall take a step back. The hidden cloud must designate those involved in the theft of our bloodline and the orchestrators as rogue ninjas, and their families must be expelled from the village. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Old Sam's face flushed crimson. The first condition requires an apology to the ninja world. Should they do so, the hidden cloud would be utterly disgraced. This current condition is even more severe if the hidden cloud village proceeds with such actions. Who would still be willing to risk their lives for the village in the future? Be gone. This time, Uchiha Oroon no longer hesitated. He rose to leave. However, just as his foot was about to cross the threshold of the tent, a frantic voice called out from behind him. Wait! The aging ninja hurried forward in swift strides, prompting Hinata Aya to instinctively prepare to intervene, but was halted by Uchiha Oroon. How? Before Uchiha Oroon could utter a word, old Sam suddenly knelt down. This scene not only startled Uchiha Oroon, but also astonished Sam E and Omoe, who were standing behind old Sam. They hurriedly rushed forward, one on each side to assist him. However, old Sam stubbornly pushed them away, with tears streaming down his face as he gazed at Uchiha Oroon and said, I agree to classify the executing ninjas and the planners as traitors to my hidden cloud village. I implore you, spare their families. You must understand that once labeled as traitors, their families will suffer greatly even within the village. Being expelled from the village would lead them to a path of certain death. Uchiha Oroon maintained an expressionless demeanor. As the saying goes, compassion does not govern the battlefield. There is little room for sentimentality amidst the chaos of war. Mercy towards the enemy is akin to cruelty towards one's own. Presently, our side holds the advantage. What if, one day, Konoha encounters defeat? This battle represents the vengeance of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, compelling the Cloud Village to the brink under the strategy of guerrilla warfare. With the absence of interference from other factions, a single Uchiha is more than capable of standing against the Cloud Village, especially when bolstered by a Hyuga. However, once it escalates into a conflict between villages, the involvement of the other three great ninja villages is inevitable. When the Cloud Village allies with other ninja villages to confront Konoha, they have never shown any semblance of mercy. The devastation they wreak is infinitely more brutal. What concern is that of mine? Uchiha Rong lifted his foot and continued walking. In the next moment, he felt someone grasping his thigh. It was old Sam, clinging desperately to his leg, weeping, "My lord, the expulsion of these individuals is, in truth, of little consequence to you. I am willing to offer an additional 100 million for your mercy." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rong furrowed his brow. Initially, he had intended to kick the person away, but the words gave him pause. There was a modicum of truth in what he said. The families of those individuals remained in the hidden cloud village, branded as the kin of traitorous shinobi. The hardships they would endure were all too conceivable. The punitive effect would indeed be realized. If, as a result, he could secure an additional 100 million, while he himself was not in need of that sum. This operation involved the Hyuga clan and the support of the Fourth Hokage. This 100 million was a collective benefit, and he had no grounds to refuse. Thus, he instructed, convert this into Fire Country silver notes, including the previous 30 million from the list. Uchiha Rongsong spoke. This. Old Sam was once again taken aback. It is well known that although all 5 great nations issue silver notes, the inflation rates are undoubtedly disparate. Without a doubt, the silver notes of the Land of Fire, abundant in resources and wealth, are the most valuable. Following closely are the silver notes of the Land of Lightning, then the Land of Earth, the Land of Water, and lastly the Land of Wind, which is the most impoverished and has printed the most silver notes. Even though the value of the Land of Lightning silver notes ranks just below that of the Land of Fire, the exchange ratio reaches 1:0. 8. To convert 130 million taels of the Land of Fire's silver notes, at least 162. 5 million taels would be required. Such a large-scale exchange would undoubtedly trigger fluctuations in the exchange rate, resulting in losses exceeding 30 million taels. If it cannot be done, so be it. There is no compulsion here. Let it go. Uchiha Rong lifted his foot once more. All right. I concede. Old Sam felt as if his heart were bleeding. Then let us hasten to sign the peace treaty, shall we? Uchiha Rong's demeanor softened significantly in an instant, leaving old Sam momentarily taken aback. Uchiha Rong had been stationed at the border for a full 10 days, finally receiving the compensation for the casualties from Kumogakure. The swiftness of this response was largely due to the fact that Uchiha Rong had not withdrawn the 50 elite teams of sharp blades during this time. Just like the designation of their units, these 50 ninja squads were akin to daggers, each thrust inflicting unbearable pain upon Kumogakure. Ultimately, the teams that had infiltrated the Land of Rice, the Land of Hot Water, and the Land of the Moon were all recalled. When they set out, they numbered 200 Uchiha and 50 Hyuga, yet only 223 returned. Even with guerrilla tactics, the teams could not avoid a loss of 27 members. However, such a loss of 1/10 paled in comparison to the spoils of war and compensation received. In warfare, casualties are an inevitable reality. Even among the vassal ninja responsible for patrolling the base, over 100 had perished. During this period, more than 300 members of the Samurai Corps also went missing. As the elite teams successfully withdrew back into the territory of the Land of Fire, they commenced their grand return to the capital. Elite teams, reconnaissance teams, heed the command. As before, you shall proceed ahead to return to the village. Eliminate all suspicious individuals along the way. Yes, that night, Uchiha Rong assembled a ninja force of fewer than 1,000, instructing them to march back to the village along the designated route. Only the Fish Squad and the Samurai Corps remained to escort the substantial boxes of compensation, continuing their journey. This was, of course, to prevent any ambushes on the return trip that could lead to unnecessary losses. The samurai were astonished to discover a peculiar phenomenon each time they camped for the night. They would find that the escorted supplies had dwindled significantly by the following morning. When they reported this to Commander Rong, they were advised not to concern themselves with it. It was not until 2 weeks later that the Samurai Corps successfully arrived at the southern gate of Konoha, at which point Uchiha Rong finally exhaled in relief. It seemed that his caution had been excessive. These past nights had indeed been arduous for Lord Hokage. Chapter 89. The 5 Forms of Susanoo. Ultimately, with over 400 million in compensation alongside 200 million in supplies, Namikaze Minato received a share of the latter. If this expedition were to be likened to a project, then Minato was undoubtedly an investor, laboriously handling the transport while bearing the weight of his Hokage title, thus securing a substantial portion. Uchiha Rong allocated 100 million in Fire Country banknotes to the Hyuga clan and dispatched another 100 million in banknotes and supplies to Fugaku's faction. The remaining 200 million in supplies found their way into his private treasury. Naturally, all parties were relatively satisfied with this distribution. Minato, merely a transporter, had amassed a private fortune of 200 million. Should similar opportunities arise in the future, the Hokage expressed his eagerness for more. The Hyuga clan had no objections. As they were not the main force, their 30 million investment had yielded returns far exceeding that figure through the spoils of war. In the end, they reclaimed 100 million, preserving Hinata's well-being, enhancing their reputation, and reaping benefits, leaving no further complaints. Fugaku's side, having dispatched merely 10 elite shinobi, all of whom returned unscathed, was equally content. The project was deemed a resounding success, with all parties collecting their dividends. Subsequently, Uchiha Rong distributed a generous sum for the bereaved families of fallen clan members, retainers, and samurai corps members, amounting to twice the normal wartime compensation. As for those who returned unscathed, they received ample shares of the spoils and military salaries, rendering any further compensation unnecessary. Gradually, it seemed that tranquility was restored. Yet, the calm that graces the surface often conceals the tumultuous currents beneath. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans have triumphantly vanquished the hidden cloud in their recent campaign, enhancing their renown beyond previous accolades. This victory has compelled various factions to acknowledge that these two prestigious clans of ocular jutsu have not succumbed to decline. Concurrently, as their prominence flourished, the two leading figures of this expedition, Uchiha Rong and Hyuga Hisashi, have begun to capture the attention of many. Among them, Uchiha Rong has been bestowed with illustrious titles such as General Uchiha, God of the Leaf Military, and Pioneer of Guerrilla Tactics. Upon hearing these peculiar epithets, Uchiha Rong felt an overwhelming sense of disdain. What absurd names! How unappealing! In truth, he scarcely paid attention to them, for he was currently engrossed in his duties within the core barrier of Training Ground 7. Uchiha Rong gazed with satisfaction at the diminutive version of the nine-tailed fox before him. However, through his Sharingan, he discerned that within this counterfeit creature, instead of the typical crimson chakra of a tailed beast, floated gentler hue of pale blue chakra. Kaibai, allow me to witness your true prowess. Upon the utterance of his command, the nine-tailed fox, resembling a pet dog in size, suddenly expanded with a remarkable transformation. In an instant, it assumed the very form reminiscent of that fateful Knight of the Nine Tails. Indeed, the disparity between the original and its imitation was strikingly evident. Uchiha Rong shook his head in disappointment. The chakra intensity was too low. It needed to be diminished slightly. Very well, master, the Nine Tails responded with a melodious feminine voice, its mountainous form rapidly shrinking by half, ultimately stabilizing at a height of 10 meters. This chakra concentration is barely acceptable. This rock clone, granted a day's lifespan by Uchiha Rong's left eye and endowed with 10 units of chakra by his right eye, wore the appearance of the Nine Tails but possessed none of its actual abilities. However, what pleased Uchiha Rong the most was his newfound discovery regarding the development of the Mangeki Sharingan's capabilities. The ability to bestow life was indeed extraordinary. When the rock clone employed transformation jutsu to assume the guise of the Nine Tails and was then granted independent life, it astonishingly remained fixed in that form. In this state, the rock clone retained formidable defensive capabilities and could also adjust its size at will. Although if it grew too large, the excessive dispersion of chakra would significantly weaken its defensive prowess, and its offensive capabilities would also diminish drastically, rendering it nearly ineffective. Nevertheless, this provided Uchiha Rong with numerous new ideas. It is noteworthy that the life-giving ability was not without its limitations. It could not further extend the lifespan of the Nine Tails rock clone, which had already been granted a day's existence. Any subsequent application of the ability could only impart some vitality, enhancing its regenerative capabilities. Similarly, the Nine Tails rock clone, which had been blessed with shadow-level chakra by the right eye, could not receive divine chakra again. The capabilities of both eyes had been largely discerned, despite their considerable restrictions. They remained remarkably potent. Uchiha Rong is exceedingly pleased with the ultimate outcome of his abilities. This signifies that he is fully capable of creating an independent life form with a lifespan of several months or even a year, even in a non-combat state. He can endow this creation with chakra equivalent to his own maximum capacity, an ability that is indeed extraordinary and borders on the divine realm of creation. Furthermore, his life-giving prowess can heal severely wounded allies, even those who have recently passed away. Most astonishingly, he possesses the capability to resurrect even corpses. However, if the duration of death extends too long and the soul has departed to the underworld, the being revived will no longer be the original individual. Instead, a new independent consciousness will emerge from the lifeless body, devoid of the original's lifespan and memories. The longevity of this new life will be entirely contingent upon the amount of ocular power Uchiha expends. Truly, it mirrors the essence of my spiritual eye. After a 10-day wait for compensation at the border and half a month of travel, his ocular power has now been completely restored. Obito's heart is one of evasion. Hence the existence of Kamui, a space of refuge. Itachi grapples with pain and fury, awakening Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. Indeed, my spiritual reflection is a guardian. Uchiha fell into deep contemplation. Well then, let us explore the romance of man. With hands clasped together, a glimmer of anticipation and excitement graced Uchiha features. Susanoo. Initial form. As the power of his eyes converged, a half-skeletal figure, composed solely of arms and ribs, enveloped Uchiha. The initial form of Susanoo could move in accordance with Uchiha will, yet excessive speed would lead to a dissipation of its ocular power. Once more, let me witness the limits of my current abilities. In the next moment, as an even greater surge of ocular energy flowed forth, a more complete half-skeletal figure emerged. Wielding a 3-meter-long sword forged from pure ocular energy. Slash! The skeletal Susanoo swung the colossal sword, striking the ground with tremendous force. The barrier trembled. The earth was cleaved, leaving a gash a meter deep and several meters long. Uchiha curled his lip, feeling somewhat underwhelmed. Although the effectiveness of his attacks was significantly diminished due to the barrier and the material of the training ground, such a level of power was something he could easily achieve with his own flying slash. However, summoning Susanoo had finally compensated for his defensive shortcomings. Uchiha pondered. Although the skeletal Susanoo's form had numerous gaps and could not provide complete protection when faced with unavoidable attacks in the future, he could certainly rely on Susanoo to withstand them. He had not yet reached his limits. Thus, he decided to activate the second form. Susanoo. Second form. As Uchiha channeled more ocular power, the skeletal half-figure enveloping him began to manifest veins and flesh. The 3-meter greatsword in his hand gradually transformed into a celestial form. Upon fully entering the second form, the Susanoo's defensive capabilities finally became impervious. Well, except for the area beneath his feet. Moreover, in this semi-human state of the second form, he could finally condense the Star Ninja Blade. Both defensive and offensive capabilities had significantly enhanced, allowing Uchiha to utilize standard-level body flicker technique for movement without disintegration. However, compared to the massive stature of Susanoo, Uchiha diminutive frame still moved at a pace akin to a giant crawling. Alas, the mobility of the earlier forms of Susanoo was indeed lacking. Feeling relatively at ease, Uchiha once again amplified his ocular power. Susanoo. Third form. The semi-human Susanoo rapidly coalesced into a set of Tengu armor, further augmenting its defensive prowess. While its original height of 10 meters surged to 15 meters. At this moment, Uchiha finally sensed a substantial drain on his ocular power. Hiss. My ocular power is indeed far superior to Itachi's at his peak. Remarkably, activating the third form of Susanoo did not pose much strain. I recall Itachi only reached the third form of Susanoo at his zenith, typically relying on the second form. At this juncture, Uchiha gained a clear understanding of his ocular power. After all, Itachi was not an eternal Meijiki. So, fourth form. Activate. In the next instant, the 15-meter Susanoo doubled in size. As the massive legs adorned with armor emerged, Uchiha body ascended to the head of Susanoo. Chapter 90. The three paths of the Super Shadow completely shedding the semi-human form, the true armored warrior form of Susanoo manifested. Indeed, this Susanoo possessed the might to surpass tailed beasts. Sensing the rate of ocular power depletion, Uchiha felt increasingly satisfied. In terms of ocular power consumption alone, he believed he could sustain the fourth form of Susanoo in battle for an entire day and night. However, in reality, Susanoo consumed not only ocular power but also a significant amount of chakra. Therefore, Uchiha could only maintain this state for about 10 minutes, with an absolute limit of a little over 10 minutes before his chakra would be exhausted. In light of this, let me behold the ultimate form of Susanoo. Uchiha once again unleashes his power. Susanoo. Fifth ultimate form. Utenga form. Suddenly, a pair of wings sprouted from the back of Susanoo. The entire armor began to emanate a rich blue chakra energy. The colossal Star Ninja Blade in his hand was replaced by a formidable Susanoo sword. Its size expanded from the original 30 meters to nearly 40 meters in height. This is hardly smaller than the Ninetales. Uchiha stood atop the head of the ultimate Susanoo, its colossal wings flapping vigorously as it ascended several meters above the ground, nearing the apex of the barrier. In a mere 5 seconds, the immense Susanoo dissipated, and Uchiha plummeted from the heights, gracefully landing after absorbing the impact with a few deft movements. It appeared that for conventional combat, the third form sufficed. Amidst the remnants of the ravaged training ground, Uchiha Rong assessed his newly acquired abilities with clarity. Whether in the form of the skeletal half-body of the first stage or the half-human form of the second, his offensive capabilities paled in comparison to his own swordsmanship. Only his defensive prowess remained commendable. It was solely the third form, the armored half-human shape, that could genuinely contend with shadow-level combat and sustain itself for several hours. However, activating the fourth form, the complete armored human state, necessitated that battles be concluded swiftly. As for the fifth ultimate form, the Yatagarasu, it was evident that his chakra reserves were insufficient to wield such power at this juncture. Truly, the legend of the eye was remarkable. After a brief respite to restore his energy, Uchiha Rong reflected on his journey. If his overall capabilities could initially be deemed merely entering the shadow level, it was only through the 8 gates, the Starry Ninja Blade, Wind Lightning Flash, and Ashen Gale that he could genuinely attain shadow-level strength. The acquisition of the rock clone had not altered his essence significantly, it merely bolstered his survivability. Yet, this awakening of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan had catapulted him to the pinnacle of shadow-level power, even approaching the realm of Super Shadow. The distinction lay in the fact that at the shadow level, he had become nearly flawless, while at the super shadow level, compared to formidable figures like Nagato, Madara, and Hashirama, Uchiha Rong could only claim a portion of his abilities touched upon that echelon, with overall capacity still lacking. Heaving a sigh, he reminded himself not to be blinded by power. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Rong resumed his daily training regimen. With the support of the eternal Meijiki, he had essentially mastered the ultimate power of the Sharingan. As for the Rinnegan, theoretically, it transcended the realm of the Sharingan or the Uchiha lineage, belonging to the domain of the Tsutsuki bloodline. The forms of the Sage Susanoo and the Tailed Beast Susanoo fell outside the conventional classifications of Susanoo. Just as Uchiha Rong now possessed the capability to wield ultimate illusions and life bestowal to further enhance Susanoo, he could even employ divine gifts to grant it autonomous combat abilities. However, the development of these aspects required time for refinement. He believed that even if the outcome did not quite match that of the Sage Susanoo or Tailed Beast Susanoo, the difference would be negligible. During his daily practice, Uchiha Rong organized his current 3 paths of cultivation. The first was the 8 gates, after awakening the eternal Meijiki. The significant enhancement of his physique enabled him to open the 7th gate without injury, a feat characteristic of mid-shadow level capability. Should his physique undergo further substantial enhancement, or if he successfully applied sealing techniques to better control the outpouring of the 8 gates' power, he could ultimately achieve the ability to open all 8 gates without harm, thus acquiring super shadow combat prowess, an achievement that might have allowed Might Guy to alter the course of destiny itself. If Uchiha Rong were able to open the 8 gates without injury, his swordsmanship would surpass even that of Might Guy, and he would endure without the threat of death. Furthermore, he is currently engaged in the fusion of chakra attributes, an endeavor that has progressed since the Stardust Storm has further transformed into the Ash Wind. He has begun to sense that he may soon be able to merge the attributes of fire and wind. Should he successfully achieve the fusion of the Scorch Release bloodline limit, it would equate to transforming the Ash Wind, which relies on celestial bodies for its utilization, into an intrinsic ability. This would serve as a pinnacle of shadow-level offensive techniques, posing a significant threat even to super shadow-level powerhouses. Moreover, should he further integrate the bloodline elimination, this path could also reach the realm of super shadows. Ultimately, the unification of the 7 attributes, the bloodline gathering, would grant him abilities akin to those of the 6 paths. Additionally, he has recently acquired the Susanoo. In comparison to the previous 2 paths, this one appears to be more straightforward. As long as he continues to enhance his chakra reserves until he can wield the 5th form of Susanoo, the Yata no Kagami. In battle, it would provide a comprehensive offensive and defensive super shadow technique. Currently, the deficiencies of the 4th form are still considerable. However, its advantage lies in completely compensating for Uchiha Rong's previously weak defensive capabilities, as well as addressing the shortcomings of his swordsmanship against colossal-tailed beast adversaries. The following day, the fish squad was assigned to Uchiha Rong. He reported to the Hokage's office early in the morning. "Good morning, Uncle Rong," exclaimed a young boy with yellow hair, running over and bowing with great enthusiasm. "Haha, Naruto has grown up." Rong replied, "Come here for a hug." Uchiha Ling displayed a gentle smile as she crouched down and extended her arms. Now, Naruto was already 3 years old, despite the loss of his mother. He remained remarkably cheerful and lively under the care of Minato Namikaze. No. To her surprise, Naruto stepped back 2 paces, rejecting Uchiha Ling's embrace. "I've grown up," I aspire to become the Hokage. Though the little one's expression was somewhat lacking in sophistication, Uchiha Ling understood his intention. He meant that he was destined to become Hokage and could not allow himself to be embraced so casually. All right, Naruto, come over and sit properly. Your father needs to discuss serious matters with Uncle Ling. Minato Namikaze spoke from behind his desk. Obediently, Naruto took his seat on a small chair beside them. I have just received intelligence that unrest seems to have erupted in the Land of Rain. I am preparing to dispatch a team of ninjas to investigate the situation further. Uchiha Rong nodded slightly, remaining silent. Nowadays, Minato Namikaze occasionally engages him in discussions regarding certain decisions, subtly hinting at his intention to cultivate him as a trusted advisor. Moreover, I wish to recruit Uchiha Itachi into the Umbu. What are your thoughts on this? Chapter 91. Meeting Kurama. I doubt that clan head Fugaka would refuse. Uchiha Rong understood that Minato Namikaze was consulting him for his opinion. His statement implicitly indicated that there would be no interference from the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan regarding this matter. Indeed, a smile spread across Minato's face. Very well. I shall issue the formal appointment at once. Unlike the previous administration of the Third Hokage, which prominently favored the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, it is often said, a new ruler brings new ministers. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, once staunch supporters of the Third Hokage, have gradually been sidelined from the core of power. In contrast, clans such as the Inuzuka and Yamanaka, which were once subordinate to the Foundation, have begun to assume the positions once held by the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. As for the Uchiha, they can hardly be said to be favored in the current landscape. Given the Uchiha's formidable strength and heritage, their present status is, in fact, quite appropriate. If the Hyuga clan is the eyes of Konoha, the Uchiha clan represents the profound military heritage of Konoha. The rapid growth of Uchiha ninjas is remarkable, with their abilities exhibiting remarkable consistency and devoid of any conspicuous weaknesses. Particularly on the battlefield, dispatching 100 Uchiha may result in only half returning. Yet, those who survive possess the prowess to outmatch the previous 100. For instance, Uchiha Rong led 200 Uchiha into battle, suffering a casualty list of 27, with 26 being Uchiha. Among the 174 who returned, nearly 50 awakened their Sharingan. These statistics are indeed alarming, especially considering that the losses in this guerrilla warfare were not particularly devastating. Furthermore, Namikaze Minato engaged in extensive discussions with Uchiha Rong regarding recent reform ideas across various policies. Suddenly, the conversation shifted. Rong, your talent for sealing techniques surpasses mine. I wonder what your current proficiency is? Uchiha Rong furrowed his brow and instinctively glanced at Naruto beside him. The mere mention of sealing techniques by Minato Namikaze suggested that Naruto's seals might have encountered some issues recently. He responded with a question that seemed unrelated. Has Naruto seen it? Minato Namikaze chuckled wryly. Indeed, it hasn't been very tranquil lately. Uchiha Rong suddenly realized. Indeed. In the original narrative, only half of the Nine Tails was sealed within Naruto. There is no need to elaborate on Uzumaki Kushina, as she was already an exceptionally formidable ninja at the time of sealing the beast. The second Jinchuriki, Kushina, possessed considerable strength when she accepted the Nine-Tail seal. This explains why Obito chose to act during Kushina's pregnancy. Under normal circumstances, even during her gestation, he would not have been confident in confronting her. Unlike Naruto and the previous two Jinchuriki, who contained the Nine Tails, Naruto was born with the beast sealed within him. Initially, this was manageable. The Nine Tails had expended considerable energy during that battle, and with the assistance of the sealing team from Konoha, Minato's 8 trigram seal could still keep it contained. However, as time passed, even with the 8 trigram seal, the power of the Nine Tails gradually began to recover. At this juncture, the 8 trigram seal found itself struggling to maintain control. Should the Nine Tails break free, the Jinchuriki would face certain death. Shall I attempt it? Uchiha Rong inquired. After a moment of hesitation, Namikaze Minato ultimately nodded. Naruto, come here and let Uncle Rong take a look. Although the attentive young Naruto did not fully comprehend their conversation, he had a vague understanding that it pertained to the peculiar entity residing within him. Obediently, he approached. Uchiha Rong lifted his garment, gently placing his right palm upon it. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The pitch-black, damp sewer. This is the sealing space created by the S-rank ninjutsu, the 8 trigram sealing technique. The consciousness of Uchiha Rong suddenly manifested in this place. He chuckled, pondering whether this was indeed the authentic sealing space created by the 8 trigram seal. Before long, Naruto's diminutive figure also appeared here. Uncle Rong. The young Naruto was evidently filled with trepidation. Uchiha Rong gently took his small hand and reassured him, saying, "It's all right, your Uncle Rong is here." After soothing Naruto, he continued forward, attentively sensing his surroundings. Unlike the 8-trigram seal he had developed based on the 4-symbol seal, the 8-trigram seal of Minato Namikaze evidently integrated the powers of time and space. In terms of spatial abilities, Uchiha Rong felt a sense of inadequacy. This indeed presents a splendid opportunity. In the secret passage of Uchiha Rong, although Namikaze Minato appeared to trust him, he remained unwilling to grant him access to the 8-trigram seal, an S-rank sealing technique. Had it not been for his own limitations, he might not have easily entered this sealing space. If I could master even a fragment of this spatio-temporal power and integrate it into my sealing techniques, I should be able to arrange seals at the 8 chakra points, thereby completely mastering the ability to open the 8 gates without harm, he mused, observing each subtle change in the sealing space with heightened scrutiny. The sewer was not particularly lengthy, and soon the two figures, one large and one small, arrived before a massive iron gate. The gate was bound by thick chains and adorned with numerous sealing talismans. "It's you, the Uchiha brat." Suddenly, from the darkness beyond the bars, 2 luminous eyes appeared. Oh, not lanterns, but the beastly eyes of the Nine-Tails. Shortly thereafter, a fearsome and cunningly large fox visage emerged. Uchiha Rong chuckled softly. "Oh, Kurama. You actually remember me? This is indeed quite surprising. Back when I was besieged by the Leaf Village ninjas, there were quite a few of them. Moreover, I have changed so much in size since then. Who exactly are you?" "Oh, I almost forgot. Tailed beasts can remember a person by their aura. It seems they also possess a form of perception akin to Kagura's hard eye. Uchiha boy, I am speaking to you. How do you know my name?" Completely ignoring the raging Nine-Tails, Uchiha Rong began to sense the crimson-tailed beast chakra seeping through the iron bars, taking in its essence. "I see. It is the power of yin-yang release." After a long time, Uchiha Rong came to a realization. No wonder he had struggled to truly comprehend the Flying Thunder God technique. The so-called talent he lacked was precisely the dual attributes of yin and yang. It was at this moment he understood why Minato Namikaze was willing to teach him sealing techniques and the Flying Thunder God. He also comprehended why, over the years, so few had succeeded in mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato must have known the underlying secrets. Upon realizing that he lacked both yin and yang attributes, even if he imparted to him the 4-symbol seal and the Flying Thunder God, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to develop the 8-trigram seal, let alone master the Flying Thunder God. Such foresight was only natural. It had little to do with trust. Standing at Minato Namikaze's current height, he was no longer the inexperienced youth he once was. When it came to the Nine-Tails sealed within his son and his own unparalleled Flying Thunder God ability, to impart everything without reservation would seem rather immature. Furthermore, he had indeed taught diligently. If Uchiha Rong could not grasp it, he could hardly be blamed. But he could never have imagined that my Mangeki Sharingan ability coincidentally involves both yin release and yang release. Indeed, the left eye's illusion, life bestowal. The essence of illusion lies in yin release chakra, while the ability of life bestowal pertains to yang release. Thus, Uchiha Rong now possessed 7 chakra attributes simultaneously. This was also the primary reason he included the fusion of chakra attributes into his cultivation goals. Enough. Perceiving what he sought, Uchiha Rong halted the Nine-Tails' incessant inquiries. With swift hand seals, he formed the sequence, Chen, Si, Wu, Wei, Shin, Yu, Su, Hai, Zi. As the first 4 seals were completed, a 4 symbols pattern began to materialize before him. Subsequently, during the formation of the last 4 seals, the 4 symbols pattern transformed into a Taoist Bagua array. With the final Z seal falling into place, boom, the entire sealing space trembled violently. In the next moment, the crimson-tailed beast chakra that had overflowed through the iron bars rapidly retreated. In this instance, Uchiha Rong successfully reinforced Minato Namikaze's 8-trigram seal using his self-developed technique. Although he may not have matched Minato's mastery of space-time techniques, his profound knowledge of sealing arts truly compensated for the shortcomings of Minato's 8-trigram seal. All right, little Naruto, let us depart. Although the entrance of the 8-trigram seal would inevitably leak under the prolonged erosion of tailed beast chakra, by that time, Naruto would have genuinely matured. Much like his mother, Kushina. Chapter 92. Taking on a disciple you truly have a way. Upon opening his eyes, Uchiha Rong was greeted by the delighted expression of Minato Namikaze. It was evident that, with his perceptive abilities, he had already noticed the Nine-Tails chakra no longer overflowing from the seal. "Rong, would you be willing to accept Naruto as a disciple?" The subsequent question left Uchiha Rong momentarily stunned. This simply wouldn't he do. His own sage arts were still a distant goal. If he delayed Naruto's apprenticeship with Jiraiya to learn sage arts, how would they ever defeat the various antagonists in the future? He was well aware that Ashura's chakra reincarnated with varying strengths each lifetime. If Naruto lost the path to learning sage arts, would he truly have to follow him in mastering the 8 gates? No. His own knowledge was limited. He feared he would hinder Naruto's progress. Uchiha Roan waved his hands dismissively. However, Namikaze Minato misconstrued this gesture as a display of modesty. He promptly dropped a significant proposition. Roan, you need not belittle yourself. If you are willing to instruct Naruto, I can grant you the Bagua seal, along with all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. This decision undoubtedly stemmed from Minato's own considerations. Given that he could no longer suppress the seals within his son, and recognizing that Roan possessed the capability to do so, he had no choice but to place his trust in him. By entirely entrusting Naruto to Roan, it was possible that Roan, endowed with the Bagua seal and the heritage of the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques, could provide a brighter future for his son. Uchiha Roan was momentarily taken aback. Although he had just begun to unravel some of the secrets of the authentic 8-trigram sealing technique, it did not imply that the 8-trigram seal was rendered useless to him. Furthermore, the vast legacy of sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan was undeniably enticing. However, if he were to delay Naruto's future training in sage arts, who would confront Nagato? Not to mention Kagaya Otsutsuki and the myriad of other extraterrestrial Otsutsuki clan members that lay ahead. Would it be himself? Presently, he could only glimpse the path leading to the Super Shadow level. The 6th path was still shrouded in mystery. Perhaps a decade later, if he were to master the 8 gates of Duinjia and awaken the ultimate form of Susanoo, he might stand a fighting chance against Nagato, Obito, or even Madara. Yet, when it came to Kagaya Otsutsuki and the subsequent alien Otsutsuki, he felt utterly unprepared. After much inner turmoil, Uchiha Rong tentatively inquired, "It is permissible to teach Naruto, but is it necessary to pay homage as a disciple?" Noticing the increasingly grim expression on Minato Namikaze's face, he realized that a misunderstanding had arisen. Uchiha Rong promptly added, "I can assist Naruto in reinforcing the seal for an extended period, ensuring his safety. I am also willing to impart all the knowledge I possess. However, his situation is quite unique. I truly lack experience in this regard and fear that I may inadvertently hinder Naruto's progress." Upon hearing this, the expression on Minato Namikaze's face softened somewhat. Upon reflection, he realized the validity of Rong's concerns. Many of Rong's abilities are likely rooted in the Sharingan. To entrust Naruto to him as a teacher might indeed be rather hasty. After all, his primary objective is to ensure the safety of the Nine-Tails seal within Naruto. Very well, I concede that I may have been short-sighted. Therefore, Rong, I shall rely on you to assist Naruto moving forward. With the agreement reached, Uchiha Rong felt a surge of joy within. That very day, he obtained from Minato the scroll containing the 8-trigram sealing techniques, along with a wealth of sealing arts inherited from the Uzumaki clan. Many of these were originally left by Uzumaki Kushina to Minato. Observing the Fourth Hokage's decisiveness, Uchiha Rong was equally generous, promptly retrieving several rare medicinal herbs from his store, which were difficult even for a Hokage to acquire. Over the past 2 years, Uchiha Rong had amassed a collection of these precious materials through considerable investment. Subsequently, he personally concocted a mixture, utilizing the properties of various herbs to harmonize the immense energy contained within the rare medicines. Ultimately, he prepared 10 bottles of custom foundational strengthening elixirs and body-enhancing powders specifically designed for young children. At the Namikaze household, Uchiha Rong instructed Naruto, "Go ahead and give it a try." He had mixed the warm water from the tub with the body-enhancing powder in the appropriate proportions. Naruto obediently climbed into the bath. "How does it feel?" Rong inquired. "Uncle Rong, it's a bit warm. Is it too hot?" "No, it's just warm, very comfortable." "That's good to hear." Uchiha Rong gently exhaled a breath. Despite being the Hokage, Minato Namikaze hailed from a humble background, lacking the profound heritage of the great ninja clans. Typically, the offspring of ninja families begin their immersion in medicinal baths at the tender age of 4, engaging in preliminary training with throwing techniques and physical conditioning. In their leisure, they would delve into the realms of literature and writing. Once they had acquired a sufficient grasp of characters, they would embark on the study of various toxicology and the theoretical knowledge pertaining to traps and explosive tags. By the age of 5, they generally possess a physique that surpasses that of their peers, and their progress in chakra extraction far exceeds that of ordinary children. The reason Naruto began his medicinal baths at the age of 3 is due to the transformative influence of the tailed beast chakra, which has fundamentally altered his constitution. Defying conventional norms. While Naruto indulged in his medicinal bath, Uchiha Rong sat nearby, refining his chakra. After approximately half an hour, he called out, "Naruto, you may come out now." However, after repeating the name twice, he realized that the little one was comfortably dozing off at the edge of the tub. A serene expression gracing his features. Uchiha Rong's lips twitched as he hastily pulled him from the water, assisting him in drying off. At last, Naruto awakened. His face flushed like a ripe fruit. "Please, don't look. Uncle Rong, turn your head. All right, come out quickly. Now, while we have the opportunity, I shall teach you a set of body-strengthening punches. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow. The children nurtured by noble clans cannot simply transform into formidable warriors through mere medicinal baths. Typically, after the medicinal bath has permeated every meridian, it must be complemented with physical training to achieve optimal results. Thus, disregarding his shyness, young Naruto embarked on a rigorous routine. Rising at the crack of dawn to toil. With the assistance of various precious herbs, he remained free from any signs of fatigue despite his tender age. In fact, his appetite grew visibly with each passing day. In just 3 months, the once unsteady Naruto not only grew taller but also walked with an impressive vigor. His stance was firm and balanced, a testament to his solid foundation. Seasons changed, spring yielded to autumn, and years passed in the same courtyard, where both the surroundings and its inhabitants had transformed. The little sprout that once was had now reached a height of just over 1 meter. "Uncle Rong, when will I become a ninja?" asked the 5-year-old Naruto in a soft voice. "Do not rush, just 1 more month," came the reassuring reply. Uchiha Rong momentarily halted his swordplay and responded, "How many times must I reiterate that physical prowess is the foundation of all? If you diligently practice the body-forging fist, you shall be able to extract chakra in mere days, a feat that others may take months to accomplish. Sharpening the blade does not hinder the woodcutter. Do you understand?" With a resigned sigh, little Naruto returned to the wooden training dummy in the center of the courtyard and commenced his practice. Uchiha Rong is left speechless. Recently, this little fellow has been asking the same question nearly 3 times a day. In reality, with his current physique, he could easily overpower several 3rd and 4th graders at the Ninja Academy, being a novice in chakra extraction. Once he truly masters the refinement of chakra, it is unimaginable how formidable he will become. Truly, he embodies the remarkable constitution of the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Rong couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Not for any superficial reasons, but rather for that remarkable regenerative ability. On numerous occasions during Naruto's physical training, injuries were inevitable, such as the occasional cuts on his fingers, but within a mere moment of rest, the marks would vanish as if they had never existed. With New Year's Eve approaching and the Ninja Academy set to commence in 2 months, Naruto would soon be 6 years old. It seemed an opportune moment to impart the knowledge of chakra extraction to him. Chapter 93, Naruto's chakra extraction. Do not be misled by the likes of Kakashi, Itachi, and Shisui, prodigies who began extracting chakra at the tender age of 5, into believing that all geniuses should endeavor to master chakra extraction techniques early on. In truth, during their era, which coincided with the Second Shinobi World War and its aftermath, there was an element of hasty cultivation involved. Uchiha Rong was acutely aware that physical strength forms the foundation of chakra, as long as one systematically strengthens their body. A slight delay in chakra extraction would ultimately yield benefits. However, it should not be excessively delayed, for as a child grows, their malleability diminishes. The art of chakra extraction, or chakra guidance, is akin to teaching a cat or dog to relieve itself in designated spots. It must be cultivated into a habit, ingrained as instinct. This is also why many individuals who enter the path of a ninja later in life struggle to reach the pinnacle of the ninja way. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and before one knew it, over a month had passed, having just celebrated the new year of Konoha's 54th year. Spring was on the cusp of blooming. On this day, Uchiha Rong brought 6-year-old Naruto to the confines of training ground number 7. What I am about to teach you is the star guidance technique. Sit properly. After eagerly awaiting this day, Naruto, suppressing his excitement, complied and sat down, closing his eyes and tilting his head back. Now, envision the vast expanse of twinkling stars. As he spoke, Uchiha Rong had already cast an illusion through his voice. Wow, Uncle Rong, there are truly so many stars. Steady your mind. Oh, each star corresponds to a cell within you. With those words, the stars in Naruto's vision multiplied exponentially, to the point of being incalculable. Now, begin to draw strength from these 130 trillion stars. Those luminous points, use your consciousness to guide them forth. With that, Uchiha Rong settled beside him, awaiting his progress. The initial practice of chakra extraction is a lengthy process of adaptation. Typically, in the Ninja Academy, students receive nutritional supplements in the first semester of their first year. It is only in the second semester that they are truly taught the technique of chakra extraction. Within this, the art of chakra guidance is of paramount importance. The basic D-class guidance techniques taught in the academy, while more accessible, are consequently rather mundane. If one asks, attribute values are ranked from low to high on a scale of 1 to 10. The energy within the 130 trillion cells is equally divided into 7 attributes. Therefore, utilizing the Academy's guidance technique would ultimately prevent the successful extraction and condensation of any attributes falling below a value of 5. This understanding was gleaned by Uchiha Rong through his profound study of the chakra system. In his philosophy, even attribute-less chakra possesses qualities. The evidence lies in the fact that attribute-less chakra can be transformed into any nature through meditation. Thus, what is termed attribute-less chakra resembles chaotic chakra. It may appear devoid of attributes, yet it harbors a balance of the 7 attributes within. Through Uchiha Rong's illusionary guidance, Naruto was immersed in an environment conducive to chakra extraction. This was Uchiha Rong's self-developed star guidance technique, theoretically designed to delve deeper into one's potential and attain a greater array of initial attributes. He recalled that in the original timeline, Naruto possessed only the wind attribute. Whether this theory of mind can be validated remains to be seen. Uchiha Rong appeared unassuming, yet internally, he was quite anxious. Undoubtedly, the star guidance technique, even if unsuccessful, would not perform worse than the guidance techniques taught at the Ninja Academy. One thing was certain, the star guidance technique could significantly expedite the process of chakra extraction. Approximately 15 minutes passed. Goodness, that was remarkably swift. Observing the faint chakra fluctuations emanating from Naruto, Uchiha Rong was utterly astonished. He was aware that his star guidance technique could facilitate a more efficient chakra extraction, yet he had not anticipated such rapid results. In the original narrative, Naruto seemingly took nearly a month to successfully extract chakra. Moreover, according to Uchiha Rong's memories, his original self had also required 3 full days to achieve the same. This, accomplished in just a quarter of an hour? Uncle Rong, is this what chakra is? How marvelous. Silence. Quickly, continue to stabilize it. Uchiha Rong, with a solemn expression, admonished. Little Naruto stuck out his tongue and then proceeded to close his eyes once more. This time, Uchiha Rong refrained from employing Genjutsu for assistance. At this moment, Naruto had already harnessed chakra. Further use of illusionary techniques would only serve to distract him. Ultimately, half an hour elapsed. The fluctuations of chakra emanating from Naruto intensified remarkably. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rong's countenance grew increasingly peculiar. Is this truly a monster? Is the Uzumaki physique genuinely this extraordinary? It is worth noting that during the original's first attempt at chakra extraction, saturation was achieved in merely 15 minutes, amounting to approximately 0.05 suemu, a standard unit of measurement for chakra. A typical genin possesses roughly 0.1 suemu of chakra. Based on the elapsed time and coupled with the current chakra fluctuations surrounding Naruto, this individual must have extracted at least 0.2 suemu of chakra, equivalent to that of 2 genin. And astonishingly, he has yet to cease? As another half hour passed. As Uchiha Rong pondered whether Naruto was facing some issues, after an entire hour of extracting chakra, the young Naruto finally opened his eyes. His little face was puffed up, resembling one on the verge of tears. Uncle Rong, it seems I am full. Am I truly inadequate? Uchiha Rong had just lifted the water pouch to take a sip, only to spray it all over. Come on, be a person. This was your first attempt at extracting chakra, and you managed to produce the equivalent of 4 genin. Yet you still question whether you are lacking. Ahem. I suppose it can be considered barely satisfactory. Ultimately, to prevent Naruto from developing an inflated ego, Uchiha Rong had no choice but to express it this way. Upon hearing the word satisfactory, Naruto's eyes instantly sparkled. Really? Am I truly this remarkable? No, you are not remarkable. You are absurd. Uchiha Rong finds himself at a loss for words. Truly, a 6-year-old child, upon their initial extraction of chakra, produces a staggering 0 for water, equivalent to the capacity of 4 lower ninjas. It is likely that few would believe such a claim. However, upon reflection, he recalls the several millennia-old blood ginseng he acquired for over 10 million ryo. Uchiha Rong gradually found peace within himself. With the Uzumaki lineage, the reincarnation of a cherished chakra, coupled with the exceptional educational resources available only to the heirs of noble clans, Such an outcome is not entirely unexpected. As for the Nine Tails, it has been completely sealed away. At least in the early stages, the Nine Tails offered no assistance to Naruto, only interference. Now, let us begin your instruction in the technique of the three bodies. Uchiha wrong side in resignation. Given such a substantial amount of chakra, there was no need to squander any more time. They would take the express route without delay. At this moment, Uchiha wrong silently began to mourn for the second pillar, who was oblivious to the reality of his situation. Although he was the second son of the clan leader, this individual lacked the advantageous resources that Naruto enjoyed, primarily due to his father's inability to recognize talent and foresee the future with the same insight as Minato Namikaze. As evening fell, the duo, one large and one small, departed from training ground 7. Uchiha wrong's expression had become utterly impassive. Apart from the shadow clone technique, the state of that creature lying on the ground resembled something from the original narrative. He had essentially mastered both the substitution technique and the transformation technique. It was monstrous, was it not? However, reflecting on the 3 years he had devoted to physical training, Uchiha wrong found a sense of acceptance. For a child capable of finally controlling every muscle in his body, learning the substitution and transformation techniques in just one afternoon seemed somewhat justifiable. Yet, the inexplicable Naruto-style shadow clone technique. It's a complicated matter. Surely, it is the fault of the Nine Tails. Kurama, as for the Nine Tails, it has been completely sealed. Chapter 94. Family. After escorting Naruto home, Uchiha wrong returned to his own courtyard. Oniai-chan, I'm back. In the next instant, a 7-year-old girl dashed into his embrace. You've returned. Uchiha wrong gently pinched his younger sister's cheek. Wrong, dinner is ready. Hurry and wash your hands. Came the voice of their mother. All right, he replied, placing his sister down and making his way to the sink. In that fleeting moment of turning around, a hint of bitterness flashed across his expression. 2 years ago, he might have concocted a myriad of excuses to rationalize the peculiarities around him. Yet now, 6 years had passed. He was already 19. His sister, who would never grow up, his father, whom he could never surpass, and his mother, who would always remain at home. Even he, despite his usual obliviousness, had begun to perceive that something was amiss. However, Uchiha wrong was not inclined to delve into these matters. At the very least, he was certain that his family would not harm him. After dinner, in the underground space of the backyard, the now affluent Uchiha wrong had surreptitiously constructed a vast underground training ground beneath his own yard. The area was illuminated by a full array of glowing stones, enveloped by numerous layers of formidable barriers. Even if he were to unleash a Susanoo here, there would be no concern about any noise escaping. At this moment, a 40-meter-tall Yatenga Susanoo loomed before him, gazing intently. Father. The maintenance costs for the barriers have surged dramatically lately. Shall we practice something else today? Uchiha wrong inquired cautiously. Uchiha's formidable physique remained unmoved. Do not deceive me. Spare me the trivialities. Hurry up. Uchiha wrong sighed, realizing that he had indeed been discovered. Indeed, the primary defense of this training ground does not require substantial financial investment. This 4 Crimson Sun formation is maintained over an extended period by 4 shadow-level independent lifestone clones. In the original work, this barrier was capable of withstanding the Ten Tails. Uchiha wrong, through immense effort, managed to learn the so-called impenetrable barrier from the Dark Department's treasury. Reluctantly, he had to summon the 5th form of the Yatenga Susanoo to engage in battle. This treasure of a father seems to harbor an abundance of secrets yet unknown to him. Regardless of how much his strength increases whenever he practices against his father, the latter always manages to outshine him by a hair's breadth. Over the past 3 years, his chakra has surged to 52 units. Even though the intensity of his chakra has become more refined, allowing him to manipulate the Susanoo with greater ease, the Yatenga form can still only be sustained for a mere few minutes. 52 units. This is already half the chakra of a Shikaku. Yet, it remains insufficient to support the Yatenga Susanoo in prolonged combat. This is absurd. The reason for such a significant enhancement lies in his development of a new function bestowed by life itself, regularly granting himself an abundance of vitality, followed by a grueling regimen akin to that of Kai's monstrous training, has fortified his physique, coupled with daily drills under his father's more formidable strength. This has led to such remarkable progress. Yet, it is still far from enough. A quarter of an hour later, the towering Susanoo of Uchiha wrong, standing at a staggering 40 meters, collapsed entirely due to the depletion of chakra. In haste, he stuffed a specially crafted soldier pill into his mouth. Exhausted, he lay prone on the ground, too fatigued to even lift a finger. Perhaps he would return to rest later. In stark contrast to Uchiha Rong's predicament, Uchiha Jin, unfazed and unbriefless, retracted his Susanoo. Subsequently, his figure vanished. Could it be an independent entity left behind by the original owner? Uchiha Rong gazed at the towering figure of his father as it faded away, a myriad of doubts swirling within his heart. He now harbored suspicions that his eternal Meijiki Sharingan might, in fact, be a legacy left by the original owner. For he had never heard of anyone awakening to such eternity in a single slumber. Yet, how did the original owner come to possess this eternal Meijiki Sharingan? At this juncture, his thoughts ceased to progress, hindered by an overwhelming lack of clues. Uchiha Rong currently does not regard himself as particularly formidable. It is abundantly clear that his father has illuminated the insignificance of his being. Those who are weak lack the right to pursue the truth. At present, Uchiha Rong possesses considerable strength. There is not a single ninja among the 5 great villages who could match him. However, when confronted with an enemy of true Kage-level prowess, his abilities remain rather limited. The 10-minute Crow Tengu is of little use. The 8 Gates technique, having been refined through extensive research into sealing jutsu, has indeed allowed him to open the 8 gates without injury. Yet, it remains bound by the same 10-minute constraint. Should he exceed this time limit, he risks severe injury or even death. As for bloodline fusion, he is merely a step away from mastering lightning and yin-yang. This renders his use of stardust to unleash the devastating power of his bloodline truly terrifying, undoubtedly reaching Kage level. Yet, this capability is confined solely to Kage level assaults. Lacking supplementary abilities, he is evidently insufficient to contend with foes of such caliber. Thus, in all honesty, he is presently quite weak, a temporal Kage. Over the years, the burgeoning organization has provided him with numerous innovative ninjutsu and fostered several exceptional members of the Convergence Society. Those like Kabuto Yakushi, Irika of the Water, illusionist Uchiha Izumi, and the formidable swordsman Monica, among others, have reached impressive heights. The weakest among them possesses B special jonin, combat power, while the strongest has attained A elite jonin. They represent a force that cannot be overlooked, rivaling even the average members of the Akatsuki. Moreover, the Convergence Society boasts even stronger leaders, such as Yunshan, Yetsong, Orochimaru, and Killer Bee. Last year, Itachi and Shisui also joined their ranks. It may be time to pay them a visit. After a full quarter of an hour, Uchiha Rong began to regain his composure. The closer he comes to encountering more potent forces, the greater his sense of urgency becomes. It is now the 54th year of Konoha. In 6 years, the events of the original narrative will commence in the 60th year. While it may seem that time is ample, once that moment arrives, a cascade of events will unfold, leaving no room for respite. If he fails to attain at least peak Kage-level power before then, he will be left with no choice but to cling to Naruto's coattails. The sole piece of good news is that, endowed with the life-giving power of his ocular technique and nearly limitless vitality, he should be able to live a long life, at least longer than Uzumaki Kushina. Uchiha Rong finds solace in the midst of suffering. However, this ability must remain shrouded in secrecy. Uchiha Rong was acutely aware of the strategy in team battles. The first target is always the healer. Once her ocular technique, capable of reviving the recently deceased, was revealed, she would meet a fate akin to that of Shisui in the original narrative. The awakening of her Meijiki Sharingan was simply too overwhelming, making her a prime target for elimination. "Are you prepared?" she inquired, sending out the message. And after a few minutes of anticipation, replies began to trickle in. Boat 5, yes. Boat 6. Boat 3, then come to my location. Boat 3, I have everything ready. Indeed, Boat 3 referred to Orochimaru. Recently, news had reached her that both Itachi and Shisui had awakened their Meijiki Sharingan. Uchiha Rong was unaware of the precise moment they were destined to awaken, yet such details had become irrelevant. Their desire to wield the Meijiki Sharingan without restraint necessitated the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Coincidentally, Orochimaru possessed such cells. This very night, a surgical procedure was to be performed on Itachi and Shisui. Chapter 95, Transplantation of Hashirama's cells in the northern reaches of Konoha, beneath the surface. Just beyond the Umbu base lay a clandestine underground laboratory established by none other than Orochimaru. It was indeed a case of darkness lurking beneath the light. At this moment, several figures stealthily entered through the open portal. "Are you certain you wish to proceed? The risks associated with a second transplantation are considerable." Uchiha Rong cast a complex gaze towards Yunshan, who remained unfazed. "Thank you for your concern, master. I have made up my mind," she stated, acknowledging her resolve. Uchiha Rong nodded and refrained from further discussion. Since the battle against the Eight Tails, Yunxiang's training had intensified. However, constrained by her innate abilities, despite her relentless efforts, she had yet to achieve any significant breakthroughs, remaining stagnant at the A-rank level. Before long, Yunxiang approached Uchiha Rong with a request to transplant Hashirama's cells. Utilizing Orochimaru's significantly refined techniques over the years, the procedure was executed successfully without a hitch. Nevertheless, to prevent any mutations akin to those seen with Danzo and Madara, only a modest quantity of Hashirama's cells was transplanted. Even so, this infusion greatly enhanced Yunxiang's physique, causing her chakra levels to surge and her Sharingan's power to escalate, elevating her combat prowess to S-, beginning to approach the level of a shadow. After several years of adaptation, Yunxiang found herself once more at an impasse after attaining S-rank. This led to the current scene. As they conversed, the group entered a surgical chamber deep underground. Hehehe, what an exhilarating moment, Orochimaru remarked, his golden slit pupils surveying the four individuals before him, 3 Uchiha prodigies and the illustrious Konoha Kunoichi. Observing this, Uchiha Ron's expression turned icy as scarlet, flower-patterned pupils manifested. Orochimaru, I advise you to refrain from any underhanded maneuvers, otherwise, the consequences will extend beyond mere funding loss. Hehehe. It seems Rong-chan has indeed awakened that legendary eye, Orochimaru exclaimed, his excitement unrestrained, seemingly indifferent to the threat. However, Uchiha Rong, well aware of Orochimaru's nature, understood that revealing the Manjiki Sharingan was a necessary deterrent. Without further delay, the team proceeded. Itachi was the first to undergo the procedure, followed by Shisui, both of whom were successful. Next was Chien, who had awakened her Manjiki last year during a mission, thanks to Orochimaru's ongoing refinements to the Hashirama cell technique. The surgeries for all 3 proceeded smoothly. The only side effect was a temporary rejection response in the initial days post-transplant, leading to physical weakness that necessitated ample rest. Finally, it was Yunxiang's turn. Hehehe. The second transplant will indeed be quite painful, Orochimaru remarked, his gaze fixed on Yunxiang. Yet, her resolve remained unwavering. With the advancements in technology, the initial Hashirama cell transplant felt as effortless as receiving a vaccination. Orochimaru's demeanor took on a rare seriousness. You must understand. Since you already possess Hashirama cells within you, the cellular activity in your body is exceptional. Thus, the second transplant will require a greater volume to completely suppress the aberrant cells within you, which is crucial for a successful procedure. You can imagine the intensity of the rejection response. Many of the deceased test subjects succumbed to it. Yunxiang recalled the harrowing agony she endured during the rejection phase of her first transplant, instinctively shivering. However, her gaze soon regained its determination. My path as a ninja should not cease here. I require greater strength. Had she not witnessed broader horizons and more formidable powers, perhaps she might have felt complacent with her shadow-level abilities. Yet, the most agonizing plight for a ninja is to witness comrades growing stronger while remaining stagnant. Very well. Orochimaru replied in silence, commencing his pre-operative preparations. Throughout the process, Uchiha Rong vigilantly observed with her Manjiki activated, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Chien, Itachi, and Shisui lay on their respective beds, their conditions already considered mild compared to what Yunxiang had experienced during her initial transplant when Orochimaru's techniques were not yet as refined. That first rejection nearly cost Yunxiang her life. Moreover, the quantity of Hashirama cells that could be transplanted differed based on individual constitution. While Yunxiang had only received a fragment the size of a fingertip during her initial procedure, Itachi and the others were receiving a segment equivalent to a small phalanx, surpassing her previous amount 5-fold. After all, the distinctions between the 3-tomo Sharingan and the Manjiki, both in terms of physical constitution and resistance to Hashirama cells, were vast. After a considerable duration, Orochimaru extracted a pulsating mass of flesh, roughly the size of a quail egg, from the culture solution. Rong. This is the finest material among the Hashirama cells I have cultivated over the years, he implied, hinting at additional costs. Uchiha Rong nodded. Only then did Orochimaru, satisfied, approach Yunxiang, who lay upon the operating table. To ensure a flawless fusion, the surgical procedure must proceed without anesthesia. At this juncture, Yunxiang naturally would not retreat. After offering a brief reminder, Orochimaru withdrew a surgical knife, the power of wind swiftly manifesting as a sharp blade upon its edge. As the knife pierced her chest, the playful glint in Orochimaru's golden slit pupils faded, replaced by an air of sanctity and solemnity. Each motion was executed as if he were sculpting the most exquisite of artworks. The incision was meticulously opened, and the delicate capillaries were carefully organized, gradually revealing a recess. This process lasted a full half hour. Just as Yunxiang began to feel a slight dizziness, a needle was inserted into her vein. As her blood was replenished, her condition visibly improved. It was crucial to maintain consciousness, to ensure the success of the transplant. The location was perilously close to her heart, and any lapse into unconsciousness could prove fatal. Orochimaru's voice, muffled by his mask, was unusually gentle, akin to a lover's whisper. Yunxiang furrowed her brow, signaling her understanding with her gaze. As Orochimaru carefully placed the small tumor into the recess created in her chest, she seemed unable to withstand the immense pain and let out a soft moan. Blood began to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Maintain steady breathing. If you gas too much, the blood supply will dwindle, Orochimaru softly cautioned, glancing at the blood transfusion bag. Yunxiang understood his implication. Excessive vomiting of blood would deplete the bag's contents. Moreover, during the process of transplanting the interstitial cells, excessive blood transfusions were to be avoided, as they could trigger a more severe rejection response. After another hour, Orochimaru finally completed the transplantation of the interstitial cells and meticulously sutured the wound. At this moment, the greatest challenge awaited Yunxiang. She appeared to be on the brink of collapse, her eyes rolling back, her face contorted, and her body jerking on the operating table. Orochimaru lamented. Chapter 96, 5 Manjiki Sharingan. Half a month later, in the underground training ground of Uchiha Rong's courtyard, 15-meter-tall half-body armored figures were engaged in fierce combat. As 3 of the Susanoo suddenly coalesced into standing forms, Yunxiang reluctantly withdrew from the fray. Hiki, you did quite well. Do not be disheartened, Uchiha Rong consoled. Yunxiang cast him a grateful glance, displaying no signs of despondency. Half a month prior, she had nearly met her demise on the operating table. She had overestimated her own willpower. It was Uchiha Rong who had taken her, on the brink of death, and utilized the Manjiki ability of his left eye, the illusion of life, to rescue her from the clutches of death. This brush with mortality enabled Yunxiang to awaken the coveted Manjiki Sharingan. However, as it was catalyzed by interstitial cells, her ocular prowess did not immediately reach its full potential. Fortunately, the power of the eyes could be gradually enhanced through diligent practice. The ability of her left eye, the Manjiki, was named Illusory Blade, while the capacity of her right eye was Amaterasu. Amaterasu needs no further elaboration. Illusory Blade is a form of mental assault, manifesting as a virtual blade conjured from the Manjiki power, capable of directly attacking an enemy's psyche, bypassing all physical defenses. Itachi and Shisui's abilities remained unchanged, Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. However, after testing, Uchiha Rong discovered that the capability of Kodo Amatsukami was not as overwhelmingly potent as described in the original narrative. Its limitations were quite significant. Firstly, while Kodo Amatsukami could permanently alter another's will, the stronger the target's mental resolve, the exponentially greater the ocular energy required for such modification. This meant that Shisui could only alter minor details, unable to change a person's core will. For instance, compelling an enemy to commit suicide or abandon resistance, such forceful distortions of another's will were unattainable. In this regard, Kodo Amatsukami was less direct than many other illusions. Moreover, the greatest flaw of Kodo Amatsukami was its ineffectiveness against targets endowed with their own Manjiki or those with particularly strong mental fortitude, making permanent alterations impossible. When faced with an opponent whose ocular power surpassed his own, not only could it prove ineffective, but it could also result in backlash, subjecting Kodo Amatsukami to a cooldown period lasting up to 10 years. This was a principal reason why Shisui could not successfully alter the will of the Uchiha higher-ups in the original tale. Compared to Shisui, the abilities of Uchiha Chien are indeed remarkable. The power of her left eye, known as Illusory Butterfly, is a vast genjutsu capability that rivals the likes of Tsukuyomi. While its singular might may not match the precision of Tsukuyomi, it excels with its formidable A0E potential. This ability allows her to manipulate the 5 senses of others, inciting large numbers of enemies to engage in self-destruction. The power of her right eye, named Dream Illusion, resembles the phasing ability of Kamui. Although it does not possess the spatial capabilities of Kamui, it showcases superior phasing prowess. When both ocular abilities are employed simultaneously, her phasing form can achieve teleportation within the realm crafted by Illusory Butterfly. In a swift turn of events, less than 10 minutes after Yunxiang's departure, the 3 fourth-stage Susanoo warriors began to disintegrate. The chakra of the trio was insufficient to sustain the 4th stage of Susanoo for an extended period. However, the 3rd-stage half-armored Susanoo could endure combat for a longer duration. Excellent. It seems you have all recovered quite well, Uchiha Long remarked with satisfaction as he observed the others retracting their Susanoo to rest. The third stage of Susanoo was already adequate for them to stand against any adversary at the Kage level. Once they activated the fourth stage, they would possess the power to suppress all tailed beasts except for the 9 tails and 8 tails. The ninja world has never been a stage for individuals alone. Even the formidable Hashirama Senju, when faced with equally powerful foes, can find himself exhausted. How much more so for others? One need only recall Jiraiya in Sage Mode, who met his demise in the Land of Rain. That is a true Super Kage level, although he too was a time-limited combatant. It is crucial that you utilize Susanoo within my training grounds in the future. Please refrain from using it in external environments. The voice of Uchiha Rong resonated with a profound solemnity. His current concerns were not directed towards Konoha, but rather towards Obito and Kagaya. To be precise, he feared that Obito and Kagaya might provoke Nagato into confronting them prematurely, potentially leading to a more perilous situation. Yes, master, he acknowledged, twice. Understood. Observing Uchiha Shisui's somewhat indifferent response, Uchiha Rong smiled wryly and remarked, "If you continue to be disobedient, I shall summon your uncle to give you a good thrashing." I already said I understood. Shisui's expression suddenly shifted to one of discomfort. It seems that the rebellious phase has arrived for the 14-year-old Shisui. Uchiha Rong couldn't help but smile secretly. It was evident that Shisui's response this time was far more sincere. As the others departed one by one, only Itachi remained in place. Uchiha Rong sensed that something was amiss, and thus inquired, "Itachi, what troubles you?" Itachi hesitated momentarily, but eventually replied, "Brother Rong, it appears that our father's eyesight has been deteriorating quite significantly of late." "Oh? Have you noticed something as well?" Uchiha Rong was instantly intrigued. It must be said that although the Uchiha clan appears to be in decline, its profound heritage is indeed remarkably robust. Once, Uchiha Rong believed that Fugaku was the one who awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. However, not long after Enli's passing, Fugaku began to experience vision problems. Various signs indicate that the clan Eldarin had likely also awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan and, after his death, had it transplanted to Fugaku. This elucidates why. In the original timeline, the Mangekyou Sharingan left behind by Fugaku did not allow Itachi to evolve into the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, because that pair of eyes did not originally belong to him. "Brother Rong." Itachi's gaze revealed a hint of pleading. Uchiha Rong smiled faintly, patting his shoulder as he spoke. "Do not rush. The time is not yet right." Fayek, a clan leader with great ambition, had long been restrained by the elders of the clan. In the original timeline, as the elders gradually passed away and Fayek was no longer under their shadow, the Uchiha clan had already diminished to an unrecognizable state. At that juncture, aware that their collective strength could not stand against the village and recognizing his own leadership limitations, this ambitious leader could only strive to maintain a fragile peace, desperately delaying the inevitable conflict and thoroughly exhausted. Ultimately, the situation deteriorated, leading to his being ousted by the prodigal son. It was due to years of acquaintance with Fayek's character that Uchiha Rong refrained from immediately acquiescing to Itachi's request. Presently, Fayek was indeed full of vigor, with most resolutions passing unanimously. Should he receive the transplant of Hashirama's cells and restore his ocular prowess, who could foresee what upheaval might ensue? It is worth noting that the disparity in strength between a nearly depleted Mangekyou Sharingan and a fully functional one is staggering. The former's abilities are best left unutilized, with Susanoo not daring to unleash its full might, barely scraping by at the level of a shadow, while the latter can wield its powers freely. With Susanoo unleashed at full force, given Fayek's chakra reserves, should his ocular prowess be fully restored, it would not surprise Rong if he were to summon the 5 forms of Yatagarasu. A formidable warrior does not necessarily equate to a suitable clan leader. However, a leader of a noble clan, fortified by abundant resources, is bound to be a powerful figure. Should that time arrive, what if Fayek's political views diverged from his own, and he entertained notions of a coup to seize the position of Hokage? Wouldn't that be akin to Rong lifting a stone only to have it fall back upon his own foot? Rest assured, I shall not allow his vision to fail him. With Rong's promise made, Itachi finally felt reassured, bowing deeply once more. "Now, you must rest well tonight, tomorrow. Did you not promise to take little Sasuke to the Ninja Academy?" "Indeed." Chapter 97, The 12 Young Strong enroll February 15th, 54th year of Konoha. Today marks the enrollment of a new class at the Ninja Academy. Following the Second Great Ninja War, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, took office and transformed the Academy's original 3-year curriculum into a 6-year system, earning the adoration of the citizens of Konoha. This was one of the few benevolent policies enacted during his tenure. Although this policy had once been rendered nearly obsolete during the Third Great Ninja War, It remained etched in the memories of generations of villagers who recalled the Third Hokage's grace. What does this imply? In simpler terms, while Hashirama and Tobirama vocally championed peace within the ninja world, preventing children from being sent to the battlefield, it was only under Hiruzen's leadership that such ideals were genuinely realized. Typically, children began their education at the age of 5 or 6, graduating by 11 or 12. Even if these ninjas remained mere genin, 6 years of training would equip them with invaluable survival skills, significantly enhancing their chances of survival on the battlefield. In reality, the citizens of Konoha resembled a form of military household. While they enjoyed the protection of Konoha's powerful ninja forces, each generation bore the obligation of military service, contributing new ninjas to the village with pride. In such an environment, whether the academy taught for 3 years or 6 became a matter of utmost importance. As the grim shadows of the Third Great Ninja War faded, the 12 young strong, the first batch of students to bask in the warmth of peace, truly received a 6-year education. The scene shifts to the entrance of the Ninja Academy, reminiscent of Itachi's own enrollment years ago, now even more lively and prosperous. Brother Rong, called Uchiha Itachi, holding little Odo's hand amidst the crowd. Uchiha Rong, holding Naruto's hand, turned abruptly. Ah, it is Itachi. And this must be little Sasuke? How adorable. Uchiha Rong playfully pinched the adorable face of the young boy without a hint of regard for the disdainful gaze directed at him. He then patted the robust arm of Naruto, saying, from now on, make sure to look after little Sasuke at school. All right, I understand, Uncle Rong, came the reply. Humph. Why would I take care of this arrogant brat? With a swift motion, Itachi Uchiha delivered a playful smack to his head. Ouch, that hurts. Sasuke. You mustn't be so rude. I know. Sasuke replied dutifully, turning to exchange glances with Naruto, igniting an unspoken connection. This amused Uchiha Rong, who found their antics quite entertaining. Truly, they were a pair of rivals. Harboring some rather mischievous thoughts, Uchiha Rong quietly chuckled at the sight of the two young ones entering the school gates. Hey, Rong. Your smile is so devious. Itachi, standing beside him, called out, prompting Uchiha Rong to quickly compose himself, adopting a serious demeanor. On another note, he had discreetly observed little Sasuke's daily practices on several occasions. How to put it? There was simply no comparison to the 5-year-old Itachi. Whether in terms of innate talent or diligence, Sasuke, while undoubtedly gifted compared to ordinary children, was rather ordinary among the shinobi clan. If we were to assess the current Sasuke, who had just started school, he possessed chakra akin to a low-ranking ninja and had just begun to grasp the fundamentals of the 3 basic techniques. It would take him another 2 to 3 years of diligent training to achieve AD, rank in combat capability. In contrast, Naruto was already at a level that would warrant immediate graduation, boasting a C rank in both martial prowess and academics, with the only drawback being a lack of experience. Remarkably, at the age of 6, Naruto had reached a level comparable to that of Itachi at the same age, following Uchiha Rong's intervention. It was indeed extraordinary. One must remember that Itachi had unlocked his Sharingan at an early age to attain Chunin level prowess by 6. Come, let us practice together today, Uchiha Rong declared. Vanishing in an instant, Uchiha Itachi let out a wry smile before proceeding to follow along. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, Class 12 of the 1st grade, stood Naruto Uzumaki, declaring, I am Naruto Uzumaki. I aspire to become the Hokage. As Naruto concluded his self-introduction on stage, rather than facing ridicule or laughter from his peers, a buzz of admiration ensued. Wow, is he truly the son of the 4th Hokage? What a robust figure. No wonder he is the Hokage's child. That little mustache exudes masculinity. Quick, someone support me, my legs are weakening. Ugh, what a show-off. Amidst the enthusiastic gazes and discussions, only Sasuke displayed a look of disdain. Unlike the original narrative, Naruto merely delivered a brief self-introduction before stepping down from the stage with an air of coolness, devoid of any attempts to garner further attention. Having grown up under the spotlight, he often encountered vendors in the market who refused to accept payment, insisting on gifting him items instead. This was undoubtedly linked to his father, Minato Namikaze, who hailed from a civilian background. Much like the commoners in Uchiha Rong's previous life, the 4th Hokage harbored a deep concern for the welfare of the populace. He occasionally organized idle ninjas to assist villagers with agricultural tasks without compensation and introduced a scholarship policy that allowed families with children attending or preparing to attend the Ninja Academy to apply for financial assistance. Notably, orphans of fallen ninjas were beneficiaries of multiple support policies, and even elderly individuals living alone were not overlooked. The Hokage encouraged villagers to pursue entrepreneurship by reducing business taxes for commoners, among other initiatives. while he may not have accomplished monumental feats. Each of these policies tangibly benefited every villager, allowing them to live in peace and prosperity. In truth, the financial outlay for these initiatives was minimal, especially when compared to the expenses incurred by the ninjas, where it was but a drop in the ocean. The reason previous Hokages had not undertaken such endeavors was that these policies were excessively intricate, touching upon every aspect of civilian life, requiring considerable effort without yielding substantial enhancements in military strength. The focus of earlier generations of Hokages remained primarily on the ninja community. The first Hokage had become legendary, hardly able to attend to mundane matters. The second was preoccupied with ninjutsu research, while the third, under Danzo's influence, was solely focused on undermining the Uchiha clan. Returning to the matter at hand, buoyed by the reputation of his forebears among the populace, Naruto had become a well-known figure in Konoha, akin to a prince. In the brief moment after stepping down from the podium, he had already received love letters from several charming young girls, which he graciously accepted, stowing them away in his desk drawer. Show off. At this moment, Sasuke's displeasure became audible. "Hey, Sasuke. We're deskmates now. I look forward to your guidance." Naruto beamed, extending his hand. Sensing the hostility from those around them, Sasuke reluctantly offered a faint smile and reached out. "I look forward to your guidance." The words were pronounced with a distinct emphasis as he tried to squeeze Naruto's hand, only to find that Naruto's grip was even stronger, causing him discomfort. "Just you wait. I want to let this go." For a brief moment, the two exchanged smiles while their eyes crackled with tension. "Everyone, quiet down," came Irika's voice from the podium. "I am your homeroom teacher for Class 12, Irika-sensei." As he spoke, Irika wrote his name on the blackboard, internally lamenting, "Why was I assigned this task? It truly hampers my ninjutsu development." After imparting theoretical knowledge to the 31 new students throughout the morning, Irika clapped his hands to capture their attention. "All right. Now line up and follow me to the cafeteria for lunch. This afternoon, we will head to the training grounds to witness real ninjutsu in action." Upon hearing this, the students instantly perked up, their fatigue forgotten. "Wait, there's a cafeteria this semester? Oh no, I brought my own lunch." "Haha. Didn't you read the new student handbook? It clearly states that you no longer need to bring lunch." "Humph. The cafeteria food can't possibly compare to my mother's cooking." "You're mistaken. The school cafeteria is run by the Akimichi clan, using only the finest fresh beef and lamb." "Really? Are there actually meat dishes?" Given that the livestock industry in the ninja world was not well developed, meat remained a luxury for commoners. A glimmer of excitement lit up the eyes of many frail children. "Indeed, I heard a wealthy benefactor has invested a fortune, ensuring that the cafeteria slaughters at least 50 cows and sheep for each meal to guarantee a meat supply for the students." "Hey, are you talking about my Uncle Roan?" Naruto chimed in with pride, recalling that his father had mentioned the wealthy businessman Roan. "Uzumaki Naruto, that wealthy benefactor is your uncle?" Akimichi Choji suddenly leaned in closer, engaging Naruto in a hushed conversation. Meanwhile, other students formed lines, continuing their discussions. "Is it really possible to slaughter 50 cows and sheep for a single meal? Where would they even find that many?" You clearly don't know. The Akimichi clan's livestock planes produce tens of thousands of pigs, cows, and sheep every year." Suddenly, Choji seemed all the more endearing. How he longed to befriend him. After a hearty meal, the students returned to the classroom. The topic of conversation swiftly shifted to which type of meat was the most delicious. Almost every child had consumed at least a pound of meat during that meal, with Naruto outdoing them all by devouring a staggering 3 pounds of beef along with a large bowl of lamb noodle soup. In reality, the Ninja Academy only provided this one free lunch, courtesy of a small portion of the funding from Uchiha. Students typically had breakfast at home before coming to school, while dinner was taken after returning home. Irika granted the little ones some time to digest their food and rest until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sun had shifted slightly. Only then did he gather the 31 students. Form a line. A competent ninja must prioritize obedience. Anyone who falls behind or causes trouble will stay back in the classroom to reflect on their actions. Upon hearing that falling behind would result in punishment, with the possibility of missing the training grounds, even the most mischievous children suddenly became exceptionally compliant. Thus, under Irika's guidance, the students of Class 12 swiftly arrived at a small grove located to the east of the Ninja Academy. The grove housed a medium-sized training ground, designated for the exclusive use of students and teachers. Step back. After ensuring the students had retreated to the edges, Irika moved to an open area beside the training ground. "Watch closely." After forming hand seals, he called out with fervor, although he instructed them to watch carefully. His speed in forming the seals was such that the young students could scarcely follow. Earth style, earth sink technique. As Irika unleashed his ninjutsu, a large area of earth measuring 10 by 3 by 10 sank before him. Wow, that is incredible! A chorus of awe erupted from the students, their eyes lighting up with excitement. Even Sasuke exhibited a look of astonishment, while Naruto gazed at Irika with admiration. At this level of ninjutsu, he is still unable to achieve. This is a modified version of the earth pit technique created by one of my companions, Irika said with a hint of pride. He then continued to form hand seals. Ugly. Si, in, chin, hai, wu, wei, water release, fountain technique. Suddenly, a surge of underground water erupted from the pit, swiftly filling it and forming a small pond. Irika continued to explain, "This is my developed C-rank fountain technique. It is characterized by the ability to summon a substantial amount of underground water using only a minimal amount of chakra, creating a watery environment." Following this, Irika summoned 2 water clones, who began an impressive battle atop the water's surface. This spectacle made the newly enrolled students yearn even more for the path of a ninja. Observing this, Irika felt a deep sense of satisfaction. His purpose today was not merely to teach them ninjutsu, but to intensify their desire for the future path ahead. This would greatly facilitate the subsequent theoretical lessons. Otherwise, if he were to lecture endlessly on theoretical knowledge, the children would soon become disinterested. Could it be that the organization arranged for me to teach at the Ninja Academy to unearth promising talents among these children? Irika pondered. If he were still the obscure Nin of his former trajectory, he would indeed be delighted to be a teacher at the Ninja Academy. However, ever since joining the budding organization years ago and receiving ample resources for development, he had gained the strength of Nin. Despite still holding the title of Nin, particularly, many of his developed water release techniques had garnered personal praise from the leader, who remarked that his mastery of water release was comparable to that of several elite Nin. During his missions with members of the budding organization, he had even earned the moniker Water Master Irika. He had since been promoted to an official member of the Brotherhood. Irika was well aware that the Konoha police, including Shunshin no Mizuki and one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, were all high-ranking members of the Brotherhood. Working alongside such prominent figures, he had gradually emerged from the shadows of his past, embracing his own ideals and ambitions. Casting a deep glance at Naruto, who was cherished like a star among the crowd, Irika felt no resentment. Had he still been that disheartened individual, he might have channeled his pent-up frustrations towards the weaker. But he was no longer that person. The Brotherhood's mission is to mutually support and develop new ninjutsu while deeply exploring the mysteries of ninja chakra. Striving together to become stronger, reciting the organization's mission in his heart, Irika's smile grew increasingly sincere. Now, let me teach everyone how to effectively strengthen their bodies in preparation for extracting chakra next semester. Just as Irika was guiding the students in physical training, a figure slowly emerged from the forest floor. First, a head surfaced, followed by half a body, as if it were stuck in the earth, gazing intently at Naruto, who was diligently practicing his punches, and Sasuke, who appeared aloof, casually manipulating his limbs. Oh dear, Sasuke's attitude is quite serious. Even Naruto, in his monstrous form, understands the importance of blending into the group and persistently trains with dedication. It's concerning. How will that lazy one fare against Naruto in the future? Muttering a few words, the rock clone gradually sank back into the ground. Meanwhile, several pale humanoid corpses lay motionless deep underground, clearly deceased beyond any possibility of revival. These were all the white Zetsu effortlessly dealt with by the rock clone. Chapter 99, The First Encounter with Lee. So many white Zetsu hidden beneath Konoha. At Training Ground 7, Uchiha Rong had just returned a small kitten, wearing a cold smirk. After acquiring specific intelligence on the white and black Zetsu, the mysterious veil had been lifted, revealing the truth. Wood release, yin-yang release, combined with some earth release techniques, had allowed the white and black Zetsu to appear and disappear at will. As his earth release techniques gradually matured, Uchiha Rong began to consciously dispatch his rock clones to clear potential hazards within the confines of Konoha. Rong, during battle, do not let your focus waver. The figure of Might Guy suddenly flashed into view, his body radiating a visible crimson chakra, augmenting his already eccentric appearance with an air of mystery and strength. Boom. The clash of fists and feet unleashed a visible shockwave that ravaged the air. Like autumn winds sweeping away leaves, a whirlwind erupted, bending the trees. Guy was sent flying several meters back, executing a backflip in midair to regain his footing. How could it be? Is it impossible for you to draw your sword now? Guy, unwilling to relent, charged in for another fierce assault. Brother Kai, it's merely a spar. No need to go all out. Uchiha Rong was rendered speechless. He could not fathom when the Azure Beast of Konoha had transformed into a crimson monstrosity. Inspired by this transformation, Might Guy's seventh gate had evidently undergone a mutation. With his speed and strength approaching that of a mid-tier shadow, under the relentless barrage of strikes, Uchiha Rong was compelled to open the sixth gate. Barely managing to contain Might Guy, it was evident that the essence of the eight gates technique lay in the physical form. Might Guy, upon opening the eight gates, could only vanquish 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, with 3 managing to escape. In contrast, the original Might Guy, in his prime, could confront Uchiha Madara. Now, the Might Guy of a stronger caliber than his original trajectory seemed to have developed a new transformation within the 7th gate. As the once azure aura had morphed into a deep crimson, subtly infused with a sense of bloodlust. Though both were shades of red chakra, they bore a distinct difference from the Bija chakra. One exuded a dark and violent crimson, while the other radiated a vigorous, life-affirming red. Indeed, was it still insufficient? After 5 minutes of continuous exertion, Might Guy closed the 8 gates, gasping for breath, and stuffed a specially made soldier pill into his mouth. Clearly, this was merely a mimicry of Uchiha Rong. Guy, your method of merging bloodlust with the power of the 8 gates undeniably enhances your strength and speed. But the toll on your body is immensely detrimental, Uchiha Rong remarked, noticing his waning energy. Might Guy scratched the back of his head, revealing a gleaming smile. Unable to contain himself, he laughed heartily. What a battle-crazed martial enthusiast you are, Uchiha Rong rolled his eyes. Close your eyes. I shall assist in your healing. Oh. Thank you, Might Guy exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he obediently shut his eyes. In the next moment, Uchiha Rong activated his Sharingan, employing the ocular technique of his left eye. Instantly, a tremendous vitality surged forth, mending his injuries and rejuvenating his fatigued cells. By the time Might Guy reopened his eyes, Uchiha Rong had already deactivated his Sharingan. Had it not been for your miraculous medical ninjutsu, I would not dare to act so recklessly, Might Guy said with a cunning grin. Uchiha Rong suddenly regretted revealing the life-giving abilities he possessed. Might Guy had always been a maniac when it came to taijutsu. In his previous life, many spoke of the Might Guy family as possessing hidden physical gifts. However, upon truly engaging with Might Guy, Uchiha Rong realized that such talk of talent was mere nonsense. It was pure recklessness. It was a relentless pursuit of pushing one's physical limits. Recently, he had witnessed Might Guy sustaining severe injuries from being crushed by a boulder during training. Uchiha Rong could no longer restrain himself and utilize the ability of his left eye. Unexpectedly, since that moment, the frequency of Kai's injuries escalated considerably. Oh well, Uchiha Rong thought, initially intending to offer a few words of caution to Kai, but then realized that his own powers could revive even those recently departed. Thus, he felt disinclined to involve himself further. Advising this fellow against overexerting himself in training seemed utterly impractical. I'm quite hungry. I shall go get something to eat. With that, Might Guy bid farewell and departed from Training Ground 7. Though life-giving powers could transform an enormous amount of vitality to resurrect the deceased, they could not genuinely replenish the chakra or cellular energy that had been depleted. It seemed that this time, Might Guy would have to embody a voracious appetite and consume a substantial amount of food. Welcome, Mr. Kai. Oh, it's I am. Please bring me 2 bowls of supersized tonkatsu ramen. Of course, just a moment please, the 11-year-old Iam replied cheerfully. The wait time at Ichiraka Ramen was not lengthy. And soon, a 33-year-old chef emerged, holding a bowl as large as a basin. Enjoy your meal. It smells delightful. Kai wasted no time and began feasting. In fact, not all inhabitants of Konoha were mere common folk. Among them were numerous retired ninjas and others who trained chakra for various life pursuits. The chef was one such individual. His ramen was delectable precisely because he utilized extraordinary chakra techniques in his cooking. Thus, not only was the service swift, but the flavor and texture were also exceptional. As Kai savored his meal, 3 young patrons entered Ichiraka Ramen, 2 boys and a girl, one of whom possessed to be a Kugan. Hey, chef. We'll have 3 servings of your special ramen, plus a Naruto roll. One of them must be supersized, the adorable girl chimed in, her voice soft and sweet. With a flourish, she tossed a stack of bills onto the counter. All right, just a moment, the chef replied with a smile before returning to the kitchen. At this moment, the Byakugan boy spoke. Lee, don't lose heart. You can do it. A small boy with long black hair and thick eyebrows wore a worried expression. He murmured. IGA-sensei said that if I can't master any of the 3 body techniques this semester, I'll be expelled. Well, nothing is more important than filling your stomach. Tenden, with her characteristic air of leadership, patted his shoulder. But no buts. Once we're full, we'll train together. All right. Throughout this exchange, Kai remained engrossed in his meal, oblivious to the people surrounding him. He was truly famished, until the chef placed a gigantic bowl of ramen on the table before him. Hey, whose subordinate is this? To think they are as impressive as I am. Following the sight of the massive bowl, Kai noticed a charming little girl, particularly striking in her unusual attire, reminiscent of an Eastern tunic. To see such a petite girl able to consume such a large bowl of ramen was astonishing. As his gaze traveled, Kai could not help but notice the Byakugan boy. After all, members of the Hyuga clan were relatively rare in the village. Most remained sequestered within their clan compound or were out on missions. The main branch seldom ventured out, and those from the branch family were typically very discreet. Having observed this, Kai inadvertently turned his attention to the third individual present, and he was utterly taken aback. Wait. Such thick eyebrows. Could this be my father's illegitimate child? Or perhaps a creation of mine after a drunken night? Chapter 100. Might Guy takes on a disciple Lee. We should take our leave now. In the evening, Tintin bid farewell to Niji, and they each departed. It's such a pity that Lee is trying so hard. Niji expressed his regret. They had enrolled in the Leaf Village Academy last year, a year above Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. At that time, Lee had demonstrated combat prowess capable of contending with Niji, earning his respect. Yet, as everyone's chakra training progressed, the disparity in talent became apparent. 329, 330, 331 in the forest training ground. Lee continued to train, drenched in sweat. Even if I don't know any ninjutsu, as long as I can defeat more classmates, I can surely become a competent ninja. With gritted teeth, Lee's arm muscles began to ache significantly, yet he persisted in performing push-ups at a slow pace. I can do this. His arms trembled violently from exhaustion. I cannot lose. Despite his utmost efforts, he ultimately collapsed to the ground after completing 399 push-ups, his small face pressing against the dirt, covered in mud. Tears began to flow uncontrollably. Why I was so close. The final push-up he failed to complete loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain on his path to becoming a ninja. A wave of defeat engulfed his entire being. I still can. After a while, a tear-streaked face, muddied from the ground, lifted up. His arms trembled, but he could not rise. I cannot give up here, Rock Lee. You must not fall. His previously effective self-affirmation finally faltered. Ultimately, he buried his face in the dirt, weeping. Is this how I give up? Suddenly, a voice resonated from above. Lee turned his face to the side, and there he saw a tall, green-clad figure perched in a tree. Somehow finding strength, he pushed himself up and completed the final push-up. Then he collapsed once more. I've truly lost my way. His mouth was smeared with dirt, making his speech unclear. Yet he smiled like a fool while tears streamed down his cheeks. What a reckless endeavor. His muscles were severely strained. Might Guy's expression was complex. Clearly, Rock Lee had already exceeded his training limits, which was why he could not complete those 400 push-ups. Observing the small figure still grinning foolishly, Might Guy felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, reminiscent of his own youthful self. Due to the uniqueness of the 8 gates, his father had initially been reluctant to pass the knowledge on to him. Yet, he had desperately wanted to become a ninja. He truly desired it. However, his chakra talent was poor, and he struggled to master even the basic 3-body technique, always trailing at the back of the class. The genius of the class, Kakashi, was the person Might Guy longed to become in his dreams. Even if just for a day, even if I were to perish the very next day. Thus, he ran with fervor, tirelessly pushing himself. He became obsessed with the exhilarating sensation of breaking through his physical limits, indulging recklessly in one breakthrough after another, ultimately resembling the child before him. Injuring oneself without realization, it is the father who toils and labors for him, exhausting his savings to secure his healing. At that time, the father, despite possessing the achievements and prowess to surpass even the Nin, remained merely a genin due to his lack of ninjutsu. A genin struggles to sustain himself, let alone support a son yearning to become a ninja, a son deemed a failure, devoid of the talent for ninjutsu. Had it not been for the son's relentless desire to become a ninja, perhaps the father would have had the resources to allow him to train in additional disciplines. Had the son not pursued the path of a ninja, the father would not have opened that perilous door in his desperate attempt to save him. Are you? Rock Lee's weak voice interrupted Might Guy's reverie. Might Guy flashed a radiant smile, revealing his pearly teeth. Do you wish to become a ninja relying solely on taijutsu? Is that not permissible? Little Lee, is it? I just heard them call you that. If that is the case, come find me at Training Ground 7 tomorrow morning. If you can still manage to rise, I shall teach you. In the next moment, Might Guy's figure vanished from the tree. Rock Lee's eyes sparkled with determination as he took a long-awaited moment to prop himself up with his face against the ground, finally standing. I will come. The following day, witnessing the sight of two green-skinned beings, one large and one small, Uchiha Rong's expression darkened. Not for any other reason, but, Guy, do you truly consider me a medical ninja? Observing Rock Lee's unsteady stance, Uchiha Rong felt a sense of numbness. Yet, Might Guy continued to smile broadly. Hiki, you know, going to Konoha Hospital incurs expenses, and it won't heal in just a few days. Closing his eyes, Uchiha Rong exhaled deeply. As Rock Lee obediently closed his eyes, a surge of vibrant life coursed through his body. His nearly incapacitated arms were suddenly revitalized with strength, and his fatigued form was rejuvenated with vigor. Let us first get you something to eat, he declared, and in an instant, Uchiha Rong vanished from sight. Half an hour later, Might Guy returned to training ground number 7 with a well-fed and energized Rock Lee. However, Uchiha Rong had long since disappeared, evidently having made a hasty exit. Might Guy paid no heed to this, and began instructing Lee. Before we embark on training, you must first comprehend the structure of a human body. The Ninja Academy surely taught you about the body's acupoints, did it not? Lee nodded emphatically. He was not foolish. That miraculous ability which had instantaneously healed his injuries made him realize he had encountered an extraordinarily powerful ninja. Training one's physique requires repeatedly breaking through limits. Yet it should not be done recklessly to avoid overexertion. Here, take these medicines, Might Guy said, handing over a box of Uchiha Rong brand supplements. He then meticulously explained their usage and dosage. Your situation is quite unique. We shall commence with physical training. If you can meet my requirements within a week, I shall impart to you a formidable martial arts technique. Thank you, Sensei. Do not call me that yet. Let's see if you can meet my standards first. Yes. From the shadows, Uchiha Rong observed the two green-clad eccentrics rolling their eyes. You've even provided the same form-fitting attire. And yet you still make demands, it must be said. At times, Might Guy's intellect was indeed exasperating. Just then, a faint blue light emanated from the mutual aid ring on Uchiha Rong's finger. Vessel 1 to Mutual, our merchant ship has been attacked. Mutual to Vessel 1. Which ship has been assaulted? Vessel 1 to Mutual. It's on the route from the Land of Water. Mutual. Gather the forces in the Land of Waves. Prepare to set sail under the cover of fog. After sending the message, Uchiha Rong proceeded to the Hokage building to submit an application for an expedition. He intended to resolve the matter of the Three Tails and the Fourth Hokage, both under Obito's control. Chapter 101. Setting sail, it turned out to be nothing but dried fish. At the dock of the Land of Waves, Uchiha Rong met with Lin Xianyu and Yakura. This time, Orochimaru was preoccupied with his experiments and did not attend. Shisui and Itachi had joined the Umbu and were away on missions. However, Lin Xianyu had brought along 2 junior members. Indeed. This is the primary supply hub for our ninja cat clan, she said. Silence, cats cannot speak. Little Bai. Beep beep. Since Little Bai had been hiding its true abilities, Uchiha Rong decided to bring it along this time. Kabuto, long time no see. Leader, they both acknowledged. As Uchiha Rong surveyed the beautiful woman beside Kabuto, he noted her height of 1.7 meters, wielding a colossal sword akin to a beheading blade. She was none other than Monica, a member of the Mutual Aid Society. In truth, only Uchiha Rong was aware that Monica was actually Yamazaki Natsuki. Initially, she had been among the first to follow him, but due to her limited aptitude, she had ultimately stopped at the level of a sword master. Now, she managed a portion of the merchant warrior group within the clan on Uchiha Rong's behalf. Yamazaki Natsuki, however, later demonstrated extraordinary chakra talent, achieving the level of a great sword master and even developing numerous ninjutsu techniques, thus being welcomed into the Mutual Aid Society. The 5 of them wore masks. And while waiting for the ship, Uchiha Rong inquired about Kabuto's recent circumstances. It was evident that he had become one of the major antagonists in the latter part of the original series. With the resources provided by the Mutual Aid Society, Kabuto exhibited unparalleled talent in chakra control and development, now qualifying for a promotion to a higher rank. Yet, he remained haunted by a singular obsession. During my last mission, I encountered the director, but she refused to return with me. As he spoke, a flicker of melancholy crossed Kabuto's eyes. Given his inheritance of the name Yakuza, it was not difficult to surmise his feelings for Yakuza Nanatsu. Uchiha Rong gently patted his shoulder. Rest assured, there will come a day when we shall vanquish Danzo. As he spoke, a medium-sized sailboat gracefully glided into the harbor. All right, everyone, aboard the ship. Given the underdeveloped maritime industry of the Land of Fire, the group first took a small boat to the Land of Waves. They would then transfer to this vessel to reach the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools. After traversing a stretch of land, they would embark from the eastern port over there to sail to the Land of Water. This route was necessitated by the current limitations of nautical technology, which did not support long-distance sea voyages. Departing from the eastern port of the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools, several islands along the way provided opportunities for resupply, and the shorter route ensured relative safety. Likewise, this was the marching route employed by the Land of Water each time they invaded the Land of Fire. Moreover, the sea's natural barriers made it exceedingly difficult for the Leaf Ninjas to contend with the Mist Ninjas in such maritime environments, forming a natural shield for the latter. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Uchiha Ling discerned the immense profits that this trade route promised. Numerous specialties from the Land of Fire, once transported to the Land of Water, could yield a profit multiplied several times over. Thus, last year, this maritime route was established. However, what was utterly unforeseen was that the merchant vessel came under attack. According to intelligence, the assailants were two ninjas proficient in ice release. Preliminary suspicions pointed towards the Yuki clan of Kirigakure or the Mizunoto clan. Aboard the sailboat, Yin Xiang continued to report the newly acquired intelligence. "Ah, that certainly explains it." Uchiha Rong nodded. His trading vessel was equipped with over 100 samurai, led by a swordsman renowned for having slain a Ch Nin. A mere 2 or 3 teams of ninjas would likely find it challenging to overcome this formidable force. If bloodline limit ninjas were involved, it would not be surprising. Thus, let us pay a visit to these two clans of ninjas. Uchiha Rong stepped into the most exquisitely decorated cabin of the ship, and a soft voice emerged. The abundance of bloodline limit ninjas in the Land of Water can be traced back to the Warring States period. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. This naturally gifted clan, with the potential to obtain formidable power, evokes fear among ordinary people and envy within the ninja community. Moreover, given the low probability of awakening bloodline limits, a single bloodline clan often comprises a significantly larger population of ordinary individuals. And therein lies the dilemma. For those who initially awaken their bloodline limits, if they are ninjas, it is manageable. After years of rigorous training, they typically gain at least a rudimentary control over their abilities. However, if an ordinary person awakens, it spells disaster for those around them. To the state and the nobility, such individuals resemble ticking time bombs. Consequently, during the Warring States period, hunting down bloodline limit clans was a common occurrence. As previously mentioned, the geographical conditions of the Land of Water have shaped its unique status. Thus, at some point in history, many bloodline limit bearers, having nowhere to flee, sought refuge in the remote Land of Water. Some of them may not even have been ninjas. They concealed their identities, married, and had children, leading to the occasional awakening of bloodline limits in their descendants, akin to a curse. They were ostracized by ordinary people and hunted by ninjas. Therefore, following the establishment of Kirigakure, they easily gathered into successive bloodline limit clans. In fact, the initial formation of Kirigakure was led by a group of bloodline limit ninjas, including the renowned Ice Release clan. In earlier times, there were over a dozen clans possessing Ice Release. However, as history progressed, only the Mizuno Kuni and Yuki clans have survived. Among them, the Yuki clan boasts an even more ancient lineage and a larger family size than the Mizuno Kuni clan, being one of the founding elders of Kirigakure. 3 days later, "Master, we have arrived at the ruins of the Land of Whirlpool." With Yunshan's voice, the tightly shut door swung open. It is called ruins because no unified nation exists on this land anymore. The annihilation of the Uzumaki clan resulted from multiple factors, 2 of which stand out. First, the Uzumaki clan's physique and sealing techniques were almost tailor-made for tailed beast hosts, provoking envy among the 5 great nations and 5 great ninja villages. Second, they happened to be situated along the crucial route for the Land of Water's military expeditions. Consequently, under the siege of the 4 major ninja villages, Konoha, bereft of Senja Hashirama, was unable to send reinforcements. How regrettable. Upon disembarking, Uchiha Ron gazed upon the desolate land, filled with melancholy. With the fall of the Uzumaki clan, the Land of Whirlpool also perished. This small nation lacked a feudal lord and had only achieved unification due to the presence of the Uzumaki clan. Furthermore, Kirigakure would no longer permit the existence of nations or ninja villages in this region. The locale is indeed splendid. Yunshang, when you have the time, please devise a proposal to allocate some personnel here to establish our base. Understood. Reflecting on the recent pirate attacks on the merchant ship, Uchiha Ron deemed it essential to station personnel at the ruins of the Land of Whirlpool, facilitating future maritime endeavors. The profits from this trade route are too substantial for him to relinquish. After a night of rest, just before sunset the following day, the five finally arrived at the eastern port of the ruins, where a merchant vessel awaited them. Set sail to the land of water. Chapter 102, The Bloodline Elimination. After merely a day's voyage, the group reached the outermost island of the southwestern archipelago of the land of water, Coral Reef Island. This island is renowned for its abundant pearls, corals, marine fish, and ambergris, all fetching high prices even in the heart of the land of fire. Among these, ambergris is particularly favored by the nobility, with prices soaring to astronomical heights of 1,000 gold per gram. What does 1,000 taels of gold signify? It equates to 10,000 taels, or 100,000 yen. 1 pound of ambergris, weighing 500 grams, is valued at 5 million taels. Sufficient for a family of 3 to live a life of comfort without worry for 50 years. Those bothersome pirates. Yitsong grumbled as he disembarked. After encountering 3 waves of pirate attacks in a single day, he could not help but feel irritable. Haha, in such an environment, it's only natural for pirates to abound. Uchiha Rong was not taken aback. Yunshang elucidated. Although the land of water is abundant in marine products, its productivity in other areas is exceedingly limited. Each year, the nation relies heavily on imports from the land of fire for grains, basic necessities, and an array of luxury goods. Upon hearing this, both Do and Monica nodded in understanding. The feudal lord of the land of fire is renowned for his shrewdness. How could he possibly let such a legitimate opportunity for exploitation slip through his fingers? In reality, the government suppresses the purchasing prices of many special products from the land of water to a considerable extent, with the luxurious dragon saliva being strictly prohibited from private sale. As Yunshan shared more intelligence, the group gradually began to comprehend the broader picture. The strict prohibitions inevitably led to smuggling, thus creating fertile ground for piracy. Some of these pirates might be factions nurtured by various nations, while others, unable to survive, turned to piracy as a means of livelihood. And some were simply fishermen resorting to such desperate measures. Truly, it is a realm of chaos and disorder. During their brief resupply on the Coral Reef Island, they witnessed no fewer than a dozen incidents of robbery and theft. They initially thought that the policies of Blood Mist Village were already absurd, only to discover that the situation among the populace was even more tumultuous. Although Coral Reef Island lies on the periphery of the southwestern archipelago of the land of water, it nevertheless offers a glimpse of the prevailing disorder. Due to the fatigue from continuous sailing, the group rested for a day on Coral Reef Island before embarking once more. There are 2 routes leading to the land of water from Coral Reef Island. The first is a northeastern route that reaches an island known as Storm Island. And after approximately 2.5 days of sailing, they would arrive at the western port of the land of water. The second is a southeastern route that leads to a large island called Golden Continent, from which another day of sailing would take them to Mist Island, followed by half a day to reach the azure waves of the southwestern port of the land of water. The advantage of the northeastern route is that it allows one to evade a commercial tax. However, due to Storm Island's perpetual storms and the extended 2.5 days of treacherous navigation, the risks significantly escalate. Typically, this route is favored by smuggling vessels and serves as a haven for pirates. The merchant ship of Uchiha Rong was ambushed along this very route. This time, the 5 naturally opted for the southeastern passage. Although the southeastern route is considerably safer, it remains relatively so. Indeed, merely half a day into their voyage, they encountered the first wave of pirates. This was a band of marauders composed of a dozen small vessels, skillfully surrounding their merchant ship under the cover of stealth. Damn pirates! Yitsong seethed with anger. These ruffians may lack strength, yet they often come in overwhelming numbers, akin to an incessant swarm of flies. Life at sea can be exceedingly monotonous. Perhaps it is time for me to stretch my limbs a bit. The voice of Uchiha Rong echoed, instantly halting the movements of the other 4. There he stood at the bow of the ship, swiftly drawing the Stardust soft sword from his waist. With a graceful sweep towards the surface of the water, he proclaimed, "Sword technique, icebound 1,000 miles." In the next moment, the tumultuous sea rapidly froze over, ensnaring a dozen pirate vessels in place. While the term icebound 1,000 miles merely served as the name of the technique, it effectively encapsulated an area of several hundred meters, with the ice layer being rather shallow. Nonetheless, this miraculous ability still left hundreds of pirates trembling in fear. How remarkably effective ice release is in a maritime environment. Uchiha Rong found himself momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, 3 years had passed. Through the relentless efforts of 10 independent shadow clones, he had now fully integrated the 4 elemental affinities of water, fire, earth, and wind. The lightning affinity was just beginning to show promise, yet remained unmerged. while the yin-yang affinity was still an enigma. Surprisingly, by employing the technique of ice release through the use of the Blade of Starlight, he had effortlessly conjured a cataclysmic icy domain, despite exerting minimal effort. It was noteworthy that the same amount of chakra had failed to produce such an effect on land. Perhaps it was time to experiment with boil release. Half an hour later, the merchant ship hastily departed from the area. The 5 individuals aboard, including Uchiha, along with the crew, were left feeling quite ill. Master promised me not to use such a bloodline ability at sea again, right? The ever-obedient Yutsang could not help but display a look of reproach, and the others shared in her sentiment. Uchiha found himself in a bitterly ironic situation. At the time, he had been swept away by excitement, never anticipating the outcome. Who could have predicted the aroma wafting through the air? The moment he recalled that somewhat enticing yet distinctly unique scent, he could not help but retch once more. Ninjas, having undergone rigorous and specialized training, typically do not succumb to such reactions unless truly overwhelmed. The relentless trials of ice release and boil release had imparted a crucial realization to Uchiha in the right environment. The potency of the corresponding Kekkei Genkai is significantly amplified, coupled with the terrifying enhancement from the Celestial Blade, with minimal expenditure, approximately 0.5 units of water for a limit C ninjutsu, one could unleash a calamity of A rank or even S rank magnitude. Initially, having grown complacent with the possession of the 5th form of Susanoo and the ability to momentarily defy death by opening the 8 gates, Uchiha finally began to reassess the significance of this power. The fusion of lightning attributes was imminent within the next few months, however. He remained utterly perplexed regarding the complete absence of clarity concerning the yin-yang attributes. Uchiha is not particularly troubled, while others risk their lives when merging bloodlines. He has managed to integrate 4 elemental attributes within a mere 3 years, driven by a fearless disposition. Countless attempts at fusion have resulted in severe injuries and near-death experiences due to the explosive conflicts of multiple chakra attributes. It is solely through the illusion of life that he has been revived. This perseverance has led to a fusion of attributes more formidable than the dust release of Inoki, achieved through profound integration. In terms of swordsmanship, he adeptly combines various bloodlines, creating diverse limit breaks. The combination of fire and wind results in scorch release. While fire and earth yield melt release, fire and water produce boil release, wind and earth result in dust release, wind and water create ice release, and earth and water lead to wood release. Among the bloodline limit techniques that Uchiha has studied, he has only developed 2 thus far. The first is the scorch release, ash storm, a fusion of fire, wind, and earth, akin to Inoki's abilities. However, unlike Inoki's technique, which focuses on dust release as its core to integrate fire, resulting in the original realm separation technique that disassembles objects to their atomic state, rendering them to ashes. Uchiha's ability, centered around scorch release, dries out all living beings at the atomic level, reducing them to mere ashes. The second technique is the wood release, withering wood in spring, which merges earth, water, and wind elements. This ability, rooted in wood release, generates a multitude of wood release seeds that parasitize living beings, continuously siphoning their vitality until they are utterly depleted. The seeds will then grow into large trees upon the deceased, allowing the caster to utilize wood release again, significantly amplifying its power. It is noteworthy that Uchiha harbors considerable skepticism regarding Senja Hashirama's wood release, suspecting it to be a form of bloodline limit infused with yang attributes. His own wood release, derived from the fusion of earth and water, mirrors that of Yamato, merely capable of fostering greenery. It is only through the utilization of a bloodline limit that merges earth, water, and wind to execute the technique would release, the resurrection of withered trees, that one can harness a fraction of the first Hokage's formidable would release capabilities. Chief, we have arrived at the Golden Continent. As they exhaled, the group finally reached their destination. Chapter 103, An Unexpected Encounter. Golden Island, contrary to its name, does not yield an abundance of gold. In truth, it is merely a large trading island, approximately 5 times the size of a coral reef island. Upon setting foot on the island, Uchiha and his companions furrowed their brows, taken aback by the overwhelming scent of blood. Ah, what a place that truly honors the survival of the fittest. Uchiha Obito had not anticipated that the land of water would be in such a state. However, upon further reflection, it seemed rather logical. Even the Hidden Mist village had implemented the brutal system of the Blood Mist, where comrades within the academy fought to the death to emerge as ninjas. It is only natural that other regions would emulate such practices. This reflects a matter of local ideology, not something that can be dictated by a single village, a single leader, or a mere command. It appears that Obito had a profound understanding of the local conditions and sentiments in the Land of Water, which led to the establishment of the blood mist system. Otherwise, could one imagine attempting such a cruel selection process in Konoha? Even with the long-standing prestige of the Third Hokage, anyone daring to do so would inevitably be ousted in an instant. The group of 5, accompanied by a cat, traversed the 10 streets, where, at intervals, they encountered the bodies of the fallen being removed by the military. The indifferent expressions on their faces indicated that such occurrences had become a grim norm. Here, the weak are subjected to bullying and murder, while no one dares to pursue the perpetrators. Death is met with indifference. Let us replenish our supplies and set sail without delay. Uchiha Rong issued his orders. The merchant ship would engage in the practice of buying low and selling high along its route, and soon, several individuals returned to the vessel. Once the crew finished unloading the acquired goods, the merchant ship set sail once more. After another day's journey, the ship arrived at the Island of Mist, located merely half a day's travel from the coastal regions of the Land of Water. Without further delay, they continued their voyage. By the evening of the following day, Uchiha Rong and his 4 companions finally set foot on the Land of Water. At this point, no further instructions were necessary. Yinshan, Yetsong, Do, and Monica immediately dispersed to commence their respective tasks. The grand merchant ship had been plundered, and the goods aboard, worth millions, could not be disposed of without leaving a trace. The 4 were thus engaged in gathering intelligence. Uchiha Rong, cradling a large black cat, ventured deeper into the heart of the Land of Water. As he passed through a quaint little town, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Ah, how intriguing. His eyes sparkled with recognition as he beheld 2 figures, one large and one small, ahead of him. Thus, he decided to follow them. Inside a dilapidated dwelling, a sense of urgency permeated the air. Hurry and eat. Do not impede my subsequent actions. Zabuza spoke coldly. Yes, Lord Zabuza, the small boy replied obediently, taking the provisions and consuming them with great difficulty. Even as he choked, his face flushed with exertion, he remained silent, desperately swallowing. He was terrified that if he ate too slowly, he would be abandoned by the adults. In this land, the fates of the inept were invariably cruel. From a young age, Baya grasped this harsh reality. TCH. The little brat is a nuisance. Take this. Zabuza's impatience was unmistakable as he tossed a water pouch. Bai caught it and eagerly gulped down several mouthfuls, his eyes reflecting gratitude. Though Lord Zabuza often appeared cold and unfeeling, Bai noticed the care he received along their journey. Children are acutely perceptive. They understand who treats them kindly. Without Zabuza, he would have perished from hunger on the streets long ago. Who is there? Suddenly, Zabuza's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance as he grasped the heavily wrapped executioner's blade. Quite perceptive. A figure adorned with a monkey-faced mask emerged slowly. Sir, you must leave. This person is formidable. Bai's small frame trembled, yet he resolutely brandished a kunai, positioning himself defiantly in front of Zabuza. Uchiha Rong was genuinely astonished. Could a mere child of 8 or 9 possess such a level of perception? Yet, in the next moment, Zabuza had already made his move. As he advanced from the front wielding his decapitating blade, another Zabuza materialized behind Uchiha Rong. The sound of clashing echoed. Uchiha Rong wielded a kunai, executing a lightning-fast maneuver that shattered Zabuza before him into a puddle of water. He then deftly deflected the sword of Zabuza behind him, sending it soaring through the air. At that moment, several icicles suddenly erupted from the ground, aiming to pierce him from below. Ice release, indeed. Beneath the mask of Uchiha Rong, a strange expression flickered momentarily, yet he made no discernible movement. The sharp ice spikes that had just emerged shattered abruptly. In the next instant, Zabuza and Haku found themselves entombed within thick walls of ice. What? Ice release bloodline limit? Zabuza exclaimed in astonishment. Haku cast a curious glance towards Uchiha Rong, pondering. This individual possesses abilities akin to my own. With the opportunity at last to converse in peace, Uchiha Rong stepped forward, a smile gracing his lips, and remarked, It seems you are being pursued. Indeed, during this period, the Land of Waves had yet to fall under Kaido's monopoly of maritime trade. And even Zabuza appeared to have only recently defected 3 years prior. What is it that you wish to know? Zabuza inquired warily, sensing that his interlocutor harbored no immediate intent to end his life. Uchiha Rong shook his head. He harbored no particular thoughts about these 2 individuals. Through his recent probing, he had come to a general understanding. Zabuza was merely an ordinary B-rank jonin in terms of combat prowess, having only gained some notoriety through his executioner's blade. As for Haku's ice release bloodline, it might hold considerable value for others, but in the presence of the Uchiha clan, it truly was of little consequence. Recently, My merchant vessel was besieged by a ninja-wielding ice release. Could you possibly provide me with some intelligence? What? Zabuza was taken aback. The other party was an ice release user, inquiring about him? Uchiha Rong paid no heed to his reaction and continued. My subordinates have discovered that it is likely one of the clans of Mizuno Yuki or Yuki. Which do you think is more probable? He certainly did not expect Zabuza, who was currently evading pursuit in a state of distress, to possess any significant intelligence. However, in comparison to these outsiders, Zabuza should have a deeper understanding of the Yuki clan and the Mizuno Yuki clan. Indeed, although he still found it difficult to comprehend the other's intentions. Zabuza pondered for a moment before responding. It should be an infiltrator from the Yuki clan. As he spoke, Zabuza's gaze inadvertently flickered towards Haku beside him. Haku was a descendant of the infiltrators from the Yuki clan. An infiltrator? Uchiha Rong furrowed his brows, finding this response somewhat perplexing. Indeed, unlike the bloodline clans beyond, the Land of Water once harbored a multitude of reclusive bloodline users. Those who concealed themselves among the common folk were referred to as infiltrators. According to your account, those capable of utilizing the ice release bloodline and engaging in acts of piracy against merchant vessels must surely be among them. As Zabuza elaborated, Uchiha Rong gradually came to a realization. It turned out that at the inception of the Hidden Mist Village, the Yuki clan was not originally a ninja clan, but merely a collective of ice release bloodline users who had established a village of their own. As some among them responded to the call for the formation of ninja villages, the remainder dispersed into various locales, vanishing from sight. Thus, those ice release bloodline users still roaming freely, unrestrained by the authority of the Hidden Mist Village, are indeed the infiltrators of the Yuki clan. Sir, if you require assistance, I can help you trace the whereabouts of that band of pirates. Zabuza added. Chapter 104. Establishing Cooperation. Oh? Uchiha Rong chuckled softly, pausing in his steps as he prepared to depart. The ice prison that had ensnared him began to melt away, and a hint of eagerness appeared upon his visage. It is indeed a privilege for me to serve you, my lord. Pray tell, how do you intend to assist me in locating that group? Uchiha Rong, with keen interest, remarked that he did not lack subordinates of Zabuza's caliber. Thus, it would be unthinkable for him to extend any invitation willingly. However, should the other party choose to approach him, an elite shinobi could indeed accomplish a great deal, and he would certainly not decline such an offer. Observing this, Zabuza feigned contemplation while secretly reveling in delight. Initially, when he first witnessed the stranger's ice release abilities, he had presumed this enigmatic figure to be a ninja from the Mist Village, sent to assassinate him. It was only upon realizing that the individual was entirely oblivious to the presence of spies that Zabuza concluded this mysterious ice bloodline wielder was most likely an outsider. Particularly noteworthy was the mention of the stranger's merchant ship being plundered, indicating that there was undoubtedly a substantial power network backing this individual. Anyone capable of establishing trade routes in the waters of the Land of Water must possess significant wealth and influence. Thus, as a rogue ninja being hunted by his village, who barely managed to survive, how could Zabuza afford to let such an opportunity slip away? Following the original course of events, even if he managed to escape the confines of the Land of Water, he would ultimately find himself wandering aimlessly, working for various masters, and eventually ending up in the Land of Waves as a subordinate to Kato. Zabuza needed both money and power. He vowed he would return, determined to overthrow that wretched tyrant. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Zabuza spoke. Bring me a basin of water. Yes, my lord. Uchiha Rong made no attempt to intervene. Rather, he was curious to observe the other party's methods. In truth, given the capabilities of Yunxiang and her companions, uncovering the identity of the perpetrator was merely a matter of time. As Bai cautiously brought over a basin of water, Zabuza awkwardly chuckled. I kindly ask you to step back a bit. Once Uchiha Rong had retreated to a safe distance, Zabuza decisively formed hand seals. Yin, Yang, Tiger, Serpent, Dog, Secret Technique, Mirror Flower Water Moon. As Zabuza completed the incantation, the surface of the water began to ripple violently. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, just as Uchiha Rong furrowed his brow in impatience, the water's surface suddenly calmed, gradually revealing an aged visage. Zabuza then stated, Master Yuan, I need to investigate a group of pirates. At that moment, Uchiha Rong's impatience dissipated, replaced by contemplation. It appeared that the mastermind behind Zabuza's assassination attempt on the Fourth Hokage was indeed Master Yuan. However, due to the failure of the mission, the repercussions naturally fell upon Zabuza himself. Thus, Zabuza had become a discarded pawn. Yet, even as a pawn, he had once rendered them service, which would still afford him some measure of convenience. This also elucidated how Zabuza managed to escape from the clutches of the Umbu of the Mist. He had assistance from someone within the higher echelons. It aligned with your account, identifying the Snow Wolf pirate crew. Very well, please refrain from contacting me in the future. As the connection with Master Yuan was about to sever, Uchiha Rong suddenly spoke. Wait. Almost simultaneously, the expression of the Yuan-shire opposite the water mirror turned cold. Zaibushan. You have actually betrayed the hidden mist. It was evident that, in the eyes of the Yuan-shire, assassinating the water shadow did not constitute betrayal, rather. Aiding outsiders was considered the true act of treachery. Uchiha Rong chuckled softly. Do not be so hasty in drawing conclusions. I presume you are currently troubled by the ability that controls the Fourth Hokage, are you not? Who exactly are you? At that moment, Zabuza's expression darkened considerably. Yet he dared not interject. He could not afford to offend either side. Uchiha Rong smiled even more joyfully. He had not anticipated that Zabuza could directly connect with the original master. Who is this original master? In the Hidden Mist Village. His status is akin to that of an advisor in Konoha or Chiyo in Sunagakure. He is the foremost figure beneath the Mizukage. Observing the reaction of the other party, Uchiha Rong confirmed his inner speculation. He continued, let us collaborate. I can assist you in breaking the control that person has over Keiki Yatsukura. Why should I trust you? Uchiha Rong smiled silently as he took 2 steps forward to activate the kaleidoscope. At this moment, the Yuan master, positioned across from the water mirror, fell into a profound silence. The legendary eyes of the Uchiha clan. You may choose not to agree to cooperate. In that case, I shall have no choice but to eliminate Yagura. Upon hearing these words, the Yuan master once again succumbed to silence. Uchiha Rong remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Given his current prowess, there was no longer a need to conceal his Mangeki Sharingan. As the adage goes, one must hide their talents when necessary, yet boldly reveal their abilities when the moment calls for it. After a considerable interval, Master Yuan finally reached a decision. How shall we collaborate? With this inquiry, Yuan felt an undeniable sense of helplessness. The urgency to eliminate the Mizukage was now intertwined with the necessity to gauge the condition of Yagura. They were already aware that Yagura had fallen under external control and had made arrangements to secretly detain him. However, the policies of the Blood Mist era had plunged Kirigakure into a historical nadir in terms of both finances and manpower. They could not afford the turmoil that would arise from the loss of the Fourth Hokage. It is no exaggeration to say that Kirigakure was experiencing a significant rift. The new generation led by Terumi may had yet to fully mature, compelling them to tread cautiously despite knowing that Yagura was under manipulation. The plan to secretly imprison the Fourth Hokage would require extensive deliberation. At this critical juncture, the unexpected emergence of a Mangeki wielder from the Uchiha clan posed a formidable challenge. Uchiha Rong's lips curled into a smile. You seek to keep the Yagura alive, while I desire the 3 tails. Impossible. Master Yuan resolutely declined. Uchiha Rong maintained a smile, saying, do not be so quick to refuse. Since the 3 tails can be controlled once, who is to say it cannot be subdued again? If we were to leave the 3 tails in your care, would you dare to accept it? Yuan sure fell silent once more. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. Now that it is known that someone can manipulate Jinchuriki through the tailed beasts, it becomes evident that the presence of tailed beasts poses more detriment than benefit to the village. Uchiha Rong remained patient, continuing to wait. He was aware that, according to the original timeline, after the demise of Keiki Shikura, the 3 tails would be in a state of release. Very well, I shall comply, he responded. This time, Uchiha Rong did not have to wait long, as the voice of Yuan-shire reverberated through the water mirror. To Uchiha Rong's astonishment, he thought, how can they not inquire how to ensure the Jinchuriki survives after being separated from the tailed beast? Could it be that Kirigakure possesses a secret technique akin to Chiyo of Sunagakure? This realization brought a sense of relief to Uchiha Rong. If he were truly required to sacrifice his life to save a Jinchuriki from the extraction of their tailed beast, the actual execution would indeed be quite troublesome. Since it appeared he was not needed for such a task, it was for the best. The subsequent details became considerably more pleasant. Yuan-shire agreed to lead them to a private meeting with Keiki Shikura, while Uchiha Rong was tasked with releasing the control over Keiki Shikura. As long as Keiki Shikura was freed from control and survived, the 3 tails would revert to Uchiha Rong. The matter of how Uchiha Rong would depart from Kirigakure with the 3 tails seemed to be an unspoken understanding between both parties. Chapter 105. Entering Kirigakure 3 days later. A port on Shueiyun Island echoed with the sounds of battle. Four masked ninjas mercilessly slaughtered hundreds of people as if mowing down grass. Yunxiang wielded a blade in one hand while forming seals with the other, slaying one person every 10 steps. The released Great Dragon Fire technique sent the organized pirate group into a frenzy of flight. Yetsong, with twin blades in hand, surged into the crowd, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Monika's great sword shimmered with water blades. Each swing released several massive water blades that spiraled through the throng. Do, with an air of elegance, wielded two surgical blades imbued with wind release, striking with precision and efficiency. As the last pirate fell, two masked ninjas approached from a distance. Are you the Frost Brothers of the Snow Wolf pirate group? Yunxiang assessed the newcomers, speaking with indifference. Humph. Knowing my name, yet you still dare to court death? One of the burly men appeared to have a fiery temper. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure grew faint. The other, a slender young man with a mustache, silently formed seals. Suddenly, large ice spikes erupted from the ground, aiming towards the four. Pirates are such a nuisance. Yetsong frowned, her voice laced with impatience. In the next moment, her movements were so swift they were barely perceptible, and two figures lay lifeless in the open, unable to even utter a cry. Hey, hey, hey. Not even leaving one for me to play with, Monika complained. Yetsong frowned again, thinking of the important matters at hand and the potential deduction of her salary. Over the years, Uchiha Rong had grown at an astonishing pace, instilling a sense of awe. Yetsong's attitude gradually shifted from one of equal cooperation to that of a true subordinate. Fine, Monika shrugged. At that moment, Yunxiang summoned a ninja cat, informed the merchant ship to come and transport the supplies. Soon, a merchant ship slowly sailed into the port. The Snow Wolf pirate group's treasury was swiftly emptied. My lord, the tally is complete. The total value of all goods is approximately 270 million ryo. Upon hearing this, Yunxiang revealed a faint smile. Excellent. This merchant ship suffered losses of over 130 million ryo worth of goods during the attack. Now, with the annihilation of the Snow Wolf pirate group, we have not only recovered our losses but also made a profit. Monika, you stay with the ship. Yetsong, Do, we shall go support our master. Understood. Kirigakure. Oh dear, in such a damp environment, aren't you afraid of rheumatism? As they walked along the mist-shrouded mountain path, Uchiha Rong glanced sympathetically at Zabuza, who was covering his mouth and nose with bandages. Suddenly, understanding dawned upon him. Such an environment could easily lead to respiratory infections, skin ailments, and rheumatism. Not to mention that it was detrimental to food storage. Cough, cough. The village indeed lacks proper medicine, resulting in many children dying young, Zabuza awkwardly replied. Having already altered his appearance, Uchiha Rong, possessing a wealth of experience, felt profoundly how superior the environment of the Land of Fire truly was. Overall, Kirigakure was surrounded by mountains, nestled within a deep valley perpetually shrouded in mist. The houses predominantly featured cylindrical roofs, typically structured like arches, presumably to prevent moisture, pests, and facilitate drainage. Even the Mizuki's tower was constructed atop a massive arch bridge. Who goes there? Just as the two truly stepped into Kirigakure, they were halted by a team of Umbu. Thanks to Kirigakure's unique geographical conditions, there were only a few roads leading into the village. By setting up barriers among the mountains and positioning guards at the entrances, it became a naturally defensible stronghold. We have returned to report on our mission. Zabuza, utilizing a transformation technique, produced a pass. He then performed a special water technique on the pass in front of them. Uchiha Rong distinctly sensed a notable relaxation in the vigilance of the Umbu team. With a wave of the leader's hand, the teammates parted to clear a path. Thus, the two continued onward. One must say that Zabuza's predicament was rather unfortunate. As a rogue ninja, he had been conscripted by the Jonin and tasked with guiding Uchiha Rong. This journey undoubtedly posed significant peril for Zabuza. However, upon learning that Uchiha Rong's purpose was to liberate Yagura from control, potentially leading to the repeal of the policies in the Land of Water, Zabuza harbored no further hesitation. Though facing countless adversities, he pressed forward. Shortly after entering the village, a mist ninja dispatched by the Jonin escorted Uchiha Rong and his companion into a towering cylindrical structure of several stories. There, Uchiha Rong encountered a diminutive old man, of similar height and age to Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaning on a peculiar staff. Uchiha, are you a leaf ninja? The old man inquired. Uchiha Rong flashed a brilliant smile as he removed his mask. Uchiha Rong, I have had the honor of meeting Master Yuan. Although the distinction between friend and foe was often ambiguous, Uchiha Rong upheld the fundamental etiquette befitting a member of the Uchiha clan. To treat such a person with excessive disrespect would only reflect poorly on one's upbringing. So it is you. Truly. A young calf knows no fear of a tiger. Are you not afraid that I might confine you here for eternity? Master Yuan's deeply lined face adopted a stern expression, his eyes narrowing slightly. It was evident that he was not jesting. Uchiha Rong shrugged, saying, "You wouldn't understand, but for now, we share a common adversary, do we not?" While uttering these words, Uchiha Rong activated his Meijiki Sharingan. Power and chakra surged forth simultaneously, instantaneously manifesting a diminutive version of the four-formed Susanoo. The Susanoo crouched upon the floor, its head nearly brushing the 3-meter-high ceiling, wielding a sword as thick as a door. It gazed intently at the elderly man and the 3 squads of ninjas behind him. "Haha, the youth cannot take a jest," the old sage chuckled heartily, his eyes narrowing momentarily. "I assure you, I never jest." As Uchiha Rong's words fell, the Susanoo dissipated. Knowledge is meant to enable one to calmly reason with others, while strength ensures that others listen to your reasoning with composure. Clearly, at this moment, Uchiha Rong had succeeded in fostering a tranquil cooperation with Yuan Shi. Now, could we perhaps discuss the identity of the Uchiha who controls the Agura? Yuan Shi's smile faded, and his expression turned serious. It was hardly surprising that the other party could deduce that Yagura was under the influence of the Sharingan. After all, Uchiha Rong had approached him claiming to be able to lift the control over Yagura, making it easy for Yuan Shi to connect the dots. Just a traitor from within the clan, akin to the one who previously manipulated the Ninetales in Konoha. Let us dispense with unnecessary chatter and promptly arrange for me to meet your esteemed Mizukage. Although Uchiha Rong was reluctant to speak at length, he nonetheless revealed a modicum of information to allay the concerns of his counterpart. "Is that so?" Yuan Shi furrowed his brow, finding some solace in the revelation. After all, the chaos of the Ninetales incident in Konoha had been so monumental that many matters could not be concealed. "Very well, let us proceed tonight. You may rest here for a while. I shall make the necessary arrangements." Once his resolve was firmly established, Yuan Shi appeared more anxious than Uchiha Rong. Chapter 106. The 4 Scarlet Sun formation that night, at a training ground on the slopes at the edge of the Mist Village, a young boy, seemingly no older than 13 or 14, frowned and spoke with an air of maturity. What could possibly be so urgent that it must be disclosed now? "It pertains to the very survival of our Mist Village. I implore you, Lord Mizukage, to accompany this old man to the designated location, and all will be revealed." The elderly Yuan Shi led the way, while Yagura lazily stretched, a flicker of sharpness crossing his eyes. Following closely was a cadre of elite Mizukage guards, including the 21-year-old Terumime. In some depths below the ground, Uchiha Ibito, who had been resting, suddenly opened his eyes, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "It seems I have been detected." In the next instant, his figure vanished. The scene shifts back to Uchiha Rong. He chuckled softly. "I hadn't anticipated such a considerable number of personnel." Uchiha Rong stood solitary at the center of the training ground, having discerned through several hidden rock clones that this place was not only ensnared with various barriers but was also surrounded by thousands of hidden mist shinobi. "It appears that this old fox has no intention of allowing my departure. Truly cunning," he mused, maintaining an air of calm as he awaited developments without a trace of anxiety. His decision to collaborate with the original master was, of course, a feigned pretense. Regardless of the opponent's ulterior motives, this approach presented a significantly higher safety margin than the originally planned reckless intrusion. Since the adversary harbored hopes that his Sharingan could free Yagura from control, it provided him with a degree of maneuverability. Moreover, once the conflict ignited, Ibito would inevitably intervene. This would plunge the hidden Mist Village into chaos, thus enhancing the safety factor amid the ensuing turmoil. Thud, thud, thud. Faint footsteps echoed from the mountain path. "Lord Mizukage is just ahead," came the voice of the original master. "It seems you have indeed been discovered." A deep male voice resonated. The next moment was filled with the sounds of a fierce battle. Uchiha Rong furrowed his brow. The master of the elements proved to be utterly unreliable. He had not even escorted the individuals into the barrier before his intentions were laid bare. Fortunately, the people had finally been brought over. Thus, Uchiha Rong hesitated no longer and swiftly employed the body flicker technique to charge towards the fray. At that moment, Yagura suddenly launched an assault on the Master of Elements. Yet the latter seemed to be well prepared, erecting a water formation wall to thwart the incoming water-style cannonball. Subsequently, Yagura's water shadow bodyguards joined the chaotic battle. Among them, Terumime confronted several adversaries alongside 2 companions. "Master of Elements, are you planning to betray the hidden Mist Village?" shouted a Mastumbu member. "The Mizukage has long been under control." "You fools," Terumime bellowed. At that instant, a brilliant light flashed. Before anyone could react, Uchiha Rong materialized directly behind the young Yagura, placing a hand on his shoulder. In the next moment, the two vanished simultaneously. Not good. It's a space-time ninjutsu. It's the Flying Thunder God technique of the leaf. This scene left both factions utterly astonished. Forgetting their skirmishes, they hurriedly began to organize their hidden personnel to disperse and search for them. Deep within the mountains, over 10 miles from the hidden mist village, two figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. Immediately, a dark red barrier enveloped the area within 1,000 meters. Surprisingly smooth sailing indeed. Uchiha Rong unfurled his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, swiftly evading Yagura's assault with a deft sidestep, a smile gracing his visage. Who are you? Care to take a guess? Uchiha Rong did not engage in idle chatter. He swiftly drew the crescent blade, stardust, and with a decisive stroke, unleashed a searing tempest of ash that surged toward Yagura. Despite the youthful visage he bore, this individual was hardly less mature than the likes of Minato Namikaze. At such a close range, Yagura found himself engulfed by the oncoming ash storm, spanning over 30 meters, leaving him with no avenue for escape. In a desperate bid for survival, he conjured 3 water barriers in rapid succession and began forming hand seals. Boar, tiger, dragon, serpent, horse. Water release, water mirror technique. However, as he completed his seals, he was horrified to witness the 3 water barriers disintegrate as though they were mere parchment. What baffled him further was that the water clone summoned by the water mirror technique failed to deflect the impending attack. By the time he contemplated evasion, it was already too late. The ash storm swept through, leaving Yagura beset by an overwhelming sense of weakness, and he lost consciousness. Phew, that was close. Observing the figure that had barely manifested before being obliterated by the ash storm, Uchiha Rong silently thanked his quick reflexes. He understood well that Yagura's water mirror technique could summon a clone of the enemy, possessing equivalent strength and abilities, even capable of mimicking bloodline limits. Moreover, the water clone could reflect the enemy's attacks upon its emergence. Fortunately, this technique could not replicate or rebound attacks from bloodline limits. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant threat. While grappling with his fears, Uchiha Rong also felt a surge of exhilaration, having successfully appropriated a commendable ninjutsu. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The nearly lifeless body of Yagura began to emanate tailed beast chakra. The 3 tails, indeed. Uchiha Rong did not intervene, simply awaiting the opponent's next move. A roar echoed as a colossal 3-tailed turtle emerged. Its entire form was enveloped in a formidable shell, adorned with countless sharp spikes. The creature's body exhibited a gray hue, while the exposed flesh revealed a deep crimson. The right eye of the 3-tailed beast remained firmly shut, exuding an aura of ferocity and enigma. At this moment, its left eye reflected the intricate pattern of a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Let us then engage in a contest of ocular prowess. Uchiha Rong smiled faintly. In the next instant, a colossal surge of ocular power erupted from his pair of kaleidoscopic eyes, accompanied by a tremendous outpouring of chakra. A formidable warrior, resembling the 3 tails, took shape instantaneously. With a powerful flap of its wings, Susanoo swiftly subdued the 3 tails Isabu. Perched atop its back, the sword of Susanoo relentlessly struck down upon the opponent. Unable to resist under the weight of the Atenga Susanoo, the 3 tails Isabu found itself powerless. Soon, its protective shell shattered, releasing a torrent of tailed beast chakra that began to mend its wounds. However, the pace of recovery was far outstripped by Susanoo's destructive force. Within merely 3 minutes, the tailed beast chakra of Isabu visibly waned. At that moment, Uchiha Rong, having shifted his gaze from Susanoo's head to its chest, locked his crimson kaleidoscopic eyes onto the enraged left eye of Isabu. Genjutsu, Endless Abyss. The weakened left eye of the 3 tails Isabu gradually closed. Its towering form, standing at 40 meters, swiftly diminished until it vanished entirely. It seemed the effect was quite satisfactory. Observing this, Uchiha Rong felt a sense of contentment. Originally, Obito possessed only a single kaleidoscope, and it was the result of using Hashirama's cells that his ocular power was restored. Naturally, both the upper limit and strength of his ocular prowess paled in comparison to his own. Moreover, the genjutsu he had just employed was a form of mental sealing technique, an amalgamation of sealing arts that he comprehended after numerous applications of the genjutsu of life. It was nearly on par with Tsukuyomi. Eliminating the 3 tails was indeed a trivial task. Swiftly retracting Susanoo, Uchiha Rong stepped forward to examine the state of the lifeless body of Yagura. There was still a faint breath? Uchiha Rong was taken aback. Remarkably, he was still able to draw breath even after being caught in his own ash storm. Truly, fate was on his side. It seemed that the 3 water barriers had somewhat mitigated the force of the ash storm, coupled with the extraordinary vitality of the Jinchuriki. Strictly speaking, the fire release-based ash storm could indeed be somewhat diminished by water release techniques. A resounding series of explosive roars echoed through the air. Uchiha Rong furrowed his brow as he glanced beyond the four Crimson Yang formation, noting the considerable assembly of mist ninja. In a secluded corner, he even discerned the figures of Obito and Kagaya. Have they truly arrived so swiftly? It appears he must hasten to seal the Three Tails and make a prompt retreat. Chapter 107. The recreation of a Three Tails. Though the four Crimson Yang formation is heralded as an absolute defense, the four rock clones possess merely a limited reservoir of chakra. Should the number of attacking ninja increase, the clone's chakra will be swiftly depleted. Without the sustaining chakra of the rock clones, the so-called absolute defense would inevitably crumble. With this in mind, Uchiha Rong swiftly retrieved the pre-prepared sealing scroll and began to form the necessary hand seals. Hai, In, Si, Chenwu, Mu, Su, Cho as the two sets of new 8 trigram seals were completed. Uchiha Rong pressed one hand against the sealing formula on the corpse of the Yagura. Shin, Si, Yu, Su, Si, Mao Wei, Hai with the final 2 sets of seals completed. A tremendous surge of dark red chakra erupted from the sealing formula, drawn towards the scroll under Uchiha Rong's guidance. This process persisted for a full quarter of an hour, until the emanating tailed beast chakra gradually subsided, eventually fading into oblivion. So it is still alive. Uchiha Rong furrowed his brow as he gazed at the dying Yagura. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to intervene. After all, he might gain an ally when confronting Nagato and Madara in the future. However, before taking action, he swiftly formed the hand seals for the 2 sets of hexagrams in reverse order. Si, In, Wei, Hai, Shin, Zi, Yu, Su. With a decisive strike, Uchiha Rong slammed his palm onto Yagura's tailed beast sealing technique. With a resounding boom, the technique was shattered, and the sealing curse marks on his skin rapidly dissipated. Subsequently, a small surge of tailed beast chakra erupted, coalescing into a miniature version of the Aisabu, albeit in a state of unconsciousness. Indeed, this was the true form of Aisabu. What Uchiha Rong had just extracted was merely the tailed beast chakra. Without hesitation, he unleashed a fierce ashen storm, utterly obliterating the three-tailed Aisabu's essence. It would require a considerable amount of time for it to be revived. You are fortunate to be alive. Having accomplished this, Uchiha Rong decisively employed the life-giving ocular technique of his left eye on Yagura. The surroundings began to blur and distort as Yagura's parched body, devoid of moisture, rapidly regained vitality, fully reviving after about a minute. Alas, the ocular power expended in this healing process was substantial. Uchiha Rong felt an inner joy. The more ocular power consumed in the healing process, the stronger the inherent might of Yagura. It appeared he had indeed made the right choice. At that moment, Yagura gradually awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he met a pair of crimson kaleidoscopes. Genjutsu, Endless Abyss. A mysterious seal surged into his mind, imparting certain information. When he regained consciousness, the owner of those kaleidoscopes had long since vanished. However, he found a dark ring adorning his hand. Instantly, Yagura's gaze turned complex. Not only had he spared my life, but he had also healed me. The mutual assistance ring. Just moments ago, in the Genjutsu, his opponent had informed him that a mental seal had been inscribed into his mind, capable of aiding him in resisting Genjutsu from the Sharingan. The usage of this ring had also been explained to him. Simultaneously, Yagura had already realized that the three-tailed beast within him had mysteriously disappeared, along with the beast seal. Lord Mizukage, are you all right? Just as Yagura was lost in thought, the barrier enveloping the surroundings had dissipated without his notice. A group of ninjas from the Mist Village rushed over, surrounding Yagura protectively. I'm fine. Finally freed from Obito's Genjutsu, Yagura spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. At that moment, Juncture approached with a contingent of ninjas, but they were immediately halted by the Umbu station beside Yagura. Let them through, Yagura sighed, speaking softly. Instantly, the obstructing Umbu stepped aside. Juncture furrowed his brow as he approached, scrutinizing the fourth Mizukage from top to bottom. Lord Mizukage, are you unhurt? We can discuss this later. Meanwhile, after Uchiha Rong had discreetly departed, he instructed his rock clone to dismantle the 4 Crimson Sun formation barrier. He soon arrived at the predetermined rendezvous point. Everything proceeded smoothly. The tasks were successfully completed. Let us depart from this place. Indeed, Yunshan, Yakura, and Do quickly followed suit. Once they had thoroughly distanced themselves from the Mist Village, the 4 found a clearing in the woods to rest. Maintain vigilance around the perimeter. I have matters to attend to. Dispersing the trio, Uchiha Rong once again had 4 rock clones establish a smaller-scale 4 Crimson Sun formation barrier. He then retrieved a sealing scroll. As he unfastened the seal inscribed upon it, a surge of tailed beast chakra erupted forth, coalescing into a colossal turtle nearly 40 meters in size. However, this time, the left eye of Isabu, now awakened, bore no semblance of sentient life, only ferocity. Prepared. Uchiha Rong did not allow it to launch an attack. His crimson kaleidoscopes were aimed at it. Genjutsu, life bestowal. In the next instant, the massive turtle halted. A hazy illusion enveloped its enormous form. Subsequently, a spark of vitality flickered in its ferocious left eye. Simultaneously, Uchiha Rong stumbled, nearly losing his balance. He hastily retrieved a specially crafted soldier pill and consumed it. Hiss, the consumption is quite substantial. This time, in an effort to bestow as much longevity as possible to this massive three-tailed chakra, Uchiha Rong nearly expended all his ocular power. Approximately 7 years. That should suffice. Feeling the feedback from the bestowed life, Uchiha Rong's spirits lifted considerably. The effect on the tailed beast was remarkably favorable. He had previously tested the limits of his rock clones, exhausting his ocular power to only grant them a mere 5 years of life. Unexpectedly, utilizing it on the tailed beast had once again shattered the record. Master. At that moment, the colossal turtle emitted a clear, youthful voice. Aha. Excellent. Can it shrink in size? Having tested the adaptability of the rock clone's tailed beast form previously, he inquired. Indeed, Master. In contrast to the mere affection garnered from bestowing life upon the living, granting life to inanimate objects resulted in absolute obedience. In the next moment, the 40-meter giant turtle dramatically shrank in a burst of light, transforming into a small turtle creature. Eh? It can even hide its tail? Uchiha Rong was taken aback. He was uncertain whether this was a mutation bestowed by life itself or an inherent ability of the tailed beast. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Once I regain my strength, I shall grant you divine chakra and subsequently seal you within my being. Uchiha Rong, with an expression of pure delight, cradled the little turtle in his hands and exclaimed, Very well, I shall cooperate with my master. Such understanding. From now on, you shall be called Sanbei. Thank you, master, for bestowing upon me a name. Sanbei, with its limbs imbued with chakra, scurried around Uchiha Rong, exuding an air of childlike innocence. Having achieved his intended goal, Uchiha Rong finally instructed his rock clone to dispel the barrier. Leaning on the stars, he made his way towards Yunxiang and the others. Alas, his current vision was nearly limited to 3 meters. He was almost blind. Based on previous experience, he would need at least another half-month of recuperation. However, feeling the nearly 300 chakra units of the formidable tailed beast emanating from Sanbei filled his heart with unparalleled joy. Once his ocular prowess was restored, he could bestow an additional 50 chakra units upon it and seal Sanbei within himself using the 8 trigram seal. Thus, he would become a unique Jinchuriki, no longer fearing the depletion of chakra, though this three-tailed creature had a mere lifespan of 7 years. Chapter 108, The Gratitude of Yakura and Truth. Uchiha Rong had overlooked a crucial matter. The fourth Mizukage had been under control for so many years that his spirit had become exceedingly frail. Under normal circumstances, even if released from the illusion, he would not have long to live. Moreover, this condition bore a striking resemblance to Orochimaru's reincarnation. The weaker the spirit, the almost non-existent resistance to genjutsu. Even if revived, he would be but a shell of his former self. Yet, through a twist of fate, Uchiha Rong's life-giving essence inadvertently granted Yakura a rebirth. Thus, not long after the nearly blind Uchiha Rong was escorted back to Konoha by Yunxiang and the others, an envoy from the Hidden Mist Village arrived in Konoha. At the Hokage Tower. Hokage-sama, what is it that you require of me? Uchiha Rong inquired with a hint of lethargy in his demeanor, although his ocular prowess had seen some restoration after a few days of recuperation. And his vision was gradually improving. The lingering effects of his myopia had rendered him rather disinclined to engage in any activities beyond his daily lessons. Namikaze Minato observed him with an enigmatic expression, remaining silent. Uchiha Rong? The atmosphere remained silent for quite some time until Minato Namikaze finally spoke. Rong, your recent journey has certainly accomplished something significant. Minato's tone was laced with mockery, tinged with a hint of melancholy. What? Uchiha Rongshin was taken aback, feigning ignorance. Still pretending with me? Humph. The envoy from the Hidden Mist Village has already arrived in the village. You, young man, are quite something. Not only have you awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, but you also ventured to the Hidden Mist Village, sacrificing your own lifespan to heal the fourth Mizukage. The most infuriating part is that I, as the Hokage, was the last to know. Now, tell me, how many more secrets are you keeping from me? As he spoke, Wufeng Shumen's voice carried a hint of melancholy intertwined with a touch of amusement. This left Uchiha Rong in a state of confusion. What do you mean by sacrificing lifespan? What on earth are you talking about? He had no idea how much Bufeng Shuimin truly understood, so he could only remain silent. Well, it's not entirely your fault. Bufeng Shuimin's tone softened. It's just that you are being rather reckless. Though you are still young, you cannot take your own life for granted like this. Here. This is a token of gratitude from Lord Mizukage. With a mixture of acidity and concern in his voice, Bufeng Shuimin tossed a scroll of sealing techniques towards him. At this moment, Uchiha Obito found it inconvenient to unveil the seal in the presence of Minato Namikaze, thus he opted to stow it away for the time being. Meanwhile, Minato donned a serious expression. How much do you know about the Uchiha controlling the Mizukage? Oh, you mean Obito? He is merely Kakashi's dear friend. Uchiha Obito, following the thread of conversation, made a decisive move. The present circumstances are vastly different from the past. The white Zetsu within the confines of Konoha had been thoroughly eradicated by his rock clone. He now exuded confidence, with elite subordinates emerging in abundance. Thus, he felt no trepidation in divulging information unknown to others. Obito? How could this be possible? The expression on Minato Namikaze's face darkened instantly. Obito was his disciple. Why would he act in such a manner? Minato's voice carried a hint of anger, clearly indicating that since Obito controlled the Mizukage, he was also the one orchestrating the Nine-Tails assault on Konoha. Uchiha Rong shrugged, expressing his uncertainty. Only then did Minato Namikaze suppress his anger, his expression becoming grave as he seemed lost in thought. Rong, are you certain that the mysterious individual is Obito? Indeed. My intelligence has corroborated this multiple times. Uchiha Rong expressed his affirmation. This illustrates the disparity that arises from one's status and strength. Had he dared to leak information during the Nine-Tails turmoil, he would have faced nothing but skepticism and distrust, potentially endangering his own life. However, the circumstances are different now. Subtly revealing certain information will not place him in jeopardy. As for the source of the information, it was uncovered by his subordinates. After all, he is certainly not destined to be a prophet. He is still alive. How infuriating. That wretched traitor, a bane to his own kin. Hatred surged within him, and the normally composed Minato Namikaze's expression darkened instantly, causing him to utter an expletive in his frustration. This is utterly outrageous. Uchiha Rin expressed his agreement. What enmity and grievances they must harbor to spare neither their teacher nor his wife. Upon reviewing the original narrative, it is evident that all antagonists have the potential for redemption, with the sole exceptions of Danzo and Obito, who remain irredeemable. Kushina treats Minato's disciples as though they were her own children. Yet, Obito is still capable of such heinous acts. His complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. And after a considerable pause, Minato inquired, "It must be Izanagi, correct?" "It should be, indeed." Uchiha Rong raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, indicating that he too was uncertain about such intricate details. It was undoubtedly true. I personally buried his remains. Had I known then what I know now, I would have ensured his complete obliteration. Namikaze Minato gritted his teeth in frustration. He had no doubt regarding Uchiha Rong's credibility. His status and identity warranted such trust. Moreover, this revelation illuminated many previously perplexing matters. Rong, you may take your leave for now. I wish to reflect in solitude. Understood. Uchiha Rongshin felt a surge of joy and swiftly vanished using the body flicker technique. Upon returning home, he unsealed the scroll, only to be rendered speechless. 2 pounds of a chakra metal known as Windlight Gold, 8 ounces of Xian Iron Source Crystal, 3,000-year-old blood ginseng, and a single 1,000-year-old snow lotus lay before him. Could it be that Ichang had inquired with Minato before gathering and sending these items? It was no wonder Uchiha Rongshin harbored such suspicions. After all, these treasures were precisely what he had mentioned to Minato upon his initial entry into the Umbu. The chakra metal, without a doubt, is invaluable. Although several million ryo no longer held significant weight for him, this metal remains priceless and unattainable, even with wealth. As for the Xian Iron Source Crystal, it is the primary material for forging the legendary Ten-Fist Sword, its rarity surpassing that of the chakra metal. The 1,000-year-old blood ginseng and snow lotus, while not genuinely a millennium old, were named for their extraordinary potency, being tenfold that of a century's worth. Nonetheless, they too were treasures of immense value, yet still elusive in the market. At that moment, the unity ring on Uchiha Rongshin's finger emitted a soft blue glow. Boat 7. Thank you. Boat 7. I've been preoccupied and have just finished. Boat 7. Did he not appear? Boat 7. No. Uchiha Rong pondered for a moment and soon grasped the situation. With the absence of the Three-Tails Isabu, it was likely that Obito's Sharingan could no longer exert control over Yagura. Consequently, he chose to refrain from causing any further disturbances. As dusk fell, the Ninja Academy dismissed its students. Upon arriving at the entrance ahead of time, Uchiha Rong encountered two familiar faces. Itachi was there to pick up Sasuke, which did not surprise him. However, he was slightly taken aback to see Guy arriving for Rock Lee. Had their bond deepened so swiftly during his brief absence? Brother Rong, are you here to fetch Naruto? Rong, you have returned. Indeed, indeed. Might Guy, unwavering as ever, had ceased to call his junior brother ever since their sparring sessions had resulted in relentless beatings. The three exchanged silent glances, patiently awaiting their respective charges. And an inexplicable sense of humor permeated the air. At this moment, Uchiha Rong was filled with anticipation, eager to engage Naruto. It was not the boy's antics that intrigued him, but rather the desire to test his newly replicated water release, water mirror technique. Striking his own clone promised to be an exhilarating experience. Chapter 109, Naruto's Growth Training Ground Number 7. As the hours passed, Naruto completed his hand seals and unleashed Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. With a torrent of fireballs the size of wash basins raining down, Uchiha Rong found himself unable to evade, ultimately being struck. With a resounding boom, his figure transformed into a wooden dummy amidst a cloud of smoke. In the next instant, vines erupted from the wooden figure, ensnaring Naruto like a zongzi. Uncle Rong. Let me go. Let me go. Naruto exclaimed, exasperated and filled with impotent rage. Uchiha Rong stood outside the arena, a broad smile gracing his face. Uncle Rong, you are being quite dishonest. How could you employ such an advanced technique of shadow clones? Not at all, he replied. This wooden clone utilized merely 0.1 of my chakra. Uchiha Rong refuted, taking great delight in using his wood release to torment little Naruto. To him, such a level of wood release was akin to child's play. He had conducted tests and found that the wood clone was indeed remarkably lifelike, making it difficult to discern the real from the illusion. Moreover, even after being struck and dispelled, it could be utilized once more. However, the strength of this technique left much to be desired. The rock clone summoned by the same amount of chakra possessed 50 of the original's power, while the wood clone only had a mere 10, comparable to a C-rank water clone. Even in a forest environment, there was no enhancement to its abilities. Yet, if one were to employ the bloodline limit technique, would release, withering would revitalizations. Summoning a giant tree nourished by the life force of living beings to create a wood clone, the strength could range from 25 to 100 of the original's power, depending on the vitality absorbed by the wood release seeds. Indeed, it was the first Hokage's wood release that dominated, while Yamato merely employed it for beautification. I refuse to accept this. Bring it on. Ah, that is precisely the phrase I was waiting for. Uchiha Rong liberated Naruto from the entanglement of vines. Boar, tiger, dragon, snake, goat, water release, water mirror technique. In an instant, a clone identical to Naruto materialized, leaving him momentarily stunned. The consequence was a powerful punch from his own doppelganger. Naruto, filled with indignation, formed hand seals to unleash the Phoenix Fire technique, only to be astonished as his counterpart mirrored his every motion. He summoned several fireballs, and to his dismay, the clone conjured an identical number and quality of fireballs, leading to a fierce exchange that obliterated them both. Subsequently, Naruto executed the wind release, great breakthrough, only to witness his clone replicate the technique with equal ferocity. Enraged, he attempted to employ the still immature earth release, earth flow spear. To his shock, Uchiha Rong swiftly dispersed Naruto's clone. The earth release, earth flow spear, a B-rank ninjutsu, was no trifling matter. The vivid memories of the scene where those Rock Village ninjas strung together their techniques were still fresh in his mind. If the clone were to utilize this technique, Uchiha Rong would have no choice but to intervene personally. Presently, Naruto lacked any means to defend against such a formidable B-rank technique. Rong uncle, I am truly sorry. It was evident that Naruto had realized his impulsiveness. Despite being aware that his opponent would employ the same ninjutsu, he had allowed his fervor and bravado to lead him into a reckless confrontation. Uchiha Rong gently stroked his head. In a ninja battle, one must maintain a clear mind. One cannot let bloodlust take control. I understand. You possess the innate talents of wind, fire, and earth from the very beginning, which allows you to advance more swiftly and travel further in the early stages. Therefore, do not become complacent. Uchiha Rong, with his gentle persuasion, has indeed enlightened others through his star guidance technique, originally possessing only wind affinity. Naruto now begins his journey with a remarkable trifecta of elemental talents. This implies that he is more than adequately equipped to swiftly ascend to the rank of Jonin. It is essential to recognize that for a ninja to cultivate an affinity for an element they do not inherently possess is an arduous and protracted endeavor. Uchiha Rong painstakingly developed the evolution of the Sharingan and the transformation of its lightning nature over a considerable period. For an ordinary ninja, achieving such mastery would be nearly impossible without several years of dedication. This is one of the primary factors contributing to the rapid advancement of the Uchiha clan. Along with their unique possession of both yin and yang attributes, which 99% of individuals lack, once the Uchiha clan awakens the Mangekyou Sharingan, the manifestation of yang attributes is largely contingent on fortune. However, the awakening of yin attributes is almost a certainty. This is primarily due to the fact that Genjutsu inherently belongs to the yin nature. The Uchiha's bloodline limit is derived from this yin attribute, whereas the Senju clan represents the contrary, possessing a bloodline limit rooted in yang attributes. Consequently, they typically exhibit remarkable vitality. By the way, Uncle Rong. Naruto suddenly became somewhat bashful. Uchiha Rong, with a head full of questions, found himself somewhat embarrassed as Naruto spoke. The Great Fox has requested that we refrain from sealing it again. It promises not to cause any more trouble. It's out again? If not for the concern of misunderstanding from Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Rong would genuinely consider borrowing half of the Nine Tails from Naruto for a while. It claims that being sealed inside is quite unbearable. Uchiha Rong appeared deep in thought. It seemed that the seal bore a flaw, allowing the tailed beast to occasionally glimpse the outside world. A complete seal would confine the tailed beast in perpetual darkness. However, the 8-trigram seal, passed down from the Uzumaki clan by Namikaze Minato, was intentionally designed with a loophole when it was first created. This allowed the Jinchuriki to harness the power of the Nine Tails. Very well, the next time you encounter it, convey a message for me. I have just extracted the chakra of the 3 tails and vanquished it. Should it prove disobedient, inform Uncle Rong. I would not hesitate to extract the vast majority of its tailed beast chakra as well. Uchiha Rong spoke with a fierce intensity. Oh, understood. To be honest, Uchiha Rong is not jesting. If the Nine Tails continues to disrupt Naruto's training as it has been, sealing it away would merely be a waste. It would be more prudent to allow him to draw upon the Nine Tails chakra once. In a few years, once the Nine Tails has recovered, Naruto should have grown sufficiently to master its power. He is well aware that learning Sage Mode is imperative for Naruto. However, the Nine Tails, if it continues to cause chaos, becomes more of a liability than an asset. Given Naruto's Uzumaki lineage coupled with Ashura's chakra, he is not significantly lacking in chakra. Therefore, the potential disturbances caused by the Nine Tails would outweigh any benefits. In the shadowy depths of the sewers, Kurama shuddered deeply. Damn Uchiha. It recognized that the recent provocations were deliberately aimed at it. Yet, through the sensory connection of the tailed beasts, it could sense that this Uchiha was not joking. Has Kashin Koji truly been eliminated? The fierce visage of the fox showed signs of unease. Although tailed beasts do not truly perish, death remains a profoundly painful experience. Especially when that rascal possesses the ability to extract tailed beast chakra. This is indeed troubling. If death is akin to an eternal slumber, then the extraction of 90% of the Nine Tails chakra would render the tailed beast in a state of unbearable weakness. Sighing deeply, Kurama felt tears welling in the corners of its eyes. 6 Paths Sage, how I long for those carefree days of yore. Tailed beasts are undeniably unruly. Yet their demeanor is contingent upon the individual they face. Before Hashirama Senju, they were remarkably docile. Now, it seems yet another formidable opponent has emerged. Indeed, it is through culture that one can calmly reason with another, while it is through strength that one compels others to listen with equanimity. Chapter 110, Kakashi's Confusion Come. I shall escort you home, having trained until the sun dipped below the horizon. Uchiha Rong supported the somewhat exhausted young Naruto as they made their way out of Training Ground 7. Just as they were about to exit, they encountered a familiar face. Ah, Kakashi, what brings you here with such fervor? The interior of Training Ground 7 had been completely commandeered by the Uchiha, and Kakashi found himself in the periphery of the area. Uchiha Rong gazed at the scattered logs on the ground, realizing that this individual must have been training here for quite some time. As Kakashi turned around, Uchiha Rong sensed that something was amiss with him. Obito, truly. Well, Uchiha Rong understood now. It seemed that Minato had spoken to him. I shall escort Naruto home. We can discuss matters later, he stated. Kakashi nodded in silence and followed suit. After accompanying Naruto safely back to his home, Kakashi could no longer restrain himself on the return journey and finally spoke up. Rong, I wish to return this eye to your clan. Are you certain? Uchiha Rong's expression grew more serious. Kakashi's thoughts took him by surprise, however. It seemed to fall within the realm of reason. To Kakashi, Kushina was akin to an elder sister and a mother. bestowing upon him a maternal love he had never experienced before. Now, upon discovering that his dear friend was, in fact, the perpetrator who had slain his beloved mentor, and that he was still utilizing the other SIs, it was no wonder he was so emotionally shattered. Kakashi suddenly fell into silence once more. It was evident that he was deeply conflicted and lost. In truth, you could use this eye to protect Konoha. Uchiha Rong paused momentarily before making a sudden suggestion. It is important to note that Kakashi's left eye is essentially a Sharingan, albeit one that Kakashi, due to his relative weakness, cannot fully utilize. As for the notion of Kakashi employing Kamui to counter Tobi's own Kamui, it is inconsequential for Uchiha Rong at present. Should Tobi dare to confront him, Uchiha Rong could easily eliminate him with a mere glance. The previous encounter in the Hidden Mist Village occurred at the enemy's stronghold. Otherwise, Tobi would have already met his demise. Guarding? Can I? Really? Kakashi pondered, his expression one of confusion. In recent years, he had watched as Might Guy progressively surpassed him, while he himself remained stagnant. The burden imposed by his eye had become increasingly palpable. Even after Guy imparted the 8 gates technique, Kakashi found himself stuck at the 3rd gate. If you possess the unwavering resolve to face death, meet me at the training ground tonight. With that, Uchiha Rong vanished. After all, he had once held great admiration for this individual. Previously, he refrained from involving Kakashi, not wishing to allow the power of the Hokage lineage to swell excessively before he had attained sufficient strength himself, which could lead to unpredictable consequences. Now, however, he felt inclined to offer assistance. Ultimately, Uchiha Rong did not wish to witness Kakashi's descent into despair. "On-chan, I'm back." As he entered the courtyard, a small figure dashed into his embrace. She appeared just as she had 6 years ago, at the tender age of 7. Moving with an elusive speed that rendered her indistinct, Uchiha Rong let out a bitter smile and gently stroked his younger sister's little head. Uchiha Yeji narrowed his eyes, a look of sheer enjoyment adorning his face. "My sister's speed was never this remarkable. Why does it seem that as I grow stronger, both she and father become increasingly formidable as well? Could there be some extraordinary connection?" In a fleeting moment, Uchiha Long felt as though she had grasped a hint of understanding, yet it remained elusive and intangible, slipping away like a wisp of smoke. "Long, dinner is ready." "All right. I'm coming." As her mother's voice echoed through the air, Uchiha Long relinquished her contemplations. At the dining table, her mother remarked, "I've noticed you've been quite exhausted lately. Your eyesight seems to have deteriorated. I prepared a special dish of 5-grain rice and stir-fried chicken with black fungus for you. Be sure to eat plenty." "Thank you, mother." The flavors are quite delightful," Uchiha Long exclaimed, particularly relishing the stir-fried chicken with black fungus, which awakened her appetite. In no time, she polished off an entire bowl of 5-grain rice. Uchiha gently served him another bowl, her tenderness palpable. Strangely, it seemed that his appetite was always more robust when dining at home, leading him to consume more than usual. After the meal, Uchiha Rong dutifully proceeded to the backyard for his customary daily practice. Recently, his father appeared to be quite occupied, and thus had not taken the time to administer his usual reprimands. To his astonishment, he suddenly realized that his vision had remarkably improved. After about half an hour, Uchiha Rong felt that his surroundings were much clearer. He was inwardly astonished. Could it be the effect of the recent meal? "Teacher, are you home?" At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Uchiha Rong strode out, only to encounter Uchiha Jin, who appeared weary and travel-worn. Jin, have you returned from a mission?" "Indeed. I thought I would drop by to see you on my way back. This is some Shizuoka tea I procured during my journey. Please take it back and savor it, master." Uchiha Rong's smile grew increasingly comforting as he accepted the invitation. "Have you come from the land of tea? Please, come in and sit for a while." "Not today, sensei. I must return home to refresh myself first. I shall visit again when time permits." "Very well," Uchiha Rong replied, sensing that Jinzina was eager to return and prepare himself. The Shizuoka tea, renowned as a specialty of the land of tea, is celebrated far and wide. The finest quality can command prices as high as 100 ryo per gram. Although Uchiha Rong was not particularly concerned about such expenses, the respect and gratitude of his disciples could not be measured merely in monetary terms. It seemed Jinzina had been quite fulfilled of late. His disciple, who had inherited his swordsmanship, had been temporarily reassigned from the fish squad and had begun to lead his own team on missions. Indeed, with the swift advancement of the fish squad members, each had become capable of operating independently. The Hidden Leaf Village could not afford to squander such ninja resources. Minato had already discussed this with him, preparing to gradually allow each of them to lead their own teams. Uchiha Rong welcomed this development. It resembled the branching of a tree. As his disciples and subordinates spread out to become leaders in their own right, his influence would, in turn, expand imperceptibly. This is encapsulated in the adage that one's former students and officials can be found across the land. The realm of human relationships is intricate yet remarkably straightforward. Power is not something that can be achieved through sudden wealth, nor can it be encapsulated merely by a noble lineage. Rather, it is cultivated step by step, branching out until a formidable force has been established. Those who can achieve this are often unstoppable. Just as the Hokage lineage, despite any reluctance to see the Uchiha rise, was compelled to gradually employ Uchiha ninjas following Danzo's betrayal and the Third's retreat, the Uchiha clan, with their versatility and efficacy, proved to be invaluable. Exceptional individuals tend to stand out with greater ease, thus the momentum of power became increasingly unstoppable. Not long after Jinzina departed, the sky began to darken. That night, the figure of Uchiha Rong quietly appeared at the entrance of Training Ground 7. Kakashi had surprisingly been waiting for quite some time. "Let us go," he said. And Kakashi silently followed. Since Orochimaru had managed to assist Danzo in transplanting Hashirama's cells in the past, it was only natural that he could facilitate a transplant for Kakashi as well. After this night, Kakashi would undergo a complete transformation, freeing himself from the shackles of Obito's Sharingan and evolving into a truly formidable ninja. Chapter 111. Kakashi's original intention. Kakashi, have you truly made up your mind? Uchiha Rong inquired, standing at the entrance of Orochimaru's secret base, his back turned to Kakashi. Kakashi responded with a soft acknowledgement. Are you certain you have fully considered this? What do you mean? Kakashi furrowed his brow at Uchiha Rong's deeply meaningful question. In order to prevent Obito from inflicting further harm upon Konoha, he was willing to risk his life. What was unclear about that? Uchiha Obito turned, his pair of crimson Sharingan fixated intently on Kakashi's eyes. This scene intensified the pressure on Kakashi immensely. He then continued. Some believe that people in this world can be categorized into two types, those who are good and those who are evil. Uchiha Rong cast a pointed glance at him. Kakashi felt as though her words were directed at him. Yet, I believe there exist two types of individuals, one who is of their own kind, and another who is an outsider. Kakashi seemed to grasp something vaguely, wishing to speak but finding himself momentarily at a loss for words. Uchiha Rong waved her hand, indicating that he need not utter a word. In truth, there are two categories of people in this world. One lives for oneself, while the other lives for others. As ninjas, we train with unwavering dedication. Regardless of the motivations behind such persistence, it fundamentally serves the purpose of fortifying oneself. Some fight for the interests of their clan, as their lineage bestows upon them power and prestige, permitting them to live more freely. Others battle for their village, as within it lie those they are sworn to protect. When the interests of the village clash with those of the clan, Uchiha Obito spoke with conviction. One must choose the side that best serves their interests to cultivate strength, thereby actualizing one's own will. Much like you, Kakashi, who harbors the intention to thwart Obito from perpetuating chaos. Uchiha Rong wore a solemn expression. So, Kakashi, have you come to a decision? The same question was posed once more, yet it bore the weight of a mountain, rendering Kakashi unable to respond with a simple affirmative. In that fleeting moment, memories flooded his mind, the glory of being a child prodigy, the tragic suicide of his father, the death of his teacher's wife. All these past events flickered before him like a lantern show. After a lengthy silence, Kakashi, once tormented by inner turmoil, began to cultivate a resolute gaze. Indeed, a will devoid of power cannot effect change. Fixating on the pair of crimson eyes before him, symbolic of strength, Kakashi no longer shied away. Lord Rong, I have come to understand. I require strength. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rong revealed a smile of relief. There was still hope. His own father had devoted himself entirely to the village, only to meet a tragic end. If Kakashi remained oblivious to the notion that one must live for oneself, embracing a degree of selfishness, then he would truly be beyond salvation. A person, within their capacity, can embody kindness, love their family, their nation, and all that surrounds them. Even the sacrifice of life for ideals and aspirations is noble. Yet, prior to all this, one must ascertain that they are not ensnared by indoctrination. Have you truly come to understand your own heart? Let us proceed. Uchiha Rong formed a hand seal, and the stone door gradually creaked open. Kakashi followed closely behind. In truth, even if Kakashi was perplexed, as long as he was willing, Uchiha Rong would still proceed to transplant the cells of Hashirama. The inquiry at the entrance was not a bargaining chip for such a condition. Rather, it would undoubtedly alter the approach towards this outsider in the future. Take this ring with you. Uchiha Obito cast a shared fate ring to Kakashi and elaborated on its usage. They found themselves in one of Orochimaru's experimental bases, where he had now become a member of their fellowship. As the name suggests, the fellowship is a loosely structured organization, allowing for a diverse array of individuals pursuing various objectives without excessive constraints. I will soon have Orochimaru implant the cells of Hashirama into you. They will enable you to fully harness the power of that eye. Kakashi, though initially taken aback, refrained from further inquiries. Had this conversation occurred prior to his encounter at the entrance, he might have harbored aversion towards Hashirama's cells, deeming such illicit experiments strictly forbidden by Konoha. However, he had come to a realization. If he was willing to risk his life to protect the village, to thwart Obito, and to safeguard his mentor, then why should he dwell on such matters? At that moment, his perspective had evolved beyond the naive dichotomy of good and evil. His original intent remained unchanged. Only the means to uphold it had transformed. Since his unblemished hands were incapable of protecting what he cherished, he would allow them to become tainted. Truly. One must commend Obito. He has even managed to subdue a disciple of Minato. Observing the limp and powerless Kakashi on the operating table, Orochimaru's voice dripped with mockery, seemingly ridiculing the legacy of the Hokage. Orochimaru, I have already expressed my discontent. Do not address me with such repugnant terms. Oh, come now. Don't be so petty. Uchiha Roan wore a grim expression as he observed Orochimaru's increasingly reckless demeanor. What a splendid eye, indeed, captivating like a ruby, Orochimaru remarked, gazing at Kakashi's left eye, which bore the mesmerizing Sharingan. What, do you wish to possess one as well? He inquired. Not quite. It would be splendid if I could acquire one solely as a specimen for my research, came Orochimaru's response, which did not elicit any skepticism from Uchiha Roan. To put it plainly, Orochimaru's true desire was not to transplant the Sharingan but to delve into its mysteries. His pursuit has always been immortality rather than mere power. If he sought the might of the Sharingan, it would be trivial for him to obtain one, as even Danzo managed to acquire a Sharingan. How could Orochimaru possibly be incapable of securing a single transplant? If I were to encounter Obito, I would gladly offer you his eye as a specimen. Uchiha Roan casually made a promise. He was acutely aware of Orochimaru's nature, rather than allowing him to seize the Sharingan himself and consequently betray the organization. It was far more prudent to acquiesce to his desires. Whether he could truly procure Obito's eyes for him was of little consequence. What truly mattered was Uchiha Roan's grant of permission. Indeed, in the next moment, Orochimaru's smile appeared considerably more benevolent. He was profoundly grateful to Roan-chan. Uchiha Roan waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned with such trivial matters. As long as there was no malicious intent behind the hunting of the Uchiha eyes, he had no qualms about utilizing the enemy's eyes to satiate Orochimaru's insatiable curiosity. It was only with his expansive and inclusive mindset that he could accommodate a scientific fanatic like Orochimaru. How are you feeling now? After a prolonged silence, the weakened Kakashi finally succeeded in retracting his crimson left eye, restoring his normal pupil. In response to Uchiha Roan's concern and feeling the chakra within him cease its ebb, Kakashi's resolve grew ever stronger. Struggling to rise from the operating table, he managed to muster a feeble smile, saying, I'm fine. I just need some time to recuperate. Chapter 112. The Jinchuriki finally emerges. Several days passed, and while Kakashi had yet to recover, Uchiha Roan's ocular prowess had fully returned. One day, Uchiha Roan spent the entire day in his underground training facility. The complexity of the newly developed 8-trigram sealing technique and the prerequisites for its formation demanded his full attention. Building upon the 8-trigram sealing technique provided by Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Roan infused his understanding gleaned from leisurely readings in his past life into the 8-trigrams formation, resulting in the creation of the 8-trigram sealing technique, an enhanced version. This augmentation endowed the 8-trigram sealing technique with a significantly more effective energy sealing capacity, exemplified by its ability to instantly restrain the Three Tails Isabu with chains and forcibly extract the chakra of the unconscious beast. Furthermore, the 8-trigram sealing technique could also bind tailed beasts to a human, transforming them into a Jinchuriki, the very sealing technique currently residing within Naruto. However, the three tails he sought to seal this time was not a conventional tailed beast. This entity, composed of a mass of 9 tails chakra, had been imbued with life, forming an independent life form. Essentially, it was akin to a tailed beast, with the primary distinction being that the three tails would unconditionally obey Uchiha Roan. Thus, a coarse sealing approach would be rather inappropriate. The 8-trigram sealing technique primarily focused on confinement, allowing for a portion of the tailed beast's chakra to leak through the life gate, enabling the Jinchuriki to harness the beast's power. What Uchiha Ron desired, however, was not confinement. On the contrary, he wished for the three tails to be able to unleash its full potential at any moment, thus more effectively providing him with tailed beast chakra and even assisting him in battle. As a result, he modified the existing 8 trigrams sealing technique A, the enhanced version, and developed the 8 trigrams sealing technique S, the modified version. Unlike the multifunctional original and enhanced versions, the modified 8 trigram sealing technique S was entirely tailored for the three tails. In addition to possessing the foundational capabilities of creating a sealing space, sealing chakra, sealing the body, and sealing consciousness, it eliminated the function of confining the tailed beast. Instead, it strengthened the mental and chakra connection between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast. As the last remnants of chakra, granted by the divine, were drawn into the sealing technique within his abdomen, Uchiha Ron cast a pained glance at the now utterly ruined large sealing array on the ground. Setting up such a complex formation not only consumed an entire day of his time, but also depleted resources worth 300 million. Nevertheless, the results were gratifying. With the aid of the sealing array, a connection was established between his internal sealing space and the external world, allowing the three tails to regenerate its tailed beast chakra just as it would in the outside realm. Other Jinchuriki would never dare to attempt such a feat. Feeling the surge of chakra within him, Uchiha Ron was exceedingly pleased. If another Jinchuriki were to do this, enabling the sealing space to freely connect with the outside world would naturally result in the tailed beast escaping at will. Susanoo, activate. Having successfully transformed into a Jinchuriki, Uchiha Ron immediately communicated with the three tails within him. Under the guidance of the three tails, he effortlessly gained control over the tailed beast chakra. Is it this ferocious? Experiencing an unsettling sense of uncontrollability for the first time, Uchiha Ron furrowed his brow.